Every time this guy clears the 100th floor of the tower, for some crazy reason, the system throws him back to the first floor. For 12 long years, he has been going toe-to-toe with every monster in that tower. And now, Jiang Quan's strength is beyond measure, yet, nothing ever changes. Just when he is lying there feeling helpless, he suddenly gets a notification that the logout option has been removed. Congratulations! You are now approved to start your next tower assault. He jumps up in pure joy because he can finally escape this hellhole. With an intense longing to get out, he leaps from the 55th floor straight to the 99th. The strongest boss here is left dumbfounded, not understanding what just happened, and ends up getting wrecked by Jiang Quan. Finally, the tower opens a door, confirming that a new record has been set. The moment Jiang Quan steps out and gazes at the city he has not seen in 12 years, the observation team approaches him, confirming that he has indeed escaped the guidance tower. The young man can contain his excitement and jumps for joy. However, after checking the list, the observation team is shocked to find that Jiang Quan is not on the 18th roster. His name is still on the first guidance tower list. Nobody understands what the hell just happened here. The president of the first guidance tower, Kim Jiang-Quan, officially confirms his escape from the guidance tower after 12 years. In the VIP waiting room of the guidance center, the presidents of the Erang Association, Li Seal-jong, the Seal Association, Kim Seal, and the Gel Association, Han Seal-hoon, are eagerly awaiting Jiang Quan's presence after all these years, curious about just how strong he has become. Back on this side, Jiang Quan, with a bag of chips in hand, is getting ready to step into the leveling assessment with the new hunters, especially eyeing the outfits of all the contestants. He wonders why everyone else has one, but he is the only one without this costume. Maybe he missed out on it because he overslept. The guidance center announces that all reserve hunters must leave the waiting room and move to the competition starting point. Jiang Quan is completely bewildered again. What is going on now? This location is the Mekong used for the SEAL Guidance Center's leveling assessment, and hunters and their juniors will enter one by one. This guy here is David, a rank hunter, overseeing the competition. As for their first competition, the challenges they will face under the supervision of hunters come in all shapes and sizes. And one of them is the Mekong. True to its name, Mekong is packed with various traps. Just as everyone is intensely focused on entering the competition, Jiang Quan approaches David and asks, "Hey, glasses guy. Did not you just say that all we need to do is get through the exit gate? Right?" David looks at the protagonist with a face full of disbelief at his complete amateurish appearance. Honestly, can someone who is yawning while standing really be serious about this competition? Is this really the attitude of a newcomer? After being warned by David, the protagonist responds with a cool retort, telling him to focus on the hardworking folks running ahead if he wants to medal. The old man felt incredibly heated by the arrogance of this young guy. No contestant should ever have such a defiant attitude. Jiang Quan proposed a bet to see if he could conquer it in 20 seconds. If he succeeded, the old man would owe Jiang Quan 1,000,000 coins. David seemed absolutely furious as the young man teased that if he was scared, then there was no need for a bet. Touching on pride, the man raised the stakes to a whopping 10 million coins, essentially his entire salary. When he saw the young man suddenly leaning against the wall, everyone was baffled by what Jiang Quan was up to. However, in just a few seconds, he succeeded and made it to the opposite gate. The crowd was left speechless, with no words to describe their feelings after witnessing Jiang Quan's talent. With an air of arrogance, he was overjoyed that the 10 million coins were finally his. In other words, this was the epitome of easy wealth. Reports say that besides Jiang Quan, there are some new notable names, including Li Ginghian. This guy has always dreamed of becoming a star, so he pushed himself to the brink of death to get there. He is a level 4 swordsman and a trainer who has achieved most of the victories in sword competitions nationwide. At the time he was in the training tower, Li Ginghian was the strongest hunter in the night group. From the very start, he drew attention, and since then, he walked the path of success. However, an incident occurred when he bumped into Jiang Quan. All the support he had was instantly snatched away by Jiang Quan after that display, and the press room at the evaluation competition was buzzing with excitement over the recent explosion. It happened so quickly that they could not capture anything. Honestly, they thought nobody would care about a guy in flip-flops. Every photo they managed to snap was of Li Ginghian, in the contestant waiting room, while Jiang Quan was peacefully dozing off. They were buzzing with chatter about the recent explosion in the competition. People realized that the media had dubbed Jiang Quan as a master. Hearing this, Kang Hyun felt more frustrated than ever and wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to him. While the main character was still asleep, the rating evaluation organization announced that the order of the categories for the evaluation competition today had changed and would restart in 15 minutes. The fantasy monsters used for training were created through the latest technological advancements in magic crystals. It was a competition to see how many monsters could be handled in a set amount of time. The media was on edge at the news that a hunter had just emerged from the tower and used magic. It seemed a new talent had appeared. When time ran out, Li Ginghian had taken down 78 monsters, the highest score among all contestants. Many remarked that not only was his combat prowess impressive, but he could also utilize magic. This time, It looked like the knights were in the lead and would take the top spot. The next contestant up was hunter number 34, Kim Jang-woon. His competition would be a contribution challenge, and the time limit was 120 seconds. Unlike the other contestants, his demeanor was oddly calm. In other words, he displayed an attitude of indifference. His speed is so insane that no one can even touch any of the evidence. In just a few seconds, all the monsters are wiped out, leaving everyone wondering if he is using magic too. By observing the guild leaders, they realized it was not magic. His power was all about speed. Jang-woon simply closed the distance, punched the monsters in the face, then moved on to the next target, and kept doing it over and over. It was precisely because his speed was so fast that it seemed like the monsters lost their heads. The speed was unbelievable, a human moving without any magic at all. Everyone was left wondering what Jang-woon had done all alone in the tower. They said that every time they heard rumors about him, they thought it might be plausible. But witnessing it firsthand, it seemed like he had truly transformed into a real monster. The moment the system announced the time was up was also when the total number of monsters Jang-woon had taken down was revealed. The final tally was an astonishing 248 monsters. No more. No less. Jang-woon's monster-slaying spree was broadcast live, and viewers were in awe, unable to believe it was real, even thinking the main character was an S-rank wizard. Lee Kang-hyun felt both envious and disappointed in herself. Despite her meticulous preparations and sacrifices, she still could not measure up to that jerk Jang-woon. After that competition, the main character had a face-to-face meeting with the deputy director of the Korean Hunters Association and received a list of guilds wanting to meet him. She was Elise, sent here to congratulate Jang-woon on his comeback after 12 years. While she spoke, the main character seemed pretty uninterested. The only thing on his mind was what he would eat next. Jang-woon was the epitome of those strong heroes who just did not care about the world. He wondered if delivering this to him was really the deputy director's job. This young man suspected they were here for another reason. She was actually here to see the one who had stirred the world and also wanted to hand him something. She proposed a contract related to the Alice Guild, reissuing the contract about member rights and obligations. Reading the first line left the young man speechless for a solid 5 seconds. When Party A and Party B cooperate, Party A will immediately transfer the entire amount to Party B. The contract's value is a one-time payment of 10 billion won. Jang-woon's face turned serious as he said, "Since when did our currency lose value like this? Is it better than Zimbabwe's currency?" Because of the monsters, the situation was indeed a bit chaotic. But luckily, there was no economic crisis. Instead, land prices have skyrocketed. Elise showed the main character the current market value of the land near where he lives. The land that used to cost 3 million won is now worth 3 billion won. She continued to entice the young man with incredibly attractive offers. Whether it is house prices or any other prices going up, Hunter Jang-woon does not need to worry because 10 billion is the contract value. In the Alice Guild, if Hunter Jang-woon wants, after the contract ends, we will pay double the initial offer and even intend to sign another contract. At this point, Jang-woon's eyes are shining like car headlights when he sees the 20 billion waiting for him right in front of him. But to get it, he will have to share the loot he earns from the dungeons with the guilds. The split ratio will heavily favor the guys. The main character has another question. Is signing a contract with this guild also part of the Hunter Association's information office job? Jang-woon likes to be clear that he is heard if you are working at the association. You can be lured away. So when it comes to the contract, he responds that he prefers to go solo rather than join a guild because that would just be a hassle. Spending a lot of money sounds great, but he does not like to be tied down. That said, he knows full well that in this world, no one just hands out 10 billion for free if he accepts it. Clearly a mountain of trouble and things he does not want to deal with will come crashing down on him. 5 days later, he meets again with the 3 guild leaders. The main character is shocked to see Seo Kwon, who is the same age as him, but now he is like an uncle, and Kim Si-win has turned into a handsome man. Plus, Seo Ji-won has changed a lot since high school. Meeting these 3 makes the main character super happy, so he wants to devour the entire sushi table all by himself. Thanks to them, they learn that their exploits in the tower made it to TV. The young man is utterly stunned when he realizes everything he has done is being watched by the whole world. It is possible that even his experience of nearly getting squashed like a bug in the dungeon was seen by everyone, including his cosplay as an elf to clear the dungeon. However, the most famous moment was when Jang-won danced in bizarre ways while taking down bosses in the dungeon. There was even that time he kicked his way from the first floor to who knows how many levels up. All of that matches exactly what he did in there. During the last rank competition, I thought you would become a monster, but hearing you tell it in person makes it feel even more real. While in the tower, Jang-won even saved a boy and took him on as a disciple. His life feels like something out of a painting or a novel, where the main character gets stuck somewhere, realizes something, and then breaks free. Even though he taught that boy thoroughly, after all that, he realizes it might just be a chaotic mess of brute force to defeat monsters. The main character reflects and feels guilty towards the boy. Not to mention, his personality is not great, so the more he thinks about it, the guiltier he feels. But luckily, he wore a mask, so he swears he won't run into his student in real life. Jang Won checks his status board. The usual phrase that appears after his ability stats hit maximum in the guide tower has vanished. The number 36 tied to his age has also disappeared. The age 24 remains unchanged, meaning he still looks the same as before entering the tower. What Jang Won wants now is to earn a certain amount of money and live a life doing only what he wants. However, after looking back at the system board, the line saying unable to log out is still there. Below that is the task to clear at least 3 more dungeons. Suddenly, the main character receives information that someone from Eret wants to meet him. They even said that even if you refuse, you absolutely have to bring Jang Won. The 3 guards mentioned that the other party belongs to the Eret organization, and although it might be a bit of a hassle, they hope the main character will reconsider the situation. Jang Won feels that if he does not make it clear once and for all, they will keep bothering him, so he decides to go meet them. This man is Kang Byung Ho, the head of Eret. He asks Jang Won a question. If you do not join our organization, do you really think you can succeed? If you join Eret, we guarantee you won't have to endure unnecessary hardships. What is with this attitude? Jang Won believes they are trying to intimidate him. After the main character says this, the bald guy loses it and yells at him. Who do you think you are talking to? Her head calmly asks again, hoping Jang Won will reconsider. Eret is said to be a tyrannical organization that looks down on people and has swallowed more than half of Korea's dungeons. Eret currently holds a monopoly on 66% of the dungeons, especially dominating all the D-ranked dungeons for newbies. While A-ranked dungeons provide better loot, then they sell entry tickets for cash. Newbies looking to gain experience or maintain a safety net for survival have to buy ridiculously expensive tickets to enter the dungeons or join Eret. They make everyone choose one of the two. Kang Byung Ho warns him that even though this is the association's turf, he should not let his mouth run wild. Does he think there are not any of our people in the association? I will just say this, you need to think long and hard about this offer. To prove himself, the bald guy smashed the table with a punch and declared that this hunter is very strong with all A-level stats. Do you really think you can beat him? Hearing this, Jang Won finds it utterly ridiculous. Having these guys standing here is honestly an eyesore. He picks up a sandal that looks a bit shabby but boldly says, do you really believe that with this, I can call some guys to bring you a coffin? It seemed like a fight was about to break out. But suddenly, the bald guy got smashed in the face and was sent straight into the wall. Looks like he is off to meet his ancestors. At this point, Kang Byung Ho felt quite stunned. Is this the rumored master? He thought the main character was much stronger than he originally thought. But he is just a frog in a well. He thinks maybe Jang Won believes he is the strongest, but if he meets someone truly strong, can he actually hold his own? Kang Byung Ho is confident that the power and strength amassed in ours will make Jang Won kneel. That is how he thinks things should go. However, something feels off right now. Without using magic, how could Jang Won hit so hard? He is trembling and does not dare to do anything at this moment. Jang Won steps towards him and says, do you know what I hate the most? The thing I hate the most is when someone tries to intimidate me. Jang Gun got hit hard, and in the end, they were crushed in a spectacular showdown. Back home, the young man casually enjoyed some strawberries. However, his friend was worried and said, Jang-gun, you really do not know how to handle yourself. Those guys from ours are seriously ruthless. The aftermath they cause is no joke, so as long as you do not cross them, nobody really bothers them. They can pressure you to prevent you from joining any other guild. Or when you enter a dungeon, they will take care of things quickly, more like, they will just straight up kill you. Because in the dungeon, no one knows what is going to happen, but Jang-gun does not seem to care much. He just feels that this world is truly brutal. At this point, Kim So-won suggested that Nam Chun join his guild, but Jang-gun firmly believes he won't join any guild at all because he has his own matters to attend to. For 12 years, he has been studying it wrong, but he still does not understand why he is the only one stuck in the tutorial tower. Jang-gun is furious and desperately wants to know the answer. Who exactly created this tower and trapped him there for 12 long years? So, Jang-gun can't get in because ours has a monopoly on the dungeons. And it wrong is one of them. He feels incredibly frustrated by this injustice. What is the government even for? Isn't there an anti-monopoly law? But the government and politicians seem powerless to do anything. Dungeons are so dangerous that no police would dare step inside. And if someone dies in there, it all falls back on the name M. Ours is a model corporation, and aside from suppressing hunters, they maintain a pretty good image in the media. Jang-gun is considering sneaking into it wrong, but the R's guards are always on watch. Jang-gun refuses to give up, stating he will find another way in. One method, not many would dare to try, is confronting R's head-on, even if it means becoming their enemy. Nam Shin is ready to accept that because after dealing with Kang Byung Ho, he has already crossed into enemy territory. Herk-sin-gu, the branch leader representing R's in South Korea, and S-rank hunter, was shocked after receiving the estimated ability analysis of Jang-gun through monitoring based on video in Jang-gun's tutorial tower. This is the estimated result from the ability analysis machine this time. They were highly skeptical, But according to the analysis, even with a significant margin of error, it could only be within one level. Gu felt an overwhelming curiosity and excitement. If this result is accurate, they absolutely must recruit Jiang Gun. However, the her manager announced that the recruitment of Jiang Gun had failed. Nevertheless, Gu felt that if it was like that, there was no need to recruit someone like him anymore. Recruiting someone into the guild should benefit the guild. Clearly, if these ability stats were used in the dungeon and maze, they would achieve overwhelming results and bring in massive profits. But what if he is not happy with his position and decides to go for mine? Turns out, this branch manager is worried that our hero might turn into a poisoned apple. Looks delicious on the outside, but once you bite in, you will know the consequences. Gu came up with a plan to stop hiring Jiang Gun and instead, just give him a light injury. Suddenly, someone rushed in from the back with an urgent report for Manager Joe about the situation in Adron's research lab. A girl desperately wanted to enter the C-grade dungeon of the research lab, but she was stopped by the Ars Association checkpoint. They blocked her from hunting here, insisting that those without skills or money will never live comfortably. No matter how necessary she was, they were adamant about sticking to their principles. Just then, Jiang Gun appeared. Looking dazed, making them even more cautious as if he was on a quest for a bathroom. Jiang Gun boldly replied that he was not looking for a bathroom, but needed to enter the dungeon. One of the guards warned him that even if you are crazy, you should pick your battles wisely. Lucky for him. Right, to be fair, our hero does have a bit of a temper. Just saying that got him riled up. And he was not about to let them get away with it. Jiang grabbed his legendary flip-flop, which could take on any expert, and tried to be friendly. Don't they see how approachable he is? In a flash, Jiang Gun activated his power, sending the guard flying and crashing into the checkpoint. Not only did he unleash his strength, but he acted as if it was all accidental, saying, "Oops, I should be dialed it back a notch." Jiang Gun took the opportunity to bully the remaining guard and snag his brand new shoes, even complimenting them as surprisingly light for a hunk of metal. He got a bit carried away, though, and wrecked his own trusty old flip-flops in the process. Marching into Adron with the guard's shocked expression trailing behind him, Tin thought that if no one touched Jiang Gun, nothing would happen. But when faced with an enemy, he sets his sights on defeating them, revealing his relentless fighting spirit. After all, no one really understands why Jiang Gun is so stubborn. Jiang Gun was feeling super excited about his new shoes. The day before, Kim Si-win had a chat with our hero and heard about the plans to boost Jiang Gun's stats. A group of people was still rummaging around inside Adron, hoping to find a boss that could help them level up. Suddenly, they spotted men sulking alone inside. Looking anything but like a hunter, Jiang Gun faced the growling boss with an unnerving calmness, brandishing a massive syringe and teasing, "The new research materials have arrived. Where should we start? Eyes, heart, or spine? Just tell me where you want it. No matter where we are, I will always meet people's demands." 12 years ago, the protagonist's friends learned about the struggles that Jiang Gun had to endure in his childhood. He had to live in the Bozam orphanage. After his parents died in a tragic car accident, his uncle sent him to the orphanage and stole all their assets. Whether it was because Jiang Gun felt disappointed in himself or not, his ordinary days were anything but. Even when Jiang Gun claimed he was fine, if someone tried to control or suppress him, he would never argue back. Instead, he would unleash all that pent-up attitude right back at them. That is why, when facing off against the boss, he instinctively did what he was trained to do and quickly took down that giant boss. After witnessing it, everyone realized that Jiang Gun was indeed the top-tier player on the forums. A legend known to all, his sporty outfit and hairstyle were unmistakable. In the basement of the Korean branch of the Art Association, the branch manager Wu Qianmai was prepared to meet the head of HAR. They exchanged information about two new recruits who had just cleared the tutorial tower with a level stats. After reading the analysis report, they could not believe their eyes and suspected that the report might not be 100% accurate. But regardless, they had to admit that Jiang Gun was truly exceptional. And at this level, he was not just good, he was practically a monster. They were planning to deal with Jiang Gun carefully. They even heard that the protagonist had wreaked havoc in their exclusive dungeon, just as their guards were on duty. It was utterly embarrassing, and this guy was feeling frustrated. Go Jinmai believed that if Mayan had stats at this level, they would struggle to inflict moderate damage on him. They decided to handle things quietly so the branch manager would not need to intervene. Anyway, that day he was already stressed about entering the Chinese market. The newly formed Chinese guild, called Pidu, established 2 years ago, now held 52% of the exclusive dungeons in China. After leaving the tower 4 years ago, the guild leader had guided Pido to become a formidable force, with all the leaders known for their monstrous capabilities. But what was even more surprising was that the Pido guild leader, and rank player placed 5th on the global leaderboard, had a background shrouded in mystery. Guji and Mayong thought there was no need to worry about this Kim Jangwon guy since they had to deal with the Pido guild. They would not waste resources just to inflict moderate harm on Jangwon. They wanted to send someone thoroughly trained to handle the protagonist efficiently. On the other hand, Jangwon was casually lounging around, marveling at this development. The world had achieved what once seemed impossible. The young man was still taking his time, casually snapping a picture of Kim Si-han with his smartphone as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Si-han is taken aback because the phone was originally meant for Jang-won to stay connected. But now the main guy has been glued to it for 3 whole hours without any sign of letting go. Si-han announces that the dungeon in the deep jungle tribe that Jang-won mentioned seems to be devoid of any monster bosses. They got caught a few weeks ago. And mentioning that is a bit different from the guide tower. In the tower, normally the bosses respawn after about a day, which is pretty much the same as regular monsters. But in actual dungeons, it is a different story. Even if one regular monster dies, they keep popping up endlessly. However, bosses take a significant amount of time to respawn. Each dungeon varies, but in the Deep Jungle Tribe dungeon, it takes about a month. Jang-won is panicking. Does that mean he has to wait a whole month? However, the boss of the Deep Jungle Tribe was defeated nearly 4 weeks ago. So in other words, it will respawn in about 2-3 days. As for the swamp dungeon that the main character mentioned, that is an exclusive dungeon for the Ars Association. Jang-won feels utterly exhausted just trying to catch one monster. It is a total hassle. Kim Si-hun is extremely curious about when the main character will register with the Hunters Association. Jang-won is still cluelessly asking Jang if that is really a must-do. However, if he manages to register, it will be great because only then can he receive the high-tier equipment from the association, and even get some cash on top of that. Hearing this, Jang-won perks up and feels super excited about the money aspect, so all he has to do is register. Kick back, and money just rolls in. How much can he get? This is the classic case of a kid wanting to get something for nothing. Si-hun says there will be a real battle in about 2-3 months. As for the money, if you are at rank B, you will get about 1.3 million won. Rank A gets you 2.5 million won. And if you hit ranks, it is even more than that. Si-hun receives around 7 million won each month. Hearing this, Jang-won is totally blown away. He even drags his younger brother to register right away. Once the kid is fired up, do not ask who his dad is. At the Hunters Association, Jang-won and Si-hun have arrived. The uncle at the registration desk is shocked when he asks for the main character's name and realizes he is the one who left the tower after 12 years. He thinks to himself, so this is the infamous Jang-won. No wonder everyone here today is asking about him. It is just that when the ability test shows positive results, what is the big deal to get everyone all riled up like this? He remains calm and says that the personal info has been verified. So now take this. What he hands to the main character is the Explorer's Eye. Jang-won's rank status will appear on the hologram beside him, and that rank will be recognized. After taking the eye and passing the test, Jang-won achieves rank B. If he is going to be a phenomenon, he will have to be a B+ rank. Suddenly, he is taken aback when he hears Jang-won claim he has magical luck. He is stunned, unable to believe his eyes, and because of that, all the hot news articles are targeting the main character for coverage. Keywords like master becoming a hot issue and Jang-won has lost it are being searched a ton. Aside from his magical luck, all of the main character's other skills are at rank A. They found out about this information because the measuring staff leaked it. So that is how everyone knows. People are saying that no one in the world can match Jang-won. This also means he just snatched the #1 spot as the top laborer. Right, thousands of envious eyes are directed at Jang-won. The male lead feels helpless. It is crazy how this world works just a few hours after the test, and everyone already knows everything. According to Si-hun, Jang-won has become such a hot topic lately that everyone is paying attention. And the male lead even took care of the Art Guild's dungeon like a pro. This means there are a lot of parties keeping an eye on Jang-won's situation right now. Si-hun wonders what his brother is even paying attention to this stuff. It seems like the Art Guild has gathered all kinds of information about Jang-won already. Given today's ability test and the fact that Jang-won dared to invade their territory, they definitely won't let this slide. Even though his little brother is worried about him, Jang-won seems oblivious, casually scrolling through his phone and laughing at everyone else's anxiety. The dude is super excited about the insane name flashing on the screen. He is totally hyped. The loading screen for the game is up. But ever since yesterday, every time he moves into the dungeon, this pops up. The crazy pose and aura effect are just stunning. Hunters can really do anything. Si-hun helplessly says, "Bro, what you are watching is actually me." Hearing this, Jang-won, initially excited, tries to play it cool and says, "My friends Ukwan and Xiao Jiam seem super busy, and I am the only one free." Si-hun is exasperated with his clueless brother. "You are the guild leader too. How are you not busy right now? I am just trying to find time to follow you." After the Ars Guild's management office receives Jang-won's ability test results, Guqian Mai by this point has figured out why the branch director wants to deal with the male lead to take care of Jang-won. They even called Sin Qian in. He is a hunter rumored to soon reach rank in China, and he is strong enough to go toe-to-toe with Jang-won. The male lead heads to Si-hun's dungeon, a deep forest tribe, where the boss is about to respawn. Jang-won is super excited to step into this moment. Out of nowhere, he runs into Pak Gimun. He is the assistant and will carry the loot. Here, the loot from the main boss is valued at around 20-35 million on the market. Jang-won looks shocked. having picked up the loot but not knowing what to do with it. Saihine thinks the male lead has a point. Someone who dresses and moves like Jiangwen could not possibly come up with any ideas. In the dungeon, the loot is used to craft weapons or defensive gear. Backgammon suggests recording the male lead for YouTube. And without hesitation, he agrees, but only if he gets to roast the views. Right now, entering the deep forest tribe feels like stepping into a maze. Saihine is looking super serious and focused. In contrast, Jiangwen is still posing for the camera, trying to look cool and make some cash. The young guy keeps pulling off that epic kick with maximum power to make the footage look good. This accidentally riles up the boss of the underground cave in the deep forest. Just one move opened the way, and he even summoned the boss out. Truly a master at work. The more he films, the more pumped the main character gets. And hey, it is time to flex a little. With those legendary flip-flops, Jiangwen charges in, punches the boss right in the face. And before you know it, he is on its shoulders, flipping it over and sending it crashing down. Backgammon is filming while wiping away tears, witnessing this unreal scene play out live. This is truly the hottest video of the era. The man who has been watching the main character's every move is Xin Qian Gang, summoned by Gaqian Mayang. Even he has to admit that Jiangwen is indeed the monster everyone talks about. The main character lacks magic and skills, relying solely on sheer physical strength. But what Jiangwen can overcome is pretty obvious. After hearing that Mayang would be visiting the dungeon managed by the Guild tomorrow, Xin Qian Gang feels confident and sees it as a golden opportunity. At the swamp entrance, Jiangwen still stands tall and unbothered. However, he feels a hint of unease. Opening his phone, he sees Seal Jian's message asking if he is heading to the dungeon. Don't forget what I told you about the Guild yesterday. The guy does not understand why his little siblings are so worried. Jiangwen, cool as a cucumber, brushes it off, thinking knowing about that guild does not change a thing. Seal Jian, anxious, asks, "Hey, why do you want to go into a dungeon controlled by the Guild? You are not planning to mess with them, are you?" Not only does Jiangwen not hide it, but he also excitedly admits, "Well, kinda, yeah." His sister feels powerless because worrying about her brother right now seems pointless. She has heard about Jiangwen's stats through Soen and even watched videos of him fighting in the dungeon on YouTube. While she knows Jiangwen is strong, she really hopes he won't get involved with the Guild and can wrap things up quickly. The swamp inside isn't a ranked dungeon, a great spot where the Guild is waiting for the boss resurrection to kick off the race. Even though Seal Jaeon said that, back in reality, the main character is still fearless and is not afraid of anyone. Thinking back to her warning about not messing with the Guild, he realizes that advice is easier said than done. Jiangwen thinks these scummy guys will never change their shady tactics. Even when the main character first stepped in, they constantly underestimated him just the same. That is why when Jiangwen got hit, they had to pay the price too. No different from one another. Just when they felt threatened, they pulled out the name of the group and went completely wild and violent. How can they all be so alike from start to finish? As expected, the guy in charge charged forward, and everything repeated itself. He got smacked face first into the ground by Jiangwen, and his old, worn-out sandal took another hit. Jiangwen ventured into the dungeon and immediately encountered a gigantic swamp boss named Mega Alliator. Remembering Seal Jaeon's warning, its skin was incredibly thick and tough, with high durability making it quite valuable. Even its fangs were the same. The main character felt pumped and leaped in to attack it like it was a delicious treat. Jiangwen sang while fighting, handling it swiftly and skinning it alive. He grabbed both of its tails, leaving the boss utterly helpless. For the first time ever, even the boss had a look of fear. The young man spun it around a full 180 degrees. At this point, it was not just the humans getting dizzy. The boss was about to lose its lunch too. He opened his eyes, crying out in anguish. It seemed like he was triggered and filled with rage. The protagonist was about to make a final move when a chain suddenly stopped him. The Xinqiang gang had ambushed Jiangwen from behind. Jiangwen, in his zealot mode, had no idea what was happening. The Xinqiang gang had used a magical chain. The protagonist turned to the hunter with a completely bewildered look, wondering what the hell was going on now. He had introduced himself like he was some big shot, saying, "This is the precious gift Arette Dixon sent you." Jiangwen, his face was emotionless as if to say, "Are you telling me Arette sent an assassin to ambush me?" He grinned smugly. Not long ago, he had seen the protagonist spinning Megaligator around, and that move had left him utterly shocked. The protagonist even landed a strong blow that sent its head flying. The Xinqiang gang admitted that Jiangwen was incredibly strong, but even so, being bound by a magical chain would turn him into a puppet. After a quick scratch and stretch, Jiangwen realized this chain was not budging at all. It seemed it was not an ordinary chain. Once caught by it, he would not be able to use his magic anymore. Even though his power was stronger than a rank, the Xinqiang gang claimed that Jiangwen looked really scared, but the protagonist did not show a hint of fear on his face. Even Hainu raised an eyebrow, asking him, "What are you talking about? Am I scared in this situation?" This unusual calmness from Min was driving him crazy. He thought that those he had faced before were all pretty similar. If caught off guard, they would pretend to stay calm at first and then resort to every trick in the book to get out. Jiangwen casually replied, "Oh, Is that how it is? This insane state of mind made the hunter nearly lose control. I believe Jiangwen was not just strong, he was also great at driving people crazy. He lunged forward, using a poison bomb that activated, aiming to take the protagonist out in a mist of eerie fog. However, Jiangwen remained unfazed. He was shocked that his attack had no effect on Jiangwen whatsoever. At this point, he began to step back hesitantly, confused about why this was happening. Once again, he poured all his strength into an attack, but Jiangwen rewarded him with a punch that sent him sprawling. Jiangwen chuckled and said, "If you want to catch me, you will need to wrap me up completely, because with just this little bind, I can still move." By now, the Sinchan gang was left with nothing to do but swear that Jiangwen was a monster. "But what is the big deal?" Jiangwen laughed and said. "Suddenly, it feels loose. Am I just supposed to sit still now?" The young man delivered a decisive kick with the legendary slipper. The sound of it hitting was painfully satisfying. Jiangwen warned him that if he was coming to kill, he better be ready for it. Meanwhile, the boss was just frozen, knowing only how to stop but unable to do anything else. Jiangwen even helped him understand what it is like to soar in the central realm. He had met the bare minimum requirement. Your status board has been updated with new information, and the final details will be unlocked. Jiangwen, still dazed, did not grasp what was happening. At the 5th floor management office of Junarat, the Sinchan gang was reported dead. By the time they discovered it, the tree he was tied to had sunk into the swamp. Currently, the body can't be identified, but he was completely devoured by the swamp monsters. It is hard to believe that a guy like Jiangwen, so ordinary, managed to defeat someone like him, who was at least levels with 7 skills. Still half asleep, the main character jolted awake upon noticing that the notification board was in temporary protection mode. Something clearly had changed. Jiangwen thought he was finally getting information about the tower, but little did he know, he ended up being frozen for over 2 hours. Suddenly, the main character discovered a new skill he just received. However, the skill was not fully developed yet. His mentor was getting all worked up and angry, while Sai-Hein just watched, rolling his eyes. Jiangwen liked to think that even though this was a complicated skill, there had clearly been a shift for him. If he received a system invitation or something, he would know a lot more, including information about the tower. Out of nowhere, Jiangwen found himself in a strange space as a protector. When this girl in a white outfit introduced herself as Avi, Jiangwen finally began to understand some things and realized why he had been trapped in the tower for 12 years. Jiangwen's face showed he was waiting for some kind of explanation, but Avi said nothing. When he awkwardly asked, "So, are not you going to explain anything?" she responded with an innocent expression. "What do you need me to explain?" This made the young man more agitated and frustrated. "Do you even get it? Aren't you supposed to tell me something since you invited me?" However, Avi was only tasked with answering the questions Jiangwen asked. At this point, the young man finally understood the issue and tried to focus on asking questions, such as who had trapped him in the guidance tower. Unfortunately, she could not reveal that information because it was top secret, and even the lowest-ranking officials could not know. Jiangwen recalled the notification window and realized this was quite trivial. It seemed only those with higher information authority could know who had locked him in the tower. Jiangwen asked Avi what the guidance tower was, but once again, she answered with an utterly unnecessary statement. This was also information that could not be shared with the lowest-ranking officials. The main character stubbornly pressed for more questions, such as the reason for creating the guidance tower and the emergence of monsters. All these questions were beyond what she was allowed to answer. Isn't this just messing with people? No matter what Jiangwen asks, he never gets a solid answer. The main character is so furious at this point that he is practically losing his mind, laughing with a hint of sarcasm. Avi sees this and feels a bit scared, so he adds a little extra info saying, "I can tell you one thing, you are the guardian." His face lights up like, "Whoa. This info is top tier, thanks a ton. You are seriously helpful." Jiangwen tries to regain his composure and asks another question, but it does not seem to work. Avi explains that right now, he is just a temporary guardian, and once he gets the official title, everything he wants to know, even the stuff he does not want to know, will be crystal clear. It will take 5 days to become an official guardian. Deep within Jiangwen's area lies a key to unlock greater information authority, and if he gets it, he will officially become a guardian. After learning all this, the main character's skills have leveled up, so she will send the information back to Jiangwen. I am super curious to see what the final outcome will be. Jiangwen meets up with his 4 friends to ask about Krath and gets told it is a major disaster. The folks in the Rize Guild are furious they hired a VIP pro and still can't handle Jiangwen. Gyujin Mai, this time, wants to corner Jiangwen and has decided to drop a hefty sum to recruit some stronger fighters than the last hunter. Only after dealing with Jiangwen can they focus on Padazid. They are on high alert because if China shows up here, they will definitely wipe out all their members with their bizarre army. But if they fail, the consequences could be unimaginable, and they do not even dare to think about it. Hansel pulls out a ring worth 2 billion, a treasure from entering Mekong. Dungeons and Mekong differ in the artifacts obtained, and this ring is also an artifact. In dungeons, you can get special resource sources, or when you slay monsters, you might receive gems and byproducts. But the items taken from Meeking's mystical treasure are already useful from the get-go. This ring has been enchanted, and to clarify, enchanted items have a much stronger power compared to regular ones. After staring at the ring, the main character's skill activates, and he can inspect it using his new skill. Even so, looking at it again, it is just a skill that seems to have no smooth effects at all. Right now, after finishing what he needs to do, the main character will have to enter Mekong. If this ring is worth 2 billion, then Jang-won will confidently order all the food here. And obviously, Seo-hun will be the one footing the bill. Speaking of cravats, it is when the ground suddenly ruptures and monsters keep rising from below. China or Germany has experienced cravats before. It is also known as Hellgate. Jang-won thought everything was pretty normal since Avi's family did not reveal anything at all. The main character wonders what would happen if cravats occurred in South Korea. It seems like it could be contained. But even at the lowest level, that area would be completely obliterated. When cravats happens, their juts and some juts in South Korea will join in. But arrest juts will definitely respond very slowly and might only send 1-2 people just for show. The more he talked, the more frustrated Jang-won became. Those guys were truly animals. Amun warns everyone to eat well and rest over the next few days because something big is coming. There is a secret base in the tower, and they have received intel that Tier 9 has awakened. It won't be long before there is a guaranteed position, and they are all eagerly waiting to see what Jang-won will actually do. A brutal reality has struck. The Kravets situation has hit the Jimpal International Airport. Everyone living within a 5 kilometers radius has been ordered to evacuate immediately. The airport is shut down, and hunters from the association are still actively engaged, while monsters keep crawling out from the Kravats fissure. Right now, the situation is getting worse. Everything is in utter chaos. Countless monsters surge forward, attacking soldiers and hunters. If you are scared at this point, you are definitely done for. The captain charged in, taking out a few monsters, but it was barely a dent given their current numbers. This situation is seriously so. Even if they kill some, more will just keep flooding into the Jimpal airport area, where the Kravats fissure is. Suddenly, plus-level monster named Jeanser Kelton appears. Even if everyone teamed up, they would not stand a chance against it. One by one, they are getting wrecked. Just as it was about to crush the unconscious, the main character shows up. The moment everyone spots that legendary black tracksuit, they realize it is Jiang Quan. True to his reputation, Hyan Wu instantly turns that a plus monster into mush. The system announces you have a mission. Prove your worth by retrieving the key from the deepest depths of the Jimpal airport. Time left, 22 minutes and 32 seconds. It seems the main character has to head into the airport while the rest are still in shock. Completely speechless. They can hardly believe someone could take down Sir Kelton with just one hit. While everyone is distracted, the monsters are creeping up right behind them. Jiang Quan initially wanted to let the others handle it, but feeling a bit guilty, he decides to lend a hand. Hyun Achong always wields Sir Kelton's massive weapon. With a swift move, the main character leaps and hurls it towards the monsters with insane force. Seeing Jiang Quan here, everyone feels reassured and confident that they can hold out until reinforcements arrive. All eyes are now on the main character. However, he says, "What are you all doing coming towards me? You guys handle the rest." In an instant, Jiang Quan disappears. At this point, the remaining guys in the tower start panicking, unsure how to deal with this swarm of monsters. Even though they call them the remaining monsters, they can't even count their numbers. At this moment, everyone was exhausted and seemingly powerless against the monsters. The captain shouted fiercely, "No, we can't fall here. If we go down here, everyone outside will die for nothing. We all need to stick together and hold on just a little longer. Reinforcements will definitely arrive." Just as the monsters were going on a rampage, Kim Si-hun appeared just in time. Everyone was overjoyed because reinforcements had finally arrived. Adding to the excitement were Lee Seol-jaeon and Han Seok-won. They all looked around, searching for Jiang Quan. The captain informed them that he had just entered the center of the tower. With that in mind, they all wanted to give it a shot themselves. Si-hun with his divine fire slash, Lee Seol-jaeon with his thunderous strength, quickly took care of the monsters. Jiang Quan still held on to hope that his younger siblings outside would manage to handle things. There were tons of monsters creeping up the cliff, and the main character did not expect there to be a path for them. While pondering this, he spotted a vehicle teetering on the edge. This seemed like a cool prop for Jiang Quan's current plan. Cool. Not really. It just looked like a wreck waiting to happen. If that vehicle fell into the abyss, it would smash the door and become a prop for Jiang Quan to fulfill his dream of flying like a bird. Jiang Quan was determined to wipe them all out in one go. The monsters looked at Jiang Quan like he was some strange creature falling from the sky. The moment he landed was also the moment he sent all those monsters straight to meet the Grim Reaper. But you need a decent pair of sports shoes to jump like that. Here he was in flip-flops. But he made it work, in no time. He wiped out all the monsters. Where he stood was the bottom of Kravath, and the final boss was finally revealed. It had a key on it that would certify the main character. It boldly approached, and now it would be Jiang Quan's ultimate target. However, it seemed the main character had underestimated it a bit. Its counterattack was incredibly powerful. Jiang Quan, even though he had no clue what was happening, had to admit that this monster was something truly terrifying. The male lead charged in, ready to land a finishing blow, but was met with an overwhelming force that sent him crashing face first to the ground. It was not just strong, it was way stronger than Jiang Quan had anticipated. And it was a whole lot different from the enemies he had faced in the tower. Suddenly, the male lead remembered he had a secret weapon up his sleeve. In that moment, the young man boldly challenged the boss, saying, "You are going down." Jiang Quan would have to use a technique he never wanted to touch again, while the male lead was still stuck in the tower. The martial arts novel had mentioned that enlightenment in martial arts could lead to freedom. At that moment, Jiang Quan was in a rush and tried everything he could, eventually starting his martial arts training. Even though martial arts seemed like the ridiculous stuff you see in movies, TV shows, or web novels, who cares? Hopefully, becoming a master and achieving his goals would lead to something significant. At first, Jiang Quan mimicked the silly martial arts moves he had seen, but they all felt pointless. However, the accumulated power from being stuck in the tower and clearing stages hundreds of times turned that meaningless effort into reality. Jiang Quan did not want to relive that dark history, but at that crucial moment, he had no choice but to do it again. The one-inch fist technique was executed right on the boss. After taking down that monster, the young man looked around and thankfully found no one else there. His habit of naming his embarrassing techniques was something he never wanted to bring up again. The system notified him that he had successfully captured Hongma, Akil, and proven himself. Congratulations. You are now an official guardian in the system. When the time in the system runs out, you will receive an invitation. At that moment, everything Jiang Quan had ever wondered about could finally be revealed. Suddenly, Nam Trine noticed a camera flying around, tracking his every move. Meanwhile, the Ars Association was still discussing Jiang Quan's case. The documents they currently had were not just the analysis from their team, they were official capability stats calculated by the Hunter Association. But the director was extremely angry. According to the video, Jiang Quan was definitely not just stopping at level A, and his power could not be fully tapped. There were no items, just sports gear. The director asked manager Joe if he had gathered enough materials yet. He had gathered everything possible. According to the director, there were currently things that could not be addressed with overwhelming power, and he had devised a new plan, telling everyone to get ready for an immediate explosion when everything was set. The next day, at the Hunter Association's national branch, a medal ceremony was held for the hunters who had prevented the Gravas incident. Naturally, Jiang Quan was present at this event, and thanks to him, the livestream had hundreds of viewers tuning in. However, with that shabby outfit that Jiang Quan never changes out of, even the Minister of Defense is starting to wonder if he should get him some new clothes. Despite his good intentions, Hu Hongwu shot back with a response that was downright reckless, questioning why he should even care. This response only fired up the keyboard warriors even more. The old minister was furious the first time he met someone bold enough to talk back like that. Just after winning the award, Jiang Quan bolted without even saying goodbye. Here, in the outskirts of Beijing, China, at Patojun's lair, a woman submerged underwater is intently watching Jiang Quan's video. She was utterly surprised and asked what that person's name was. When the servant replied that it was Jiang Quan, who recently exited the guidance tower in Korea, she wanted to investigate everything about the male lead, leaving no stone unturned. From past to present, this time, Pato's crew successfully took control of the entire dungeon in the southern region. However, during this process, they clashed with Aret Gaoi, and some of their people were kidnapped. If the leader is asking which member got captured by those dim-witted Aret, is not that just pitiful? If they can't even survive on their own, there is no place for people like that here. Let us speed up the takeover of Jun. We can't leave any dungeon rights behind in the same territory. Somewhere, Lai Seal is still feeling utterly helpless about her famously foolish brother. Jiang Quan looks at his sister with an innocent, clueless expression, completely bewildered by what is going on. After a chaotic scene at the awards ceremony with the Minister of Defense, articles about Jiang Quan are flooding the media, becoming a hot topic that draws viewers in. Jiang Quan believes that whether 12 years ago or now, reporters are all the same, pulling the same stunts. No matter how he tries to justify himself, Lai Seal still thinks his act of accepting the award and walking off is just unacceptable. He even wore sports gear and flip-flops to collect his award. Talk about lacking any sense of formality. Jiang Quan simply thinks that since he won't see them again, there is no need to care about their attitudes or manners at all. This is also why he has been doing things his own way for all these years. Jiang Quan is the reason arrest has become an enemy, and even public opinion is going haywire. He is barely out of the tower and already racked up so many foes. What in the world is Jiang Quan planning to do next? Only Henxgeo Quan believes that Jiang Quan is not someone who just charges in without thinking. The notification system invites you to become an official guardian. As the remaining time ticks down, you will receive an invitation, and there are 14 seconds left. At this crucial moment, Jiang Quan accepted the offer to officially join. Meeting Avi again, he immediately asked how much his information authority had increased. However, she replied that by handling Hongma Ek, the male lead's information authority, which was already at the lowest tier, had just moved up a level. What the heck is going on now? Jiang Quan angrily said. Are you trying to kick me out? Avi, worried he might do something reckless, quickly stepped in, saying, I am just sharing what I have learned, so chill out. At this point, nothing can stop Jiang Quan. Who the hell taught you to act like this? The main character is utterly disappointed, grinding away at bosses but somehow leveling up in the most frustrating way possible. Avi added that while there is tons of information available, it is definitely going to get tough later on. He has officially become a guardian now, so I can seriously tell him what he needs to do. Once you wrap this up, you will get what you want. From now on, the main character has to stop Glimper, those who are climbing the tower. Even though Jiang Quan has been in the tower for a long time, this is the first time he has heard them called tower climbers. But Avi is not talking about those guide towers he mentioned. There are a total of 12 floors, including the Earth, which is the tower she is referring to. The main character is currently protecting this place. The 9th floor out of the 12 floors of the Earth. Men's mission is to stop the Glimpers from reaching this 9th floor. Jiang Quan just wants to know who put him in the tower in the first place. However, that task is not as easy as it sounds, and the young man is feeling more and more frustrated every day. The growing list of things he has to do is making everything increasingly complicated. Avi says that if they can stop the Glimpers, the 9th floor will be destroyed. This means Jiang Quan and the place he calls home will vanish too. Jiang Quan is still fuming, and his agitation is making the girl next to him feel uneasy. I mean, it is a task that needs to be done, so I guess I just have to keep quiet and get on with it. The girl is not really trying to be harsh. The main character's attitude is hurting her feelings to the point of tears. Avi, one of the managers of the 9th floor system, does not need to be that aggressive. She calms down and explains that the reason we chose you as a guardian is ultimately because of you, and everything is aimed at your benefit. Plus, there is a reward. The more Glimpers you handle, the higher your achievements will be. Jiang Quan wants to make sure of one thing: to hear information about the person who created the guide tower and how he trapped him there. What level of authority is needed to get that information? The main character must have the highest level of information authority. This also means that if they capture the Glimpers, their rank will increase. Jiang Quan is curious about how many of them he needs to catch to reach the highest rank. The answer to this question depends on the Glimpers that Ming captures. To put it simply, there are 5 high-ranking Glimpers. Capturing those should definitely unlock the highest authority. The red-haired Glimper he caught is a low-ranking one. It seems Jiang Quan is starting to get the hang of the situation. The notification system for low information authority will trigger when the Glimpers climb up. The young man feels like the situation is getting more complicated, and he can't keep living with this headache. He only cares about this matter. Suddenly, he gets a call from Lai Xiaozong. She informs him that something big has happened and tells him to turn on the news right away. The news is reporting a shocking story that has thrown public opinion into chaos. Jiang Quan is accused of killing a member of Arrested. This is information about an incident that recently occurred during the Gravis attack. After hearing this ridiculous news, Jiang Quan just chuckles lightly. At Heng Xiao Quan's house, Jiang Quan is bombarded with hundreds of incoming calls. Little sister Lai Xiaozong is worried sick, crying her eyes out over who caused all this chaos. Do you even realize being stuck in that tower for 12 years made you a superstar? Just a few days ago, you were handling Gravis all by yourself, and now other countries are starting to take notice. But now you are labeled a murderer. Ever since the mess with Arrested happened, I can't shake this anxiety. Even though my junior is worried, the main character is acting like nothing's wrong, just lounging around. He casually drops the most nonchalant remark ever: don't worry about me. Why should you? This drives my sister crazy. Does he think he is in a tower or something? Jiang Quan noticed his attitude and innocently asked, do you like him or something? That question left everyone speechless. At this point, you need to take a deep breath just to handle this oddball of a brother. If he says one more thing, I'm gonna let him taste the shock therapy. The main character's just joking around. But if he really gets serious, we might be in big trouble. He opens his phone to find thousands of missed calls. This is the first time Hensio Gun has ever received so many, even trending in the top searches. Jiang Quan is leading the buzz, and his junior is caught up in it too. Jiang Quan is not worried at all. In fact, he feels thrilled. This is the first time he has topped a search list. Talking to this brother is truly a struggle. All the news is covering Jiang Quan as the murder suspect. I wonder if his colleagues are feeling the same way. Another testimony from a victim at arrest route, someone Jiang Quan took down, detailing the damages caused by that high-tier scumbag and their statements. Hundreds of thousands of articles are headlining with Jiang Quan's name. Right now, not just the main character, but everyone is facing public scrutiny. In 30 minutes, they will kick off the press conference. Jiang Quan has asked Xiao Quan to gather all the reporters. However, everyone is super frustrated because this brother did not prepare anything and just decided to hold a press conference like it is no big deal. Even if that is his style, is he planning to just go up there and rant? Is he gonna smash all the reporters' heads and wreck arrest route, or what? Jiang Quan feels helpless because to them, he looks like a complete idiot. The arrest team is feeling pretty smug because everything is going according to plan. As soon as they released the information, nearly every news outlet was covering this case last night. After that, there will be a follow-up discussion. This only proves that social media is in a heated debate over Jiang Quan. They believe that with the current public opinion, no matter how the main character shows up, steering the narrative will be extremely difficult. This only boosts the arrest group's confidence that they can secure the win. Right now, all they want to do is control everything. They will continue to leverage Jiang Quan's earlier defiance to play their tricks and stay one step ahead of the main character. Moreover, the more famous they get, the more toxic it becomes for Jiang Quan. At this moment, the upcoming press conference is set to be live-streamed, and the arrest group has sent some people over just in case things go south. In the Modong Press Hall, Jiang Quan, the main character today, is sitting in a pose that is beyond critique. This just goes to show that heroes often carve their own paths. The journalists are bombarding him with questions, aggressively asking if the circulating information is true. Kim Jiang Quan, what is your reason for attacking arrest? What do you think about arrest? Jiang Quan remained incredibly calm and responded, first of all, I do not know how a press conference works, so I will do it my way. He pulled out a phone and told all the journalists, listen to this before you judge. To be honest, I do not really know why arrest did that. There was a time I rejected an invitation from them, but I never expected that person would show up like this. Jiang Quan played back all the audio recordings of the assassin hired by arrest to kill him. Every word was crystal clear for the journalists, who even took notes and showed images of Nikang. Jiang Quan calmly stated, I am sure you have received information from arrest, that swamp where the hunter named Sin Chor Onkong was killed. I was there to take down the boss, but I did not expect this to happen. This is such an interesting story for the media. It is like you are reporting that arrest suffered a one-sided loss. The journalists were in full-on shock and asked again, does that mean arrest would falsely accused hunter Jiang Quan? Can you guarantee that recording is real? I think in this 4 era, voices can be easily manipulated. Jiang Quan decided to spill everything. At this point, keeping quiet would be a missed opportunity. If you think this is an edited file, I believe I have enough evidence for you. If you want to know, this is Hunter's phone that has come to take me out. Right now, since it is password locked, the main character can't check it thoroughly. He insists that if it is handed over to the security company or the police, they could definitely crack it easily. Jiang Quan said that, nevertheless, I brought this here so you can see how the assassin from arrest wants to kill. I am just a rookie fresh out of the tower, and when he suddenly rushed at me, I had no choice but to fight back with everything I had. I fought hard to keep myself alive. Unfortunately, while the assassin was battling me, he suddenly got ambushed by Mega Alliator, a boss from the dungeon. That was a death nobody saw coming. However, earlier, Jiang Quan had casually told reporters that he was the one who killed that guy. It is like a twist nobody expected. The young man responded that the reason he said that was because this death could be partially blamed on him, since the assassin got distracted while fighting him. I heard a lot of people say Arrest Wood is a fantastic place, so I wanted to keep it low-key, but I never expected they would blow it up like this. After explaining everything, Jiang Quan walked away with a carefree attitude, not even caring about the outcome. Just as predicted, the media immediately reported that everything was Jiang Quan's fault, all cooked up by Arrest. Talk about a perfect revenge. The boss was going crazy because he could not do anything, and even in shallow waters, Jiang Quan managed to flip the boat. It seems this is the perfect chance to tear into Arrest, so the reporters did not want to miss out. In fact, this article is even more intriguing than news about another hunter. Kim Se-hun was quite surprised by Jiang Quan's clever handling of the situation. Nam Trang is like someone with a crystal ball, knowing what is about to go down, watching the broadcast. No one could hide their shock, and Nam Trang even brought along a phone for On Kang. It is crazy how he has got this laid-back style. But this side of him is just mind-blowing. But Jiang Quan shot back that the smartphone is a fake. It does not belong to the assassin. But the recording, that is the real deal. Everyone knows how devious Ars Jude can be. And when the stakes are high, you better have sharp nails. That is why Jiang Quan hit record ahead of time, never expecting he would need it in a situation like this. Lee Seal Jae-hoon is sweating bullets, worried that if they check that phone, they will be busted. But Jiang Quan reassures him, saying that phone is definitely safe. It is going to be Ars Jude who gets to it first before it goes to the security company. Ars Jude's main headquarters is in the US, a massive Jude with dungeons all over the globe. And guess what? No country has lost dungeon market share like South Korea has. The big question is, how are they going to show up now? Will they pull some ridiculous stunts or throw down a deal? Either way, if they go up against Jiang Quan, they have way more to lose than he does. Jiang Quan wanted to take a stroll alone, telling Se-hun to stay back. But of course, a crowd was already waiting for him. He is super curious about what would happen if he stepped out alone, and bam, they show up right away. This group says someone's looking for Jiang Quan, so they ask the main character to come along with them. Suddenly, the young guy laughs in disbelief. What is with your fashion show? So you guys are from the great ha ha ha. Huh. I guess someone fancy from ours is on the hunt for me. The masked guy says, if you play nice and come with me, you will find out. Jiang Quan, undeterred, challenges them. What if I do not feel like going? You planning to drag me along? Thanks to Kravis, I have gotten pretty famous. And if you think you can pull this off after knowing me, you have got some serious guts. They reached out to grab him, but before they could even move, Jiang Quan's finger pointed right at them, leaving them all wide-eyed and shaken. The main character even called them out to pull weeds on the side of the road, driving them absolutely nuts. The group charged at Jiang Quan all at once, each armed with their own skills speed. Peak performance. Gravity enhancement. They surrounded him, all their blades aimed at Jiang Quan, but were completely blindsided when their attack went nowhere. The main character simply asked, "Are you guys done playing around? Not wasting any more time?" He swept every last one of them out of the way. All these guys could do now was surrender. Jiang Quan grabbed one by the collar and asked, "Who is the one looking for me in the outskirts of Guangzhou?" Jiangji Province. There is a hidden lair of a murderous gang. They spent a fortune just to create a comfortable underground workspace. Today, Team 1 has to bring in a high-profile individual named Jiang Quan. They have assessed that Jiang Quan has been frequently appearing on TV lately, so he is definitely not a coward. Just thinking about how he is being dragged in by Team 1 would surely make the higher-ups pleased. And today they could do whatever they wanted in the basement. They thought Team 1 would easily capture Jiang Quan, but the situation turned out to be the complete opposite, with even the team leader having to kneel and beg for mercy. With that aura, they immediately guessed this was Jiang Quan, as he stepped into their secret base. The protagonist realized they must have money to burn to create this place underground. When asked what he was doing here, Jiang Quan boldly declared, "I am the one who is going to take you to the other side." In a room filled with all sorts of torture devices, a girl from the Pedo Zoot gang was being held hostage. Tightly bound, looking at her condition, it was hard to imagine just how much they had tortured her. Gyujin Maiwang went this far just to extract internal information and the weaknesses of the opposing side. However, this girl was truly resilient and would not give in easily. This drove him insane, and he ordered his men to drag her away and show her what it means to wish for death instead of living. The gang members were a bit worried about the situation if they killed her, but Gyujin Maiwang yelled that there was no need to worry. After all, she had not said a word, so just do it. Just as they were about to finish her off, Jiang Quan interrupted, asking, "You are looking for me, right?" Gyujin Maiwang was both panicked and angry, demanding to know how he got in and where the team leader was. Jiang Quan gave a friendly, innocent smile and replied, "Oh, you mean those guys who were supposed to come find me? They are probably still snoozing on the road." The protagonist challenged him, giving him a choice: get beaten to a pulp or sit down and have a civilized conversation. Suddenly, a gang member lunged at Jiang Quan, but before he could act, the protagonist sent him flying. "Clearly, I am the one invited here. Why are you so worked up, buddy?" Gyujin Maiwang thought to himself that from everything Jiang Quan showed, he definitely was not in a rank. The gang members down here were at least B+, and the stronger ones were not to mention they sent rank fighters to take on Hyo on Yu. Still, none of them could match the protagonist. He even single-handedly dealt with Gravis. He wanted to believe that the monster's rank was not that significant, but it seemed Jiang Quan might have reached S rank or even beyond. Even if Gyujin Maiwang was S rank and armed, he could not be sure of victory. That is why he had to endure and told Jiang Quan to calm down and sit down for a chat. Before he could gauge just how powerful Jiang Quan was, he would not rush into action but would assess the situation first. Jiang Quan suddenly brought up the leftovers. The main character is demanding compensation for the damage ours caused him. Even if you guys have to crawl through mud to kill me, it still would not be enough, and you were in the wrong first. You even tried to use your words to bite me. Do you really think I am just going to let that slide? The main character is asking them for a hefty sum of 10 billion coins and wants them to hand over some of the basic dungeons they own. Hearing this, Gyujin Maiwang can barely keep his cool and shouts that he thinks he has the right to make such demands. Men thinks he is being pretty lenient here because for those Rs, that amount is just pocket change. Gyujin Maiwang can only mutter under his breath, believing that 10 billion is still manageable. Just a little time and it can be settled. He even thought it would be smarter to circle around and turn both sides into mutual enemies rather than rushing into conflict. Jin Nun does not like beating around the bush and is feeling extremely frustrated. Clearly, he is talking about the compensation he proposed. Men immediately replies, "Why are you all so damn similar? Thinking you are all that? Come meet me. I am ours. If you can't even give me that simple power, then what can you do in this world?" Every word the main character says hits like a punch right in Gyujin Maiwang's face. Jiang Gun just wants a clear answer from them now. Either accept his terms or keep counting bodies. In the end, he has to grit his teeth and accept. Jiang Yugen heads home, dragging along a girl who is swaying all over the place. He brings her back as a hostage, and at the same time, he is a bit curious about some personal issues. Right now, Sai Hein has to step out for a bit because it is a special day for the bosses, so he needs to go catch them all. No matter how you look at it, it seems like a pointless beginning, truly starting from giving up on oneself. Meanwhile, the mask created from that phrase looks incredibly similar to her tattoo. Could it just be a coincidence? According to the system check, she is poisoned and has a power boost. That said, there is nothing special about her in the main character's memory. He does not even remember her. Jae-gun decides it is better to wait for her to wake up and ask her directly. Suddenly, the main character receives a notification that Glimper is starting to climb up to the 9th floor, and Hein-Yu has 5 days left to prepare. After being summoned, Avi tells Jae-gun that the next tower climber has arrived. Jae-gun wonders who this person is, and when he arrived, according to the info, Glimper is much harder to deal with. Before he arrives, the Guardian needs to quickly prepare one thing. They must awaken their magic fast. Otherwise, it could be very dangerous. This time, Glimper seems to be of a higher rank, but it is not enough if a high-ranked Glimper climbs up. Just having magic won't cut it. If a high-ranked person comes to this world, it will be doomed. Without magic, even a mid-rank can't handle it. It seems right now they have no idea where they will show up, and the main character is also really curious about whether Gravas will appear this time. However, Avi still can't reveal whether Gravas might show up or not. However, a different form might emerge depending on Glimper's abilities and achievements. Gang 1 was fuming once again over this pointless information, ready to smack Avi in the head one more time. What kind of guy does not know how to appreciate a woman, especially during the Lunar New Year? Avi, feeling confused and scared, asked, "Why do you keep getting angry and hitting me? Didn't your parents teach you not to hit weak women? Seriously, what a lack of grace." Speaking of which, Gang 1's face turned blank. His parents passed away in a traffic accident when he was young, but right now, the main character is not too concerned about this, so there is no need for her to apologize. Avi is starting to realize that Gang 1 might not be the bad guy she thought he was. At the Arangjol high-rise villa, Gang 1 was in an uproar, convinced that this magic ring was a scam. Xiao Xian believed he would soon feel the magical power. But what the heck is going on? Xiao Xian excitedly encouraged him to try breaking it, blocking magic worth 5 billion units. Just for kicks, sorcerers usually focus on magic to support each other. But I have never heard of magic that can't be unleashed like this. Saihan was also there, questioning how it was already the 4th day and they still had not found a way out. He came to deliver a letter directly to Gang 1. This letter is from the Hangteo Association of South Korea, the Zul Establishment Committee. You guys must feel totally overwhelmed that your brother established Zul without anyone knowing. Not only that, but the main character also has a secret plan, and he intends to do a lot of things. He named Zul Guardian, which means protector. Gang 1 suddenly remembered the girl he brought back that day and wondered if she had woken up yet. But as of now, she still has not. He wondered if she might have already passed away. Either way, she should go see a doctor, so for now, they just have to wait. Gang 1 helplessly shouted, "Is this how it is going to be every day? Will magic ever show up?" The main character has not felt anything yet. Seeing this, Zul felt equally helpless, thinking it would be better to find someone to create a magic hole. It seems she was referring to Nakagawa Yasumi, who specializes in creating magic holes with the skill of the Izanami master, which is quite unique. Rumor has it she can directly pierce the veins of any master who can't use magic to level up. Gang 1 was shocked that such a method even existed in this world. However, meeting her means going to Japan, and that sounds a bit sketchy. In a careless moment, Gang 1 ruined the magic circle. Seeing this, Zul lost, throwing a fit, even though it was not his fault. In front of the intermediate maze in Suriname City, Tokyo, Japan, that woman is Nakagawa Yasumi, a leader of Izanami. She is currently engaged in a brutal battle. A man with a ponytail approached, holding a sword and said, "Lucky for you, but you managed to dodge my blade. I will tell you who I am, but what name should I use? You all have called me countless names. Some call me Glimper, others the Destroyer, the Demon, and even a nutcase, but the exact title I hold is the Celestial Demon. The system has announced that the Glimper passage has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining is 0 minutes. 0 hours. No current location for Sajanami. Tokyo, Japan. Receiving this information suddenly, Mei could not waste any more time and told Saihan to grab the car and wait for him. Currently, news outlets are reporting on the emergency response order due to damages and casualties. This incident is definitely caused by Glimper causing chaos. Saihan was extremely puzzled by this sudden order and did not understand why they had to go to Japan when Jian Quan had just said that piercing the blood vessels was incredibly troublesome. What is more, they did not have passports. And this situation seemed to be getting more complicated by the minute. In the conference room of the Japanese Hango Association, Nakagawa Yasumi had just returned from the brink of death after the group heard that she had died in the battle against the Celestial Demon. However, thanks to an artifact, she was able to resurrect. The Celestial Demon is incredibly powerful, and she has to admit that, with news of Nakagawa Yasumi's death making headlines worldwide, no Hango dares to come to her aid. If even she can't be taken seriously, then these people, no matter their rank, would be in the same boat. Right now, there is no support coming in, and the Hango that managed to get in are left with no options. Civilians have also sacrificed a lot, and they can't just stand by and do nothing. The screen is showing images of Jian-1 as he faces off against the Celestial Demon. At this moment, the protagonist has used his information authority, but it can be used against Glimper. After looking at the Celestial Demon, Jian-won wonders if this glimper concept is like an Eastern historical film. The celestial demon does not even know Jian-won's title. He stands there performing some basic sword moves. Since the protagonist dodged his strike, he decides to introduce himself, calling himself the celestial demon. Even though his strength and swordplay are incredibly fast, Jian-won still manages to evade. At first glance, it seems like an attack, but it is actually a concentrated energy strike with his sword. If he touches it, he will be sliced into dozens of pieces. Right now, the priority is to prevent the celestial demon from swinging his sword. Closing the distance would be more advantageous for Jian-won. At the same time, he can't let the distance be too far. In a moment, the protagonist made the celestial demon bleed. Only now does he see Jian-won as a worthy opponent. Throughout all the floors he has traversed, there has never been anyone who could stand against him. After getting off the plane, Jian-won runs off without saying a word, and now Sai-hyun sees his brother standing there. Sai-hyun wonders if he knew when Cravath would appear. In his confrontation with the celestial demon, Jian-won seems more pumped than ever, and he does not understand what kind of skill this demon is using. The celestial demon explains that these attacks are simply using his lightning command technique. The sword used for slashing is the celestial demon's sword. There is nothing he uses that comes from the system's power called skill. His swordplay is too fast, and right now Jian-won needs to avoid it. In that instant, he realizes he must step back a bit. Right now, it is considered an expansion of the battlefield, and all that is left is to charge in and score some points. The Demon Lord can't react in time and keeps getting hurt. Jian-won throws a powerful punch at the Demon Lord, but surprisingly, he feels nothing. He strolls over and declares, "Let me say this again. You are not just interesting, you are amazing. Ever since I became a tower climber, I have not used it, but it looks like that is about to change." Jian-won is the first to force him to tap into his secret power. Before he makes a move, the protagonist needs to close the distance. The reason he is called the Thunder God or Demon Lord is because of his devastating thunder destruction sword skill. This guy is truly a ridiculous monster. After Jian-won's unexpected maneuver, the Demon Lord has to admit that Jian-won is incredibly sharp, as he managed to move right behind him and grab his sleeve while wielding his sword. Still, the Demon Lord confidently asserts that the protagonist won't be able to dodge all his attacks. Jian-won channels his energy, and his entire body crackles with electricity. The magic power notification system has activated at level E. It is forcing the magic to flow into his body, and the power is rising. What the heck is happening? Jian-won chuckles lightly. This move is his ability, not some system skill from the countless martial arts novels he has read. If you are known as a Demon Lord, you have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He represents the strength of the demon path. After enduring his thunder destruction sword, the protagonist is still determined to fight, and he finds Jian-won more intriguing than ever. Jian-won even challenges him. "You think I am scared?" The Demon Lord retorts. "How arrogant. You won't defeat me. Can't you accept that, with such power, Jian-won should be unable to win?" However, it seems like the lightning he summoned has struck his pressure points. Stuck in the tower, the protagonist trained in many martial arts, including techniques he can't even replicate. Those who mastered it in the martial arts world are called the unrivaled supreme techniques. Jian-won lacks inner energy and does not understand pressure points, so he cannot learn this technique. He originally just relied on that novel to mimic it. That is truly a shame. However, right now, Jian-won can confidently declare that in 10 dimensions, you will lose. The Demon Lord's face went completely blank after hearing that. Jian-won learned it directly from the Demon Lord, and it seems like now is the time he can show it off. Jian-won gathers all his strength into one point. Everything happening in this battle has been recorded in full. The notification system confirms successful capture of the Demon Lord Climber. The control over information rights is starting to rise. In Peido, Mater has been watching Jian-won's battle. This only reinforces her belief that this person must be her master. Back when she was nearly in despair, feeling she could not go on, Jian-won appeared and defeated all the monsters. He was the one who taught her martial arts and was the first to support her, comfort her, and motivate her. The rest of the area is the eastern red target of Huayan Yut. If they take that place, then all shares in China will belong to Peido Yut. What they want to do now is seize them within a month. This time, the queen decided to accompany her, as when the master appears in this world, it will be the right time for her. At this moment, she felt incredibly anxious, eager to reunite with her benefactor. The moment Jiang-won stepped out of the international airport, thousands of cameras and reporters focused on him like he was a world superstar. What in the world is going on with this guy's face? Reporters bombarded him with questions, asking what technique he used to fight the celestial demon. Since we know he has no magical powers, why has he been hiding this? Did he know that Kravis would appear in Japan? Jiang-won shouted for everyone to be quiet. Sai-han also had something he wanted to ask. However, not knowing how to answer the reporters, Jiang-won delegated the task to Sai-han. Meanwhile, Men was frantically trying to escape from the reporters, leaving Sai-han completely bewildered. As soon as he got home, Jiang-won found the girl he saved from R's waking up. She bowed her head in gratitude, saying, "Thank you once again. You are my lifesaver." This girl is named Hong Jin, and she is an officer of Peido Jun. While R's Jun raided their dungeon, they captured her, So she suffered a lot, but what Jiang Wan really wanted to know was not that he was curious about the familiar tattoo on her shoulder. Ong Jin explained that this tattoo represents Pedo Guy. She had asked Mater Guy and learned that it was a symbol of the heavens, directly tattooed by Mater himself. During that process, he told Hong Jin that nothing could overshadow her, only one being could, and that was heaven. Besides, everything else is beneath you. Honu felt a wave of panic wash over him. His attitude made Hong Jin extremely frightened. Han Yu did not want to remember the mistakes he made in the past. Hearing Hong Jin mention what he wanted to forget the most while in the tower sent the young man spiraling. That was when he still believed that if he practiced martial arts, one day he could leave the tower. At that time, the main character was suffering from a syndrome. He thought he was born into darkness, alone, and would be imprisoned in a deep pit forever. Honu trusted and followed what he saw in web novels or animated shows. Now, some scumbag wants to expose his dark past by showing off that tattoo. After some deep thought, Honu remembered that Kid had to be the one. Just by saving someone, he accidentally got entangled with a member of that old Nam gang. He reminded Hong Jin that when she returned to Pedo Guy, she should tell Master Guy not to come looking for him. A few days later, Honu brought Hong Jin back to China, in a media program about knowledge. They invited Hon Yu to be interviewed and to be a guest while watching TV. His younger siblings were shocked and stunned to see their legendary brother sitting there nonchalantly. Hon Yu stated, "If there is nothing else, I have a little announcement. I am going to form a new gang. Anyone who wants to join, please apply." The young man even went around handing out flyers everywhere and wanted to gather the gang for a press conference. If they help with this, Oppa will let us use the basic dungeon. Right, that is how it is. After all, Master called us here, and I am the only one doing all this work. While he was happily thinking, the squad leader questioned Jiang Quan about why he was forming a gang. There is more than one or two things to worry about. Do not you find it troublesome? Jiang Quan casually replied, I just want to make money. I can already see the potential. As long as I monopolize the dungeon and manage it, the money will flow right into my pockets. Right, Sion had a puzzled look, wondering if his brother was not rich enough yet. Guess it is that rough childhood that shaped his personality. After looking through the file of the guy with the ponytail, Jiang Quan flat out declared him a no-go. He just could not resist jumping up. Why? Because among all the wannabe stars, I am the strongest of them all. So, did you even read my resume? I thought you would play it cool. But Jiang Quan snapped back, saying he did read it and was not impressed. Get lost, he mumbled, feeling all down as he trudged home. There were still tons of people waiting for interviews outside. What is the deal? Isn't he that guy a famous wannabe who conquered the star level, and he still flunked? What kind of skills do you need to pass? Then, Jiang Quan had his own reasons. In that dude's introduction, the lowest ability score was a D, but that is no biggie. But the personality trait said he was selfish. There is no way we are picking someone with that kind of vibe. Trying out a new skill this time. Huh. At first, I thought it was useless and just brushed it off. I've excitedly announced, Congrats. You have just caught Blimper the Demon. We brought you here to upgrade your new skill. What Jiang Quan wanted now was just the information privilege, not those useless rewards. I will let you choose your information privilege skill. The information feature you get will be slightly upgraded. Let us check out what kind of vibe this is and where we can upgrade it. Shall we? That said, when it comes to a direct interview, the information privilege seems to have genuinely improved. The girl in front of him has a socialist vibe. The young man felt a bit hazy, not sure if that was good or bad. Glancing over at the two people next to him, one had a self-sacrificial vibe, while the other was peace-loving and understanding. Jiang Quan seemed thrilled. Finally, this is what I have been waiting for. He stood up and declared that the three sitting in front of him would be chosen. They jumped up joyfully, continuously thanking Jiang Quan. He just needed these folks to do their jobs right. No need for overcomplication. This was good enough. As soon as they got in the car, the CEO wondered what kind of interview took an hour and a half. He had already picked out those who would bring in the dough. So that is all that mattered. So you are sure you picked capable people for the team. Even if they are not, you will handle the tough stuff. Right? Suddenly, Jiang Quan remembered that there were not any S-rank candidates applying. The car driver helplessly turned to him. Hey, there are not many S-ranks out there. Only about 5,000 worldwide. 5,000 and that is not many. What is your rank among them? This round, I am rank 163, the driver is 175, and Shine is 161. If you are over rank 200, people will recognize you anywhere, and it will be a chaotic welcome. Jiang Quan activated his WoW mode and thought, this guy is pretty impressive. Jiang Quan asked, last time, I saw this rankings of wannabes from different generations on YouTube. Many names just vanished along the way. What is up with that? It is because they died. Isn't rank supposed to be super strong? Why are so many of them dying? They want to get promoted and seek those precious rank T artifacts. Which is why the death toll is so high. Every wannabe has their limits on power growth. If right after leaving the tower your power is at level C, then that hunter's power can T exceed level A. Normally, leveling up by 3 ranks is the limit. If you want to push it higher, you will need to find an S-class artifact to upgrade. Jiang Quan asked further, so that maze has become the tome of S-class hunters. You could say that some hunters can find class artifacts, while others possess them. In other words, they have killed a lot of people to loot. Those murderous hunters are called assassin hunters, and they will be removed from the rankings. Even this rank is not exempt. So all the hunters Arzgul has to deal with are like that. Jiang Quan likes to think they are all a filthy bunch. A bunch of simple-minded fools. One of the 4 primary dungeons looted from Arzgul stands out. Jiang Quan stands here, breathing in the thrill. From now on, this place is his dungeon. You tell the CO to go ahead. I need to catch the boss lesson and see how much cash I can snag. If you want to make big bucks, you have got to be quick. You walk in and open the door. As soon as you step in, 2 guys in there laugh heartily upon recognizing Jiang Quan. Kim Jiang Quan. Jiang Quan smiles brightly in return, saying, meeting you guys again and jumping straight to first names. You want to grab a bite too? They remember what happened and shudder, switching to psychological trauma mode. I am taking over the dungeon now. It is mine. I hope there is no problem with that. Huh. That has not been officially transferred yet. His teacher chimed in, and Jiang flashed a big smile, replying, please. Come in. It has been a long time since I have been here. While walking, he bumped into a guy who greeted him. Welcome. Kim Jiangquan. Who are you? Another Arzgi. Sure, Arzga sent me here, but I do not belong to that guy. Have you heard of the Hunter Corporation and the Hunter Pandemonium? Anyone who knows that name and its origin can't help but feel a shiver. That is the Hunter Corporation, made up of top-tier hunters from the top 100 in this cup. If you pay a fair price, they will take on any assassination mission. Their success rate is 100%. Gunslinger Jack is ranked 72 in this cup. Vibranasio is 86, Matarazlan is 91, and Sucker Eni is 52. If you become a target for these powerful people, no one can survive. Jiang Quan excitedly pointed at the girl in front of him. Wait, are you the mage ranked 52 with some real power? The girl's face was full of question marks. Why does this sound so ridiculous? Calling yourself a hunter but not knowing I am top in the real world of magic. Jiang Quan, fueled by irritation, did not hold back. Whoa. Talk about being full of yourself. Successfully getting under her skin, the female mage snapped. Says cup hunters ranked under 50 will die by my hands. Do not ask why. It is because of Enia's debuff. Enia activated her magic capture. And immediately, something wrapped tightly around Jiang Quan. Is that all you can do to stop this magic? This is not the time for questions. Still not grasping the situation. You fool, Jiang Quan sighed. Of course. I know. I am asking to decide whether or not to kill you all. It is getting heated. And after this declaration, Enia's face darkened. Everyone charged forward in unison towards Jiang Quan, begging him to ensure he could not utter a single word anymore. In Exine, China, deep within the basement of Guizianga, they say this is the most crucial spot of Guizingu. This muscular man right here is Shrugali Dorjin, ranked 82 in this cup. And honestly, I am pretty disappointed compared to what I expected. You arrogant fool. If I end up here, my upper cup will be on its way immediately. Do you really think you can handle this alone? Matter smirked. He rebelliously swung his weapon at her but missed completely. It is a shame about your technique, but I am eager to meet my master, so there is no other choice. Matter activated the Divine Sword Thunder command, and Li Dorjin went flying like a feather. After the heavy blow, he was completely flattened. Matter recalled the words of his subordinate, "Don't look for me." He asked me to relay that. Matter felt joy knowing Hong Jin had met the master she wanted to see. Though a bit angry, he was also thrilled because the master was waiting for him too. Don't look for me. Do not seek me until you have kept your promise. Perhaps that is what it meant. For the master, to meet the master, I must gather everything into my hands. Master, wait for me. After the recent battle, Jiang Wen brought back a small Enia Jun, looking like a little pup. Wait, Jun, are you seriously bringing her back to fix the formation? Jiang Wen turned to Enia with a terrifying expression, asking, can you do it? I can do it. I really can't. If I do this, you will spare me. Right? If you have made up your mind, then let us get started quickly. Yes, yes. Seal Jin was still in shock as his brother brought home a notorious level 52 S-class sorcerer, like he was carrying a bunch of bananas. How could he bring a criminal here? Is it arrest Wu? He spared her teammates, just guided her back. Seal Jin was stunned again. Teammates, did Pandemonium come after Oppa? Did you defeat them all? Wait a second. Oppa's abilities clearly are not at a level where he can win so easily. Jiang Wen was confused, sensing something was off. Do you think his power level is a bit unusual too? After all, it is just a piece of information. The youth loves to think, even if you ask of, he does not have that kind of authority. That girl is scared, so she will do her job well. Do not worry. She is the type that will do anything to survive. After checking Enia's survival-oriented attribute chart, Jiang Wen grasped the situation, along with her desperate pleas. Please spare me. I was wrong. I can create a magic formation with anyone. Please spare my life. I will do anything. Jiang Wen carefully advised Seal Jin. I heard you can fix the magic formation without a staff. You can even do it without skills. Now take that guy's stuff, S-class staff, Protos class. You go and come back right away. Keep an eye on her. Where are you going? You have received a gift. So you have to repay it. The young man walked into a convenience store, coming out with a bag full of goodies. That is right, he definitely needs to repay, in his familiar outfit and flip-flops. Leethy approached ours. As soon as he stepped in, everyone there gasped and took defensive stances. Get out of here quickly. This place is off limits to anyone outside ours. The young man calmly asks, is he Oseong-gyu here? He pulls out a 9-pointed stick from his bag, saying, I am here to gift this over. No one who gets hit by this will sue me. Right, the sounds of crashing and wailing echo continuously. The staff at ours are completely baffled about what is happening. Just a toy hammer. And they are already in so much trouble. Zhang Wen is feeling pretty proud. Noticing how you guys are so brave charging at me without a care. Are you all ready to head to heaven or something? After this chaotic scene, they finally have to call the representative office. The branch manager, Kim Jong-won, is causing a ruckus with a hammer. The sounds of distress on the phone keep ringing. The man in the representative office thinks angrily. This Kim Jong-won is not someone you can just settle with money. If he attacks here with a hammer in public, ours will lose face. What should we do? Should we ask for support from headquarters? No, that is not an option. If the issues at the Korean branch escalate, my capabilities will be questioned. Before he could even think it through, Jang-won kicked the door open, laughing boisterously. The branch manager looks stunned, but Jang-won greets him first. Long time no see. How's it going? Upon seeing Jang-won, the manager's face turns a dark shade of green. Jang-won raises his hammer high, saying, first, I hit. Chatting comes later. Darling. The manager falls back, slamming against the bookshelf. You just started talking about compensation, and you are already sending this my way. Are you trying to throw your life away? Well, the branch manager stammers. Pandemonium is not even a match for Kim Jong-won. With no other options, the manager jumps straight to the point, asking, compensation. What do you want? Jang-won smirks. Be quick about it. Prepare around 20 billion. Okay. The branch manager grits his teeth, thinking Jang-won is insane, but he still stutters. I will try to prepare. Not stopping there, Jang-won presses the hammer down on his head. I do not care how many of you send people after me, but every time, make sure you include the compensation to send my way as well. Now hurry and call for backup for your guys. After saying that, he swaggered off. The branch manager is left fuming, even more enraged. Kim Jong-won, I will definitely get you back. If Pandemonium can handle this, I need to think of another way. He must disappear. Can T rely on headquarters for help? But I have a plan. I need to bring in someone ranked 500 in class from China. Immediately, news of Jang-won causing chaos with a hammer spreads. 150 employees at ours were hospitalized due to the hammer-wielding culprit. Keyboard warriors are buzzing, easily guessing who is behind this. Meanwhile, Jang-won is lounging around reading news about himself, and Seogyu has transferred the vault to Kim Jang-won. What is going on here? I must have been caught on a weakness. The CEO approached his brother and asked, did you know that 47 ambulances have arrived at the Ars building? You must have seen the news by now. If Ars reports you, you will be arrested on the spot. Does that not bother you? Jang-won sighed, sounding indifferent to the idea of being reported. I was just defending myself. My life was threatened. Besides, I only use toy weapons. What is the big deal? The CEO felt helpless. There are not many who could pull off what he did. Suddenly, Jang-won's face twisted as he realized it was time for class. If he was late, he would not get paid. You remember that beginner's lecture was requested in Japan not too long ago. Right, I did not do it because it was too much hassle, and the pay is 50 million won. Of course, if the pay is reasonable, anyone can be motivated to do anything. The announcement buzzed. Climber. A new climber is starting to ascend to the 9th floor. Time left, 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 32 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, once the time runs out, you will be invited to the remaining hour. Caught up in carrying the monster, and I still have to pay attention to this announcement. Another climber, what a tease. This guy is in the middle of tutoring. The student was spinning in circles, to the point where even his assistant had to remind Jang-won to focus. Nothing special here. I will show everyone how to deal with monsters using just my bare hands. Let us go. After an hour, Jang-won was summoned again. How is it that another climber is here already? I just caught a celestial demon, and the information authority still is not increasing. What is the deal? I've explained. It is noisy. Well, the information authority does not increase, but it has been accumulated. This time, I will give you the lowdown on the climber. This climber is not alone. They come with a lot of teammates. Is it similar to the Gravis monster I saw the first time? Unlike those, this climber is a downgrade like the Crimson Demon, summoning Gravis monsters. The system has summoned monsters to assist these downgraded climbers in destroying the world. So the monsters that appear with them can't really be called teammates. Jang-won inquired. So, is this climber a high-level or mid-level one? It is a mid-level climber, and among their companions, there are some who are higher than mid-level, stronger than a celestial demon. It is true, if we catch this climber, the information authority will definitely increase. Av cheered, motivating the young man. This super tall building is Orangya. How's the magic battle going? Didn't you tell me not to kick the door open too many times? Do you want to break it down? Why are you even here? You said you came to check on things. Right, Enya is still scared. The magic formation is nearly restored. Its effectiveness is way better than before, and it lasts much longer. Really? Well, could you do me one more favor? Your special skill is teleportation. Right, use that in the magic formation. Enya reluctantly agreed, but if Xiaojian noticed something off, the special skill is teleportation. If she had that skill, why not just run away? Enya explained. Well, with my magic power, I can't activate that skill. I need the magic formation's help to use it, so even if I wanted to run away, there is no chance. Suddenly, Zhang Wen receives a notification that Glimper has arrived on the 9th floor. In Germany, Zhang Wen needs to get there right away, in the central square of Berlin. Germany, the man holding the spear is Ma the Schweizer guy. Surrender now, monster, and I will spare your life. Spare my life. Ha ha ha. Talk about overconfidence. Schweizer remains stubborn. Does not he see our numbers? No matter how strong you are, you won't break through the firepower of so many rank hunters. This man is sitting quietly in the German Underworld Association. He is monitoring everything, his confidence stemming from their numbers. It is funny, but fighting alongside teammates is definitely better. I will fight alongside my team too. It is not your fault. The moment another monster appears, everyone goes into a panic. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your long-standing fear. The embodiment of all that you have imagined lurking in the dark, the representative of the monster that steals your courage. I lead the Legion of Shadows, the chaos of beasts. And then she summons the rebellious monster into the sky. Zhang Wen sits with his thighs crossed, pondering. Germany. South Korea. The average flight time between Germany and South Korea is 11 hours and 10 minutes. The anxious young man asks Enya, how much longer until the magic battle is over? About 5 more hours. Make it quick for me. After scrolling through his phone for a bit, Zion realizes his brother knows about the Gravas incident in Germany. Oppa received a rescue request. The news is going crazy. Zhang Wen picks up the phone to read. Kim Jong-un, the proud hero of the Republic of Korea, is becoming more famous after the Gravas incident in Japan, requesting Korean hunters for assistance. Kim Jong-un calls for support from the Korean Hunter Association. The young man complains. Oh my god, what are these reporters writing? Zion wonders. Is Appa going to stop Gravas this time? Yes. His sister is somewhat stunned. Zhang Wen Appa is just like that. A person dedicated to serving. Zhang Wen continues to scroll and comes across more news. The most viewed news. An unreasonable proposition. Gravas in excruciating pain. Bet against me. The rules are very simple. I will stay in this city for 24 hours. If any of you can defeat me, I will stop my conquest and return quietly. You can come alone or bring the whole pack. But if you can't stop me, I will keep destroying this city. Christian Beckgaw, the head of the German branch, is having a major headache over this situation. To discuss the current situation, a countermeasure has been issued, but it is estimated that 2,000 people have already lost their lives. The disaster is still ongoing, and the damage will escalate. Regarding the situation with Hunter, there are 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters, all of whom have been wiped out. The situation is much more serious than the Gravas incident in Japan. The International Association has sent a request for assistance to the top 5 S-rank hunters, but none are reachable. Christian Beckgaw, the head of the German branch, appears extremely angry. All a bunch of money grubbers. Suddenly, the assistant's phone rings. Hello, if it is important, make it quick, I'm busy. Really? Is that so? Branch manager, we have got backup. It is a hunter from Korea. But who? The one showing up is Hunter Kim Jong-un, the guy who took down the celestial demon in Gravas, Japan, thanks to NES teleportation. Jang-won has arrived in Germany. He lands safely, thank goodness for that magic. In the blink of an eye, he is in Germany, right where the monsters are wreaking havoc. Still rocking those legendary flip-flops, he jumps high and lands right in the face of that beast. Sorry. Not today. The young man leaps to another monster. Whoa. One hit and it is done. Jang-won's throwing punches left and right into this massive, towering beast. After it is completely worn out and slumped over, he grabs one of its teeth and demands, "Where's that little brat?" Every moment of this is being live-streamed by a drone. Viewers are going wild with Jang-won's entrance. This is insane breaking news, hot off the press. Kim Jang-won has appeared in Germany. What? Where? When? Is that a mythological hero? This is just too crazy. Jang-won is now face-to-face with his female nemesis. He is here. He is really here. This is like a legend come to life. If that monster has been waiting here. Oh wow. You are the first to challenge me. Jang-won smirks. You are still a kid talking tough. Your words are so weak it is almost cute. The girl is fuming. Even with a hole in her mouth she is still trying to act tough. If you are going to show up, at least do it quietly. This city is in shambles, and you are responsible. Right? This kid has a real talent for pissing people off. Look at her. She is already losing it. Are you arrogant or just pathetic? You are talking to me like it is some kind of joke. What I am has nothing to do with you. She has really lost it. You are supposed to relax with your first opponent, but you have crossed the line into stupidity. Let us see if you can keep talking. Dragon. It is 5 steps, the most arrogant one. Jiang, has endured 7 steps. Let us see how many you can take. Jiang really does not understand what she is babbling about, looking completely lost. She starts counting 1 step, 2 steps, and Jiang begins to feel the air around him shift. This is the power of magic. Her magical strength is expanding, pressing down on Jiang. 3 steps seems like a lot. He needs to stop her from advancing. 4 steps. 5 steps. Jiang decides he will fight with maximum technique. 7 steps. The magic is totally uncontrolled. It does not just apply pressure, it is making its power explode. Jiang feels like he is about to tear apart. He can tee back down. He charges forward. Mustering all his courage, she compliments him. "Oh, you are better than the last loser I faced." 8 steps. 9 steps. Jiang activates his ultimate move, and the young man barely dodges. She gives a light chuckle. "Congrats on stopping my 9th step, but you won to stop my final one." 10 steps. She unleashes a devastating force. Jiang can feel it. It is like the magic inside him is about to explode. Just a bit more, and he will be torn apart. The young man is still trying to hold his ground. Not bad at all. Not only can he withstand the aftershocks of the 10 blades of demise, but he also blocks most of the destructive force. Impressive. Very impressive thanks to his resilience. The damage in this area is kept to a minimum. The last floor we visited, it only took 5 steps to turn into ruins. To Jiang Jun, she is just a crazy person. You claim to be even stronger than a heavenly demon. That is truly painful. So, what will you do now? You may have blocked my attack, but you can defeat me. Aren't you going to beg for mercy? Or are you holding on to your pride while awaiting death? Jiang Jun struggles to stand up, pointing forward, saying, "I have only one option. I will destroy you." The girl is stunned for 2 seconds before bursting out laughing. Good. You are definitely different from those other fools. In that case, I will follow the rules and unleash all my power against you. I am the leader of the 100 Ghosts Night March, and my ultimate magic is the chaotic divine power. I will show you this once. This space is now completely different from before. It is heavier. Jiang Jun feels the pain intensify. At that moment, the system alerts him, preventing a magical surge from erupting inside him. His endurance level has risen. Jiang Jun's current endurance rank is, which is why he can still hold on. If endurance increases further, he will be able to withstand even more. The external magic is invading his body, and the magic will be refined. The magic rank has risen. Jiang Jun feels a change within himself. It is similar to when he encountered the heavenly demon. That is right. Stay sharp. Remember what happened when he faced the heavenly demon. During his time in the tower, he had dozens, hundreds, even thousands of masters like the web novels, comics, animations, and films. For ordinary people, these things are mere fiction, but for him, they are all his masters. The martial arts they passed on to him, one of them is Achula's technique that seals demons from mythology. The young man begins to recall and apply it, activating his power. The leader of the 100 Ghosts Night March stands frozen, thinking, what on earth is that? He tries to take another step but finds his other foot blocked. The girl goes crazy. This guy dares to grab my leg. There are still 8 steps left. The 10 blades of demise is a technique of duplication. This is a top-tier technique that does not require actual steps. You can just repeat the movements. The power from Jiang Jun's magic circle is preventing the 3rd step, and that guy is using that bizarre technique to block him. Now the 10 blades of demise has lost its effect. But does he really think he can stop me? The girl takes 4 steps, and the pressure from the space bears down on Jiang Jun again. Do you see how destructive the 10 blades of demise can be? It feels like everything is collapsing onto you. You have to endure all the pain until it is over. After exactly 5 steps, she is blocked again, her face still confused, not understanding what just happened. Jiang Jun now seems to be adapting to everything. Nothing feels special, not much different from before. The girl is shocked that even after using half of her power, Jiang Jun remains standing as if nothing happened. Now it is time for Jiang Jun to show his strength. It is my turn. A magical flower lights up as the young man activates the fire cover. The system notification confirms the successful capture of the demon Glimber, who was driven mad by chaotic forces. The system invites you. Time left is 005. Right then, Jiang is back at Avi's place, fighting fiercely against those chaotic forces. It has been tough for him. Thanks to this battle, his information rank has leveled up from low to low mid, so we are inviting you here to inform you about the new information rank you have received. The young guy with a greasy face is still completely frozen. Oh, no way. Just caught Glimber and you are calling me right away. This is a first, is not it? I am just so excited. I wanted to let you know ASAP. Jiang has noticed that this room seems to have expanded. Avi explains that every time a guardian handles Glimber, this room changes too. With this low mid rank, there will be many alterations. One of which is that he can decorate this system room. Just think about the interior design of this space and hit the button, and the scenery will change. Jiang follows along, and in a blink, the room transforms into the 1st floor of a tower. Press the button again, and Jiang's fancy room pops up, leaving Avi in awe. I thought even if you knew how to use it, you would not actually use it. This is the first time I have seen a human's room on the 9th floor. You usually just live in this tiny space. I have been here since I became aware. Jiang is a bit surprised to learn that all your daily life happens in this tiny room. So, you sleep here? Yeah. When I feel tired, I just lay down on this table and sleep. Jiang falls silent for a moment, Suddenly feeling a wave of sympathy for this little girl, he cuts to the chase and asks, aside from this, what else is there? The notification and skills for the information rank have been upgraded, introducing a new skill called transfer. This skill allows the guardian to inquire once a day, even without my invitation. Oh, so can I freely ask about other questions? Since my information rank has increased, I can ask about whatever I want. The young man opens his status panel, noticing something odd with his information. Besides capturing that chaotic force this time and leveling up, I feel like my ability should be stronger than what is displayed. Can you tell me why? Yes. Your information rank is low mid, so I can share a few things with you. Jiang is quite excited to finally get some answers. Come on. Spill it. Avi starts to explain that the tower's creator wanted to prevent abnormal powers from within, so they did not raise the ability points too high. To put it simply, they capped the ability stats. But this is just a locked feature in this system, so your displayed ability points will differ from reality. And the young man, clueless as ever, asks, can you say it in simpler terms? Aside from the locked system info, the guardian's body continues to develop. Seriously, Jiang crosses his arms, feeling it is all a bit ridiculous. Is it really that simple? So, how do my information window and actual abilities differ? I can say anything because I do not have the rights to the information. Jiang Gin is fuming. So what is the deal with this nonsense? Why am I locked up in this tower? What kind of information rights do I need to speak? My rights are too low to say anything. Jian is furious. When is Glimmer going to show up then? Can Tai level up my information fast enough? Av is stuck in a messy place. So, what about the worlds that have been destroyed? Ho Guardian Nin, at the Guizhen Gai Mansion in Shanghai, China. The flames are raging stronger by the minute. This man foaming at the mouth is the legendary Haiyan Qian, ranked 17th in Tiras. Parian is torturing him, making him feel the pain, thinking he is some high-level character in Guizhen Gai. What a boring piece of work. Chun Yi-yong. Get ready. Yes. This is the video of Gravas in Germany featuring Sir Kim Jiang-jin. It is all set. After watching Jiang Gon's performance, Parian feels ecstatic. The master always exceeds what I imagine. Report on the current situation of Olga, including the recently occupied areas. Yes. We have claimed 92% of the dungeon. This is the last stronghold. The remaining 8% are our loyal followers of Pedo Gai. In reality, we have completed the conquest of Gai worldwide. Parian sighs and smiles. Finally, the time has come to fulfill my vow to the master from back then. Master, when you come out of the tower, I will make sure to prepare a position worthy of you. It will definitely be the highest place. I will have it ready. It is really time. Let us go see the master. After returning, Jiangan received a ton of papers, and one of them said he could move to Germany. Xian, being curious, took a look. Aside from the rewards and items from chaotic monsters, everything else is a total tax exemption. They even provide cars and housing in Germany and a certificate from the Gai office. And Seo Gain is thrilled. This reward is way better than what I got in Japan. What happened to the demon lord's sword back then? San announced that Jiang Gan had given him that sword. Why is Seo Gin acting all jealous when I did not get one? Jiang Gin explained. You have already got a great magic battle. It is also an item that Eneta received. Oh. Right, but seriously, aside from the items obtained from chaotic monsters, what is the reason for you going to stop Gravis? Seogun said he was also curious about that. Even Seogun is intrigued. Jiangan smiled brightly. What is so special about it? If I had to say, my favorite thing is to poke at a powerful person. You guys think your brother is being serious? From inside the building, looking out at the towering guidance tower, Jiangin ponders everything. One day, suddenly, the guidance tower appeared along with monsters and forcibly summoned humans. You were the first one forced to be summoned. After being locked in the tower for 12 years, from floor 1 to floor 100, you have destroyed it thousands of times. During the time the companions left the tower, you reset floor 1 thousands of times. So, does the young guy really want to know why he is being kept at the tower? The third Gravi, power of information from the lowest level to the mid-low level. It is slow. But hey, at least there is some change. Seeing his older brother standing there with a blank face, Seogon tells him to hurry home. You must be getting a headache. Right, Oppa. Headache. Don't worry about it. It is nothing special. Kim Jong-won is back on live. Hello everyone, I am Lee Hae-jang, your host from Seal Live Television, exploring the world of Ung-ti. This episode's guest is none other than Eng-til Kim Jong-won. But even though it is live, he seems totally uninterested, just lounging around staring at his phone. Kim Jong-won, you said some pretty interesting things at the last press conference, did not you? What was that about? Oh that. I was just speaking the truth. Ha! That is our Undi Kim Jong-won for you. His charm is off the charts. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn our eyes to the screen and check out his biography. After dragging it out forever, we finally arrive at the last question. Can you briefly share about the special skills you possess? The young man is so nervous he keeps fidgeting and sniffling. Special skills. Huh. What special skills? I do not have any. I just use a martial art that I created myself while I was in the tower. What is there to get all hyped up about? Host. Oh. And that wraps up the Kanda. Can you show us that martial art you just mentioned? To give you a deeper insight, they have even invited martial arts experts here today. Jiang Wan glances over to the side stage. Excited. Those guys, the two old men, start showing off their moves. If you know how to feel the natural energy to cultivate our dragon sword technique, your martial arts will definitely reach a superior level. If practiced for 10 years, the body of the practitioner becomes an invincible weapon. Jiang Wan just finds it laughable. These old geezers. Do they think they can outsmart him? He stomps his foot down as if protesting the nonsense these old men are babbling about. It seems like you two misunderstood. I am going to be straight with you. Lately, there have been a lot of bad rumors about me. Let me ask you this. Do people who do not understand the essence of martial arts really get stronger just by trying to learn it? A strong person is strong because of who they are, meaning martial arts is not what makes someone strong. So let me show you. Jiang Wan snatches a sword, and a red light begins to radiate around him. The young man started to buy a few basic moves. The old man stood there, shocked and nervous. Oh no, that stance was the Azure Dragon hug I just demonstrated. Jiang Wan smiled brightly and declared, watch closely. This is how you use it correctly. Not long ago, he read something similar in an online novel about the celestial dragon Divine Cormorant. He wanted to give it a try, and after activating the Azure Dragon in the film studio, the crew was so overwhelmed they were nearly choked out. After showcasing the move, the young man reminded that old man to practice more, saying, I am strong because I am strong. Martial arts are all the same, so do not drag me into your theories. Once back at his company, Jiang Wan was quite surprised by Enya's new appearance. The girl was still as scared of Jiang Wan as ever. You do not have any problems working in my department, right? Yes. There is enough work, right? After hearing this, Enya quickly agreed, saying, yes, that is enough. Jiang Wan began to express himself. I warned you before, I really hate my enemies, but I saved you because you are useful. I will treat you like any ordinary intern. After that, she responded, don't you like it? No, I do like it. With a sly smile, Jiang Wan continued, oh, you really like it. So, if you do not betray me, just do your job right. But if you, say, decide to run away, you know what is coming? Just saying, if you need anything, let me know. I was just joking earlier. The moment Jiang Wan left, Enya revealed her total helplessness. It had only been 10 days since she took on this accounting job. And honestly, life was not too bad. The work was not hard, no late nights, the pay was decent, and she did not have to live in the shadows. But is this really the life she wants? The transfer of Ars Gai's dungeon has been completed. At the same time, at Incheon Airport, the branch manager said, wait a second, do you really want to ask Pedro Guy for help? That could be really dangerous. It is clear that guy Jiang Wan has already secured the rights to transfer the dungeon, and he probably got the money too. You know as well as I do that we have already failed. What else is there? The manager is at a loss for words. Not only have we failed, but it is a complete disaster. From securing the exclusive system to losing power, we have ended up in the same position as those we once dominated. We are going to take him down, no matter what it takes. You can keep playing your little games, but it won't help. Don't worry, I won't let anyone slip away. We are on the edge here. This guy really has nowhere left to run. Our monopoly has come to an end. Just a few more dungeons and nothing will change. We need to take everything we can with us. The rights to transfer the dungeon. The money. The ancient artifacts. Let us show them everything that makes it enticing. Give it all to them. He has to go. Here in New York, this is the office of Ars Gai's founder, Martin Brand. The Korean branch has transferred part of the dungeon to another guy. According to the reports I saw, the branch mayor in Korea, Hershey Okude, has made a mistake. Martin Brand snapped his fingers on the table. Mistakes happen to everyone. We are all human. Right? It is about fixing them. That is how mistakes are forgiven. So when reporting to me, use the word mistake. If you have not handled it properly and report back to me without fixing it, then call it a failure. I am sorry, no need for apologies. It is the failures that need to go, and we do not need failures at Ars Guy. You understand what I am saying, right? Handle everything, and do it neatly. At the same time, retrieve all the dungeons that were transferred to me and wipe out that failure. Hershey Okude is currently in front of Pedro Guy. They said they want to see the person who made the request, so they asked me to come to this site. What should I do? I have had my hands dirty with many of them before. They have always been at odds with Ars Guy, and now I have to rely on them. This is a dangerous move, but if I can make Kim Jong-un disappear, I will do whatever it takes. Hershey Okude decided to go inside. As soon as he walked in, someone was there to greet him. Hershey Okude felt a rush of excitement. Kim Jong-un, your time is up. All the guards chained into the signature bullhorn masks of Pedro. Hershey Okude stood there thinking. This place, the leader of the mysterious guy, is known as the line of Pedro Parian. Upon entering, he was shocked. Was that a kid? This little girl is Pedro Guy Matter. Hello there. Madam, I am the head of the Korean branch of Ars Guy. I know. I heard you came to find Pedro Guy to help us eliminate someone. Right? Oh yes. Exactly. What is the name of that person? Hershey Okude suddenly lost his voice, feeling that saying it out loud would not be wise. Well, No matter what, coming back like this only leads to death. There is no turning back now. Hershiokude lowered his head and said loudly, I do not know if you know, but the hunter Kim Jang-won is the one who killed the monster in Gravis this time. If you can take him out, I will transfer 20% of the Korean branch dungeons to Pedro Guy along with 80 billion won. Parian sighed and stood up. So that is how it is. If he said that, then he is asking me to go after Kim Jang-won, which means he wants me to kill my master. This young man is really stepping into a fiery furnace. Parian, furious, slapped him right there on the spot. Sayoku was still confused, not understanding the situation at all. What is going on? I came here to ask for Kim Jang-won's death, so why is Master Go reacting like this? Wait a second. Did she just say something about a master? Sayoku shouted. Hold on. I want to ask, so I get that Pedro Guy is refusing this, but did you just say Kim Jang-won is your master? That is right. Can I ask where you and your master met? Inside the tower. Sayoku grasped the situation and began calculating. I see. That is why she mistook Kim Jang-won for her master. If that is the case, there is a way to survive. He started asking more. So you are Korean then? No. So Kim Jang-won might not be the master you are looking for. Ha! Why do you think that? You must know there are a total of 158 towers on Earth. These 158 towers manage different regions. The tower built in Korea only accommodates people from Korea, and the 15 towers built in America are divided by state. So if you are Chinese, there is no way you could meet Kim Jang-won, who was once trapped in the tower in Korea. Is that what you wanted to say? Sayoku naively nodded vigorously, and then, a loud bang erupted. The young man slapped him twice. Who gave you permission to faint? I held back to see what kind of bug wanted to harm my master, but in the end, I just heard that nonsense. You are saying I mistook my master. Sayoku trembled with rage. Parian lifted his chin and added, that is right. You are absolutely right. Each tower belongs to different management regions. I understand your doubts, but unfortunately for you, I have cleared the tutorial tower in Korea. Back then, I was really resentful. I went to Korea at my stepfather's urging and was dragged to the tower, but luckily, I met my master. Sayoku stood her ground. But who is to say your master is Kim Jang-won? Parian became even more furious. You are denying my master to the end. But it seems you only know one thing and not the other. By denying my master, you are denying me as well. Everything about me now is based on what my master wants. My style, the long hair covering my back, the mark of a master on my back, and even my name. Parian, you dare deny me completely. You are really a bug. Do not even dream of dying comfortably. You are trying to harm my master while denying him and me just to save yourself. I will personally make you aware of the weight of that sin. Meanwhile, in Avi's room, how about this TV? Isn't it more fun than just sitting dumbly at a table? Avi seemed really excited. At first, it felt strange, but the more she used it, the more she liked it. You can press a button to watch the movie you want. The girl now turned to Jian-won. Guardian, can we do that? Like a game or something? A game? Why not? I have watched TV before, but can I try playing a game just once? Wait, hello, you can't create that. All I have here is the system and Guardian. I can't create anything else, so I do not have the power. The teacher is pitiful too, just like a giant one who can whip up a PC and a gaming setup at the push of a button. Avi was so overjoyed he could cry. Hugging Giant Woon, saying, thank you so much, I can finally do what I want. But then he suddenly had this nagging feeling, wait a minute, I am not even married, but why do I feel like I have a daughter? Oh, I need to talk to you about something. Maybe I am just confused. But honestly, I did not see this coming, so I wanted to let you know. I do not know what I have heard. But when I got back home, Giant One was just blank, not hearing anything when people asked him. Remembering Avi's words, Gimber could also exist on the 9th floor, where Guardian lives. Still, it is just a theory. Nothing certain yet. Before Guardian left the tower, Gravis appeared 3 times. Normally, when the boss dies, Gravis disappears too, but 2 out of the 3 holes Gravis left behind did not vanish. Can T say for sure, but there is reason to be cautious. In 3 days, Giant One is heading back to Germany, and his younger siblings are using the excuse of wanting to sightsee to tag along, talking about the ruins in Germany. Sealzine is optimistic, believing that if there are mages who can use the ghost spells, the city can recover quickly. They could rebuild structures that would normally take 10 years in just 1 year. But the real issue is the number of dead and injured. Giant One wondered, so if monsters show up and Gravis goes down, does that mean no city gets completely wrecked? If there are mages, there is no need to worry. But then why does everyone keep going to Germany for fun? There are still plenty of beautiful places. But yeah, after you head to Germany for your reward, the very next day is the auction. Giant One is left scratching his head, wondering what kind of bizarre events are happening here. The CEO wants me to explain everything later. But basically, the auction organized by the International Hunter Association is going down in Germany this time, and even if Leipzig gets destroyed, the schedule stays the same, so everyone is heading to that auction. What now? Don't tell me they expect to teleport there and participate in the bidding without a flight. Seeing those guys pretending to cough, it sounds like they are hitting the nail on the head. But hey, the young man is pretty chill about it. If that is what they want, then why not? The Akukar seemed really excited. Like, oh, is this for real? The International Hunter Association is a tight spot, but if you go, there'll be some cool stuff there. Janwon started thinking about the Hunter Association. From what he saw, they were considering whether Gravis could still exist, depending on its rank. If Avi's suspicion is correct, and there are currently 2 climbers on the 9th floor, those tower climbers do not have access to information privileges. So if they check each one, the truth could be uncovered, but that would be a bit of a hassle. Besides, Janwon has other things to do. He needs to get stronger than anyone else. After that fight, he can definitely say he is improved, but they are all mid-tier climbers. What if high-tier climbers show up? Obviously, he needs to prepare thoroughly. 3 days flew by faster than he thought, and the sound of knocking echoed let the auction begin. The whole group had arrived at the International Hunter Association in Germany. The assistant, Soon-gu's teammate, was burning the ownership and management transfer papers for the dungeon. Soon-gu had gone to meet the owner of Pado-gai. It has been an hour since he got the call from Pado-gai, and he still has not returned. Something must be happened. It looks like Pado-gai dealt with him, and I need to make a quick escape. Now that I have destroyed the evidence, I just need to gather my money and run. After all, the main owner might punish Seon-go, but I am just his assistant, so they can touch me. Just as I was about to push the door open, I got whacked from behind, hitting my hand. Oh, sorry about that. I initially planned to finish him off with one blow, but who knew I would slice his hand instead? The person is a knight. Whoa. I see that now. Oh. But you are a manager too. Right. You should know us. The assassins under the main office are members of the Knight Brigade. The Knight Brigade consists of extremely powerful individuals who were in the top 40 of the Hunter rankings before being wiped from the list. The manager knows he can't escape now. Well, why is the Knight Brigade here? Hey, why are you asking that? You should be the one who knows best. With 2 more strikes, before you can even scream for mercy, you will be permanently erased. The traitor Arrest-gu obviously has to die. After dealing with that, another guy walked in. A little task like this should not take too much time for them. Have you dealt with Seon-gu? He is currently being held by Pado-gai. So do we have to wait until he is released? Looks like we do not have to wait after all. Not long after he stepped in, the magic power in Pado-gai's palace erupted so intensely it gave everyone goosebumps. Ooh, does that mean he is done for? The odds are pretty high, but if he is not gone yet, we still need to handle him. So, are we going to catch the guy who took over the dungeon from him? No way. The guys numbered 4, 7, 9, and 10 will be dealing with him. Not us. Seriously. 4 people taking on 1. Oh. That guy, the one who dealt with the last disaster. Makes sense. He has definitely earned his stripes. That red-haired knight is just cluelessly optimistic, almost revealing his name. With the artifacts that the master gave us, we can reach his level. Not to mention you almost got your mouth shut before you could even speak. Watch your words. Number 8. Don't you know our names are supposed to be a secret? Hey. Chill out. Anyway, it is not like we have anything else to do. It seems the hunt has begun. A lot of people showed up early for the auction, still rocking that legendary tracksuit. The guy looks like he has been in a car crash and still has not figured out when he will take it off. The young dude even naively asks why everyone else is saying the same thing. Am I supposed to laugh at that? Sai-hyun? Come on. If it were not for the personal brand, it would not matter. But wearing it in public like this is a bit odd. Do not you think? Seriously, you wear sports gear everywhere. It looks great on you and makes you look young. What is there to complain about? You have covered what needs to be covered, so why be so upset? The kid's so bored he can't even be bothered to reply. Whatever, everyone's used to that look by now. Seriously. He showed up in this outfit like he does not even care about the dress code. Why is Zion taken aback that this auction does not have any S-class items? It is not like it is easy to come by those items anyway. Just hearing S-class, Zanggun feels a chill run down his spine. You are hiding its S-class crystal from a chaotic monster in your pants pocket. This time, you have received the monster information sheet for the chaotic beast. The crystal from the chaotic monster, S-class, has no skills. Information writes, the chaotic creature Wei manifests as a small, weak monster. Without the help of anyone, she lived and feasted on monsters in the basement. In the end, she caught all the monsters and integrated them to extract their essence. Zanggun is quite curious about the lack of skills and adds that there are absolutely no skills at all, except for some dirty tricks. Who knows how long it will be before he sees the whole list. There are hardly any usable weapons. Plus, part of the attributes is missing information rights. Zanggun checks out other items while the auction continues to buzz with excitement. 1 billion. This bidder just placed a bid of 1 billion. Anyone willing to go higher? The Adagas Jade bitch is up for auction for bidder number 32. Zanggun sat there, feeling zero excitement. While Has thought it would be thrilling, explaining the item in his own way should be no big deal. Right, the auction continues. And this time the item up for bid is the Great Treasure of Aslan. Starting at 3 billion, it isn't ranked Treasure of Aslan, with no extra perk skills. Extreme speed. Transformation. Shadows. Information Authority. It is a complete replica of Aslan, who built an empire with just a window. Even though it is a replica, it lacks information authority. Aslan spent his whole life focusing on that window, missing out on the info authority, and the techniques he used mainly lack information authority. He learned things that were short on info authority, in line with the Empire's ideology. I am telling you, it is frustrating lacking info authority again. So I can give a full explanation. Frustrated. The young man decided to step outside for a bit and would call him when the auction ended. It was already dark, and as he stepped outside, he suddenly saw a group of police with flashlights, only to get ambushed and knocked out cold. Zhang Wen noticed something was off. He had just dodged an ambush from those guys. What now? A whole gang in hats and masks asked. Are you Kim Zhang Wen? Right now. Our 4 knights are about to take you down. We are all ranked in the top 30s class hunters in the world. Showing up out of nowhere and flexing like that. Zhang Wen is already bored. He smacks them right in the face. As usual, come on. If you are gonna fight, stop the nonsense. Let me take care of these chatterboxes so you can chill. The guy is laughing maniacally, freaking them out even more. This situation is just too ridiculous. On another note, the assistant has reported back to the boss. A rash guy, which means Ho Jingyu is still alive, according to report number 5. That is right. Pass the message back to number 5 if they screw up again. Do not come back here. What about that guy? We are currently ambushing him. He is probably fighting right now. But is everything really okay? After all, the opponent is a hunter who has taken down disasters twice. You doubt the knight's abilities. Who is in the knight squad sent to handle Kim Zhang Wen? That is numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10, so that is fine. Still, I do not think those 4 can handle Kim Zhang Wen. What I am doing is just an experiment to see if that guy can withstand my artifact. Just as I expected, with a casual flick, Zhang Wen knocked out all 4 knights. Meanwhile, the masked guy exudes a purple aura as he sits back and observes. What is the situation now? Currently, 2 climbers have been blocked. Who was the one that climbed to the 9th floor? It was the heavenly demon and the chaotic force of the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Let us just say those 2 are sacrifices for Glimper. Nothing to worry about. So, who is the next Glimper? It seems they still have not decided. Well, a new obstacle has popped up, which makes waiting for the next turn of events quite interesting. After the chaos yesterday, Zhang Wen came back with a huge bag. When Xian asked what it was, he replied, "This is my loot." You are still so naive. Oh. About yesterday's auction. After it ended, we stepped outside and found you standing amidst a pile of corpses. We were completely shocked. Zhang Wen, did you know? Luckily, the CTV caught everything that happened. Do you know who those strangers were? Not a clue. I am still interrogating them. Who knew they would bite their own tongues to commit suicide? And how did the CCTV capture that? It seems like there is some kind of magic that breaks perception. But why did you smash their heads like that? Zhang Wen is actually referring to a concealment spell. So it is a bit awkward. How do you control your strength while fighting? Xian looked straight into his brother's eyes and felt that Haeyoung was intentionally trying to kill them. Am I wrong? Zhang Wen was also surprised by the connection between the item and those people. So, we need to do a bit of testing. It is normal for things to break during experiments. Anyway, we can't figure out the identities of those strangers. Even with their faces and the magic that breaks perception, nothing special comes up. They definitely wiped their past clean before becoming ruthless assassins. After asking, Xian turned around and said he wanted to buy souvenirs before heading back home. Who he is giving them to? Who knows? Right after his little brother left, Zhang Wen opened the bag, a skill enhancement plan for information. Assassin from Belgrade, Graze Plus. Further details are unclear. It is a maximum acceleration skill. Acceleration. Because of the information authority, the truth has been revealed. Faker 173, Graze Plus, maximum acceleration skill. Acceleration. Information authority not granted. Replica. No authority. New window. Faker F119, Faker F151, Faker F12, Faker F199. All the relics from those strangers have names like that. Fakers are frauds. Calling them labyrinth relics is not quite accurate. Plus, there are strange names and explanations. Could this be an artificial relic or what? Zhang Wen was examining closely. Could that be it? No crafting information or related details to be found. Something feels off here. He recalled what happened last night. Those strangers from last night were definitely stronger than any hunters I have faced. They knew where I was and prepared to attack me in advance. If that is the case, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they are from a Reskull or they are mercenaries. But besides a Reskull, I do not have any other enemies. So there is no need to think about who the culprit is anymore. But if that is the case, what is this really? Digging too deep might be pointless. The origin of these relics is not crucial. What is important is who sent them. Could it be that Hu Zhongyu has lost his mind after just one hit? This time, I won't let it slide. I am heading to the office to stir things up and demand to find that bastard. Hu Zhongyu. The staff were all beaten up after announcing that the branch manager was currently away. Zhang Guan was even more fired up. Who does not know about that? Just looking at his office, I can tell where he is right now. They were trying to hesitate and not disclose anything until Zhang Guan raised his fist. Then they begged. saying they would talk. The branch manager has not told me his destination and has been absent for 4 days. Where exactly is he? Not sure. That day he went to China. Beijing, to meet Petagai. Jiangguan smirked slightly, a bit surprised. What the heck? That night at Axi Yun's house. Sai Yun, do you know anything about Petagai? Why do you ask? Well, Petagai has practically taken over all the vaults in China. Jiangguan looked really frustrated after hearing that. Last time I heard he only owned 50%, but it seems like it is all taken over lately. Why does it sound so simple? Of course, it is not that simple. Hung's unilateral takeover is filled with so many differences. In China, having enough power is not everything. Even Jiangguan, with all his size, gets completely overrun. It is clearly a case of might makes right. Actually, the laws in China were not like this from the start. Initially, all the tunnels on the Chinese side were state-owned, and the process of transferring ownership was even more complicated. Why has it changed now? I think it was about 3-4 years ago that everything suddenly flipped. There is a rumor that the one behind the legal amendments is the owner of Petagai. It is a perfect timing. Right after the law changed, Petagai popped up and started expanding its influence. The owner of Petagai was already a major player in China long before this. But honestly, it is hard to believe. Jiangguan paused for a moment, reflecting on the times he and his student had never talked outside. He thought back to those conversations with that girl. Do you even know who I am? He said. From now on, you are my disciple, so you better know your manners. What is happening? I need to get up with my team quickly to survive. It is too noisy. Save me, master. I do not want to die. Oh ho. Who dares to do that to you? You are my proud and precious disciple. I am not letting you go down that easily. Go on now. I have taught you all I can. You still have not learned anything from me yet. You do not need any more lessons from me. You are not timid anymore. You won't force anyone to do things they do not want, and you won't let others boss you around. Got it. At that moment, as she was about to cry, the female disciple Perrine was in tears. Now go out there and do not forget what I have said. Nothing can be above you. The only one who can stand above you is me. Everything else has to be beneath you. Looking back, I realize how ridiculous I was back then. Who talks like that to a kid? Back then, it felt like such beautiful and commendable words. But now I see it was just me being overwhelmed and rambling. So now, I can't even remember everything I said. Seeing his brother's face tense like a guitar string, Sai Huan guessed he was thinking about something again. Jiangguan suddenly asked, is there anything else besides that? Well, if it is not that, there is a rumor about a very special event. It feels like a kingdom or something. But beyond that, I am not too sure. I do not have the leisure to catch up on the situations in foreign lands. After saying that, Jiangguan stood up, determined to head to China. Specifically Beijing, the Peidu Palace in Beijing, China. Even though Perrine was cozy and warm, she still could not catch a wink. 4 years have passed, and that memory still feels vivid. Climbing that tower was a first step that taught me there are things money can buy. I realized how pitifully weak I truly was just when I was at my lowest. I met my master, the way my father, a politician, raised me, made me live like a puppet without a mind of my own. To me, love is something that can be bought with money. Unlike my wicked father who never saw me as his daughter, my master is the one who taught me how to stand on my own in this world. My master is the one who saved my life. Now in China, there is no force left that can stand against Peido. I am about to welcome my master back. It won't be long now. Just hang in there a little longer. Master. At a hotel in Beijing, China, a message was sent to 2 knights handling Herschel Go's assistant. Numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 have failed. Numbers 8 and 5 have taken on the task. What the hell? They expect us to stop someone who has taken down 4 knights. They must be joking. Come on, do not freak out. How can you stay so calm? I am a bit shocked too, but it is not like we are out of options. The Knight Squad has to prioritize the mission at hand. We can stay in Beijing until we take down Herschel Go. Number 8 sounds pretty excited after hearing this. It is a clever plan, but why do they want us to stop Kim Jong-un? On another front, the leader of Herschel Go is still scratching his head trying to analyze things. He is so strong. There are no weaknesses at all. It is clearly bizarre. At first, we just needed to send numbers 1 to 3. The Herschel Knight Squad consists of 10 members ranked by strength. However, just because someone is ranked lowest does not mean they are weak. Each one has enhanced artifacts, making the fighting variables unpredictable. Still, he managed to take down 4 knights on his own. Numbers 8 and 5 were sitting together, advising each other not to mess with Jiang 1 when suddenly the ground shook. Number 8 got slammed hard against the wall. You guys are the ones who handled John Myung, right? Who the hell are you? Why did you guys? Don't blame me. Okay, it is because you guys dealt with John Myung, a guy who matters a little too much. So I can only send you off. The next day in the training room in the basement level 2 of Arangui, Seal Jo was begging, saying if Appa does not want to go, then he does not have to. I would like that too. But everyone has a past they would rather not bring up. Ever since I was 10, Zhang Wan's parents passed away because they were focused on music, so that dream seemed far-fetched. But the tower has appeared. If we play this game and do not get out of the tower, it is fine. But your disciple is causing chaos all over China. And every time I read it again, it is another shock. Alright. Enough thinking. Just need to drag Seal Jo out and drop him. Yes. That'll work. Seal Jo is worried. But Appa could cross borders using the magic from last time in Europe during an emergency. So that is acceptable. This time, it is not like he is overstaying illegally abroad. It is not a sightseeing trip. We are just gonna drag Seal Jo out. No. That is not the issue. What trouble are you planning to cause this time? Before she could finish her sentence, the young man stepped into the magic circle. Why does Seal Jo feel uneasy? Right now, Jiang Wan seems to handle everything pretty well, but I have a feeling he won't be able to solve this one. Enya is screaming in exhaustion because she has to work all night since Jiang Wan had to go to Petagai. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wan has arrived, and just by looking at him, you can tell how grand this place is. Before the gates of the Petagai Palace on the outskirts of Beijing, after reading the sign on the tower that said only above me is heaven, Jiang Wan realized the implication and completely lost it. This was exactly what he had said before. Nothing can be higher than him. He is the heaven, and everything else must be beneath him. Still panicking and not knowing what to do, he was stopped by soldiers who demanded to know where he was going and declare his identity. This urgent situation could not continue like this. The young man kept dodging and got blocked again on path 2. He leaped straight into the fortress, first smashing all those damn things, then taking care of Hosian-gu. In that moment, as he dashed inside, an urgent report was broadcasted calling for soldiers. Jiang Wan thought, these people might be a bit off, but this is clearly his mask. After dodging their attacks, he was shocked to realize that even the fighting techniques were his, but they were using them with a bit of a technical flaw. From concept to martial arts, it was all Jiang Wan's. No way should a disciple teach them like this. Haiyan Wu began to show off, demonstrating some basic moves. Not like that, use it this way. With a loud explosion, he blew those soldiers away. The young man thought if he adjusted his strength to this level, then Huang Tia would not have died so many times. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master," and he turned to look into those eyes. Instinctively, he recognized the martial skills and stance, especially the proud gaze looking at him. "Master, it really is you. Has not been long since I last saw you." Disciple. Jiang Wan decided to bring the artifact to a V's room. Although he could not be sure, this was not just any artifact. Artifacts are created in different layers. The system uses elements like legends and victories to rank them, adds supplementary skills, and then places them in a maze. It will become an artifact. Haiyan Yu asked curiously, "So if I have an item and throw it through to another layer, will anything change in that layer?" It is hard to say more to you, because any items you carry will be destroyed. To become a climber and climb the tower, you must first discard any items you bring. He pulled out a shiny ring. "So what is this?" "When I first saw it, I thought it was fake. It could possibly be made by a climber." Jiang Wan thought, could a Rezgul and climber be related? A V had previously informed him about the existence of those two climbers. Could he search for Rezgul while also following clues about climber? Looking around the room, the young man switched topics, venting about a V's chaotic mess. There were food wrappers, backpacks, gaming toys, everything just tossed around haphazardly. The young man imagined and pressed a button, and everything returned to its place. Before he could even thank, he turned around and found the gaming console had vanished. "We'll hunt that down when I get back." A V was flailing and running around aimlessly. "What? No way. I will be good. I will clean up the house. I will throw away those ice cream wrappers. I will tidy up the stuff I have already eaten. Just give it back to me." Jiang Wan felt quite pleased that he had such influence. In Pedagogy, China, someone was sneaking and breaking in through the floor. He came here with the aim of rescuing 2 knights from the dungeon and eliminating the threats. Before he could even react, Parian appeared looming behind him, spotting the mouse. This guy, also from Ariskal, was utterly confused, unable to sense Parian's presence at all. A thunderous explosion in the dead of night made it clear just how that guy's fate was sealed. Jiang Gun had not even caught a break before his head started spinning, shocked that those kids managed to send a rescue signal. Babysitting these little troublemakers was turning out to be a real headache. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found 2 guys standing right in front of him. What the heck was going on? They looked thrilled to see Jiang Gun, as if saying, "Finally, you are back." Jiang Gun suddenly panicked, glancing at the clock and realizing he had filming for Nancy Hill today and needed to be out early. One of the guys in the crew laughed and chimed in, "Don't you worry about us. When we got here, there was nobody around." Jiang Gun was about to ask what they were doing there, but instead declared, "What are you guys even doing here? It does not matter if I know or not, as long as I can take down whoever shows up." All 3 of them smashed through the glass and stepped outside to confront him. The guy who ranked 8th in his class charged ahead, while the others supported him in attacking Jiang Gun together. Just as they launched their attacks, Jiang Gun effortlessly grabbed the sword. Laughing, "Haha, let me give this back to you." He raised the sword to strike back, but then poof, they vanished. One guy lurking right behind took the chance to catch him off guard. Jiang Gun activated his information authority skill, with a window flashing Sonic rank, Cest plus, agility boost activated, skill, Reversal. If it fell into someone else's hands, it would immediately return to its owner, displaying the truth under the information authority. Faker 137. Rank. Cest Plus. Now he understood why it had slipped from his grasp. A flurry of papers soared through the air, quickly forming a sphere. Descending from above was a figure surrounded by books, known as Medosa Hunter, the most powerful mage. Medosa Hunter looked quite irritated watching Jian Gon laugh. You are still laughing. Why should not I? Jian Gon shot back. You really are an arrogant one. Although Jingan managed to dodge, he was taken aback by how this guy was clearly faster than the last ones. However, they would still be slower than him. He shoved one away but was immediately attacked again. Surrounded by a cloud of dust, the 8th-ranked guy seized the opportunity to sneak attack from behind. They coordinated their attacks, throwing Jian Gon into a frenzy. Jian Gon felt like he still had not mastered these skills yet. The two guys turned around, confused, when they could not see Jian Gon anymore, only to find him playing peekaboo right behind them. Surprised much, that is called teleportation. The young man delivered a finishing blow to them. Teleportation is a technique for moving to a different position in an instant. But that last attack did not land. Medosa Hunter huffed with a smirk. You think I showed up here unprepared? Let us see how far you can go. In reality, Jian Gon was feeling a bit drained from using his mana too recklessly, causing his energy points to become disoriented. They launched a coordinated attack on him all at once. One guy blasted a magical window to hinder Jian Gon's movements, while the other stuck to him like glue, preventing him from reaching the other. It is definitely worth dying for. At this point, I need to stall. The teleportation skill won't be available for a while. Jian Gon is just standing there, and Medosa Hunt looks confused. What is he doing just standing there? Is it a trap? I doubt it. Alright, if you want dodge, I will stab you right through. An explosion erupted, and the other guy thought it was all over, but life is not a dream. Jian Gon reappeared. Gotcha. Let me tell you something interesting. Wanna hear it? My power ranking is S+, and I am throwing him out like a rag doll. A strong hand keeps pushing Medosa Hunt's face close. You ever played with danger? Or have not had the chance? Well, I am about to give you a taste. The fight did not last long, but the aftermath was overwhelming. San was in a psychological crisis when he returned to see his home in ruins. He lost everything in just one night. Jian Gon stood there, patting him on the shoulder. It is not Hyang's fault. Who said it was Hyang's fault? I just do not know when I will clean up this mess. That is when his sister, Xiaojian, barged in. Whoa. It looks like a disaster zone. Xian sighed in defeat. Are you here just to mess with me? At least this was all planned out. Right. I heard the government and the Hant Association will compensate. It seems there were no casualties or injuries. That is true. But check this out. The video has hit #1 trending in the apartment complex. Xiaojian just watched it and was super excited. It seems like everyone's reaction is pretty wild too. The core issue now is that Zhang Wen wants to avoid reporters, so he gave them Xiaojian's number. He even handed over all the reporters' questions to Xiaojian for her to handle. Thanks to that, her phone blew up with 192 missed calls and 423 messages. All the guy could do was cry out, I just changed my number less than a month ago. Only Zhang Wen was still full of energy. Hey, do not worry too much. Hyung, where's your conscience? Looks like Zhang Wen is planning to reuse the magic attack. He tossed an item to Xiaojian. Catch this. Hyung and Exozian went to the guy and then headed back. Xiaojian was utterly surprised to realize this was an S+ class artifact. Suddenly, she felt motivated. Hyung, let me handle everything. That is what I am saying. Material determines consciousness. Zhang Wen sought out the magic circle. He recalled the image of the assassin, the one who begged for mercy, finally breaking down. First, the one who ordered the hit on me is Merton Brand, the owner of ours. Second, he has a secret stash in the basement. Right now, Zhang Wen has all the evidence. The young man turned to Enya. Are you okay? Oh yes. Then let us start right away at ours headquarters. He then tossed Enya the phone. Take this. Enya was still in shock, and Zhang Wen added. That is from Xiaojian. Handle it carefully. Suddenly energized, Enya was full of life. Time to get started. In an instant, the young man had arrived at a dark, shadowy place. Where the heck is this? Could Enya really have betrayed me? Just then, Merton Brand shows up, and now it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Merton Brand. Oh, you know me. Zhang Wen feels a rush of excitement. Looks like the rumors have some truth to them. You responded. Well, you have sent people to try and take me out several times, so you should know. What are you going to do now that they have all failed? The knights are just bait. After all, what matters is that I have figured you out. For instance, you are the guardian of the 9th floor. Zhang Wen stares right at him, as if trying to assess his authority. Could he be Glimber? I think there is something off, but the owner of ours guy is Glimberthy. Zhang Wen shouts. Well then. Lucky me, I can handle all these headaches at once. Truly, words from someone who can take on 2 Glimber are something else. Do you know why I switched your teleportation and brought you here? What is the deal? You are just as confident as those two, are not you? Far away. Because this place has traps. Zhang Wen thinks this crazy guy is too kind. He even warned me about the traps, which is scary. You throw a punch straight ahead, but it hits a barrier instead. This is different from some lame magic. At that moment, Zhang Wen gets thrown out too. His face is blank as he looks up at countless weapons hovering above him. Merton Brand smirks and introduces himself. Let me introduce myself. I am the one who always seeks reason and core truths. To those without power, I am a divine existence. To those with power, I am just a demon. To the powerless, I grant them a taste of strength they will never achieve. The rest call me the Annihilator. However, I am also known as the Copier. The Fake. He thrusts a weapon toward Zhang Wen, making it impossible for him to dodge. You can get close to these things. You need to use a transformation. If he has a barrier like that, attacking recklessly will just drain your energy. So Zhang Wen decides to go all out right from the start. He activates his power, using the Hellfire Strike, which takes a bit of time. At this moment, he charges forward and challenges him. Let us see if you can handle this. Activating the legendary Demon Foot attack, Zhang Wen strikes again, and his face is still blank. He tries to keep kicking like a pro, but just when he is pumped, Merton Brand cuts him. Not bad at all. You managed to unleash this much mana in just a few seconds. He decisively pushes Zhang Wen away. After that, Zhang Wen can't summon any more mana. Merton Brand declares, it is useless. Your mana is frozen right now. I have been watching you for a long time, always looking for the guardian of this floor, observing your battles with the knights, and I found out that most of your skills require mana. Zhang Wen feels exhausted and replies, you talk too much. Merton Brand continues to boast, do not you realize what situation you are in? You can use any skills right now. Zhang Wen cheerfully responds, is not that the same for you? That is right, I can use mana either. However, I can utilize my artifacts. Zhang Wen tries to test it out and realizes it is really Sukana, and he can't even use transformation magic. Taking advantage of the moment, Sukana strikes directly, injuring Zhang Wen. Don't resist me. You trust your limits way too much. All my items are above rank. Buddy. Right now, Zhang Wen is in a total panic. Thinking about what to do, it seems like there is no way out. He is desperately searching for anything, certain there must be something sealed with mana. And finally, he discovers it. There will be a barrier there, but it is not strong enough for you to not get through. So it is no big deal. Zhang Wen resolutely pushes forward, and a powerful beam of light blasts him back. His flip-flops are the only thing keeping him balanced. With lightning speed, Zhang Wen gathers momentum and lunges forward. This morning, he read a ton of interesting things in the Warrior's Manual Volume 51. He decides to give it a shot. Even if he can't use mana, he can still employ technique. The young man activates the Thunder God Kick, and he has done it. The barrier. The next time that Merton Brand blocks him, Zhang Wen spins around and snatches his weapon. Merton Brand can't help but be amazed. Even though he has seen it before, he is still in shock. You broke my barrier without using mana. I can't believe you have reached this level. So, I will show you some respect and let you see a few of my skills. This is the sword of the hero Ascuran. Do you know what is special about this sword? It can borrow a skill from another weapon. There is a legend that the hero always fought alongside his teammates. If you use it, you can pull off moves like this. Acceleration plan. Max acceleration. Second acceleration. Double acceleration. Extreme point, double extreme point. Twist point. Single strike, single extreme point. Double attack, extreme power boost. Explosion, flame. Extreme explosion. High flame, combo. Double combo. Extreme poison. Silver blade. Shadow blade. Mystical blade. The moment he starts to move, Zhang Wen can see the motions but can't dodge them. This trial has frozen his mana. Zhang Wen braces for a massive attack. Merton Brand raises his weapon high. The ice system of Aragorn, the fire system of the solar eclipse spear, the poison system of the venom spider. Zhang Wen unfortunately gets hit hard. Now it is time for the finishing blow. This is the only weapon I have not created, but I possess the original, the massive Gigantomachia scythe. Farewell, Kim Jang-won. The moment the tip of the sword plunges down, a ray of light binds him. After it flickers out, the image of Jang-won appears, stripped of all his layers, revealing a body full of scars before everyone. Ho ho, you are still alive, just as I expected. Your endurance exceeds my expectations. Jang-won speaks up. Hey, can I ask you something? Merton Brand sneers. Now you look like a little kid. Since you are about to bite the dust, I will listen to your last words. Why are you trying to kill me? Because killing you is the easiest way to break this wall. Why do you keep climbing the tower? The reason we climb the tower is to sit on the throne. The throne. Isn't that reason enough? Now, let us finish this. Jang-won thinks, an S+ level artifact. That last critical hit was not just a simple scratch. Haha. The power of this damn thing. What are you laughing at? You are about to kick the bucket. So just lose it already. Alright. I am wrapping this up. Even in a crisis, Jang-won is still throwing shade. Do you think I am stalling for fun? Since you had the upper hand with your item, it is time for me to unleash my power. The rain of brands is hitting hard right now. Oh hell, that is mana. But the mana freeze has not worn off yet. No, that is not Kim Jang-won's mana. Jang-won bursts into laughter. Thanks for the intel and for showing me how you fight. Catch you later. You jerk. A huge explosion rocked the place, and the flames erupted. All that was left were echoes of a never-ending curse. Damn it, you piece of trash. Jang-won instantly returned to Avi's room, his whole body racked with pain. He pressed the control button, making it impossible for that guy to track his location. The rain of brands seems to be going crazy. I can't find his coordinates. I need to locate him before he recovers. Suddenly, the rain of brands spotted a strand of mana floating in the air. The teleportation process connects one coordinate to another and jumps through space. That strand of mana is used for that. He theorized that the mana should have disappeared once the teleportation was complete. If it is still there, it means Jang-won is hidden in another space. After a moment of self-satisfaction thinking about his own intellect, he realized this is not something just anyone could notice. Now I can find him. Avi and Jang-won are on the first floor of the guide tower. Although Jang-won's wounds have been treated with mana, they are still very serious. Avi, I wish we had a potion or a restoration artifact. All we have got is this first aid kit. A tower climber can replicate creation items and freeze mana. This is a really bad situation. The Guardian can only stay here for another 20 minutes. Not yet. Before worrying, Jang-won raised his head and declared, "It is done." Really? What do you mean training? What kind of training? Avi was even more worried. Looking uneasy, is he really okay? Without hesitation, Jang-won was ready to move on. Shouldn't he be using this time to strategize instead? Jang-won patted his head and said he would be fine. This time would definitely be different. Once again, Jang-won teleported to Merton Brand's location. Welcome back, Kim Jang-won. Jang-won heard a mocking laugh that made the other guy's face light up with question marks. Sorry, but it is hilarious that you strutted back in, unaware that the color fungus was waiting for you. Merton Brand was now going insane. You dare trick me? If you want to fade away that quickly, I will make sure you do. Only Jang-won knew he had mastered countless martial arts within the tower, most of which were imagined from novels. What he had trained in was not martial arts at all, but rather a type of deathly technique. It is similar to a concept in fantasy novels, often referred to as soft techniques. Ultimately, unable to learn that technique, he stopped training. The reason? He had too many masters. Even so, there was no one to question. But in those brief 6 hours, he achieved enlightenment within the system room. Jang-won meticulously followed everything the books described, even envisioning the battle against the celestial demon and the chaotic forces of the divine. Their contrasting fighting styles helped him grasp the principles of the death-defying technique. Right now, Jang-won was testing it out on the spot. Leaving Brent, the reindeer, stunned and wide-eyed, he was internally panicking. Thinking, what the hell is going on? There is no way he has changed. His wounds are still there, and he is not carrying any artifacts. But this guy is definitely the one I faced 6 hours ago. I was planning to toy with him before taking him out, but that is off the table now. I need to handle Kim Jang-won right this moment. And Jang-won just showed up out of nowhere, extending one hand. You think you can block this with one hand? What an idiot. The moment his sword swung, Jang-won intercepted it with one hand. He even twisted Brent's wrist with that same hand. Brent let out a loud cry that made Jang-won feel it was incredibly annoying. He ready to punch and unleashed a devastating blow, sending Brent flying out. But in this moment, Jang-won followed up with another fierce strike, and then another. It seemed like reindeer Brent was flattened to the ground, yet he somehow found his footing and stood up again. Channeling the power of other weapons, Brent started throwing out challenges. You really think you can surpass this? Jang-won laughed with delight as he saw Brent wielding so many toys. Brent was feeling overwhelmed by this ability, so he planned to end it all with a single attack. Jang-won stood there, using just one hand to block the immense force of that sword pushing down on him. Then he casually flicked it away with one hand, leaving Brent stunned and reeling. Anna. No, that energy belongs to me. Jang-won flew up close to his face, taunting, that is right, it is yours, I am giving it back to you. Activating the first technique, the death-defying method, divine without reincarnation. Reindeer Brent could hardly believe what was happening before his eyes. Everything seemed to be going against the current. This is absurd. Jang-won decided to deliver a finishing blow, completely obliterating Brent. The system announced you have defeated the hidden tower climber. Location: New York. Yusa, you have successfully taken down Faker Hazabun. Your information authority has been upgraded. Your authority level is now low mid-tier. After that recent fight with Kang dead, Jang-won collected a bag. Even though it was on him, it did not disappear. Hazubin's pocket dimension. Ranks plus. No adjustments available. Pocket dimension skill. Stored objects. 0 out of 15. Identifying the object to be placed in the pocket dimension. This means it can hold anything. The giant rubber band was sucked inside, and the current stored object is 1 out of 15. The gigantic rubber band Gigantomachia. The gigantic rubber band Gigantomachia. Ranks plus. Power enhancement adjustment. The power of teamwork skills. The information authority. A treasure wielded by the guardian of the third floor, the king of giants. This sword can obliterate a mountain and slice the sky in a single strike. It can effectively nullify the power of insufficient authority when used by a certain giant. The guy sighed. Man, this is a bit stingy. Why not just let me hold everything inside? Wouldn't that be better? Time to head back, but my clothes are completely torn. My phone's gone, and I have no clue where I am. Just when I was in panic mode, his people suddenly walked in to announce, "Hey, time's almost up." This morning's meeting revealed a traitor standing there, grinning wickedly. And that guy was just asking for it. So, I jumped up and hit him like a pro. I am feeling a bit tired, so let us take it easy. Start by handing over all your clothes and your phone. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Korean Hunters Association, reporters were snickering, photographers snapping, writers hustling, and everyone was preparing their materials. They were buzzing, wondering if Kim Hyun-gu would reveal the assassin behind the attack on Hunter Si-hyun Kim, and what he would say this time. Moments later, the shadow of Kim Hyun-gu stepped up to the podium, and reporters rushed to snap shots. There he is here. Back off. Everyone. They were all fighting to capture the latest hot scoop. Kim Hyun-gu sighed as he gazed down at the swarm of reporters, calmly stating, "I will be leaving right after I say what I need to say. You all must know that some intruders broke into Hunter Si-hyun's home to assassinate me." Kim Hyun-gu held up his phone and confidently declared, "I know who is behind it all." Then, Kim Hyun-gu hit play on his phone, and a clear voice rang out. The one who ordered the assassination is Mayun Bren. The reporters looked at each other in disbelief. Mayun Bren, isn't he that the president of We Are Sound? Kim Hyun-gu smiled and raised his phone, saying, "You might think I am making this up, but the surveillance video captured it, and we have plenty of other evidence." Kim Hyun-gu flashed a challenging grin, staring directly at the reporters, and boldly stated, "I hope We Are Sound will soon explain everything. I am all ears for what they have to say." Just like that, 3 days flew by, and at Gwangjong Street, reporters gathered outside Kim Hyun-gu's house, shouting questions. "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, is it true that the manager of We Are Sound in Korea has gone missing? Is that related to you?" The online community was in shock over the current situation. "Please give us an official statement." Looking at Kim Hyun-gu, who was bandaged up, Lee Seol-dong asked, "So, are you saying we are in a tower and the earth is the 9th floor? Han Seol-gun thought for a moment and sighed. "It is not that I do not believe you, but this sounds way too unbelievable." Lee Seol-dong nodded. "Same here. I can believe it. And you are supposed to be a guardian protecting us from those peach trees." Kim Hyun-gu lounged back on the sofa, grinning. "Is it really that big of a deal? Everyone just needs to I get it, then just ignore it." Lee Seol-dong quickly replied, "I get that it is hard to believe, but everyone is just putting on this shocked face." Sighing dramatically, and inside I feel a bit guilty. Man, I never expected it to turn out like this. I am pretty shaken up, but sooner or later, they will have to find out anyway. Kim Si-hyun lowered his head and sighed, not surprised that he, with his sleepy head, was casually blocking the waterworks. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu perked up. "Hey, what do you mean sleepy head?" Lee Seol-dong curiously looked at Kim Hyun-gu and asked, "So does that mean when you went there, it was to block Kimber?" Kim Hyun-gu shook his head and replied, "No, I went there to take down the Gwyers." And Seol-kangan was skimming through information about Gwyers, wide-eyed, asking, Gwyers looks fine to me." Kim Hyun-gu lazily responded, "I do not care about Gwyers. Plus, the chairman of Gwyers is a Kimber, so it is like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone." And this news left Kim Si-hyun, Lee Seol-hyewang, and Han Seol-kangan looking completely baffled. Kim Hyun-gu was eagerly explaining the whole situation to everyone when suddenly the noise from the reporters intensified even more. Kim Hyun-gu felt his blood boil over. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath. "Seriously, these reporters are relentless. I need to step outside for a moment." Kim Si-hyun replied, "But you are still injured. Do you need me to go instead?" Kim Hyun-gu confidently peeled off the bandage, put on his jacket, and cheerfully said, "No worries, I am all healed up." As he stepped out, the reporters swarmed him. "Ooh, he is out. The hunter Kim Hyun-gu. Can we?" But before he could say anything, a car horn startled him. In front of Kim Hyun-gu was a luxurious long limousine surrounded by bodyguards wearing creepy masks blocking the reporters. The red carpet rolled out, and right in front of Kim Hyun-gu stood a girl bowing respectfully. Mai Chiang smiled as she bowed and said, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback, stammering in disbelief. "Disciple?" He thought to himself, "Why is she here?" After Kim Hyun-gu and Mi Chiang entered, all 3 remaining people in the house looked at them with expressions like, "What the hell? What is going on here?" Kim Hyun-gu looked at Mai Chiang and called out, "Hey, disciple." Mai Chiang obediently knelt. Behind her were 3 or 4 tall guys in masks looking extremely serious. Mai Chiang replied, "Yes, master." Kim Hyun-gu eyed the masked guys, curiously asking, "Who are those people?" Mai Chiang grinned and answered, "They are the bodyguards I prepared for you." Kim Hyun-gu sighed and said, "They look too intimidating. Tell them to leave." Mai Chiang responded, "Yes, master." Just like that, the masked guys quickly vanished in an instant. Han Seol-kangan approached Kim Hyun-gu, incredulously asking, "Is that the Golden Dragon, the head of Gilipedo?" Kim Hyun-gu was surprised and replied, "Golden Dragon." Kim Si-hyun chimed in, "That is the nickname of the top-ranked malus in the world." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu stared in shock at his disciple, who was nodding vigorously, exclaiming, "What?" Kim Hyun-gu felt utterly incredulous, thinking, "My disciple is ranked among the best in the world. When did I teach her this? I taught her based on my own style, so I am sure I did not teach her anything useful besides flashy martial arts." Looking at Nato's innocent face with those big, round pink eyes, Kim Hyun-gu could not help but wonder, how on earth is that girl so strong? Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu slammed his head down on the floor and shouted, "Sorry, master." This made Kim Hyun-gu jump and exclaim, "What was that?" Then Kim Hyun-gu closed his eyes and sighed. This useless disciple can't keep a promise. Stammering, he asked, "What?" Just then, Mai Chiang shot back, declaring that no one is allowed to stand above her now. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu panicked and shouted, "Woo! Chill out." But Mai Chi-hong still did not get the hint, charging at him while crying, "I am so sorry. I am a useless disciple, and you are amazing, master." Kim Hyun-gu realized he could not just stand by anymore, rushed in, and gave Mai Chi-hong a swift smack on the head, causing her to yelp in pain. Kim Hyun-gu scolded, "Don't make me say it again," instead of reacting like a normal person. Mai Chi-hong, after being hit, looked at Kim Hyun-gu with wide, sparkling eyes full of affection. She then shyly leaned in and whispered, "Please forgive this lowly disciple." Kim Hyun-gu could not bear to look directly at her anymore, clutching his head and wailing, "Ah, my dark past." At that moment, he timidly called out, "Hey," but Kim Hyun-gu was losing his patience fast. Quickly responding, "Knife," Kim Hyun-gu stammered and quietly said, Mai Chi-hong." But before he could say anything else, he saw Mai Chi-hong transform into a menacing figure with a fierce aura, grinding her teeth and saying, "How dare you call me by the name my master gave me?" Kim Hyun-gu was so scared that he was sweating. Thinking, I can hear her voice echoing in my head. While they were talking, Kim Hyun-gu asked, "What is your relationship with the golden lineage?" Kim Hyun-gu casually replied, "She is my disciple, do." Kim Hyun-gu affectionately ruffled Mai Chi-hong's hair while playfully scolding, "Don't he go around saying you want to kill people?" Mai Chi-hong, looking as cute as a little kitten, obediently replied, "I'm sorry." Kim Hyun-gu felt like his worldview was flipped upside down and asked, "Wait, is the world really your disciple?" Kim Hyun-gu calmly replied, "Yeah." At that moment, he heard a bunch of annoying voices outside and thought, "Those guys are loud." Mai Chi-hong perked up and eagerly volunteered, "I will go take care of them." The little cat-faced girl was so excited, clenching her fists and saying, "I am going to kill all those guys outside." But Kim Hyun-gu quickly shouted, "Don't he say stuff like that?" Mai Chi-hong looked a bit sad and asked softly, "Am I not allowed to do that?" Kim Hyun-gu turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification that he received a message. Seeing this, sly smile crept onto Kim Hyun-gu's face. Seeing his brother about to get up and go somewhere, Kim Si-hyun curiously asked, "Where are you going?" Kim Hyun-gu lazily replied, "I am just going across the street for a bit." He then added with a grin, "The R's guys have sent their response." Moments later, Kim Hyun-gu arrived at a cafe where a man was already waiting for him. As soon as he sat down, he crossed his arms and said, "I am here. You said you wanted to talk to the person directly involved, so let us hear it." Upon hearing Hyun-gu's words, the vice president of the Urs, Congress struggled to swallow hard. Congress frowned, a headache brewing as he thought, "Why do I have to deal with this mess after the chairman disappeared? And on top of that, the paper this guy brought to the press conference hints that number 6 also vanished along with the chairman. Maybe this guy took down the chairman. He is not someone I can go up against." After all, tensions in the scene are rising because of this issue. I need to handle this ASAP. After a long pause, Congress bluntly asked, "So what do you want?" Kim Hyun-gu shot back, "Are not you the one supposed to tell me?" Congress softened his tone and offered, "We will do our best to meet your demands." Hunter Kim. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu smirked and said, "Then hand over all your dungeons and get the hell out of Korea." Congress slammed the table in outrage. "That is ridiculous." Kim Hyun-gu shrugged, asking, "Ridiculous? If I demanded more, you would be completely wiped out." He flashed a bright smile and taunted, "You have done plenty of shady things behind my back. Thanks to your friends. I know all about it." Congress sitting there like a deer in headlights proved Hyun-gu was right. Kim Hyun-gu smugly remarked, "See, I am just stating the obvious. But I guess your hearts are black, huh?" He knew it was time to strike a deal, flashing a perfect smile at Congress before laying down his terms. "All right. Since you have worked hard to get those dungeons, I will go easy on you, just 40%. Hand over 40% of the dungeons you own." Congress realized they were in deep trouble. This We Are Us thing is done for. After the deal was struck, despite Congress's despair, Kim Hyun-gu walked out grinning like a Cheshire cat, humming a tune. At that moment, Maishi and the masked crew bowed down. Maishi respectfully asked, "Master, have you finished the matter?" Kim Hyun-gu, displeased, replied. Did not I tell you not to bring those guys along? Immediately, the masked crew vanished, and Michi obediently said, I'm sorry, master. Suddenly, Michi noticed something, reaching out to touch Kim Hyung-gu. Hyung-gu then said, do not do that again. Let us head home. Seeing Michi hiding his hands behind his back, Kim Hyung-gu was curious. What are you up to? Michi grinned and replied, it is nothing, master. After Kim Hyung-gu got to the car, Michi turned back to see Coward still nursing his head in pain inside the bar. Michi glanced at Kim Hyung-gu, grinning at the limousine while crushing a listening device with his hand. Michi quietly commanded, fake actors, assemble. At that moment, piercing scream echoed from a deserted building as Coward was ensnared by dark power. He struggled, screaming, help me, I want to live. Suddenly, the dark power slammed Coward against the wall, causing him excruciating pain. A person in a white suit and mask approached, stating, you are nothing but a pawn. Coward, terrified, stammered, why is the special unit of the Pedo Association here? The man in white, brandishing a sword, said, do not blame us. It is because of you. Coward panicked. Oh, I did not do anything, but the sword continued to stab into Coward, making him collapse in agony. The white-clad figure's voice was calm. Remember this, we do not care what you do, but if you poke the bear again, we will meet again, no matter where you hide. Suddenly, Avi's voice rang out, sounding so selfish. He wrapped his arms around himself and complained, it is freezing in here. Kim Hyung-gu scratched his head nervously, glanced at his phone, and asked, then why did not you call me? Avi explained, I am under restrictions. Kim Hyung-gu looked surprised and said, restrictions? Really? Avi said, crossed his legs, and continued, when the Guardian enters the system room, I can't call it for the next 5 days. Kim Hyung-gu suddenly leaned closer to Avi and asked with a grin, by the way, did any skills level up this time? Avi's eyes widened as he replied, oh, yeah, just open your system screen. After Kim Hyung-gu opened the system panel, he looked over the stats, then sighed. The numbers went up a bit, but did not it already notify us? Is there anything else? Avi cheerfully replied, your character's personality has been upgraded. Kim Hyung-gu recalled the system panel had been clearly visible back then and exclaimed, oh, that skill, it is super useful. Avi clarified. Before, it looked super simple, but now it will change into something more understandable. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu excitedly asked, and what else? But Avi just shrugged and said, if you want to upgrade other features, your information authority level needs to be above average. At this point, Kim Hyung-gu felt like all his energy was drained. His body slumped back into the chair as he sighed and complained, how am I supposed to level up if everything stays like this? Avi saw this and said, well, maybe those who climb the tower can help with that. Kim Hyung-gu asked in confusion, how's that possible? Avi replied, there are people called tower climbers. They climb back up after reaching the top, though I do not really get why. Kim Hyung-gu chuckled and said, so you are saying since they have already climbed it, they will know the information about the tower, right? Inside, Kim Hyung-gu thought, faker, that guy everything's about reaching the top. He says that, but since I do not get what he means, next time I meet those tower climbers, I need to interrogate them. After gathering all the information, Kim Hyung-gu prepared to get up and said, well then, I'm off, but Avi waved his hand to stop him, saying, Guardian. Wait. Avi's eyes lit up, her hands mimicking the shape of a game controller as she demanded, you have to get me a PlayStation before you go. The smile on Kim Hyung-gu's face froze, because in the end, Avi managed to win and get the gaming console she had always dreamed of, while Kim Hyung-gu could only retreat home with an empty wallet. A few days later in Junji, in Annam City, looking at the building being hastily constructed, Kim Hyung-gu curiously asked, what is this? Michi bowed respectfully and replied, it is a villa just for you, master. Kim Hyung-gu was stunned, stammering, this is a house. Kim Si-hyun quickly pulled out his phone to check. Wait, there is a place like this in Hanam. After seeing the results, Kim Si-hyun was left speechless. Shocked. Is this land supposed to be reserved for the new city? Kim Hyung-gu worriedly asked, how much did you spend on this place? Michi gently replied, not much compared to what you have received from others. Kim Hyung-gu felt helpless, secretly shocked, wondering just how much it really was, especially noticing Michi's attitude toward him. Kim Hyung-gu wants to curse. What the hell? What is going on? Why is she suddenly nice to me? Michi asks, do you want to check inside? Kim Hyung-gu nods, sure, but deep down he is suspicious, thinking it is not like she has some other plan, or maybe she has a hidden side to her. Facing him, looking into Kim Hyung-gu's eyes, he calls out, Master, and the system immediately displays her personality as extremely loyal, and the target, it is none other than Kim Hyung-gu. No doubt about it. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu awkwardly mumbles, Disciple, could it be? Facing the affectionate gaze of Michi, he boldly asked, are you trying to be shameless? Both Kim Hyung-gu and Michi are left stunned, speechless for a moment, then Kim Hyung-gu snaps back, yelling, Hyung, are you crazy? What are you saying to a kid? He thinks helplessly. She is not that young. Kim Hyung-gyu then looks at Mushi as she approaches and asks, "Hey, disciple, are not you going back to China, might she?" Hearing this, lowers her head and shyly says, "Could it be that I am bothering you?" Kim Hyung-gyu frantically waves his hands, saying, "No, not at all. But you are the sect leader." Mushi then smiles brightly, sincerely saying, "The place where I belong is right beside you." Kim Hyung-gyu feels a headache coming on, and after a moment, he manages to squeeze out a few words. "Alright, you can drop it now." Kim Hyung-gyu leaves everything outside and gets back to work, to which Michi quickly responds, "Yes." After seeing Michi go outside, Kim Hyung-gyu looks at him and asks, "Hyung, what happened between you and Long Dai?" Kim Hyung-gyu lazily props his feet up on him and asks, "What is up?" As he speaks, he mimics Michi's sassy demeanor, saying she talks so profoundly about her disciple. Truly grateful. With a goofy smile on his face, Kim Hyung-gyu feels totally speechless and just says, "Let us keep it chill." He sits down immediately asks, "So, Hyung, when are you planning to go to America?" Kim Hyung-gyu is surprised. "Why go there?" He replies, "Did not you get the message? The news says the International Hunter Association is inviting you." Kim Hyung-gyu is quite taken aback. "What is up with that? Just stopping by." Kim Hyung-gyu responds, "Probably because of that world-class ranking." Now he recalls, "That thing that pays you just for signing up." Kim Hyung-gyu sighs, saying, "I do not get why you remember it like that, but it is exactly that." Kim Hyung-gyu starts blowing his own horn, hands gesturing wildly, confidently saying, "Do I really need to go? I am feeling the pressure now." Kim Hyung-gyu crosses his arms and grins, saying, "You should go. After all, boosting your rank on the world leaderboard is pretty prestigious. It means you are in the top 1% of the world." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gyu clicks his tongue. "Well then, I guess I will go. There is really nothing else to do." A few days later, Kim Hyung-gyu and his crew arrive in America. Looking at the grand facility in front of them, Kim Hyung-gyu exclaims, "It is massive. Does all this really belong to the International Hunter Association?" Maishi replies, "Yes, sir." Then she turns to boast, "Master, I could build a park this big too." Kim Hyung-gyu waves his hand, saying, "That is way too big." Suddenly, Kim Si-hyung spots someone arriving and greets, "Long time no see, Liam." Senator Liam steps forward to shake hands with Kim Si-hyung, saying, "It has been a while." Hunter Kim Si-hyung then excitedly adds, "Oh, and Hunter Kim Hyung-gyu." Kim Si-hyung introduces Senator Liam to Kim Hyung-gyu. "Hyung, this is Senator Liam from the Supreme Council," to which Liam cheerfully replies, "Just call me Liam." Senator Liam takes the initiative to shake Kim Hyung-gyu's hand and praises, "I saw your amazing performance." Hyung-gyu responds happily, "Oh, really?" But before he can finish, Liam brushes him off and strides forward, mentioning, "Looks like Long Emperor is here too," only to be met with a lifeless stare and an eerie silence. Kim Hyung-gyu breaks the tension, saying, "So, Senator, you specially came to pick us up?" Senator Liam smiles and replies, "Yes, I really admire Hunter Kim Hyung-gyu." He continues, "First off, is Hunter Kim Hyung-gyu here to get reevaluated?" Kim Hyung-gyu chuckles and says, "Aside from that reason, I would not be here at all." Senator Liam chuckles, "Follow me. I will lead the way." Then the group enters a room, and Senator Liam introduces, "This is the evaluation room specifically for S-rank." Kim Hyung-gyu looks around curiously and asks, "This place?" Senator Liam points to a podium with a glowing multicolored orb and explains, "When you place your hand on that orb, it will compare you with the data of other hunters and rank you." Kim Hyung-gyu slightly pouts and says, "That is a bit boring, is not it? I thought there would be some sort of test." Hearing this, Liam just laughs and replies, "The simpler, the better." Kim Hyung-gyu glances at the orb and slowly places his hand on it. The orb lights up, and everyone outside holds their breath in silence. Suddenly, a notification board appears in front of Kim Hyung-gyu. After reading the information, his expression turns to disbelief. "What the heck is this?" After defeating the monsters, Lee Seal-dong cheerfully says, "You all did great." The others respond comfortably, "You worked hard too." President, wiping the sweat off his brow, Lee Seal-dong murmurs, "Phew, it seems like the monsters are getting stronger these days." "No, it is like they are getting smarter." Thinking this, Lee Seal-dong chuckles and says, "But hey, I might just be imagining things," then pulls out her phone to check the news. The latest news is about the International Hunter Association, and Lee Seal-dong feels a bit uneasy. Thinking, "Isn't Hyung-gyu Oppa over there? I wonder what trouble he is stirring up now." She sighs and adds, "Si-hyung is with him, but he is practically useless." Remembering a few days ago, Lee Seal-dong asks in surprise, "You want to push back the Labyrinth expedition by 2 weeks?" Kim Si-hyung nods while looking at documents, replying, "Yeah." Suk-gun agrees too. "We can take a break for a while." Lee Seal-dong smiles and asks, "Hey, you are going to follow Hyung-gyu Oppa, right?" Kim Si-hyung, caught off guard by the unexpected question, stammers, "Oh wait, you are not going to?" Lee Seal-dong laughs and says, "Well, not really," then stands up. "Anyway, that wraps up today's meeting." Suddenly, Kim Si-hyung's voice rings out, "Wait, Hold on. He feels a rush of anxiety and shyly says, I have something I want to ask you. Lee Seal-dong, curious, responds, what is it? Kim Si-hyung looks at Lee Seal-dong, who is wide-eyed in anticipation, and stammers, what kind of fruit do girls like? After hearing this, Lee Seal-dong was officially left speechless, mouth agape, eyes wide, as he froze in shock. Meanwhile, over at Guiers, things were looking grim for Hogwarts, who sat slumped among a mountain of paperwork, head pounding with stress. Guiers' stock plummeted uncontrollably after the death of Martin Bren, and all of his artifacts vanished without a trace. At that moment, Hogwarts was trembling with dread. The biggest problem was that suddenly, Hogwarts leaped up, flipped the table, and shouted, that punk Kim Hyung. 40%. Are you kidding me? What a disaster. Just then, the door to Hogwarts' office burst open. He grimaced in irritation. Didn't I say no one was allowed in here? Suddenly, he froze as Hong Mang asked, Ma Sun, the High Council of the International Hunter Association. Ma Sun grinned and replied, long time no see. Hogwarts hurried over to Ma Sun and asked, what brings you here? Ma Sun raised his hand and said, Man Bren, I have a bit of a connection with him. Hearing this, Hogwarts panicked. Wait, they were pretty close. Ma Sun looked around the room and sighed. It seems things here are not looking too good. Hogwarts stuttered. Sorry. Then Ma Sun said, Don't worry, I will support you. This left Hogwarts quite shocked, and he asked, Really? Why would you help me? Ma Sun explained, I am not helping you. I am helping the situation. How do you think he will feel when he comes back and sees his stuff missing? Ma Sun patted Hogwarts on the shoulder, forcing a smile. So what I am saying is, just follow my lead. Back to our main character, Kim Hyun, who was still staring at the announcement board with a completely blank expression. Looking at the 4 unidentifiable characters on the screen, Kim Hyun exploded with anger, shouting, What is this? Why is it like this? Senator Liam behind him looked skeptical. He murmured, I have never seen anything like this happen before. Kim Si-hyun stepped forward and raised his hand, saying, Let me take a look. As soon as Kim Si-hyun placed his hand on the screen, the number 172 appeared. Kim Si-hyun grimaced in pain. I dropped in rank. Kim Hyun yelled, This is insane. It is not even broken. So why is it like this? Liam was worried too. I have never seen it like this before. Only my Chi, who had been calm and quiet until now, finally spoke up. What a bunch of losers. Then my Chi loudly declared, My master is the best. It is obvious he is number 1. But before he could finish, Kim Hyun shot back. Shut it. Kim Hyun-gu's face turned slightly green as he glared at Liam. So I came all this way for nothing. Senator Liam quickly smiled gently. Calm down. The party is about to start. Kim Hyun asked curiously. The party. Liam explained, Today is the anniversary of the International Hunter Association. I promise there will be plenty of food and drinks. Sound good. Seeing Kim Hyun silent, Liam sighed, thinking to himself, What do I do? This has to work. A little while later, the party began. Looking at the shiny food laid out, Senator Liam smiled at Kim Hyun, patting his round belly. Ho ho, I see you really like the food. My Chai, next to him, kept jotting down notes, excitedly writing about his master's favorite dishes. Liam asked, Hunter Kim Hyun, You have, but before he could finish, an impolite voice interrupted. Oh look who is here. Kim Hyun and Senator Liam both jumped and turned. Only my Chai did not notice because he was too busy playing around. The newcomer was ranked 3rd in the world, a real tank. Senator Liam said, I do not have time for you right now. And the tank just scoffed, laughing like, who does this old man think he is to keep me busy? Ha ha ha. This conversation caught everyone's attention and sparked a lot of chatter. Kim Hyun was really not a fan of this giant tank's attitude. Thinking to himself, he is way too cocky. My ears are about to pop. Kim Si-hyun warned him from the side. Bro, it is best not to mess with that guy. Kim Hyun asked. Why not? Kim Si-hyun explained. He is notorious for being brutal. He abuses his hunting power and openly does illegal stuff. They say he should be classified as a serial killer for what he has done, but there is no proof. Suddenly, the tank turned his gaze to Kim Hyun, amused, saying, Hey, you look familiar. Aren't you the guy who caused chaos just to stop one disaster? The tank stepped up to Kim Hyun and taunted. You better know your place. He lightly tapped his finger on Hyun-go's shoulder, saying, I am really good at dealing with punks like you. Kim Hyun chuckled, effortlessly flicking the tank's finger away and replied, I am the one who should be saying that. The tank felt disrespected and got furious, saying, You really should take a punch to learn some manners. Then he clenched his fist and swung it straight at Kim Hyun. Senator Liam anxiously intervened. Stop, stop, if you fight here. In that moment, Kim Hyun quickly ducked to evade the tank's blow, then smirked, saying, You are the one who needs to learn some manners. Kim Hyun swung his fist like a champion, landing a powerful blow on the tank that sent him crashing into the wall. As the wall crumbled, dust and debris flew everywhere. Kim Hyun licked his lips and scratched his head, Wondering, did I hit too hard? The tank quickly recovered, jumping up and cursing. Damn it. Seeing the tank bounce back like that, Kim Si-han was slightly surprised. Thinking, I heard he is supposed to be a real genius. Invincible. At that moment, the tank grabbed a huge chunk of rubble and hurled it straight at Kim Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu grinned excitedly, then swiftly raised his hand to effortlessly shatter the rock. Unexpectedly, the tank seized this opportunity to leap behind Kim Hyun-gu, then head-butted him, sending him flying a meter away. Witnessing the intense brawl, everyone panicked and scattered. Yelling, "Ah, run!" Senator Liam watched the fight with concern for Kim Hyun-gu. Feeling anxious. He is getting overwhelmed. I need to stop this. It is only going to make Mason's side stronger. The tank looked at the wreckage with a smug grin, saying, "Now do you get it? Guys like you are nothing to me." Senator Liam rushed over, saying, "Wait, we should stop this." But before he could finish, Kim Hyun-gu's arrogant voice rang out. Ridiculous, startling both the tank and Senator Liam. Kim Hyun-gu stood up confidently, dusting off his pants, saying, "It is like a mosquito bite. Are you out of tricks? Now it is my turn." Just as he finished speaking, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly charged right in front of Tank, leaving him in sheer terror. He quickly threw a punch that sent Tank flying back a meter, as Tank struggled to get back on his feet. He cursed, "Damn it." But Kim Hyun-gu was already behind him, casually cracking his knuckles and threatening, "Hey, can you take this hit? You are the perfect punching bag for me to try out some moves." What followed was a brutal onslaught from Kim Hyun-gu, delivering one punch, then another, and another, as Tank let out desperate screams. Kim Si-han and Mu Liam, along with the professional photographers from Chi Wong, were all witnessing the scene. Kim Si-han could not help but marvel at how long Tank was able to endure those hits, while Liam was already sweating bullets from the sidelines. Finally, Tank's entire body thudded to the ground, and Kim Hyun-gu casually stepped on him while wiping away sweat, looking incredibly handsome. Suddenly, the charming Kim Hyun-gu remembered, "Oh, wait a minute, this guy is ranked 3rd in the world." Then Kim Hyun-gu looked over at Kim Si-han, Senator Liam, and my chief, who were all gazing at him with awe, and said, "So, if I beat this guy, does that mean I am ranked 3rd now?" Mujin's sharp, fiery gaze locked onto him as he resolutely declared, "I will climb to the top to reunite with my master, this rank of the Mujin world." The scene shifted to a news alert about Kim Hyun-gu's victory. Lee Seo, holding his phone, read the news with concern, hoping he would leave a lasting impression like this. Si-hoon, while eating, said, "Are you worried about Hyun-gu? He will be fine. He is really strong." Lee Seo replied with a worried expression, "Yeah, but I am afraid the worst-case scenario will turn into a complete disaster." Si-hoon pondered, remembering the past where Kim Hyun-gu had effortlessly wiped out the competition in the hunting world. He was laughing and reminiscing about everything that happened, thinking about how he was the kind of guy everyone wanted to be next to. Lee Seo hesitantly asked, "By the way, Si-hoon appa, have you heard anything from Kim Hyun?" He was surprised. "What is up?" She replied, "I think he might have a girlfriend now." The scene shifted to Kim Hyun holding a red gift box, surprised and smiling like someone lost in love. In the room, someone noticed and asked, "Who is it?" Lua, startled, quickly shoved the gift box into a large bag. Liam opened the door and cheerfully asked, "Do you like this place?" From a distance, Kim Hyun watched the two of them chatting. Liam said, "I apologize on his behalf for yesterday." Men replied, "No need to be so formal." Then the scene shifted to police officers moving Tank, who was face down on a stretcher, to the hospital. In a crowd, people were chatting, and after that kiss incident, the party was cancelled, and Tank was taken away in an ambulance. The standout person in the crowd was Hyun-gu. He stood still, observing everyone and their discussions, while Liam invited him to stay at the 5-star hotel. Liam asked, "Kim Hyun-gu, if you do not mind, can we talk for a bit?" Hyun-gu paused and asked, "You are not busy, right?" Then he turned back to his disciple Miryung, saying, "All right, I will be back, you stay put." In her frustration, she glared at him with hatred, and said, "Fine," slamming the door shut as she angrily stepped inside. The room was filled with awkward tension, just Kim Hyun and her. He shyly glanced at her, trying to figure out how to approach her. Sitting closer would be great, but it did not seem like a good idea. "I always thought she was an open person because she was always smiling around Hyun-gu." Then, he gently asked Miryung a question. When she turned to look at him, he thought to himself, "What can I say? I want to learn what she likes the most." But he asked, "How did you and Hyun-gu meet?" His face was smug, but Miryung remained cold. "Fine, I will tell you, but there is a condition." He froze and asked, "What is it?" She shyly responded, "What does the master like?" Kim Hyun-gu said, "That is what Hyun-gu likes." Right after stepping out of the tower, he liked food. Then she asked about money and quickly left, leaving him gaping in shock. "All right, I will just pop over for a bit." Then he slammed the door behind him. Kim Hyun muttering, crunchy peanuts. In the room, Hyungu was sipping tea with Liam. Liam casually asked, I wonder if the tea suits your taste. Hyungu replied slowly, it is fine. Let us skip the small talk and get to the point. He was enjoying some delicious pastries, and Liam laughed. You are being pretty straightforward. Then Liam got straight to the point. I am sure you know Marston, another member of the senior council of the association. He receives support from the government and is one of the top hunters. Even in the top 10, he gets support from number 1, number 3, and number 6. He is very modest, but now we need a new card for our faction. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. I want you to be on my side. While Hyungu looked deep in thought, he was exhausted. He turned back to the room, handing a bag of pastries to Kim Si-hyun. He looked up in confusion and asked, You are home early? He replied, Yeah. Hyungu looked at the fruit bag next to the chair and asked, I have been curious about that for a while. What is it? Kim Si-hyun casually deflected. Just a souvenir. He pressed further. But it looks like a gift. Who are you planning to give it to? The kid blushed. Just someone, then quickly changed the subject. What were you and Liam talking about? He replied. He said you do not need to do anything at all. The kid was taken aback by Hyungu's answer. Thinking. Liam shrugged. Is he really the master of the 5th best in the world? He took down IRs. A top tier. He himself is a weapon. Hyungu was baffled, not knowing what the kid was thinking. Then remarked, that is because there is a rumor you are allied with him. Given your reputation, even my son would not dare mess with Liam. I guess I have already stayed away from a lot of their stuff. Kim Si-hyun asked, what did he propose? But Hyungu just replied vaguely, I am not sure, but he said that is fine. Then he burst out laughing, saying I could use the teleport gate anytime I want, which had never been mentioned before. The kid asked again. He said fine. That is kind of strange. Hyungu cheerfully replied. Yeah. He said if I wanted, I could attend the top 50 training in 2 weeks, and I could also go through the teleport gate. After hearing this, Kim Si-hyun said, well, that is not bad. The scene shifted to the main office of my son discussing with Coward, the vice president of WEARS. Has the issue been resolved? Coward replied, and then that wild beast fell silent. All thanks to the day. My son was cheerful, saying that is good. Coward thought, what is he planning to do? And I do not understand why he is helping me. Then, looking into my son's affectionate gaze, he realized that Beng's story was just an excuse. That is enough already. My doubts will turn toxic. I just need to protect what is within reach. My son noticed Coward's pensive expression and asked, you seem to be lost in thought. You need to snap out of it. Daps. I'm sorry. I still have a lot to sort out. My son reached into his inner pocket and comfortingly said, it is not okay, but I have something for you. Coward opened his hand to receive the mysterious item and asked, what is this? My son, with a sly grin, replied, from now on, listen carefully to what I say. If you withdraw, you will be able to control ICE members. Outside the statue of Washington, in the pouring rain at night before a hospital, in the patient room of Tidian, he sat up with a face full of pain. What a life! A flash of lightning lit up a corner of the room where my son stood. And finally, he got up. He panicked. My son coldly approached the hospital bed, walking as he said, I told you to be careful with Sting Kim Hyungu. Tank yelled in anger. What is that bastard's deal? A pain pierced through Kim's unbreakable shell. I am sure he's using a technique similar to Mugen's. Just then, a voice echoed, he is using a technique like mine. The two stopped and turned to see Mugen, the very person Tank had just mentioned. Mugen coldly replied, it has been a while. My son asked, so you being here means that is complete? He answered, yes. My son smiled smugly and said, good, Mugen has finished preparations. Now it is our turn. 2 weeks passed. Before a bustling high-rise building, in the room, Liam pulled back the curtain, looking out expectantly. It seems like Kim Hyungu really is not coming. A voice chimed in, are you still waiting for that guy? Eden rushed in to open the door. Just leave. If he has not shown up, it means he does not care. Class rank 4 master. Just keep chasing Eden. The girl Riley, class rank 7. Coldly replied, is not it usual for people to message back through letters or notes? Liam continued to look through the curtain slit. He was a bit different. He must have thought this was necessary. Another sound rang out, catching everyone's attention. It is time to head out for the day. Senator, Liam said, let us go. In the lavish setting of the party, everyone was dressed in smart suits. Liam held a glass of wine, sipping while Eden scanned the group of high-ranking officials, who were as slippery as ever, probably because they came from different countries. Riley coldly remarked, everyone's busy networking. Liam was busy chatting with a guest, saying, I heard the theater was demolished 2 weeks ago. It seems like it has been restored to new again. Liam chuckled, all thanks to the wizard hunters. Before he could finish, Eden, seeing something terrifying, called out, hey Liam, look over there. A group of people, including a hat-wearing figure. Riley suddenly exclaimed, why is he here? He has not shown up at the association since he made it into the top 5. Liam thought, this is strange. I sense something ominous. The hat-wearing figure boldly asked, are all the hunters present? A guest in a white suit asked, did you see everyone who came here? Besides, I did not think you would show up without a mask, so there is no point in waiting any longer. And then he grabbed the guest's face, snapping his head off amidst the awe of the crowd. The masked figure remained expressionless, a few drops of blood splattering, causing Liam to panic. The scene shifts to a tall building where Guy Aring asks Lizio, "Hey, why are not we doing this somewhere else?" Hanga replied, "Why not?" She retorted, "Seems like you forgot this is my turf, buddy." He chuckled softly, "But there is no one else here, right?" She instantly shot back, "Of course, because I have restricted access to this place." Enya, panicking, asked, "Really? Should we move somewhere else? If we change locations, do we have to start all over again?" Liam inquired, "Hey, why can't we just do it here?" Enya, still flustered, asked, "Really? Should we move somewhere else?" Lizio questioned, "Hey, why can't we just do it here?" Lizio asked, "Hey, why is Dalla here? We are in Familia, and I am gonna cause some trouble." The cries for help echoed. "Is anyone there? Please, someone save me." In everyone's shock, Lycia remembered. "Oh right, that guy I caught. I forgot he is still locked in here." She rushed to the door where the cries were coming from and awkwardly opened it. "Get out now," as the guy stuck his head out. He exclaimed, "I am here." She promptly slammed the door shut with a bang. Haingu stopped in disbelief, asking, "Why did you close it?" She chuckled lightly. "I got a little startled." Haingu gently opened the door to find the guy slumped on the ground. "Weak, please. I will spill everything. Just save me. And let me see a little light." Haingu thought. He had only been locked up for less than a month, but it seemed like this torture was too much for him. Haingu coldly smirked, asking, "So, are you going to tell me everything?" The scene shift to Lord Liam's party, where chaos erupted. Everything was shattered. Blood everywhere, and people lying scattered on the ground. Screams of help, run, echoed. Hunters were attacking officials and guests at the party. The battle was brutal and terrifying. Liam shouted, "Everyone run this way. Hurry." With the survivors, the tier fighters in the world's top 50 were brutally slaughtered. All of this happened in less than 5 minutes. Liam thought. Just then, from behind him, a figure with fierce eyes declared, "I warned you." He lunged at Liam, and in that moment, Eden used his sword skills to block Clam's attack, sending him stumbling back. That crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Riley was casting her powerful spells, battling the villain, and yelled, "Liam, run." At the same time, Eden was struck by a powerful blow, causing him to fall. Liam yelled in anguish, "Why? Why are you doing this?" Mixon, coldly killing many, replied, "Because it is necessary for the end of the world." Liam, terrified, gasped, "What are you talking about?" At that moment, Haingu and his disciple entered, witnessing this horrific scene. "What the hell is going on here?" He glared at Muxin, filled with rage, and asked, "Why is everything in ruins?" Approaching, Liam smirked, "Why do not you tell me what is happening?" Liam sobbed, stuttering, "Are you the one who defeated Than?" Kim Haingu replied coldly, "Who the hell are you?" The guy in the hat introduced himself coolly, "I am Mux." Kim Haingu asked the girl, "Who is that?" The disciple laughed, "He is the top's rank master." Kim Haingu chuckled awkwardly, "Is that his funny name?" Mixon boldly declared, "You showed up just in time. I need to eliminate you." Kim Haingu looked puzzled and said, "What are you talking about? Do we even know each other?" Muxin stammered, "No, I just need to kill you to climb the tower." Kim Haingu leaned back. "What?" Mixon started attacking Kim Haingu. Confused, Kim Haingu asked, "Climbing the tower?" He smirked, "So, you are a glimper, huh?" The system announced, "Skill, Authority of Information, Name, Shin Chung, Age, 33, Gender, Male, Status, Excellent, Stats, Strength 5+, Agility 55, Endurance 5, Stamina 55, Luck, Skill, Memory Reactivation, not a unique skill. According to my data, he is not a glimper yet." Mixon arrogantly said, "I am not a glimper yet. But soon, I will be. I need to leave this place to reach my goal, so, you have to die. I must kill you right here." His punch was right in Kim Haingu's face. Kim Haingu was stunned and cursed angrily. This crazy guy. He was knocked over by Muxin's attack. Furious, he shouted at him, "You bastard. How are you catching up to me?" Mixon coldly replied, "I heard you also practice martial arts. Why do not we spar?" Kim Haingu was sent flying by a punch. The disciple rushed in. "Master." Just as she was about to enter, the guy blocked her, acting like a jerk. "Come play with me," he said. And the girl glared at him. Kim Haingu, fueled by rage, stood up and fought back. His strength could not match Muxin's. He angrily shouted, You said you are not a glimper, but this pressure feels just like one. Damn it. Then I will go all out from the start." Mixon sneered, "If you run away, that'd be embarrassing." Kim Haingu grinned with confidence, not expecting his mana to be rising here. 2 weeks of research were not in vain. His tool of Fire Strike was not too effective though. It is strong but takes time, but if I can immobilize the enemy, That is a different story. Even if I have to use the 10-step ultimate to temporarily boost my mana, just 1 step and 10-step is enough. I am guided by the man of the Lord. He shouted, Tula. Fire strike. Muksin effortlessly absorbed the energy. He looked smug as Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself. What the heck? Tula's fire strike is already on the ground, Mixin coldly stated. For someone like you, that is a bit disappointing. Kim Hyun-gyu was being relentlessly beaten by Muksin. Looking like a drunk. Mixin, you are annoying. Moving like that, it is like mocking martial arts. Kim Hyun-gyu's face burned with anger. So what? Does it affect your rice bowl? Muksin disdainfully replied. You have no precision in your martial arts at all. All the mana from the user just flows through their veins. It simply releases mana. It is not even done properly. Don't you think you can beat me? Kim Hyun-gyu smirks contemptuously. What? Hundreds of years? You are not even human. System notification. Check his stats. Skills. Authority info. Name. Chun-gyu. Age 33. Male. Condition excellent. Stats. Male strength plus. Agility 55. Endurance male type. Stamina 55. 55. Luck. I think reaching number 1 in the world will be tough for them. It is because of this skill. The skill to create memory equipment. A unique skill. Mixin boldly declares. Of course, I am a guy, but my skill lets me have infinite practice time, allowing me to master all kinds of martial arts. That is why I can temporarily escape this mundane existence. Kim Hyun-gyu grumbles a bit. Green bean. This is unreal. Mixin scornfully says, so for you, keep daydreaming all day. I will show you the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is that I have to kill. It is about dominance, making Kim Hyun-gyu bleed. Muksin unleashes a series of dragon kicks. Rapid kicks, bloodstorm punches, vicious dragon strikes, heavenly dragon steps, ultimate radiant holy technique. He stared at Kim Hyun-gyu, saying, your endurance is quite impressive. Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself, he is too strong. This destructive power, if it were anyone else but me, they would be toast by now. Should I dodge like last time? But if I do that, his next target will be me. Muksin coldly glances at Kim Hyun-gyu. Kim Hyun-gyu thinks, if I do not use that skill, I am toast but my body can resist him. System notification. You have endured all the powerful attacks. Endurance increased. Mixin blandly states, I have to admit you are quite strong, but now I will end this because of the hidden dragon technique. Kim Hyun-gyu uses his stealth skill, making Muksin uncomfortable. Did he just disappear? Kim Hyun-gyu appears right behind him. Laughing. Surprised yet, Muksin fiercely strikes. Watch me use the concealed demon technique. This time Muksin gets furious at Kim Hyun, cursing up a storm. You bastard. What do you think you are doing? His crazy mana has been depleted. It is not for enhancement. There is definitely another reason. But how? Kim Hyun-gyu erupts in anger. I will return everything you have given me. Performing dragon kicks. Rapid kicks. The ultimate radiant holy technique. Muksin grits his teeth. How could this happen? Kim Hyun-gyu sneers. You really think I am defeated? You do not realize I have been watching everything. I used mana in my eyes and observed how you used your mana. It is pretty easy to learn because it is extremely delicate and rhythmic. What I mean is your martial arts. He thinks to himself, the cost is steep, but if I do not do this, I want to have a chance to win. Muksin voices his discomfort. No way. You learned them just by watching. Kim Hyun-gyu thinks, asking that is understandable. There is a huge difference between watching and doing, but with the experience I have gained over time, and the massive amount of resources I have spent, plus my wide and solid expertise, I did what seemed impossible. He confidently told him with a grin. So now, why do not we see what we have learned? Amidst the ruins, they exchanged glances, and Liam thought, this is a huge problem. The other hunters are doing nothing, and Miriam is just sitting at rank 5. She can't possibly be lower than those rank 3 and 6 at the same time. Tun and Shikagik boomed loudly. So, Miriam is just a kid. Huh. Miriam irritably said. Get lost. He laughed foolishly. So what are you planning to do? What are you trying to see from that jerk's prowess? Miriam confidently replied. I want to see my master looking cool, but that might not be possible. If you stay alive, you will be a hindrance to my master. So I will kill you right here. He was taken aback. What? She crushed a guy, leaving Ten Shake-geek panicking. How is this even possible? He thought to himself. I thought she was beneath us. Miriam coldly said. You better be ready. You have racked up too many crimes. Tun Shake-geek gritted his teeth, his voice terrifying. You are going to die the most painful death. Kim Hyun-gyu confidently struck him. He was beaten down by Hyun-gyu, unable to resist. Lying on the ground, he cursed Hyun-gyu. You bastard. You are getting stronger every day. For a moment, he could do it. Even a genius can. Could only be used by those with superior martial arts levels. So I, Mu-sin, will use all my strength to counter you. Watch me. A beam of light surrounded him, making Hyun-gyu step back. After a fierce battle, a massive gust of wind blew across. Kim Hyun-gyu struggled to shield himself with his hands. After a moment, he looked up in shock at what lay before him. Kim Hyun-gyu was fiercely attacking Mu-sin, pushing him to use all his strength and transform into a real monster. As he was the offspring of the demon lord, Kim Hyun-gyu staggered to his feet, his voice shaky. What kind of freak is this Kimber? Musin, humiliated, was furious. You won't be able to do anything to me anymore. Kim Hyun-gu scoffed. Oh really? A red aura was radiating from him as he casually walked toward him, saying nonchalantly, I can do the same. Kim Hyun-gu wiped his nose with his hand and smirked. You are not the only one with martial skills. He then lowered his voice. I still remember the martial arts that the heavenly demon used. Although I won back then, I could not replicate his techniques. Now I understand the principles of martial arts. Kim Hyun-gu slowly. That thing looks like the thunder god. Saying that, he mimics the skill, surrounding himself with countless bolts of lightning as the second match begins. My Chaiwong quickly takes down his opponent with overwhelming strength. The other guy, still unconvinced, shouts, You bitch, how can you? To which my Chaiwong does not even flinch, seeing her silent while the guy was getting beaten to a pulp. Kim Hyun-yu, Mushin, and now you too. Why are my skills worthless against you? As soon as he finished speaking, my Chaiwong's foot came crashing into his face. And finally, he passed out cold. My Chaiwong casually raised her hand to her cheek, slowly brushing away the dust. How foolish. It is not about skills. It is about martial arts. After dealing with this guy, she looked outside through the hole created earlier, her face full of anticipation as she softly called out, Master. Meanwhile, the battle between Kim Hyun-gu and Mushin was raging on intensely. Kim Hyun-gu was continuously overpowering Mushin, but he remained stubborn as ever. It seemed like they were evenly matched. The clash of their immense powers created a massive shockwave, sending both of them flying backward. Struggling to stand up, Kim Hyun-gu felt his mana depleting rapidly, leaving his body weak. He could sense it. He felt like he was about to fall apart. Mushin, on the other hand, had his own thoughts. Worried that at this rate, he would not be able to win. Kim Hyun-gu weakly raised his hand, feeling a bit of mana left. Worried. This does not look good. I am running low on mana. Mushin, however, appeared unfazed, seemingly not exhausted at all. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and Kim Hyun-gu made a decision. So be it. The other guy was not holding back either. Mushin maintained a serious expression. So be it. After some thought, they both charged at each other, their eyes locked with smirks on their faces, determined not to waste any more time. Just as Kim Hyun-gu prepared to attack, he suddenly froze. Mushin unleashed a wave of power, forming a sphere of black mana with terrifying force. Making Kim Hyun-gu recoil, he desperately jumped back, panicking. Wait, that is necromancy. The black mana surrounded his feet, and Mushin, looking cool as ever, focused his strength to maintain the sphere above his head, amused as he said, Looks like you know a thing or two about it. Kim Hyun-gu was sweating bullets but still pointed at it, asking, What are you doing? That is not martial arts. Who uses so much mana like that? What you are doing is no different from what I did earlier. Mushin shot back irritably. Does not matter. I will do whatever it takes to take you down. Right now, there was a gaping black hole in his chest pouring out dark magic. Sensing the moment had arrived, Mushin shouted, Awaken, dark god of destruction. The powerful dark magic shot straight at Kim Hyun-gu. At this moment, Mushin felt incredibly confident, thinking he had this move locked down. But then he got hit right in the face, wide-eyed in shock at what was about to unfold. What the heck? That terrifying wave of magic was blocked by Kim Hyun-gu using lightning, causing Mushin to exclaim in horror. How is that possible? Kim Hyun-gu smirked, standing casually as he gradually dispelled all the dark magic. Mushin, still disbelieving his eyes, asked again, You blocked my necromancy with lightning. Kim Hyun-gu, feeling smug, replied, That is because you taught me earlier, so let me teach you again. Kim Hyun-gu said, I have improved, so let us see if you can block this. Before he could react, Mushin just awkwardly muttered a few words. Something like that. Kim Hyun-gu continued using the Thunder God's resurrection, combining it with lightning, creating a source of power that was absolutely mind-blowing. He unleashed it straight at Mushin, lighting up the entire sky. Then there was a massive explosion, and after that blast cleared, Mushin was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, a cool image of Kim Hyun-gu appeared, hands shoved deep into his pockets, and the system went wild with a notification. You have defeated the Heavenly Warrior, who was on the reserve list of Glimper, the suddenly famous Mushin. Another notification popped up, resetting the Heavenly Warrior's ranking, and the Information Authority was downgraded from low to average. The current Information Authority is average, and you will be invited into the system after a certain period. Time left: 3 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds. At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu was exhausted and gasping for breath due to the excessive mana consumption during this fight. He quickly crouched down, and at the same time, an item appeared on the ground with sweat glistening on his face. He pondered something. Finally, he reached out to pick up that item, and the system continued to notify him that the origin of the Heavenly Warrior was incomplete. Level 5 bonus. Skill missing. The secret training regimen of Shinvo, known as Musim, is shrouded in mystery. To follow his first master, he lacked the necessary information authority. He evolved into Glimmer, and with that limited power, he absorbed countless martial arts, ultimately naming himself Musin. Stuck in the Glimmer reserve list, he has to gamble his Mekong strength just to climb the tower, but the Mekong meter is reading a dismal 0%. Kim Hyun-gu, holding the item in his hands, Wonders aloud, the reserve list. Mekong Stone. What the heck is that? While he is lost in thought, he suddenly hears a call his master. He looks up and sees Mai Chiang racing towards him. A wave of relief washes over Kim Hyun-gu as he breaks into a smile. Then he lets himself relax, lying back on the ground. It was tough, but in the end, he emerged victorious. The atmosphere turns somber as Mai Chiang stands by, watching his master rest on the ground. Meanwhile, in a secret base, a mysterious figure prepares to report Musin's demise to the designer. The tower designer, skeptical, asks, "Are you saying both the anonymous Jimber and the reserve Gimber were defeated?" The mysterious figure nods, confirming, "That is right." The designer strokes his chin. Intrigued, it is quite impressive, and his gaze sharpens before he smirks coldly. He continues, "I had considered this before the role of disaster. All living creatures do not evolve easily. Have you noticed how stable the ecosystem is on the current floors? Only when disaster strikes do they fight for survival, and from that struggle, they gradually evolve." The mysterious figure sitting across speaks up, questioning, "Are you suggesting he is the crisis for the Jimbars?" The designer nods. That could be the case. Has he ever encountered a high-ranking Jimber? The mysterious figure quickly responds, "Never. Those on the reserve list almost defeated him but died before they could become official Gimbars." The mysterious figure pauses for a moment, then hesitantly adds a grim prediction. "But Guardians will never meet high-ranking Jimbars because the former gods governing the constellations are hiding on the 8th floor." The designer agrees. "You are right about that." At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu is still stretched out on the ground, resting. He is wearing a satisfied smile when he hears the designer's voice predicting that he will eventually meet his end. A day after the Guardian incident, everyone in the security office is buzzing with chatter. "Did you see the news?" The whole world is in shock. One eager person jumps in to ask, "What happened at the top 50 party?" And Iftin frowns and replies, "Exactly. I heard it was an all-out massacre." But nobody pays attention to her words. They are too engrossed in the fight. "Have you watched the battle clips yet? It is insane." The person opposite chimes in, "Isn't our guild master just ridiculously cool?" This leaves Hong Jin momentarily speechless, as their comments echo around her. Now, his name is known worldwide. He is truly amazing. The massacre unfolded at the top 50 hunters party, where out of 42 present, 33 were killed. Among the 9 survivors, 4 can no longer continue hunting due to severe injuries. Hong Jin picks up her phone, reading through each critical news update. The countries have not officially concluded the matter yet. They need to conduct a thorough investigation into who is behind this. Those who were just cheering moments ago, so happy to be part of this, are now focusing on the fact that Kim Hyun-gu is unmatched. Hong Jin exclaimed, "Looks like no one cares about that anymore." At that moment, a voice spoke up. It was the media, making Hong Jin jump when she heard it. Turns out it was Sucker Enya. She continued looking at her computer screen, saying that most of the top 50 contenders have been wiped out. That is bound to make everyone anxious, which is why they have hyped up a star to distract people. Hong Jin nodded in agreement, adding, "Yeah, if the guild leader knew about this, he definitely would not let it slide." Sucker Enya warned, "That is why we should not say anything." Got it. Meanwhile in the US, Lee Seo-jung anxiously asked the person in front of her, "How's his injury?" Kim Hyun-gu's entire body was bandaged up carefully like a dumpling, with one arm broken. He even chuckled in response. "Looking like this and you are still asking," Lee Seo-jung gently replied. "I am just being polite." She continued, "Even with a healer like that, and you are still in this condition, no wonder Sai-hon is worried." Kim Hyun-gu only cared about the results he achieved, saying, "Well, at least I won." Lee Seo-jung sighed. "Or maybe it is still worrying." With that, she quickly headed for the door. "I will be back after I finish the paperwork for you." Kim Hyun-gu weakly waved goodbye. Alright then. After Lee Seo-jung left, he had to grimace in pain. He raised his bandaged hand, which looked like a mummy's, and stared at it for a moment, sighing, "Man, the aftereffects are no joke." Kim Hyun-gu recalled the battle and thought to himself, luckily it was not too bad. If it had been a regular person, they would have lost control of their energy immediately. Lying back on the bed, he thought, "How embarrassing. I acted on instinct and did not even remember all the moves I used. Maybe I need to read more books. It would be great if I could learn from someone." Suddenly, he remembered something and was taken aback. "Oh, maybe that could be useful." Kim Hyun-gu pulled out the item he had found earlier and asked, "Do you know how to use this? Or right here in the ARP space, Av?" His assistant chimed in, "Oh, is this the origin of the celestial martial arts owned by someone named Mu?" Kim Hyun-gu pointed to the system board and continued, "The Maze Stone. That is right. I want to know how to complete this. Let me find out." Av started calculating something, and a ton of screens popped up in front of her. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and said, "I found a clue." Then she slowly explained, "Guardian, I think you need to go to the Maze Dungeon. I am not sure if the Maze Stone is a monster's mana stone or something else, but since it says Kimber needs to get through a dungeon to move to the next level, you might find the answer there." Kim Hyun-gu stroked his chin in agreement. Alright then. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu noticed something and jumped up, asking, Wait, do I have any new skills? The support A pointed at him and replied, yes. Open your status window. He quickly opened it. Reading. Name, Kim Hain-yu. Guardian, level 91, age 24, male. Status. Excellent. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Stamina, 55. Constitution, 5. Charisma. Luck. Skills. Average information authority. Access psychology. Kim Hain-gu sighed in relief. Most of my stats have gone up. I am curious about psychology. Is that a new skill? How do I use it? The A responded. Twice a day. You can read other people's thoughts, meaning you have access to their information. Kim Hain-gu frowned. Thinking, looks like I can't use this skill on gamers. Well, better than nothing, the support A excitedly added. Your notification system is almost perfect now. It will signal the time and location of gamers. At this moment, there were a lot of game discs and consoles spread out on the table. The support A glanced at those items and remembered. I have something else to discuss. Kim Hain-gu noticed her gaze and teased. You want a game console? Huh. The support A blushed and awkwardly replied. Not that I only play games all the time. Okay, just a little, Kim Hain-gu asked. So what is up? The A became serious. This is something I have discovered recently. Or rather, it is just a guess. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Maichi kept calling him master repeatedly in her mind, causing Kim Hain-gu to spit out his drink while using his new skill. Maichi quickly stood up, worried, and asked, Master, are you okay? He replied, I'm just a little shocked. Outside, Maichi bowed her head, saying yes, but deep down, she had a bad feeling. Is Master really okay? His body may not have fully recovered yet. Are there any professional healers in Wepido? I wonder if I can use artifacts. If Master's body is hurt, I could reach out and touch it. Kim Hain-gu read those thoughts and blushed. Turning away, I have seen something I should not have. Maichi then asked, where is Azul-jun? Is she taking care of the paperwork? She heard that Master would be discharged soon, so she used a magic circle to go elsewhere. Maichi's face was still worried as she looked up at him. Master, are you really okay? There is a crowd gathered outside. It must be bothering you. Kim Hain-gu glanced out the window and saw a huge crowd below. The reporters, Maichi coldly said. As long as you give the word, I will take care of them. He hurriedly slipped on his shoes and slowly said, no need for that. No matter what we do, they will find a way to stick around. It is better if we hold a press conference. Kim Hain-gu decided to step down, and at that moment, a swarm of reporters rushed toward him for interviews. Hunter Kim Hain-gu, Hunter Kim Hain-gu. Can you tell us something? Kim Hain. They kept jostling him, making him feel as cramped as a sardine, and he tried to reason with them. Calm down, everyone, he urged, but someone seized the opportunity to ask, Hunter Kim Hain-gu, at the meetup party. Exhausted, he waved his arms frantically. Just let me through, please. He roughly elbowed a reporter who was standing too close. Kim Hain-gu was getting irritated. Step back, clear the way for me. A guy nearby snapped a picture of him with ill intentions, thinking to himself, I know Kim Hain-gu is rude, but this is over the line. Turns out, this guy was reporter John Michael. John stared at him with a sly look, probably underestimating the power of reporters. He needed to learn what they could really do. After a moment of silence, Kim Hain-gu took a deep breath and said, I am not feeling well, so your questions. But before he could finish, someone interrupted. Kim Hain-gu, John continued to press, asking about rumors that he used the massacre at the party to eliminate the hunters he killed. Is that true? That malicious question took everyone by surprise. Kim Hain-gu stuffed his hands into his pockets. Annoyed. I have not said anything yet, but John kept attacking him. Can I take that as confirmation of the rumors? Kim Hain-gu did not reply, but he smiled with a hint of amusement, making John think, I like that expression. It suits you for ignoring reporters. Then, Kim Hain-gu suddenly shouted, Hey, get lost. John was left confused, thinking, what just happened? Kim Hain-gu sarcastically remarked, Can't you hear me standing this close? At that moment, someone leaned in close and whispered to him. The internet. Where's the internet? Yeah. Kim Hain-gu emphasized what he just said. 30 seconds if that guy does not leave. There won't be any interview today. John gritted his teeth in anger. What? From a distance. Maichi could not bear to watch anymore. He quickly ordered his men. Take care of him. Now. Maichi observed from afar to ensure Kim Hain-gu's safety. A little later, at a nearby building, the news about Kim Hain-gu's interview quickly made headlines, and John Sesfailed questions left the press conference in an awkward silence, and instead of his usual aloofness, Kim Hain-gu politely asked John to leave. The guy was stunned. Repeating, very politely, Kim Sai, after hearing this, was equally shocked. Thinking, whoa, he was polite. I can't believe it. Looks like he has changed. Kim Hain-gu's voice rang out. Sai Hyun, you are back. Kim Sai Hyun responded happily. Oh, hey, how are you? Feeling better. Kim Hyun-gu leaned on the sofa and quickly got to the point. By the way, I will be heading to a dungeon soon. Hearing this, Kim Si-hyun was taken aback. You are going to a dungeon. You have not been fighting for money lately. I am looking for artifacts, Kim Hyun-gu replied, flopping back onto the sofa. No, I need to confirm a few things, Kim Hyun-gu directly proposed. He wants your backpack to come along. Kim Si-hyun was surprised by this. Why not your backpack? Kim Hyun-gu explained. He does not have a map, does not have that stuff. He would have a hard time getting through the dungeon. Hearing this, Kim Si-hyun found it reasonable. He thought, it is true. We would not find a place to rest and would not know where the monsters are. It would be a disaster if we got lost again. He continued, we can head out next week. At this moment, My Cheong had sat down next to Kim Hyun-gu. He was smiling while patting her head and said, awesome. Just let me know the location a day before we leave. My Cheong sat there dazed with a bright red face. Kim Hyun-gu looked up at her. Suddenly he remembered Hannah Rin, his second disciple. Kim Hyun-gu's expression turned worried. He wondered, I wonder if she is okay. Is that kid doing alright? The story of the two continued. The image of Hannah Rin standing with Kim Hyun-gu remained. When I was stuck in the tower, I tried role-playing, teaching my disciple then disappearing, but it did not work out in the end. Then I dropped that disguise, but that girl actively asked me to be her master. Hannah Rin placed her hand on her chest seriously and said, please accept me as your disciple. In another scene, Hannah Rin and he faced challenges. The story continued because the girl was at that rebellious age, so I did not teach her real martial arts, but since she wanted to be stronger, I still trained her. The rebellious age here describes kids with grand illusions, wanting to show off and convince themselves that they have superior intellect or latent power, because that could come in handy. Back to the present, back to talking together without recounting the past. Kim Hyun-gu patted Kim Si-hyun on the shoulder and said, they say there's no such thing as good news, so she must be fine. Kim Si-hyun picked up the phone, looked up, and seemed lost in thought again. Kim Si-hyun suddenly saw a notification on his device. He looked down and sang, oh no. Turns out it was a notification about a new article. Kim Si-hyun was surprised when he saw the article. John Michael, the info stated, a reporter from the newspaper. John Michael went missing after being questioned by the lead reporter. Kim Si-hyun thought, is not that the suspicious reporter from before? The image of John Michael popped up in Kim Si-hyun's mind. He wondered, that guy went missing. Kim Si-hyun looked over and saw Kim Hyun-gu patting the girl's head. Kim Si-hyun thought back, that is not something he would do. The girl seemed to be enjoying it, feeling the warmth from his hand. She looked both shy and happy. So cute. Kim Si-hyun read the article, lost in thought. My face tightened, fearing I might be the next one to go missing. Kim Si-hyun did not know what to think. Jun felt anxious. Gripping the phone tightly, a moment of silence fell where no one spoke. Kim Si-hyun thought, maybe I should not cross him. In another development, at the R's headquarters in South Korea, the tall building, countless rooms stretching up to the clouds. Truly a massive headquarters. A voice echoed, Sir, Kim Hyun-gu has arrived. Inside a small office at the R's headquarters, a young man in formal attire stood still. Hearing the announcement, he breathed a sigh of relief. That guy adjusted his tie, thinking, there is not much time left. I can't let 40% of the dungeons fall into Kim Hyun-gu's hands. Kogat is worried, thinking about my son. Then realizes, he can't rely on my son. Kogat imagines the hunters contemplating, the massacre has shocked the world, and the ones behind it are the hunters on my son's side. The image of my son standing before the gazes of a crowd flashes in his mind. Kogat continues to ponder, whether my son is involved or not. He can't escape people's eyes. Another image appears. It is Lime. He is deep in thought. And because of that incident, Lime now holds a lot of political power. Kogat hears a noise. Breaking free from his deep thoughts, he turns back to reality. Looking over his shoulder, it is Kim Hyun-gu, leisurely opening the door to walk in, smiling and saying, it has been a while, has not it? He looks so casual standing in front of Kogat, who is dressed formally, making him seem like he just stepped out of a different social class in everyone's eyes. Kogat and Kim Hyun-gu sit down, chatting in the room. He speaks up, I want to hear your answer. Kogat lets out a sigh, thinking before he speaks. Right now, he will try to persuade him to reduce things as much as possible. Kogat opens his mouth. Wait a minute. He brushes off Kogat's words, raising his hand and smiling. I do not want to go on and on. Kogat responds seriously. You do not want to talk much with me. Do you? Let us keep it simple. He does not want to ramble but aims to get straight to the point. Kim Hyun-gu points directly at Kogat's face. Alright, from now on, your answer is just yes or no. Got it. Kogat, irritated by his attitude, stands up and slams the table, shouting loudly, what the hell? Kim Hyun-gu remains calm, sitting cross-legged, hands stretched out, smiling. It is not that big of a deal. After all, it is a reasonable figure, just 40%, and everything will seem like it never happened. Kogat is furious, his teeth clenched, thinking, that damn dog. Kogat says, hey, when suddenly a voice cuts through. Not from either of them, but from another source. Please. Help me. Turns out, he is holding a recording device with a tape playing. The voice continues, I will spill everything, so just let me see a little light. Please. He looks at the device, the voice coming from it full of emotion. Please do not lock me in there anymore. Do not keep me in the warehouse. I do not want to go in there. I do not want to. The voice is heart-wrenching. Kim Hyun-woo turns to Kogot. You recognize that voice, right? Hearing the recording, Kogot shifts in his seat. The image of the boy appears. Kogot is speechless. Suddenly, Number 6, he places the device on the table and says, All right. Listen up, you can escape this, kid, and just to be safe, I will give you a little advice. He speaks loudly. If you refuse the request, he continues seriously, ours will have it even worse. Kogot, after hearing this, feels all the energy drained from him. Sweating, falling into a heavy silence, he continues, So, I will ask one last time. He firmly places his hand on the table, saying, Do you want to see how this ends? Kogot feels his hair stand on end at his words. Jun is frozen, unsure of what to say. Kogot, placing his hands on his knees, rubs them nervously, trying to calm his fears. Responds, No. In a different turn of events, in the city of Annam, where the villa is basking in the sunlight, the secretary is standing by the window, looking thoughtful and relaxed, while Miriam's subordinate kneels down to report. By eliminating all other forces, Miriam's subordinate continues, We have completely taken over the dungeons of the surrounding territories. The secretary turns around and says, Okay. Good job. Miriam's subordinate looks at Miriam. Pondering, Lord Miriam is smiling so brightly. Just a few months ago, she never showed any emotions at all. But now, Miriam is expressing her feelings. She seems incredibly happy and cheerful, and the subordinate thinks to himself, she is like a completely different person. The secretary speaks up, Have you dealt with that journalist yet? Suddenly, a horned figure appears from somewhere. Batman says, sorry, a third party might be involved. Hearing this, Miriam turns around and asks, Who? Judging by the signs of resistance, it seems he was cornered. By the time we arrived, he was already gone. Miriam's expression grows more frustrated than before as she says, You must know who did this. Right. Miriam's subordinate steps forward and shows a device to Miriam. Miriam looks at the symbols on the device and asks, What is this? The subordinate replies, This is the only clue. This symbol was drawn on the map. Miriam's subordinate continues, It is like they want you to know. Miriam rests her chin on her hand. Thinking, How strange. Look into it. The secretary waves his hand to give the order. The horned figure replies, As you command. The secretary continues to speak to Miriam's subordinate. You can leave now. The subordinate replies, Understood, but can I ask, how much longer do you plan to stay in your position? The secretary casually replies, When the master arrives in China, we will leave too. In the meantime, I will hand over management duties to you. Miriam's subordinate suddenly falls silent, not saying anything more. The subordinate shows a bashful expression on his flushed face. Thinking, Does she actually trust me? Miriam, someone who never trusts anyone. Miriam's subordinate bows his head in thought. She really trusts me. He replies, I will do my best. Miriam is still shy in her own happiness, lost in her thoughts and joy. Master, at Jonho, Dong, Kim Si-hun says, Are not you staying at the house that Parian prepared? Kim Si-hun shrugs and replies, It is more comfortable here. Kim Si-hun turns and asks, How's the negotiation with ours going? He leans back in his chair and says, It is smooth. Within 2 weeks, the issue with Gaiars will be resolved. Before that, I need to take care of a few things. Colbert says, It will exceed 40%. Skills. Mind infiltration. Given how things have turned out, Colbert thinks to himself, I have no choice but to install it. In the dungeon as instructed by my son, he lies back, thinking, I thought he would hesitate. But I did not know he was also involved with that Masun guy. He held up the device and smiled. If I just stood by watching this happen, that'd be pretty rude. In another area, at the 11th dungeon, the underground gate of the evil spirits in Wazungbu. Footsteps echoed. It was the sound of 2 skeletons moving strangely. The 2 skeletons were still able to move normally, causing Uziakheim, who was hiding, to panic and cover his mouth with both hands. The 2 skeletons glided past it, and he trembled all over, too scared to make a sound. Uziakheim makes his entrance, and it is him from Guy R's operations room. Uziakheim thinks to himself, Thanks to my skills in hiding, I do not have to worry about those monsters, but I really do not want to be stuck here all alone. Uziakheim picks up a black orb, deep in thought. But since I might get promoted to an executive position, all I need to do is follow Sir Coward Dao's instructions. Sikine sits down, digging into the ground. He told me I just need to bury it in the sand. Right. Just as he is in action, a strange foot appears in front of him, and Uziakheim is taken aback. Looking up in the rain, he sees him, still smiling friendly, saying hello. Coward leans against the door, panic-stricken like he has seen a ghost. The atmosphere around him is heavy. He is feeling uneasy. What is going on here? In the room, a lively voice rings out. Wah. A bit late, Kim Hyun-gyu has been waiting in the room, happily sitting on the back of Coward's secretary, who is crying like crazy from a bruise on his head. Next to them is Mai Chi-hong, Kim Hyung-goo's first adorable disciple, waiting with a pout at her waist, while Kim Hyung-goo waves his hand joyfully. It has been 6 hours already. Right, the poor secretary is struggling, trying to disguise himself as a bloodied table, crying for help. Coward clenches his mouth, sweating bullets but too scared to make a move. His mind is spinning. I am really done for, my feet are freezing, Kim Hyung-goo sweetly suggests, chuckling. Now that we are here, why do not we have a little chat? This only makes Coward recoil in fear, with his heart filled with only a tiny hope. Where's the protection? As he backs away towards the door, Coward accidentally bumps into a massive figure, forcing him to stop. Turning around, Coward is met with another terrifying fan. Oh no, behind him are 2 strange figures dressed head to toe, with masks that only leave their mouths exposed. Unbeknownst to him, Kim Hyung-goo has moved closer, leaning in with a mischievous grin, saying, "You are definitely dead. You can't escape this, weak little boy." Coward feels like jelly. And then, bam, blood splatters out accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. How cruel. Coward rolls around on the floor, screaming loudly. Ah, this is terrible. He keeps yelling like he has never screamed before, making Kim Hyung-goo cover his ears from the racket. Dude, you are way too loud, he sighs, calmly saying, I will go easy on you, so please stop yelling already. After hearing that, Coward immediately goes quiet, quickly covering his little mouth to keep it shut, his face still filled with terror. Kim Hyung-goo smiles in satisfaction, then lightly pats his head. Sing, sing, he complains with a sly grin. In this situation, people are going to think I am the bad guy here. Coward's secretary is crawling on the ground, glaring at Kim Hyung-goo in discontent. Can T argue with that? Looking at Kim Hyung-goo sitting in front of him, Coward can T help but wonder, where exactly did he get this information? Kim Hyung-goo seems to read Coward's mind, voicing his thoughts. You are wondering how I know? Huh. This totally catches him off guard. Kim Hyung-goo gazes at the pathetic Coward in front of him, letting out a sigh. He smirks. You all start begging for mercy once you realize you are dead for sure. Every one of you is the same. Why are you just standing there nodding along with what your master said? Out of nowhere, Kim Hyung-goo grabs a rock the size of his hand. Should I reveal how I know? I wonder. He threw a rock hard at Coward's head. All because in your joy, every jerk is the same. Getting hit with a stone literally made Coward's head spin, his face turning purple as he cried out. Kim Hyung-goo held the rock, shaking it up and down with a mischievous grin. Now it is time to spill everything you know. Otherwise, Coward was still cradling his head from the pain he just endured, shaking his legs and wailing. Kim Hyung-goo's hand was ablaze, ready to strike, and Coward felt the danger creeping back as he looked up in fear. Kim Hyung-goo threatened, wondering how it would feel to smash his head with this rock. Let us put that to the test. He chuckled, lifting the rock to shoulder height, his face twisted with malice. Coward could not bear the pressure any longer and finally spoke up. Okay, then, let us rewind time back to the past. Earlier. Arrest. Coward was holding a small round object in his hand, and he was told to hide it in the dungeon that Kim Hyung-goo had taken over. In the room, Coward was talking to a white-haired man who, judging by his title, must be really powerful. What is that? Coward kept asking the man who was gazing out the window. The man turned with a sinister smile. It is a detonator. Coward froze, listening intently as the man continued explaining. You know what a monster wave is, right? Looking at the wide table, Coward led the conversation. Yes. Back in the early days when the tower appeared, it was a disaster. Our understanding of the tower is still very limited. At that time, only a handful of hunters managed the tower. Reports kept flooding in, and of course, there were still some dungeons that could not be conquered if the monsters were not cleared before the deadline. If that did not happen, chaos would ensue as the monsters broke free and wreaked havoc. Those monsters would chase and attack humans, and that is what we call a monster wave. Standing under the moonlight, Masen was pleased with the previous response. Good, you know it well. We are planning to create a monster wave. This statement made Coward worry as he stared at the marble in his hand. Masen extended his hand to elaborate on his dark plan, stating that he would be boycotted by the world due to his lax management. And then we would reclaim the dungeon. It is a perfect plan. Masen's calculating face turned to Coward. If everything goes smoothly, I will guide you to tidy up the gear. Back in the original room, Coward shrank back in front of him. So that is how it is? After hearing that story, Mai Chi looked skeptical. This is strange. Q-Tin approached Coward, revealing her slender back adorned with a skull print, questioning Coward why Ma Sen would follow that guy's plan. The time being referred to was when Ma Sen and his master had no connection. Doing this just to get rid of his master was unnecessary. The more she spoke, the more she emanated a murderous vibe, her dark gaze fixed on Coward. Unless you are lying. Then, Coward shrank further, his face pale, stammering, and no, I think the same. Kim Hyung-goo rested his chin on his hand. So, Masen was just pretending to help me, but behind the scenes, he has a different plan. He cradled his face, filled with suspicion. No way. Then he is actually accepting the proposal. Huh. Meanwhile, in Washington, on the table there was a chessboard set up as if for battle. Masen held 2 large marbles meant for detonation. Sighing, Well, it has finally come to this. He sipped his red wine. Feeling bored, reflecting on his failed plan, he was a crucial step towards destroying level 9. In the dark room, a sliver of light fell across Masun's face, slicing through one of his calculating eyes, sharpening that expression as he wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Masun sank deeper into thought, recalling the image of Earth in the universe when he first arrived at level 9, thinking it would be an easy drop. The image of Earth slowly shattered, clearly reflecting his disappointment. Then he met Hasba Main, and it was clear. We were ready to methodically wipe out this world. Low-level gamers simply do not have the strength to self-destruct the world. The plan was progressing smoothly without any issues, and there was just one final step left. By using hers, I could monopolize all the dungeons in the world. It was a meticulously crafted plan, and he had laid out the pieces so clearly. With my power, I successfully recruited Masun and other hunters under my command. Now, if I set off the explosives in the Ur's dungeon and Masun's massacre begins at the right moment, level 9 would fall. On the chessboard, Masun had moved his pieces just as the opponent did, signaling victory. But since the guardian Kim Hyun-gu stepped out of the tower and opened the gate, just waiting around would give those Kimber the upper hand. Even Hasbao, the statue of Hasbao on the chess piece had its head knocked off, but what he left behind still lingered. Although that assistant was quite crafty, he was not very bright. I did not pay him much mind because I thought everything would be fine as long as I was in control. The appearance of Kim Hyun-gu shattered all the potential characters Ma Sun had in play and destroyed his plans. When Musun was defeated by that guardian, thinking about it made Ma Sun furious. He crushed the wine glass he was holding, cursing. What did the glass ever do to deserve this? Ma Sun, with a cold expression, looked at his wine-stained hand and sighed. Then he wiped his hand with a cloth, glancing at the chessboard. No worries, I still have plan B. Utilizing the underground organizations he had built for Ma Sun, these were just pawns in chess. After finding Musun, I paid a lot of attention to him, thinking the plan would collapse if I did not keep an eye on him. After checking, I realized he had developed on his own. He had become incredibly powerful, and as a result, a series of large barrels filled with explosives were placed before Ma Sun, who felt a sense of satisfaction. Wonderful. Just as he was feeling good, a voice suddenly rang out. In his joy, Ma Sun still had not noticed anything odd. Right before he could finish his sentence, he turned around at the sound, and there stood Kim Hyun-gu. Unbothered, Ma Sun exclaimed in surprise, while Kim Hyun-gu simply gave him a smug smile. Whoa. He stepped forward, as each time, Ape had always concluded correctly whenever it came to these kinds of deductions. Ma Sun, terrified, took a few steps back. The image of Ape surfaced with his arguments. The Guardian, perhaps, the one called Ma Sun, could be a Kimber hiding in level 9. Time rewinds to when Ape is deep in discussion. In that cozy living room, I searched online and scoured the news, and even when the first trickle of water appeared, there was no evidence that Ma Sun ever existed. That adorable face was seriously analyzing. And then, out of nowhere, he showed up, getting involved in shady dealings. And he has also got ties with Mujin. She uses logic to analyze her suspicions, wondering how Mujin, who is not a protector or Kimber, could know the truth about this world. Did someone spill the beans to him? Kim Hyun-gu, hearing this, found it plausible and pondered. Apes worried. Well, this is just my theory. After all, her face lit up with excitement, but she said, if you think it is off, then do not go looking for him. A voice interrupted everything. Your body is not fully healed yet. Back in the room with Ma Sun, Kim Hyun-gu chuckled softly and stretched his neck to loosen up. I have been waiting a long time to handle this myself, but it is worth it. Ma Sun looked back, glancing at the explosives that were already set up, and Kim Hyun-gu lamented that someone had brought all the evidence right here. He was questioning but was starting to panic, saying, how could you get in here? Kim Hyun-gu chuckled softly, striking a pose, saying, you do not need to know. System notifications. Skills. Information rights. A red line appeared above Ma Sun's head. Unverifiable. His face was filled with worry, and Ma Sun gritted his teeth, glaring at Kim Hyun-gu. He truly was a Kimber. Not wasting any time, Kim Hyun-gu harnessed his inner strength and charged straight at Ma Sun to attack. The whole room burst into blinding light, accompanied by Kim Hyun-gu's fierce shout, you little rat, get out of here fast. Taking Hyun-gu's hit, Unriwang cried out in pain, and soared high into the air. Before she could react, Hyun-gu leaped behind her, grinning wickedly as he struck her from behind, leaving Unriwang unable to counter. After taking Hyun-gu's blow, Riwang crashed hard to the ground. As she hit the floor with a thud, Riwang furiously turned to Hyun-gu and shouted, you little punk. Before she could finish her sentence, Hyun-gu delivered another strike to Riwang's face, causing her to scream in agony. At this moment, Hyun-gu was just inches away, saying, hey Ma Sun. Hyun-gu smugly grinned and said, let us wrap this up quickly. Ma Sun turned his head, glaring at Hyun-gu with a look full of resentment. Suddenly, Ma Sun smirked and shouted, stop. Hearing Hyun-gu about to finish him off with a lightning strike, he suddenly found himself unable to move, his feet hanging eerily in midair. Hyun-gu, confused and stunned, exclaimed, my waist. my body, I can move. While Hyun-gu was trying to grasp what was happening, Ma-sen stood up, looking menacing, saying, "Up you go." After that, Hyun-gu fell down, and Ma-sen looked at him. Ma-sen suddenly erupted, yelling, "You punk," before launching a kick towards Hyun-gu. Even though Hyun-gu was falling, he lay motionless on the ground in the same position as before. His face still showed confusion as he thought, "What is happening? My body is as stiff as a rock." Ma-sen stepped closer to Hyun-gu and said, "You little brat, breaking into my home without a plan." Ma-sen conjured a book and said, "Do you think everyone just lies around waiting for you to defeat them?" Suddenly, a barrage of light beams shot towards Ma-sen. He laughed and said, "I thought I could leave you to someone else, but it seems I have to step in. Let me introduce myself. I am the voice of the people, the one and only." He continued, as Ma-sen donned a different outfit that radiated brilliance around him. He spread his arms wide, grinning, and declared, "And this place is the restricted area that I have painstakingly created over many years. No matter how strong you are, as long as you are in here, you can defeat me." After hearing this, Hyun felt a twinge of worry and thought, "This is bad. So, you can only use your powers in this area." Ma-sen responded with a chuckle. "That is right," Hyun thought. "It is crucial to eliminate the protector. The one was nearly invincible in this area, but would be extremely weak outside it. Plus, regardless of how vast the area is, it has a radius limit of just 200 meters. Yet, he decided to step right in. Suddenly, the one cornered Hyun, saying, "Do you have any last words?" Hyun replied, "I just have one question." The one, with a puzzled look, squinted and said, "Huh." Hyun turned to Ma-sen and asked, "How many climbers are there right now?" After hearing Hyun's question, Ma-sen chuckled in confusion, thinking, "This is hilarious. Is he really that desperate?" He then answered, "Even on the brink of death, you ask that? Sorry, but I can answer that. There are always new climbers." Even at this very moment, feeling frustrated by Ma-sen's answer, Hyun furrowed his brow and thought, "So he does not know either." He pressed on, "Then I will ask one last question. Do you know anything about the ones who are reclimbing the tower?" "No." Ma-sen thought for a moment before saying, "Those are the ones who fell from the constellation. They have lost their powers and were cast down, and they climb the tower to reclaim what they have lost. Simply put, they are the old gods." Hanu was somewhat taken aback by Ma-sen's answer and exclaimed, "The old gods." Losing his patience, Ma-sen declared, "Let us end this conversation here. Being generous is enough for someone about to die." Right then, Hyun unleashed his powers and sprang up, saying, "Isn't he that right?" Seeing Hyun stand up, Ma-sen was utterly shocked and stammered, "How can you move?" He stumbled back, saying, "That is impossible in a restricted area. How is this happening?" While Ma-sen was turning pages in shock, Hyun said, "Of course, I know all your tricks." With a smirk, Hyun slowly approached Ma-sen and said, "Get down from your high horse with your so-called powers. This is just mana manipulation." Hyun furrowed his brow in anger and shouted, "You bastard." He then raised his hand, unleashing a wave of magic towards Hyun, demanding, "Stay still. Stop breathing. Just die." But all his attempts failed. Hyun seemed unfazed, blocking the magic wave from reaching him, causing Ma-sen to feel a surge of fear. Hyun looked at his hand and thought, blocking Ma-sen's attack was really useful. I do not know the name of this technique, but it easily eliminates the mana invading my flow. When he blocked Tula's fire strike, he used this technique. He still lacked experience. Then, Hyun powered up, saying, "Now it is my turn to strike." Hyun unleashed Tula's fire strike towards Ma-sen, creating a massive explosion. After landing the hit, Hyun laughed and said, he was not anything special. Suddenly, Hyun burst into song, singing, "What is the deal? I can feel a thing." In front of Hyun was a chaotic mess, but there was no sign of Ma-sen anywhere. Hyun said, "He must have run away." Cough. Groan. Ma-sen was sitting on a chair, covered in injuries. He said, "If I had not used the teleport, I would be dead by now. The damage to my body is severe, but I will manage." Ma-sen sat in the middle of a room guarded by his bodyguards. He thought, Plan B, which started with the Mexican underground, is now a secret organization that has engulfed all of Europe. As long as I still hold this organization in my hands, I can start over. Ma-sen chuckled to himself when suddenly a voice called out, "There you are." He turned toward the voice, laughing, and said, "Whoa, it has been a while, has not it?" Footsteps approached Ma-sen. A girl with purple hair walked in, escorted by a bodyguard. That girl was Hannah Rin. Hannah Rin smiled, gazing at the rising sun, its rays shining down on the walls of the skyscraper. The sunlight hit the glass panels of the towering buildings. And right in the middle stood a building that stood out above all. That was the gathering place of the Global Hunters Association. Senator Liam picked up his phone, staring at a 33-second audio clip, looking puzzled as he said, "This is not urgent or anything." Kim Hyun-woo calmly shrugged and told the senator, "Just listen to it first." Trum T followed his brother's advice and pressed play, his eyes keenly focused on the content of the clip, but his face clearly showed signs of worry. A familiar voice came through the recording, mentioning a failed attempt. Upon hearing this, the senator's face went pale. He was visibly shocked, his eyes wide open, and sweat pouring down his face. What on earth could make such a high-ranking senator so afraid? The audio kept playing, revealing a plot to wipe out the 9th floor. Regardless of the ongoing chaos, Liam panicked and shouted at Kim Hyun-woo. Whose voice is that? In contrast to his frantic demeanor, Hyun-woo smiled lightly, his expression calm but with a hint of mischief at the corners of his mouth. He still had not answered Liam's question, so Liam continued to listen to the audio. From it, a voice declared, "I am Umri Hong-sa," and was not this the person that Kim Hyun-woo's disciple had eliminated? The senator realized the significance of this conversation and wanted to confirm his suspicions, so he asked Hyun-woo again, "Is this for real?" To confirm the senator's doubts, he gently nodded in agreement. Once Senator Liam understood the situation, he fell into deep thought, tapping his fingers on the table. This revelation about Masen was quite shocking. However, as he interlaced his fingers and pondered, he thought about how easily Yun Ryongsa had been taken out. An excellent idea sparked in the senator's mind with this. We could surpass Masen's faction in the Hunters Association. He devised a plan to share this audio with his subordinates, imagining the scene of Masen being criticized. It would not be easy, as he was still very agile in the political arena, but this audio was enough to sink him completely. A dirty trick, a bitter pill to swallow. Holding a powerful weapon in his hands, Liam returned to his conversation with Kim Hyun-woo. He knows you are here for a reason, so he easily hands it over to you. But first, you must have some requests. Right? It would be nice if everyone understood things like our congressman, Kim Hyun-woo, cheerfully stating what he wants to negotiate. I am glad you catch on quickly. It is not much, I just need you to manipulate the media a bit. Wait, you mean like sugarcoating things? Right, not just me, but even Liam, the one with ultimate power, was shocked and taken aback. The media, he said casually. Yeah, I do not want those reporters hounding me anymore. Kim Hyun-woo leaned back in his chair, raising his hand, feeling that his demands were quite generous. This is a win-win situation. He can easily strip my son of his power, and I will be more at ease. Realizing he was not losing out with my request, Liam agreed, but there was still a bit of concern. Alright, if we publish this anonymously, they will definitely try to cover it up, but things will be different if I become the top congressman. You know, asking for more than you deserve. Right, yet Kim Hyun-woo agreed, saying, "Alright, let us settle on that." After achieving his objective, Kim Hyun-woo decided to wrap up the conversation, pulling back his chair to leave. Now, I'm off. It seems like Liam wanted to say something more, so he called out to him. Wait a minute, he expressed his request, and I can ask you a few things. Right? Kim Hyun-woo was a bit startled when he said that. Turning his gaze back to him, the senator raised a concern. I saw on the news before you arrived that there was a massive mana explosion at Ma Sun's arena this morning. The scene before him was complete destruction. Nothing left standing. Without hesitating, Liam bluntly asked for confirmation. Did you kill my son? Unsure how to respond in a way that would please both parties, Kim Hyun-woo scratched his head, thinking for a moment. Finally, he confirmed, no, not yet. What he meant was that the time has not come yet, not that he had not killed the congressman. One day, my son will definitely fall to him. There is a reason I have not killed him, Hyun-woo recounted to Liam. My and I searched the area, but we did not find any trace of him. He has definitely made a run for it. Reflecting on those evil types, Kim Hyun-woo remembered that Kimber usually vanishes after death, but he did not receive any notifications, which was quite annoying. Hyun-woo sighed, feeling irritated. I thought it was serious, but it was just a little embarrassing. Kim Hyun-woo pouted, regretting getting involved in this political mess. But I still have to track that little brat down again. Such a hassle. Since I have already started, I have to see it through. A real man can he just back out irresponsibly to further his own plans? Kim Hyun-woo flashed a businesslike smile and asked Liam hello, the congressman, for help in tracking down Mass. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange blue-violet light appeared before him, blocking his vision and causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Cut to Kim Hyun-woo's second disciple, Hannah Rin, as she stepped over the corpses sprawled across the ground, wearing a rather eerie smile, approaching Raiwangsa. She asked, you look tired, sitting in your prestigious chair. He clutched the wound on his back and replied, I have some issues to deal with. Upon hearing that, she raised an eyebrow. Issues? He got straight to the point, saying, Kim Hyun-woo is the bastard messing things up. Hearing that name sent chills down Hannah Rin's spine since he was her master. Realizing he had bad intentions for her master, she narrowed her sharp eyes at him and feigned innocence, asking, oh, is that so? Ryongsa thought she was mocking him, and he complained, it is because of him that our secret plan has been delayed. A little, as she stepped up the stairs, Hannah Rin played along. What a pity. Unbeknownst to him, Hannah Rin was in cahoots with Kim Hyun-woo, and he confidently said, don't worry, with you as my right hand, the organization has grown this much. Taking over this world is no longer an issue. He declared, But that means you are not the main character, kid. Suddenly, Hana-rin shot back, "No, that is not true." Ryongsa looked a bit flustered, his face dripping with sweat as he raised a giant question mark in confusion. A piercing sound echoed. Blood splattered everywhere. As a sharp sword pierced through his chest from behind the chair, he gasped in shock, looking down in disbelief. He never thought this would happen to him. Just then, Hana-rin leaned over from behind the chair, wearing a devilish grin. As for Ryongsa, after taking a hit to the chest, he screamed in agony, "Vura, fire," mourning a life wasted. Driven by will but misplaced trust, Hana-rin stepped forward, mockingly saying, "I feel sorry for you for being so foolish." Unable to believe what was happening, Ryongsa glared at her with hate, his body weak and trembling from blood loss. Resembling a stray dog, he turned his eyes away, searching for a lifeline. Was he really going to die like this, in such a pathetic way? With eyes sharp as a hawk, looking down at his underlings, Ryongsa raised his hand for help. "Hey, what are you all doing?" He still commanded his subordinates to capture her. That girl. But when his orders were received, his underlings stood frozen like statues. Maybe they did not want to follow his lead anymore. So his subordinates had switched sides to Hanari. Witnessing the moment everyone betrayed him all at once, Ryongsa felt a seething rage inside that he could not put into words. All he could do was grit his teeth and accept his fate. Damn, Hanari is still toying with me at the last moment of my life. Why are you acting so shocked? Stabbed right through with a sword. Yet he still managed to grip her shirt tightly. Questioning, "How dare you betray me? You know it is just because of that cursed fate." Despite his evident despair, she gently brushed his hand away from her collar and countered, as if trying to trap him in a corner. "What are you talking about?" Hanari, with an air of authority, rested her hand on her hip. The other pointed straight at his face to let him know exactly what she meant by his words. Seemed to not understand what betrayal means. "Do you think we are in the same boat?" In the spacious building, under the grand lanterns, Hanari's authoritative voice rang out, "I did receive plenty of support from your exchanges at the beginning, but I never intended to write you in." Her face clearly showed dissatisfaction. She was lamenting that all this was his doing, so now he must bear the consequences. Until recently, she still could not believe his words had zero self-respect. Looks like he needs to learn a thing or two from Namco's old hex. What a pity for a person living without shame. Anari seemed to release the anger she had held onto for so long, letting out a barrage of words. "I built this organization from the ground up, and you think I am your right-hand man? You really believe I would hand over Illumity to someone like you?" It was hard to argue against the truth. Now, Ryongsa could only clutch his wound and grit his teeth like a rabid dog. "Oh, let me show you what respect looks like," Hanari said, teaching him the meaning of hierarchy. "So, you have been foolishly deluded. The leader of Illumity has already been decided." Under the glaring first light streaming through the glass, Hanari raised her hand, basking in the arrogant glow, reminding him, "Wasn't this organization created as a gift for you from the very beginning?" Ryongsa seemed shocked to hear this. "What? Not too fast, not too slow." Anari slowly pulled the sword out of him, saying, "Oh, should I tell you why you have to die? This fool probably would not understand anyway." As she pulled out slowly, Anari suddenly yanked hard, causing a long trail of blood to flow across the bench, making Ryongsa spit blood in pain. Holding the bloodied sword, she glared at him, warning him in the last moments of his life, "You are not the master of Illumity. You tried to harm my master. Do you think I will let this slide?" Now, Ryongsa lay there, seemingly unconscious, his head drooping down. It was unclear if he had truly lost consciousness or was just preparing for an escape plan. Hanari ordered the people she had assimilated to deal with him, to toss him in the chair aside. But there was something unusual about him. His hand that was resting on the chair suddenly moved quickly. It is not that he ran away. It is just that his body turned into cream, and when he died, he vanished without a trace. This left Hanari wide-eyed in shock as he disappeared. Witnessing this transformation, Hanari immediately thought of two people, Bachu Dian and Thin Mao. She came to a conclusion that Voy really was one of them. Her hand gently touched the skull with two horns resting on her shoulder, almost like an accessory. Hanari pondered, "Master, no matter what battle you face." As she caressed the skull, she closed her eyes and smiled, making a promise to herself and to Kim Hyun-woo that she would help him. No matter what, the scene shifts back to our boy Kim Hyun-woo, where a large system interface pops up with a notification. "You have found and ended a Kimber S escape in Mexico City. You have successfully captured Kimber Unryan Sagran." A V, Kim Hyun-woo's assistant, raised her hand to point at the screen and concluded, "No doubt about it, Unryan Sagran is dead." Kim Hyun-woo could not believe his ears. He asked for clarification. "Really, I thought something was off while sitting with Liam." Avi explained to him, "Your information authority has increased." Still trying to wrap his head around the situation, Ain-woo rested his chin on his hand in deep thought. What on earth happened? My disciple pulled a fast one and I did not even notice. It is such a shame. He could only assume that the guy was in trouble because of one of his leftover moves from before. Did he take a hit prior? It felt strange. And he aimed his thoughts at the absurdity of it all. Or could someone else have killed him? He ran away while seriously injured. Looking at his pale face, there was more to it than met the eye. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He decided to brush off the reasons since the enemy was down, leaning back in his chair to relax. Whatever, knowing why he died wanted to help. I just need to get this done. To ensure his work was secure, he questioned Avi. There are not any more Kimber escapes. Right, Avi responded uncertainly. I think so. Receiving the answer he wanted, Hyenwoo felt relieved. Alright then, I guess I do not have anything else to stick around for, Avi said. Are you leaving already? Kim Hyenwoo quickly made up an excuse. Yeah, I have a few things to take care of. He flashed an excited smile and leaned closer to Avev. What is up? You want to add a few more games to your plate? Her reaction was like he hit a nerve, and she shyly defended herself. And no, it is not like that. Her words said no, but her actions told a different story. She tugged at Hyenwoo's hand, pulling him forward, and he followed her in confusion. Avi pointed at a modern device on the computer screen, expressing her desire. I want this. Looking at it, Hyenwoo was amazed by what she requested, and he could not hide his surprise as he exclaimed, Is that a time device? Sensing he might refuse, she gave him a hopeful look that sparkled, pulling him closer. This is the latest trend. If I have it, I can work more efficiently. With that pleading gaze, he could not say no, and reluctantly agreed. Alright. Ending the conversation, he stepped out through the gate in his plain white three-striped sandals. As the gate slowly opened, outside the door, my Chiang is waiting patiently. Bowing respectfully. Master, you are here. Kim Hyenwoo sees his disciple waiting and asks, What about the others? She replies, I think they are all ready. Finally, the two of them get into the white car. As the engine starts, Kim Hyenwoo lowers his voice. Alright, he then pats Pedro Gillo on the head, making her blush and shy away. He commands, Let us roll out. We are heading to the labyrinth dungeon. Concerned that the plan might fall through, she looks up at him and asks, Master, what if the others are not ready? Is that okay? It is fine. He replies, But that is what others think. For me, I just need to find out on my own. It is unclear if his words held any meaning. But when he said that, Mai Chiang, who struggles with her Chinese, shyly covered her face. They do not need anything else. Just having fun is enough. With this attitude, how can you escape, lady? Hearing him say that, Mai Chiang's mind goes into a whirl, her hands cupping her cheeks as she adorably protests. Master, why would you say something like that? It is not what you think. She exclaims, It is totally out of this universe. While his little disciple is lost in love, Kim Hyenwoo remains focused, checking information on his phone. Pondering deeply. On his phone are a series of hot articles about the latest news: the death of Yun Rai and the massacre of hunters. Majun is the mastermind behind it all. Shocking news. The massacre from Muksin. Majun. Shocking news. The massacre of Muksin. Majun invites Kim Hyenwoo to assassinate him. The owner of Gaiar's, calling for help. Majun, the senior official, says, I have no ties to him. Reading the latest news, Kim Hyenwoo smirks. Not even half a day has passed, and he is as efficient as expected. Satisfied with Liam's work, he casually puts his phone away. Feeling he does not need to worry about that anymore, he needs a piece of fabric in hand, and the system screen pops up with a notification for a new mission. The source of the incomplete maze rock. Difficulty 0%. I am determined to win. Let us give it our all. A tiny, ugly goblin charges straight at Kim Hyenwoo, completely disregarding its own life or any strategy. Just diving in like a moth to a flame. With a pea brain, it throws itself to him, only to receive a kick that leaves it writhing in pain enough to take it down. Just one look at Kim Hyenwoo's fist reveals the power behind it. Even the white smoke lingers in the air. He clearly shows his boredom with these weak monsters. It is not that he is worried about the strength of the enemy. He is just frustrated by their sheer numbers. This is going to waste a lot of his time. What is up with them? Just when he thought he had taken down the entire goblin horde, Mai Chiang chimes in. Master, there are more coming. Let me handle them. With his hands still in his pockets, he shows an excited grin and tells her, No need. With that, his hands swirl around like an illusion, summoning magic with a stream of red energy. In a flash, he dashes through the last goblins, wearing a creepy smile that sends shivers down the spine of his prey. The technique he just used is the Overlord's Destruction Fist, with its wide area pressure and immense power sending the goblins flying everywhere. Each one of them falls like fledglings trying to fly for the first time, while his teammates watch in awe as he swiftly takes down the enemies. And Seal Ryan could not help but admire. Whoa. He is really something else, Lee Sealgeo had to admit. Even though he already knew, he still felt amazed every time he looked at him. Kim Si-hyun said nothing, lost in his own thoughts, wondering if Seal Ryung, and together they could form a team to take down that terrifying foe. But it would not be as easy as it sounded. Looking at his pathetic shadow, dressed in sporty shorts and three-striped sandals, he was yawning like any other clueless kid. Yet, Kim Si-hyun was completely in awe of his strength. Is this the gap between us and him? Suddenly, an excited voice called out his name. Hey, Si-hyun. Hearing the shout, he turned around. It was Park Gamoon, who was holding a camera, recording the video of Kim Si-hyun just defeating the enemy troops. His face lit up when Si-hyun let him tag along. thanking him for making him the pack mule. He was live streaming the battle they just had. And wow, the views were skyrocketing, absolutely amazing. Along with that, comments flooded in, discussing the fight and dubbing Kim Si-hyun as Nguyen. Watching the live stream, Kim Si-hyun was also taken aback. He was getting pretty famous himself. While watching the live stream intently, the owner of the match called out, "Hey, come up here." Realizing Kim Si-hyun was calling him, he quickly responded, "Sure thing, but we are still on the 14th floor. However, his system pings with a notification. Mission complete. Satisfaction level at 100%. Alright, we hit our target. Kim Si-hyun gripped his towel, thinking that if he could just kill monsters, his level would rise, and he was surprised it was this easy. What was he so worried about? After completing the mission, he turned to check on everyone, saying, "It does not matter what we do down here. Are you all good? You guys okay?" They looked puzzled when they heard him ask, "What do you mean?" They were worried about him. Wanting to be sure, he asked again, "I do not have a map. Is it okay for just the two of you to go up? Wait, do you both know how to read a map? How could someone like Kim Si-hyun, who only knew how to use brute force, handle stuff like this?" He glanced at his disciple, hoping for an answer, but she turned away, looking all shy. There was no escaping this, Kim Si-hyun declared. "Alright, disciple," she reluctantly replied. "Yes, master." He chuckled awkwardly. "Never mind, let us get going." Hearing that, she let out a relieved sigh. "Yes, master." The kid quickly jumped in, volunteering to lead the way, saying, "Let me go with you too. I can read the map." Though he looked a bit scruffy, he seemed surprisingly nimble, but Kim Si-hyun did not need him. He was not too concerned. But was not the kid going to miss out on his paycheck if he left now? A few bucks did not matter to him. What he was after was the big money. The kid was eager, saying, "As long as I can make money through live streaming, I am all in." He confidently shouted, "Alright, follow me." Meanwhile, at Naren's castle, a splash of cold water hit John Michael's face, waking him from his daze. Coming back to his senses, he found himself tightly bound to a cold iron chair, panicking and screaming, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" One of the henchmen with orange hair slicked back shot back, "Who knows? I sure do not. Maybe it is just because the one who pissed off our boss. I just want to punch something right now." The classic reason every action movie uses. From the door of the locked cell, Hanari peeks, and her crew immediately recognizes her presence and turns to look. No beating around the bush. Hanari's face is on fire, arms crossed, going straight for the jugular. "Are you the one who made things difficult for my master? You can escape this." Torbicantus, he is freaking out hearing this, sweating buckets. While John Michael is still clueless about who she is referring to, "Master." I do not know why, but he is getting more panicked by the second, even stuttering now. "What do you mean by making it hard for us? Do you mean the hunter Kim Hyun you?" Whoa, that is a clever twist. Without saying a word, probably to confirm his statement, Hanari walks over to a control panel, wearing a smile that is all business but carries a dangerous edge. As soon as she presses the red button, a jolt of electricity surges through the metal chair, sending John Michael into a shock that numbs his entire body. She warns him, "Do you understand now?" He is screaming in pain, making a scene, singing a painful tune. John Michael is a mess, laughing one moment and crying the next, begging Hanari, "Please stop. Save me. I did not know. I thought not knowing meant I was innocent." But for someone like Hanari, who idolizes her master, she is determined to get to the bottom of this. "You did not know, to save your skin." He goes along with it. "Yes, I truly did not know, but he is just pretending." Hanari knows the truth and applies the laws of physics on him with a twist of her wrist. With a serious expression, she speaks to John Michael, "Do you know that the article about my master is tightly controlled?" Hearing this, John Michael seems to catch on to something. "Oh, is that it? Now I realize it is too late now. What can you do when you are not the main character in this story?" He glances at a small logo on Hanari's collar, a familiar symbol that brings back memories. Back when in the living room, John Michael was getting water from the machine, chatting with someone next to him, saying, "Does not this smell fishy?" The person next to him looks a bit puzzled. "What do you mean?" John Michael shares his thoughts. "I mean, Kim Hyun Woo. Why does everything about him sound so heroic? After all, he is the hero. Right? Is it some kind of superiority complex or what?" The office worker next to him did not hold back and voiced his own opinion, which made sense. After all, he was the one who caught the blind beggar, the one who started the massacre, right? Even though his statement seemed spot on, it could not mask the doubt in John Michael's mind. It looked like everything about him was being covered up. John Michael started firing off questions he had been pondering for a while. How is it possible that there are no conspiracy articles or rumors about him? Don T journalists want to write something different to make a name for themselves. Before finishing his sentence, the office worker interrupted him. "Don't dig too deep." Just as he was getting into a biting commentary, he was shot down. John Michael raised an eyebrow, and the guy in the room told him, "Just follow what everyone else is doing." Simple stories about Kim Hyun Woo are getting more reads than any scandal about him. As if to remind John Michael, The young man patted his shoulder and said, "Showboating is pointless. Do not do anything stupid. If you do not get that, then I give up." Yet, John Michael did not quite understand. Being subtly warned made him curious. He tightened his grip on the young man's hand, intending to ask, "Hey, wait a minute." Just then, a familiar eye tattoo appeared on the back of the young man's neck. John Michael asked him, "Ooh, have you always had that tattoo?" Fearing he might discover something, the guy hurriedly covered it up and made excuses. "Oh, that is pretty new." Back from the memory to reality, John Michael still faced a familiar sight. Hanari, arms crossed, wore a dangerous smile as she asked him, "Do you remember?" Remembering once saved the day, but she said it to make him reflect in his final moments. He was trembling in fear, watching Hanari's hand approach, tears and snot running down his face, still unable to believe how quickly everything had escalated. Like, how on earth could the information control be this intense? She grabbed his head, starting to apply some physical force on him, dragging him into the lesson while delivering her final words. "Isn't that the duty of a teacher?" John Michael was electrified by her magic, screaming in agony, "Araka, Kagangath hath." It was like a puppy abandoned by its mother. "From what I see, Hanari has sacrificed too much for the master. I hope Kim Hyun-woo does not let her down." Just as he was completely pulled into the moment, the scene shifted to where Kim Hyun-woo was, and his system interface showed a new notification. "Therefore, you can use Ikon's power only once," looking at the reward the system provided. He smirked. Just that little grin showed how happy he was. Gripping the massive sword, Kim Hyun-woo declared with determination, "All right, the system has given me a choice. Do you want to use the origin of Agchan, the sword of Janma? Yes or no?" Kim Hyun-woo excitedly told Mai Chian, "We need to hit a few places. So take care of the dungeons." She curiously asked, "Where do you want to go?" Without clarifying much, he hinted, "We need to meet some people." The system still prompted yes or no, and it was obvious what our boy was going to pick the moment he clicked on a choice. Kim Hyun-woo found himself transported to a strange place, where the night sky was thick with stars, giving off an ancient vibe. After a quick look around to scout the situation, he glanced at his hands and marveled, "This is more detailed than I thought. I guess I can bring my gear." After a quick scan, Kim Hyun-woo was taken aback by a shadow in front of him. Wait, where did that guy come from? It seemed like he just brushed past him. Turning around to investigate, he was at a loss for words, unsure how to react, his face frozen like a deer in headlights. That familiar silhouette, with long hair tied up high, was not a woman but a man straight out of ancient times. He wielded a sword just like the one Kim had earlier. Before he could process the situation, the guy turned to face him, and there was no mistaking it. That was the celestial demon, or rather, the familiar name Janma, the White Moonlight, who had been seeking Kim Hyun-woo day and night. Meanwhile, at the wall, the dragon was using its last ounce of strength to spread a wing that was not damaged yet, struggling with its injured head, painfully shut its eyes tight, but also mustered the strength to say, "Is that all you can do?" The whiskers from the hat on the Monkey King's head twitched, as he sat cross-legged in the air, laughing smugly. "I thought you were supposed to be a guardian." Scratching his head, the Monkey King grinned with a face full of pride. The dragon grit its teeth, glaring, "Who are you? I can't believe you have such power in a half-man, half-beast body." Wukong hopped on a nearby sharp stone, thinking those who judged others based only on appearances were just plain foolish. With that, the Monkey King raised his hand, and from the space, a spiral of shimmering ribbons began to swirl into existence. The Monkey King closed his eyes, chuckling in a smug manner, "I will show you just how special I am, you fool." Then, the ribbons tightened together, forming a staff as he said, "Look closely, you dumb god. I am not an ordinary being." The Monkey King spun the staff behind him, grinning, "I am the one who caused chaos in the heavenly palace." The Monkey King, Wukong, Kim Hyun-woo stood behind, watching the celestial demon. Suddenly, the celestial demon jolted. Turning back, "How did you get here?" Standing still, stiff smile creeping on his face. Thinking, he recognized me. I was sure that the skill of the evil burial was that of someone who had traveled to the past, allowing them to move back in time and learn martial arts from their master. Davi had confirmed it, but after seeing his reaction, the celestial demon calmly asked him, "How could you enter this dimensional cycle?" Surprised by the question, he replied, "What dimensional cycle?" The celestial demon answered coolly, "Did you die too?" Hainu shouted, "How could I possibly die?" The heavenly demon coldly replied, "You can't come in here unless you are dead." Hainu, feeling impatient, shot back, "Whatever, just let me in." The demon ignored him and turned away, leaving him frustrated. Thinking, "What a jerk," he closed his eyes to calm himself down, telling himself to chill and analyze the situation. First, he had used Akian's power to successfully travel back in time to meet Chalma, who, technically, should not know him, but surprisingly, recognized him. He was skeptical, but before he could process it, the system notified him that the source's effect had decreased. He continued to think about what he had seen, then Hainu scratched his head, wondering, What does this even mean? He was here to learn martial arts. And Chama, the one who could teach him, was right in front of him. With that thought, he clasped his hands together and said, "Hey, teach me a few moves." The demon shot him a fierce look and replied, "Are you kidding me?" Then Chama turned on his heel and walked away, leaving him standing there like a statue. He did not give up and called after him, "Come on, just teach me some martial arts." The heavenly demon coldly shot back, "Stop hanging around here. Hein you." Visibly irritated, insisted, "Just teach me," but the demon remained unyielding, responding loudly, "Get lost." Furious, he bit his lip hard, scoffed, and thought, "Stay calm. I need to keep it together. Who wants to teach their skills anyway?" With that, he pursed his lips, gritting his teeth. He forced a smile, begging, "Could you at least show me some basic moves?" The heavenly demon remained unmoved, coldly responding, "Get the hell out of here." His face hardened, feeling a surge of emotion that snapped the last thread of his patience. Then he exclaimed, "What did you just say? You bastard." The heavenly demon turned to him, reiterating coldly, "I said get lost. Didn't you use to insult that 10-second teacher or whatever? Go ahead and waste your mana somewhere else." Hearing this, Hyunwoo shouted back, "What the hell?" With that, Hyunwoo clenched his fist and laughed, a massive red circle of mana radiating around him as he arrogantly said, "Wanna taste what it is like to get dissed?" The heavenly demon looked at him, seemingly unfazed, and remarked, "Your mana seems as weak as ever." "No, I guess it is improved a little." Seeing Chama's nonchalant attitude, Hyunwoo said, "You are pretty relaxed for someone who lost before. Huh, losing again would not be a big deal, right?" The heavenly demon smiled faintly and replied, "No, that is not happening again." As he prepared to draw his sword, Kama continued, "Because you won't be able to kill me." Hyunwoo smiled confidently and charged straight at Chama, ready to throw a punch, shouting, "Let us see if we can settle this." His powerful attack forced Chama to step back slightly, but once he stopped, he realized Chama had blocked his blow with just one hand. Effortlessly, Kama twirled his other hand and said, "I am much faster than before." Then, with one hand still blocking, he sent Hyunwoo flying back with a powerful push, causing dust to kick up everywhere. Hyunwoo crashed hard against the wall, leaving cracks all around him. Sitting there, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath, he thought, "I did not see that coming." The heavenly demon pondered, "Faster than before, and I am stronger too." He waved his hand provocatively and said, "Wanna try again?" Before Hyunwoo could react, he charged forward, and once more, his attack was effortlessly blocked by the heavenly demon with one hand. He quickly attacked with that hand but was easily dodged by the demon. Then, it seized his other hand, and he bowed his head. Struggling, turning his face back, he tried to muster strength in his legs. He kicked out with all his might, wondering how things had changed so drastically. The demon suddenly released both hands, causing Dini to fall, and Hyunwoo gritted his teeth in anger. Thinking he had been able to defeat him before, the demon spoke as if reading Hyunwoo's mind. "Is not it obvious? I have my own restrictions." Which made him question. "Restrictions?" The demon replied, "That is right. I had established a climber when we fought before." Hyunwoo, do not clutch your stomach and ask, "What are you talking about?" The demon continued, "I can't use my full power because it has been sealed. How much do you know about climbers? Lowering the guards on the 9th floor. How do you think climbers are ranked? Based on personal strength? Far from it. It is based on their achievements, regardless of whether they are heroes saving the world or world destroyers. It is no different from the so-called white or black, good or evil. The tower only calculates based on that climber's achievements and ranks them." Hyunwoo massaged his shoulder and asked, "So once a climber becomes intermediate, will their power be limited?" The demon feigned surprise and said, "I thought you were foolish, but you are catching on quickly." The demon, holding his sword, looked up at the sky thoughtfully and said, "My combat ability is on par with a top-tier climber, but inside the tower, it is restricted because I do not have enough achievements. Just like when we fought." As he spoke, the demon raised his sword slightly. "Why do not we stop chatting and get to it? Said you wanted to learn martial arts, right? Well, I will show you since I am quite bored right now." Hyunwoo, on guard, thought, "That is a bit sudden." The demon raised his sword and continued, "That is if you can kill me." Hyunwoo raised his hand in response without hesitation. "Of course, I thought you had changed your mind." Hyunwoo smiled, clenched his fist, saying, "I can learn martial arts if I kill you, so I will just give you a lot of hits." The demon calmly replied, "Do not worry. Just bring everything you have and show me. Because if you die here, it won't be a real death." Hyunwoo asked back, "What do you mean?" The demon raised his sword and said, "You need more experience to learn." Saying that, the demon swung his sword with lightning speed, creating a cutting path that struck Hyunwoo, sending blood flying. He had barely grasped the situation before being hit, leaving him stunned. "The first time I die." That was Hyunwoo's last thought. The scene of a night sky before a high-rise apartment. Kim Si-hyun asked. Hyunwoo disappeared after confronting Chanma. Miriam replied irritably, "That is right." In the room, there were only the two of them, and an uncomfortable atmosphere hung in the air. Si-hyun thought, What now? He might not be normal, but it would be better if he had told me beforehand. Miriam looked like a puppy being abandoned, and then quietly stared at her, causing her to get angry. What are you staring at? Saihoin turned away, walking sadly, thinking, she is always like this whenever Hyenwoo is not around. I would better keep my distance. Suddenly, two masked figures with skull masks appeared from the ceiling, startling him, and as soon as he noticed them, they quickly made their escape. Kim Si-hyun cried silently. How many times has it been now? I can't even find peace in my own home. I need to get back immediately after the renovations are done. With a cold, steely gaze, Miriam glanced at the brown bag tightly tied to the chair. Inside it emitted a sound only she could hear. I get it now. She can hear my voice. A mysterious golden glow radiated from the bag. Miriam thought. How strange. I am the only one who can hear that voice. It is not magic, but still very suspicious. If it does not belong to my master, what is it? Lost in thought, a voice from the bag reached Miriam's ears. You could hold my power even stronger. Kid, do not you want power? Miriam was confused. What is it saying? Who is it? As she stared into the mysterious bag, a girl inside raised her hand to cover her mouth and licked her lips. Surrounded by that glowing golden light, she half laughed, half cried as she spoke to Miriam. You do not need to be too cautious with me. And then she added, I can't do anything without your permission anyway. Next, she sat cross-legged in the void of the bag as if reclining on a cozy chair, surrounded by golden light and the rippling waves at her feet. She introduced herself. I am the master of all monsters, the chaos of divine powers. In some forest, stars densely illuminated the sky. Suddenly something fell rapidly, too fast for the naked eye to catch, landing hard on the ground, a foot thudding against the grass, creating a long, sliding sound. Han-gu was trying to throw a punch at Chanma, but he was quickly blocked with an utterly nonchalant expression. He then wrapped his arms around Chanma's shoulders. Finally, he used his strength to force Chanma to bend over and began driving his knee into his face. Though it all happened in a flash, Chanma managed to block Hyengu's knee with his hands. After that, Chanma regained control, standing straight and twisting his knee, causing Hyengu's body to spin in pain, groaning in agony. Immediately, he looked at him with a smug grin and pulled out his sword, tilting his head in affirmation. I remember reminding you that your attack was too basic, and as he drew his sword, a brilliant light glimmered. Hyengu's body was still spinning when a sharp sword slice came down before he could react. Instantly, Hyengu's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud, and blood started gushing from his stomach. Seeing this, he could not help but cough and shout in anger. Damn it. Then Hyengu stood up, face filled with rage as the wound on his stomach began to heal itself. He yelled, Stop, then looked at him again, swearing, You bastard. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, he grimaced and pointed at him, shouting recklessly, while the wound in his stomach was still healing. You said you would give me advice while teaching me martial arts. He added, You said in this crazy world I can't die. But do you know how many times you have killed me already? He questioned him. Hearing this, Jama remained calm, holding his sword and replied to Hyengu, probably about 99 times. Hearing him so nonchalant only made Hyengu more furious, puffing smoke as he shouted back, No, it is 100 times. Hearing this, he threw his head back, closed his eyes, and let out a satisfied chuckle, sharing his thoughts lightly. I was pretty pleased with that. Then, he shamelessly asked, Why did not you fight back? You are acting all high and mighty like that. Hyengu clenched his fists, his face darkening with rage as Jun gritted his teeth, trying to hold back. Stop messing around. You jerk. After that, he provocatively asked Hyengu, You still want to fight me? Huh. Upon hearing this, Hyengu's hand suddenly froze in place. Next, he reminded him, You should know by now, and Janma interrupted. Then, he confidently asserted, You can defeat me. Hearing that, Hyengu fell silent, realizing he was right and had no argument against it. Then, he looked at the absurd expression on Janma's face along with that damned indicator above his head, feeling both excitement and dread. With his serious gaze, Hyengu finally accepted the truth. Janma was incredibly strong right now. He recalled the night parade of 100 demons and added, He is not someone who would give up martial arts. Then, Hyengu remembered Hatsubulma's image, contemplating that even when pushed to the edge, he would not back down. He thought back to the deadly battle with those demons and realized again, even if he had a significant weakness and no special skills, the memories of those three shattered like a broken mirror in his mind. Deep down, Hyengu finally accepted, There is no way I can beat him. Back to reality. Hyengu crashed down to the ground but instantly sprang back up, his face burning with determination. Hold on. Do not jump to conclusions, he said, pointing at the demon's feet. Just because I win this time does not mean I will always win. The demon shook his head, groaning, Here we go again. Hyengu took a stance, ready to attack, his face set for battle. We will see about that. Next, Hyengu closed his eyes to center himself. Inside, his mind urged him, Focus. At the same time, beads of sweat streamed down his face. Then he pushed himself, urging, Just focus on one thing. The sweat gathered in his mind, and then a voice urged him, Strike. He took a moment to think, and in his mind, a large droplet enveloped the opponent along with the sound of water flowing, creating tiny ripples that dripped down. He shouted, confirming his target in his mind. The demon. Back in reality, he leaped up, sprinting with boundless power toward the demon, who coldly remarked, "This is getting annoying," before drawing his sword to retaliate. A slicing sound echoed as the sword struck Heingo's abdomen, creating fragments. But they seemed to instantly revert to their original state. The demon froze. Witnessing this scene, he was different from before. Rushing in immediately after the initial strike, he unleashed a flurry of attacks on Heingo, landing blows continuously 100, then 104, 120, 150, reaching 200, 300, 500, and finally 600, 700 hits. The demon poured all his strength into attacking Hyungu, but he fiercely retaliated. "Don't you think you can beat me with that move? You can outpace me with them a boost. Heingu, you are not just stupid. You also suck at Tai Chi. That is not even martial arts. It is ridiculous to show off your moves in front of me." Heingu now has a powerful punch and shouts, "Die. Death and mockery cannot stop me." Then flashbacks hit hard, revealing a past where he was constantly bullied, struggling through life. Always alone, the target of gossip from classmates and moms. He trained hard and made it to the tower, battling the cold-blooded foes that shaped him into who he is today. Hyein. The quiet space under the starry night sky on the mountaintop suddenly erupts with a blast. Those two explosions were all Heingyu's doing, unleashing a rain of attacks down below. The true demon reflected, thinking he is crazier than he imagined. In the serene yet dense forest, the starry night sky shining deep in the turmoil of the true demon's heart, this is a space of false walls. This is where the failures remain until they get another shot at climbing the tower. Here, no one dies, nobody at all. This is a place where the concepts of life and death do not exist, a law that nobody can enter except for its master. But somehow, this guy managed to. What he said sounded ridiculous coming from the mouth of the one who killed me. The true demon pondered over Heingo, wondering if he was insane. Yet I accepted his request and added a laughable condition. From the start, I never intended to teach that jerk martial arts. I found it boring and decided to toy with his little request. Yep. Right from the beginning, the true demon still struck with my sword techniques, defeating Heingu, and I felt satisfied each time I took him down. Looking into Heingu's eyes, the true demon noticed. His gaze always held a mix of hope and prejudice, filled with astonishment yet so annoying. When I sensed that Heingu was not backing down even after being killed multiple times and seemed more eager to fight, it really bugged me. Evident in my disdainful glare, the true demon continued to struggle internally, and from that moment on, I began pouring all my strength into him 200 times. I found it amusing to see him die without being able to withstand a single blow. Then on the 400th time, the true demon defeated Heingu, reveling in my triumph, laughing at him for not being able to last even 3 seconds. The rock shattered once more. On the 700th defeat, I took down Heingu again. It was quite satisfying to obliterate his strongest moves. On the 1000th time, Heingu crumpled before the true demon's blade, completely shattering the martial arts he had built. I was sure he would not be able to stand up again after everything he built was denied. But he got back up. The true demon was astonished by Heingu's perseverance. Having been defeated thousands of times yet still rising to fight, the grip of the true demon tightened, continuing to unleash attacks on Heingu. Bothersome feeling gnawing within me. He could not even handle my teasing. So why was I feeling so annoyed? With a fiery gaze of hatred, the true demon looked at Heingu, filled with determination. I was still battling my thoughts, the doubts leading to questions. And after killing him 2009 more times, I finally realized what this feeling was. It is a feeling I experienced long ago. Something I had not felt since I became a climber. This was that very sensation. It is small, but there is definitely a sense of danger. Is it because he never backs down? Just thinking about how he keeps losing to Heingu in their battles. The surroundings are also affected by this fight. The demon clenches his teeth and thinks, "Do not make me laugh. I will crush you so hard. You will never get back up." Then the demon throws a spear, but he is so lost in thought that he strikes too early, leaving himself exposed. I guess I was a bit too hasty. Seizing the opportunity, Heingu quickly lands a punch right in the demon's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Heingu, smirking, says, "That is exactly 2.9 times. Did not I tell you? Nothing lasts forever." The demon furrows his brow in anger after being defeated by Heingu once again. Cut to hell, glowing red and ominous. Wukong is sitting, waiting for something when a voice booms from behind. "Are you done yet, Lamb Master?" Wukong stands up and asks, "Why are you so late?" Lamb Master replies, "Stop whining." Wukong snaps back, "You would whine too if you were in my shoes. It has been 3 months since I took off that god's head." And as he speaks, Wukong points to the lifeless god behind him. Wukong then asks, "So you being here means you finished your work, right?" Lamb Master continues, "Of course." Wukong looks puzzled. "What about your other disciples? Where are the white elephant and the great phoenix?" Just as he finishes his sentence, the two of them arrive, saying, "We are a bit late." Lamb Master turns to ask, "Did you clean everything up?" The two respond, "We cleaned the west, and the east is done too." Wukong shakes his head and chuckles softly. It is hilarious how you guys took 5 months just to wipe out a single star. Lamb Master and the other two are furious. Hey, you have been recognized as a high rank. It is because all your achievements are known. But all we are recognized for is the existence of the 3 demon kings of Eastern Sada. Introducing the 3 demon kings of Eastern Sada. It is said they devoured 100,000 soldiers with a single bite. They have crushed legendary beasts with their tusks and trunks. And they wiped out a kingdom, leaving its king, nobles, and citizens in ruins. Just with those achievements, they became elite climbers. Wukong laughs lightly. You guys are just making excuses. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes, and a tower breaks through the surface. A towering structure rises to the astonishment of Wukong. He jumps down and says, "All right, let us prepare a plan before we climb this tower." Lamb Master looks down and sighs. Isn't it always like this? Wukong reaches out to open a mysterious teleportation gate. It is a bottomless purple whirlpool. I am still heading south. Lamb Master will handle the north, the white elephant will go east, and the great phoenix will head west. Before leaving, Wukong turns back to remind everyone. Most importantly, let us finish everything within 2 months. I still have things to do. Then I get lost into the void. Cut to a high-rise building where suddenly the phone on the table rings. It is the number of the team leader, Demon Kim Saiyan. Hello. Before he could say anything, the voice on the other end exclaims, Hunter Saiyan, this is an emergency. Where is Hunter Kim Hyun-gu right now? He looks confused. What is going on? The voice on the other end replies, it is a heavenly level alarm within 3 hours. A disaster will strike South Korea. We need the help of Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. Miriam, who had her face down, suddenly lifts her head, her eyes wide with fear as she stares at the sword locked away in the display case. Back to the scene of the fierce battle between Ian-gu and Chanma, day after day. In this space, the two men relentlessly clash. Time is measured by the endless battles between the two. Neither is willing to back down, trading blows with no mercy for each other. Hyun-gu kicks at Chanma but pulls back, instead delivering a punch that could shatter the heavens. He smirks, realizing that kick was just a bait for the real hit. The fight rages on, and Chanma chuckles quietly, thinking that this crazy bastard must have died 5,000 times by now. Hyun-gu is still smug. Nobody warned him about facing a madman. Chanma suddenly feels uneasy, thinking, what is he? How can he fight at this level? Hyun-gu approaches with a fist fueled by fierce determination, charging towards Chanma. Chanma wonders, can I really kill him 5,000 times? Battling and losing 5,000 times without a break, plus he should feel despair since all his efforts seem to be in vain. When I started using my ultimate technique, Thunder God, against him after dying for the 3rd time, Hyun-gu, after being defeated, lies on the ground, grabbing Chanma's collar, causing him to flinch. Chanma looks into Hyun-gu's eyes, realizing they remain steadfast even in this state. Hyun-gu still boosts, looks like I have caught you again. Chanma chuckles lightly, grabbing Hyun-gu's hand, saying, you really are one crazy dog. Hyun-gu remains determined, thanking him for the compliment. The battle resumes, and Chanma gets lost in thought. The sense of danger he felt has long vanished. The feeling I have now is truly astonishing. As I reflect on the battles with other players, I have risen from a street nobody to a contender in the sky, encountering all sorts of characters while climbing the tower. But I have never met anyone like this Kim Hyun-gu. To describe him, he possesses an indomitable will. From a wandering swordsman to someone who declares himself the strongest in the world, their wills shatter upon meeting me, as I break the sword techniques they built. But what about Kim Hyun-gu? He comes to face me knowing he has no chance. If I kill him 1,000 times, he will come back 1,001 times to challenge me again. I have shattered everything he has built, yet he continues to rise. In the fiercely combative and resolute gaze of Kim Hyun-gu, Chanma thinks, it is like he has no concept of giving up. That is why I am astounded by Kim Hyun-gu, not a demon, but a human with an unyielding spirit. The battles rage on, and as Hyun-gu executes his move, Chanma glances over and comments, that is a displacement technique. It only looks similar. He easily dodges Hyun-gu's attack. It takes 3 steps to execute the displacement technique, and Hyun-gu suddenly realizes something. Continuing to fight with techniques to defeat Chanma but receives only criticism in return. Martial arts are not just flashy skills. You need to see their essence. It is not about using foot techniques or dreaming of mastering them. Focus on the 3 fundamentals. The divine technique is vastly different from any other martial art. You can try to mimic it just by watching, but achieving true power, that is a whole different ball game. While fighting, Chanma explained the techniques to Hyun-gu. The key is not just creating a lightning bolt. It has to flow naturally from your mana. After dying for the 8,002nd time, Chanma kept talking as the battle raged on. If the lightning bolt is in your mana, you need to shape it. This will be the basic form of anyone in any situation. Even after hearing the teachings about the technique, Hyun-gu got defeated for the 8,423rd time. Hyun-gu pondered how many times he had died after this defeat. But whatever, he did not even know anymore. Every step he took was different from before. This was the true power of martial arts. Anyone can look at their hands and continue using the techniques they have learned to fight but still end up failing. Chanma pressed on, saying it is time to break the mold of your creation. From now on, your technique and energy within will follow you with every move. On his 11,002nd death, Chanma filled with immense power, stood atop a high place, looking down at Kim Hyun-gyu during his 14,000th death. John May exclaimed that mana flowing through every meridian in the body would naturally generate lightning, and countless other techniques, all used to maintain a highly powerful divine lightning technique with just the right amount of mana. Hyun kept his unwavering gaze. It was perfect. Jama looked down coldly, saying this was the final step. You have learned the form of the divine lightning technique and broken it down. Now all that is left is to create your own martial art. Hyun-gu clenched his fists, reflecting on his past when he could have easily exclaimed, "What the hell are you talking about?" The people he saw before were just figments of his imagination. His martial technique was hindered because he could not find answers to his own questions. However, now he understood them. The shining eyes of Hyun-gu spoke volumes, despite all his failures. As the two continued to fight, lightning striking brightly overhead, cut to control center of the International Hunter Association in the use, where a girl with gray hair spoke into the mic, reporting the civilian evacuation level. It was chaos, with police coordinating. Liam asked, "How much time do we have left?" The guy at the back answered, "About 10 minutes, give or take." Flashback to 31 hours earlier. We were not worried when a disaster was confirmed in America because we had Hunter Kim Hyun-gu on our side. But just a few hours later, disasters were confirmed in both Thailand and Mexico too. And finally, one was confirmed in Korea. Liam looked at the map, alarmed by the red dots. There was only one Hunter, Kim Hyun-gu, but 4 disasters. What is the situation like in those countries? The gray-haired guy hesitantly replied. Thailand and Mexico have called in most of their hunters from both domestic and overseas, along with 10th rank hunters. As for us, Hunter Jolly and most of our folks are prepared for the disaster. Liam nervously covered his eyes and told everyone, "Yes, we have set our priorities straight, even though we are worried about Korea, which has been marked as a disaster zone. That is where the Hunter Kim Hyun-gyu is, so it should be fine. We can reach him, but I am sure he will be okay. He can fight for humanity before he left Earth." To Kim Hyun-gyu's home, where Kim Si-hyun is anxious. Hyun-gyu is not here right now. We need to keep this a secret from everyone because it could cause chaos, but it has been a month since he disappeared. We can't just wait around in this situation when we do not know when he will come back. Kim Si-hyun held firm. We have to fend for ourselves against this disaster. Then he turned to Hyun-gyu's disciple. What are you planning to do about this? Miriam coldly stared at the three of them. Kim Hyun-gyu, death number 14,242. And it just keeps climbing. He won't let the demon kill another master again. A glow surrounded Kim Hyun-gyu. And the demon looked shocked, not believing he had reached that level. It is no longer just a massive amount of mana being concentrated. The concept of the reflection of his manifestation lies in his black wings, and the idea of boundaries is the embodiment in that dark sphere. To me, the one who is revered as the thunder god, is being pushed back. The pit of the fire god, even though he had died countless times. The two exchange fierce glares. The demon coldly asked, "Why do not you kill me?" Hyun-gyu stuttered. A disciple should not kill their master. Right. Kim Hyun-gyu burst into laughter. The demon furiously replied, "Are you kidding me? You dog. When did I accept you as my disciple?" Hyun-gyu laughed louder. "Oh please," the demon coldly said. "If you are done here, then get lost. I am not resting just because you are annoying me." Hyun-gyu grinned foolishly. "Even if you do not say anything, I am leaving anyway." Hyun-gyu walked slowly, teasing his master. "Hey, thanks. You really are a dog of a master." The demon smirked. "You are one hell of a pup." Meanwhile, a disciple in Montana thought. In the training camp, Riley nervously issued orders. "It is here, fire." Boom. The sky erupted, and the hunters anxiously watched the flames. Riley, with a determined look, said, "What a warm welcome ceremony." The demon grinned wickedly. "I was planning to wipe everything out with clones, but now I have changed my mind." Riley called out, "Just as predicted, it is ineffective against a disaster. Everyone, get in position, continue with plan." The demon grinned triumphantly. "At this stage, I guess I have to handle things myself. First, let us get rid of the weaklings." Rise up, Rod of Fortune. Another disaster struck in Thailand, the whole city ablaze. The phoenix emerged from the rubble. He blandly remarked, "This looks pretty primitive." A voice echoed, "Oh my, who are you?" The phoenix, confused, asked, "What?" "Hyun-gyu," he said. "Come closer even though you have seen me." "Phoenix, you have turned this place into ruins. Have you lost your mind?" The phoenix roared. "I will specifically roast you after I am done playing with you." He roared fire, making the flames thick enough to obscure Hyun-gyu. Hyun-gyu joked, "What is this funny named guy saying? You are Kimber, right? The great phoenix has been completely burned to ashes." "No way." Hyun-gyu snaps his fingers and smirks. An announcement rings out. "You have successfully taken down the target. The great phoenix, one of the demon lords of Satarong, located in Bangkok, Thailand. You have successfully taken down Kimber the Great Phoenix, sending a message. Your information power has increased, and your current information power level is now common." He is shocked. "Wait. Thailand? What? Why am I in Thailand?" "In Ifyong, South Korea. The seal zone lies in ruins. Silka Gun is knocked out on the spot." The guy, Lam Su-hung, scoffs. "You think those punches could take down Sata?" Maichi gives him a punch from the heavens. He is feeling smug. You are quite entertaining, unlike the others, but I am bored now. Just watch me. Maishi can handle the screams. Hyungu strides up to Avi confidently. He asks her, so you are telling me Kimber is showing up all over the world, including Tungbune? Avi widens her eyes and says, yes. This has been going on for a while now. Hyungu ponders, could 4 Kimbers appear at the same time? But before that, the beach Kwisudhan incident also happened with a bunch of minions. Avi shakes her head. No, that can be, unless it is a crazy coincidence. Hyungu asks, so what is the situation now? Avi replies, it is likely they have a leader. I told you before, right, that slumber can bring others depending on their accomplishments. There is definitely a leader among those 4. Hyungu curiously leans closer to Avi and asks, and this one brings along 3 other Kimbers. Huh. Avi responds, that could be the case if it is a high-level Kimber. Their power rivals a disaster. Hyungu thinks, I came to ask why I am in Thailand, but that probably does not matter anymore. He asks, so if I take down the leader, will the others just vanish too? Avi replies, I think so. He asks Avi again, so where's the leader right now? She points at the map and says, I think it is here. In Ning. He contemplates. Maybe the easiest way is to take down the leader to wipe out the others. But an announcement rings out. A Kimber has reached level 9. Time left is 0. Location Montana. In announcement. A Kimber has reached level 9. Time left 0. Location Mexico City. Announcement. A Kimber has reached level 9. Time left 0. Location Jiang. Jisiug. South Korea. If I go to the US, what will happen to those in Korea? Even if my Ryong is there, she can handle a Kimber. What should I do? A thought flashes in his mind, imagining Ryong getting beaten up in a strange place. My Ryong grumbles. Damn it. Hyun hears the voice. Where is Hyun-gyu right now? My Ryong wonders. What was I just thinking? I told myself we need to fend for Korea ourselves. But I am depending on him from the start. This is not his fault. It is all because I am too weak. Damn it. I can die here. It hurts so much. My martial arts techniques are not working. All my confidence comes from my master. My master once said, royal martial arts are incredibly powerful. If they can stand against others, then it is just a sign of being too weak and childish. I think to myself, I have never thought of myself as strong. The only strong one in the world is my master. Anyone weaker than me is just mediocre. These thoughts have made me weaker. I wish I could look up to strength, but I am just standing still. I never thought I needed to push harder. The master laughs, grinning fiercely, saying, we should just end this. Right, you should feel honored. I will show you a feat that will leave even 1,000 soldiers in awe. With a loud roar, the master uses all his strength, leaving Miriam wide-eyed. A voice echoes, looks like someone needs help, does not it? Miriam is bewildered, thinking to herself, this is the voice I heard before. Continuing, that voice speaks up, then let me help you. All you need to do is accept my power. Miriam irritably shouted. I refuse. My master told me, there is no power without a price. A booming voice echoed. So you are not accepting my power because you fear the price to pay. All right then. A surge of light surrounded Miriam, catching her off guard. She yelled, what the heck? The mysterious figure spoke. This time, there won't be any price to pay. Feel my power, as I command all demons and stand at the top of the night's 100 demons. My power, the origin of the night's 100 demons, surged into the girl, filling her with vitality. She smugly shut the mouth of the Lamb Master, who growled in response. He thought to himself, why can Tai speak? What is this mana surrounding me? My chi, you insolent fool. What are you? Whatever, it is too late now. I will devour this mana whole. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The Lamb Master stammered. I can move my body. The mysterious figure sneered. How pathetic. You are just bragging about your sorry little achievements. She looked confused and asked, what are you talking about? As she took a 6th step, the mysterious figure coldly replied, if my achievements were known widely, someone like you would be an easy target. Even if they were known widely, you still would not stand a chance against me. Why? Because I am just like you. You think you are the only glimmer with obscure accomplishments. As she took her 7th step, she confidently declared, if all my achievements were known, I would introduce myself under a different name. 8 steps. 9 steps. I want to just be known as the victim of the night's 100 demons. 10 steps. Truly a terrifying feat. But the lord of all monsters, arriving at the ruined city of Messi. The white elephant on the street wondered, why can't I move? Suddenly, I heard a voice. Isn't he that a bit flashy? He asked. Are you that voice? You? What did you do to me? Hannah Jean laughed heartily. It was just a little experiment. I recently acquired a ton of useful skills. He. The white elephant blushed in anger and gritted his teeth. Cursing, you crazy bitch. Hannah Jean replied coolly. I do not want to hear that from the mouth of a monster that destroyed an entire city. Oh well, it is fine. I actually thank you for helping me take out those I intended to kill. Becoming a little experiment like this, the white elephant shouted in rage. You? What kind of monster are you? She smirked. Please. I do not think that is something you need to worry about right now. Now, shall we get back to the main topic? The fourth path in the Darkwing world. This is an experiment to test the loyalty of souls. Do you understand? In the hospital, Selxian lay unconscious. Suddenly, Selxian woke up, and Kagoon anxiously asked, Selxian, are you awake? Kagoon exclaimed, Kagoon Opa. She painfully sat up in shock. A hospital. What happened? Kagoon pondered. I do not know either. It seems like Glimper's appearance in Korea has been dealt with, and they say Hyan has been running here behind our backs. Selxian shouted in disbelief. What? She angrily called, cursing that guy. Kagoon laughed out loud. Let him be, he's got his own reasons. Meanwhile, Aingu was annoyed about letting him drop. He punched the wall, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The only thing I can do is run. But I caught sight of a guy on the royal grounds. The two stared wide-eyed at each other. Aingu stopped and asked harshly, Who are you? In the big fruit mess in Montana, Italy. The guy sat in the night sky, deep in thought. Is there something out there? I just need about 300 clones to clean up the 9th floor, because our power is just that of a low-tier Glimper. But half of the clones were wiped out immediately. I knew it. Aingu laughed. You are the main body. Right. The guy jolted back, hit by a punch that sent him flying. He was furious and ready to retaliate. You will taste my techniques. The guy fiercely pushed Aingu down. The guy would not let up. Wait for me. He enlarged his staff like in Italy. The staff grew larger, making Aingu stagger back, ready to run. He jumped over to the other side. Panting, the guy smirked. You might be interesting. Come on. Show me. Aingu chuckled foolishly. I am just a zookeeper. I am the one who takes care of a human-like beast at the zoo. The guy burst out laughing. You must be out of your mind. Aingu laughed hard. I am pretty excited about this. This is my first time trying to catch a monkey. System notification. You have taken down a Kimbo. Location. Gyeongju, South Korea. You have successfully taken down a Kimbo. Notification. You have taken down a Kimbo. Location. Mexico City. You have successfully taken down a white elephant Kimbo. He grinned. I do not know why the other Kimbo got wiped out, but let us see how far my training has come. The guy started casting spells like crazy. Staff like Italy. Release. Staff like Italy. Staff like Italy. Revenge. Aingu looked at the guy with wild eyes. The confident guy called out, casting a spell. Enlarge. Staff like Italy. Watch me as he smashed down, causing the whole city to explode. Fire everywhere, the guy casually commented. Stepping into a fight while you have got nothing. Before he could finish, Aingu grabbed the guy's leg from the rubble, making him scream in terror. Aingu spun him around and threw him down hard. He smirked triumphantly. I did not trick you at all. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. Aingu confidently replied, Is that all you have got as a high-tier climber? You only know how to talk big. Now shall I start over? The guy stood up aggressively. He stubbornly swung his staff at Aingu. Aingu waited for him to mess up, making him furious. Damn it, he thought to himself. Who the hell is this guy? Where did a monster like him suddenly come from? I have climbed this tower without facing dangers like this before, and since my achievements are not widely known, climbing the tower should be easier for me. Right, Aingu smirks with satisfaction. Don't be so quiet. Are you scared? That guy's power should not even exist on the 9th floor. It is just plain disgusting. I said it would not help. While it is a waste to use this skill on the 9th floor, I will show you anyway. Unleash the achievement. Break the seal. Watch closely. The true power of someone who wreaked havoc in heaven. The true strength of the Monkey King. Sangzora surrounds the Monkey King. The Monkey King shouts loudly. Attack. Aingu laughed contemptuously from below. Hey buddy, can we call a truce? The Monkey King is fuming with anger. What? Aingu scoffed. A skill like that, I can do it too. All the agents' eyes are fixed on the sky where Aingu is battling. Lime watches intently as he fights it. A dramatic showdown. The Monkey King always uses classic moves. Meanwhile, Aingu is confidently itching for a fight. The Monkey King loses his cool and must attack him head on. Aingu smirks with satisfaction. You think you can do anything to me? The Monkey King hears this and his anger flares even more. He grits his teeth, glaring at Aingu. Just wait and see. You really are a thief. Aingu replies blandly. If you are only focused on those lightning strikes, how do you plan to block my attack? The Monkey King gets knocked away by Aingu's strike. He grits his teeth in rage. Aingu tells him, it is too late now. Just watch me. I am too strong for you to handle. Damn you, he thinks to himself. No way. How could I lose to someone who is just a resident of this floor? Aingu laughs loudly. You are doing pretty well for a monkey. The Monkey King screams. How dare you? No one can look down on me. The Monkey King. Fine. Even if I can't climb the tower anymore, I will drag you down with me. The Monkey King glares at Aingu with murderous intent. Aingu grins with delight. Quite the surprise. Huh. That is a lot to take in. The Monkey King shouts. This will be your end. I will kill you. Aingu keeps a close watch. Smiling smugly. The Monkey King is furious. This will be your end. What a disaster. Boom. The street erupts in chaos. Aingu is nowhere to be seen. The Monkey King wonders. Has he been eliminated? The flames are raging higher. Aingu confidently steps out. His aura infuriates the Monkey King. What? How can this be? Hyun-gyu thinks to himself, the real secret to survival is not external. It comes from within, the ultimate limit. It is not just about pouring everything you have into it. By balancing accurately and calculating, at the point where you can completely master its core, you can absorb it. Look at me. Ultimate destruction. He drains all its energy, causing it to wither right on the spot. The whole street turns into ruins. An announcement chimes. You have defeated a glimper. Location: Billing 5. Montana. Think. Your information rank has been upgraded from common to elite. Your current information rank is elite. You have successfully defeated Glimper Monkey King. The Monkey King. Your information rank has been accumulated. Your information rank has been upgraded from common to elite. Your current information rank is elite. Hyun-gyu beams with joy. My limbs are still intact. My mana is circulating normally. Great. I plan to take down some glimpers without taking too much damage this time. I have always had to rest for 2-3 days after each battle. My training with the Celestial Demon has been incredibly effective. He praises himself. It is just too good. Announcement. Wish-fulfilling staff. Level 55. No enhancements. Skill. Dazzle. Reaction. Information rank. This is a weapon used by the Monkey King. The Monkey King. This weapon was taken from the Celestial Palace by the Monkey King when he caused a ruckus and needed a weapon for himself. It started as just a divine needle but became a weapon when the Monkey King seized authority. It can extend, shorten, and even enlarge at the will of its user, and it has nearly no limits. When authority is satisfied, it can temporarily be enlightened into a wish-fulfilling staff that causes chaos. At that time, all stats will increase, and the user can borrow power from their own body. The Monkey King, Hyun-gyu, holds the wish-fulfilling staff and laughs loudly. I will read the announcement later. First, I need to find a way to contact everyone. He joyfully walks down the street. Suddenly, he realizes, is not the International Hunter Association building right around here? He yells loudly, stretching out his magic staff, which lifts him up to a towering building. Two skyscrapers stand close together, their exteriors gleaming with shiny glass. This is the headquarters of the World Hunters Union. The male lead exclaims, thanking for the loan. I will wear it. Kim Hee-yugu smiles, one hand in his pocket while the other gestures to admire the new sporty outfit. Featuring a black jacket paired with black pants that have 2 white rings on the right arm and leg, Hyun keeps praising the outfit, clearly thrilled with it. The design is pretty cool. Senator Liam, standing next to him, is still surprised by this young man. He recalls the moment the male lead fought against Wukong, and he was completely unscathed after that battle. In fact, he was the one who came out on top. The senator is utterly astonished to see Hyun-gyu floating in the sky on a staff and appearing in such a bizarre way. What is even more shocking is realizing he is a tower climber too. Hyun-gyu asks, so all the tower climbers have gone missing, and there has not been much fallout in Korea? Right, the senator awkwardly replies. That is right, not as many as in other countries. The senator is curious. But I want to ask something. Hyun-gyu is intrigued, unsure of what the senator is going to ask. On the phone, there is a status update from the bunk account just 9 minutes ago. Kim Hee-gyu has stopped the genius. Click here to see the detailed official clip recorded within a few hours. However, we believe the genius has been found and stopped. I have truly witnessed the whole truth and wrote it down here. The conclusion is Korean brand. To boot. Right, except for Mexico. We still do not know who stopped the genius. Kim Si-hyun finishes reading the recent social media update and looks over at Hyun-young. Hyo is lying on Mirian's lap, holding a phone, feeling a bit shy, her face flushed, frozen, not knowing what to do. She has just come from a hospital checkup. Clearly, Mirian is going through some indescribable emotions that are turning her face red. Sae-yu ignores Mirian's presence and asks the male lead, you said you were sent to Thailand. So how did you get there? Hyun-gyu casually replies, oh, that, I ran and swam. Sae-yu can't believe what he is hearing. Huh. You swam? What are you talking about? Hyun looks up, nonchalantly answering, I have done a triathlon, just have not cycled yet. No way. You have lost your mind. Sae-yu clearly still does not believe Hyunwoo's words, his eyes full of doubt. A girl in patient attire is heading toward the door. Behind her, numerous sounds are emanating. Hyu, you said you trained with Chiyama. Right, with a sword. That is right. The beautiful Seo Rong is still carrying her IV bag while stepping up to where her friends are chatting away. She, along with her IV bag of 4 wheels, approaches the door, asking, can I come in? The voice echoes. Seo Rong peeks inside the room, seeing Sae-hyu standing there, a bit stunned. Suddenly caught off guard, she heard Sae-hyu's words, I am exhausted. She does not know what to say. Reminiscing about the past, she shouts Sae-hyu's name. Why did you leave without telling me yesterday? I was so worried. She says this while patting Sae hard on the back, and he can only lean away. Murmuring apologies, Sae-hyu lowers his face. Disappointed. It is just me, frustrated at being so weak. Is it because of Chan-sa? You are considered very strong. He is the one climbing the tower. Seo worries for his friend, but Sae-hyu denies it. No, it is not just Chan-sa. Sae-hyu stands there, recalling the image of Mirian with sharp horns on his head, And also the Dragon Emperor. As Seo thinks back to that moment, the skull tattoo with long horns and sharp fangs still sends a chill down his spine. I was so shocked when I saw it, but it is incredible, even just from the way it moves. Last time, I just denied the truth, telling myself that he would drop off the rankings. But my thoughts changed after going through everything. Saihi helplessly recalled the image of Hayo, shoving his hands into his pockets while the other hand went to his mouth, walking with his feet dragging. Saihi looked at his hands, thinking, I have to protect the things that matter to me myself. He clenched his fist, made a decision, so I have to be stronger. Why do you seem a bit more relaxed? She poked Saihi, teasing. Whoa. I think you have been way too stressed out, he awkwardly replied. Well. Not really. Back in the present, though Sihyu still showed some sadness. She believed that after all he had been through, he would act soon. She admired him greatly. He had improved. In the room, Saihu sat in a chair opposite the sofa where he was resting on Miriam's lap. The image of Janma, dressed all in black and wielding a big sword, flashed in Saihu's mind. He quietly thought, only when the one who can kill me comes, did Janma teach him the right way. Hugh started, you want to be able to walk for a while. Right, I will help you with a few things. Saihu smiled, thanking Hugh. At that moment, a voice squeaked in, Oppa, Kim-si, they said you could leave the hospital tomorrow. Really? That is great. How strong have you gotten coming back from that imagined space? Has your average changed? Saihi asked. Hugh sat up rubbing her head. Who knows? I have not even checked the stat board yet. Miriam looked at He with a rosy face. The status board popped up. Name: Kim Hee, guard of level 9, age: 118, male. Condition: excellent. Strength: S+, skill: S+, endurance: S, health: S+, mana: S+, luck, skills. Hugh glanced at it, thinking, not much has changed. It seems the main character realized something. He panicked and shouted, what the heck is this? He pressed the switch to turn on the red lights. The room transformed completely. Speakers and furniture appeared before Hugh and Avi, and she exclaimed joyfully, Oppa. He smiled and asked, are you satisfied? Avi was thrilled. Yes. The room has expanded because the information level has increased. I can make a game room now. My dream has come true. Hugh leaned in. She was even happier than when I beat the tower climber. Evie shyly replied, of course not. His face was full of pride and satisfaction. He seriously asked, but why am I already 118 years old, after coming back from the imagined space? Avi answered, I think I know the reason. That is because the stat board has reached the time frame in the imagined space, but in reality, it has only been a month in the outside world. It is the difference in time between the tower and the imagined space. Avi raised a finger and excitedly explained. She explained, it seems that 1 day here equals 1 year in there. Right, that is probably it. Hugh asked back, so that is okay. Avi smiled. The only way to explain why the guard suddenly left is that it does not explain why the guard's age suddenly increased. The main character felt heavy. I spent 100 years in there. Am I really 118 years old? Is that a mistake? He sat down thinking. The tower guide was the same. I had been through that. Right, I am not an old man. He tried to reassure himself. Avi suddenly remembered. Squeaking. Oh, that reminds me. Did you find anything in the tower guide? I want to tell you about the creator of the guide tower, he said in surprise. Oh, the creator of the guide tower is the creator. Avi confirmed. Hyan looked confused. Really? And what about the creator? He still did not get it. Avi replied, that is what I wanted to say, the creator is the creator. Hyan placed his hand on Avi's head. Laughing, is that really all there is? Avi, flustered, said, I tried to gather all the information about the guard. He took his hand off Avi's head and said, it is my fault for expecting too much from you. Avi's surprise turned into frustration at Hainu's words. She slammed the table, shouting, 5 days. Hainu jumped at Avi's reaction. Hainu stared blankly at Avi. No, give me 7 days. I think I will find out where the creator is hiding. Her hands clenched into fists, raised in determination. Of course, I can guarantee 100%, but please trust me. All right, I will trust you. Hainu smiled. Miriam, female, 21 years old. Good condition. Hainu asked, the essence Giaciagio mentioned. You borrowed her power. He held a small brown bag in his hand, and his disciple replied, yes, master. Hainu seriously looked at Miriam, who was bowing her head. The successor, I can call it that. It seems that the powers of some tower climbers are still in level 9, one in Korea and the other in Mexico. He recalled Avi's words. Pondering, the power of Ascensed in Korea is probably Haikiagio, but in Mexico, there is a successor there. A notification appeared. You have discovered and defeated a tower climber in hiding. Location: Mexico City. You successfully took down the Sword King, Guran. Oh. Speaking of which, Mason died in Mexico. He pieced together the chain of events. This has to do with Han's death. He looked at his disciple, who was sitting nervously, full of worry. She bowed her head, thinking, My master is going to be really mad because I used it without permission. Hainu chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Miriam's hair. It is okay. My disciple. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Unable to believe this, he praised her. Everyone would probably be dead without you. Right. Good job. She looked up at her master, beaming with a bright smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, shaking off all her worries. Sagan is filled with high-rise buildings, blue and white. Sorry. But Liam, in a gray suit, fingers intertwined on the table, anxiously asked, could you say that again? His fingers were stroking a pristine whiteums. Inga laughed while holding back. You still do not understand what I am saying. Robang belongs to the state of Montana. Portly middle-aged man in a suit sat with his legs crossed, acting all high and mighty. The senator of Montana. Atelik. The reports on his activities, attitude, and treatment of the people show that he lacks skills and connections. Just loaded with cash. Rumor has it he has a hobby of collecting rare statues. But I doubt he wants Rai Bang. Liam sat at the head of the table, trying to convince him that Hunter Kim Hyun-gyu had stopped a natural disaster in Montana. Atelik. Feeling dissatisfied. Interrupted, implying that our community was not involved in fighting against the disaster. Right, not letting Liam finish. He continued, I want to speak privately with Hunter Kim Hyun-gyu. He closed his eyes, and as was his habit, he ran a hand over his beard, calmly requesting, I will take care of the rest. The senator was so anxious he was sweating bullets. That was the real issue. Suddenly, the wooden door swung open. What kind of fun conversation is happening without me? A cheeky voice rang out. Liam stood up, shouting, you. He shuffled over in his slippers and said, can you repeat that? Kim Hyun-gyu bent down, smiling brightly at Atelik, asking, what are you planning to do with my gang? He gasped in shock when he saw you. You are Hunter Kim Hyun-gyu. After a few seconds of composure, he confirmed, you had been avoiding him, having left the Hunters Union since learning that talking about it was crucial for their progress. As you recalled the conversation, you cheerfully handed Liam your weapon, and you understood the implication. Liam stood up, leaning on the table and declared, no, this is I am Atelik, senator of Montana. On the other side, he was introducing you. While you were talking, Kim Hyun-gyu interrupted, oh, I have heard all the chatter about you. To put it simply, even though I am the one stopping natural disasters, you all have caused damage and handled the aftermath I created. You happily responded, and hearing your words, he asked, so, what you are saying is you agree to hand over Ru Bang to us, right? He smirked. You have got quite the perception. He curiously asked, what if I do not want to hand it over? You did not flinch, replying, then I won't be sitting here anymore. At that moment, Liam did not intervene but instead covered his face, tiredly calling 911 and thinking, this is it. Kim Hyun-gyu flashed a friendly smile, and a moment later, a shout rocked the whole building. You piece of trash. Do you know who I am? You are a filthy scumbag, he yelled in pain, pointing at you while one hand cradled his head. You think you are going to walk away unscathed after doing this to me? You stared calmly at him. You will never be a hunter again. Before he could finish his sentence, you hit him again on the head. That knocked him out, smoke rising from his head, and you casually shoved your hands in your pockets, saying, I have made enough to not be a hunter anymore. Senator Liam was left frozen, unsure of what to do. Understanding the senator's worry, you turned to him and said, oh, I am not going to kill him. Do not worry. Liam helplessly asked, how are you planning to sort this out? But Kim Hyun-gyu laughed cunningly. Don't you worry about that. Just return Rui Bang to me. The next day, a man in a suit holding documents approached the car in the underground parking lot. As soon as he got in the car, the blonde man asked, so, Ivan, what did Than Trang say? Ivan recounted. He wants to spread bad rumors about Kim Hyun-gyu to the media. You repeated Atelik orders. If there is nothing, just make something up. You need to think outside the box. He was furious. He asked with interest. He is really funny. Have you come up with anything? The middle-aged man with brown hair replied seriously. Should I take care of him? Atelik, he curiously said. Whoa. Making decisions that quick. You have served him for 10 years. And yet, even felt a bit sad. I still have not received anything from him. Even calculated the pros and cons. Of course, that was when I compared that to what I got here. He glanced over and broke into a smile as if he understood all his intentions. Everything was for the boss, and a girl with purple hair turned her back. On her left shoulder was a guard shaped like a deer's head, surrounded by thorny purple roses. Our organization. Illumitu, in Hanan. Around Kim Si-hein were tall trees and mountains. He looked at the shard in his hand and asked, is this the origin of Aikchan? Kim Hyun-gyu gently explained, if you place it on Chan Ma's sword, the system panel will open up. He smiled, tightened his grip on the shard, and said, thank you. Suddenly, he turned to the right and saw Sucker Enya sitting next to him, drawing a magic circle. He exclaimed, oh, she looks really tired. Her eyes were deeply dark, her face pale. Kim Si-hein gently reminded her, he said it is coming to Mexico. Right, you should not wander around there. They are in the recovery process. Got it. Kim Hyun-gyu glanced at his disciple and said, it is fine. I need to check a few things. Eve briefly explained about the successor. The appearance of successors is no longer too rare. Staring wide-eyed, Miriam looked at his master. But the issue was they were not predicted in advance. The tower climber had the duty to scale the tower. At this moment a tall gray tower appeared. To the left were monsters with swords laughing wickedly as they climbed up, while to the right were serious shield bearers descending. The guards were blocking. Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself, both have their own roles. However, the successors did not. All kinds of monsters emerged as the door opened. Each of them had their own personal goals. Some used magic circles. One successor trying to protect their floor was seen as a guard. A long-haired man in a hat appeared strong. Meanwhile, another successor became a tower climber. Some lay around leisurely propping their chins while reading. Or they did nothing at all. The muscular man with a serious face clutched his jaw tightly. Or they used their strength to turn the world upside down. Anyway, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Those thoughts floated away like smoke from the bag in his hand. I believe you. Miriam imagined Kim Hyun-gyu looking at her with a smirk and said, you said that like an arrow piercing through her trust, making her fall to the ground in dismay. He casually turned his back. Wait until I get back. She raised her hand to her cheek and replied solemnly. Sure, he asked with concern. Si-hyun, you are going straight in, right? Kim Si-hyun tightened his fists. Determinedly replied. Yeah. He was surrounded by purple light. Send my words to the demon foot. Before leaving he challenged. Pointing, I am using the martial arts he taught me. It is very useful. He appeared in another place, surrounded by thick dust and rubble everywhere. He looked around. In Mexico City, it was all rubble and mages were rebuilding the city. He raised his hand to his forehead, rolling his eyes, searching left and right. He said, there is nothing here. How am I supposed to find traces of the successor? At this moment, a man in a black suit appeared beside him. He looked over in surprise. What the? The man held his hand in front. Bowing slightly, said, I have been waiting for you. Kim Hyun-gyu. He shoved his hands into his pockets. Confused, looking at the man, not understanding what was going on, the shining eye emblem on his coat slowly stated, please allow me to escort you to meet the boss. A sound rang out from the system, and Kim Hyun-gyu gripped a sword tightly in his hands. Do you want to use the source of the chosen one with the chosen sword? Yes or no? Kim Hyun-gyu stared at the sword in his hand, surprised and curious. Oh! He looked around the house, which had a simple color scheme. Sighing, he thought, it has only been a little while since I rebuilt this apartment, and look at how I am living now. He shuddered at the memory of the warning he received earlier, pressing a button that brought up a message. Hai warned me not to mess with that guy because he is a real piece of work. If even someone like Hai says that, then this guy must be a real nightmare. Older than Hai too. After pressing the button, suddenly a beam of blue light shot straight at Kim Hyun-gyu, catching him off guard. As the light faded, the scene around him began to change. The image of the room had transformed into towering rocks surrounding him, and Kim Hyun-gyu looked around in panic at everything before him. He still had no clue where he was. All he could see were trees thick with foliage. Kim Hyun-gyu opened his eyes wide, fear striking him as he heard a sound coming from behind. Who the heck is that? The man in the mysterious black outfit sitting in front of him was none other than Chanma. Chanma looked intently at the person before him. Kim Hyun instinctively recoiled, thinking to himself, is that really Chanma? What should I say? Should I mention that Hyun introduced me to this place? Sweat began to pour down Kim Hyun's face as he panicked. Thinking, no way, I came here to break free from Hyun. I have to tell him my real reason. Kim Hyun turned completely to face Chanma, hands clasped together, saying, I am here because I want to learn martial arts from you. Chanma's annoyance was palpable, saying, where did you crawl out from, you little punk? As Chanma stood up, he warned one last time. Glaring at him, Kim Hyun quickly interjected, wait a minute. Kim Hyun was terrified, keeping his hands raised, thinking, please tell me you do not have anything planned for Kim Hyun-gyu. Right, he had a bad feeling about this. Chanma clenched his fist and punched the post in front of him with a thunderous bang, nearly shattering it to pieces. Furious, Chanma roared. Damn it, I just woke up from a long hibernation, and now he wants to mess with me. Kim Hyun stepped back in fear, recalling his earlier thoughts. Sorry, Hyun. I did not think I could deliver your message to him. Chanma shouted. Get lost. Kim Hyun was taken aback, saying, what? As Chanma turned to walk away, he added, anyway, you will never learn anything worthwhile here. Kim Hyun froze at Chanma's words, recalling past memories. He exclaimed, please, at least teach me just once. Looking at Chanma, he placed his hand over his heart, saying, I need to get stronger because I have something I need to protect. Kim Hyun continued, pointing at Chanma, if you keep refusing me, I will follow you around and annoy you until you agree. Chanma gritted his teeth, looking at Kim Hyun, and thought, from the nonsense you are spewing, I can tell you are a friend of that psycho. If you want to learn that much, let me show you how I dealt with that jerk. Kim Hyun continued. So come at me. Chanma charged forward with his power. Then I will teach you my martial arts. A loud sound erupted, and the smoke thickened around them. Kim Hyun was knocked out on the spot. A notification from the system appeared. Kim Hyun has died. First time, in another scene, surrounded by oddly shaped rocks, Kim Hyun hunched over, looked surprised at the person across from him. What, boss? David bowed slightly. Yes, sir. Kim Hyun, with a smug expression, remarked, what if I say no? Then I will just go to receive a new order from the boss. David continued. Kim Hyun frowned. So who is this boss anyway? I think you should go see for yourself to find out. David said. Kim Hyun began to think seriously. So his point was that he would not reveal any information here. Right now, I do not think he can take me down. Kim Hyun glanced at David in front of him. But more importantly, perhaps the boss he mentioned is the same person Ives talked about. Fine. Lead the way. Kim Hyun blurted out in front of the intricately designed gate. What is this all about? David gestured towards the elevator. Introducing, this is the elevator connecting to our headquarters. Kim Hyun stepped inside, looking around the elevator, thinking to himself, are they really using real diamonds to decorate an elevator? An elevator decorated with diamonds, and it is transparent enough to see the outside view. This is definitely high-end. The elevator doors opened, and in front of Kim Hyun were 2 rows of people lined up to greet him, leaving him stunned. Kim Hyun exclaimed in confusion, what the hell? A voice rang out, I have been waiting for you for a long time. None other than the girl with the striking purple hair. Hanarine. Hanarine smiled at Kim Hyun. Master. Kim Hyun froze for a moment. I have 2 disciples. One is Micheung and the other is... Memories of the past began to flash back. We are doomed. Kim Hyun pulled up his mask, eyes fixed on the source of that voice. With our current power, we can escape from the tower. Who knows, maybe we will level up, so let us kill instead of kneeling. A guy holding a sword pointed at Hanarine and said, sorry about this. Hanarine glared at the guy in front of her. Traitor. Suddenly, a mysterious figure masked was Kim Hyun. He punched the other 2 into the air, leaving Hanarine in shock. Hanarine looked on with admiration. This girl. Hanarine. Actually, the relationship between her and me is quite strange. She feels more like a companion than a disciple. Back in the present, Kim Hyun looked up, thinking, after all, I still trained her like Micheung, although she did not initially seem like a companion. Gradually, after spending so much time together in the tower, she felt more like my partner, the 2 of them each carrying a large log, laughing and chatting along the way. Then she left the tower, after a 1.5 years by my side. Hanarine smiled, surrounded by a bright purple light. I will prepare everything my master needs. After saying those final words, so you are the one who killed my son. Huh. Kim Hyun, hunched over with a glass of water, sat on a throne and asked Hanarine. Hanarine smiled at Kim Hyun and explained, I should have killed him before he laid a finger on the master. But back then, I did not have enough power. But why did you build this underground castle? Kim Hyun continued to wonder. Well, you said it yourself, master. Having a castle underground is pretty exciting. Right. Kim Hyun pointed himself in surprise. Oh. Hanarine eagerly continued. Besides that, I have prepared everything you wanted, master. First, I have 14 plots of land in the afterlife. I have built a separate villa in every European country. I have also set up a casino and enough money for you to spend for a lifetime. And more. Kim Hyun, lifting the glass of water to drink, said, when did I say I wanted all that? Just as he finished speaking, Kim Hyun suddenly remembered. Oh. Memories from the past flooded back. Master, what do you want to do after leaving the tower? Hanarine asked Kim Hyun, who was resting his head on his hand and dozing off. Kim Hyun cheerfully replied, I have plenty of things in mind to do. Reaching for the sky, Kim Hyun continued, sleeping all day, living leisurely without having to work, living the life of a billionaire. You know, so you really want a lot of money? Hanarine looked at him and asked. Right, just like those rich kids I spoiled that day. No need to work, just traveling all day, partying at their private mansions. If I had one underground, that would be even better, a castle or something like that. I get it. Is there anything else? Kim Hyun continued. Las Vegas. I have always wanted to try my luck at the casino. And what else? After Kim Hyun recalled, he sat up, spitting out the water he just drank. Thinking, do not tell me. She actually made those ridiculous dreams I spit out back then come true. Ooh. Hanarine held out a towel towards Kim Hyun. Kim Hyun took the towel, skillfully reading his mind. Hanarine clasped her hands together, beaming at him. I have prepared everything you want, master. And next comes the thousands of master ringing in my ears. Kim Hyun thought to himself, has she lost her mind? Hanarine smiled mischievously, repeatedly saying the word, master. This made Kim Hyun break out in a sweat. The system displayed information about Hanarine, age 24. Female status. Extremely excited. And stats. Strength, speed, endurance, health, mana, luck, extremely loyal personality. Secret skills. Not enough authority to view the information. Kim Hyun thought, her stats seem pretty similar to Miriam. The successor. At this point, Kim Hyun asked, You said you became the successor thanks to the book you got after defeating my son. So what do you plan to do from now on? Anirine paused for about 5 seconds. Thanks, he said. The power you have now. How do you plan to use it? There is a slight issue here. This girl could either become a protector or a tower climber. Kim Hyen seemed a bit uneasy. Of course, thanks to her psychological skills, she probably would not go against his wishes, but he could not fully trust the system. If she became a tower climber, I must at that moment. Hanarine replied, how will I use this power? My power is for the master, so I will use it only for you. Kim Hyen nodded in agreement. Oh right, he continued to ask. So you were the one who took out the guy before? Hanarine replied, yes, he was the perfect target for me to test the successor's power. Kim Hyen asked further, so you only used that power? Huh. Hanarine answered, no, I also used my unique poison from crossbreeding. This new power has a pretty low output. Kim Hyen chuckled wickedly. You must have struggled to take him down. Huh. Turning the city into such a mess. Hanarine laughed too. Oh, it was not that tough, master. I intentionally took him down slowly. This statement shook Kim Hyen's rationality. Oh. Hanarine said, last time you told me that if you had enough money, you would buy a whole city to make it your playground. Just as you like. Now we have enough. You make it sound so easy, so you can mess around with this city too. Just like what master loves. Amidst Hanarine's excitement, Kim Hyen thought, I think she is worse than my dong at the beginning. What the hell? Right now, Hanarine's head was pounding. Kim Hyen asked, the reason you have not seen me until now is Hanarine interrupted. Because I wanted to meet you after acquiring what you wanted. Kim Hyen asked again. And the reason I have not gotten caught up in those conspiracy theories and bad rumors is thanks to you. Hanarine replied, I have controlled everything. Kim Hyen looked at her like she was from Mars. Just as I thought. Her thinking is totally off the charts. After all, his disciples are like this. Even though I seem normal. Are you sure I am normal? You meet the storm where the clouds gather. After that, Kim Hyen walked away. Oh, since I am done, I will head back now. Hanarine felt regretful. You are going back. What about the things I prepared for you? Kim Hyen just wanted to slip away and said, I will check them out later. Hanarine replied, got it. Then let me see you off. Kim Hyen agreed. Okay, thanks for that. While thinking, she is not clinging to me. Transitioning to another scene, Kim Hyen said, why are you following me? Hanarine replied, the only place I belong is right next to my master, always his family. Kim Hyen asked, what about your organization? Hanarine said, I have raised them to be mature enough to operate without me. This scene felt familiar, making him think of Miriam, déjà vu or whatever. Well, whatever. Bringing her along 1T hurt. At this moment, Kim Hyen said, stay close to me. We need to be at the center of the magic circle. Hanarine cheered. Strange. Kim Hyen began to walk. Thinking, Enya told me she improved the magic circle. Now I can still use it with mana, even if I do not need her. How convenient. At that moment, Hanarine said, hey, can you hear me? On the other end of the line, she contacted Miriam through the gemstone. Do not tell me you are pretending not to hear me now. Miriam replied, I was thinking about the conditions you proposed, in her heart. Miriam thought, Master allows me to have the crystal, but I can't just decide that. Can't tell what she might pull. Melji. Then Miriam asked, what was your proposal again? Turns out the one on the other end is the night parade of 100 demons. She said, you are trying to wear me out on purpose, are not you? You brat. First, share all your senses with me. Second, if you encounter a demon lord, hand over control of your body to me. In that state, is there any part of the contract that says to rethink? Come on, this is not a joke. The night parade of 100 demons is serious business. Miriam answered blankly, seems like that is all there is. The night parade of 100 demons shouted, stop mumbling so fast. Miriam said, but being careful is not too much. For example, if I share my senses with you, does not that mean you can check my body anytime you want? The night parade of 100 demons grew more frustrated. That is impossible. Didn't I just say that, once the contract is made, the terms are absolute? Miriam, skeptical about life, thought even harder because these terms are not actually bad for her. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, and Miriam jumped up. Master. She was as excited as if her mom just came back from the market. Before she could finish her sentence, Miriam got sprayed with glue. She said, Master. Your master is taking you somewhere. As she linked arms, Miriam felt mentally overwhelmed. Kim Hyen-gyu asked, hey, are you waiting for me? Miriam stammered, Master. Who is the girl next to you? Kim Hyen-gyu asked, why are you clinging to my arm like that? Hanarine chimed in, right, Master. You told me to do that. Just stick close to that person. Kim Hyen-gyu replied, I do not think I said that. Miriam, standing by, felt like she was about to explode. Get away from Master. At this point, Kim Hyen-gyu spoke up. Come on now. Everyone's here. Let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Miriam, and this is my second disciple, Hanarine. Miriam, confused, asked. Second, hearing Hanarina's question, Master, is she your disciple? Miriam was even more shocked. Master, Hanarine, calm as can be, asked. Why are you acting like this? Miriam justified herself. Well, I did not know you had other disciples. Hanarine spotted Miriam's weakness. She leaned on Kim Hyun-gyu's shoulder while he pushed her away. Hey, I told you to stop. Hanarine replied, I am just expressing my happiness for meeting Master after all this time. Confused, Miriam was in shock. Her soul felt like it was drifting into nothingness. Endlessly drifting, unable to return. Then Miriam decided to call out. The energy of Haikyugyo. The night parade of 100 demons responded. What? Miriam said, I accept your proposal. Leaving the night parade of 100 demons stunned. Why are you suddenly changing your mind? Miriam, with renewed confidence, responded, well, I just thought sooner or later I would have to use my powers anyway. A little while later, in Yi's room, Kim Hyun-gu was at a loss for words at the messy sight. So you found it? Avi innocently asked. Huh. Found what? Right then, she was startled by Kim Hyun-gu's remote. No, I found it. You are talking about the creator. Right, Kim Hyun-gu replied. Right. So where's the information? Avi collapsed under the weight of her own power. First of all, I'm sorry, but I could not find the current location of the creator. No matter what, the information is locked due to lack of authority. But I found another clue, Kim Hyun-gu asked excitedly. Another clue? Avi lied. It is to buy the premium package. Anim, I found the location of an artifact. It might lead to the creator. Just as Liesel was about to open the door and step into the room, a heated argument suddenly erupted from inside. How dare that little brat? Just hearing the muffled chaos, Liesel was already breaking a sweat, thinking to herself in disbelief, I left my documents in there. But now I do not want to go in at all. It must have been just a few days ago. Liesel crossed her arms and called out, Hey, Kim Hyun-gu. He replied flatly. What? She then curiously asked. What are those two doing? Right in front of them, a fierce battle was unfolding between Mikeyoung and Hanarin. The girl confidently declared, I am the first disciple of the master. Kim Hyun-gu calmly explained. I heard they are just exchanging some banter. On the side, Hanarin smirked and replied arrogantly. So what? You little shrimp. No sooner had she said that than both of them lunged at each other, causing debris to fly everywhere, with a loud explosion echoing across the area. Liesel was utterly shocked. This was a life or death battle now. Not just some banter. Just as Mikeyoung leaped up and kicked straight at Hanarin, she quickly used the book in her hand to easily block the kick. Mikeyoung was still reeling from Hanarin's defense, so she yelled, Stop, but her opponent only smirked, making Mikeyoung huff in frustration. Without a word, Hanarin suddenly raised her fist and punched Mikeyoung right in the eye. The sudden attack left the girl in immense pain as she instinctively covered her eye with her hand. Liesel asked, Why are not you stopping them? Kim Hyun-gu chuckled and replied, Do you think they will listen? Hearing him say that left her momentarily speechless, and she quickly urged, At least try to do something. If this keeps up, someone's going to get hurt, while unleashing a flurry of attacks. Mikeyoung shouted, Where did you even crawl out from? You. Hanarin swiftly countered her moves and laughed in response. You think you can compare to me? I am the one who's most compatible with the master. Seeing things had gone too far, Kim Hyun-gu interjected. All right. Enough. As she charged forward, Mikeyoung asserted loudly, The master belongs to me. Hanarin quickly rushed in, shouting, Shut up, shorty. Unable to hold back any longer, Kim Hyun-gu jumped down and gave each of them a light smack on the head, then shouted in frustration. Stop it. Hanarin immediately rubbed her head and questioned. But master, you let us bicker. Glancing at the shattered furniture, he raised his voice. Is this what you call bickering? After saying that, Kim Hyun-gu moved his gaze to the ground, where the two had created a deep dent. He could not help but feel at a loss for words, thinking to himself, Goodness, they are like cats and dogs. With that thought, Kim Hyun-gu pointed toward the house and sternly suggested, Go inside and reflect on yourselves until I come back, to which they replied, Yes. And Hanarin added, Okay. As she brushed past, Lee Seal-dong could not help but be curious. She quickly asked, But who is that girl? She is no weaker than the others in the guise of a successor. Kim Hyun-gu replied nonchalantly, She is my second disciple. Upon hearing this, Lee Seal-dong could not help but exclaim, Huh. Thinking she did not hear correctly, Kim Hyun-gu quickly clarified, She is my second disciple. Overwhelmed by this harsh reality, Lee Seal-dong could only let the tears flow, silently screaming inside. He had another disciple. If another troublemaker showed up, he would not be able to handle it. She watched the chaotic situation with the two troublemakers, feeling utterly drained. She could not even step in if they started fighting. At that moment, Anarim crossed her arms and arrogantly proclaimed, Hey, you. My Chong immediately challenged her, asking what she wanted. Lee Seal-dong once again screamed inside, Where are you? Hyun-gu. Meanwhile, he kept looking around, as if someone had tickled him by calling his name. Avicii. asking, "What is wrong?" Kim Hyung-gu replied nonchalantly, "My ears are ringing." After adjusting his ears, he flashed a bright smile and asked, "So, what is that artifact? Can it really lead to the dawn of creation?" V frowned seriously and replied, "Oh, it is on the 835th floor." He questioned, "What is the 835th floor?" She responded, "I only learned about it recently myself." Then, V continued to explain, "From levels 1 to 9, they share a similar structure and are fairly alike. Basically, they all have existing civilizations, but their structures differ." She gestured to open a virtual space for illustration, saying, "For example, level 8 is made up of multidimensional space, and while levels 1 and 3 also have civilizations, their scale is relatively smaller than the others." Kim Hyung-gu crossed his arms, trying to look knowledgeable while sweating nervously. I think I kinda get it now." But honestly, he did not understand a thing. He quickly pushed that thought aside and smiled at Avev. "But that is not the main issue, right? So can I make it to level 8? She replied, "You can go to level 8 anytime you want." However, V added, "But you need to enter the artifact to find your way there." As she said this, she quickly conjured a list. It is a list of the blind guy, the hand of time, the heart of the giant's eyeball, and the giant's teeth. Kim Hyun-gu could not help but ask skeptically, "Is that a joke?" V, hearing his question, started to sweat and reassured him, "But you will find them soon enough." While reviewing the documents in her hands, she continued, "The locations of 2 of these are clear, and the other 3 all belong to just one person." She then showed him the evidence. Seeing this, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly smirked. He quickly stood up and firmly declared, "All right, I will be back later." At that moment, he suddenly paused, glancing at the file beside him. Kim Hyun-gu mumbled to himself, "It should not take long." Meanwhile, Maichi was a bit curious and asked, "What is that on your shoulder?" Enaram haughtily replied, "You mean this mask?" She then scoffed lightly, saying, "It is a gift from my master." Upon hearing this, Maichi immediately stood up and loudly questioned, "What? No way, master took great care of that mask." Hanaram gasped in surprise, smiling as she asked, "Haven't you ever received a gift?" Maichi proudly boosted, "Master taught me martial arts." Anaran smiled with her eyes sparkling and replied, "Really? That is awesome. I guess you can keep learning from others and be a disciple forever." Maichi clenched his fists, a fire burning in his eyes as he warned, "I will kill you." Just when both were about to throw down again, someone suddenly chimed in, "Hey, you two need to take a good look at yourselves. And here you are arguing." Spotting Kim Hyung-gu, both immediately called out, "Master, Master." He suddenly furrowed his brow, silently blaming himself. "I should not have brought Hanaran along. I thought they would get along because they act so similarly. But I was wrong." After thinking that, he cleared his throat and said, It does not matter. I have some tasks for you too." Both were taken aback by his words. Maichi quickly glanced at Hanaran and asked, "Just give us the orders, Master." Hanaran chimed in, "What do you need us to do, Master?" Kim Hyung-gu immediately assigned the tasks. "Miriam, head to Hong Kong and bring back that blind guy's compass. And Hanaran, go to Mexico and find an artifact called the Hand of Time." Hanaran, hearing this, smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" He replied, "No, but remember to bring it back without causing too much trouble." "Got it," she confidently responded. "I will do just that." Meanwhile, in Montana, an old man was extremely angry, shouting, "How could this be?" He yelled as if he were about to throw his phone out the window. "I said any amount is fine." The person on the other end of the line replied, "No matter how much it is, that is still not possible." Adalakputh was furious and shouted back, "What? The head of the largest broadcasting station in America says it is impossible." The person on the other end replied softly, "I am very sorry." They continued, "And I sincerely advise you not to get involved with him." Hearing this, he threw his phone to the ground and yelled, "Damn it." After that, he covered his face with his hands, frustrated, saying, "Everything they say is no. Why can't they do anything about that damn hunter?" "Why?" His secretary suddenly spoke up. "Senator, you have a visitor." Tilakpoth replied in surprise, "What do you mean?" "I do not have any appointments today," he answered. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is not a prescheduled meeting." Suddenly, the secretary added with a sly smile, "It is more of an uninvited announcement." He frowned. "What is this guy talking about?" Just as Adalakpoth finished speaking, a loud crash echoed, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. He watched as a huge hole was blasted into the wall, causing him to shout in terror, "What the hell?" Suddenly, someone stormed in, complaining, "My ears are ringing." He did not even know who it was and gasped. Kim Hyun-gu, looking like he owned the place, stood there with an arrogant expression. He used his strength to smash through a large section of the wall, staring directly at Adalakputh, who was in shock at the sight. Jun confronted Kim Hyun-gu and shouted, "What the hell do you think you are doing? How dare you mess up my place?" Kim Hyun-gu casually responded, "What am I doing?" Then, he confidently added, according to my investigation, you are just up to some nonsense. You can't fool me, for instance. Like the bribery money to manipulate the auction results. Adelikpoth froze in place, unable to move, drenched in sweat. He shouted as if startled. What the hell are you talking about? I will sue you for defamation. Without letting Adelikpoth finish, Kim Hyun-gu relentlessly attacked, piling up evidence from mainstream American media. Adelikpoth instinctively retreated in fear, while Kim Hyun-gu continued with a sly smile. News channels. Western press. Owen. Central. He glanced at the paper in front of him, smirking slightly and sarcastically saying, "Damn it. I am too lazy to read through all this sit crap." Then he straightforwardly asked, "Haven't you done anything else besides calling these people for a whole week?" Saying this, Kim Hyun-gu tossed the paper down on the table right in front of Adelikpoth, then casually asked, "You must have a lot of fun with the media, right?" Adelikpoth, voice trembling, replied, "How do you know?" Kim Hyun-gu did not say a word, just flashed a bright smile. Adelikpoth turned to his secretary and shouted, "Don't tell me you are the one who did this to Even." The secretary smiled slyly, slowly saying to Adelikpoth, "Athi, you should have treated me better from the start." Adelikpoth's face turned beet red with anger, his teeth grinding. He flipped the table, sending everything flying, then pointed directly at the secretary, shouting, "You little bastard." The secretary bent down, handed a file to Kim Hyun-gu, and cautiously said, "This is the list of the gang that this guy hired to take you down." Kim Hyun-gu, he casually replied, "Let us see, did you also hire a gang to attack me? You want to play it like the Ars gang?" Adelikpoth stood there dumbfounded, his eyes wide, barely able to utter. Fear consumed him, his face pale, cheeks flushed, tears welling up as he thought, "I am in deep trouble now. This is the end for me. That bastard is going to kill me." Kim Hyun-gu snapped Adelikpoth out of his daze. He exclaimed, "Honestly, I want to deal with you by making this document public everywhere." Adelikpoth collapsed to the floor, listening to every word while his face turned ashen. He continued, "But that is too cruel, is not it?" Kim Hyun-gu sat down at eye level with Adelikpoth, smoothing the negotiation. "So, let us bargain a bit," he softly added. "I heard you are frantically collecting artifacts. Right, look at the display cabinet filled with various items." Kim Hyun-gu continued, "Give me the artifacts from the giant's collection you have gathered over the past decade, and I will keep this secret until I die." He flashed a chilling smile at Adelikpoth. "What do you think? Isn't that a beautiful solution?" The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion in Russia, the architecture dazzling before our eyes, with stained glass windows reflecting golden sunlight, creating a setting that was both enchanting and magnificent. Koyan, known in the media as a master alchemist, confidently believed he bowed to no one. Moments later, Koyan appeared with a forced smile, reluctantly saying, "It is like a storm pouring in." His hands clasped together, he bowed his head before Michi and continued softly, "May I ask why the Lady of the Dragon has come here?" Michi looked at him and clearly stated her request. "Bring me the table of the blind man." Koyan questioned back, "Are you saying?" Michi slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "That." This startled Choyan, who lost his train of thought. Although Choyan was smiling, his face was as pale as a ghost. Instantly agreeing, his hands clenched tight, he said, "Got it, we will prepare as fast as we can. Just give me 3 days." But Michi cut him off. 3 hours? Koyan asked in disbelief. Michi arrogantly propped her legs on the chair, calmly demanding, "Have it here in 3 hours. Koyan tried to add, "But the artifact is at the villa on the island. We can tea." Suddenly, the air was thick with hatred, as Michi's features twisted into a sinister grin. Seeing this horrifying sight, Koyan did not dare waste time and loudly declared, "I will go get it right now." Michi leaned back in her chair, calling out to the back, "Number 1, follow him and assist." The henchman immediately accepted the order, bowing his head and saying loudly, "Understood." The image of Hanarin suddenly flashed in Michi's mind as she confidently proclaimed, "Don't worry, master. I will have it back in 3 hours." Michi felt a chill run down her spine, telling herself, no matter what happens, I must get it back before that girl, no matter the cost. Right now, the compass lay snug in Avi's hands, the blind man's compass. Level 5. No enhancements. Search skill. Information authority. No authority. A blind man who could see through everything had created this artifact for his companion. The blind man's compass allowed the user to locate anywhere they desired, but its power was lost when the tower was destroyed, rendering it unable to operate correctly. Unable to hide his surprise, Evie asked skeptically, "So, Master managed to gather all this in just 2 days? I thought it would take at least a week." Kim Hyun-gu lounged back in his chair, saying, "Well, everything went pretty smoothly," he happily thought to himself. "Hanarin brought it to me in less than an hour, and so did Miri." Michi shot a jealous glare at Hanarin. Kim Hyun-gu asked Avi, "Well, it is good to have these things, right?" Avi affirmed, "Absolutely. All we need to do now is merge them together. Surprised by Avi's skills, he exclaimed. Wait, you can craft artifacts too. Avi was busy with the machinery she had just built while explaining to Kim Hyun-gu. It is possible if they were originally one. In the dark room, only the eerie blue glow from the machines illuminated their faces. She placed the blind man's compass into the device, and a series of beeps indicated that the activation process was underway. Avi focused intently, continuing with her other operations. Kim Hyun-gu could only watch in wide-eyed amazement. Avi flipped the switch to focus, ignoring everything around her. The once silent compass suddenly sprang back to life. The needle danced wildly, casting sparkling rays of light flashed directly into Kim Hyun-gu's eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hands. After a few operations, the blind man's compass made its debut in a new form, a heart-shaped compass with two large and small serrated edges. Along with a teal figure, the system displayed a notification. The blind man's compass. Fully formed, rank 55, no additional features, skill to navigate, search, detect. Information authority, blind man, yet able to see through everything, created this artifact for his companion. The blind man's compass allows users to locate anywhere they desire, but its power diminished when the tower was destroyed, rendering it unable to operate properly. It can find any location the user wants and detect nearby dangers. Kim Hyun-gu gleefully held the compass in his hands, watching as its appearance and description changed. V smugly replied, "This is the true ability of the blind man's compass." She proudly flaunted her skills. Kim Hyun-gu gazed at the compass, unable to contain his excitement, and asked a V, "So does this mean I can go to the 8th floor? Room 35 now." Avi sat down on the floor, looking up to respond to Kim Hyun-gu. If the master uses the power in the maze, the compass will guide the way," Kim Hyun-gu joyfully said. "All right. Sounds good." The scene shifted deep into the maze, with Kim Hyun-gu, wearing his legendary sandals, arriving at his destination. He let out a long yawn. Whoa. The surroundings were filled with skulls, some dead bodies still clad in iron armor. Kim Hyun-gu glanced at the compass. A thin thread of light was pointing the way, and he licked his lips, growing impatient as he said, "How much deeper do I have to go?" Kim Hyun-gu scanned his surroundings, mumbling softly, "Since there is no light here, I have no idea how many days have passed, and I am out of food." He paused for a moment, then added, "No, forget about the food. The real issue is..." Kim Hyun-gu suddenly recalled his time at home, where he had instructed his two disciples, "Ladies, stay here. You need to protect this place in case anything happens. So, Master should take me along." Maishi said, looking over at Hanarin and shouting, "What?" Hanarin placed her hand on her cheek, teasingly replying to Michi, "Because my comrade is the master's first disciple. She can't protect this place all by herself. Can she?" Maishi shot back, raising her voice in mockery. "You do not know a thing, comrade. The only one who can help our master is me, the first disciple." Neither side was willing to back down, directly provoking each other without a care in the world. Hanarin smirked and continued, "Didn't the master say we have to protect this place? So you should be the guard dog. I mean, you should protect this place." Maichi's eyes widened as she looked at Hanarin, jokingly saying, "I wish I could tear your mouth open right now. Should I?" Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gu could only remain silent from a distance. Kim Hyun-gu stomped his foot, snapping back to reality, thinking, right now those two might be having a verbal battle and tearing this city apart. Suddenly, a goblin rushed in, interrupting his thoughts, letting out a shriek, and soon countless goblins surrounded Kim Hyun-gu. He decided to let them taste his mighty fists, swinging his arms and sending them flying 100 meters away. Kim Hyun-gu wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, thankfully they used honorifics to address each other after I told them to stop fighting, but it was just a change in how they addressed each other. Nothing more. The goblins are dying at your feet. As Kim Hyun-gu lifts one up to assess the situation, he slowly muses, "You know, these monsters seem to be getting weaker." Suddenly, a sly smile sprouds across his face, which means, gripping the blind man's compass tightly, Kim Hyun-gu strides confidently under the shimmering light that guides him, beaming as he exclaims, "I am almost at the exit of the maze." The radiant morning light shines down on the apartment building. A clear voice rings out, "Hello, Hunter Lacio Wrong," to which a reply comes, "Hi, Enya." Hunter Lacio Wrong, carrying two freshly bought cups of coffee, hurriedly tells Enya, "I plan to see off the boss before he heads into the maze. He is gone already." Enya glances at Lacio Wrong and calmly replies, "Yes, that is right." Disappointed, Lacio Wrong holds out the 2 cups of coffee towards Enya. "I told him to contact me before he left." "Oh my gosh, he is still like that." "Enya, can you drink cold coffee?" Noticing something strange, Lacio Wrong widens her round eyes, staring intently at Enya, then asks in confusion, "Huh?" Enya avoids Lacio Wrong's gaze, gently twirling the straw, while Lacio Wrong focuses on the sword resting nearby. Enya tentatively continues, "I wanted to ask you about something." Lacio Wrong encourages her. "Go ahead, ask." Enya hesitantly responds, slowly asking, "Can I know when Hunter Kim Si-hyun will be back?" As soon as Enya finishes her question, Lacio Wrong freezes, her wide eyes fixed on her friend. Enya's question is truly a tough one, On the 8th floor of the Atlant Empire's 53rd tower, the air is filled with cries of pain. Blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, an axe whizzes through the air, blood splattered on the blade. At that moment, an old man wielding the axe glances down, grinning smugly, saying, "Tusk, what a drag, I am the one climbing the Preda Tower." At Preda's feet, a group of soldiers lay sprawled on the ground, with only one man still standing, gasping for breath to regain control. Unable to hold back, he cries out, "Damn. He is the master swordsman, the lord of the Atlant Empire, Swallows." Swallows looks at the powerless Preda in front of him, thinking he is truly a monster. Swallows believes he is the strongest among all the foes he has ever encountered. Then, Swallows turns to rally his teammates. Team 1. Do not give up, as a few soldiers struggle to sit up. Swallow shouts, "If we fall, the Empire will." Before he can finish, a powerful slash cuts through, creating a blast that sends debris flying, leaving Swallow speechless at the sudden attack. The soldiers caught in the blow can only gasp in pain. Everyone is left bloodied. Swallows watches in horror at the terrifying scene before him. As Preda sneers, "I am not done yet." He breaks into a maniacal grin and says, "I will show you what I have achieved." He swings his axe while continuing, "And I have achieved this as the last survivor of Preda Gatti." In the sky, a flash of light appears, and old Preda roars, "The demon of Glatini." Suddenly a voice shouts, cutting across Preda's words, enlarging, like a magic staff, "Now." Preda, with a bloodthirsty face, crazily smiles as he prepares to swing his axe down to slaughter all the soldiers. Suddenly, a massive metal pillar crashes to the ground. Preda's wails of despair echo throughout the area. Zwillos holds his sword at the ready, stunned and thrown back. Damn it. A young man in workout gear exhales heavily. That is Kim Hyingu, staring up at the light in the sky, where his staff touches, swearing to the heavens. Damn it. I did not expect the exit to be up there in the sky. Kim Hyingu looked bewildered at the system, questioning, the notification just said I killed a tower climber, and where the hell is this Atlanta place? Zwillos and his soldiers, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in shock, jaws dropped to the ground. Kim Hyingu then pulled back his staff, grinning, saying, "I have got to keep moving." The staff fit snugly in Kim Hyingu's palm. He gazed at it with a delighted expression, feeling that he had finally arrived. Someone called out, "Hey!" Kim Hyingu turned, looking over in confusion. Zwillos, with a face full of astonishment, approached hesitantly, asking Kim Hyingu he was, followed by a soldier limping with a wounded arm. Elsewhere, the sound of clashing weapons echoed. Kim Hyingu, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth in frustration. Kim Hyingu took a hit, the overwhelming force sending him flying, and he could not help but shout. At that moment, 2 feet approached him, filled with annoyance, saying, "Lucky you have died 1,000 times already." Chama looked down at Kim Si-hyun with a contemptuous gaze, like a zombie. Kim Si-hyun, blood dripping from his mouth, glared at Chanma, only able to stammer. Kim Si-hyun steadied himself against his wooden sword and stood up. He recalled the first few times he had died and how they had given him determination. In a land where he could not die, yearning to become stronger, he had always trained hard with determination. Kim Si-hyun thought sadly, "I followed Hyun's advice, endured everything, and wielded my sword to defeat Chanma." The smile on his face vanished, replaced by fatigue and frustration. Questions flooded Kim Si-hyun's mind. Why do I need a sword? Why do I need to be stronger? Kim Si-hyun struggled to gather himself. The demon on the ground helplessly replied, "I do not know anymore." Chanma frowned and told Kim Si-hyun, "Give it up, you have died over 1,000 times, but you still can land a single hit on me." Kim Si-hyun, feeling dejected, looked up at Chanma with a sad face. Chanma cruelly told him, "You do not stand a chance." Then he continued mercilessly, "Just go home." And after hearing this, Kim Si-hyun's face darkened, his eyes filled with disappointment. Kim Si-hyun reminisced about his glorious memories when he had exhausted himself but still saved his teammates. When he had been brave, trying to encourage others. Remembering those days, Kim Si-hyun could not help but punch himself in the face, mentally shouting, "Wake up." Chanmei, seeing Kim Si-hyun's strange action, was taken aback. Kim Si-hyun wiped the blood from his nose, exhaustedly murmuring. Then, he stood up, calmly wiped his nose, and looked at Chanmei with determination, saying, "I want to leave until I learn martial arts from you." Chanmei, irritated, said, "Have you lost your mind? Just like your buddy." "Fine. If Kim Si-hyun wants to keep training." Chanma does not mind accommodating him. Both Chanmei and Kim Si-hyun quickly assumed fighting stances. The wind howling around them, Chanma taunted, "Come at me again." Over here, Lycile is leisurely sipping her iced Americano. She brushes her hair back and asks Enya, "How's the dungeon management going?" Enya shyly replies that everything is progressing really well. Thanks to her help, Enya flashes a happy smile and continues, "Our staff is fewer than the number of dungeons. But thanks to the combined management, we are a lot less worried about being raided now. And we have learned a lot from you too." Lycile points to the left and asks, "What are those buildings next to the main building?" "I remember those buildings are a newly built villa. but I heard they have rebuilt them into new buildings. And they are really tall too. Anya responds, the building on the left is the Royal Guild's Korean branch, and she immediately thinks of Miryung, after hesitating for a moment. Anya continues, and I found out that the building on the right is owned by a newly established guild, but I am not so sure. Can a new guild really build such a big building? Lyciel looks up at the building and nods. And it is in a place with two powerful guilds like this. Realizing something, she suddenly exclaims. Lyciel recalls the fierce battle between Kim Hyun-gu's disciples, Miryung and Hanarim. After a while, Hanarim got bored and left. Lyciel suddenly breaks into a cold sweat. Do not tell me. Anya notices her strange reaction and asks, what is wrong? Lyciel politely responds, oh no, it is just something else. On the 8th floor, a grand white palace appears. The surroundings are blinding gold. Even the staircase is intricately carved, and the maid gently says, please take this way. Kim Hyun-gu strides behind the maid. Looking around the palace with a puzzled expression, he recalls the moment he met Swinloss, who praised him, truly a treasure of the kingdom. But because I protected this empire, I will report back to the king. Kim Hyun-gu feels excited hearing that. Looking back now, it is a relief he found the artifact's location quite easily. At this moment, two maids open the large door and announce, the hero of the empire, Kim Hyun-gu, is entering. Behind the door sits the regal-looking false king on his throne. Next to him stands Swinloss. Bowing respectfully, Swinloss' face is full of tension. As soon as the king sees Kim Hyun-gu, he exclaims, it is you, the one who defeated the monster harming the empire. The king asks Kim Hyun-gu. The king continues, I have asked other guards besides Lord Swinloss to invite you here. Kim Hyun-gu glances up, feeling a bit uneasy. Looking at the king's imposing presence, he nervously wonders if he has to follow some kind of protocol or something. All right. Forget it. I really do not know how to start. He looks at the king and gives a small smile. The king appears cheerful and smiling on the outside, while internally assessing him. How rude, he sweetly states. First, I want to thank you. You have protected the empire from its doomsday caused by that monster, and for that, I will hold a week-long feast to celebrate this occasion. The king's words drift into Kim Hyun-gu's ears like a gentle breeze. As his mind is consumed with thoughts of Miriam and Hanarin, he can only respond, yes. Thank you. Your Majesty, Kim Hyun-gu added. But I want something else, the king calmly replied. Of course, I have heard you want to possess the Orb of Truth. Then, the king lowered his voice and said, unfortunately, we can't give it to you. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt an incredibly tense atmosphere. After digesting those words, Kim Hyun-gu's face twisted in anger. Yan Jiang asked, what is wrong? The king continued, your achievements are certainly commendable. But it can be said that the Orb of Truth is the guardian of this empire, and my guards oppose that. Swinloss turned away, unable to meet Kim Hyun-gu's gaze. The king went on. However, if you resolve the issues plaguing our kingdom, things will change. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt bewildered by the absurdity and shouted, what? His mind was racing with thoughts. I do not have time for this. Kim Hyun-gu was extremely frustrated, and Yan Jiang glared at the king. Thinking desperately, I need to get back quickly. Seeing Swinloss with a face full of fear and tension, eyes tightly shut, Kim Hyun-gu was filled with doubt. Wait, this atmosphere is just too strange. Kim Hyun-gu activated the system to use his skills. After reading the content on the announcement board, Kim Hyun-gu's eyes widened in shock. Next, he punched down hard, the force cracking the ground and causing debris to fly. The content on the system board read as follows. Having this guy deal with the Manji people in the east is not my idea. If he survives and returns, I will grant him a position in this empire, allowing him to decide the empire's fate. If he refuses, I will have to consider ways to kill him with the Orb of Truth. These were the king's true intentions. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the king with eyes full of rage, clenching his fist tightly. Is this old man crazy? In this world, there are mythical creatures. They are beings chosen by the heavens and have lived for hundreds of years. They retain divine energy within their bodies and possess intelligence equal to or even surpassing that of humans. Moreover, a furry tail appeared in the darkness, and its owner exclaimed, whoa. It turned out to be a 9-tailed fox. Admiring the teleportation gate, this fox had lived for over 1,800 years and had become a mythical creature. The fox, named Kumai, was both excited and anxious in front of the teleportation gate. Kumaiho said, we are now on the 9th floor. If I seize the throne, I can achieve my goals. After saying that, she reached out towards the gate. The teleportation gate reacted when Kumaiho touched it, unleashing fierce electric sparks that shocked her to the core. Kumaiho quickly pulled back her hand, panicking and exclaiming, what is this terrifying mana? She was sweating, looking at her trembling hands in pain, and stammered, not just once, but many times, swallowing her fear. Kumaiho reassured herself, but for the throne. With that, she dove into the teleportation gate. On the other side of the gate, Kumaiho heard continuous explosions and loud noises in the night. Realizing that Michiwang and Hanarin were throwing fireballs at each other. One's a magic user, the other a physical fighter. One side's throwing insults, calling names, and the other claps back. What did you just say? You shorty. Miho stands in the middle, munching on snacks and sipping tea, totally enjoying the drama. She is stunned, realizing she has just stepped into a mega challenge right after reaching this new level. Hannah Rin is laughing maniacally, yelling, I am the one who is going to catch that tower climber, so you better run and hide. Mai Shiwang, fuming, shoots back, Dawn T, give me that half smile, you crazy witch. You think I do not know you are trying to flirt with the master? The two disciples charge at each other. And suddenly, the place is filled with dust and chaos. Miho covers her face, holding her ground. She lets go and watches the scene unfold, her mind screaming, what the heck? I knew this place was way above my level. Time to bail. Out of nowhere, Miho trips over her own feet while trying to escape, letting out a yelp. Thud. The sound of her falling stops the two disciples mid-fight, and they turn to stare at her, expressions frozen in shock. Miho's face goes pale as she sees the two girls, fear spilling out of her mouth. The disciples spot her nine tails and their eyes widen in shock. In a blink, Mai Shiwang and Hannah Rin pounce on her like wild dogs, shoving each other, shouting, she is mine. No, she is mine. Miho, in a panic, scrambles away on all fours. At the palace, Kim Hyun-gu is taken aback, muttering, huh, huh. Really? After he calls the king a crazy old fool, the king just smiles, and the whole room falls into an awkward silence. Few seconds after processing, the king stammers, what, how dare you? Kim Hyun-gu casually waves his hand, asking, did I say something wrong? The king is now fuming, his body shaking with anger. Kim Hyun-gu, unfazed, continues, I have 3 reasons why this is hilarious. He suddenly stops, realizing he might have crossed a line and does not want to lose his cool image. He regains composure and elaborates. First, I have been dealing with that tower climber who is a threat to this kingdom, or even the entire continent. Kim Hyun-gu raises an eyebrow at the king, smirking, but you want to use me for your own gain. You do not know I can read minds. Do you? The king stubbornly denies it, barking back, that is ridiculous. Kim Hyun-gu steps up the stairs towards the king, calmly continuing, second, you want to keep me here to babble about useless rewards. A sword suddenly blocks his path, preventing him from advancing. Seeing Swinlaw standing guard, the king justifies, well, at my age, status is everything. Kim Hyun-gu coolly responds, maybe for those stuck in your level, that is a valuable prize. He places a hand on the sword and lowers it. Then, as he crushes the sword with his bare hands, Kim Hyun-gu sneers, but I do not come from this place. You fool. Swinlaw starts sweating bullets as he watches his sword shatter. Kim Hyun-gu seals the deal, saying, and finally, the king gasps in fear, pulling Swinloss in front of him as a shield. Swinloss tries to stay calm and warns, Kim Hyun-gu, we really appreciate your help, but please, drop the disrespect. Inside, Swinloss is overwhelmed with dread. Kim Hyun-gu pouts, shaking his head. I think while we are chatting, you have misunderstood some things. A dark orb appears behind him, crackling with hundreds of electric sparks, staring straight into the king's eyes. Kim Hyun-gu proudly asked, do you really think you are in a position to negotiate with me? Moments later, under the bright moonlight, Kim Hyun-gu held a crystal orb, admiring its shimmering brilliance. The system now displays information about the orb. This is the Orb of Truth, level 55. No cooldown, skill access authority, cooldown until the next use, 28 days, 11 hours, 23 minutes, and 31 seconds. This purple crystal orb has the authority to provide information and is an artifact created in secret by a wizard who discovered the truth and realized it could block the system. The orb will tell the user everything they want in exchange for their mana. However, the cooldown time will depend on the level of information. Bored of gazing at the orb, Kim Hyun-gu rolled his eyes in annoyance. So it is Swing Lost, Kim Hyun-gu muttered. I said no need to speak. Swing Lost fell silent, not daring to meet Kim Hyun-gu's gaze. Kim Hyun-gu asked, are you still following me? Swing Lost sighed, struggling to speak. No. Not really. Swing Lost bowed at a 90-degree angle and said, I just wanted to apologize for upsetting you. You are our hero. Kim Hyun-gu awkwardly scratched his head, declining, no need to apologize. He turned away, shoved his hands in his pockets, and added, I am leaving now. Take care. He tossed Swing Lost a military-grade package and said, here. Take this. Swing Lost looked at Kim Hyun-gu with a confused expression. He laughed heartily, pointing at the package and continued, it is really good. Holding the artifact in hand, Kim Hyun-gu commanded, expand. The staff suddenly grew longer, shooting straight up into the sky, and Swing Lost instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. As the staff withdrew, Swing Lost looked up at the moon and hesitantly said, that is impressive. Then he glanced down at the package. Feeling puzzled, the military-style label read military rations. It turned out to be army food. Meanwhile, in another place, Chanma scornfully asked, do you know about this? Kim Hyun-gu really surprised me. Chanma commanded loudly. And you are just lying flat on the ground. Chanma continued, even since stepping in here, after experiencing as many deaths as you. What have you learned? Chanma added, your progress is pathetic. You could say you have made no progress at all. Hearing this, Kim Saihan reacted by lifting his head. He muttered, so, you mean I am progressing? Right. Chanma's eyebrows knitted at that. Kim Saihan stood up, dripping with sweat, forcing a smile as he asked, if I die 100,000 more times, I could reach his level. Right. Chanma smiled with interest. He stepped closer and said bluntly, martial arts are not for you. No matter how well you endure. You are just a fool, but do not worry, Chanma continued. In this world, there are some martial arts that are perfect for a fool like you. Upon hearing this, Kim Saihan's eyes sparkled again, and he cheerfully responded. Great. Chanma raised his sword and said, I won't teach you martial arts. Instead, Chanma took a fighting stance, seriously stating, I will teach you a skill. Then, Chanma lowered his voice, staring directly at Kim Saihan, and said, before I started climbing the tower and before I took the name Chanma, I met someone, a fool. But that is what made him stronger. Surrounding Chanma is a misty haze, and from behind, a massive shadow looms. Chanma sternly declares, I am going to show you the first move of the heavenly light sword. In the dark cave, the sound of running footsteps and heavy breathing echoes, and glimmering crystal formations line the stone walls. A male mage shines a light while turning around, saying, they are coming. Get ready. Behind him, a girl in gym clothes struggles to catch her breath. The male mage anxiously tells the girl, the bone demon is an opponent even I, the famed 32, have to be wary of. He warns everyone. Stand your ground with everything you have got. If not, we will die. The mage shouts. The girl suddenly stops. As if realizing something, she places a hand on the mage's shoulder. Indichi. Stop talking. Something feels off. The mage, clearly anxious, asks, what is it? The girl points ahead, her face filled with confusion. I do not know if the monsters can express emotions, but no matter how I look at it, I see it. They are scared. The bone demons are carrying loot, crying and running head like moths to a flame. Can monsters even show such expressions? The male mage exclaims, wide-eyed and sweating. No way. Realizing this, he panics and warns. Something stronger than the bone demons is chasing after them. We need to gather and run fast. Just as the mage finishes speaking, a flash of light slices through a bone demon, splitting it in two. The mage stands frozen, his head feeling like it is going to explode as a voice calls out, expand. Wish rod. Immediately, a massive object soars through the air, and both the mage and the girl duck and cover. The mage looks up, stammering. What is that? A man laughs but asks, hey, the girl exclaims, it is a human, real in the wish rod. The man says, so it is. He jumps up, excitedly shouting, I am finally back on the 9th floor. Beneath his feet, a bone demon is shedding tears. It turns out to be Kim Hyung-gyu. The sun rises higher, and the first rays timidly filter through the leaves, gently draping the mansion in a golden glow. Kim Hyung-gyu lightly licks his lips and softly says, I can't believe I have been gone for 2 weeks. Maishiwang and Hanarin exchange glances. Suddenly remembering something, Kim Hyung-gyu cheerfully turns to Maishiwang. You said you had something to give me. Right, what is it? Maishiwang, startled, replies, hey, Master, please accept this. A shiny orb is presented before him, and the system announces, this orb contains the divine power of the 9-tailed fox. Supplement not included. Skill boost strength, rest, absorb, detoxify, delve, exchange. Heal low. The orb holds the divine power of the 9-tailed fox. Divided into a sphere for practicing magic, the orb becomes half the unique power of the fox. As long as the orb is not broken, the owner will gain half of that eternal regenerative power. Hyung-gyu, thrilled, stutters. So, what you mean is, his gaze swept over Simaiho, who was tightly bound in front of him, struggling to make a sound. Hyung-gyu observed silently, thinking, is this the tower climber? Just as the thought settled in his mind, both Hanarin and Maichiwang rushed forward, each trying to take credit, refusing to back down. That is right, Master. I caught her myself. Senior sister. You should tell the truth. I was the one who caught her. Hyung-gyu sighed, letting out a probing question. How did you two manage to get her? Hanarin and Maichiwang were like two scrappy cats, clawing at each other, arguing. It was me. Oh. Hyung helplessly rubbed his head and said, Myron. You explain. Maichiwang, hearing this, felt incredibly smug, shot a glance at Hanarin, and replied, yes, Master. With that, the group moved into the villa to take a moment's rest, while Hyung-gyu casually lounged in a chair, staring at his phone. So, the World Hunter Association requested help, and both of you set off to capture her. Mairiwang quickly chimed in. That is right, although we did cause a bit of damage along the way. Before he could finish, Hanga's expression turned serious as he interrupted. A bit, huh. He held up his phone in front of the two girls. On the hot news board, their faces were displayed alongside the headline, Terror Caused by the Dragon Emperor in Malaysia. Hunters have declared war on the Dragon Emperor, accused of creating a terrifying darkness. Two girls exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Haingu decided to let it slide for now, quickly shifting his gaze to the uninvited guest and spoke. All right. Well, there has not been much damage yet, but why did you two let her live? The mention of her name made Simi-ho flinch and turn her head. Not allowing his disciples to speak, Haingu coldly ordered, now take care of her. At that moment, after a struggle, Simi-ho finally managed to loosen the bonds around her mouth. She cried out, please spare me. I have lost all my power now. I can't do anything without that divine orb. Haingu stared at her in disbelief. This tower climber is begging for her life. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling as she pleaded. Right now, I am just a fox with many tails, and I can only use a little magic. Haingu tightened his grip on the orb in his hand, his gaze fixated on Simi-ho. Seems like she might be telling the truth. At that moment, the system announced, the nine-tailed fox has nearly lost all her power after losing the divine orb. Feeling a twinge of pity, Haingu turned to his two disciples and asked, so why do not we let her live one more time? The two looked at each other and nodded, showing a bit of compassion. Yes. Then Hanari, weary, closed her eyes and muttered, Mai Chi-wang interrupted when I was about to kill that fox. Mai Chi-wang snapped back, glaring and shouting. What are you talking about? You are the one who interrupted her. The two jumped into a heated argument. No way. Did not you kick her? I am sure you were the one who bumped into me first. Helpless against the childishness of his two disciples, Haingu sighed in exasperation. Stop it already. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind, and he hesitantly exclaimed, do not tell me. You both could not kill her because you both wanted to be the first one to do it. Feeling called out, both turned red, looking away and unable to meet each other's eyes. Haingu thought to himself, these two are definitely special characters. Yet they act like children. Thinking for a moment, he softly sat down in front of Mai-ho and said, View, it does not matter. Terrified, Mai-ho replied, yes, I am full. He coldly continued, if you want to live, spill everything you know about the tower. The fox girl hesitated. Trembling, it is too vague. I am not sure exactly what you want to know. Noticing that the person in front of him was not cooperating, Haingu clenched his fist and raised it as a threat. Mai-ho, frightened, shouted, no, it is not that I do not want to tell you. After a bout of sobbing, she finally relented. Okay, I get it. I just need to tell you everything from start to finish. Right, 2 hours passed, and on the rooftop, only Haingu and the fox girl remained, while the two apprentices had been kicked out for constantly brawling. After sharing everything with him, she softly concluded, that is everything I know. He let her think for a moment, beyond what they already knew, about the useful information she had shared. After a pause, he asked, so the reason why people want to climb this tower is to achieve great accomplishments. Right, Mai-ho nodded slightly. Exactly. Anyone who can make it to the top will be recognized by the master and sit in the golden circle, after which they can receive any accomplishment they desire. Haingu remained skeptical. What exactly does that accomplishment entail? Mai-ho patiently explained. Simply put, it allows you to possess any power you crave. At this point, he silently thought about how if those wicked people managed to climb the tower, they would definitely wish for something sinister. He muttered. Cunning, is not it? Why would they do that? They go through all that hell just to climb the tower, and they only get that power. Mai-ho spoke gently. An accomplishment is not just about power. It is more like a wish. For example, do you know about low-class monsters? Haingu nodded. Yeah. They are the weakest of the bunch. Continuing, the fox girl added, if a low-class monster achieves an accomplishment and becomes a sword god surprised by this information, Haingu exclaimed, they would be able to use the power of a sword god. More than that, she said, gaining an accomplishment from someone means taking away everything from that person, from the strength of the sword god to their birth date, their habits, all memories they have experienced, and everyone they have met essentially. That low-class monster would not just gain the power of a sword god, it would actually become a sword god itself. Hearing this, Haingu was a bit dazed. If you could gain the accomplishment of Chanmao without going through all that hardship, that is definitely something worth wishing for. At this moment, Mai-ho's voice grew softer, weakly whispering, so, with teary eyes and a choked voice, she stared at him pleadingly. I have told you everything. Will you spare my life? I have not done anything wrong since I got here. He burst into laughter and said, let me think about it. The fox girl gasped. What? Haingu's low voice slowly boomed. What is wrong? Should I gift you a silent death instead? Hearing this, she quickly shook her head. No, that is not a good idea. After some convincing, Haingu finally agreed to spare the young girl's life. She joyfully exclaimed, whoa. Living is truly wonderful. Her cheer echoed throughout the villa. As night fell, the room was engulfed in thick darkness, and Tama sat motionless, like a solitary ghost in the stillness of space. The man chuckled sinisterly and asked the person across from him, are you sure? The guy in black, his face shrouded in darkness, spoke in a raspy voice, leaving the impression that he might soon learn the truth. In the suffocating silence, the savage laughter mixed with Tama's low voice echoed. This is going to be interesting. As a deadly aura enveloped the room, the mysterious man in black slammed his fist on the table and stood up, clearly not entertained. If this kept going, that strange guy will ultimately climb the tower, even if he is not a climber. But if he ascends this tower, noticing the earlier overreaction, the man in black fell silent, his head bowed, and his eyes somewhat evasive, hurriedly sitting down to show remorse. He spoke softly. I apologize. Tama's gaze swept over him, a cold chuckle escaping her lips as she replied. All right, you have a point. Damn it. I want to see how far this freak can go. The chilling voice of the demon lingered in the air, and the image of Heen Yu, with her radiant face, flickered in his mind, a punisher exterminating another punisher. Meanwhile, Ava lovingly cradled the newly captured orb in her hands, its ethereal light illuminating her face. After a moment of careful observation, she nodded, confirming, yes, this is the truth orb I mentioned. Once the cooldown period is over, we will know its owner. Then she handed it back to Heen Yu, who hesitantly muttered, but if that is the case, would not it be easier to just ask the orb who pulled me into the trial tower? Avi exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide. Oh right. I had not thought of that. He calmly rubbed the orb and said, of course, I have already planned to negotiate with that person. At that moment, the system interface suddenly appeared, showing what could be retained. 4 out of 15 titans, the wish staff, the nine-tailed fox's divine orb, and the truth orb. Heine pondered for a moment before asking, I have something I want to know. Can I spare the life of the tower climber? Stunned by his sudden question, she widened her eyes and asked, why do you ask that? He replied coldly. They can to kill her because they keep fighting each other. At a loss for words at his reasoning, she lightly peeled a piece of cake and thought. Actually, I know a tower climber has shown up. When my information authority increases, I will be able to detect the amount of mana on the 9th floor to some extent. Hainu tilted her head, looking puzzled. What? So you already know that climber was spared? Stunned by his question, she shyly stood up to check the system interface and hesitantly replied, it is not really like that. Initially, the climber's energy was immense, but when the battle ended, it was reduced to the point it is hard to sense. Hein Yu, still eating ice cream, said, without the divine orb, and just being a low-level climber, keeping her around should not be a problem. Not quite agreeing, V suggested, but, since we do not know what might happen, should we mark her? Hein Yu exclaimed in surprise. Mark her, Avi nodded. Yeah. I just researched that there are many artifacts on the 9th floor that can be activated if combined. Halu speculated hazily. Is that mark an artifact? Avi happily imagined. EP. It is something similar to the moon chain. Chu demanded. What do I need to do to create about 5 of those artifacts? Hainu tiredly threw her head back and exclaimed. More. Understanding his sorrow, she eagerly raised her tablet, waving it in front of him and said, it is not hard at all. Recently, there is someone who has got some artifacts. She brought the screen closer, softly introducing this person. Hyan squinted at the tablet while casually enjoying his ice cream, and before he knew it, he murmured. Interesting. Right from the headline, Senator Pot made an entrance, attending the artifact auction before heading back to work. Senator Pot, who had just been injured in a gas explosion, was discharged from the hospital that week. Still feeling a bit dizzy, the celestial demon leaned against an ancient tree, staring intently at his opponent, whispering, you finally show some worth. Kim Sai, dripping with sweat, shyly responded, it is all thanks to my master. The celestial demon coldly turned around, his gaze sharp as a dagger sweeping over his disciple, his voice firm as he declared, Master, I have never had a disciple as weak as you. Get lost. I have nothing left to teach you. Outwardly cold, deep down, Kim Sai-Hyan knew his master was someone who appeared distant but truly cared. Despite his stern demeanor, he always quietly worried about him. Thinking of this made him smile gently as he watched. The silhouette of his master gradually faded into the night, his dark hair fluttering in the wind, the silver moonlight softly draping over his thin shoulders. Seeing this scene, his heart swelled with gratitude. He quickly clasped his hands together in a humble bow, thanking his master for everything. After finishing, he closed his eyes to concentrate and channel his power, feeling a powerful energy envelop him. Without waiting for the celestial demon to respond, Kim Sai-Hyan quickly used a teleportation technique and vanished into the night. When the celestial demon turned back, all that remained was a dazzling flash of light that flickered and then disappeared. Sai-Hyan was gone. The celestial demon quietly turned and walked away, mildly chuckling, humming a light tune. The second night was more polite than the first, reminiscing fondly about his student. Meanwhile, a flash of light appeared, and Sai-Hyan materialized by a small stream. After teleporting, he slowly opened his eyes to take in the scenery around him. Suddenly, right at his feet, 2 figures lay collapsed on the cold ground. He gasped, what the hell is this? In front of him loomed a towering red monster, its presence bizarre and intimidating. The creature gleefully looked at Kim Sai-Hyan and boomed, another fool comes to meet their end. None other than the legendary dream-eating demon. Sai-Hyan shouted in disbelief, what the heck? I just stepped out, and I am already facing this nightmare. Without wasting any time, the red creature lunged at Sai-Hyan, roaring with delight. You are gonna be my next meal. It will be a blast. Sai-Hyan anxiously scanned his surroundings, lost in thought he was unarmed after just returning from the imaginary space. Suddenly, a flash of light shot up from the ground to his left, blinding him momentarily. When he shifted his gaze downward, he discovered a massive sword crashing into the ground right beside him. In a moment of urgency, without a second thought, he bravely lifted the sword, pointing it straight ahead. Images of his strict master flashed vividly in his mind, the master's words echoing like a haunting melody. He was a fool, but that foolishness fueled his strength. The slow, resonant voice of his master filled his ears, reminding him that since birth, he lacked the talent for swordsmanship, leading his own clan to abandon him, leaving him unable to learn martial arts. But he refused to be humiliated. Despite knowing he had no gift, he trained relentlessly, focusing on just one technique in martial arts. Having never learned any other moves, he practiced that single technique for over 50 years, perhaps the only one he had been taught before being cast aside by his clan. His heart ached at this thought, memories flashing by like a fast-forwarded film, bringing him back to reality. Sai-Hyan took a deep breath, quickly regaining his composure. He firmly gripped the sword, raising it to strike forward, his voice steady as he shouted, "Celestial Blade!" Instantly, a burst of light erupted, leaving the demonic specter awestruck. Sai-Hyan's clear voice rang out, "Super Strike!" Just as the words left his lips, the blade in his hand lunged forward, slicing down toward his opponent. Just as his master had recounted, the one abandoned by his entire clan had trained on this single technique and earned the title of the strongest in the martial arts world. The strike Sai-Hyan had just unleashed was the very technique taught to that master, a legendary move capable of completely defeating an opponent with just one blow. At that moment, a notification from the system rang out for Kim Sai-Hyan, announcing that he had successfully defeated a tower climber at the location of Venice, Italy. He had triumphed over the demonic specter, Wugoi, and his information authority had been accumulated, now at a high intermediate level. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu received a similar notification, astonished and unable to believe his eyes as he repeatedly checked the system board. Exclaiming, "What?" Kim Hyun-gyu scratched his head and sighed softly, thinking to himself, I went through so much just to get to Italy, and it is already dead. He pondered, if it was not my disciple, then who else could it be? Who could possibly get ahead of me like this? Suddenly, a raucous crowd surged behind him, people clamoring and pleading with those in front. Please answer. The chaos interrupted his train of thought, and he turned his head to look back. Amidst the crowd, he heard someone shout, "It is Kim Sai-Hyan." He was taken aback. Wait, Sai-Hyan. Hyun-gyu jumped in excitement, exclaiming, "Woo, why are there so many people?" Frustrated, due to the overwhelming crowd surrounding Sai-Hyan, Hyun-gyu had no choice but to leap through the throngs of people. He landed right where Si-Heen was standing, and Si-Heen froze, looking up at the shadow above calling his name. Si-Heen, he gasped in disbelief. Hyun. In a flash, Hyun-woo jumped down, sparkling with excitement. Si-Heen, when did you come out? Before he could finish his sentence, Hyun-woo was left speechless by the scene in front of him. What happened to you? He asked with a light-hearted tone, and Si-Heen scratched his head. Shyly admitting, after their reunion, Hyun-woo and Si-Heen returned to the villa to relax. It seemed like Hyun-woo had a million questions for him. They chatted from morning till night. And suddenly, Hyun-woo's warm voice broke the silence. So after dying 10,000 times, he stopped killing you and started teaching you martial arts. Si-Heen picked up his coffee cup, savoring the moment. Not even remembering the last time he had coffee, he softly replied to Hyun-woo, He probably spent more time teaching me than trying to kill me. Hyun-woo was a bit shocked to hear this, unable to hold back his exclamation. What the heck? Si-Heen blinked in confusion. What? Hyun-woo tightened his grip on the water bottle and said, he just kept trying to kill me. A fire of anger simmered within him, threatening to boil over. He felt a mix of discomfort and sadness. Sensing the tension in the air, Si-Heen chuckled softly, trying to steer the conversation in a different direction. Hyun, it has been ages since we last met. Are not you curious about anything else? Hyun-woo pouted, shooting a sideways glance at Si-Heen and retorted, No, what happened between you and that guy is as clear as day. He thought, Phil, I will be back this time. Suddenly remembering something, Hyun-woo wiped his hands and glanced at Si-Heen, asking, Wait, did you pass on my message yet? What did he say? Si-Heen hesitated, glancing away awkwardly, and mumbled, something like that. Recalling the not-so-pleasant image of his master, Si-Heen shyly relayed the response. He said to take care of yourself. Hyun-woo's excitement faded into a dark cloud of disappointment, transforming into fury as he quickly raised his sword in frustration. In the midst of the chaos, the system activated, displaying a notification. Would you like to use the source of the magic skill? Yes or no? Switch to the illusion mode. Seeing the fire within Hyun-woo blaze fiercely, Si-Heen nervously added, but it seems he really likes it. I guess he is just embarrassed. Hearing this, Hyun-woo suddenly pictured the embarrassed face of the demon, and in fear exclaimed, That demon, huh. Imagining the awkward expression on the demon's face as he said, Take care of yourself. He shivered and shouted. What the heck? He must be blushing. After shaking off those silly thoughts, Hainwu regained his composure, casually resting his head on the sofa and said, Alright, stop talking about those ridiculous things. Sahin slowly lifted his coffee cup to his lips, smiling at the guy relaxing on the sofa. Hainwu lay on the sofa for a moment, unwittingly smiling to himself. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Sai-Hin's voice. Oh, and by the way, Hyun, I am really curious about this. He looked over at Kumai-ho, intrigued, and exclaimed, What is that? Hainwu replied coldly. That, the name of that tower climber. Kumai-ho wept desperately, casting a pleading gaze towards the two of them, but they did not even bat an eye. Sahin coldly replied, Oh, I see. Realizing something was off, Sahin leaned in closer, shouting at him, Why do not we just kill her? She is a huge threat. Hearing this, Kumai-ho screamed in terror. No, please let me go. Seizing the moment, Hainwu chimed in with a teasing suggestion, hoping to provoke her. Kumai-ho, frustrated, clamped her mouth shut, not daring to speak. Sahin was taken aback by his slightly over-the-top joke, and suddenly the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. At that moment, Sahin hesitantly asked, Why did you capture a tower climber? Hainwu casually replied, Oh, I caught her because I wanted to keep a fox as a pet. Sahin stared at him, her expression less than impressed. Realizing her discomfort, he quickly lowered his voice to explain. Just kidding. She is a source of information and seems to know a thing or two, so I plan to keep her around. Sahin felt something was off, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. But she won't run away if you loosen the ropes. Right, Hainwu chuckled in response. She is completely powerless now. In a corner, Kumai-ho, exhausted, leaned against the wall, silently sobbing. My legs are numb. After pondering for a moment, Hainwu spoke up, and I do not plan to keep her like this forever. Sahin asked in surprise, So what will you do? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from outside, and the door swung open dramatically. Mai Shi-hong and Hannah Rin were tugging at each other, trying to push their way to the front, neither willing to back down, each shouting at the top of their lungs, I am back. Master. Master. I have returned. Hainwu waved cheerfully. Oh, you are back. Sahin was left utterly stunned. He squinted at the two girls in front of him and asked, The one on the left is? Hainwu smiled and exclaimed, Oh, it seems you have never met her before. Have you? That is Hannah Rin, my second disciple. Hearing her name, Hannah Rin flinched slightly. Sahin gasped, Wait, you have two disciples. Meanwhile, on the other side, amidst the pouring rain, a blurry silhouette of a tall tower appeared. Inside, the shadow of a mysterious teen quietly walked down the path. He gently extended his hand, letting the cold raindrops fall, touching the palm of his hand. The rain poured down like a waterfall, relentless, as he clenched his wet hand tightly, his gaze steadfastly fixed on the distant horizon. Sensing someone's presence behind him, he spoke softly. What is going on? The man in black slowly approached the person in front, speaking lightly. We are not asking you to stop using your achievements here, Zeunguchi arrogantly replied. What is wrong with that? I am not allowed to claim the dragon's achievement by climbing the tower the right way. Feeling helpless against Guchi's arrogance, the mysterious man in black lowered his voice to advise. You should head down to the 9th floor. There is a weird guy down there who needs your attention. Weird guy. I need to deal with that now, Zeunguchi's gruff voice echoed, blending with the sound of rain. The man in black continued softly. If you successfully handle this issue, that guy promised to reward you with another achievement. Hearing this, Zeunguchi turned around in surprise. A smile unexpectedly crept onto his lips as he murmured, Really? Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand above, like a god conjuring thunder. Immediately, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky, converging into his palm. His voice rang out, sharp against the quiet sky. So send my message. He confidently turned around, the soft moonlight caressing his face, every feature gradually becoming distinct. He was the man once known as an ascetic or recluse, but instead, he had transformed into a demon due to his past actions. He smirked confidently. I will be back after I take care of this soon. Meanwhile, as the sun began to rise on the other side of the hill, the sound of thunder echoed through the mansion. The nine-tailed fox, seeing her cozy sleeping face, Hainwu could not help but admire how comfortable she looked. Then, he suddenly remembered something and slyly whispered as he rummaged through her belongings. I marked her before. Did not she hate that? After a bit of searching, he finally found the necklace. Hainwu paused, thinking, this fox girl is used to it. Huh. This necklace is a possession seal, created through the collaboration of Miriam, Hanarin, and Avi. Suddenly a key-shaped seal appeared on his palm. A system notification popped up, detailing possession seal. Name recognition. Skill suppression. Mind control. An information authority, a seal made by the Emperor to control matters of trust. The freedom of the sealed person lies entirely in the hands of the one who sealed them. They can control their actions or even invade their mind. He stared in shock at the hidden seal, pondering. Trust issues. Feels more like slavery. Huh. Glancing over at the fox girl, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Well, This is a good deal for me since I am the one using it, might as well give it a shot. Suddenly, his mind control skill activated. He vaguely picked up on Kumiho's thoughts in front of him. This feels so nice. Amazing, so warm it is like a perfect nap. She stretched comfortably, feeling each cell in her body rejuvenated. She softly exclaimed, I love this life, then flipped over to sleep some more, while Heinwu just stared at her. He was puzzled. What in the world is she doing climbing towers? It seemed like all the other tower climbers fought to the last moment, but she seemed content not to have achieved anything, not even other rewards. He tried to shake off his thoughts, wondering why this nine-tailed fox was climbing towers. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, I will ask her someday, just not today. Suddenly, the loud beeping from the door broke the tranquil silence, startling Heinwu as he turned around. The girl named Xiaodong slowly opened the door, her round eyes meeting Heinwu's. Oh, you are here. Didn't you say you were going somewhere today? Heinwu gently replied. Yeah, I was planning to, but why are you here? She shyly chimed in. Well, of course I came here to learn magic. I mean, sorcery. At this moment, Xiaodong noticed the figure in front of her and happily greeted. Good morning, Kumiho. Awakened by the noise, the fox girl quickly opened her eyes wide, scanning the room. When she recognized the familiar figure in front of her, she immediately perked up, transforming in an instant. She returned to the appearance of a girl and cheerfully exclaimed, Hello, Xiaodong. The two girls excitedly embraced each other and chatted, with Xiaodong whispering, I will need your help again today. Okay, Kumiho nodded in agreement. Sure. With that, they both plopped down on the sofa, chatting away about that 5-part lesson I taught you yesterday. Let us forget it for now. We will study the rules of heaven and earth. Once again, we should start from the basics first. How about we kick off with the 5 parts of the earth's core? Lai and Xiaodong are focused, listening to Mims, my ho teach. Seeing this, Heine helplessly exclaims, they are lost in their own world again. Even though I have no clue what they are discussing, since Min does not understand a word, Xiaodong always picks things up quickly. She seems like she will do just fine. At this moment, the system pops up, delivering a new notification. The Truth Orb's usage period this afternoon has ended. No date. No time. No minutes. No strings attached. Heinen cheers softly. Finally, it is done, he lightly announces. Let us go. A brilliant beam of light bursts forth. Avi sits up straight, her eyes gleaming as she sees Heine at her, exclaiming, You are here. He sang. Stepping in. Are you not playing today? V softly replies. Today is an important day. I have been focused on finding it. Heine perks up at this. Oh. Sounds trustworthy. Huh. A quickly joins in. Where's the truth orb? Heine happily responds. Here. Take it from my hands. Avi places it on the stand and speaks. So, shall we begin? Avi intently gazes at the truth orb, her eyes seemingly drawn into the swirling patterns inside, her fingers gliding over the glossy surface as she softly murmurs mysterious incantations. Heine stares in surprise. I have never heard this language before. Did she learn it from searching? Suddenly, a blinding flash erupts from the truth orb, startling Heine as he covers his eyes. The system announces, unlocking the hidden power of the artifact. The effectiveness of the truth orb increases by 500%. Recovery process increases by 100%. He gasps in shock. What the heck? Avi, exhausted, wipes the sweat from her brow and adds, this is the real way to use the truth orb. If you speak the correct language embedded in the orb, you can maximize its power. Heinen curiously asks, did you discover more info? Writes. Avi nods in agreement. Eep. It seems most of the locked info is now accessible. The remaining info can also be unlocked if I choose to. Heine suddenly feels a bit older. What the heck? Like the internet. At that moment, the system blares. From now on, anything the truth orb hears will be treated as a question to answer. The two stare at each other in disbelief. Heine feels a twinge of fear, gazing intently at the truth orb. Avi, stunned, clamps her mouth shut, too scared to make a sound. The truth orb begins to glow, revealing a vision of his future self through its translucent surface. A voice resounds. Damn it, you locked me in this trial tower. Huh. Hand fumes, clenching her fists and glaring at the truth orb, blinking in disbelief. Moments later, those images begin to fade away. The truth orb returns to its original state, shining brightly once again. Heine and Avi stare at each other in shock. Heine, furious, slams her hand against the truth orb. Exasperated, why is not it working? Avi panically reaches out to stop her. You can hit it. Always the same. Heine stubbornly tries to smack it again. The machine only works when she pats it. Avi, exhausted and helpless, yells out, it is not a machine. The two of them went back and forth for a while. Heine, furious, grabbed a weapon, ready to strike, but was stopped by Avi. He was filled with rage. I have used all my strength to clear the way. Say something. Suddenly, strange light enveloped the entire space. Heine looked around the room and exclaimed, what the heck? The entire room was engulfed in a purple light. No one had any idea what was happening. He shouted in surprise. What the hell is going on? What is happening? Realizing Avi was missing, Hanyu started scanning the room frantically. Where did Avi go? Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed. I am afraid we won't be able to chat for long. With a puzzled expression, Hainu quickly scanned the room, trying to locate the voice. Just then, a looming shadow appeared right before him. Hainu grew suspicious. Is someone there? No. This feels strange, he cautiously asked. Who are you, and what is this space? The figure calmly replied, I am the creator. Hainu's eyes widened in shock. What? Wait a second. Before he could say more, the mysterious figure interrupted. It is hard for me to explain everything in detail right now, so I will just share the essential information. Find the tower that has been created, and seek me at the source of the chaos. Then, I will reveal the truth about everything you are entangled in. The raspy voice continued steadily. Hainu could not take it anymore and shouted in frustration. Why not just say it here? The raspy voice rose again. Kim Manga. His name echoed in the darkness, cold and clear enough to infuriate him. Hainu felt himself freeze in midair, as the voice continued to resonate. I am the one who trapped you inside this tower. Come find me. The Guardian. Just as the words faded, that shadow slowly dissolved into nothingness. Hainu could not grasp what that meant, whether to call out or to stop, but fearing he might run away, Brother Ving rushed over, shouting, Wait, guard! But it was too late. His hand flailed in the air, and he whispered 3 words. The guard. At that moment, the strange light flickered out, returning the room to its original state. Av beside him anxiously asked, Are you okay? Hainu, puzzled, grabbed her hand and called softly, Av, what are you doing? He felt her grip tightening around his collar as if she was preparing for a punch. What are you trying to do? Hearing his question, Av flinched and quickly released her grip. She awkwardly replied, Well, you would not wake up. Suddenly passing out scared me to death. Kim Hainu scratched his head in confusion. I passed out. Av then recounted what had just happened. Yeah. You just suddenly dropped your head on the table like that. Upon hearing this, Kim Hainu fell deep into thought. He silently pondered. It seemed only his consciousness was pulled to that place. Kim Hainu began to question the creator's words. Did he speak the truth about everything you are tangled up in? Looking at the mysterious purple orb before him, Kim Hainu hesitated for a moment. Should he continue using it? At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Time until noon, 6,399 years, 364 hours, 23 minutes, 31 seconds. Unable to hold back, Kim Hainu cursed. What the hell? Seeing the dark expression on his face, Av asked curiously. You do not know the answer. Why do you look so down? Kim Hainu sighed and replied. Now I have a lot more to deal with. After that, he sat alone on the sofa. No, sat upright on the sofa and continued. And there is a new problem to solve. Kim Hainu clenched his fists and thought to himself. But thankfully, what he needed to do from now on was clear. No matter what happens, I still need to find the one who locked me in here. That is my top priority. Right, he silently reassured himself. Just wait. Suddenly, Kim Hainu felt a surge of determination, flashing a smile with teeth as bright as a toothpaste ad, filled with resolve. No matter the truth, someone has to die. Then, Kim Hainu asked, Av, can you find the tower created by the creator? Av replied, It is locked, but I will find a way. Seeing her struggle to help him, Kim Hainu gently patted her head and urged, Call me the moment you find any useful information. Okay. With that, Kim Hainu turned to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. I have to go now. Suddenly, Av called out loudly, Wait. The guard, Kim Hainu was surprised and asked, Huh, did you find some news? Av flustered replied, No, that is not the issue right now. Then she urged, You need to hurry. Seeing Kim Hainu looking utterly confused, Av quickly explained, Someone has taken the throne by climbing the tower. He is one of the conquerors and is heading to the 9th floor. Originally, those trained to become ascetic monks or hermits, or those trained to be sorcerers, typically had to uphold the laws of nature and avoid killing. At that moment, Xianguchi was aimlessly wandering in the city, enjoying the refreshing breeze blowing through his hair. However, there are still those who defy all moral standards. Like him, Xianguchi muttered to himself, realizing he had come down here without even knowing who the weirdo was. He sighed deeply and thought, there is no way to avoid this. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianguchi began to unleash his skill. Dark clouds instantly gathered, shrouding the entire city. He spoke in a low voice. It might take some effort, but I have to wipe them out. Rain quickly poured down, engulfing the city in a gloomy atmosphere. People rushed to find shelter, not expecting the dreaded rain to hit at that moment. Suddenly, a powerful flash of light blazed across the sky. Then, it came crashing down like a thunderbolt, creating an explosion that shook the earth, accompanied by thick smoke and flames. Panic erupted as people screamed. What the hell is happening? Help me. The flames quickly spread everywhere, and everyone hurried to find a place to hide. Shouting, Run. Hurry up, call the fire department. At that moment, Xianguchi wore a satisfied grin. He was the one who had skipped the grueling training to climb to the top. That notorious figure employed various ruthless tactics and transformed into the ominous sorcerer. Xianguchi. This name was forever linked to the suffering of the people. Moments later, people anxiously asked each other, "Hey, have you seen the video on YouTube and the news?" Everyone was updating each other on the situation in shock, completely blown away. Some girls were worried, asking, "What are the hunters doing?" On their phone screens was a live stream by Pixel. Or rather, the threatening video from Zion Gukshi. He smirked and said, "I will give you 1 hour. Don't make things difficult. Come find me, you weirdo." After finishing his statement, Zion Gukshi put on a show, waving his hands dramatically to create a cool effect as he ended the threat. At that moment, the screen displayed a message. "Beep, this live stream has ended." Fans were buzzing. "Is this for real? It is not graphics. Right, I am sure this is real. Right in my neighborhood." They were totally freaked out. "What the heck? What did that guy do? Did he just mock us?" Someone said, "Look, this is on the news now." This situation seems serious. According to the news, it seems the Hunter Association was destroyed from the very start. A user named Princess Luna anxiously asked, "What should we do?" They are all sitting at home typing away as if they are about to head to the battlefield. It is insane. There must be a lot of casualties. Someone even remarked, "Shouldn't Kim Hyun-gu have dealt with this guy?" Does that mean the high-level players are planning to show off again? At the same time, those in the center were just as worried. "We have received information about Hunter Kim Hyun-gu from Hunter Kim Si-hyun." One person urgently asked, "What did he say?" The subordinate reported the situation. "He is on his way here." The senator sighed in relief upon hearing this. Liam worriedly thought, "The International Hunter Association can't solve any problems without hunters. How can we be this useless?" He turned and quietly said, "Sometimes I wonder." Looking at the screen, Liam seriously continued, "This world should have been wiped out a long time ago. Perhaps our lives would not even exist now. Hunter Kim Hyun-gu is desperately trying to keep this world, the one that should have vanished long ago, alive." At this moment, a voice calls out, "Chairman." Then Liam says, "Forget what I just said. I was out of line. What I meant is, the monsters have appeared, and that Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, who has been stopping them, is pretty interesting." Looking up at the screen, the senator continued to spiral into a chaotic train of thought. Then, he quietly murmured, "I place all my hopes on you, Hunter Kim Hyun-gu." He casually sat on the flames, tapping his thigh, thinking, "Is an hour really too long? Just 10 minutes have passed, and I am already fed up." Then, soon Gucci smirked with a wicked grin, wondering if he should just end it here. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A rush. In front of Sin Gucci was a powerful vortex, and he wondered, "What the heck? Something is rushing towards me at an insane speed." Shun Gucci laughed. "A stick is flying right at me," he gleefully exclaimed. "Got it. The one in front of him is that weird guy." And at the same time, Kim Hyun-gu, wearing flip-flops and a tracksuit, burst onto the scene with a fierce aura. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the rain and flashed a cunning smile. Then, Kim Hyun-gu straightened his leg and kicked the stick to gain momentum. As he charged towards Sin Gukshi, he shouted, "Stop throwing random judgments around." Just as his fist was about to land on Iksun Gutch's face, Soon-yi merely smirked in disdain. Then, he smoothly dodged Kim Hyun-gu's punch like he was gliding on air. Soon Gucci sneered, "I am the sorcerer who rides the clouds and walks on wind. This is what you call a magic trick." At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu quickly grasped the stick to stabilize his body on the brink of a fall. No one tickled him, yet he grinned. How funny. Then, Kim Hyun-gu pulled out his weapon. Blinding light enveloped the space, and the giant sword was 100 times bigger than his body. Soon Gucci's eyes widened in shock. That was not the size you could dodge with a magic trick. Without giving his opponent a moment to process, Kim Hyun-gu grinned and charged forward, throwing in a few playful jabs. "You fool." His giant sword swiftly descended, shaking the very heavens and earth. After a moment, the dust settled, and everything around looked almost destroyed. Kim Hyun-gu stomped his flip-flops into the puddles. He glanced around and wondered, "Is it really over? Where is he?" Just then, Soon Gucci's voice suddenly echoed, "If there is a power like yours on the 9th floor, I understand why you are called a weirdo." He casually walked forward and declared, "I understand why you are called a weirdo." Soon Gucci smirked condescendingly. Kim Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "What? Weirdo? What are you talking about?" Soon Gucci pointed at his face and smugly asked, "Where did you get that power from?" Then, Soon Gucci rambled on like a total narcissist. "Whoa. What an interesting topic to explore. Killing you would be such a waste. I think it is best to let you live. Then, I will chop you into pieces when I come down here." I did not expect much, but what a surprise. Kim Hyun-gu tried to jump in with a retort, but the moment slipped away. "Oh, hey." For a moment, he was seething with anger. Kim Hyun-gu shouted, "What the hell is wrong with you, man? Did you just escape from a mental hospital or something? I am dying to ask you that." Soon Gucci casually replied with a teasing tone, "Oh, I see how it is getting hot-headed. Huh, I heard all weirdos have their flaws." Kim Hyun-gu was furious, thinking, what is this crazy idiot talking about? Just a pathetic loser. But all he got in return was a vacant smile. Soon Gucci shot back, "Alright, what a mouthful you have got there. Huh, you are one hell of a loser." Kim Hyun-gu angrily asked, What did you just say? Then he added, I already figured you were a pathetic fool. Soon Gucci just kept smiling, enduring the insults, his fists clenched tight, trembling with rage. He shot back. What do you know to judge me? Then, losing his cool, Shun Gucci pointed directly at him and yelled, Hey, what did you just say? Kim Hyun-gu felt a jolt run through his body at that. Soon Gucci smirked and continued. You know, you are crossing the line. Right, you really have no idea what you are getting into. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Soon Gucci added sharply, just because I speak politely does not mean I am easy to deal with. You have never read the fine print. Have you? Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head, pondering, what nonsense is this guy spouting? Then he confidently replied, I do not read that stuff anyway. And hearing this, Soon Gucci raised an eyebrow, sneering, you are really beneath me. Kim Hyun-gu was not about to back down. Casually shrugging, so what? I did not even go to school. I have been working since I was a kid, he said. Hearing this, Shun Gucci was taken aback, exclaiming, Wait, what? What do your parents do? Kim Hyun-gu replied calmly, My parents passed away a long time ago. And suddenly, Soon Gucci's demeanor turned cold and serious. Without wasting more words, Kim Hyun-gu drew back and unleashed a powerful strike, calling out, You better choose your target wisely. You bastard. His attack caused a massive explosion, shaking the ground. Soon Gucci was thrown back but quickly got up, grinning, Since I became a martial artist, I have not met someone who intrigued me as much as you do. He was so furious, his teeth clenched, fists tightened. I won't let you die easily. I am not scared of anyone. Kim Hyun-gu shouted back, charging straight at him. You won't easily after destroying this city. His attack slammed Soon Gucci hard into the ground. He gritted his teeth, eyes shut, still clutching onto his weapon. Just as Soon Gucci stood up to counterattack, Kim Hyun-gu skillfully dodged the blow. The two were locked in an intense struggle, neither willing to back down. At that moment, their strikes collided, creating a blinding explosion in mid-air. Suddenly, Shun Gucci's image blurred, zipping around rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyun-gu found himself surrounded by 4 Songukses at once, thinking he was seeing things. Gasping. Doppelganger. Kim Hyun-gu stroked his chin, thinking, Isn't he that guy the only one who can use this trick? In that moment, Soon Gucci's identity suddenly lunges forward to attack, and Kim Hyun-gu is startled, letting out a loud, "Toa." In the blink of an eye, he is flung into the sky. Up in the air, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly hears a strange voice. A sorcerer. Turning around, he realizes he has fallen into a mysterious enchantment, and the voice continues to echo in his ears, chanting spells with its mind. At that moment, a green chain quickly wraps around Kim Hyun-gu's body, the 5 elements binding technique. No matter how much he struggles, he can break free. Furious, he glares at Soon Gucci and yells, Damn it, let me go. Suddenly, Soon Gucci asks a completely irrelevant question. Do you like dragons? At the same time, he casually pets his 2 pets, one a golden lion, the other a water dragon. Soon Gucci gleefully replies, Fire dragon. Water dragon, a perfect match. Then he loudly commands, as Kim Hyun-gu suffers in the midst of this tense battle. Before he can even catch his breath, Kim Hyun-gu screams out in agony. Oh yes. A cataclysmic explosion has just occurred, followed by thousands of powerful lightning strikes. Thinking he had things under control, Soon Gucci lightly brushes his hair and says, Man, it took way too much effort to deal with this rule breaker. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. What? How did you? I do not understand why you keep flaunting that lightning at me. It helped me escape from that horrible force. Then, he shoots a fierce glare at Soon Gucci, pointing right at his face and saying, You bastard. After that, Kim Hyun-gu kicks out with a fierce blow. The king of monsters is sent flying back 10 meters, and he lets out a startled shout. Then, another earth-shattering explosion occurs, lighting up the sky. Kim Hyun-gu lands calmly with wings on his back. Suddenly, Soon Gucci's avatar charges forward, roaring, I will kill you. Kim Hyun-gu calmly asks, Oh, can you change the size of your avatar? But then, a red lightning bolt strikes down from the sky, and Soon Gucci's avatar is completely unaware as it charges forward at breakneck speed. Dust and debris fly everywhere as that powerful lightning continues to strike. Up high, Kim Hyun-gu calmly watches the lightning and smirks. It is just an avatar. At that moment, Soon Gucci finally realizes the true strength of his opponent and can only scream, Stop! Without missing a beat, Kim Hyun-gu darts behind for a sneak attack, thinking a similar trick would work again. In the blink of an eye, Soon Gucci is sent flying up to the 9th cloud, screaming, No, no! Soon Gucci is in complete panic. No way. He thinks to himself, How could I? Soon Gucci be cornered like this by a rule breaker? Soon Gucci immediately decides now is not the time to hide his skills anymore. Kim Hyun-gu is now satisfied, hands on his hips, head held high, unable to suppress a laugh. Maybe he is a little too over the top. Suddenly, his laughter fades as he feels a chill in the air. Watching the raindrops fall, Kim Hyun-gu's curiosity spot. The downpour quickly douses the fiery excitement in his chest, and he wonders, what is going on now? An unsettling feeling washes over him. Something strange is about to happen. Kim Hyung-gu focuses energy, determined to assess the situation. It is time to deal with this guy. And fast. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu's expression hardens as he gazes up at the sky. He sees a flurry of illusions from Seonguchi, and he thinks, what is this? Doesn't he realize those clones are useless? Is he trying to hide from me? At that moment, Seonguchi flashes a sinister smile. Then, he speaks in a strange tone, claiming there once was a snake emoji. It feels like something heavy is weighing down on Kim Hyun-gu, making him extremely uncomfortable. What is happening? That eerie voice continues to echo, and he struggles against this pressure. Whatever it is, he needs to stop it. Seonguchi continued, stating that the serpent had been training for thousands of years, mastering magic for 2,000 years. Kim Hyung-gu was both frustrated and furious. Damn it, are there really that many clones? Meanwhile, Seonguchi raised his hand to the sky, casting spells and gathering power for 10,000 years. Kim Hyun-gu persisted with his skills, wielding his staff, making it grow larger. No matter how much he struggled, Seonguchi smugly smirked, gathering divine power for 15,000 years. On top of that, he had accumulated a total of 35,000 years. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu panicked as he looked at the scene before him. Just a month later, a whirlwind of lightning struck him directly. Kim Hyun-gu let out a painful grunt. As he fell freely, he helplessly thought, I can't stop it. I have to attack him again. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu realized something was wrong. What? Why is it getting further away? At this moment, he noticed, oh no, it is me who is falling. Looking up at the overcast sky, Kim Hyun-gu thought that thing had turned into a dragon. Seonguchi smirked in satisfaction. Then, he transformed into a monstrous figure, his arms growing long like deer antlers, and his claws became sharper. That was the dragon. Seonguchi. That moment, Kim Hyun-gu continued to fall freely towards the ground. His staff spun a few times in mid-air. Then, Kim Hyun-gu landed smoothly in a stylish pose, squinting and sticking out his tongue to let everyone know he was the main character. Suddenly, Seonguchi charged at him, and Kim Hyun-gu instantly prepared to counterattack. He furrowed his brows in concern, focusing all his strength on this intense battle. He was too fast. At that moment, the strikes from both sides collided, creating a powerful flash of light. With that horrifying strength, Kim Hyun-gu gasped, unable to believe it. He was the attacker, but now he was in a dangerous position. Now, Seonguchi smugly grabbed his hand and sneered, you can't defeat me. Kim Hyun-gu groaned in pain. However, even though sweat was pouring down, he tried to ignite his spirit. Ridiculous. Do you really think you can turn into a dragon just by combining them? Not allowing Kim Hyun-gu to say more, Seonguchi immediately unleashed a fatal blow, launching him up to the 9th cloud. Kim Hyun-gu was playing in mid-air, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not stopping there, Seonguchi behind him glared with a fierce gaze. Launching a powerful strike, Kim Hyun-gu just let his body fall, not knowing what else to do. After that, he landed with such force that the ground shook violently around him. Kim Hyun-gu grunted in frustration. Then he angrily swung a punch at the detestable Seonguchi. You bastard. But he easily dodged it, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was off balance. Seonguchi punched Kim Hyun-gu in the chest, causing him excruciating pain. Looking at the arrogant Seonguchi before him, Kim Hyun-gu was furious but did not know what to do. He thought to himself, I can't touch him. He is not showing even the slightest opening, even though I have honed my Thunder God technique to its peak. Right now, Kim Hyun-gu steps back a few paces to get into a defensive stance. Charging him blindly is not the way to go. Faced with his exhaustion, Seonguchi arrogantly remarks, speaking in a tone that is just itching for a fight. But like I said, I am not going to kill someone so easily. At this moment, the two horns on Seonguchi's head generate an incredibly powerful green energy, and he continues nonchalantly, with the achievement of the Azure Dragon, the one who can control rain, lightning, and even the sky itself. Then, as Kim Hyun-gu summons dark lightning, he adds, you can create things like this too. Instantly, dark lightning flickers across the overcast sky. Then they strike directly at Kim Hyun-gu, causing him to jump in shock. Analyzing the situation calmly, he realizes that each raindrop contains lightning, and it is even stronger than before. He tells himself, I can let the rain attack me, and Kim Hyun-gu begins to channel his internal energy, spinning his staff with speed that rivals the lightning to counter the effects of the lightning rain. Seeing this, Seonguchi grins, clearly enjoying the spectacle. It truly is a fight for survival. Then he continues with a mocking tone. You really think an ordinary umbrella can block heavenly powers? Kim Hyun-gu grinds his teeth in frustration. Feeling weak, he can't move his body anymore. My power is gone too. I can't even use my voice to cast my hypnotic skill. Seonguchi sits cross-legged, toying with Kim Hyun-gu, satisfied with his dominance. He sneers. Finally, you look like a dead dog now. As Kim Hyun-gu can only lay there helplessly on the ground, seeing that his opponent is still alive, he leisurely adds, surprisingly, you are still kicking. Oh, what an interesting little mercenary who can endure the lightning of the Azure Dragon. Kim Hyun-gu can't help but wonder. A mercenary. Not waiting for him to say a word, Seonguchi declares, anyway, To show my gratitude for letting me test this power, I will show you a source of strength that you could never hope to possess in your lifetime. Kim Hyun-gu stares in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Soon Gukchi then unleashes his technique, the rising of the Azure Dragon, and an imposing green dragon materializes instantly, its powerful aura enveloping the entire sky. Faced with that terrifying attack, Kim Hyun-gu struggles to sit up, weapon in hand, and he shouts to unleash his internal power. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu's staff suddenly glows with light. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his ears. What a fool. Kim Hyun-gu looks up in surprise. Now, around him is a barren land like a desert. Dust swirling everywhere. Kim Hyun-gu looks around in confusion, asking, what the hell? Where am I? Where's Sexton Gukchi and that dragon? He checks his body, looking bewildered, and finds that his injuries have vanished. Am I dead? He thinks. And then the Monkey King can't help but comment on his clueless appearance. You idiot. Wukong casually balances on his thin tail and asks, did you let that snake beat you? He then adds, what are you staring at? You punk. Kim Hyun-gu turns and points directly at the Monkey King, responding, is that you, the monkey from before? Wukong, furious, retorts, I am the great sage equal to heaven. Kim Hyun-gu quickly asked, where am I? Wait, what just happened to me? This sounds like something straight out of a time-traveling story. The Monkey King replied, this is the imaginary world inside the Roi Jingu Bang. Kim Hyun-gu looked confused. What do you mean by imaginary? Like some kind of fantasy world? The Monkey King casually responded. Well, it is a bit different from that, but he did not elaborate. Kim Hyun-gu, sensing something was off, shot back. You do not really know what the hell is going on, do you? The Monkey King angrily insisted. I do know. Kim Hyun-gu scoffed. Then explain it to me. The Monkey King suddenly went into a frenzy, leaping up, his voice booming, it is just an imaginary world. Think of it as the mind of a person entering my world. Kim Hyun-gu silently judged. Whoa, that explanation is pretty dumb. Kim Hyun-gu plopped down on the ground and bluntly asked, so what exactly happened to me? The Monkey King guessed. What happened is, he then calmly recounted the situation. You are still about to take a deadly blow from that snake, and while you are here, your consciousness is just speeding up. Kim Hyun-gu asked again. So you mean time here and time out there are running at different speeds? Right, he scratched his head awkwardly and added. So you brought me here to borrow my power? The Monkey King flatly replied. What? No way. He had been sitting, munching on snacks and sipping tea, enjoying the battle. Watching you get beaten by someone weaker than me, it was hilarious. So I just called you here to mock you. Kim Hyun-gu could not help but explode. What? He shouted right in the Monkey King's face. What did you just say? The Monkey King casually waved his hand. Do you really expect me to help you? Then he teased lightly. What did you just say? I am the monkey and you are the zookeeper. Right. Kim Hyun-gu could only groan in response. Not stopping there, the Monkey King continued. And after saying all that, you dare to ask me for power. Where did that proud look of yours go? The Monkey King then softly stated, to be honest, I could lend you my power if you kneel and beg. Maybe then I would feel a little pity for you. The Monkey King smugly added. Anyway, that snake can withstand one of my attacks. Kim Hyun-gu stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then he replied confidently, okay. The Monkey King, seeing everything go as he expected, was very pleased. All right. Since you have begged like that, I guess there is no other choice. However, Kim Hyun-gu shot back. I do not need your help. The Monkey King was startled. What? Then Kim Hyun-gu brought up the past. You were defeated by me. Right. Trying to borrow the strength of someone who is already dead is useless after you challenged me yourself. The Monkey King felt humiliated as those memories resurfaced, insisting, I was not defeated by you. Kim Hyun-gu ruthlessly dug into the pain of the Monkey King. You got wiped out, did not you? You did not even get a chance. You showcased your accomplishments, but they did not mean a thing to me. The Monkey King loudly explained. That was just my achievements as the great sage equal to heaven being outmatched. But Kim Hyun-gu did not care about that. Hee. But the fact that I wiped you out does not change. Then he continued with a sharp remark. Normally you borrow strength, but who borrows strength from someone weaker? Wukong, hearing this, could only grit his teeth in frustration. Hey, I can totally take down that damn snake with my own power. You know, seizing the moment, Kim Hyun-gu said, well, show me then. Let us see if I can really beat him. The Monkey King pondered for a moment, then squatted down, trying to think hard. Damn it. Kim Hyun-gu could not wait any longer and ask, are you going to lend it or not? The Monkey King was battling with his thoughts, while Kim Hyun-gu smiled casually at Mumo behind him. After a while, Wukong, frustrated, cursed. You schemer, and Kim Hyun-gu cheerfully replied. Thanks for the compliment. Meanwhile, soon Gukchi had been waiting for Kim Hyun-gu for a while, just like a monster waiting for a superhero transformation. He entertained himself, talking to himself like a total weirdo. Just as expected, the achievements of the Azure Dragon were truly astonishing. Definitely a feat to celebrate after taking down that scumbag. Suddenly soon Gukchi sprayed hardener, leaving Act Kun frozen for a few seconds, looking at his Azure Dragon. He wondered, what the hell? Is something off? A brilliant flash suddenly lit up the gloomy sky, and Sun Gucci screamed in shock. This is within a blink. His pet was taken down. Soon Gucci could not believe his eyes. My azure dragon. Looking towards that lightning strike, Soon Gucci exclaimed. What the heck is happening? At that moment, a familiar face appeared. Kim Hainu, dressed as the Monkey King. Swaggering in, he grinned widely, not forgetting to greet his opponent. Long time no see. Kiddo. Faced with the dire situation, Kim Hyun-gu was unexpectedly pulled into the magical staff's grip by Wukong, who was sitting before that beam of light, frowning and letting out a huff. Then he kept complaining. I only called him in because he seemed interesting. But it looks like that plan has gone awry. Wukong lay back, propping his feet up, relentlessly cursing Kim Hyun, wondering if he was either incredibly brave or just a lunatic who did not fear the consequences. That damn crazy dog. The more he thought about it, the more he could not help but chuckle like a madman. But that is exactly why I chose him. Wukong recalled the things Kim Hyun-gu had done. Questioning, are you a lawbreaker or what? His gaze turned resolute as he thought, if Kim Hyun-gu truly is a lawbreaker. Then, Wukong scanned around. He then concluded that this place was too impressive for someone who had died. It was an incomplete space created when he could no longer climb the tower. No friends. No subordinates. Nothing at all. Maybe he really could. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu appeared outside, looking cool in his great sage attire. His face wore a devilish grin as he said, long time no see, you flimsy sorcerer. He even had the audacity to smugly smile at his opponent, Jin Gucci. Seeing this, panicked and asked, what is with that outfit? Saying that, Jun Gucci quickly swung us past Kim Hyun-gu. At this moment, in his shiny outfit, Kim Hyun-gu cleverly remarked, what, you think I am going to charge in again? Jin Gucci, half crazed, gritted his teeth. No. No way. No. Just as those words left his mouth, Jin Gucci disappeared into the clouds to hatch his sneaky tricks, while Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head in helplessness. But Kim Hyun-gu had already been warned by Goku before, let us try to rise above the clouds. That snake-headed rod. Oh no, that dragon rod looks powerful, but it is not as terrifying as it seems, up here in the clouds. Maybe, thanks to Goku's guidance, Kim Hyun-gu quickly pinpointed Jin Gucci's location using his magic. He shouted in excitement, here we go. Jin Gucci cursed. That bastard. And without missing a beat, Kim Hyun-gu pulled out his magic staff. With one swift strike, he shattered the magic circle that Jin Gucci had conjured, causing the latter to scream. No, Jin Gucci still believed he could beat him, thinking he could defeat me just by destroying that magic circle. Kim Hyun-gu boldly replied, that is right, I do think so. With that, Kim Hyun-gu relentlessly pounded his opponent, quickly demanding retribution for the pain he had endured before. Unlike his previous attack, this time he was not caught off guard while striking back. The system displayed information. Golden armor, rank 55. No effects. Defense skill, this item is temporarily summoned. Information authority, this is the armor that the Great Sage stole from the Dragon King after causing chaos in the Dragon Palace. It might lack the proper authority, but its power is still intact. The golden armor is said to withstand all attacks of any nature caused by insufficient authority. Kim Hyun-gu felt a surge of excitement, thinking, is this the power that comes from wielding such a high-quality item? Jin Gucci was gritting his teeth, cursing non-stop. Damn it. While Jin Gucci was still reeling, Kim Hyun-gu brought his staff down from above, smashing it into him. He exclaimed, they say the way to teach a scammer a lesson is to hit them where it hurts. The immense force caused a thunderous explosion. The two young men faced off, neither willing to back down. But it seemed that at this moment, Jin Gucci held the upper hand. Kim Hyun-gu taunted, why do you keep shaking when using that sword? It is making you mad. Kim Hyun-gu did not hold back on the insults. You call that swordsmanship? Truth be told, this guy's skills were not bad. His sword was incredibly fast. Kim Hyun-gu sneered. But 32 times, man, you made me laugh so hard I almost fell over. You think you can kill me with that trash? I have fought against sword masters for over 100 years. When I tried to slice him, I got stabbed. When I tried to dodge, I got slashed. When I tried to gauge the sword's aura, it pierced my heart. And when I followed his blade, everything went dark. So this swordsmanship is nothing compared to the celestial demon. Jin Gucci remained silent, which prompted Kim Hyun-gu to unleash a barrage of verbal attacks. Hey, I have been pretty easy on you. I could have killed you over 100 times by now. Jin Gucci was trembling. He bowed his head and muttered, damn it. Resting the staff on his shoulder, Kim Hyun-gu continued to belittle his opponent. Oh, what are you thinking about? Where's that cocky attitude you had earlier? You are cursing now. Huh, I guess it is because I am just too strong. At this moment, Jin Gucci could not hold back any longer and erupted in a thunderous rage, startling Kim Hyun-gu into dodging. What? Fueled by his anger, Jin Gucci unleashed the power of the Azure Dragon, summoning a storm of rain and lightning, going completely berserk. Shouting, I will kill you. I will destroy you right now. Kim Hyun-gu looked up at the sky, a bit panicked. Oh no, it is raining again. His fingers had transformed into dragon claws, pointed straight at the stormy sky, crackling with black lightning. Thunder crackled and rain poured down. This was the power of the Azure Dragon. Kim Hyun-gu was assaulted by the roaring thunder, his body engulfed in chaos, but Kim Hyun-gu was not scared at all. He even managed to grin. Just when his Azure Dragon form was about to fully manifest, Kim Hyun-gu smashed it apart with his staff, scattering leaves everywhere. After dealing with it, he smugly remarked, "Did you think I would scream like you just did? You summoned the Azure Dragon, did not you? Thanks for that. Now I have a new power to wield." With that, Kim Hyun-gu summoned the Black Dragon to fight back. Junguchi was completely overwhelmed. Thinking, "Why can't I move?" He gritted his teeth in confusion, feeling the man around him surging. Kim Hyun-gu quickly wrapped up the fight, commanding, "Black Dragon, unleash." Junguchi stood there helplessly, unable to resist. Screaming, "No!" The Black Dragon lunged forward and bit him, making his entire body vanish, sending him back to the ancestors. The game slowly regained its light, and at that moment, a notification from the system popped up. "You have successfully defeated a conqueror from the top of the tower. You have successfully defeated the Dark Hermit Conqueror. Junguchi, your information authority has increased. Your current info level is now high intermediate." As the battle ended, the outfit he was wearing gradually faded away. Kim Hyun-gu, exhausted, slumped down onto the ground. He sighed. "Looks like my time with this power has run out." His face was glistening with sweat now. Kim Hyun-gu let out a relieved breath. He felt something in his hand. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds still loomed overhead, like an impending apocalypse. He had obtained an item, a dragon sphere. Kim Hyun-gu excitedly said, "I should check out the loot from taking that guy down before I pass out." He checked his info authority, but the system's information left him utterly stunned. The achievements of the Azure Dragon. Ranks. Effects. Skills. There is not a single piece of info. The info authority is a gem containing the essence of the Azure Dragon's achievements. The most powerful and noble creature among the 4 sacred beasts and the leader of dragons. The Azure Dragon is the guardian deity of the eastern region, wielding the power to control rain, clouds, thunder, and lightning. The Azure Dragon has climbed the tower, and at that moment, the system kept reminding him, insufficient info authority. This infuriated Kim Hyun-gu. What the heck? All the info is hidden. Not even a hint. He sighed, leaning his head on his arm helplessly, asking what is going on? I can hardly move anymore. He gazed wistfully at the dragon sphere. After that, without a second thought, he spread his arms wide and let himself drift off to sleep, still holding on to the hope that someone would come to rescue him. 3 days later, Hanarin finally arrived to pick him up, cheerfully saying, "We are heading home." "Right, master." But he asked about someone else. "Where's Miriam?" Hanarin maintained her excited expression and replied, "She is busy, master. A few hours ago, I used a little trick to send Miriam away." She continued, "Sister, there are some not so great rumors about you in Asia. How come you are handling the media here so poorly?" Kim Hyun-gu empathized, saying, "Well, she is the owner of the basket. Speaking of which, I should check on my own basket too. It is something I created. I should at least pay a little attention to it. I can't just half-ass it. Can I?" With that, the two quickly got into the car to head back, and Hanarin wore a victorious smile. She encouraged herself, thinking, "Finally, I am alone with master." Inside, Hanarin felt joy because that little brat was not around today. She had to make the most of this precious time. She glanced ahead at the road, smiling slyly, thinking, "I told the driver to take it slow, so now I can chat comfortably with master." Hanarin even fantasized, holding her face, thinking, maybe something else will happen soon. But suddenly Kim Hyun-gu spoke up, "I will be right back. I need to go somewhere for a bit." This shocked her, and she could not accept the reality, exclaiming, "What, master? Where are you going?" Kim Hyun-gu coldly instructed, "Just stay in the car. It will only take a few minutes." Hanarin was frozen, and before she could finish her sentence, he logged out and completely vanished. She sat in the car, feeling utterly confused and embarrassed. Hanarin was furious, crossing her arms tightly. The driver, oblivious to the situation, asked, "Can I start driving normally now, after losing this round?" She retorted, "Hold on. Do not go there just yet. Take your time and circle around this area first." The driver obediently complied. "Got it." Hanarin tossed her hair back and continued her daydreaming, convinced she would enjoy her date with her master. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gu quickly pulled out a dragon orb. He handed it to Avi, who hesitantly asked, "Did you find anything?" Avi spun the orb for a moment and shook her head. "No. At least I could see some information if it was beyond my authority. But this one, I can't find anything similar to this at all." Kim Hyun-gu said, a little disappointed as he took the dragon orb back. "I guess we can avoid this now." He wondered aloud, what about the other issues, like the tower created by the creator? Avi seemed to know something and exclaimed, "That, it seems the creator's tower is located on the upper floors." "A tower on the upper floors." Avi pulled out a screen and placed it in front of her, saying, "I need to research it further, but it looks like the creator made another tower, next to the trial tower. I still do not know what it is for." Kim Hyun-gu lounged on the sofa and said slowly, "So that is why I should go up to the upper floors." "Wait, Did not you say you were close to finishing your research? Avi chimed in. The issue is finding its location. Avi's face tensed up, frowning as she replied, it is on the upper floors, but I do not know exactly which floor it is located on. Hearing her, Kim Hyun-gyu was at a loss for words. Noticing his dismissive attitude, Avi raised 2 fingers to bargain for her dignity. If I search a little more, I might find it. In about 2-3 weeks, Kim Hyun-gyu did not make it difficult for her. Responding, all right, he silently thought. Let us find the tower that has been created and come find me at the demoness source. Kim Hyun-gyu complained. That creator guy is not easy to deal with at all. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he remembered something and exclaimed, wait, I have achieved the dragon's feet. Right, doesn't that mean I can use the demoness source on it? Avi nodded. Yes. Then, I will be able to learn the dragoness feat without needing you to decode it. I should head straight to the guild office right after this. So I'm off, back in the car. When Hana-rin saw him return, her face lit up as she said, you are back, master. Kim Hyun-gyu looked around, puzzled. Haven't we gotten there yet? He could sense something was off and spoke up. Suddenly, a scent of roses filled the car. Hana-rin, trying to play it cool, replied, yeah, it is just traffic. It is taking a bit longer. She happily leaned against his shoulder. With 24 years of being single under his belt, Kim Hyun-gyu could only glance at the girl next to him. Thinking, she seems to be in a good mood. 30 minutes later, they finally arrived, and he quickly stepped out of the car. Hana-rin was still buzzing with excitement, wrapping her arms around his. Kim Hyun-gyu, oblivious to anything unusual, just thought, does she really love car rides this much? She had the driver take a detour for an hour when it usually takes only 15 minutes. They finally reached the office, and Hana-rin eagerly flung the door open. I am here, she announced. What awaited them was a shocking scene. Enya was in a panic, startled by the sight. Next to her was Kim Si-hyun, his face smeared with lipstick. The two were wrapped up in each other's arms, acting like kittens in the office. Kim Hyun-gyu was taken aback, while Hana-rin seemed to enjoy the chaos. He awkwardly said, sorry, I will be back in 5 minutes, but suddenly paused. Wait, the interrogation began. How long have you two been at it? Kim Si-hyun and Enya were shaking on the sofa. They started recounting their story. Before you went to the International Hunters Association. Right. Whoa. It has been a while. Enya had comforted me during that whole playing dead fiasco earlier. You are Enya. Right, guild leader Si-hyun, she said. Kim Hyun-gyu listened intently as his friend narrated their complicated love story. He thought to himself, is this serious? Why does it feel like I am interrogating criminals? Then he turned to them and said, why are you two so scared? Did you commit a crime? Hiding a little date is not a big deal. Enya looked completely flustered. He continued, and Enya used to be an assassin, while Si-hyun is her close friend, but now she is no longer our enemy. Hearing this, Enya felt a mix of joy and gratitude. Guild leader, Kim Hyun-gyu awkwardly reminded them of their earlier situation. But, in an office like this, you two really should not. They both looked embarrassed, unsure of where to hide their faces. He quickly backtracked. No, I am not saying you can't do that, but if I catch you two like this again, it will be really awkward. Right? He sighed. Enya cheerfully held up a piece of paper, saying to Kim Hyun-gyu, guild leader, there is an invitation for you. He looked surprised and asked, for me? What kind of invitation? He took the invitation in hand. Puzzled. What is this? It was an invite to become the exclusive model for Addis workout gear. You know Addis, right? The global sportswear giant. Of course. Isn't this what I am wearing? He said in confusion. They want me to be a model. That is a bit awkward. Enya replied, they are offering a really tempting deal. They said they would pay you 15% of the profits from the products you endorse. Hearing this, Hana-rin rushed over, grabbing his arm. Master. Hana-rin's face lit up as she continued. The profits from advertising a multinational company's product are mind-blowing. Way beyond what you would make in the dungeon. 15% is an incredible offer. She keeps nudging his hand, urging him to take action. He should do it. No, he has asterisk to. But before they finish their conversation, Enya and Kim Si-hyun mimic their gestures. Come on. You need to get moving. Alright, fine. A few days later, Kim Si-hyun stands up to deliver a speech for a product launch. And here we are. I want to conclude that regarding the current issues, the SEAL Guild has no further announcements. Lee Seo-jong is intently listening to his speech, her face lighting up as she glances over at him with a teasing tone. She says, you are working hard, are not you? Kim Si-hyun squints his eyes playfully, asking, what do you mean by working hard? Lee Seo-jong, a bit annoyed, replies, I am late, for crying out loud. And you, then, you are part of this too. After the Guardian Guild defeated the Ars Guild and reclaimed most of the dungeons monopolized by them, the Korean Hunters Association began to flourish. Hunters who once could not enter dungeons are now able to pay a reasonable entry fee. As a result, small guilds that never existed before in Korea are starting to form. With the monopoly system gone, the hunting industry is sure to change, and Kim Si-hyun, Lee Seo-jong, and Hansuk 1 acted swiftly to alter the management of their exclusive dungeons like the Guardian Guilds are doing. Kim Si-hyun glances at his schedule with a slight smile. Without unhealthy competition, profits should be just fine if they continue managing things this way. While saying this, Kim Si-hyun suddenly hesitates, his gaze shifting to the pitch-black cotton ball on Lee Seo-jong, asking if that is the fox. And what is it eating? She slowly replies, "Oh, this. Cat treats. But it seems to like them, even though foxes are related to dogs." She chuckles, saying, "Is not it adorable?" Kim Si-hyun wonders, "It is cute. But how did you bring it here?" Lee Seo-jong truthfully answers, "Well, the fox has been teaching me some magical spells lately, so I brought it along to the Arangel training room." He looks concerned, asking, "Is that really okay?" "It is not just dangerous, it is super quick." Lee Seo-jong winks and points to the little cage, reassuring him, "Do not worry, I have got it in here. You can even see it." "Right," she adds. "If anyone sees it, they would probably just think it has a unique fur coat or something." After hearing this, he breaks out in a cold sweat. Kim Si-hyun mutters, "Well, half of its blood is human. Can Tiwi treat it better? Huh. Oh wait, I am just talking to myself." In Jihodu, the photographer keeps adjusting the setup, saying, "Yes, please look this way. Alright. This time, let us go for a wild vibe." "Yes, yes, just like that. Thank you." Kim Si-hyun furrows his brow, suspiciously wondering, what is going on here? They are being way too nice. The two photographers are constantly flattering him. "Here, have some water. We have got snacks too." And someone even goes overboard praising, "Thank you. You are the best." Kim Si-hyun takes a sip from his water bottle, still looking doubtful, thinking, even with my quirky personality, how do I end up getting hired for this? And there is just one thing that is bothering me. Oh. Actually, maybe two. After finishing up at the food court, Kim Si-hyun strikes a pose, looking like he is waiting for someone special. Oh yeah. He has got this down, and he secretly thinks he should really take a modeling class. Over there, it looks like he is gazing at someone with adoration perfect. Now, fold your arms and give a subtle smile. Like you just woke up. Isn't he the whole vibe supposed to be more energetic for sportswear ads? But he keeps at it because, hey, he is getting paid. Meanwhile, Hana Rin and my Ryong are snapping pictures side by side. These two are not exactly best buds, both wondering why they are putting on such a show. On the surface, they seem friendly enough, but their eyes are flashing daggers at each other. Neither one is backing down. Inside a photo studio, everything is running smoothly. The photographer keeps showering compliments. "Great job, everyone." He even steps in front of Kim Hyun-gu, praising him. "You look amazing today." Kim Hyun-gu humbly replies, "Oh, it is nothing. I am just doing my job." Kim Hyun-gu holds up the hoodie he is wearing, asking, "I can wear this again?" "Right, changing outfits would be a bit of a hassle." The photographer nods. "Yeah. It is only for today's shoot, so no worries." With that, Kim Hyun-gu shoves his hands into his pockets and says, "Alright, I am out. Take care and rest well. See you later." The photographer watches him leave, thinking, I heard he is a real jerk, but it seems that is not the case. Kim Hyun-gu feels quite pleased. Finishing work gives a refreshing sense of relief. But suddenly, his face turns lifeless as Kim Hyun-gu walks past his two female colleagues. He hears the sound of gunpowder exploding. Miriam smugly says, "Hey, sister. This ride is for 3 only, so you need to find another way." But Hanarim is already sitting in the seat, replying, "Oh come on. What is this seat for then? That seat is for you, so shut it and get moving." The bickering echoes on. But eventually, the car rolls out quickly. Kim Hyun-gu sits in the car, looking out the window, thinking, tomorrow, I am heading to the Mekong to uncover the source of the evil, and I need to test my achievements with the Azure Dragon. Once they are in the car, Anarim and Miriam sit across from each other, glaring daggers, the tension palpable. Kim Hyun-gu decides it is best not to bring them along. Meanwhile, in the photographer's office, plenty of beautiful photos hang on the walls. He eagerly reviews each photo. Leaning back in his chair, he takes a sip of coffee. Whoa. These shots turned out great. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow creeps up behind him. The shadow slowly raises a massive sword, stepping forward. Meanwhile, in the Mekong, deep underground at level 14, the roars of magical beasts fill the air. Kim Hyun-gu shouts, enlarging his staff, which quickly grows and strikes the magical creatures hard. He flexes his body, delivering some stunning moves. Kim Hyun-gu laughs triumphantly, but then suddenly, someone douses him with a bucket of cold water. His staff skills really leave something to be desired. Kim Hyun-gu stares wide-eyed at his staff, asking, "Hey, you were always quiet before. Why the sudden lecture?" But the staff remains silent. "Because we have formed a pact. If you want to use my skills properly, you need to master the wish stick technique to a certain level." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt a bit uneasy. "You want me to learn stick fighting? That is going to take forever." Looking at Kim Hyun-gu on the big screen, Ingi Fihen continued, "I do not expect you to learn everything, Just the basics, Kim Hyun-gu questioned. So if I learn the basics, I will use them effectively in battle. Maybe I won't need to use them that much. Ingisi Kong explained further. It seems you still do not understand some details. Do you know the principle of borrowing the achievements of others? Kim Hyun-gu replied. The principle of borrowing the achievements of others. Ingisi Kong looked up, seemingly very serious. Those who climb towers want to easily lend their achievements. That is because if the borrower does not meet a certain standard, they want to be able to use those achievements later. Kim Hyun-gu still did not get what you meant. Ingiki Hung heard him ask and scoffed dismissively. Ingiki was so angry he wanted to burst his eardrums. What a fool. If you want to use my achievements, you need to know how to use the stick, and right now, you can't use it properly. Ingiki kept talking loudly, like 0 times 100 is still 0. If you do not meet the standards, my stick fighting skills will be useless in your hands. Kim Hyun-gu was annoyed and swung the wish stick, covering his ears. What a noisy monkey. I am being serious here. Ingisi Kong yelled back. What are you mad about? Monkey, do you want to die? But Kim Hyun-gu still had that arrogant tone, saying, come on, you are just a loser I have beaten. Have you finished talking yet? The wish stick was slammed down. Kim Hyun-gu, tired of the banter, finally conceded, fine. You win. You are the best, Ingiki Kong smugly replied. Hemph, you should be said that from the start. Kim Hyun-gu glared, thinking, he is not wrong. The stick fighting skills of a grandmaster are on a whole different level. I can't even dream of reaching it right now. He contemplated, and it is not just any ordinary stick fighting technique. It is the wish stick technique. Just wait and see. Finally, Kim Hyun-gu could descend to the 15th level underground. He looked at the wish stick and asked, but can you talk to me anytime? Ingiki King replied, only since we formed the pact. Kim Hyun-gu was suspicious, but I do not remember seeing that in the pact. Ingiki Kong kept reiterating, that is basic. How could you not see it? All pacts have special conditions. Kim Hyun-gu questioned, then why do not you talk to me sometimes? Ingiki Kong sat with arms crossed and honestly said, because I do not want to go crazy every time I talk to you. His words made Kim Hyun-gu clench the wish stick tightly. What did you just say? At that moment, the roar of a colossal beast echoed, and Kim Hyun-gu looked pretty small, and not just one, but a whole lot of gigantic beasts. Kim Hyun-gu confirmed again. So I have to fight them using only the wish stick and not any stick fighting techniques at all. That is right, but Indy King casually replied. Go ahead, and I will explain more about what you need to do. Kim Hyun-gu spun his baton like a pro, striking a cool pose and excitedly said, so, shall we get started? Meanwhile, in the realm of Henan, Ya Raiwang was lounging regally on her throne. She twirled in her throne, recalling Kim Hyun-gu's advice about not spending money recklessly. Words from her master. That is why the throne in Henan is smaller than usual. She sighed, wondering how the throne of the Emperor Long could look so shabby. It was downright frustrating. Just then, a subordinate bowed and announced that Emperor Long had sent over a neatly packaged stack of documents. Ya Raiwang took it with a flushed face and ordered softly, everyone, leave the room. She slowly unwrapped the Redov Kepler tape. Ya Raiwang was super excited when she saw what was inside, so adorable. She looked up and snapped, don't talk to me. The night walking ghost peeked through the mirror, clearly amused. Aren't you overreacting a bit? You said I could talk to you normally. Ya Raiwang quickly explained. This is not a typical situation. The night walking ghost scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, I see. You are feeling shy. So I will keep my mouth shut. Ya Raiwang adjusted her mood and continued to look through the documents. The photos of Kim Hyun-gu taken during today's shoot thrilled her, and she could not help but wiggle her body in delight. Then, Ya Raiwang gazed at Kim Hyun-gu's pictures, imagining a million melodramatic scenarios like Kim Hyun-gu staring at her dreamily and reaching out to grab her arm. In her vivid imagination, she even pictured herself sleeping next to Kim Hyun-gu, and there was a scene of them sharing an umbrella in the rain, just like in those romantic dramas. Ya Raiwang hugged the stack of photos to her chest, calling out, Master. As she was lost in her bliss, her expression suddenly turned cautious. She asked the person approaching, who is there? It turned out to be Hannah Rin. Oh my, I was just wondering if you were here. Hannah Rin entered with a bright smile, flanked by her stoic, black-clad men. Ya Raiwang felt a jolt of surprise. All the masked warriors had frozen in place. She angrily prepared to challenge them, thinking, what is this? Are you using skills on me? Hannah Rin maintained her calm demeanor and explained, wait a minute. I am not here to fight you. If I wanted that, I would have brought all my subordinates with me. Ya Raiwang boldly declared, even if you brought them all, you would not stand a chance against me. Hannah Rin, still cheerful, replied, I am just joking. I came because I have something to discuss. Ya Raiwang, losing her patience, asked, what do you want to tell me? Hannah Rin got straight to the point. It is about the photos you are holding. She raised a file that looked exactly like the one Ya Raiwang had, and pulled out a picture of Kim Hyun-gu. Ya Raiwang felt cornered and shouted in panic, what is that? Hannah Rin replied calmly, don't get it twisted. I am not like you, she honestly added. I have asked the photographer as well if they had given me the photos you are holding. I would not be here right now. But, no matter what, They would not hand them over because they were threatened with elimination if they shared them with anyone else. Hannah Rin holds the photo tightly, her expression as calm as a still lake as she stares at her opponent. I think she already knows why I am here. Right. Myri gradually regains her composure and asks, "Don't tell me," as Hannah Rin slowly ascends the staircase. That is right. In Hannah Rin's beautiful hands are numerous photos of Kim Hyun-gu. She leans in close to Myri and asks, "Don't you want to see what happens next?" This leaves Myri stunned and confused. As if she is sitting in front of a screen rewatching a match, his face suddenly contorts with discomfort, the sounds of battle echoing relentlessly, boom after boom. On the screen, Kim Hyun-gu wields a staff with precision, using it to decimate multiple opponents. Even in victory, Kim Hyun-gu appears incredibly cool on screen as he uses his staff to take down his foes. Ingi King seriously praises, "This guy knows how to wield a staff." He recalls the previous times he trained Kim Hyun-gu, advising him not to rely solely on strength, as he seemed a bit clumsy at first. But once he learned to use the reach of the staff, he adapted perfectly, stepping to maintain a safe distance from the beast. Distance is key. Unlike other techniques, staff fighting involves many variables that need careful consideration during combat. The reason is that it is a versatile weapon that can be used in both close and long-range battles. Ingun continues to analyze, stating that when wielded for long-range attacks, it can achieve the same striking range as a spear, and when used for close combat, it can rival a sword. A staff can create countless effects by changing the grip, which means reaching a master level and unlocking its true potential requires a significant investment of time. As he thinks of this, Ingulm pauses, but then the image of Kim Hyun-gu dominating with the staff flashes back in his mind. He uses it with such mastery. This leaves Ing Ziekung amazed, marveling that even though he only taught him a few basics, Kim Hyun-gu can control the staff almost perfectly. Ing King has to admit that he is a true natural, a prodigy in a dark, desolate place. Kim Hyun-gu stretches and yawns after a long day of training. He wipes the sweat from his brow, thinking, just as expected, I truly am gifted. If it were not for the efforts he put into battling John Maki, he might have needed another 100 years to figure this out. He recalls his fight with Xian Gucci, realizing that perhaps he learned this through direct confrontation. Enduring countless pain has led him to this understanding, the importance of each step in battle. But I did not just learn that, from footwork to countering attacks, the essence of 100 years is what I have truly absorbed. At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu is incredibly excited as he continues, even while getting pummeled by that guy. So, just knowing a few basics is enough. His surroundings are littered with the corpses of monsters, and Kim Hyun-gu confidently asserts that this is just a walk in the park. Kim Hyun-gu proudly declares, I really am a quick learner, and Ning King can deny it. He truly is a genius. Kim Hyun-gu reminds Imps Kang through the screen. Do you want to jump in again? Or is that enough? Kim Hyun-gu held the item in his hands, excitement shining in his eyes. The system displayed information. Action source incomplete. Level 5 bonus. No adjustments. No skills. Authority information. Secrets of the action. Revered as the martial arts god on the 9th floor, he had been striving to become a tower climber to chase after his first master, who was rumored to have reached the top of the tower, with the help of the spirit source. He was trained by legendary martial arts masters and finally gained power worthy of the title martial arts god. However, as just a tower climber, his skills were limited and he needed the power of the labyrinth, which tower climbers instinctively accumulated when invading the tower's floors. Labyrinth stone 72%, he read aloud, marveling at the clarity of the information, realizing that with no authority, the demonic source would now be corrected to action source. Kim Hyun-gu casually slung the flexible staff over his shoulder as he strolled through the night, quietly asking, so from now on, I do not need to keep using the flexible staff, right? This is more than enough. Inside the flexible staff, the Monkey King questioned, hey, are you planning to use it on the Dragon God statue? Kim Hyun-gu grinned with satisfaction, but little did he know, the Monkey King sat inside the flexible staff. Pondering deeply, Kim Hyun-gu perked up his ears to hear his next words. From what I think, Kim Hyun-gu wrapped the cloth around the Dragon God statue, but the system issued a notification. You cannot use the action source on the Dragon God statue. Feeling defeated, Kim Hyun-gu lowered his head, saying, see, I told you, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to see the Dragon God's statue the right way. He chuckled, I feel like I am in prison, but I have to fill up the labyrinth stone anyway. Just then, he heard someone calling out. Guildmaster. Kim Hyun-gu looked up, annoyed. Startling Enya, who seemed frightened. You do not look happy. Maybe I should come back tomorrow. Kim Hyun-gu replied. It is fine. Just speak up. What is going on? Enya presented a stack of documents, saying, another invitation. Hearing this, he was utterly shocked. Another one. Enya then shared some good news. Yes. This time, it is way better, he curiously asked. Men's clothing. At that moment, Hannah Rin and Myryong stood behind him, visibly excited. Enya detailed, exactly, the images the company provided really suit you. and they are planning to produce more new products. Kim Hyun-gu pondered for a moment, intrigued. Then he flopped down onto the sofa, decisively saying, "But I am going to decline," which left Anya surprised. "What?" he slowly added. "I have plenty of other ways to make money." Hannah Rin, not ready to give up, chimed in with a sly smile. "Master." Hannah Rin kept playing with her hair, beaming as she said, "Isn't just going for photos a good idea?" Kim Hyun-gu showed his displeasure. Again, Hannah Rin placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I am not forcing you, but this time, they are offering a lot of perks." Kim Hyun-gu firmly responded. "No, I really do not care." Hannah Rin pressed on. "They said they would give us 25% of the profits, which is even more than Addis. But none of that swayed him. "I have enough money already," he stated, but Hannah Rin would not back down, using every word to provoke him. "Master, you were the one who told me that if there is an opportunity, I should earn as much money as possible." She held the contract in her hands and said, "I think this is a perfect invitation for you to invest." "Master." Kim Hyun-gu did not respond, just stared blankly, while Miryong stood by, equally confused. Then Hannah Rin asked, "Miryong, what do you think?" When her name was called, Miryong panicked, stammering, well, blushing and flustered. Miryong gathered all her courage and said clearly, "I also think it is best if you go do the advertising shoot." Kim Hyun-gu looked at the two girls in front of him, feeling suspicious. Did both of them really agree? This was a bit too much like an act. Suddenly, he remembered something and froze. Wait a minute, aren't these two supposed to be on bad terms? They had not fought in days and were acting more friendly than ever. Kim Hyun-gu suspiciously asked, "Are you two?" Before he could finish, the system notification popped up. "You have been invited. The system has invited you." As the remaining time ticked away, "You will be summoned by the call," with 4 minutes and 59 seconds left. Kim Hyun-gu had a look of utter defeat as he glanced at the mess on the floor. Then there was a shot of Avi snoozing at the table, drool pooling at the corner of her mouth. Kim Hyun-gu looked around the room and said, "I remember cleaning up a bit before. How did it turn into a dump like this?" Avi woke up and wiped her mouth, quickly defending herself. "I have been busy researching day and night, so I forgot to clean up." Kim Hyun-gu questioned, "Where did all this food come from?" Avi innocently looked over and replied, "From that command. As long as it was produced beforehand, I can reproduce it as many times as I want." Kim Hyun-gu sat back on the sofa, his face blank as he said, "Interesting. Anyway, have you found any information yet?" Avi honestly replied, "Yes, even though it seems incomplete. I am pretty sure about this. The tower the creator made is on the 12th floor." The two looked at each other seriously. Kim Hyun-gu looked up and said, "The 12th floor is above us," to which Avi added, "And according to my research, on the 12th floor, all it has is a tower from the start." Kim Hyun-gu could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" Avi explained, "You will know when you see it. The moment you climb to the 12th floor, you will see the tower right away." Still confused, Kim Hyun-gu pressed on, "Okay, but how do I get to the 12th floor? Do I have to use that blind guy's compass like last time?" Hearing this, Avi paused for a moment. Kim Hyun-gu questioned her attitude. "What is the matter? Is using the compass not an option?" Avi, brushing her hair back, replied, "No, I think you might be able to use it." Kim Hyun-gu asked, "Then what?" Avi regained her composure and said, "The issue is the timing." Avi slowly revealed a crucial piece of information. "The time it takes for the guard to reach from floor 8 to 35 is about 2 to 3 weeks. But I am not sure if it is the same for other floors." Kim Hyun-gu rested his chin and thought, "So that means the distance between floors varies, right?" Avi nodded, looking down. "Exactly. It could take a few months like last time, or even a few years." Kim Hyun-gu felt a bit bewildered and skeptical. Isn't a few years a bit much? But if it really takes that long, this could be a big deal. Hearing this, Avi looked up at him. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, "I play a crucial role as the guardian of this floor. If I leave for too long, floor 9 won't have anyone to protect it. Sure, Miriam and Hannah Rin are there, and they can handle those high-level climbers. But still," as this thought crossed his mind, Kim Hyun-gu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What if another Punisher showed up like the last time? His hands trembled with fear as he vividly recalled the pressure of that encounter. "Honestly, I could not even handle him alone. I can just leave floor 9 in their hands." Noticing Kim Hyun-gu's restless and anxious demeanor, Avi focused intently on him. Then, she had a light bulb moment and asked, "Should I look into how much time we really need, or maybe find another way to get there?" Kim Hyun-gu snapped back to attention, asking excitedly, "Oh, can you really do that?" But Avi threw a bucket of cold water on him, saying, "Honestly, no matter how hard I try, I do not think I will be able to find out." Kim Hyun-gu became agitated and started smashing things around him, shouting that the creator of this mess should at least tell me how to reach him properly, which left Avi utterly shocked. He was burning with rage, cursing like a legend. "Damn that jerk." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he remembered something. Avi, surprised, asked, "What is up?" He stammered, "There is someone," who, then, like a crazy person, He jumped up and shouted, I have got someone I can ask. Kim Hyun-gu was thrilled to share. There is someone who knows this tower inside out. At that moment, a pizza with a picture of Monkey King on it was delivered. The Monkey King, lounging on a tree branch, casually said, so you are the one who wants to know. How long does it take to get from floor 9 to floor 12? Kim Hyun-gu stood below, looking up at the Monkey King with eager anticipation. Suddenly, the Monkey King asked a pointless question. What do you need that for? Kim Hyun-gu snapped back angrily. Are you serious? I thought you heard everything I said. The Monkey King, unfazed, replied, do you think I have all the time in the world? But the harsh truth was, what are you really doing? Feeling the burn of his words, the Monkey King quickly jumped down and added, whatever, but I can only give you a little info about the tower. Kim Hyun-gu eagerly asked, what do you mean? The Monkey King slowly replied, can you really be that clueless? Frustrated, he shot back, no. Who do you think I am to know that? The Monkey King raised an eyebrow and said, there is a limitation. Curious. Kim Hyun-gu stuffed his hands into his pockets and pressed. Limitation. The Monkey King emphasized, are you hearing what I am saying? Yes. The Monkey King smirked and said, well, at the very top of the tower. He started to mouth something, but Kim Hyun-gu strained to hear. What did you say? He looked at the figure in front of him, utterly astonished. What is going on? He definitely said something, but I could not catch it. The Monkey King, not caring about his confusion, walked ahead and said, come here. He even used a stick to write a few characters on the ground, but in Kim Hyun-gu's eyes, it all seemed blurry. He felt incredibly frustrated, gritting his teeth in anger. What is he writing that I can see? Kim Hyun-gu ran a hand through his hair, feeling helpless. This is so weird. It is like my eyes refuse to focus on it. He was fuming, cursing non-stop, and it felt like we were completely in the dark. Wukong, with a sly grin, replied, no, I can share some simple info, as long as it is not important. Kim Hyun-gu was eagerly watching Wukong, but he took his sweet time responding. The thing you are asking about, you are really losing it. Huh. Are you making fun of me? Then, in a fit of rage, Kim Hyun-gu charged at him, ready to unleash some serious fury. The actions of Kim Hyun-gu and Wukong were caught by the shrewd eyes of the designer. Eavesdropping on their conversation, he smirked and said, I see. So, he defeated Jianuchi, took down a conqueror, and the one who even took credit for my achievement is a freak. Interesting. The designer chuckled dryly. He spread his arms wide and said with delight, how fascinating. A being created just to be a test subject has turned into a freak and even killed the one who completed that experiment. He praised, what a remarkable achievement. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure was sweating bullets. Then, boldly, he asked, are you really just gonna let that guy be? The designer replied slowly, he exceeded my expectations. Just like that freak, now I am really curious how many more accomplishments can he rack up on his own, so, I will give him a little more time. Back with Kim Hyun-gu, he was in a panic, asking, how long? He dropped to the ground in frustration. Repeat that. Wukong, unfazed, replied, I have told you 1,000 times, 500 days. When this number was emphasized, Kim Hyun-gu's jaw dropped in shock, his face darkening. He was in a frenzy. Over a year, that is insane. When I reached level 8, it only took me about a month. Wukong confirmed, yup, that is what it is. Wukong opened his mouth wide to explain. And if you are going to carry out more missions, it is like he was deliberately teasing him. Wukong paused and continued, oh, you do not need to complete the test mission. Kim Hyun-gu asked irritably. What now? Wukong elaborated. Climbers have to complete missions while ascending the tower, but you do not. Kim Hyun-gu seemed to grasp something. So, you mean the mission is to clear out the entire floor? Oh, right. But what is the mission for floor 9? Kim Hyun-gu was bracing himself for information. Then he exclaimed, everything is at stake. Wukong chuckled, slapping his hands on the ground to continue. Anyway, what I mean is that each floor will have a different mission. Kim Hyun-gu, losing his patience, pressed on. Forget it. Is there any quicker way? I can stay stuck on floor 9 for over a year. Kim Hyun-gu clenched his fists firmly and declared, I have things I need to protect. Wukong noticed his determination and felt a tug at his heart. He turned to inform Kim Hyun-gu of some important news. Thinking it over, there is a way. Kim Hyun-gu, thrilled and shaking him, urged. Really? What is it? He kept pleading with Wukong, who smirked with pride. Do you know Maedong? Back in the John Hall district, Kim Hyun-gu was on the phone with someone. Anarim and my Ryong were eagerly waiting. While Anya asked about the President's photoshoot, Kim Hyun-gu was quick to decline, saying he had no interest, causing the two girls to sulk in disappointment. Hanging up, Kim Hyun-gu munched on a snack while searching for Maedong on his phone. He looked at his phone displaying a clear blue sky and thought to himself, if only I had it, I could reach the 12th floor in 5 days. At that point, who knows what might happen. Just a guess, if it is real, I have to get that Maedong no matter what. I need to meet the creator and teach him a lesson. With that thought, Kim Hyun-gu felt a surge of determination. Excited, he turned back to say, ladies. But before he could finish, he suddenly stopped, noticing the gloomy expressions on the two girls' faces. He wondered, what is up with the vibe? Why are they like this? After thinking for a moment, he realized it was because he had turned down the modeling offer. Seeing this, he quickly picked up the phone to call Enya. Hey Enya, it is me. The chairman. The two girls perked up, curious to listen in. Kim Hyung-gu spoke to Enya on the phone. Send those documents to my email. Enya asked. What documents? He replied, about that exclusive modeling thing. Hearing this, Hana Rin and Miryang's excitement returned. Kim Hyung-gu, the powerful CEO, looked up and saw Miryang beaming with joy. He called out, ladies. Yes. Master. Yes. Master. Kim Hyung-gu made a request. I need an artifact. Can you help me find it? Miryang, with her calm demeanor, responded, if the master requests anything, I will find it. Hana Rin, confidently clapping her hands, replied, I will search for it, even if I have to turn this world upside down. Kim Hyung-gu turned back, satisfied. Just then, the system pinged with a message. It announced, a new tower climber has started climbing to the 9th floor in New Delhi, India, with 1 hour, 4 minutes, 8 seconds and 12 ticks left. Kim Hyung-gu, still annoyed with the system, thought, again, why does it keep bothering me? Because of these weaklings. I can't get anything done. Miryang whispered from behind. I will deal with anyone who dares to disturb the master. Even magic words work on the system. After venting his frustration, Kim Hyung-gu smirked slyly. Well then, let us see. Outside, the darkness loomed, enveloping everything in a chilling atmosphere. The sounds of little demons wailing echoed. As they were being hunted down, he was a tower climber named Arabat, relentlessly taking out anyone who stood in his way. Weapon in hand, he boasted, only an idiot would dare block my path. The 72nd demon of Solomon and the prince of hell. Arabat's eyes were drawn to a flicker of light ahead. Finally reaching the 9th floor, he needed to handle this place quickly and move on to the next level. He was incredibly confident in his current abilities. No matter how tough the guards were, it did not matter, because he had the power to see the future. Arabat chuckled. Feeling carefree, knowing he did not have to worry about surprise attacks or being caught off guard. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light illuminated the entire sky. A small house sparkled brilliantly. The scene was stunning with a perfectly round sun shining down. Kim Hyung-gu was lounging on a bamboo chair with his iPad, happily exclaiming, "So, you are here." The guy Arabat, not knowing who he was momentarily stunned. Arabat pointed his weapon at Kim Hyung-gu, questioning, "Who the hell are you?" Kim Hyung-gu smugly replied, "What do you think? You must know exactly who I am." Arabat thought to himself, is he some kind of lunatic? But he did not care. Whatever. He just wanted to enjoy the entertainment you guys were providing. Arabat swung his weapon toward Kim Hyung-gu, creating a terrifying explosion. Kim Hyung-gu was taken aback and paused from watching his iPad. Arabat grinned, revealing a terrifying set of teeth, and proudly said, "A weird guard like you is not a problem at all." Kim Hyung-gu, humiliated, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" Then, Kim Hyung-gu dashed in front of Arabat like a god, teasing him, which startled Arabat. Next, Kim Hyung-gu unleashed a blinding light that obscured everything around them. The overwhelming source of power sent Arabat flying, leaving him dazed and unable to react, his teeth and lips a mess. Looking at the person before him, Arabat was bewildered, wondering, what just happened? Who the hell is this? Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu wore a triumphant expression and said, "Another little shrimp bites the dust." Arabat struggled to stand up and hurriedly thought, "I need to use my power to see the future, the entire future." Arabat's eyes suddenly bulged when he saw the information appear. The images of the battle between Arabat and Kim Hyung-gu were vividly seen in the future, but they all had one conclusion. Arabat would be killed by Kim Hyung-gu. Arabat could not believe his eyes. Every time he meets that guy, it leads to a disastrous end. Kim Hyung-gu closed his eyes tightly, trying to look wise as he said, "All right, the situation has changed." An was still wearing a wicked grin, asking his opponent, "Who is the fool here?" Back in his office, Kim Hyung-gu could not stop reading the interesting news about himself while he was intently scrolling through his phone. Outside the door, two girls were calling out in panic, "Master! Master!" Outside, Hana Rin and Ryang were tugging at something they brought in, shouting, "Found it! We got it!" Kim Hyung-gu could not stop praising the two girls for their efforts, saying, "Great job." The notification popped up, Jizun Desung necklace level 8. No adjustments. Pipe-sucking skill. Information authority. This is a necklace worn by Jizun Desung, the legendary king of Sada known for his wisdom, who moved mountains. This item was crafted by Jizun Desung, a heavy smoker. By defeating a lazy emoji that lived underground, can transform into a wine pipe, fulfilling the user's desires. It can burn tobacco infinitely without needing new leaves, and its flavor changes according to the user's taste. Kim Hyung-gu held the necklace in his hands, feeling incredibly joyful. He then told his apprentice, "I will be back soon." Hana Rin kept asking, "Where are you going?" while Miriam bowed her head obediently, saying, "Just a breeze." Kim Hyung-gu slowly replied, "Not long." Then he held the two items in his hands, Ready to combine them, the system presented an option. Will you use the Ember of Akshan on the Jizn Disung necklace? Yes or no? Kim Hyun-gyu quickly chose yes. Seeing Hannah Rin's shock, Miriam felt smug, thinking to herself, she has no idea how far behind she is in mastering the master's methods. At that moment, an image of Miriam appeared, her face flushed. Whispering, "Master." Standing beside her was Kim Hyun-gyu. She looked into her master Kim Hyun-gyu's eyes. Feeling overwhelmed, Kim Hyun-gyu gazed back at his disciple. In the silent space, the two slowly brought their lips closer, their faces flushed, lips nearly touching. By this point, someone could not take it anymore and tossed their phone aside. It turned out to be Lee Seo-dong, who was sweating profusely, mouth agape, exclaiming, "What the heck is this? Just a little time to date Sai Hyun." And this pop-up was in the middle of the web class, a secret love story between a master and his disciple. Lee Seo-dong innocently thought, "I thought this was a romance novel, but it turns out to be fanfic, and half the characters are people I know." She bit her lip. Super curious. And the craziest part was, Lee Seo-dong grabbed her phone again. Brimming with curiosity, Lee Seo-dong tapped the screen of her phone, hoping to find out what happens next. Thinking, it is just fiction, right? Just then, the office door suddenly swung open, and a man's voice rang out, "I am here." Not waiting for him to finish, Lee Seo-dong jumped, flinging her phone out the door. Luckily, Kim Si-yeon dodged just in time. The phone slammed into the wall, leaving a mark around it. Kim Si, startled, exclaimed, "What did I do wrong?" Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu had finally arrived at the place he was looking for, surrounded by lush greenery and an eerie silence. He thought, what is going on? There is nothing here. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Kim Hyun-gyu quickly checked the system again. Will you break free from Ji-san Disung's grip? The system displayed options. Yes, no. He hesitated. Glancing around, Ji-san Disung must be lurking nearby. With that thought, he persistently made noise, creating explosions. "Let us find that bastard." And Kim Hyun-gyu jumped around like a madman in the vast forest. Kim Hyun-gyu gritted his teeth in anger, cursing. Damn it. Below him stretched endless green mountains, not a soul in sight, and he shouted in frustration, "Just mountains everywhere." Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gyu's eyes widened in shock. He spotted a cave, surrounded by dense trees. Could that be it? Quickly pinpointing his location, Kim Hyun-gyu swooped down heroically. He stared intensely at the cave. Without uttering a word, he charged straight inside. In no time, Kim Hyun-gyu set foot inside. He landed safely at the cave's entrance. Sweating and looking around, suddenly he was amazed. He stepped inside, beams of light illuminating his face. In front of him stood a massive tree, draped in countless vines. Kim Hyun-gyu was astounded. Where is this? Just then, a man's voice echoed. Who is that? Following the voice, Kim Hyun-gyu approached a man smoking a cigar. His build matched the description he had read in the system earlier. He gasped, "That must be Ji-san Disung." Kim Hyun-gyu called out to the man with the cigar, Ji-san Disung. Ji-san Disung remained reclined, enjoying his smoke without even opening his eyes to look at him. He calmly replied, "Someone knows about that news." "Who are you?" Kim Hyun-gyu honestly answered, "I came to retrieve the headband left for you by the king." The man still seemed indifferent. "Oh really? Got it." Kim Hyun-gyu felt utterly speechless at Ji-san Disung's cold demeanor. He thought to himself, if you got it, then give me a decent answer. Kim Hyun-gyu impatiently repeated, "I am here for that headband." Ji-san Disung emphasized, "I said I know already," and Kim Hyun-gyu's face twisted in frustration. But seeing him remain so relaxed, Kim Hyun-gyu lost it and shouted, "You bastard." At that moment, Ji-san Disung finally lifted his head and casually asked, "So you have come here for the headband?" He leisurely continued. But first, his voice trailed off, driving Kim Hyun-gyu insane. Ji-san Disung leisurely took another puff. Then he looked up at Kim Hyun-gyu and continued, "The king? Oh no. I want to know what Hein is doing." Turns out, after dying by my hands, Hein entered that staff and made a pact with the devil. What a foolish idiot. I do not understand why he would bind his soul to such an object, and still try to climb the tower alone. All my other disciples are at a loss. Ji-san Disung asked, "Where is that staff?" Kim Hyun-gyu replied, "I do not have it with me now," he explained, "because when using the dark source, I can't carry any other relics." Quite unfortunate, Kim Hyun-gyu curiously asked, "But are you saying he is the only one climbing the tower?" Ji-san Disung chuckled and replied, "Oh." About that, Ji-san Disung slowly said, "Hey, do you know about the 7 great saints?" Kim Hyun-gyu repeated the term, having just heard it for the first time. The 7 great saints. The 7 great saints are demons who became sworn brothers with the demon king. They possess power that could shake the heavens, and they are incredibly strong demons. Right now, none of the 7 great saints are climbing the tower anymore, except for that foolish one. Kim Hyun-gyu curiously asked, "So what are the others doing?" Ji-san Disung calmly replied, "Well, we are just living comfortably in this pathetic little space. No rent to pay." Hearing this, he was left speechless. Kim Hyun-gyu pressed on, "Then why are not you climbing the tower?" Ji-san Disung seemed displeased and said, Because we have come to realize a harsh truth, he explained. No matter how hard we try to climb, we will never regain the achievements that were stolen from us. And more importantly, we are the ones. Ji Sandy Sung abruptly stopped here. Realizing he might have said too much, he yawned, long and loud, and said, honestly, I should not be saying this, especially since my senior brother is also going through this, so I will stop here. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu was furious, grinding his teeth, thinking, these idiots are always so complacent. He sighed in frustration and said, you have satisfied your curiosity. Right. Now hand me the achievement. Ji Sandy Sung promised. I do not know if you can actually take it. Kim Hyun-gyu's jaw dropped in disbelief. What do you mean? He quickly clarified. Don't get me wrong. It is not that I do not want to give it to you. I am sure the achievement is here, but I can hand over my brother's achievement to you. Because the tower is where only you can use the powers of the achievements you possess. If that high-level guy does not intervene, it won't be easy for others to achieve it. Ji Sandy Sung began to explain further. Each achievement is created from the unique traces left by each person. Jin Gyu can only use the achievement of the Azure Dragon, but he could not easily achieve it himself. Ji Sandy Sung chuckled lightly. Well, it is not impossible. He pointed at Kim Hyun-gyu and continued. You have to do what your senior brother did to obtain the achievement. Kim Hyun-gyu was utterly shocked. Wait, at the Dark Guild, the two, Hana-rin and Mai Ryung, were sitting across from each other, a map laid out before them. Hana-rin excitedly spoke first. So what do you want to do? She thought to herself. Honestly, I want to build something in Mexico City. But lately, there have been too many punks causing trouble, so it would just end up wasting my time. If it were up to me, I would wipe them all out, but that would just complicate things even more. But if it were her, someone who holds all of China in her hands, then things would be different and more important. We could turn that city into a place that only has what the master desires. While Hana-rin was lost in thought, Mai Ryung blurted out, half, then she quickly regained her confidence, crossing her arms defiantly, saying, I will build the building I want on half of the land. Hana-rin nodded gently. Okay. After they verbally agreed, they quickly pointed to the map. So let us divide it in half. There is no real topography over there. So this is how it should be. The two kept dreaming big. Mai Ryung said, I will build a 10-story arena that the master always talks about. While Hana-rin was not backing down either. I will build the sky pool that the master wants. Back to Kim Hyun-gyu. Ji Sandy Sung was trying to explain. You must have misunderstood my point. To be precise, you need to follow the exact steps that your senior brother took to achieve the cloud scales. Kim Hyun-gyu scratched his head in annoyance. So what do I need to do? Learn the techniques for the cloud scales from my senior brother. After hearing this, he looked confused. Like, what? Ji Sandy Sung repeated. You need to master the techniques to ride the cloud scales. Do you really think you can just take them easily? Kim Hyun-gyu clenched his fists in anger, thinking, that damn guy. He just told me to bring back the cloud scales without mentioning I need to learn it first. Kim Hyun-gyu fired off questions. So how do I actually use the cloud scale technique? I am not even sure what you mean by that. Ji Sandy Sung raised his muscular arm and laughed. I do not know anything. I am just strong. Kim Hyun-gyu pointed at himself in annoyance. So I have to learn it on my own. Huh. Yes. After he confirmed, Kim Hyun-gyu was furious. He lost control and shouted. Damn it. Ji Sandy Sung chuckled dryly and continued explaining. Even if I knew what to do, I could not help you. If you do not follow the steps to achieve it, then everything will be useless. Just so you know, Hyun figured out how to use it all by herself, without anyone's help. At this point, Kim Hyun-gyu quickly got his head back in the game. So I just need to figure it out on my own. Right, exactly. You have to go through what Master Hyun has endured to be recognized for that achievement. Kim Hyun-gyu crossed his arms in front of him, sitting flat on the ground with determination. Damn it. I have to see this through to the end. I have come this far anyway. Ji Sandy Sung lay down to encourage, saying, all right, make it count. I am hitting the hay. Suddenly, he remembered something and added, oh, and one more thing. Ji Sandy Sung pointed to the sky, saying that the cloud stones above were the real deal. Wishing him good luck, Kim Hyun-gyu looked up in the direction of his finger, staring at the clouds, and furrowed his brow. The sky was filled with cloudstones. After a moment of gazing at them, it made him dizzy. The blue sky, white clouds, and golden sun mountains rising and falling. Suddenly, there was a thunderous boom along with Kim Hyun-gyu's furious curses echoing. Damn it. Kim Hyun-gyu opened his personal info panel, glancing at his stats, then saw that he was already 121 years old and thought bitterly, I can't believe I have been here for 3 years. I came in at 118. Kim Hyun-gyu was so mad he gritted his teeth, feeling unsatisfied. Of course, he never thought it would be easy from the start. It took him a whole century to master the divine light technique of the celestial demon. And the head balance technique was something he had never learned before. First, Kim Hyun-gyu tried to imitate the 5 formations of martial Zeon that he had learned, but it did not work out well. Then, he attempted to step onto the clouds, and just as he reached it after transforming into a deity, Kim Hyun-gyu tried to carefully step onto the cloud, but in the end, it all went south. His body immediately plummeted to the ground, and he thought angrily, I can't even touch that cloud. Kim Hyung-gu tried using his magical power to pierce the clouds, but ended up failing. Even when he increased the density of the clouds with his magic, it still resulted in failure. Ultimately, what he got was learning to walk in the air from his own experiences. Kim Hyung-gu strained to leap a few steps in the air, but every time he stepped on the cloud, he would immediately fall to the ground. Struggling to get up from the rocky pit, he rubbed his sore head in frustration and thought, damn it, I need to ask that great sage. Kim Hyung-gu calmed himself, smacked his thigh, and declared, no way, if I want to turn this into my achievement, I have to do this myself. He looked up at the sky, feeling lost, but he thought, I have tried everything I could, but it seems I can only drift along with those clouds. Kim Hyung-gu was determined, feeling rejuvenated as he said, there has to be a way to achieve this. Meanwhile, Ji-sin, the great sage, was sitting back, smoking his pipe and enjoying the view, while Kim Hyung-gu kept jumping up only to crash painfully to the ground. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to climb out of the pit while cursing. Damn it. Then he continued to leap into the sky, trying the head balance technique once more. Ji-sin let out a long sigh, watching Kim Hyung-gu laboriously trying again and thought, it feels like he has been failing forever. Is this the 5th or 6th time now? But compared to the first time he fell, has not he got the hang of it better now? Thinking this, Ji-sin the great saint flopped onto the stone slab, lazily muttering to himself, I mean, whether I fail or not does not really matter to me. I gave up hope since that day. That said, Ji-sin the great saint was still distracted by Kim Hyung-gu, or more accurately, the noise coming from him, watching as Kim Hyung-gu failed time and again. He wondered, but why did my senior brother place hope in him? He even told me where to find the achievement. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu took off his shirt, revealing a rock-solid 8-pack. But he did not stop there. In just a moment, even his pants and shoes flew off, leaving Ji-sin the great saint wide-eyed in astonishment. Ji-sin was like, what the hell is going on? Inside, he was freaking out, thinking, is that guy really naked? Has he finally lost it? All he saw was Kim Hyung-gu in nothing but a pair of boxer shorts, raising his arms and legs like some superhero ready to launch into the sky for another challenge. Once he climbed high enough, Kim Hyung-gu slowly placed his feet down through the clouds, grinning with excitement, saying, if everything goes well, I might just pull this off. He recalled the answers hidden in those novels, even though he could not remember most of the martial arts techniques from those books. But Kim Hyung-gu always kept those iconic scenes in mind. No matter how much time passed, one of the most famous moments was when the protagonist's master told him, when you can make your body lighter, you will be able to meet me again. So, Kim Hyung-gu thought that maybe the key was to lighten his body, to go weightless. This was a legendary scene where the main character abandoned his master after being trained for 5 years, and it was especially memorable for Kim Hyung-gu. He got a hint from that scene because he always remembered it, allowing him to realize what to do when he kept falling. The clouds in this empty space had a slight physical force mixed among them. Kim Hyung-gu was determined to try. He thought, if I can T-ride the clouds in my current state, then I just need to make myself lighter. If I use the martial arts techniques I learned from the celestial demon to make myself as light as possible, then I will feel the clouds beneath my feet. This is the true technique of weightlessness. The earlier method of stepping through the air was not the right way. After clearing his mind, Kim Hyung-gu began to take his first steps on the clouds. 5 to 10 seconds passed, another 10 to 15 seconds passed, and Kim Hyung-gu continued. 20 to 40 seconds went by, surpassing the emptiness. He had walked on the clouds for 40 seconds, then 80 seconds. Even Ji-sin was incredibly excited watching this, exclaiming, whoa. Just now, you were using magic to float with those clouds. But now you are actually walking on them. Kim Hyung-gu was finally walking comfortably on the massive clouds when suddenly, the clouds started gathering together. He joyfully shouted, the clouds are coming together, I did it. Right after that, he relaxed and laid back on the clouds to rest. Seeing Kim Hyung-gu stepping down, Ji-sin picked up his clothes and cheerfully said, how about putting some clothes on first? At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu remembered he was still completely naked. Then he licked his lips and chuckled to himself, thinking, I was so focused on being light that I forgot I was exposing myself this whole time. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened as he saw his age displayed on the info panel, 131 years old. He gasped, wait, I am 10 years older than before. He stood there in shock, thinking, does that mean I have been stuck in this ridiculous state for the past 10 years? Ji-sin noticed Kim Hyung-gu standing there speechless and spoke up, you seem really frustrated. Everything okay? Kim Hyung-gu frowned, pulling up his shirt, and gloomily replied, not really, but by the way, where's that fateful ring you mentioned? Suddenly, Ji-sin handed a ring to Kim Hyung-gu and said, here, this ring is the fateful ring of the great sage, with an S+ rating, and it has skills for summoning and releasing. Kim Hyung-gu curiously asked, but why did it suddenly turn into a ring? The great sage Ji-sun chuckled and replied, I am not sure either, it just shrank down and transformed into a ring after I set it down. Kim Hyung-gu put on the cloud weight and shouted, up here. Instantly, a cloud burst forth from the ring and soared into the sky. Kim Hyun-gyu gazed at the cloud and shouted again. Release. Right after that, the cloud weight shrank back and slipped into the ring. Seeing Kim Hyun-gyu trying out the cloud weight, the great sage Ji-sen asked with a grin, "So, are you leaving now?" Kim Hyun-gyu turned back and smiled. "Yeah, that is right," the great sage Ji-sen, pipe in hand, said. "Send word to my senior brother to withdraw me." Kim Hyun-gyu asked in confusion. Word after. Meanwhile, Maishi Wong and Hanarin were still busy battling it out in a fierce 300-round match, with Hanarin shouting as she struck. She thought, "Can something like this really impress the master?" Maishi Wong countered and yelled back, "But I think this method is way better than yours." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing both Maishi Wong and Hanarin to jump and turn, spotting Kim Hyun-gu's figure appearing. Both of them, ecstatic and excited, shouted in unison, "Master! Master!" Suddenly, with a thud, Kim Hyun-gu looked up in surprise and asked, "Huh? What is all the noise about?" Kim Hyun-gu looked at the chaotic scene before him. Astonished. "What in the world is this?" Then he gritted his teeth and said, "You? My apprentices. Oh no. You too." Hanarin and Michi Wong showed no signs of fear and laughed back loudly. "Yes, master. Yes, master." Then, Kim Hyun-gyu could not hold back anymore and shouted, "What the heck is all this?" After sorting things out with his two apprentices, Kim Hyun-gyu went to find Wukong to return the cloud weight, when suddenly Wukong shouted, "Hey! Do not tell me you learned the cloud weight technique." Kim Hyun-gyu gave Wukong a puzzled look, hands in his pockets, and said, "So what?" The Monkey King, looking even more confused, asked back, "What I mean is, why did you do that?" Kim Hyun-gyu, annoyed, pointed at the Monkey King and said, "But you told me to bring the cloud weight back." After saying this, both Kim Hyun-gyu and Wukong stared at each other wide-eyed, both shocked. Then Wukong snapped back to reality and stammered, "Did not my junior just show you how to bring it back?" Kim Hyun-gyu awkwardly smiled and replied, "He said I had to do exactly what you did to achieve success." Kim Hyun-gyu thought about everything that just happened and asked, "So you mean there is another way to bring it back?" Wukong pursed his lips and nodded. Confirming it, Kim Hyun-gyu felt completely played, his mind racing with disbelief as he muttered, "That guy." Then Kim Hyun-gyu could not hold back any longer, his anger flaring up. "Damn it. Wukong." Witnessing this, could not help but remember, back then, my junior did not hear a word I said. Wukong, on his end, kept rambling, "Junior, if you do not like looking at that cloud, there is a way to keep it." To not hear me at all, the great sage Ji-sen just lounged around smoking his pipe, responding half-heartedly. Kim Hyun-gyu thought for a moment and then said, "But even if there is another way, I still need to learn the technique to ride the cloud weight. Right, deep down, I feel quite relieved thinking about it, and I have learned so much during training. But then, I can't help but roll my eyes and say, no way," which makes Kim Hyun-gyu want to explode again. "I mean, have not I explained it before? The deal is that it allows us to share power." Kim Hyun-gyu suddenly realizes this means he can share achievements with me. "Right," I nod and respond. "Exactly. That is why you can ride my cloud scale." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu clenches his fists and lets out a string of curses. "What the hell did you just say?" After some time of venting, he finally breathes out, calms down, and looks at the cloud scale, asking, "What are we supposed to do with it now?" I tell him, "Right now, we need to upgrade it." Kim Hyun-gyu curiously asks, "Through the maze?" I laugh and say, "How could we use the cloud scale in such a cramped space? We need to take a separate route." Meanwhile, in another place, two people are one practicing with a spear, the other standing silently, watching. After the spear hits the ground, Bang Lang coldly asks, "Why did you come looking for me?" The mysterious figure with a hood covering his face promptly replies, "I have something to discuss." Bang Lang then inquires, "Is it about that person?" The mysterious figure responds, "No." Bang Lang thinks for a moment, strikes the spear, and slowly sits cross-legged. Instantly, the scene between the two shifts from the arena to a spacious study, and a teacup appears in Bang Lang's hand. He then smirks knowingly at the mysterious figure, surprised by the whole transformation. The mysterious figure exclaims, "The heavenly technique seems like it has been used correctly." Bang Lang chuckles and says, "Even if we are the last ones, is not it about time since I climbed the tower?" He leisurely sips some tea and asks, "So, why are you here?" Mysterious figure coldly replies, "I need you to take action." Bang Lang laughs and asks, "Interesting. What is it?" Bang Lang looks at the mysterious figure and remarks, "I have never seen you act so recklessly before. What do you need me for?" The mysterious figure quickly answers, "Kill the monster at level 9. Bang Lang curiously asks, "The monster?" The mysterious figure confirms, "That is right." Bang Lang thinks for a moment and then is astonished to say, "I can't believe Xianuchi was actually defeated." The mysterious figure explains, "You know about that, Xianuchi was wiped out by that monster." Bang Lang closes his eyes, savoring the aroma of the tea, then says, "After all, the desire to become a god ultimately can't escape a mere warrior." Suddenly, Bang Lang sets the teacup down firmly and states, I refuse. Back to where Kim Hyun-gu and I are discussing. Kim Hyun-gu curiously asked, a separate route? I nod in reply. That is right, there is a path only conquerors can use. If we take that route, we can reach level 12 in a day. Kim Hyun-gu questions. Wait, did not you say it would take 5 days before? I roll my eyes and say, that was under the assumption I lent you my achievements. We do not need that now. We just need to push forward without resting. Kim Hyun-gu excitedly clenches his fists and says, one day, just in case things do not go smoothly, I was planning to train my disciple before heading there, but it seems that is not necessary anymore. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu remembered and turned to asking Kung. Wait, did you say only the purifier can take that path? Can I not? Ingob jumped down and cheerfully replied, oh, right now you can use it too. You can pass through now. Right, Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback. Pass card. Huh. Ingyukung nodded and said, yeah, that thing that appears after you defeat Zion Uchi. Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, could it be the Azure Dragon's achievement? Ingul nodded and explained, exactly. That can only be obtained after someone becomes a purifier. It is proof that you are qualified. After saying that, Ingu Kung excitedly suggested, so should we set off now? Kim Hyun-gu shook his head and replied, no, first I need to fill the magic stone, which made New King go in disappointment. But Kim Hyun-gu was full of confidence, clenching his fists and determinedly saying, but it won't take long. I want to see that guy's face as soon as possible. Back to the exchange between Bang Line and the mysterious guy. The mysterious guy kept asking, why did you refuse me? Bang Line stood up and replied flatly, because I do not want to waste my efforts on something that is not under that person's command. Then Bang Line returned to the arena and continued practicing his spear, ignoring the mysterious guy. The mysterious guy thought for a long moment, then said, if you complete this mission, I will give you a major achievement. This made Bang Lin pause, then he turned with curiosity and asked, are you serious? Then Bang Lin jumped lightly and mischievously said, do not forget your promise, and then instantly vanished. The mysterious guy mumbled to himself, even though the Lord asked me not to mess with that freak, I definitely have to kill him. The martial arts created by him, bearing his mark, is considered the peak of the world. But the truth is, his achievements are not all that impressive. There are many who claim to be the best on the tower, because after all, this place is where those who surpass the ordinary limits of humanity exist. But even though that guy has trained in martial arts for a long time, he still achieved less than Xiaonuchi. However, he is the one who wandered in the shadows and received achievements directly from the Lord. I asked him to take action on this, so there is no need to worry anymore. 3 days later, Kim Hyun-gu looked at the vast desert in front of him and asked, is this really the place? Ing Yukyun laughed and replied, try shaking that blind man's compass. Kim Hyun-gu shook the compass and said, like this. Suddenly, the eye on the compass lit up and shot a beam of light straight up into the sky. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the light pointed out by the compass and asked, so we just need to go up there? Ing Yukyun nodded and said, right. Then he scolded Hyun-gu, when going up, keep holding the Azure Dragon's achievement. Then you will be able to see the way. Kim Hyun-gu jumped up, happily saying, let us go. Then he pulled out the Azure Dragon and held it in his hand. Thinking to himself that he was a bit worried about his disciples, Kim Hyun-gu recalled saying goodbye to his 2 clingy female disciples, feeling a bit reassured. Thinking, but they should be fine, since I have talked to them. Plus it seems I won't be gone for more than 5 days. The cloud scale spins around, following the guiding beam of light from Laban. Suddenly, the Jade Dragon gem in Kim Hyun-gu's hand blazes brightly, and in an instant, Kim Hyun-gu disappears. Kim Hyun-gu, confused, asks, what the heck is going on? Moments later, he finds himself inside a massive tunnel. He worries aloud, where is this place? Suddenly, a voice chimes in, you have made it. This is the path I mentioned. Taking this route will get you to level 12 faster. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu beams with confidence, stepping on the cloud scale and gripping the Jade Dragon, saying, then let us hit the road. Meanwhile, at the Guardian Guild, voices are raised in argument. Unfortunately, we can't accept your offer. Why not? The green-haired man insists. There is no other place that can make such a proposal. Sakurania scans the contract and replies, that is true. But our guild leader did not mention taking on any more model contracts. The green-haired man hesitantly asks, is there any way we can convince him? Sakurania promptly declines. Oh, yeah, sorry. But I can persuade the guild leader. Hearing this, the green-haired man calms down and suggests, could you at least let Hunter Kim Hyun-gu take a look at these documents? Sakurania sighs and says, fine. I will pass them on to him. The green-haired man, visibly relieved, exclaims, thank you so much. We owe you one. Sakurania smiles brightly and nods. Take care. After the man leaves, she sighs and pulls out her phone to check the news. Noticing that most trending topics are related to Kim Hyun-gu, Sakurania muses, the guild leader is really famous. The Adidas product he endorsed has been trending for hours for 3 days straight. Even though the factories are working at full capacity, they are still sold out, and there are even knockoffs of the outfits he wore in battles. The guild leader's value keeps skyrocketing. The more she thinks about it, the more Sakurania feels a headache coming on. Sighing, if I do not stop these pesky messages, they will bother me all day. Panic rising, she stares at the towering stack of paperwork in front of her. Lamenting, how on earth am I supposed to tackle all this? I do not want to lose my mind. Kim Hang-gu, sitting on the cloud scale with his arms crossed, curiously asks, have not we arrived yet? I feel like it has been over a day. The voice replies, maybe it has not even been a full day yet. Frustrated, Kim Hang-gu complains, this is even more boring than being with that Master De Wong guy. And the voice reassures him, we will get there soon. Trust me. Suddenly, the cloud scale screeches to a halt, startling Kim Hang-gu. He looks at the massive door ahead and asks, is that it? The voice confirms, yep, place the jade dragon near that iron gate. As Kim Hang-gu brings the gem closer, the gate swings open, and as light floods into the space beyond, Kim Hang-gu gasps, this is it. We have made it to level 12. Kim Hang-gu flies closer to the tower for a better look and remarks, these are all strange patterns. How bizarre. Then he pulls out his staff. Smirking, whatever's going on with the tower does not concern me. And with all his might, he jabs the staff into the tower, causing the walls to crumble. The voice, alarmed, asks, what are you doing? Kim Hang-gu tied the source firewood to his staff and explained that if he used the source firewood, he could not hold any other artifacts. So now, he would tie it here. After finishing, Kim Hang-gu clenched his fist and said, all right, let us do this. The system quickly displayed a notification. Do you want to use the source firewood on the Tower of Fury? Without hesitation, Kim Hang-gu selected yes. Then said, I will be right back. Ing's King nodded in response. Okay. At this moment, in the underground training center of the Orion Guild, Kumaiho was slowly explaining. Therefore, in times like this, she just needed to use the elemental reversal technique, and the seaweed she was creating would both form elements and ask. Like this, Kumaiho happily replied. Exactly. Kumaiho smiled brightly at the seaweed and said that by doing so, she could use it in many different ways. The seaweed curiously asked for an example. The seaweed thought to itself, watching the climber dressed like that feels so comfortable. Kumaiho then said, although there are many ways to use it, most people use it for suppression and future sight. The seaweed questioned, future sight and suppression. Kumaiho explained, the full name is suppression of magical power. Basically, elemental formation will help enhance magical power, but if used in reverse, it can suppress magical power. Future sight is a technique that can predict the future. We can't know exactly what the future holds through magical power, which is why people use it for fortune telling. Kumaiho suggested, let us give it a try. Hearing that, the seaweed got extremely excited and exclaimed, whoa, I want to see how it works. Immediately, Kumaiho began to clasp her hands and chant a spell. Each elemental released a magical orb that illuminated everything. Leaving the seaweed in awe, Kumaiho said, since we have activated future sight, now we just need to wait, and the magical orb will show us our luck in the future. The light of the magical orb settled, and both the seaweed and Kumaiho stared in shock. Nervously saying, a great disaster. Back with Kim Hang-gu, the tower was shattering into dust and disappearing. What the hell is happening? Kim Hang-gu was stunned and shouted, is that a ship? Are the fragments of the tower forming a ship? Once the ship was completed, Kim Hang-gu looked at the ship's door and wondered, is it telling me to go through that door? Kim Hang-gu quickly stepped inside the ship. Inside, there were countless floating orbs of scenery everywhere, which surprised him. Kim Hang-gu curiously asked, scenery? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Welcome aboard the Noah's Ark. Kim Hang-gu spun around, asking. The creator, the man with white hair smiled and said, you found this place faster than I expected. Kim Hang-gu stammered. Noah's Ark. Is that the ship that contains all human civilization before the great flood that destroyed the world? The man nodded and said, that is right. Then he spread his arms to introduce. Where you are standing is inside Noah's Ark, where all the towers converge. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the creator and the master of this place. No, I also called you here. After hearing this, Kim Hang-gu fell silent for a moment, then spoke up. So you are the creator? No replied. That is correct. Kim Hang-gu asked again, the one who created the guiding tower. No replied. Yes. Kim Hang-gu, filled with rage, demanded, you have kept me locked up for 12 years. At this, No scratched his head and sheepishly admitted, yeah, that was me. Hearing this, Kim Hang-gu's anger flared. Finally I found you. This made No sweat nervously and ask, what are you talking about? You could see Kim Hang-gu clenching his fists so tightly that the veins bulged. What else? Then he swung his fist up, his eyes blazing as he glared at No. You are the jerk who locked me in this tower. Meanwhile, inside Noah's ship, a big brawl was breaking out. Seeing Kim Hang-gu charging at him in fury, No quickly raised his hands in defense, panicking, saying, hey, we are not enemies. You know, Kim Hang-gu exclaimed. I know, but as Noah kept getting hit, he shouted in fear. Then why are you hitting me? Kim Hang-gu unleashed a flurry of punches, shouting, are you seriously asking me that? He broke through Noah's defensive stance and grabbed his collar, leaning in to say, do not worry, I won't kill you. Just take this first punch as a warm-up after getting hit repeatedly. No now had a massive bump on his head. Whimpering, "This is just violent. I do not understand why you suddenly attack me like this." Kim Hyun-gu smirked and said, "You brought this upon yourself." But no, with his bruised face. Still tried to argue back, but Kim Hyun-gu cut him off. "I told you, you brought this upon yourself." Finally feeling satisfied after landing a hit on No, Kim Hyun-gu calmed down, crossed his arms, and said, "Whatever, now spill it. Tell me the truth you were about to reveal." No. Still sniffling, complained, "You really are such a shameless guy." Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu shot back angrily. "You are the shameless one." Your words made No flinch in confusion. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Kim Hyun-gu recalled everything he had been through and said furiously, "You trapped me in that tower, a place where monsters keep respawning while my senses dulled over time, and you call me shameless." Kim Hyun-gu tightened his fists, filled with intensity, and threatened, "You want another punch?" No stammered in fear, All of this has its reasons." Kim Hyun-gu raised his hand threateningly, "Then spill those reasons quickly, before I decide to beat you up some more." No quickly asked, "What do you want to know first?" Kim Hyun-gu replied, "Let us start with why you trapped me in the tower." No sighed and said, "I knew you would ask that first." No thought for a moment, then pointed at Kim Hyun-gu and smiled, to explain that, "I might have to talk about the overall situation of the tower, but to keep it brief, it is because you are the most resilient person I have ever encountered." Hearing this ridiculous reason, Kim Hyun-gu was stunned, bewildered, asking, "What do you mean? What the heck?" No calmly replied with a smile, "I think I need to elaborate on this. Inside the tower, each floor has specific characteristics designed for it. Among them, the characteristic of the 9th floor, where you are living, is regression. The point of regression is when it gets destroyed by the tower climbers. And this is already the 21st time." Kim Hyun-gu was stunned. Which meant, No quickly chimed in, "Exactly. You are currently on the 21st regression. Even though you do not remember anything." No closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past, and happily said, "Anyway, the actions you showed during the regression made me choose you." Kim Hyun-gu could not believe his ears and exclaimed, "What?" No began his story. Around the 6th regression of the 9th floor, at that time, he was just an ordinary hunter, only slightly stronger than the others actually. He was at a disadvantage compared to them because he did not have a unique ability. However, he still managed to kill a tower climber, which was quite surprising, and the more important reason was that he changed the fate of the 9th floor. Kim Hyun-gu, astonished, asked, "Wait, I changed fate?" No continued explaining, "At first, the tower was created to test the tower climbers, which is why each floor has a certain level of difficulty. The 9th floor was designated as unbearable for climbers of average level or higher. In short, it was designed to be destroyed, but he prevented that. After witnessing it, I felt so proud." No smiled brightly, saying he could change the tower. Kim Hyun-gu, half laughing, half crying, exclaimed, "So that is why I was trapped?" No nodded, saying, "To be precise, it was because of your actions." Kim Hyun-gu, dissatisfied, asked, "What did I do?" No stroked his chin, pondering, then recounted, "It happened during a few regressions, but the 12th was the most memorable. You lost your arm to a tower climber and lost all your teammates, so you were prepared to wipe out the world. You used nuclear weapons and activated debuff artifacts to blow everything to dust. Just when I thought he was done." No continued reminiscing, his face still beaming, saying, "Oh, and the 14th was also unforgettable, and the 16th too." Exhausted from listening to the story, Kim Hyun-gu raised his hand to stop him, saying, "I do not really get it, so let us pause." No turned serious again, his gaze piercing into Kim Hyun-gu as he said, "Anyway, I locked you up here so you could get stronger because you can change the tower alone." Kim Hyun-gu asked again, "But the monsters in the tower are level restricted. Do I really need to get stronger?" No answered. "Of course, the tower identifies a person's strength through achievements and enhances them. You know that, right?" Kim Hyun-gu nodded. "Exactly." No continued, "But the only place for everyone living in the tower to gain achievements is the guide tower." Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise, "Zico, you mean if we leave the tower, we will stop developing?" No shook his head and clarified, "Not at all. What I mean is that if you stay in the tower, you will be able to gain achievements at a faster rate. You can think of it as a place that doubles your experience." Kim Hyun-gu then asked the second question, "What do you mean by changing the tower?" No continued to analyze, "Let me explain it simply. The current tower is being misused." No extended his hand and explained, "Originally, the tower was created by the combined power of 5 people." Kim Hyun-gu inquired, "5 people? Huh?" No began detailing. "The first was the designer, the one who designed and built the map for the tower. The second was the engineer, who created the central system for the tower. The third was the coordinator, who developed the tower's model system. The fourth was the creator, who built the tower by combining those systems. And finally, the manager, who operated the completed tower. Their powers were what created the place you are living in. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu had a flash of insight and asked No. One of those who betrayed everyone. No nodded and praised him, saying he was sharp. The adjuster, the engineer, and the designer had all turned their backs, and that is when the betrayal happened. Those bastards stole the manager's abilities right after the tower was completed. Then, they tried to kill me. The creator. I used every ounce of power I had and barely escaped them, and it seems the manager managed to get away somehow as well after we got rid of the two of them. Each of them used the tower for their own greed. Kim Hyun-gyu asked again. Their own greed? No's face twitched slightly, and with a hint of discomfort. He replied, exactly. Suddenly, No fell into deep thought. Saying nothing more, Kim Hyun-gyu then asked, what is wrong? No sighed nervously and said, this is bad. Kim Hyun-gyu, curious, asked, what do you mean? No replied heavily. There is a Punisher heading to the 9th floor. The one heading to the 9th floor is none other than Bang Line. He looked around and clicked his tongue. Strange. I can't sense his presence. Is he trying to hide it? Below, everyone was curious when they saw Bang Line appear and started filming him with their phones. What is wrong with him? Is he a worker, a fake officer? Seeing the chaos, shouted through a loudspeaker at Bang Line. Get down here now. At this moment, Bang Line did not pay any attention, lost in his own thoughts. Wondering if it was because he could not detect his presence, Bang Line muttered to himself, I was going to kill that freak and continue on my path, but it seems I do not have many options left. After saying that, Bang Line swung his spear, and instantly, a wave of ice shot out, freezing the curious crowd and the fake officer, wrapping everything around them in a layer of ice. Then Bang Line swung the spear again, and immediately, the entire layer of ice shattered, causing those who were frozen to be crushed along with it. Bang Line laughed maniacally, saying, I will have to slaughter this place to draw him out. Meanwhile, at the Aring Guild, Mamaho and Lee Seo were watching the news report. At 7 p.m. local time, a disaster struck in Italy, causing countless casualties and beginning to move toward Florence. After hearing this, Fumiho broke into a cold sweat, worried and warned, we better not run into him. Lee Seo, beside him, was both anxious and puzzled, asking, how terrible is it? Fumiho replied, if we make eye contact with him, we will lose everything in the blink of an eye. This statement left Lee Seo speechless. In her heart, she thought, even the Holy Nine Tails is not as strong as the Celestial Demon or Hyaki Agio. For a tower climber to say something like that, it was concerning. At this moment, Fumiho was watching the news again, feeling uneasy. This was not the usual size of ice on Earth. Such massive ice can only be created by magical power or show some signs of it. But I have never seen anything like this before. The more Fumiho looked, the more terrified she became. Could such colossal ice be produced by pure natural power? Was that guy's achievement at this level? Over in Florence, the voice of Bang Line echoed. You are the successors, right? He glanced at Michi Wong and Hannah Rin, both battered but still trying to resist, and continued, I have seen some guys like you when climbing the tower. Michi Wong and Hannah Rin looked up at the ice spirit, towering majestically on a massive block of ice. Furious, Michi Wong gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, who the hell is this guy? Recalling earlier, both Michi Wong and Hannah Rin had charged into attack, but just as Michi Wong lifted his leg to deliver a kick, the ice spirit swung his spear, launching an icy counterattack. On the other hand, Hannah Rin wanted to rush in to help but panicked when she realized her spellbook was frozen solid. In the end, both of them were utterly crushed by the ice spirit's overwhelming force. The ice spirit stroked his chin, looking intrigued as he watched Michi Wong and Hannah Rin, exclaiming, how fascinating. I can't believe there are two hairs with this kind of power on the 9th floor. So it is all because of that freak. Huh. Then the ice spirit scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Unfortunately, as much as I would like to test your strength, I do not have the time for that. Gripping his spear tightly, he said menacingly, let us wrap this up quickly. Just then, the eerie singing of the nightmarish spirits echoed. Hey! Look below. Startled, Michiwang glanced down and saw sharp ice spikes shooting up continuously. He hurriedly jumped and twisted to dodge, barely escaping with his life. But while he was still in a panic, thinking he was done for, the ice spirit suddenly appeared above him, mercilessly slamming his spear down towards Michiwang. Meanwhile, after learning that someone had reached the 9th floor, Kim Hyun-gyu quickly rode his cloud to return. On the way, he anxiously asked, how much longer until we reach the 9th floor? Go-nu reassured him, we will be there soon. Right now, Kim Hyun-gyu felt restless, like 100,000 ants were crawling all over him, inwardly blaming himself. Damn it. Why did this have to happen while I was not there? I should have never let my disciple fight the invader alone. Go-nu spotted the door to the 9th floor and immediately reminded Kim Hyun-gyu, we are here, take out the dragon's achievement. Kim Hyun-gyu responded. Got it. Then he pressed the dragon's achievement against the door to the 9th floor. And instantly, the door swung open, bringing both of them back to the 9th floor area. Go-nu surveyed the surroundings and announced, this is the far north, we will reach it in 10 minutes. The cloud sped toward Florence, where the ice spirit was wreaking havoc. Upon arrival, Kim Hyun-gu was stunned by the scene before him. Hana Rin was injured, lying motionless on one side, while Mai Chaiwang was being tightly gripped by the ice spirit. Mai Chaiwang struggled to escape, calling out helplessly. Master. Kim Hyun-gu, fueled by rage, gritted his teeth, cursing. You bastard. Then he quickly charged forward, delivering a powerful kick right at the ice spirit to vent his anger. The ice spirit saw his target and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, look, Mai Chaiwang has passed out." Kim Hyun-gu swiftly scooped her up. The ice spirit stepped closer, taunting, "So you are the freak I have heard about." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu immediately turned to glare at the ice spirit with a fierce gaze. The ice spirit slowly approached and said, "Interesting. Just a moment ago I could not sense your presence at all. I never expected you to show up like this." The ice spirit raised his spear and taunted, "I guess those two hairs ended up like this because of you." Kim Hyun-gu remained silent for a moment before asking Go Nu, "Can I take my disciple out of here using the cloud?" As if responding to a challenge. He said, "If you want. Go ahead." Kim Hyun-gu nodded and then summoned the magical scale, gently placing Hana Rin and Mai Chai onto it before controlling the scale to move. Bang Lang watched this scene with an amused grin, saying, "That magical scale is quite the interesting item." Kim Hyun-gu clenched his fists so tightly that the veins bulged. A wave of mystical energy mixed with a fierce crimson aura bursting into the air. Bang Lang teased while covering his nose. "Haha, that magical energy is overwhelming. It is surprising to see someone in this tower with such a powerful item." Suddenly, Bang Lang's expression changed, as Hana Rin stared intently at Kim Hyun-gu and said, "But, did you really take down Son Uchi with just that? I mean, Sion Uchi is not that weak, right?" Kim Hyun-gu calmly replied. "Don't worry," Bang Lang exclaimed in surprise, "JG." As the sky darkened, black clouds and red lightning swirling to cover the heavens, a bolt of lightning charged with immense magical energy struck down where Kim Hyun-gu stood. At that moment, he merged with the power of the challenge, locking eyes with Bang Lang. "You guessed right. That is not all I have got." Witnessing the sudden surge of power from Kim Hyun-gu, Bang Lang's face turned serious, his eyes widening in shock. Stammering, "JG." Across from him, Kim Hyun-gu radiated confidence and pride, a smirk on his face, his voice dripping with challenge. "You are in for a surprise. It is way too early for that." With those words, he leaped forward, a wave of crimson energy enveloping his body, ready for a decisive counterattack. Bang Lang had no time to think further. He quickly drew his spear, a beam of blue light erupting from his hand to form a dazzling shield. However, luck seemed to have abandoned him, as his body soared up and took the full force of Bang Lang's powerful counterattack. The strike lit up the dark sky, shattering every shadow around. Thinking he had the upper hand, Bang Lang grinned triumphantly. Just as I expected. Nothing special." But as the dust began to settle, a glimmer of red light appeared, and soon after, Kim Hyun-gu emerged unscathed. But what shocked him even more was the vast, fiery red wings sprouting from Kim Hyun-gu's back, making him look like a majestic angel. Yet, there was an underlying sense of threat, as if a demon were ready to unleash its wrath. Without giving Bang Lang a moment to react, Kim Hyun-gu charged forward at lightning speed, delivering a powerful punch to Bang Lang's back. The force of the attack seemed to unleash all his power, sending him flying away. Not stopping there, Kim Hyun-gu shouted, "Enlarge, Rui Jingubang." Instantly, the Rui Jingubang grew larger and shot straight toward Bang Lang. With fear glaring in his eyes, he quickly dodged, looking down at his spear and exclaiming, "This fight is not over yet." Kim Hyun-gu chased after him, shouting, "You are not getting away." With that, he unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, and Bang Lang held his ground, continuously countering, creating a tense standoff. The sheer force of Kim Hyun-gu was overwhelming, forcing Bang Lang to exert all his strength to block with his spear. Kim Hyun-gu pressed forward, gripping the Rui Jingubang tightly, smirking as he said, "This Rui Jingubang is not just for show." As if unable to predict his next move, Bang Lang blinked in confusion. What? But in an instant, Bang Lang could not handle the pressure anymore, and with a powerful counterattack, he sent Kim Hyun-gu flying. Roaring, Kim Hyun-gu refused to let himself be defeated, quickly getting back on his feet with a grin on his face. His entire body radiated an incredible power, but deep down, he felt something was blocking his pride from shining through. The mandala of enlightenment was frozen, and anxiety bubbled up inside him. Seeing him in that state, Bang Lang seemed to uncover a great secret. Realizing why Xianachi had been defeated, noticing Kim Hyun-gu's anger, Bang Lang slowly spoke, "For someone who could push me this far, I might as well introduce myself. I am the clan leader of the two northern electric factions, a legend who can resist time itself eternal." Hearing him speak made Kim Hyun-gu fume with anger, thinking, seriously, not even thunder could shatter that ice. With that, he stepped closer, calmly continuing, "Bang Lang, 10,000 years. Meanwhile, elsewhere, No sat on the ship, filled with worry, thinking, "Man, I am really anxious, even though I could take down Xianachi." Suddenly, Dan Long appeared, angrily exclaiming, "But why are we facing a legendary being when we do not even know his full power? Moreover, He possessed the achievements of a conqueror. No was still lost in thought, realizing he had used all his strength to trap him in the tower, so now he could not help him. However, the artifact he had given before leaving, while it did not solve anything, could at least be useful in a pinch. Back to the showdown, Kim Hyun-gu roared, "Holy light technique." Seeing this, Bang Lang mocked him. "You think you can break that ice with just some thunder?" Impressive, Kim Hyun-gu thought angrily. Thank goodness the thunder I summoned from the achievements of the heavenly sage did not freeze up. With its help, he could barely move. Even with the support of the light technique, he was still injured. "We have seen enough of each other's skills. Let us end this," Bang Lang declared, and in an instant, he shot toward Kim Hyun-gu like an arrow slicing through the wind. Unable to move, he could only brace himself with his sword. With this terrifying power, he thought, "Damn it, I am frozen to the bone. It is so hard to move." Breaking free from his thoughts, he shouted, "Heavenly Fortress." A surge of energy erupted, creating a wall between them as he continued to shout, "Expand, Staff of the Twin." Then, he asked, "Hey, what the heck is his achievement?" The staff answered loudly, "How should I know?" Kim Hyun-gu suddenly snapped, "But who knows about Xian Achima's achievements?" The staff replied, "That damn snake came to me first." He sighed in disappointment. Seriously, cutting off his conversation, Bang Len attacked from behind. Sneering, "You think those cheap tricks can hold me off for long?" Kim Hyun-gu was caught off guard, unable to defend himself, and took the full force of the attack, sending him flying. But even in pain, he forced himself to rise. Seeing that he still had the strength to fight back, Bang let out a mocking laugh, holding his stomach and muttering, "You little brat." He strolled closer, with a sarcastic grin. "You are talking tough, but you look pretty scared." Huh. Kim Hyun-gu, despite his weakness, fired back. "Really? But we can keep fighting, can't we?" Bang narrowed his eyes, slightly responding, "Oh, is that so? Let us see if you can withstand my next attack." Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to the sky, and sharp shards of ice shot up from the ground, hurtling straight toward Kim Hyun-gu as if they wanted to tear him apart. Bang Lin charged in like a beast, eyes filled with a desire for destruction, ready to rip Kim Hyun-gu to shreds without mercy, his voice dripping with excitement. "Gotcha." However, what surprised him was that one shoulder of Kim Hyun-gu was slowly being encased in ice. He thought to himself, his armor is freezing over. But at that moment, Kim Hyun-gu saw Bang Lin's spear coming at him, and he could not just stand there and die. He shouted, "Now I am going to finish you," and let out a loud battle cry. Heavenly Blast, a blinding beam of light erupted, powerfully countering Bang Lin's attack, causing him to gasp in shock. Kim Hyun-gu gripped the spear tightly in his hand, his eyes filled with determination, and he muttered in horror, "How is this possible?" Facing a power that was rapidly spiraling out of control, Bang Lin fell silent before suddenly mocking, "So without that spear, you can't attack. If you do not want to die, then do your best to stop me." Kim Hyun-gu quickly gathered all his strength and charged at Bang Lin, determination visible in every step he took. His fist blazed with light, ripping apart the surrounding air and creating a dazzling glow that engulfed everything. In the thick mist, Kim Hyun-gu's face betrayed his astonishment. It seemed he had seen something, a vision so surreal that he could not believe his eyes. Gradually, out of the mist emerged a figure wearing a mysterious hat, surrounded by a swarm of crows. "I do not want to show this face of mine," he said, his voice strangely deep, like an old radio. Finally, as the mist began to clear, he could see the name Bang Lin, a manifestation of the power of heavenly light. He was also one of the greatest challenges Kim Hyun-gu had to overcome, radiating an aura of danger. The cold voice continued, "It is all because of you." Bang Lin's gaze was sharp like an icy arrow aimed to pierce Kim Hyun-gu's body. He felt as if he was being affected by Bang Lin's intimidating presence. Kim Hyun-gu sensed a massive power flowing through his opponent's veins. Yet he struggled to keep himself composed. His face grew serious as he boldly asked, "Is that your second achievement?" The guy Bang Lin swung the ice spear in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "That is right. It is the achievement of divine calamity." Immediately, his crows seemed to respond to an unseen command. Charging toward Kim Hyun-gu, they swarmed like wild beasts fighting over food, relentlessly battering him and forcing Kim Hyun-gu to struggle to shield himself. Simultaneously, Bang Lin's chilling voice whispered in his ear, dripping with mockery, "At first, I was shocked because using just the first achievement was not enough, but with this second achievement, you won't stand a chance. Look at your body slowly freezing and becoming paralyzed by those crows." Bang Ling, with a haughty turn, snapped back at Kim Hyun-gu, saying, "I am leaving now. Just stay here and be a bait for the crows." Before he could waste a few seconds, he suddenly sensed something strange in his direction. There is truly nothing in this world that is easy to predict, especially among a flock of crazed crows clawing and biting. From the earlier desperate and struggling look, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly broke into a mocking smile. He casually said, "Thanks for the intel, you little punk." He returned to his usual confident demeanor. It turns out all those earlier thoughts were just this guy's mind games to keep up the act. These birds, with a snap of my fingers, they will be toast. A surge of energy like a waterfall enveloped Kim Hyun-goo's body as he clenched his fist. Suddenly, chains shot out like arrows toward Bang Ling. They grabbed his wrist, leaving him utterly stunned, and gradually wrapped around his other hand and ankle, with all his limbs bound. Seeing Bang Ling in shock left him stuttering. Kim Hyun-goo calmly walked closer. Surprised, you should get a taste of my chains. Maybe it will knock some sense into you. Suddenly, a black hole appeared behind Bang Ling. Chains emerged from it, dragging him in with an incredible force. Bang Ling, his face twisted with hatred, glared at Kim Hyun-goo and shouted, "You bastard." Kim Hyun-goo grinned widely, taunting him. "See you later." Instantly, both the black hole and the chains unleashed a powerful pull, sucking that guy deep inside. He struggled, reaching out desperately, his voice cracking. "No!" Quickly, a beam of light shot from the black hole, coinciding with its disappearance. In front of Kim Hyun-goo, Bang Ling's shadow was gone. The temperature began to rise. The thick clouds trying to hide the sun gradually dispersed, while the crowds created by Bang Ling melted under the heat. Drops of water melted from the crows fell, forming hundreds, even thousands of raindrops. Kim Hyun-goo tightened his grip on something in his hand, looking down at it, his expression becoming more serene. The armor on Kim Hyun-goo's body began to dissolve. His body felt suddenly limp. He plopped down on the ground, looking up and muttering, "Damn it. After borrowing someone else's achievement, I am definitely going to be sore." He glanced at the information displayed on the system. Grumbling, a glaring red line caught his attention. Kim Hyun-goo mumbled as he read, "Time remaining, 119 hours, 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Then he thought, Bang Ling would be released in about 5 days. Remembering the past, Kim Hyun-goo felt lucky to have the No artifact, which made fighting easier and gave him intel on Bang Ling. But still, fighting him was quite a challenge. Kim Hyun-goo exhaled, thinking, I can somewhat handle that 10,000-year-old Bang Ling, but I can defeat a calamity like the Emperor. He tightened his grip on the item in his hand, tongue clicking to himself, at least now I know who he is, so I guess that counts as completing my initial goal. Kim Hyun-goo gazed up at the sky, echoing the saying that to know oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. At the National Florence Hospital, Miriam lay in her hospital bed. She slowly opened her eyes, her red pupils gradually appearing. Suddenly, Miriam shot up, screaming, as the masked figure beside her respectfully asked, "You are awake now?" "My lady." Miriam, her voice trembling slightly, said, "I know what happened." He bowed his head and replied, "Yes, my lady." After a while, as he recounted everything to Miriam, she finally commanded, "All right, you can go now." He responded, "Understood." Once the room was empty, she spoke up, "What happened with that guy in the red tower?" Somewhere, the monster known as Chaos watched her through a screen, arms crossed, saying, "I sensed your master was fighting him, but I do not know what happened after that." Miriam asked, "You do not know?" The monster paused to think and then replied, "I sense his magic power increasing during the fight, but..." Suddenly, as it continued, the monster stopped, leaving Miriam hanging and frustrated. She pressed, "But what?" The monster continued. "After that, the magic of that Punisher just disappeared. He was not defeated, but it is highly likely he was transported somewhere else. I think you should ask your master for more clarity." Miriam tightened the blanket in her hands, recalling how her previous attacks had barely affected him. Miriam bit her lip, lowering her head because she could not control her negative emotions. Her hands trembling, she tried to reassure herself, "No need to be disappointed. From the start, he was someone I had no chance against. Do you want to become stronger?" That line left Miriam stunned. Somewhere else, Henarin slowly opened her eyes. "Did I die?" she blurted out suddenly. Henarin looked at her hands, muttering, "I definitely fought." She remembered that her magic had been frozen, absorbing all the attacks, and after being struck by that spear, she had lost consciousness. "Am I dead?" Chaos raged in her heart, "But I never got to confess to my master properly," she thought. Truly, there is an old saying that even if you are reincarnated, you won't escape the obsession with love. Henarin thought she would feel regret over all the sacred things she had not completed before dying. But surprisingly, the only thing she felt regretful about was not confessing to a guy. Henarin imagined a future with Kim Hyun-goo, how happy they would be, and lamented, "Did I really die?" Above, perhaps that book was also rolling its eyes at her ridiculousness, saying, "Don't worry, you are not dead yet." Henarin jolted, saying, "What? An ancient book? No, I am not that scoundrel," the book replied. Henarin asked, shocked, "Then who are you?" The book boldly declared, "I am the command book." "Command book?" Henarin reflexively repeated, asking. It replied nonchalantly, "That is right, you may not know me, but I am the one who granted Mason his commanding powers." "Isn't he Mason your master?" Hearing her question, the book could not help but laugh. "That idiot. Master. He is just a guy begging me for power." He arrogantly continues, My true abilities are nothing like his weakness. Hanarin hears this but shows no emotion. She does not care who the leader is. The only thing on her mind is herself. Hanarin looks up and asks, "Am I dead?" The book replies, "No. You are in my inner realm." The book continues, "To put it simply, it is like a dream, and right now, you are lying in a hospital bed." Hanarin asks, "Then why do you appear?" The book answers, "I have been watching you because you are far more useful than anyone I have met before. But unfortunately, your understanding of combat power is still too weak. That is the reason I am here to personally teach you," the book boldly declares, to Hanarin's surprise. It continues, "If you have even a fraction of the ability to become a librarian of ancient texts." Meanwhile, on the No ship, our male lead's body is still not feeling much better. No sees him like that and says, "It seems you have not fully recovered yet." By the way, after hearing that the guy is a legendary figure, Kim Hainu, curious, asks No, "What is a legendary figure?" No explains, "Just like it sounds, they are characters created from fairy tales or myths, possessing innate intelligence." Kim Haingu wonders, "So that means he is really strong?" "Right, at least stronger than anyone we have met." After hearing No's praise about his strength, Kim Haingu can't help but feel skeptical. He frowns and says, "Even so, the way you called me here after the fight means you must have a plan for that guy." "Right." No nods, sipping his drink, and replies, "That is right." Kim Haingu immediately asks, "What is it?" No points at him and says, "You." No smiles and says, "As long as you have achievements that match his." Kim Haingu asks, "So I have to use my achievements to fight against his?" No happily nods, saying, "Right now, you are in a very disadvantageous position." He then asks, "Is it because my achievements are not strong enough?" No responds, "You should know there is a significant difference in rank between you and him, and if this were a game, it would be like the difference between rare and unique levels. It is more about innate talent than experience." Kim Hainu, frustrated, crosses his arms and mutters, "Damn those gifted bastards." No lowers his head and scoffs, "Look who is talking now." He raises an eyebrow. "What did you say?" No ignores Kim Haingu's annoyed expression and says, "Anyway, if you want to kill that paladin, you need achievements at their level." Kim Haingu says sarcastically, "You think that is easy?" No replies straightforwardly, "But the achievements of the Azure Dragon are not for show. You know." Just then, something in his pocket starts glowing with a strange blue light, catching Kim Haingu's attention. Pulling out something that looks like a gemstone, he exclaims in surprise, "How did this get here?" No immediately clarifies, "I allowed you to hold it." Suddenly, the system floods the host with numerous notification messages. The stone in Kim Haingu's hand radiated an intense blue light, and within it coiled a dragon. The system provided new information to Kim Haingu. The dragon's attainment, level, adjustments, and unrecognizable skills. Information regarding the 4 great dragons considers the dragon as the most noble and powerful being. This gem contains the essence of the dragon's attainment, also known as the leader of the dragon race. It serves as the guardian of the east, wielding the power to control clouds, rain, wind, lightning, and thunder. The last piece of information he received was that the dragon had ascended the tower. Kim Haingu glanced at his attainment index, then suspiciously looked at No and asked, "Can I really use this?" No, grinning and a bit smug, replied, "Of course, I created it." Kim Haingu erupted in disbelief, shouting, "Wait, you made this? I can't help but feel like I am talking to that useless, unemployed uncle next door." With a goofy grin, he mumbled in irritation. No seemed surprised by Kim Haingu's reaction. He replied, "Why are you so shocked? Since I created this tower, obviously, I also made the gear to store the achievements." A magical seal appeared in No's hand as he said to Kim Haingu, "I will release it quickly." Instantly, flurry of green seals created by No materialized before him, causing Kim Haingu to gasp in amazement. These magical seals shattered the stones surrounding the dragon. "Although I know you want me to use achievements of the same level to fight him, is not elemental compatibility the real issue here?" Kim Haingu voiced his concerns to No. "We know that compatibility is essential for all attributes. For instance, fire can't beat water. Therefore, your question is crucial because the guy uses ice attributes while you are light." But here's the kicker. No's next words slapped him back to reality. He had no choice. No warned Kim Haingu, "Remember, you need to fight until he has no option but to submit." Hearing this, he shouted in frustration, "Damn it." Inside the stone, a scene of dark clouds, rain, and thunder began to unfold, and No nodded, saying, "Finally, he is coming." Right now, the dragon is only left with its consciousness. So there are 3 ways to possess the attainment. No mumbled as he gazed into the scene inside the stone. But each method would require different amounts of time and yield different strengths. "The time I can give you is only 3 days. I wonder if he can make it." That is what No pondered most in his heart. On this side, the rain and thunder seemed endless, and Kim Haingu looked up anxiously. Before him stood the dragon, the opponent he had to conquer. The dragon stared intently at him, A deep, gravelly growl rumbling forth. Are you the bastard from last time? Kim Hain-gu, confused, repeated. The bastard. Aren't you the one who fought against the user of my attainment? It was only then that he understood the dragon's words after the reminder. The dragon continued. That day I saw people using the monkey's achievements. Suddenly, the staff in Kim Hain-gu's hand let out a voice, screaming and cursing at the dragon in front of him. Don't act all funny, you lusty snake. I am not a monkey. I am the great sage equal to heaven. The dragon looked down at the source of the voice, surprised to see him here too, the great sage equal to heaven. What a pathetic dog. The dragon laughed mockingly. But were not you born looking like a monkey? The great sage equal to heaven. Helpless and screaming. I already said I am not a monkey. Kim Hain-gu watched the back and forth banter with familiarity and asked, Do you two know each other? The dragon replied. Yeah, but we do not get along very well. That monkey over there has a hot temper, and is the one who caused this mess. You damn snake. The dragon replied calmly as usual. You should have listened to the Jade Emperor. Lim Hain-gu rubbed the back of his head, looking annoyed as he said, Just take it. My head hurts too much. Kim Hain-gu suddenly remembered something and asked the dragon, But can you do anything about this rain? I can see you clearly. The dragon paused and replied, You need to handle it. Aren't we about to fight now? Kim Hain-gu said, But we still have not finished talking. The dragon looked at him and said, I do not know why only my consciousness remains. But it seems you are here to claim my achievement. The dragon asked him, So what do you want to do now? What do you mean? Kim Hain-gu did not quite understand the dragon's implication. It continued explaining, There are 3 ways to claim my achievement. First, do you want to claim it the way I did? Kim Hain-gu replied, I do not know if I can because there is not much time left. The dragon responded. Then there are 2 other ways. The dragon coyed around Kim Hain-gu, saying, Do you want to seize the achievement or gain my recognition? He asked, Is there a difference? The dragon flew around him and replied, Just like my name, to seize it, you must defeat the dragon to own the achievement, and you will only get half my power. As for recognition, Kim Hain-gu asked, You need to be recognized to own the dragon's achievement, and the power you can utilize from it will depend on you. Kim Hain-gu laughed and gave his answer. Of course, I will choose recognition, and you better tell me what to do now. The dragon looked at him. It is not difficult. You just need to fight me. But there won't be any external help. You have to fight me with your own strength. So that means I can use external offerings. Kim Hain-gu asked the dragon, which immediately replied, That is right. You do not seem too worried about that. Kim Hain-gu smiled as he threw down the staff. He cheerfully replied, Let us get to it, with a face full of confidence. He said, I just need to fight you and win. Right. The dragon flew closer, flicking its tongue in response. That is true. But given your current condition, it seems a bit tough. Kim Hain-gu did not believe it. Are not you on the same level as that great sage? The scornful dragon face replied, I am still stronger than him. The great sage has been silent this whole time, but he has heard everything they said. In a fit of rage, the great sage screeched, Do not talk nonsense. You dead dog snake. Kim Hain-gu brushed it off, leaning on his hip as he spoke to the dragon. But I already defeated that great sage. Right? It responded. Was not he still up in that tower? The next words from the dragon splashed cold water on him, saying, Too bad you did not actually defeat that monkey. And honestly, the power I sense from you barely scratches half of his original strength. Kim Hain-gu was taken aback, asking, Is that really true? The monkey answered for the dragon, I told you, did not I? Why did not you believe me? Clearly, I had not used my full strength back then. The dragon reaffirmed to Kim Hain-gu, No matter what, I do not think you can defeat me because right now, I am fully aware and possess all my power. The dragon paused for a moment before continuing. Well, let us get started then. His words left Kim Hain-gu confused and speechless. The whole dragon radiated a massive aura, as if it had entered battle mode. It looked at Kim Hain-gu with a menacing gaze. Just 5 minutes. Endure my attacks for just 5 minutes. He was stunned, asking, Is that really all I have to do? The dragon replied, Yes. I will start timing the moment you move. Kim Hain-gu smirked confidently. This seems pretty easy. Just do not go back on your word. The dragon looked at him with a deep gaze. You are pretty confident. Huh. That won't happen. So let us go. The dragon roared. Instantly, he broke into a confident smile and leaped towards it. Meanwhile, in a different place, no, the captain of the ship was watching a crystal ball reflecting everything happening with Kim Hain-gu. Thinking, this seems tougher than I expected. The blue lightning crackling with Kim Hain-gu's power lit up the sky. No was watching and thinking, I thought the dragon's power would not reach its maximum, but this is already about 90%. Oh no, it is nearly at absolute power. Usually, the compression device I created can only hold up to 50% of the power. Don't tell me they have successfully upgraded it. No. Gazing into the crystal ball. Thought, if that is the case, this could become a great opportunity. If most of the power is in this space, then he might possess a power more terrifying than ever before. The scene cuts back to Kim Hain-gu battling the dragon. The dragon's fierce attacks rained down on Hain-gu, leaving him no time to react. The dragon yelled, The divine lightning you used earlier is nowhere to be found now. Haingyu, filled with rage, shouted, "You crazy dog, is not this in Zan?" The dragon looked confused. "Where am I in Zan?" Haingyu roared, "I am talking about this lightning." The dragon replied seriously, "You think it is that easy to catch me off guard?" Looking up at the dragon, Haingyu thought, this guy is on a completely different level compared to Xian Uchi. Earlier, I could endure a few hits from others, but just one lightning strike from that dragon made me feel like I was about to be blasted off the planet. More importantly, I could not even see that lightning. Damn it. Haingyu was confused and furious until he was struck down by that lightning. The dragon looked on, amused, impressive that he could hold on this long. Those guys would not last a second. They would be out cold before they even realized they were under attack. So, Haingyu, are you planning to throw in the towel? He crashed to the ground, roaring in rage, calling the guy a dead man. The dragon smiled. Satisfied, let us do this again. One lightning bolt after another struck down on Haingyu, who was desperately trying to fight back. He needed to run and figure out where it was coming from. He poured all his energy into dodging the dragon's attacks when a voice rang out. "Hey, Snakehead." Coming from Monkey King as he watched the battle unfold. The dragon was puzzled. What? Monkey King was sitting there, viewing everything through an illusion. Wondering what the dragon was thinking. Why would he let that guy in on his achievements? Meanwhile, Haingyu was still battling, dodging the fierce lightning strikes. Seriously, can he see them? The dragon replied to Monkey King. You curious about that? Monkey King raised an eyebrow. Of course. How could someone like you be okay with that? The dragon replied coldly. Because someone is beside him. Monkey King was surprised. Oh really? The dragon continued. Up until now, you are the only one I have seen trying to reclaim his achievements. Monkey King looked bewildered at those words. So what? The dragon responded. Someone like you letting him borrow your achievements. I think you have seen something in him, have not you? That is why I want to test the waters. As for the ability you are thinking about, down on the ground, Kim Haingyu looked up at the sky, where the dragon was twisting through dark clouds. He thought, damn it, what should I do about that jerk now, surrounded by fierce lightning bolts, while dodging the attacks? He thought, if I try to fly up, that lightning will knock me down, and as I dodged that lightning while hanging in the air, I would not last 5 seconds, let alone 5 minutes. Finally, he avoided that bolt. Was I imagining it? It seemed to slow down. Wait, or have I just gotten used to it? The dragon realized something else. He had dodged the lightning. Hold on. Now he could actually see it, and after a series of lightning dodges, Haingyu was thrilled. Now he could understand it. Like it was no big deal. Just when he was immersed in joy, a barrage of lightning bolts struck down simultaneously, catching him off guard. What the hell now? The dragon in the sky was smug. Now this is the full technique. Haingyu was baffled. Full technique, the dragon replied. You thought you could earn my recognition just by dodging lightning. Haingyu looked up, shouting, then just say it already. The dragon replied from the sky. Did you not say at the start that you could not last 30 seconds? Haingyu, with a look of disgust, thought, now I know why that heavenly jerk hates this dragon. The dragon coiled up, smirking. If you do not like it, you can choose to stop. Haingyu shouted. Forget it. Let us get this started already. Then came a series of fierce attacks aimed at Haingyu. And this time he could not dodge any of them. He took them all. Time passed, and 2 minutes and 28 seconds had gone by. The dragon mocked. Shall I keep going? This will be round 132. Haingyu dropped to the ground. Damn it. He thought. There is no way I could have dodged those lightning bolts. Should I just keep running around like I am trying to avoid a second round? But right now, I can control my body that well, so that would put me at more risk. I guess I have no choice but to face it head on. Right after that, he charged through the lightning and realized something. The more I push through it, the more I feel something changing. One after another, Haingyu dodged and countered the lightning, leaving Danlong in shock. Haingyu was beaming with joy, finally making it happen. Danlong looked at Haingyu, the one who had retaliated against the lightning, or more accurately, who had pushed it aside, dodging 580 times and striking back 305 times. In Danlong's astonished gaze, even though this place allowed for infinite recovery, the guy's grasp of the situation was truly impressive. Of course, we know he is not an ordinary person, but being able to encounter me after being killed means he belongs to a whole different league. Danlong faced Haingyu, a small yet extraordinary man, but it did not seem like he had been accumulating wisdom over time. Instead, it was like he was hunting it through sheer hardship. Still, that does not explain his magical strength. Haingyu looked up at the sky, grinning with satisfaction. Danlong was still lost in thought. Where did this guy's power come from? As he ramped up his strength against Haingyu, he suddenly realized something. I get it. Looking down at Haingyu as the fierce lightning strikes rained down, he saw him standing firm against them. What was in that steadfast gaze of Haingyu? There was no fear or complaint, as if he was focused on one single thought, an intense concentration. Surely he was channeling all his energy for the final moment. The determination in Haingyu's eyes was clear. He had evaded Danlong's attacks, seemingly mastering the lightning, standing strong and unyielding against Danlong's relentless assaults. Suddenly, The sky cleared up and the rain stopped. What is going on? As he was lost in confusion, Danlong joyfully exclaimed, "It is unbelievable that you managed to endure those 300 seconds. You have succeeded." Hyengu stopped in bewilderment and asked, "Wait, what do you mean?" Danlong replied, "What more do you want?" he said. "Are not you going to give me something, like an artifact or an update on the system window?" Danlong was taken aback. "You mean to say, why can't I use the artifact? Once the rain stopped, you already received my reward." Hyengu looked up at the sky. "But I do not feel anything," Danlong reiterated. "However, all you have collected is the strength of the artifact. You do not possess the ability to wield that power." Hein recalled Wukong's words. If a person's borrowed power from the artifact is below a certain level, they won't be able to demonstrate it on that artifact. Thinking back, that big guy mentioned this earlier. That is why I have to practice the staff technique like crazy. To keep everything just as it was from the start, Danlong reminded him, if you do not fully understand the power, or even if you do, it will still take a long time to control all of my strength. Hyengu chuckled softly, and suddenly the azure dragon's eyes lit up as it approached him, shouting, "I will help you harness that power like a pro." Hyengu was taken aback, thinking, damn it. In another place, the ice spirit was trapped by chains of purple light, a kind of magic meant to keep him locked down. The countdown was on, and the chains slowly began to fade. The ice spirit smirked. "Time's almost up. Even though I am stuck in this mess thanks to that jerk, I will be out of here soon enough. Should I drain that guy's power and kill him, or take my time and finish him off slowly?" With only 2 seconds left on the clock, the chains vanished completely, and No was freed. No was filled with rage. Should I kill him right away, or, over with Hyengu? He was happily waving at the ice spirit, now free, asking how his vacation was. The ice spirit was speechless, and then Hyengu casually remarked, "What is up? Did you just get out of a nap?" The ice spirit replied, "Looks like you are not running away." Huh. Hyengu, bewildered, asked, running away?" As he spoke, the ice spirit unleashed his power, blue light swirling around him, gripping his sword tightly. "You would better run. If you do not, I will chase you down to the depths of hell to finish you off." Just as he finished speaking, he equipped himself with a suit of armor and a crow-shaped mask. Hyengu watched and laughed. "Should you worry about yourself first?" The ice spirit was taken aback by Hyengu's challenge. "What? I did not know you could pull off all this in just 5 days. But do you really think you can beat me?" Hyengu unleashed his powers, channeling the strength he had gained, responding powerfully. "You think this is all I have got?" The sheer force of his power left the ice spirit stunned, unable to react in time. The ice spirit could only watch in shock as Hyengu unleashed his might. Then he charged forward at the ice spirit. "Didn't I tell you? I won't hold back when I know I'm going to win." The ice spirit parried with his sword, but it seemed like a losing battle. The overwhelming force sent No flying. Damn it. Hyengu amplified his wish rod and swung it toward the ice spirit. The ice spirit was dumbfounded by his power, forced into a defensive stance. Seeing this, Hyengu thought, "Honestly, I am a bit scared. I have read up on the Azure Dragon's magic. Knowing full well that he had no real talent, I chose to learn how to wield magical strength instead of traditional magic." He felt pleased with that and thought, that Azure Dragon calls this magic power. There is really no major restriction on me. But the ice spirit had a stark contrast in compatibility, so it is hard not to worry. Back to reality, Hyengu wielded the wish rod mockingly. "But hey, what do you think now? Even a cold breeze can get through me." The ice spirit was astonished by that power. "How did you achieve the Azure Dragon's prowess?" The ice spirit recalled, just 5 days ago, he was merely a pathetic user within the system, and if it were not for that guy's permission, only Xianuchi could wield the Azure Dragon's power. "How is this possible?" Lost in thought, Hyengu interrupted. "Are you standing there in a daze?" With a mocking expression, then launched a strike at the ice spirit, knocking him down. Hyengu is massive. "See, you should not just turn yourself into a clown. You fool." Noah is stunned after witnessing that terrifying power. A kick like that crashed down on the ice spirit, flattening him to the ground. The force was so immense it left a crater in the earth. After taking relentless hits from Hyengu, the ice spirit has no strength left to fight back. Hyengu laughs triumphantly, raising his staff to the sky, drawing in the lightning power from above. The ice spirit kneels on the ground. "I have made up my mind. I will kill you and push you away." Hyengu, he sprouts giant wings, making Hyengu scowl. "Oh great. Another transformation. How you look does not matter anyway. I need to evolve and improve further." The ice spirit channels his power into the spear, turning it into ice. Hyengu frowns as that ice spear still seems usable. "But do not worry, my staff will smash it to bits." The ice spirit stands tall. "What is there to fear? My essence is way stronger than that monkey's. He is not as tough as me." The ice spirit attacks Hyengu with the ice spear. He dodges one strike, but the ice spirit keeps unleashing a flurry of attacks. Hyengu gathers his power, channeling the thunderbolts from the sky into his staff. In the sky, flocks of birds fill the air. Hyengu is furious. "Damn those pesky birds." He thinks to himself, "My time with the Azure Dragon's power is running out. I need to wrap this up fast." Every ice spear heads towards Hyengu, and he blocks one with his stomach. The ice spirit exclaims, "Gotcha. But before he can finish, Haingyu shatters the ice spear and sends the ice spirit flying. In Haingyu's eyes, the image of the Azure Dragon flashes. The Azure Dragon says, "Use your fingers, but that is just a temporary fix. You need to move your whole body at all times." Haingyu stands before the Azure Dragon. "What should I do?" The Azure Dragon advises, "Make use of me." As he thinks, Haingyu combines with No, leveraging his achievements. Using the Azure Dragon's powers and the lightning he received from the Jade Emperor, he imagines using the lightning with his whole body. Then he can move freely. All the powers combine, channeling all his energy into an attack, smashing the ice spirit and defeating him. After pouring out all his strength, Haingyu gasps for breath. Exhausted. Once he defeats the ice spirit, a notification pops up. You have successfully defeated the Punisher from the final point of the Tower of No Return. Your information authority will upgrade from medium to high level. You now have high-level information authority. Haingyu rejoices. Has my information authority really leveled up? Hain tears up from joy because before, everyone was so secretive and unwilling to share anything with him. Damn, I have worked so hard to increase my information authority. Remembering everything that has happened up to this moment, Haingyu thinks, should I go celebrate with Yeez? Let us go. But he could not just leave yet. He could not log into his account. 5 days later in Seoul, Kim Seon drives Haingyu in the car, saying, "See, Seoul and Seoguan are already there too." Haingyu sighed. All right. And he was still lost in thought. It has been 5 days and he still can T-log into the system room. Plus, even though he has high-level privileges, he is still missing some crucial information. He wonders what happened to Eves. I think No might know something. Since my connection issues are preventing me from completing the source scale of Acheon, I was planning to ask my subordinates to help. But just then, his 2 disciples burst in, shouting, "Master." He was resting on the bed but had to sit up to listen. Miriam said, "This herb is really good for your health," and Hannah Rin added, "Master, let us go to a bigger hospital." Haingyu interrupted. "Hey, you too. So chill out." The 2 disciples calmed down, their worried eyes still fixed on Haingyu. He looked serious for a moment, then relaxed his face, reaching out to pat the heads of his silly disciples. "Just rest." The disciples nodded obediently, and he thought, do they really listen to me? Anyway, I need to quickly fill in the scale and figure out what happened when I meet No. As they left the hospital, Haingyu asked, "Sai Hyan, after we eat, do you want to go to Mekong?" Sai Hyan replied, "But you just got better." Transitioning to a scene inside a boat, as Haingyu walked in, a voice rang out, "You made it." It was No, smiling and waiting for him. Haingyu asked, "Something seems different." No replied, "I took this opportunity to reorganize a few things. Just sit down for now." Haingyu was still taken aback by this change. He could not quite get used to it. No asked, "What is going on?" Then Haingyu pulled out the mask from the spirit group. "First, take a look at this. The shape has not changed, just like the achievement of the dragon spirit. Or is this one unusable?" No responded. "The shape of the achievement is not the issue, but it seems the achievement does not suit you." The 2 were sitting at the table discussing, and Haingyu asked, "What do you mean?" No replied, "This achievement requires you to be adept in magic, and you need to be over 1,000 years old." Haingyu crossed his arms and said, "All right, that is enough. One more thing." No laughed. "What is it?" Haingyu said, "I can T-log into the system room." No looked confused. "Log in." Haingyu confirmed. "Yeah, it is East's room." He thought, doesn't he know that? Why does he look so serious? After thinking for a moment, No said, "Let me clarify a few things about that system room for you." Noah's face turned serious as he discussed this with Haingyu. No spoke up. "So, up until now, you were searching for information through a girl named Wives in the system room?" Haingyu replied, "Exactly." No pondered. "Let me think back." Haingyu asked suspiciously, "What do you remember?" No stated, "I have never built a place like that." Haingyu's eyes widened. "What?" No said seriously, "Means the system room is a non-existent space. You know you are not the only guardian in the system, right?" Haingyu replied nervously, "I know that much." No opened the system interface. Surprised, "What is this?" Haingyu gasped, "What is going on?" No explained, "If you become a guardian, you will gain the skill of search." Haingyu paused and replied, "But I have never received something like that before." No issued a command, which is why I asked that question. A space and skill that only you possess. Even I do not know about it. It seems someone created it after I finished building the tower. Those 3 have already taken control of the tower, so there was no need to create this space. I am just speculating, but that girl named Guys might be the administrator that I, along with my missing colleague, created. My previous search window. Haingyu stared at No in surprise. Eva's is an administrator. In my mind, they seem to be at odds with each other. The guard said, "Wait, before you leave, create a gaming console for me. It is not just for fun, but it is your information authority. But that is the latest model. Right, if I have it, I think I will have more energy to work." "Give it back." Haingyu snapped back to reality. "Right. What is with your expression?" No exclaimed in shock. "That is what I was thinking." Haingyu thought to himself, "I could just ask her directly." I spoke up, "So is there any way to access the system room?" No replied. I think we can figure out its location. Hein asked, how long will it take? No responded. I do not know, but it won't take long. Hein sighed. Alright, let us wrap this up. Tell me the rest that you could not finish, because that damn Inquisitor interrupted. No said seriously. Okay, here's the thing. During the mission, that mental demon asked Uriel, why did you do that? Uriel knelt silently without a word. The mental demon shouted angrily, I am asking you, why did you do that? Uriel finally spoke. It is because I decided I could not let him survive. The mental demon growled, he can survive. Uriel replied, that is right. The mental demon sighed. Huh. I know what you are thinking. Uriel stopped. Confused. What? The mental demon asked. You do not think so? You and I are aiming for different goals. Uriel asked seriously. What do you mean? The mental demon shouted. Do not think I do not know. What we want is different, including the name currently on the lower floor of the tower. Uriel looked puzzled. The mental demon smirked. So, feel free to charge ahead. Uriel was taken aback. What? The mental demon confidently said. I won't forbid you from anything, so, go ahead and try to kill him. Uriel asked in surprise. Are you really allowing that? The mental demon smiled. That is right, but there is one condition. 1 month. Kill him after 1 month. Uriel exclaimed. What the heck? Why a month? The mental demon replied. If you give him time and you can still kill him, then he is nothing special, but if he can withstand all your attacks and finds a way to come here to meet me, then that is when it truly matters. The beginning, the most spectacular banquet. Hi hey, Haingu quietly asked. So basically, the tower has changed from its original purpose. It has become a place to test the abilities of those climbing the tower, which is why those guys have to climb. Am I right? No coldly replied. A few of those climbing for their own reasons are not forced at all, Haingu added, but most of them are just too desperate for achievement. No spoke up, saying that they actually want to be caught to gain that success. Haingu pondered, destroying the place you used to live just to climb the tower. These guys are truly insane. No. Visibly tense, said. From the very beginning, they have never been normal. They will do whatever it takes to achieve their own goals. So, I want to make you an offer. Do you want to join me to take down those at the top of the tower, at the villa in the kids' neighborhood? Haingu relaxed in the quiet room. He was surprised. Why is it quieter here than usual? There is no one around. Oh no. Actually, there is someone here. He looked helplessly. She must be sleeping like a baby. She used to live in fox form, and now she has been in human form for a while. But why is she still sleeping like that after turning human? He approached to poke the girl. Hey, wake up. The girl sat up startled. You, when did you get here? Haingu replied. I just got here a few minutes ago. I just wanted to ask why you are climbing the tower. And the girl looked wide-eyed. Huh, she exclaimed. Why are you asking me that all of a sudden? It is fine. I will tell you right away. The reason I am climbing the tower is that the place I used to live has disappeared. Haingu was taken aback. What? The place you lived has vanished? Miho said thoughtfully. That is right. Someone appeared in my world and took away the achievements of my world and mine too. And that person said they would give it back if I climbed the tower. Haingu burst out laughing. Sounds like a bad deal, does not it? Miho spoke softly. I can do anything else. Anyway, Haingu thought. This is just ridiculous. Haingu asked the girl. So if you do not climb the tower anymore, it is fine. Right? Miho exclaimed. What? That is right. Everything is already set in place. As long as I have a place to live and my achievements, that is enough. Haingu thought to himself. The important thing is that you are still trapped, girl. Haingu said blandly. Well, thanks for sharing. Miho cheerfully replied. It is nothing, by the way. Can I ask you for a favor? Haingu looked surprised. A favor? Miho earnestly said. Yes. I want to eat something from the cupboard. Haingu said quietly. Well, just take it out and eat it then. Miho shyly said. Please wait for me a moment. Here, look at this. Haingu paused. What is that? It says here. Only give her one a day, Miho said nonchalantly. I beg you. Xion told me not to take it out and eat it, or else she will tell you. Haingu thought to himself. Am I really that scared? Haingu said blandly. Just go ahead and eat it all. Miho's eyes widened in surprise. What? Eat it all? Haingu awkwardly added. If you need more, just say so. I will buy more. Miho joyfully responded. Thank you. Thank you. Haingu thought to himself. She is acting like it is some kind of medicine. He turned to leave and said. Well, I am off then. Miho happily replied. All right. Goodbye. In another place, Haingu walked into the forest and stumbled upon 2 people sneaking around. You are asking again. Huh. Those 2 over there, that jerk's furious, pointing and cursing because that Christmas tree got wrecked. That damn snake head sighed. But what did I do? Ingu kept cursing. You bastard. The snakehead stammered in fear. But it will recover anyway. Ingu-kun was super angry, roaring at the snake's horn, saying, well then, how about I chop off your horn? Ingu kicked the snakehead away, yelling, get lost. Will you? Haingu watched in wide-eyed disbelief as they bickered. Haingu thought with annoyance. I brought him here to learn more from the dragon. But they are just not getting along at all. Haingu shouted. Hey, cut it out. Inyugi-kun gritted his teeth, asking, what are you doing here? Haingu replied coldly. I came here to ask you both about something. The snakehead asked. Confused. What is that? Haingu pondered. You too. Why do you want to climb the tower anyway? Are you planning to take down the guy at the top? They both shouted in unison. That is right. The snakehead laughed loudly. That is why I am just a consciousness here. But I do not know what this monkey is up to. Inyugi-kun gritted his teeth. What? You are a damn fool. Thinking you are something. The snakehead burst out laughing. You are the fool. The two kept dodging each other, driving Haingu crazy with their bickering. Inyugi-kun noticed and asked, but why are you asking that? Haingu replied flatly. Just curious, that is all. He remembered asking, do you want to team up with me to defeat the guys at the top? He thought to himself, at least these two might lend a hand. Like Noah said, unless the tower changes, those climbing it have to keep going up. That is why we need to change the tower's fundamental rules first. The first thing to do is get to where that tower is. No told Haingu, we need to negotiate with the adjuster first. Haingu asked, the adjuster? Huh. No pondered. Yeah, she controls the balance of the tower, but right now, she is in the basement of this tower. If we deal with her, I am sure we can get something out of it. Haingu asked nervously, so how do I get to the basement? Two beasts asked in disbelief. Underground? No asked, why would you go there? Haingu replied, I am going to deal with the adjuster. No looked shocked. Gaiha, so she is your enemy? Haingu asked, what do you know about her? No scratched his head, deep in thought, even though I am captured now. Of course, I know. I have climbed the tower once, but you might defeat the adjusters pretty quickly. Haingu was surprised. I thought she was really strong. No responded, but getting to meet her is a bit tricky. There is a lot you have to get through. First off, the basement is a surplus level not included in this tower. You can get there through the path we took before. Haingu pondered and asked, so how do I get there? No raised an eyebrow. I do not know. Haingu shouted in frustration. Gaiha, you have been talking as if you know everything. No coolly remarked, I am climbing the tower, not heading down to the basement. Haingu scoffed, you are really something else. You know that. No casually remarked, you should also watch out for those corpses. I heard that place is full of the dead bodies of climbers who died while trying to ascend, even though they are just shells of those people. Haingu asked, when climbers die, do not they go to the imagined space? No replied, no. This is just where their consciousness is stored. The useless ones will vanish, but the consciousness of the powerful will go to the imagined space, while their bodies remain in the basement. Haingu curiously asked, why are they separated like that? I am not sure either. Haingu angrily muttered to himself, that damn jerk. Haingu calmly asked, anyway, to reach the basement, I need to go down from the first floor. Right, how long will it take? It should not take long, if you use the gravity scale. It will take about 10 days. Haingu scratched his head, thinking he needed to ask No what to do after reaching the first floor. He turned to leave, saying, well, I am off then. At the villa in the shady neighborhood, Haingu was irritated, feeling really frustrated. He could not remember how it was before, but using it too often has turned everything into a maze. It is such a hassle, but it is also precious time wasted. Is there any other way? While sitting lost in thought, a gentle footstep opened the door, startling Haingu to turn around and ask, I told you to leave. Why are you still here? The Chaos Demon confidently walked in, smiling and saying, it has been a while, has not it? Haingu sighed, the mysterious girl. She laughed. Are you really on guard against me? No need for that. Haingu griped the girl's horn. Is not this your real body? She yelped in pain. Oh. Wait, I am not your enemy. Come on now, Haingu said fiercely. How can I trust you? She winced. I am not lying. It is about to break. It is breaking right now. If you break my horn, you will regret it. Haingu firmly said. Are you threatening me right now? She snapped. I can hear it cracking now. It is really breaking. Do you know how much it hurts? I told you there is no need to be on guard. Haingu still said coolly. How could I do that? The Chaos Demon shouted in his face. Did not I just say that? Haingu seriously said. What if you stab me in the back? Don't worry. I am the leader of the 100 demons. I won fall for that. Haingu replied. Let us see what you have to say. The Chaos Demon said fiercely. Why is this kid following someone like you? Haingu asked irritably. Why are you controlling Mirian's body? The Chaos Demon replied. She is training in the inner realm. Haingu gasped. Training? Huh. The Chaos Demon continued. Right. During that time, I earned her trust in her body. Haingu quickly asked. So what are you planning to do now? The girl replied flatly. I am not doing anything at all. I just find it interesting because our wavelengths align. Haingu looked confused. Wavelengths. The girl explained. This girl's soul has a wavelength that can develop similarly to mine. In other words, I will tell you later. This is just my wish, so I do not want to talk about it right now. Haingu thought skeptically. Should I wipe her memory again? But it seemed she did not intend to do anything with Miriam. He seriously asked her, But why did Miriam suddenly start training? I just suggested it because she looked pretty down after getting defeated by that Lun gang. She is probably struggling with her subordinates and training to achieve the 100 prostrations. Haingyu thought to himself, is Miriam also aiming for that achievement? If she gets stronger, that would be good for her. From now on, the tower climbers will keep coming up here, so it is good for her to get stronger. He looked at Haingyu with urgency. She said, I have a favor to ask of you. Haingyu was taken aback. A favor? She smiled smugly. This is what Oh no. It is what happened under the influence of this body. Even though Miriam's soul is in the inner world, this is still her body, so the motives of this body have not changed. Haingyu nervously said, get to the point. The girl laughed joyfully. There is nothing to be shy about. I just want you to spend the night with me. Haingyu was stunned. What? On the boat? Haingyu's sad face made No ask him. Why are you making that face? Haingyu coldly replied. You do not need to know. Anyway, is not there any way to get here immediately? No. Looking puzzled, asked, get here immediately. Haingyu answered. The phallecric source needs to be done for me to get here, and I have to kill monsters to do that. No replied flatly. Inconvenient, is not it? Haingyu sadly agreed. Yeah. No aside. If that is the case, I will make you another artifact, but it will take some time. Haingyu asked. How long? No replied. About 2-3 weeks. Haingyu said flatly. Alright, back to the main topic. No widened his eyes. Go ahead and say it. Haingyu then asked. What is the fastest way to the basement? No looked blank. The fastest way. Haingyu added. If suddenly a tower climber shows up like last time, that'd be a mess. I need to handle everything quickly. No said seriously. Actually, there is a way. Haingyu was surprised. What is it? No slowly said. Actually, you need to find an item from the regulator. Haingyu stared. An item from the regulator? No replied. That is right. Just like how you got here through Teat. If you can reach the regulator, you will need a similar item. Haingyu asked. So how do I get that item? No said. Let me see if I can find it. No searched the system for a while and said, no matter how hard I try, I can find it. Haingyu frowned in annoyance. So I have to take that road again. No's voice was cold. No need for that. I am not sure. But I think we can use that. Haingyu anxiously asked. So what you are saying is, there is a secret path that was used when you guys built the tower, and we can use that path. That is right. Haingyu said seriously. So we just need to get there right away. No continued. That. Haingyu then asked, is there a problem? No thoughtfully said, no, not right now. There is an artifact that can take you there. Just pray for this orb. Notification. The teleportation device created by the creator. Not upgraded. Calibrating. No. Teleportation skill. Information authority. The teleportation device was created by the master of the ship No and the creator of this tower. The device, originally made to build the tower, can help people teleport anywhere within the space designed and crafted by the creator. The teleportation device cannot be used continuously and has a total cooldown time of 24 hours unless recharged with mana by the creator. When the creator infuses a certain amount of mana, the cooldown time for reuse can be reduced from 1 to 100% corresponding to the amount of mana infused. Current status. Usable. Haingyu asked seriously. But I think there is no problem. Right? No replied. Using this artifact is fine. But what I am worried about is the teleportation will weaken. This artifact has the ability to teleport within a certain limit. You can only teleport to places I have created. So if that place collapses even a little, you might never come back. In the end, you will fall into the imaginary space. Haingyu nervously asked. Wait, does imaginary space mean I will end up in a place similar to where the tower climber's consciousness is? No replied. No, that place is a bit different from imaginary space. It is a separate space outside the walls of the tower. That place is truly imaginary space. If you fall into it, you will wander inside forever. Maybe a miracle is the only way to escape. Haingyu sighed. Why on earth did you create that place? No quietly said. One of the people who chased me away created it. Anyway, right now there are two choices. Use this device to find the secret path, or take the route meant only for tower climbers. Haingyu asked wide-eyed. If I use this, how long will it take? No answered. If you find the hidden space when you reach the first floor, it won't take long. Haingyu thought skeptically. So the issue is choosing between safety and travel time. The faster, the more dangerous. Haingyu sighed. Then there is no other choice. In the real world, on a beautiful day at the Shadow Guild office, a voice said, we have just reconnected the button. Alright, you guys can go now. The mysterious book asked Hanajin. Have you made your decision yet? Hanajin said dazedly. I have not yet. The book angrily replied. You are really strange. What is there to think about? If it were someone else, they would have probably offered to sell their soul for this. Hanajin closed the book. Stunned. Really? The book replied. Of course, even if you are better than that worthless guy, your leadership skills are just as bad. Hanajin quietly said. Well, I am still learning. This book is astonishing. Right? But why? Hanajin thought. After hearing her master talk about the reality of the world, She realized she needed to seriously learn leadership skills. But then, the book asked her, what? Hannah-jin spoke up. I heard that girl has been training, so that means right now the master is all alone. She pictured her master joyfully meeting her, imagining her master smiling. My disciple, come here now, she dreamily thought. No matter what I do to get close to my master, that girl must be beautiful. So I am not getting anywhere. I can't even chase her off because we are evenly matched in power. But now, haha, I can do this and that with my master. The book scolded. Are you crazy? Hannah laughed and said, I do not think it is the right time for me to learn yet. The book replied loudly. What? Hannah-jin spoke up. I have things to do after the break. The book asked with doubt. Is it more important than becoming stronger? A thought flashed in the girl's mind. She thought, of course it is more important. The book sighed. Well then, if you can leave here anytime you want, why not go train right now? To test the young troublemaker, Hangyu handed a rope to the chaotic power wielder and said, Here, the source of the creek, the girl said. Thanks. But why do you need it? The girl replied. So I can train. Hangyu was surprised. Train. The girl burst out laughing. So that kid can achieve my success. Oh wait, am I not trustworthy? Hangyu looked at the girl with suspicion. To be honest, just a little bit, the girl coldly said. But that is why I summoned that kid here. Isn't he that right? Hangyu replied blandly. True. But can you imagine the disciple desperately begging? Master, please let me have it. But he thought to himself, seems like she is really worried. Is she being threatened by some mysterious spirit? The girl laughed and said, Oh, I owe you an apology. Hangyu corrected himself. An apology. The girl spoke up. Right. About what happened last time. At that time, that kid was really mad at me. I do not even know what I did wrong. Hangyu asked in confusion. But my chi knows our conversation. She is in here. After all, the girl confidently said. After all, she is the master of this body. Anyway, I am done with my business. Hangyu immediately asked. Are you leaving? The girl replied. That is right. Looks like you are planning to go somewhere too. Be careful. Hangyu asked suspiciously. Why are you suddenly being so nice? The girl replied flatly. It is not that I care about you. I am just worried about what that kid will do if you disappear. Hangyu stared blankly at the girl. The girl scoffed. Oh, and tell that emo kid I said hi. Wait, you mean the green dragon? Hangyu was taken aback. What? She is talking about the green dragon. He went to ask the green dragon, and the green dragon asked, why is she there? Why there? Hangyu suspiciously asked. What are you talking about? The green dragon laughed. It is nothing. I am just a bit excited. Hangyu asked suspiciously. Do you know the mysterious chaos spirit? Thanlong laughs loudly. The mysterious god of chaos. Hangyu replies. That is right. Thanlong says seriously. So, seems he also lost his self-pride. Hangyu wonders, why is the situation so bizarre all of a sudden? Ink. Wide-eyed, says, why did not you ask that girl over there? Thanlong burst into laughter, and Hangyu, panicked, said, no, I won't do that. By the way, do you want me to send the energy core through the teleport device? Ingyukyum chimed in. Right. Then I can directly link it through my achievements at the energy core location. Hangyu skeptically asked, but what if we end up in a fantasy space? Ingu sighed. At least then I would feel relieved knowing it survived. Hangyu felt a pang of sadness upon hearing that. And suddenly, the teleport space emerged, leaving Hangyu looking astonished. The teleportation was successful, Ingu said with a tense expression. Listen, right now my achievements are concentrated, so you can control the energy core more easily. Hangyu was drawn in by Enkong's power wrapping around him, making it easier for him to maneuver the energy core, focusing on getting to the tower's location. As they approached the tower, in this space, thousands of corpses surrounded them. A girl was rummaging through the pile of bodies for something, searching endlessly while mumbling. Where is it? She picked up something and said, not this one, and not this either. Aha, I found it, she exclaimed joyfully, tears of happiness in her eyes. Confidently stating, my preparations are complete. Just a little bit more. Elsewhere, Mai Qiying was battling a fierce beast. Her power this time had noticeably increased, continuously knocking the monster down. The more ferocious the beast, the more ferociously she retaliated, delivering powerful punches right to its face. Surrounding beasts were sent flying by her. She laughed with delight until a giant beast attacked, causing her to stumble back. The monster glared at her, making her freeze in fear and drop to the ground. A voice rang out. Poor thing, Mai Qiying gasped, realizing it was the chaotic power spirit using her body. Mai Qiying shouted in anger. Why? The chaotic power spirit smirked. Seems like the power of anger is quite impressive. Huh. Mai Qiying angrily retorted. Do not change the subject. I am asking you why you did this, the chaotic power spirit casually replied. Kid, even though I apologized, I still do not think I did anything wrong. Mai Qiying blushed with anger. What are you talking about? The chaotic power spirit continued. Since we share this body, I am just giving you a hand. In her heart, Mai Qiying kept thinking about taking her master's painting to retrieve what belonged to her master, unable to believe her master was not here today. And she thought today she would hang this painting up. The chaotic power spirit looked at the girl with a sharp gaze. Why do you think about that master every night? How pathetic, my Qi Yang shyly shouted. That is my master. My master, can you hear me? The chaotic power spirit scoffed. But do not you still like him? My Qi Yang exclaimed loudly. But he is still my master, the chaotic power spirit pressed on. Are not you in love with him? My Qi Yang cried out. Master. The chaotic power spirit would not let up, saying, that is why you call his name every night. My Qi, furious, shouted, find your own answers. The chaotic power looks wide-eyed at the little one. I know you are embarrassed. But if you keep this up, you are just torturing yourself. My Chaiwang cried out in frustration, and the chaotic power thoughtfully replied, I won't interfere anymore. If that is the case, then my ultimate technique would be useless. My Chaiwang perked up. Ultimate technique, you say? The chaotic monster chimed in. It is a guaranteed success when used on the opposite sex. But looking at you right now, I doubt you could even use it. Forget it. My Chaiwang paused. Stop talking nonsense like that. The chaotic power confidently spoke up. Kid, how long do you think I have been around? My Chaiwang replied. Seriously? Why are you asking that? The chaotic power smirked. You think I do not have experience with men? My Chaiwang scoffed. You really think I would believe such ridiculousness? The chaotic power confidently declared. All I need is one step, just one step to win over your master. Kid, do you doubt me? I promise you, there is no woman in this world who knows how to seduce like I do. My Chaiwang paused. A woman who knows how to seduce, the chaotic power confidently replied. From monks to kings, they all fall at my feet. My Chaiwang was excited. Beauty can tip the scales. The chaotic monster added. Even though your master seems hard to tempt, in the end, no man can resist a woman's charm. If you follow my advice, he will definitely fall for you. My Chaiwang stared wide-eyed, and the chaotic monster smiled. Our meeting is truly fate. My Chaiwang forced a smile. A fateful meeting. Huh. Even if that is the case, I think it is just some magic. The chaotic power quickly responded. Magic? More like a trick. I can definitely help you create that fateful encounter, but looking at you hesitating, it seems you do not need it anyway. My Chaiwang shouted. Right, I do not need that stuff, the chaotic power coldly stated. I will teach you this ultimate technique. At the base of the tower, a guy appeared, roaring as he introduced himself. Hey, I am the master of the first floor. Moon Wolf, he boldly asked. Who are you? Before he could finish, Hien-gu knocked him down with a swift kick. You did not expect that, did you? Goofy frowned. He is just the gatekeeper. Hurry up and find the key. Hien-gu searched and found it. He announced, I found it. He held up the key and asked, is this it? Avi said in his mind. Take a good look at that door. Use the key to unlock it. As he stepped through the door, he was shocked to see corpses scattered on the ground. He told them, let us go in together. Inside the library, Anna Jin was frantically searching through piles of books, on the verge of tears. The red book told her, this chapter is quite astonishing. Anna Jin blinked in confusion. What is astonishing? The book responded, have not you reached stage 3 yet? You seem a bit down. Is it because of that person? Hannah Jin asked in surprise. That person, the book quickly clarified. It is your master. Her master said he would be back in a few days. She sadly said, little did she know he was not home. This is the only chance since that brat is not home. The sad book thought. After reaching stage 3, she has been way too irritable. This is not good at all. If she does not quickly become the librarian of her book, then the source of power from this library will. The book asked, are you planning to take control of your master? Hannah Jin's eyes widened. If that is the case, is not there a way? What are you talking about? The book replied, it is the control magic you are studying. To put it simply, if you learn to the final stage of control and become the librarian of your book, the girl's sparkling eyes looked at the book and asked, so, I can control my master's heart as I wish. That is not funny. Hannah Jin got tense. Don't joke around with me, with your master. The book commander immediately denied. That is not it. Hannah Jin still asked angrily. Then what is it? The book commander thought, why is she so mad? In the face of a storm, even a man must bow his head. What I mean is, the book commander used Miryang as a shield. That brat. I am saying you should use control magic on her. Hannah Jin asked. That brat. The book commander replied. Yeah. Hannah Jin pondered for a while. That makes sense, she said. But it sounds interesting, does not it? Right. But to do that, we need to learn all kinds of control. That is usually how it goes. Looking at Hannah Jin's nonchalant expression, the book commander continued. But if you can reach stage 5, then you will definitely be able to control that brat. At this point, Hannah Jin agreed. Okay then, control is 5 stages. Hannah Jin activated her ability, she said, splitting in 2 and fading away, and at stage 3, suddenly a green circle appeared. The book was unexpectedly split in 2, able to use the power of control on inanimate objects. Suddenly, Kim Hyengu's stinky flip-flop appeared. Gross. Kim Hyengu made a move that made the monster go of. Damn it. Kim Hyengu kept complaining. The smell here is terrible. Where the hell is that jerk who controls this place? The Monkey King replied, in a place like this, it must be hard to find. Life has no what if. Kim Hyengu continued to complain. If I had known it would be like this, I would have gathered more information already. when the monster suddenly let out a roar. Kim Hyun-gu directly stomped on its head, making the wolf want to scream. Damn it. If we stay here, this will never end. This is some real madness. He jumped up, standing in mid-air. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, there has to be something special here. It is an abandoned castle, and inside the castle are zombies. Kim Hyun-gu discovered. It seems there will be something in there, the Monkey King warned. Be careful. Seeing Kim Hyun-gu looking confused, the Monkey King said, I told you before. Those things, they are not ordinary zombies. At that moment, a tremor occurred. One of the zombies charged straight at Kim Hyun-gu. His eyes sharpened, ready to catch, ready to hit. Kim Hyun-gu also charged forward. The clash seemed pretty strong, with 3 monsters simultaneously rushing toward Kim Hyun-gu. He made a powerful explosion, and as the mist cleared, all that remained around Kim Hyun-gu was empty space. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu looked at a zombie and said, I know these things are different from the usual zombies, but who would have thought their strength would be so immense? Even though they are just hollow shells, they are still the bodies of tower climbers. Glancing at the screen, the beautiful Monkey King clicked his tongue. After all, you can fight against people, Kim Hyun-gu confidently asked. Really? He knocked each one out, his face lit up with excitement, every movement smooth as silk. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, after training with the Azure Dragon, my senses have reached their peak. For me, these things are as easy as flipping a coin. He noticed something odd. Moving his body according to what he felt was still a bit tricky. Clenching his fist tightly and holding on for a moment, Kim Hyun-gu thought. But it is still good enough, the Azure Dragon observed. Even if they are tower climbers, zombies are still just zombies, the beautiful Monkey King replied. What do you expect? They are just soulless shells. Merely muscle. The scent was intoxicating, and Kim Hyun-gu's face turned pale. What is that smell? It is even worse than before. The technician spoke up. No wonder it is so noisy outside. She stood behind Kim Hyun-gu. Turns out there were guests. Kim Hyun-gu was shocked and swore. Oh damn. The Azure Dragon hesitated. A little, the beautiful Monkey King replied. It is too much to handle. The technician brushed her hair shyly. Oh my, I guess you could not resist my beauty. Kim Hyun-gu, are you serious? The technician asked. Then why are you here? Without wasting words, Kim Hyun-gu asked. Are you the technician? The technician replied. That is right, and he asked. But why are you in this state? The technician was very composed and beautiful. She said, because this is the most beautiful body, which might be hard for a lowly human like you to understand. Anyway, thanks for coming here personally, just when I needed a test subject. Kim Hyun-gu was confused. A test subject? The technician replied. Yes, my experiment is almost complete. But as you know, there are no living beings here, Kim Hyun-gu asked. So what do you want? If you ask sincerely, I will answer sincerely, the technician said. Since you are about to become my test subject, I will explain things properly to you. I am the one who will adjust anything I have in my hands. Control them, and create different objects, the technician said. I am basically trash, Kim Hyun-gu scoffed. Do you really think the way you look now fits the name technician? The technician paused for about 2 seconds. Then she said, I do not think there is anything more to say. Speaking of which, she suddenly pulled her own leg off, and Kim Hyun-gu panicked. Did you just rip your own body apart? The technician did not waste words and attacked directly. The sudden attack catches Kim Hyun-gu off guard. He quickly regains his composure, rushing at her with a thunderous punch, saying, you better watch out. The adjusted individual gets hit and yells out in pain. She gets knocked out, leaving even Kim Hyun-gu in disbelief. Like, what just happened? He did not expect it to be this easy. Hey, are you just playing pretend? Why so weak? The Monkey King is equally astonished. Really strange, Kim Hyun-gu replies. Is not this too easy? But the Monkey King responds. No, I am talking about that body you just took out. Kim Hyun-gu asked. The body. Is there something wrong? From the torn up body, a light starts to emanate. At that moment, the Monkey King says, I think that body. Then suddenly, an earthquake shakes the ground. The shredded body of the adjuster transforms into a gigantic monster. Kim Hyun-gu stares in shock. What the hell is this? Ink stands shocked in front of the queen ant, exclaiming, what monster is this? His face shows a hint of fear, and then Long awkwardly responds. The queen ant looks at the two of them and asks, you do not seem like ordinary people. Do you? Hyun boldly asks her. Are you out of your mind? What ordinary person would come here? The queen ant, surprised, replies. What are you talking about? Hyun continues. How did someone as sloppy as this become an adjuster? After saying that, he thinks to himself, first, I need to provoke her to see what she is capable of. Then Long looks up at Hong Hut and says, look up there. Hyun, confused, glances up. Suddenly, an attack strikes Hyun, catching him off guard as he dodges backward. His feet are frozen solid, and Hyun shouts, my feet are frozen. Ing quickly warns, another attack is coming, and Hyun looks up. Multiple lightning bolts strike suddenly, causing a massive shockwave that fills the air with dust. Hyun quickly transforms, using his staff to block the blow while yelling, what the hell is this? He swings the staff forward, shouting, "Enlarge the Staff of Wishes." The staff strikes the queen ant directly, but she dodges quickly. Ink, looking worried, observes and says, "That guy just did something unimaginable." Than Long, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" Ingao explains, "I can sense the energy of people I have known from within that body, the power of Hakuai and the magic of the Bull King, even the energy of that snake-headed guy. The jerk has absorbed the strengths of the defeated tower climbers, turning their achievements into his own." Than Long, astonished, asks, "What? He is turning their achievements into his own?" The queen ant shouts, "Among those unfortunate ones. You have quite the eye." Than Long looks at her and continues, "Not to mention, even though it seems she only has part of their abilities, it looks like she can fully utilize the achievements she developed from those tower climbers." Ing recalls and says, "I am sure that lightning just now was from the snake head." Hainu shot back, "If that is the case, the icy power that just froze me must belong to the ice spirit." The Queen of Ants looked at them mockingly. "Boo-hoo, oh lowly awakened one, let me reintroduce myself once again." She climbed up the stone pillar and declared, "I am the one who unites all those who have fallen." Hainu, alongside Wukong and Qinglong, they stood frozen as she continued, wielding the power of them all. "I am the Queen of Ants." Hainu shot back, "Queen of Ants my foot, you are nothing but a mess." Furious, she retorted, "Does my current body still look like before? I even possess the achievements of unwavering will. Your taunting means nothing to me." Hainu pointed at her and replied, "What the heck? What kind of unwavering will charges at me like a lunatic?" Hearing this, she froze in shock. The Queen of Ants trembled and responded, "All these actions are due to that slave named Ngoi Diu Chine. Not me." Suddenly, she screamed in anger, "My current self is the one who possesses the achievements of those who have fallen in this tower. The Queen of Ants can freely control their powers. I will also make this body a part of me." Hainu frowned and asked, "Why do the ones behind me always look the same?" Qinglong warned, "You would better be careful. She seems to possess quite a few achievements." Hainu quickly asked, "How many does she have?" Qinglong replied, "At least a few hundred." Hainu, looking stunned, continued, "Damn it, does not she have any weaknesses?" Qinglong answered, "Weaknesses? Huh, I still have not observed that bastard closely." Wukong suddenly shoved Qinglong aside and shouted, "Stop screwing around. Get out of the way." Hainu turned to look at the Queen of Ants, who radiated energy from the stone pillar towards him. Hainu used his wish stick to blow away the energy and wondered, "Is that toxic energy?" Wukong, looking tense, yelled, "Watch your surroundings." Hainu suddenly looked up and asked, "What the heck?" A bunch of fireballs are suddenly coming down, along with a huge wave of water. Surrounding Hainu were shadowy figures. He struggled and said, "This is really strange." Looking around, Hainu thought, "Thunder, ice spirit, and even curse skills, this is insane." Suddenly, the gem in his hand lit up, bright flash erupted along with a cloud of dust. Ainu directed his wish stick at the target and shouted, "Eat this." The staff enlarged, shattering the stone pillar and sending the Queen of Ants crashing down. He appeared behind her, smiling and asking, "Hey there." The Queen of Ants, surprised, turned her head and asked, "Sneaking an attack like that is pointless. My back can withstand any assault." Four arms suddenly appeared behind Hayu, causing her to gasp. "What the hell is that?" He clenched his fists and replied, "I thought you had unwavering will. Why are you shaking?" Showing that expression, Hyan revealed a smile. He unleashed a Nulapi Inkfish strike, sending dust flying everywhere. As the smoke began to clear, the Queen of Ants lay on the ground. Struggling to breathe, she managed to say, "Damn it." Hyan rushed in, smiling. Time to end this. The wounds on her body suddenly healed rapidly. He was surprised, thinking, her body has regenerated. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down. Jumped down fast. Hainu is using the stick to brace himself. He soars into the air. Stick aimed straight at her. Hainu delivers a powerful strike right to the Queen Ant's head. Suddenly, barrier pops up right in front of him. Hainu is baffled. What the heck is this? A wall of elite force. Meanwhile, a woman appears, sporting a super weird stain on her shirt. The chaotic spirit stands behind her, arms crossed. Deep in thought, he speaks up, "I thought you had made some progress, but holding the will of all these demons is still too much for you." Huh. The girl's hair flares up. She turns her head with red eyes glaring at the chaotic spirit. He then says, "At last, you have lost your senses. Kid, it is unfortunate, but I have to put you back to sleep." Little Do buries her face into her knees and whispers, "I failed again." The night parade of 100 demons grins at her, saying, "This time marks your 1000th attempt." Little Do pauses, then asks, "How far have I come?" The night parade replies, "As long as you can kill the blood demon, you will be fine. After consuming it, you will unleash your true power." Little Do stubbornly responds, "I get it now." The achievement of the night parade is that it has absorbed the powers of various demons, allowing it to command them correctly. That person has to constantly face the night parade. A normal person would go insane trying to handle their power, But this child has only attempted it 1,000 times and has absorbed 70% of the night parade's strength, the chaotic spirit reassures her. It took me hundreds of years to train this entire army. From the beginning, I knew it was possible. But if you have really made it this far, then it is truly achievable. Cut to another scene. Kim Hyun-gyu is battling the beast form of the queen ant. A wall appears in front of him, and Hyun-gyu raises his hand to test it. Thinking, what the hell is this wall? Monkey King. Watching. Chimes in. Must be Hakuai's domain, the land of the gods. But I can't see it thanks to the energy I am sensing. It is definitely that, but it seems to be created by merging with the achievements of someone else. Kim Hyun swears. Damn it. Monkey King continues. But this domain is not an immediate threat. Look at that guy's body. Really has a terrifying regeneration power. But has that achievement developed to the point of being full of vitality? At this moment, the damaged parts of the queen ant are rapidly forming new molecules that link together at a dizzying pace. Kim Hyun scratches his head. This is so tough, slow, but I just need to smash it until it can't regenerate anymore. Right, the queen ant says. Normally, I would protect my body as much as possible, but it is not entirely impossible. Kim Hyun pleads. Fate, do not make excuses anymore. The queen ant opens her mouth. This time is an exception. I will show you my true form. She suddenly bites into her own body. Everyone watching is left dumbfounded. Is she really eating her own body? The queen ant continues to devour herself right in front of the three of them until one eye pops wide open, its crimson hue glowing, and she bellows, I will crush the old man to bits. She unleashed her ant-like legs, launching an attack at Kim Hyun-gyu. Thousands of legs jabbed in every direction, kicking up dirt and dust like a chaotic storm. Kim Hyun-gyu barely dodged the attack, feeling like he was about to lose his pants. Finally, he closed the gap and swung his weapon right at the top of her head. With all his might, he stomped down and unleashed the Cho Supreme Ruler's demonic mystic kick. A massive explosion erupted. The Ant Queen lay sprawled on the ground, and Kim Hyun-gyu wiped the sweat off his brow, wondering if it had worked. But unexpectedly, a swarm of sharp legs shot up from the dust. Launching surprise attacks at him, he blocked them one by one. The Ant Queen was not finished. She was regenerating in a horrifying way while cursing Hyun-gyu. How dare you, you filthy scoundrel. Kim Hyun-gyu was not scared. Though, he smiled and replied, where's that unshakable pride of yours gone? Why so worked up? Did I do something? And Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself, if he did not go all out, he could not hope to break through her defense. Since things had escalated, he decided he would shatter her into 1,000 pieces. He swung his weapon again at the Ant Queen, reveling in the moment. Eager to see if she could withstand this blow, the Ant Queen shattered into countless tiny pieces. But before even half a second passed, those pieces quickly reformed to restore her. Frustrated, Kim Hyun-gyu turned on his heel and bolted. Furious as hell, Kim Hyun-gyu watched in disbelief at the Ant Queen's dizzying recovery speed, feeling utterly powerless. But thankfully, despite her impressive abilities, she still was not that strong. Ice orbs flew towards Hyun-gyu, and he dealt with each one. Only to face the illusion orbs next, he repeated his moves. After a few rounds, Kim Hyun-gyu grumbled, finding her attack patterns way too simple. Seriously, was she just toying with him? He thought, isn't her regeneration power a bit over the top? Damn it. After a while of fighting, the Ant Queen seemed completely unscathed, glaring at Kim Hyun-gyu, as if to say, if this keeps up, I will get tired. Long. From outside. Reminded him, if you keep dragging this out, you will just waste your stamina. It is time to wrap this up. Kim Hyun-gyu snapped back, I know that, you two need to stop standing around and find her weak point. Ingikian pondered, but I do not think she has a weak point. Long chimed in. Yeah, she is almost at the level of a demigod. Kim Hyun-gyu, frustrated that his teammates did not seem to care about their lives, scolded them. What is the deal? Am I just supposed to die here? Ingi tilted his head and said, but there is something radiating from her. What is it? Ingi began rambling philosophically. I do not know if it is due to her many achievements. At first, I thought her giant form was just a result of her accomplishments, but Kim Hyun-gyu over here is running for his life. So let us get to the point. I think there is another source of energy fueling those achievements. Long agreed. Yeah, that seems right. I just realized she is like a snake-headed monster. Long smirked. So this is the trick of that monkey. Huh. Ingi-kun shot back. It is not a trick. It is called being observant. You just think you can rely on cheap tricks, but you do not understand strategy at all. Those two started bickering outside, totally ignoring Kim Hyun-gyu, who was like, what the hell are you talking about? You damn monkey. What? Monkey? Are you done talking yet? Kim Hyun-gyu felt helpless. If they had time to argue, they could have been looking for that supply source instead. While running, Hyun-gyu suddenly stopped. Huh. What was that noise? He looked up and saw a massive fireball. Probably something Miss Tanvluk was cooking up, coming straight for him. Damn it. Kim Hyun-gyu jumped out of the way just in time. Then Long examined the situation through the monitor and sensed something strange. Wait a sec, there is something really off here. Kim Hyun-gyu was anxious. Have you guys found anything yet? Then Long replied, if we were not focused, we would not have noticed, but I can feel the power of a strange new source from that pillar. At that moment, Kim Hyung-gu finally spotted a strange pillar standing tall in the distance. What is going on with that pillar? It hit him now. All the other pillars had already fallen, but this one was still standing strong. He muttered as if he would figured something out. Could it be? Kim Hyung-gu suddenly leaped from his spot, aiming straight for that pillar. The Queen of Ants widened her eyes in shock. Oh no. He figured it out. She shot out her legs like spears, chasing after Kim Hyung-gu while shouting, "You won't get to it." Kim Hyung-gu smirked, thinking, "Looks like there is something important over there if you are trying so hard to stop me." The Queen of Ants was furious. That little brat. Hyung-gu challenged her. What is wrong? Did you think I would not notice? He kicked the suspicious pillar, shattering it right away. Inside, there was a shimmering purple gem. Then Long exclaimed, "That is the source of power." Kim Hyung-gu grinned, holding it up. All right. The Queen of Ants was in a panic, trying to attack him as fast as she could. No, I want to let you touch it. Kim Hyung-gu had grabbed the source of power. Got it. The purple gem in his hand started to dissolve and shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, Peto was still battling against the horde of evil spirits. The chaotic monster watched silently, thinking, most people would have cracked under pressure by now. But this girl, she observed Peto, trembling and breathing heavily. Even though she was unconscious, a sliver of awareness remained. At that moment, Peto's mind was consumed by one thought. I want to give up. I want to give up kept running in circles in her mind. Her hands still fighting, but her consciousness just wanted to stop. There were still so many things she needed to deal with. Back to Kim Hyung-gu. The Queen of Ants felt changes within herself after losing the source of power. She gasped, "How is this possible?" Then shouted, "How dare a mere mortal do this? How dare you take my achievement? I want to forgive you." The Queen of Ants continued to attack Kim Hyung-gu. Then Long and Nge were outside, extremely worried. It seemed like that gem was her true essence. Yin the Fi urged, "Hurry up, we do not have much time to waste." Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth. "I know." He dodged and countered while thinking, "The time I borrowed for this achievement is running out. If I fall here, it is over for me, so I have to." The sky suddenly changed, dark clouds swirling and covering the sky. The Queen of Ants paused. What is happening with those clouds over there? Kim Hyung-gu sprouted two horns on his head. And that is where it all ends. He pointed to the sky, and the clouds gathered around his finger. The Queen Ant shouted, "Hey, you bastard. What the hell did you do?" She launched her ant legs at Kim Hyung-gu, but he just slowly closed his eyes. Unfazed, a small flashback popped into his mind. You think my technique is just about creating thunder? I do not mess around with noisy tricks like that. It is a misconception. Do not confuse it with the real magic I have created. First, you need to channel the thunder energy to the sky. As he recalled this, Kim Hyung-gu took steady breaths to focus on the energy. Once he got it up there, he had to control the space, like dropping drops of black ink into clear water. Don't try to control it perfectly. If you can touch the space you want, let the dark clouds form. Finally, unleash the thunder to places you can feel. Kim Hyung-gu opened his eyes. This is the real technique I created. The lightning strike. Over by Pedrogu, she was panting heavily, her fingers going numb and shaking uncontrollably. She said she wanted to give up, yet thoughts kept swirling in Pedro's mind. She bit her lip, wanting to surrender to that desire, feeling like she had not accomplished anything despite going this far. At this level, she had progressed way beyond before this much energy should be enough. Pedro looked up at the sky and then at her two hands. If she gave up now, could she really let that happen? Just then, the space suddenly turned white, and a voice pulled her out of the negative swamp. "My dear, why live like a doll, ready to give up on everything you want?" "My dear." Pedro looked up in shock. It was her master. Kim Hyung-gu, dressed in robes and wearing a mask, stood above her, questioning why she did not believe in herself. Was it because her parents controlled her like a pet, or had she always lived this way? If that is the case, then forget it all. Forget the life you once lived. Forget everything, including your own name. Whether you were a billionaire or a beggar in the outside world, let it all go and start a new life here. Kim Hyung-gu landed in front of her. Don't live like your parents' pet. Live a life where you can make your own decisions. He patted Pedro's head, saying, "If you do not have a name, it will be tough to call you. So I will give you a new one, Jaya. Your name will be Miriam. That is your new name." Kim Hyung-gu smiled. Miriam bowed her head, a tear rolling down her cheek, but she smiled back. "Master, you will always be the one to save me." Miriam gathered an energy source in her hand. The chaotic demonic forces were raging. Do not tell me that girl is holding on to every desire of the demons. Right. The lightning strike created by Kim Hyung-gu shot straight down at the Queen Ant. She transformed back into her beast form, like a wet rat being electrocuted. Writhing in the air, the Queen Ant fell to the ground, her body riddled with irreversible wounds. The Queen Ant roared in agony. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." Kim Hyung-gu watched with great delight, thinking, "Whoa, I did not expect thunder to be this effective. Until now, I have only fought one-on-one battles, so I never got the chance to use my area skills. I can't believe how effective they are." The queen ant has a huge hole in her body and is still screaming it is so painful. My body really hurts. It hurts so much. Kim Hyun-gu flies over to the queen ant, and it seems she can't regenerate anymore. When she sees him approaching, she freaks out. Don't come near me. Kim Hyun-gu is so fed up that he shoves a stick in her mouth. Stop the theatrics and eat this. The queen ant is falling apart, and Kim Hyun-gu grins. You are the first one to turn into my sandwich. He commands the stick to enlarge, and it grows huge, stretching her body until it bursts into pieces. The queen ant can't scream anymore. She just explodes. As she is defeated, a notification pops up. You have successfully defeated the invader from the tower's gate. Location: underground. You have successfully defeated the regulator. You have accumulated enough achievements to unlock high-level information privileges. You now have high-level information access. Kim Hyun-gu changes his clothes and stands up. Phew, I am so tired. Next to him appears an energy stone, and he reaches out. What is this? The information board immediately updates for Kim Hyun-gu. This stone is a key to this plus storage. The regulator has not analyzed it yet. Skill entry is enabled. The information privilege key is made by Gorak, the regulator who maintains the balance and logic of the tower and the one who created and manages the world. The information privileges flowed. After the regulator altered the tower in a new way, the privileges she was supposed to receive for information were lacking. She has continuously collected the missing information privileges. And thus, when using the power of information, it continues to be insufficient. She can perform experiments she is not fully capable of yet, and among those experiments, there is the missing information privilege, for the sake of the space created by the regulator. This space is solely for her. She can stay there, but others are limited to 30 minutes. The cooldown time is 24 hours from when you use this key to enter. Users can check the cooldown time when using the entry skill. The cooldown until you can use the key is 22 hours, 49 minutes, and 31 seconds remaining on the countdown. Kim Hyun-gu pout. What the heck is this? Give me more info. I can't figure much out due to the missing information privileges, but I think the missing parts refer to secret locations created for experiments. Right, since it is the creator's storage key, there has to be something inside. I can't use it yet because of the cooldown still 22 hours, 49 minutes, and 31 seconds to go. Honestly, I do not know anything at all. Kim Hyun happily shoves the stone into his pocket. Let us take it to know and ask him first. He pulls out the ring and shouts. Balance head. A white cloud bursts out, and Kim Hyun stands on it. Now, where's the exit? Dan Long says. I think it is to the south. Oh. Really? Or maybe it is to the west or east. Kim Hyun-gu is extremely annoyed. Why did not you just say it is in all four directions? Ink suddenly saw Dan Long being too flashy, so he kicked him away to another spot. Anyone could ride the cloud along the wall and find it. It might be faster than when you were looking for someone to adjust it earlier. Kim Hyun-gu agreed. Chuckling, this idea seems better than his back at Miriam's place. She was still waiting for the grave and controlling the nightmarish spirits. A voice rang out. Perfect. The chaotic spirit praised her with a bright smile. Unbelievable how quickly she learned to control the spirits. It was truly impressive. She created a portal and said, We have no more business here, so let us head out. You can go through this. Miriam did not leave right away, lingering like she had more to ask. The chaotic spirit wondered. What is the problem? Is something wrong? Miriam fiddled with her fingers. She shyly asked. Are not you going to tell me your ultimate technique? The chaotic spirit replied. Ultimate technique. Miriam felt embarrassed and thought about leaving. I am out of here. The chaotic spirit hurriedly called out. Wait a minute. Just a little bit. I will tell you. Forget it. You do not even want to talk about it anymore. No, that is not it. So what kind of ultimate technique do you want to know? Miriam hesitated. What do you mean by what kind? Chaotic spirit pointed. I have been around for so long. You think I only have one ultimate technique. It is more complicated than you think. Strategies have to change depending on personality, status, society, and relationships. Like with Blabba. Miriam's eyes widened, sparkling with realization. So Blabba, after a while, they both cheered joyfully. The chaotic spirit reiterated. That means the ultimate technique used must fit the situation. You could play the seductress or the pure-hearted poet. Basically, that is it. Now you decide for yourself, Miriam asked. Do you have any suggestions for me? The chaotic spirit thought for a moment. In the case of your master, I would suggest two things. The first method is to make him fall for you by persistently approaching him softly. For instance, pretend to have food stuck on your mouth, and Kim Hyun-gu would reach out to help you. My dear disciple, you have something on your mouth. Oh my goodness, master. But the most important part is persistence. Miriam asked like a child. Persistence? A lot. If you keep doing that, then in the end, you will create sparks between you two. Miriam tilted her head and asked more. So when will I know there are sparks? The chaotic spirit sighed, explaining it was hard to explain. Anyway, now let us move on to the second method, which is to seize victory in one step. Although it carries some risk. If successful, your master will definitely. At this point, the chaotic spirit snapped out of her silly thoughts, playfully pinching Miriam's cheeks and said, If you do not learn the right way, you can succeed. So I will put it simply, choose between slow and steady or fast and risky. The chaotic spirit pointed at Miriam's face and asked, so which one do you want? Miriam blushed and looked down. I want. In a wonderfully dreamy scene, where small flowers bloom vibrantly. Intertwined, the bamboo bowl under the scenery spreads to cover a vast sky. Under the warm spring sun, on the wide green grass, two people are relaxing, with the boy resting his head on the girl's lap, on a warm spring day. In that electrifying atmosphere, Kim Hyun-gu gazed at the girl with all his heart, and we locked eyes. Miriam was also looking at him, her cheeks flushed, glowing under the warm sunlight. He reached out to gently caress Miriam's cheek, but Kim Hyun-gu could not handle her intense gaze. Miriam's eyes widened, her cheeks as red as ripe tomatoes, a look of surprise on her face. Then, slowly, Miriam began to lean in, gently closing her eyes as she moved on to the next stage. Here, the story takes a temporary pause with a total of 40,096 views, 765 comments, with standout comments from Lope Kaya, Aloy, saying it is really good. If this gets published, I am definitely buying 10 copies from mycody. The author writes so well, it is a visual treat. Commented Androida, calling it a masterpiece I will follow until the end. Scrolling through the comments, I could not help but chuckle. The expression on Kumiho's face was pure excitement. No other word fits. Beside her, like Xiaozong looked a bit speechless, awkwardly turning away, still unable to believe her eyes. Like Xiaozong picked up her phone again, her face almost as red as a ripe persimmon. Watching the scene earlier where the boy and girl were about to kiss in a romantic moment, like Xiaozong felt an emotional surge, both thrilled and shy at the same time. Silently squealing, as a true follower of the story, she thought seriously, I knew it would be like this. Even though I had not read this part, it is not real at all. Even though my Chi-Chung is always next to Hyan Wu. Then remembering the image of my Chi-Yang being so indifferent, she mumbled to herself, but her feelings were completely normal. However, this kind of storytelling really captivated like Xiaozong, making her quietly acknowledge that, despite the inaccuracies, she truly wrote both of them well. Lost in her thoughts, the front seat announced, we have arrived, making like Xiaozong feel a bit embarrassed, her face still flushed. She stammered, okay, so, they all got out, and with a bang, they slammed the door shut, ready to step outside. Before them stood a towering structure with a hint of the Grand Era, the entrance tightly shut, adorned with a large skull with two horns on top. Kumiho exclaimed, is not this the place with the magic portal, like Xiaozong softly confirmed. Yeah. As stronger emotions surged within her, she was amazed, unable to believe that she had built such a building in Henan. Truly the Terrana Guild is something else. Kumiho turned to like Xiaozong excitedly, saying, today, I will continue discussing the 6 existing combination methods we talked about yesterday. Like Xiaozong eagerly nodded, sure. Just as the atmosphere of the trip was incredibly peaceful, suddenly like Xiaozong noticed something unusual ahead. The large gate opened, and 2 rows of guards stood at attention. They had been there silently for who knows how long, each wearing a black horn mask that obscured half their face. Instantly, both girls' mouths dropped in surprise. Kumiho remarked, whoa, they all look exactly the same, while like Xiaozong seemed even more taken aback. Masked warriors. The soldiers were silent, bowing respectfully to the guests, like Xiaozong thought. Black masks. They must be the subordinates directly managed by my Chang. Right? Then she, feeling a bit confused, asked, where's the magic portal? Walking among the masked warriors with their heads bowed, Maiho tried to appear confident as she said, this place is huge, so let us split up and search. Li Hozong nodded in agreement. Yeah, let us do that. The architecture in this area is stunning. Everything is crafted from wood and painted with a rich orange gold hue, giving it a distinctly ancient vibe. As she walked through this uncertain corridor, Like Xiaozong suddenly heard a voice coming from a nearby room, saying, come on. Without a moment's hesitation, she gently pushed open the wooden door and asked, what is that noise? Inside, they ignored her entrance and continued making an odd, loud noise. Hup. Witnessing the scene before her was like hearing thunder strike out of nowhere. Like Xiaozong stood there, mouth agape, unable to speak, while the person inside exclaimed, oh, master. Meanwhile, in another place, it was dark and foggy, as if no sunlight could pierce through. This was the entrance to the first floor. A demonic figure with a grotesque face and a body entirely painted red appeared. Looking around and questioning, is this really the first floor? On the ground lay another creature. Motionless, Sutendoji shifted his gaze. Intrigued, and let out a curious mem. He raised his sharp, clawed foot to the creature's face and wondered, is this the guard of the floor I heard about? Why are you lying here? The lifeless face of the guard was marred with a hint of blood. The eye on the back of his head informed Sutendoji that he was not alone. He was shocked. What the? In the fog, Kim Hyun-gu had been standing there for who knows how long, hands in his pockets, staring defiantly at Sutendoji. Sutendoji, looking a bit clueless, turned to Kim Hyun-gu and asked, you are a guard too? Right, but you do not look like a savage. Kim Hyun-gu sighed heavily, shaking his head in exasperation at the vague question. Seriously, you can see, that savage is lying right in front of you. Sutendoji, utterly oblivious, stared at Kim Hyung-gu and said, "You have got guts, buddy." With that, Sutendoji tensed up, clenched his fists, and enthusiastically declared, "They say the tower is full of interesting people, and it is no joke." He repeated this several times. Interesting. Really interesting. Meanwhile, Kim Hyung-gu was getting annoyed. He scratched his head and frowned. This is so frustrating. Sutendoji continued to chatter. "I love your arrogant vibe. Now entertain me. Will you?" But before he could finish his sentence, Kim Hyung-gu delivered a swift blow to the top of the demon's head, making him shut up and squirm. Still not satisfied, he followed up with a massive kick that sent shockwaves through the ground, scattering debris everywhere. Comments quickly followed. "What a brutal guy. Totally embarrassing. Climb the tower quickly. Will you?" Kim Hyung-gu, not too thrilled, replied nonchalantly, "Sure. Whatever." In another room, a girl was posing, lifting her hips slightly while shyly clearing her throat. Might feeling bashful, looked at herself, and despite her embarrassment, asked seriously, "Isn't this okay? Do you want me to lift my hips higher, and the dress too?" Might shyly shot back, "Well, I have to make it work." Witnessing the person in front of her performing such alluring actions left her speechless. She fiddled with her waist, saying, "I need to see from behind." She slowly turned around, continuing her lines. But the life experience of all those years could not help her make sense of what was happening. She was spinning in her thoughts. What the heck is going on? Have I been reading too much fanfiction lately? Or is Michi the crazy one? As she continued her train of thought, she wondered why she was doing these things. What exactly was she practicing? Michi noticed her presence in the room, feeling embarrassed and stuttering, and she immediately lost her previous shyness. Michi transformed into a demon with 2 long horns on her forehead, her hair turning platinum. She darkly asked if she had seen everything. Facing Michi's terrifying form, like Seo Rong stammered, No, what?" That answer only drove Michi further into madness. She glared and summoned a beast, a huge tiger that appeared right behind her, causing Lai Xiaorong to scream in terror. But Michi did not deal with Lai Xiaorong right away. She grimly said, "I won't kill you because you are a disciple of my master." Lai Xiaorong stammered, "So what was that just now?" Michi glared as she replied, "But since you have seen everything, I have to erase your memories." Upon hearing this, Lai Xiaorong was even more terrified. She broke into a cold sweat, shouting, "What are you going to do with my memories?" The tiger growled menacingly, and Michi reassured her, "Don't worry, you just need to let my father bite you once." Like Xiaorong was horrified, trying to block the beast's mouth as it approached her. "Wait, I can't see anything at all." "Really? I swear I can't see anything." Michi was not hungry for her, she said. "Don't worry, as I just said, I won't kill you," Michi ominously added. "I will." And the tiger lunged at Like Xiaorong amidst her terrified screams. Michi shouted, "I am only taking your memories." Terrified, Like Xiaorong squeezed her eyes shut, and she suddenly heard a voice asking, "What is that?" That voice continued as the tiger paused its attack on Like Xiaorong. "But if this happens, then what about the embarrassing memories she has of me?" "What? Just let it happen when it does." "But it is a bit." Like Xiaorong was spinning as if caught in a whirlwind, completely confused about what the hell was going on. Taking a deep breath, Michi returned to her original form. She turned her face slightly away and said, "I want to erase your memories." Like Xiaorong was overwhelmed with tears of joy, hesitantly asking, "Really?" Michi immediately replied, "With one condition." Like Xiaorong broke into a sweat, worried. "One condition?" Michi pointed directly at her, firmly stating, "Help me." Meanwhile, Anarin was leisurely walking in a place filled with towering bookshelves, each glass case packed with books. Anarin stopped midway and commanded, "Start." Instantly, hundreds of books began to fall around her, and spotting the one she needed, she ordered, "Stop." Upon receiving the command, the falling books paused, hovering mid-air. Anarin instructed, "Return to your original positions." And immediately, they all turned back to their own spots. The books are all jumbled together. Then they neatly organize themselves side by side. But one book, the odd one out, suddenly falls hard onto Hanarin's head, making her scream out in pain. From that book, all the others start to tumble down. Thanks to the first book falling, the entire shelf collapses chaotically, creating a mountain of books piled on top of each other. Hanarin commands them to disappear, and the books automatically soar up into the air again. She grabs one, and the book speaks. "Looks like stage 4 is still tough, huh? But you are the only one who has mastered space so quickly." Hanarin frowns, gripping both ends of the book, ready to tear it apart. The book pleads, "Hey, why do not you just let me go?" It replies, "What the heck are you talking about?" Hanarin, losing her patience, is set to rip it. "Why won't these books just disappear already?" The commanding book cries out in fear. "Wait, it is just a misunderstanding," she asks. "Then what is it?" The book answers, "It is to confirm the necessary power when they fall." "Wait a minute. Do not tear me apart." Anarin considers sparing the commanding book, tossing it aside. She says, I have been using this power before I even met you. How is it beneficial? The book responds, I guess it is true. Regaining its composure for being safe, the commanding book guides Hanarin. Before we get into that, it seems your space mastery is not complete yet. This is what you need to complete to level up to the next stage. Hanarin is skeptical, asking, you mean the next stage is, the commanding book, living up to its name? Answers, to control presence in space. Once you succeed, you will be able to control anything in space. After hearing that explanation, Hanarin could not help but grin, saying, well, if that is the case, imagining the image of my Chaiwang, Hanarin excitedly said, dealing with that little brat is just a matter of time. At the Guardian Guild, towering modern buildings stood tall under the morning sun, promising a productive day ahead for everyone. Inside the building, in one room, a slender hand placed a stack of documents down on the table, and the voice asked, where's the president? Sakurenia slammed her hand on the papers, her expression indifferent as she said, there are a lot of things that need approval. Kim Si-hyun showed sympathy, saying, he is probably causing trouble somewhere again, and asked Sakurenia, Miss Enya, is there an accounting document for the first half of the year in this pile? She quickly replied, oh, there is. Sakurenia handed over the document, saying, here you go. And in that brief moment, Kim Si-hyun's hand lightly brushed against hers. Both of them felt a flutter as they gazed at each other, their hearts sighing. Oh my, that romantic moment passed quickly, and in place of the initial awkwardness, Sakurenia flustered said, but thanks to you, everything is not too difficult. Kim Si-hyun also shyly scratched his head, saying, it is nothing, we need to wrap this up quickly so we can go on a date. Hearing the boy beside her express his feelings so openly, Sakurenia felt even more stirred, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Softly saying, Si-hyun, seizing the moment, Kim Si-hyun leaned closer to her, both of them understanding each other, closing their eyes, their bodies just inches apart, their lips ready to kiss. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Hanseo Kigun and Lee Seal excitedly barged in. Shouting, Hanseo Kigun announced with a grin, we are here to help you too, while Lee Seal, carrying a bag of snacks, cheerfully added, I swung by since I was in the area. Upon arrival, they found Sakurenia and Kim Si-hyun turned away from each other, lamenting, now we have to wait, in another place, like a grand ship drifting freely through the currents of space. Two people were engaging with each other. One asking, are you back? But you must be exhausted from fighting. The other replied indirectly, agreeing, saying, it is best to wrap everything up quickly. On the table, they exchanged a piece of metal. The other person said, first this one, while the first pulled back, saying, the controller's key. You actually did it. The duo was No and Kim Hyun-gu discussing things. Kim Hyun-gu rested his chin in his hand, looking at No with a confused expression, asking, but is that girl really the controller? No, not catching the drift of the question. Asked back, what do you mean? Kim Hyun-gu recalled the one-eyed monster attacking him earlier, saying, even with the achievements of those tower climbers, she is still a mess. Bit crazy too. Not rushing to conclusions, No calmly asked him, achievements? So in the end, did the controller really do that? The image of the controller flashed vividly in Noah's memory. He continued, she wanted to create an omnipotent achievement, to be above all, but in the end, it was not her own achievement. No concluded, even with special methods, her body would definitely face issues. Kim Hyun-gu grew more serious, pondering, why does everyone related to the tower seem so strange? Forget it, what good will this key do anyway? No maintains his calm demeanor and tells him, I think you need to check out its storage first. Then I can explain better. Kim Hyun-gu quickly responds, oh, really? No gently replies, well, time's running out, so let us take a look first. With the key in hand and his eyes locked on it, Kim Hyun-gu agrees. The storage. I am curious about that too. Suddenly, a deep blue object appears before them. It is the information panel about the item Kim Hyun-gu is holding. The key fragment, radius plus, its adjustment level is unclear, but it has an entry skill. The cooldown time until the next use is 0, meaning it is ready to go. Confidently, Kim Hyun-gu smirks and reads the command. Enter. The panel starts to fade after receiving the command, and the key unlocks a portal right above Kim Hyun-gu, jolting him to the core. In a flash, he is transported to a place where, just a second after arriving, Kim Hyun-gu is left dumbfounded. His eyes remain wide with shock, his body frozen in place. Before him unfolds an incredibly bizarre scene. Kim Hyun-gu stutters. What? A whole army of life-sized, intricately carved figures, perfectly mimicking human proportions and expressions, stands before him, looking vividly alive. It takes him a moment to finish his thought with a simple, what the heck? In the training center, the Iranian guild is buzzing with activity, and Miho cheerily announces, all done. Great job. Below in the yard, Lee Seo is stretching her arms, exclaiming, I am so exhausted. Miho, ever the encouraging teacher, responds, you really did a fantastic job. Lee Seo hands Miho a blue package, and Miho enthusiastically praises her. Even with the system's help, my stats are really shooting up fast. While Miho continues to excitedly express her gratitude, Licio calmly opens her info panel. It clearly states, Licio, 28 years old, female. Stats unknown. Strength A, Dexterity's plus, Resilience A plus, Stamina's plus, Magic's plus, Luck B, Skills. Fragmentation. Sterilization. Crush Magic. Focus. Enhancement. Limited Enhancement. Magic Awakening. Magic Circle. High-speed interruption. Quick memory magic usage. Stamina's plus, Magic's plus. Taking a sip of water to catch her breath, Licio said. Slightly bewildered. Last time, my magic was only S+. How did it jump to S+ in just 2 weeks? She recalls the information provided. Normally, skill limits are determined in the tower, so when they go outside, the pace of growth slows down. She wonders, but what is this unbelievable development? Breaking the silence, Kumaiho speaks up, are not we supposed to leave now? Licio looks a bit surprised. We still have time, Kumaiho replies, but she wants to ask the master what it is. Right. Reminded, Licio recalls the promise to help my Chiong. She stutters, letting out a soft sound. Licio jokes with Kumaiho, is not it better to forget what happened later, while Kumaiho is completely lost. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu punches a statue without holding back. Wondering, but this statue is outside. Right, rubbing his hand because he punched too hard. He mutters, I wonder if this will be of any help. Then something else catches his eye, causing Kim Hyun-gyu to shift his focus. Looking closer, he gasps in shock. It is someone familiar smiling at him. He shouts their name. Heavenly Demon. There is a comment. Is this a corpse climbing the tower? Ignoring that, Kim Hyun-gyu closely observes the statue of the Heavenly Demon. Thinking, this? Looking at the hand tightly gripping the sword of the Heavenly Demon, the voice continues, although it looks tough on the outside, I am sure, because I can feel the remnants of achievement in that corpse. It urges Kim Hyun-gyu, but that is not all. Keep going. After taking a few more steps, he discovers large faces, unable to hide his surprise. Kim Hyun-gyu is stunned. The King of Monkeys and Senguchi, even with a 10,000-year spirit, are here, standing outside and watching. The King of Monkeys, the great sage, remarks, it seems everyone who died in the tower is gathered here. The old Demon King, Fifi agrees, my spirit is here too, so it must be true. Turns out the ones guiding Kim Hyun-gyu all this time are them. Hearing the old Demon King say that, he immediately asks, where's the body? The old man tells him. Look up, a massive dragon statue, carved in a diving pose, looms right above Kim Hyun-gyu, leaving him a bit speechless. The old Demon King comments, it seems all kinds of dead are gathered here. At that moment, a notification appears. Time's up. It returns Kim Hyun-gyu back to the chair opposite No, who asks him, have you checked that place? He replies shortly. Yeah. Kim Hyun-gyu continues, but inside there is only the corpses of those tower climbers. What good is that to me? No relaxes and says, right now it is not useful, but what if they become your allies? Kim Hyun-gyu can't help but be surprised, asking, how so? In No's palm appears a green gem. Kim Hyun-gyu, confused, stares and asks, what is this? No replies, an item that can help you do that. Shocked, he yells, really? Before No can continue, he is already so excited his eyes are shining. Quickly asking, of course, I love it. So what do I do now? No also wears a playful smile, saying, first, you need to convince them to become your allies. After hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu feels something is off. His face drops. The fiery enthusiasm from earlier has vanished. He just stares blankly. Kim Hyun-gyu, persuasive, by defeating them? You mean, no. Come on, he says. Gambling. I was actually planning to have a chat with them. Kim Hyun-gyu grimaces and waves his hand, asking, is there any other way? No coldly replies, no, sweating bullets. Kim Hyun-gyu realizes this definitely won't go smoothly. After a moment of thought, he turns to No and says, all right then, tell me what I need to do. The method to resurrect those tower climbers. No recalls and slowly explains, the method itself is not hard, connecting the essence of a person to the gem. No elaborates. First you need to convince them to enter the imagined space, then place their consciousness into this gem. After that, enter the vault to complete the process. No smiles gently and advises him. The most important thing is persuasion. Remember that. Hearing this feels like a thunderbolt. Kim Hyun-gyu chuckles a bit and mutters, persuasion. Then he remembers the famous figures sweating it out in the tower, and Kim Hyun-gyu doubts, is it really possible? A thought suddenly sparks in his mind. Kim Hyun-gyu slams the table and exclaims, yes, that is it. Making No jump in surprise, he points up and says, I just need to resurrect the celestial dragon with Wukong. They have been with me long enough, so persuading them should be easy. Their bodies are right in the storage. No is taken aback and asks, but is that really okay for you? Kim Hyun-gyu is confused. What about me? No then explains the relationship between him and Wukong. You have made a pact with the great sage. Right, so that means if you resurrect him, he will return to his original master. A big downside appears, meaning you won't be able to use the great sage's powers anymore. Kim Hyun-gyu suddenly remembers the Azure Dragon and stammers. What about the Azure Dragon? At this moment, the image of the Azure Dragon crying and lamenting appears. My powers? No asks. He has given you all of his powers. Right, no confirms. Then he will be resurrected without any powers. So he won't be much help. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu clicks his tongue and crosses his arms, showing his disdain. No continues. If you submit the powers you have already received, it would be different. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu scratches his head and brushes it off. I still need the Azure Dragon's strength, so that is a bit tricky. He then buries his face in the table in frustration and sighs. I thought everything would be fine once I got rid of the regulator, but now there is another problem. No smiles. To change the tower, fighting the regulator is unavoidable. Consider that a prerequisite. He continues to click his tongue, with his face down on the table, gritting his teeth. He mutters, how am I supposed to convince those stubborn jerks? No reassures him. Hey, do not worry too much. I think there will be a way for you to persuade them besides those two. Hearing this, he ponders. Kim Hyun-gyu then asks, thinking back, what about Yves? Have you found the system room yet? The note waves his hand. Not yet. But I have found a lead. Sorry, but give me a little more time. No pulls out a device and adds, more importantly, I have completed the item you requested. That device is a teleportation device. Level unknown. No adjustments. Skill is teleportation at will. Information authority. The teleportation device was created by the master of the ship Note and the creator of this tower. When using the teleportation skill, the user can move anywhere from the ship Nut to the 9th floor. The teleport device can't be used continuously and has a total cooldown of 12 hours before it can be reused, unless recharged with mana. If you recharge with mana, the cooldown can be reduced by up to 15%, and the current status is available for use. Kim Hyun-gubert looked at the item and smiled. I guess I do not need to grind monsters to get here anymore, to which No cheerfully replied. Yeah, now you can just come straight here. He picked up the teleport item, his face lighting up with joy. At least this issue has been resolved, he thought to himself. Feeling relieved. Yeah, thanks to Net, I am sure I will find Eve soon. Hope filled him as he thought. Just wait a little longer. In a grand, luxurious building. Even though it was already night, the lights were still on inside. A finger pointed at the screen, tapping on the upgrade option. Just as he had said, if I resurrect, you won't be able to use my achievements anymore. Than Long replied. Same here. On the screen, Kim Hyun-gyu lay back lazily, responding. Got it. He was sprawled out on the sofa. But you guys really do not know that your bodies are on the ship. The two, Ing Si-kang and Than Long, confirmed this, with Ingyu pointing upwards and saying, there is a way. Kim Hyun-gyu was surprised. Oh, what is it? Ingyu King envisioned the image of him stepping on the scale and still said, let us just say the scale does not count. You need to use my achievements the way I did. He was so frustrated that he accidentally made the phone fly out of his hand. Than Long blinked at the screen and spoke up. There is another way, he curiously asked. Really? Than Long opened his mouth to reply. Yeah. But, the scene shifted back to the house, where Lee Seo-jong and Kumai Ho entered, greeting him with joy. Hey, I am back, Master, the two asked. Have you finished what you needed to do? He leaned back on the sofa, legs crossed casually replying. Yeah, it is going okay. Lee Seo-jong smiled and sat down. Really? That is great, Kim Hyun-gyu wondered. Do you want to say something? Lee Seo-jong raised an eyebrow slightly and replied. Starting 2 weeks ago, my stats suddenly shot up. Do you know what is going on? He replied. I do not know anything about that. Is not it just time for it to increase? Lee Seo-jong added. But it is strange for it to rise so much in such a short time. He proposed. Have you tried asking Sai-hein? Lee Seo-jong replied. I asked him already, but he does not know either. His stats shot up suddenly too. Kim Hyun-gyu rested his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, he recalled a recent battle. Wondering, could the killing adjustments have caused some disturbance? After all, I just took her down a week ago, so it does not coincide with the timing of the stat increase. Lee Seo-jong noticed his pensive demeanor and felt a bit anxious. Remaining silent, after a moment, Lee Seo-jong spoke up. Hey, Kim Hyun-gyu quickly replied. What is it? Lee Seo-jong hesitated. After a moment of thought, Lee Seo-jong finally asked, do you have an ideal type? Hearing that, he was taken aback. What the heck? The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere turned a bit awkward. Kim Hyun-gyu stared blankly, unsure of what to say. Then he asked, so, Lee Seo-jong, are you going or not? He was still speechless, just standing there with a dazed expression. Then he asked, do you like me? Before he could finish, Lee Seo-jong unleashed a wave of threatening energy. How dare you say such hurtful things? He asked again. Were you planning to interview me? Lee Seo-jong jumped up to deny it, saying, that is not it. He still wanted to ask. Then why did you ask that? Lee Seo-jong had run out of patience. She leaned in close with a threatening glare. Hurry up and speak. he pondered. An ideal type. Do I even have one? While he was thinking, a voice slipped out. Of course, the 7 fairies are the most beautiful, Wukong chimed in, especially that one fairy. King Long. Oh ho. You monkey. Aren't you supposed to not think about the 7 fairies like that? Wukong pointed sarcastically. Come on, as if you are some sort of poet, King Long immediately shot back. Of course I am. I am one of the 4 divine guardians. I am not as mundane as you are, Wukong continued, but from the fairies' perspective, they came to find me. Hearing this, King Long scoffed. Do you dare to do that to the daughter of the Jade Emperor? Wukong chuckled teasingly. Hey, where did the free-spirited green dragon go? Upon hearing this, King Long jumped up. What did you say? Wukong kept teasing. There is even a rumor that you accepted a fresh green girl as a sacrifice. You think I do not know? King Long cursed. You bastard. Wukong jumped into the fray. Dare to say that again. He watched this unfold. Utterly speechless, Kim Hyung suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. His teacher was about to say something, but Li Seoljong was overjoyed. You have a... He showed his phone to Li Seoljong. After seeing it, Li Seoljong was stunned, sweat pouring down, her eyes wide in disbelief. Li Seoljong exclaimed. What? On a spaceship, on the table lay a glowing blue stone, and a voice said, I wonder if Kim Hyung has decided who to save yet. Noticing something, he looked up at the magical circle in the air, with 3 triangles pointing in different directions, strange words hovering above the circle. He stood up from his chair, focused on what was in front of him, then slowly stepped forward, drawing more into the magic circle. A circle appeared in the middle of that magical circle. Glowing blue light emerged, and a screen appeared. He was stunned. Why did not she meet Kim Hyung? Yip from the system room had said. When the time is right, I will go find him, so do not say anything about me. Back at Kim Hyung's house, the chaotic force said, Kid, what are you worried about? My ultimate technique never fails. Hearing this, Maishi tilted his head and replied, I am not worried, just being a bit cautious. The chaotic force continued to question. Huh, are you scared? Maishi asked. What are you talking about? The chaotic force continued. You are worried that everything won't go as planned and your relationship with your master will fall apart. Right. Hearing this, Maishi also pondered, as if he was reluctantly admitting it. The chaotic force suddenly said, If that is the case, let me borrow your body for a bit. Maishi asked back. For what? The chaotic force wanted to eat the male lead. I will seduce your master in 10 hours with my ultimate technique. Maishi was embarrassed, blushing and jumping up. What the heck? The two started arguing. I am sure he is going to be obsessed with that technique. Stop it. A voice came from behind. It was Lysol, saying, Hey, I am here. Maishi took a deep breath and calmly said, Let her in. The wooden door slowly creaked open. Lysol stepped inside, holding a phone in her hand. I found it. She then showed Michi the screen. Here. After looking, Maichi's jaw dropped, his eyes wide in shock. She stammered, This is the pattern he likes. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a voice echoed, What did you say? The tower floors have been completely locked. The mysterious figure lowered his head and reported. More specifically, the 12th and 13th floors have suddenly been sealed off. Tama sat quietly, listening to his subordinate's report, resting his chin in thought, as if calculating something. Tama asked, Why did that happen? The mysterious figure replied, We still have not found the reason. But as you know, the only one with the power to lock the tower floors is, at this point, Tama seemed to have figured it out, grin spreading across his face. It is her, is not it? The one I suspected is Avi. The mysterious figure nodded. That might be it. Tama lightly tapped his fingers on the armrest, fell silent for a moment. Then continued, I thought I had dealt with her, but it turns out she is still lurking around here. Unbelievable. I should have known she would have a hand in this. More interesting than I thought. The mysterious figure was startled. What do you mean? Tama said. Did I not mention before? Until that freak arrives here. He raised his hand, and a surge of black energy appeared. With a loud boom, a massive explosion erupted from that energy. Tama calmly stated, I will do nothing but wait. The mysterious figure looked at the water stains on the wall. Feeling anxious and speechless, Tama continued to unleash his power, his voice rising in anger. I will be nothing. Then he smirked. But it seems there are quite a few minions surrounding me now. I will only help you this once. As he spoke, powerful purple energy radiated from him, and the mysterious figure gasped. Are you really going to do that? Tama snapped his fingers, realizing that she must have known someone would go down to the tower, so she locked it up to buy time. A white light appeared in his hand. If that is the case, let us move to another place. Back at the main character's home, today was definitely busy. Let us start with the important issues first. Kim Hyun-gu stared ahead and asked, Than Long, what method are you suggesting? Than Long replied, It is to achieve our accomplishments together at the same time. Kim Hyun-gu squinted in disbelief, responding, I am all in. Than Long continued, There is a type of magic that can help accomplish this, and it won't take much time. Than Long spoke about a magic circle. We will utilize it to manipulate time and space. Kim Hyun-gu questioned, Time, space, what do you mean? Than Long explained, This is a type of magic that can overcome the limitations of time and space by splitting your consciousness into fragments, allowing you to train simultaneously. Kim Hyun-gu imagined his limbs splitting apart and turned pale. Then Long, as if reading his thoughts, quickly clarified, not your body, but your mind. For instance, your mind can be split into 5, allowing your body to train 5 accomplishments at once. The image of Kim Hyun-gu training with all these impressive accomplishments was a stark contrast to the messy, scattered image he had in his mind just moments ago. He exclaimed, "Ooh, that sounds amazing." Dan Long looked at him, cautioning him, but there was a major drawback to using this magic. He was stunned. "What is it?" "You will be able to train more, but it will require a whole lot of brain power." He froze, his expression blank, and let out a soft "oh." It is easy to picture him carrying a single stone, but carrying 5 at once, that would wear him out to the point of collapse. People have lost their lives just to learn the basics, so imagine juggling 5 accomplishments at once. You would probably feel 5 times the exhaustion. Than Long nodded in agreement. That might be right. Training in a simulated space might not tire you out physically, but you know how mentally draining it can be, right? You have been through it. His face turned serious. So the most important factor is our brain's ability to function. Than Long replied. Exactly. Ingi King added, but right now, you can only practice a maximum of 2 accomplishments. He was shocked. Wait. Just 2? Ingi King crossed his arms. No way around it. This training session is nothing like before. He and Than Long moved closer, and Ninzi King chuckled. For this upcoming session, you have to step up. After all, it is about collecting our accomplishments. You just have to follow along. There is no other choice. He clicked his tongue in acceptance. Alright, so it won't be easy. Huh. Ingi Kung spoke up. What you said earlier, was that for real? He did not quite get it and asked, what do you mean? Reflecting on the ideal type. He replied, oh, that. Ingi King smirked. Yeah, that ideal type is just a fantasy. Kim Hyun-gu shot back. What are you trying to say? Than Long chimed in, considering your age. She seems pretty young. Ing Si-kun dismissed it. I do not think my age matters. Watching the two exchange banter, he interjected. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Ing King recounted. The picture you showed that woman earlier. The girl in that picture is indeed fresh and unique. He explained, and upon hearing them mention the video, he added, of course, I did it to win her over. Ing Si-kung questioned. Win her over? Huh. He shouted. If not, she would probably stick to me like glue. He reassured, one eye closed and one eye open. Let us just say I showed her a game I used to play. Ing Kung clicked his tongue. Got it. Then he whispered. He is not joking. Is he? Than Long, ever chatty, continued. But even if that is the case, do not you think that picture looks a bit like his disciple? Ing Viking realized. You are right. Than Long said it resembles Lai Xiao Dong and Michi Wang. Kim Hyun-gu was too fed up to argue. No way. Stop talking nonsense. I am going to bed. Meanwhile, Than Long and Inu Kung were still chattering away. What is going on here? Elsewhere, the chaotic monster exclaimed. Huh, I knew your master was not normal, but his ideal type is real. Mai Shi was startled. So the methods I learned are not effective. The chaotic monster grinned. Haha, kid. I have never known failure. Then he commanded Michi Wang through the screen. Get everything ready that we talked about. Mai Shi looked intently at her arranging the gadgets. First this and then that, and the more he listened, the more shocked he became. His body shrunk, sweat pouring down his face in disbelief. She screamed. What? 3 days later, in a luxurious wooden-furnished room, Li Xiaodong was tapping on her phone while sipping her tea. On the screen was a text. What are you saying? Little Sis. She was so embarrassed that her ears turned bright red, but she still mustered all her courage to speak to Kim Hyun-gu, who approached her after hearing her confession. Li Xiaodong froze at this moment, taking a breath as she pondered something. This fanfic is so close to reality. Is there really something between Maishi and Hyun-gu? Li Xiaodong mused. But I am sure he only showed that picture to tease me. But if I go back empty-handed to that tyrant dragon? Li Xiaodong recalled the furious image of that chaotic force and shivered, unsure of what she would do to her. Yet, she brushed it off, continuing to drink water. Whatever, I have done everything she told me to. In a massive building, Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms and suddenly asked. Disciple? Petite girl smiled and replied. Yes, master. In front of him was a pile of expensive liquor, and he exclaimed, what the heck is this? The girl gently responded, it is liquor, and he still could not believe his eyes. I know that, but Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms, glancing at the black-haired girl in front of him, sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at her with concern. He thought to himself, but why? Kim Hyun-gu looked at her outfit, from her top and skirt to her accessories, even her hairstyle, and he suddenly remembered a character from a game he had played before. He wanted to shout, why is she dressed like that? Meanwhile, that chaotic force whispered that she was definitely dressed to match the male lead's style. Looking at her like a cat made him think, does she like cosplaying? But why show it here? A glass of liquor could not distract Kim Hyun-goo's thoughts. What is going on? Maishi raised her glass, interrupting his train of thought. Master, at the sound of her call. He jolted. She respectfully held out her glass, saying, here. Take it, which surprised Kim Hyun-gu. What? He was a bit taken aback. Wait, she is still like this? Please, just take it, Hyun-gu added. Hold on, what the heck? Maishi did not care. Just take it. Take it. Contrary to her sparkling eyes, his were shaky and cold. The chaotic force looked at this scene. Feeling bored, knowing it would turn out like this, the chaotic force asked Michi, Kid, why are you forcing him to drink? She responded with her thoughts. I am just doing what I was told. Through the screen, the chaotic force felt speechless. Wrong. This kid, it explained to Michi, if making him drink could solve the problem, I would not be so passionate about it. She was startled. What? The chaotic force asked her again. Do you even know the purpose of this meeting? The chaotic force reiterated that the goal was to get him drunk and strengthen their relationship. She imagined Hein getting drunk. Disciple, are you asking me if I like you? Of course I do, the strange power said. Downing a drink does not mean anything. Which caught my chai off guard. She fell into deep thought, and Kus wondered, what is up with her? He glanced at the drink again. But besides the cosplay, why should he drink? But it is all good. We are adults now. Kus imagined holding up a glass. Both girls just wanted to unwind after a tough time. He looked at the drink again, noticing the ice cubes inside. This drink looks pretty strong. S was taken aback by my Chi's sudden movement, making her jump. Come on, let us drink up and wrap this up. He slammed it back in one go, like a kid trying to avoid the nasty taste. It was awful. The strange force was getting super hyped. Just in time. Kid, it pointed at my Chi, saying keep going. Get him another drink. She felt a bit odd, and then the strange power urged her. Hey. Say something. She helplessly rested her head in her hands. Oh no. Do not say anything. What should we do now? The strange power was anxious. We can handle this, but your master will definitely suspect us. Kid. There is no getting around it. She reminded my Chi. It is time to make a choice. My Chi was a bit surprised. A choice. The strange power laid out two options. Pick one. First, stop here. Second, you gotta drink, she bluntly said. If you are not confident, just get a little tipsy. Then the best plan is to let yourself get drunk. My Chi kept staring at Kim Hyun-gu while listening to the strange power. And if that could lead to a hint for him, then that would be enough. My Chi bit her lip. But what if she messes up? The strange power brushed it off. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Are you really going to give it up? Kim Hyun-gu was saying. Disciple, you seem like you just want to relax, so stand up and call out. Master. Her whole body was bursting with passion. Wait a second. Can you hold on for 5? No. 3 minutes. He hesitated. Why the delay? But he agreed. All right. My Chi walked away, not forgetting to say thank you. The system suddenly appeared. Startling him, you have been invited. The system has sent you an invitation. Once the remaining time in the system runs out, you will accept the invitation. Time left, 29 seconds. Before he could process anything, the system whisked him away. The surrounding scene began to shift, and a girl with white hair appeared. A V showed up, sitting behind a desk. So you have arrived. Kim Hyun-gu was a bit surprised to see her smiling in front of him. Then bam, he smacked her right on the head. She hugged her head, crying. What was that for? Why did you hit me? He replied, well, I just thought you looked a little suspicious. She did not get it. Suspicious? He hesitated. What if this is a trap or something? She shot back. You think I would do that? Avi was extremely annoyed. Why would you hit someone first? Kim Hyun-gu quickly used a head-patting skill, and she calmed down immediately. She had so much she wanted to say to him. She laughed sheepishly. Me too. I have to say everything I have never been able to say before. He asked. Are there things you have not told me yet? Avi decided to change the subject. But first, let us talk about this. Avi cleared her throat. Maybe you have heard about me from the creator, but I would like to formally introduce myself again. Kim Hyun-gu smiled gently as he listened to her say, I have a mission to observe and manage the entire parallel world and ensure balance between them. I am also one of the 5 responsible for all the floors of the tower and its order. She confidently introduced herself. I am the manager. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Yu Lang was utterly confused, wondering what the heck was going on. A sudden jolt startled him. What in the world was that? Something appeared before Lang's eyes. He recognized it as a communication tool to connect with the upper floors. Glancing at the text on it, it read, from this moment on, the challenges of floor 1 will be removed, and the tower climber will begin facing challenges starting from floor 9. Behind Lang, the monster had awakened the damn thing. He unleashed his power, yelling, where's that bastard? Lang was puzzled. What bastard? He asked. Are you talking about the black-haired human? The guy replied. Yeah. Where the hell is that punk? Lang pointed upwards. He is not here anymore. He probably went up. The guy was astonished. Up. Lang confirmed. Yeah, I think he is somewhere above us in this tower. Kim Haingu crossed her arms and asked Vi. So, until my information authority is elevated, you have no idea who you are. She replied, that is right, he was baffled, and you decided to end it yourself. Why would you do that? She answered, I will explain the reason later. For now, let me tell you about the current situation. The scene shifted to a luxurious building, where Ninthachi had returned. Looking a bit sheepish, she closed her eyes and shouted, Master, my heart is finally ready, but she did not see him anywhere. She called out, Master. Bottles of alcohol lay strewn across the floor and on the white sofa, and there were sounds of someone fainting mixed with sighs of exasperation of. Sighing again, Miriam downed a bottle of liquor, her face flushed, eyes tightly shut. She sat on the edge of the chair, gripping a bottle of alcohol beside her, her face bright red yet dejected. Mumbling, I must have messed up, the beach Kudiahan looked at Miriam. Exasperated, kid, are you not planning to stop drinking? She grumbled, her face scrunched up, staring intently at the bottle in front of her, silent and unresponsive, her mind racing. Her master had run away. Suddenly, a minion appeared, hands on his stomach, bowing halfway, while Miriam kept chugging her drink. Coldly asking, what is up? The guy said, looks like a tower climber just appeared. Miriam turned her head to ask, a tower climber? The guy continued, yeah, we can narrow down his location, but he is likely around the seal area. Ew. Miriam smirked slightly. Oh really? Yeah. He replied, and she dropped the bottle, saying, all right. Sounds good, her expression suddenly turning fierce. What perfect timing, I am just in the mood to meet this tower climber. Her eyes burned with intensity as she prepared to confront him. In Avi's room, Hainu paused and asked, did you block the floors? Avi looked up and replied, yes. She continued, after your information authority reached a high level, I regained the memories of the manager, so I can understand the situation inside the tower. Seeing how these tower climbers are doing everything they can to kill the guards. As she spoke, Avi observed and interacted with various information panels. She is a bit worried, and it is only a matter of time before the 9th floor collapses. That is why I blocked off the floors right away. It has been tough to keep in touch, she explained, and Hein Wu finally got it. So that is the deal. He crossed his arms and asked how long it would take to go back to normal, and Avi figured about 1-2 months. He asked again, you do not know for sure? I have done everything I could to get this result, and Avi seemed a bit annoyed answering. I had to hold back my memories to preserve the remaining strength after exhausting all my power to escape those 3 creators trying to eliminate me, she explained, recalling the moment she strained herself trying to hold onto some power. That is why my strength is not fully developed yet. I think it is like being in battery saver mode. She continued, right, the main focus is on this, is not it? Hein Wu seemed to grasp the issue. Once the floors are no longer blocked, the enforcers will swarm here. So we need to prepare for that, Hein Wu said. Avi agreed. Exactly. Plus we need to protect everyone on the 9th floor. Why is that? Hein Wu asked again. Avi hesitated, gripping her hands on the table because the enforcers can come down, but the tower climbers can still keep going up. What Avi said surprised Hein Wu, and the number of those climbers will keep increasing. But why is that happening? He wondered. Avi explained, not long ago, the structure of the tower changed. The designer stripped me of my authority and took control of the entire tower. That guy linked the 1st floor with the 9th. And the light from above shines down into the tower like a well. A terrifying sound echoed as a blue monster was pinned down by a dark red foot with claws digging into the ground. The red creature had bulging eyes and a pair of horns on its head, along with white beard and hair, and sharp teeth. It roared, I will kill that guy. I swear I will kill that bastard. A strange noise caught its attention. Surrounding it were streams of pale blue energy flowing from its muscular body. A stream of yellow energy rushed forward, making it feel uneasy. What kind of energy is this? The energy began to concentrate, shining brighter and brighter. Is it overpowering me? It could not believe what it was seeing. Who are you? The monster yelled in panic as Miriam appeared right in front of it, slowly stepping forward. With a swirl of orange-yellow energy behind her, she whispered, her face unchanged, just hold on for a while. The demon did not understand what was happening, and asked, what are you talking about? She clenched her fist, energy wrapping around her hand. That is the only way to soothe her anger. With that, she lunged to attack the stunned demon. Back to where Avi and Hein Wu were talking. So basically, what you are saying is that the current situation is very dangerous. Right? Hein Wu felt a bit worried hearing Avi say this. Yes. Once the floors are linked, they will head straight to the 9th floor. He imagined the desolate, wrecked city. Just one tower climber could cause immense damage to the 9th floor, but now it would be a whole horde. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Damn it. The only one who can handle them. Images of each person flashed in his mind. Anaring was training. Miriam possessed the achievement of the legendary mixed demon god. Sai Hien was being honed by the celestial demon and the tail-headed fox. Hein Wu asked, how many guys are climbing the tower roughly? Avi estimated, around 8 to 10 guys a day, but in the early days, There might be even more. He panicked. What about the first day? Because the guys currently climbing will all arrive at the same time that day. Avi replied. Hainu exclaimed. Oh. Damn it. Avi said. But it is good that you killed the controller. Otherwise, the corpses managed by her would come back to life again, and the image of her controlling the dead monsters appeared, Avi explained. Normally, the tower climbers who are taken down will be revived by the system in cycles. Hainu was a bit taken aback by this information. He recalled. The celestial demon slowly said to Hyan-Wu, why are we in the imaginary space? I am just waiting. It was only now that Hyan-Wu understood what the celestial demon's intention was. A terrified scream rang out. Stop. Stop it. Mirian coldly ordered. Get up quickly. Mirian lifted her foot high. It is not over yet. A wave of energy like a blade rushed toward the demon. He used all his strength to try to dodge this attack. He joyfully shouted. Ha ha ha, I dodged it. In an instant, Mirian appeared behind the demon, her hand grasping his head. She smiled and said, come on, at least you should dodge once or twice. Otherwise, it won't be fun. The demon was bewildered by that terrifying speed. How could that be? Then all that was left were painful screams. The demon lay unconscious on the ground. A voice rang out. Is he dead? The kid is awake now. Mirian coldly replied. Do not talk to me. Mirian pouted, showing her dissatisfaction. Who did anything to you like that? The night parade of 100 demons complained. Are you really asking me that? Mirian shouted. The night parade of 100 demons calmly said. You have successfully made the master worry enough to run away. Why would not you be happy? Mirian was surprised. Oh my, the night parade of 100 demons said. Until now, he still ignores you. Mirian called the times Hyan-Yu overlooked her, something she could not deny. Mirian, embarrassed, shouted. So what? He ran away. The night parade of 100 demons replied. That is precisely the point. Mirian was amazed. Oh my, earlier, he simply ignored you, no matter how hard Mirian tried to get close. Master, this is the best money and artifact. Hainu did not even glance. He waved his hand and said, I do not need it. But just now, he chose to dodge. The night parade of 100 demons explained. The night parade of 100 demons continued analyzing. A man did something he usually would not do, which means Mirian realized something. He has started to care about you. Hearing that conclusion, Mirian felt her heart bloom. She felt a little shy, a new life blossoming inside her. She wondered, Master, do you actually care about me? The demon had been lying flat on the ground, but it turns out he was still alive. Observing Mirian, why is he acting like this all of a sudden? He thought to himself, but he had to run with this opportunity right away. Before he could even finish his thoughts, Mirian stepped on his hand. Aha, she smiled and whispered, Master, you do care about me. She raised both hands to her cheeks, beaming with happiness, while simultaneously kicking the monster repeatedly. His blood splattered everywhere along with his shrill screams echoing throughout the house when a voice broke through. In the end, you plan to use space and time manipulation to take ownership of the title. I have no other choice. Do I? Kim Haing-gu said. The voice continued to respond. Even if you do that, you will still be leaving this place for about a month. Kim Haing-gu lay on his bed, his eyes glued to the phone screen as if searching for something. I knew it. He scrolled through his contacts. Still searching. That is why from now on I need to prepare protective measures for the 9th floor, he said with a smug look, eyes still fixed on the screen while his fingers kept scrolling. It has been a while, has not it? Kim Haing-gu, that voice was none other than Liam. Oh, are you doing well? So, what is the reason you called me? Liam cheerfully continued to ask him over the phone. Liam was taken aback, surprised by what he just heard. There would be many disasters coming up. Kim Haing-gu seriously continued speaking to the other line. So I want to discuss defensive measures with you. Turns out it is really urgent. Liam replied. Kim Haing-gu was surprised. You know about this too? Liam answered. That is right. I was also planning to call you to discuss this. Liam continued discussing the current issue. Recently the association has developed a new item. We can accurately detect details about the upcoming disasters when using it. An image of a colorful orb on a stick appeared, giving off an air of mystery. Oh. When we tried to activate it, we received 7 radar responses, and one of those will really land within the next 8 hours. So we are very worried. Liam kept talking. But thanks to the hunters who have recently grown stronger around the world, we are a bit better off now. Kim Haing-gu suddenly recalled the image of the flow line appearing. 2 weeks ago, my metrics suddenly skyrocketed. He replied to Liam. Is this happening all over the world? Right now we need combat forces, so that is fine. I will send some troops over. Kim Haing-gu said. Thanks. Let us discuss the rewards later. Alright, done. We are all set here. Kim Haing-gu hung up. He looked at his phone screen. Let us meet someone else. The Guardian Guild did not expect you. Haing-gu. To gather us this early, Kumiho said with a smirk. Kim Si-hein clasped his hands together on the table. What is it this time? President. Must be something important. Enya was typing away on her laptop while speaking. The door creaked open, and Kim Haing-gu walked in, smiling. Is everyone already here? President. Kim Si-hein looked at Kim Haing-gu. What are you planning to do this time? Michi suddenly appeared, grinning, and everyone around started to look confused. Kim Si-hyun leaned in and whispered, "Hey, is your student going crazy?" Kim Hyun-gu froze. "I do not even know anymore," he spoke up. "Regardless, I have something to discuss with everyone," while Michi kept that bright smile on his face. "I need to go practice for a while," Kim Si-hyun announced, shocking Kim Hyun-gu and Sucker Enya. "Wait. Practice? So I need you all to keep this place safe while I am gone." As soon as he finished, their faces were so stunned they could not even speak. "Now I will explain the situation to everyone, so please help me pass the word to Hannah Rin," Kim Hyun-gu said. "Hold on." Everyone chimed in. The scene was filled with books. One was floating, and a voice called out, "Come back here." Hannah Rin appeared, and the books scattered everywhere. It is hard to believe that it took centuries to achieve this, and she managed to complete it in such a short time. Is this true talent? Hannah Rin sat down, exhausted yet thrilled. The guiding book approached her. "Amazing. You have already covered half the ground for level 4. Hannah Rin looked at the book and said, "That does not matter right now." She continued, "Honestly, I am not feeling too great. It feels like I am at a disadvantage here. I want to settle things with that little brat." Hannah Rin paused and thought, is this because of her jealousy mixed with her talent? Hannah Rin turned to the guiding book in front of her. "What is next?" "Wait. Hold on. Should we go outside for a bit and then come back?" "Jaya, I need to prepare for the next level, and it looks like you need to rest a bit too," the guiding book suggested. "Oh, really? All right." She smiled. Hannah Rin continued, "I will go find that little brat first." Meanwhile, in another place. Thankfully, he had completed the protection of floor 9. "Jaya, it seems the two voices echoed on a ship drifting through space. Even though I want to be around for a month, with those two, nothing major should happen." Kim Si-hyun and Sucker Enya felt helpless. "Man, I am seriously about to die here." On the ship, No pondered with his hand on his chin. "But using space-time manipulation to train could split your focus. Is not that a bit risky?" Kim Si-hyun looked at No. "But I will get stronger in a short time." "Right, just like you said, that is true. But where's the item to convince those tower climbers?" No glanced to the side. "Oh, I have got it ready." He handed Kim Si-hyun a rolled-up piece of paper. "Here you go, the peace treaty. Level, No. Adjustment, No. Skills, enforcing the peace treaty. Authority of information. The treaty was created by the master of Noah's Ark, who also crafted the tower, using the certificate of life he possesses. The peace treaty he created is different from the certificate of life. The parties in this treaty are bound to uphold it and are restricted from taking harmful actions against each other. Thanks to the treaty's skills, depending on various situations and actions, restrictions can be applied based on the agreement between the signatories. The peace treaty can be activated, and once it is in effect, the actions of the signatories will be limited by its terms, and they won't be able to resist those restrictions. No matter what they do, if anyone violates the treaty, the other party can use the execution skill to fulfill the harmful promises made in the wish." Kim Hyun, with a smug look on his face, gazed at the treaty in his hands. Perfect, he was all set. No looked at Kim Hyun-gu, noticing how he intended to use that item, and figured he had already decided who to resurrect. "Yeah." Kim Hyun-gu smiled and said, "I have found a reliable buddy, in a spacious, airy place." He began to draw strange symbols on the grass, then propped himself up, admiring the completed symbols in front of him. "What if it takes longer than a month? What should I do?" he said while brushing his hands off. A voice suddenly chimed in, "If done well, you might just be able to control time inside too. Then you could train for a longer period within that month." Kim Hyun-gu looked up towards the source of that voice, thinking it was like the Room of Spirit and Time from Dragon Ball, where 1 year in there equals 1 day outside. If that is the case, he stepped into the center of the drawn symbols and said, "Let us get started." Dan Long looked at him. "Listen carefully. You need to control your energy well to establish the time and space that can be activated. First, focus the energy in your palms, then use it to activate the spell. Next, it is done now." After following Dan Long's instructions, Kim Hyun-gu slowly opened his eyes. He was taken aback to see someone standing before him who looked exactly like him. Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "I did it." "Right," Dan Long replied. Kim Hyun-gu was still in shock. "How can he look just like me?" Suddenly, the figure that mirrored him slowly opened his eyes. The two instinctively looked at each other, both saying in unison, "This feels so strange." "All right. The preparations to possess Thanti have been completed." Dan Long and Nukung observed from a distance as the two spoke. "All that is left to do is make a choice. You both need to pick a door and learn our Thanti. Once both of your minds have absorbed the Thanti, you will merge it within your own bodies. At that point, the training will be complete. I will take this one, and I will take that one." The two of them choose their respective doors in turn. Standing in front of their chosen doors, they glance at each other, wishing good luck. "You too." At this moment, the purple energy envelopes Hannah Rin's entire body. She softly says, "Master, please wait for me." Hannah Rin rests her chin on her hand, excitement radiating from her. "I will be right there with you." Then, the magic envelopes the entire space. After that, it transports Hannah Rin to another place. We're outside. The 500 brothers are lying motionless under the light. Hana-rin is filled with questions. What is this? The leftover monsters crash into the glass, leaving behind massive smears of water. Then, the door can't handle the pressure and shatters into tiny shards. The 500 leftover brothers transform into a swarm, their sharp teeth glinting as they screech. Screech, faced with this awkward situation. All she needs is a confident smile. Wait. Scratch that. Hana-rin remains calm. Just let yourself be crushed and die. In an instant, the swarm is taken down completely, blood splattering everywhere as they scream in agony. Screech. Screech. Fresh blood pours down like rain, but its composition seems quite strange. Suddenly, a red dragon appears before Hana-rin's eyes. At the same time, Kim Hyun-gyu is still lost in a trance. He closes his eyes, ignoring the eerie sounds echoing around him. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gyu snaps awake, his eyes gleaming with a powerful green energy. He expresses delight. I see it now. And then he smirks cunningly. At this moment, the overcast sky is filled only with the sound of the wind. The monsters howl in pain, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, they glare with menacing eyes. They stand in a horde, each baring sharp teeth as if they have tasted blood before. Facing this dire situation, Kim Hyun-gyu calmly smirks. Tusk, a bunch of pathetic losers. Then, he grits his teeth in irritation, yelling, "You, damn it." Right after finishing his words, Kim Hyun-gyu delivers a solid punch right to the monster's face. He bellows, "How dare you hide in this darkness? Do not you know it is tough to deal with you using only my hearing and instincts?" Then Kim Hyun-gyu nearly shouted, "That damn green dragon, using its eyes to cast spells, forcing me to train in such a harsh environment." Looking at the fierce monsters before him, he thought, "Tusk, looks like it is time for me to take care of all of you." With that, Kim Hyun-gyu cracked his knuckles to get ready to unleash some pain on them. He glared fiercely and said, "First, take this punch." Meanwhile, in the illusion, the Monkey King was casually chatting with the Azure Dragon. At first, he did not know what to do, but it seems like he is starting to figure things out. Right? Sun Wukong then asked, "Hey, Snakehead, what are you up to?" The Azure Dragon replied, "I am just adjusting the time a bit." The Monkey King appeared surprised. "Oh, you can do that." The Azure Dragon nodded and said, "Sure." However, it solemnly added, "If I could, I would not want to do this at all." Sun Wukong curiously asked, "Why not?" The Azure Dragon explained, "The origin of creating space and time is linked to a part of Kim Hyun-gu's consciousness." It continued, "So if creating time and space just needs a little more pressure, then that pressure will also weigh down on Kim Hyun-gu's consciousness. This could lead to serious consequences, resulting in his consciousness shattering." Hearing this, the Monkey King asked for clarification. "How much time are you increasing?" The Azure Dragon quickly replied, "Right now, 1 day feels like about 10 days, and I could increase it even more." But, at this point, Sun Wukong began to understand that this would cause additional pressure. "Right," the Monkey King murmured softly, 10 days seems a bit short. However, the Azure Dragon assured him that it would be fine, because Kim Hyun-gu started from a pile of junk like us. We initially had nothing in our hands, but Kim Hyun-gu already has a lot of experience. Surely that will help him a lot. The Azure Dragon recalled Kim Hyun-gu's serious demeanor during the battle and felt a bit reassured. Then it added, "But even if he achieves success quickly, the quality might not be perfect." Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment. At the same time, Kim Hyun-gu was relentlessly throwing punches at the monsters. He was working hard using simple moves but dealing massive damage. Kim Hyun-gu kept dishing out punishment without a break. Faced with his agility, the monsters could only stare in shock. Falling back, Kim Hyun-gu immediately ambushed and delivered a fatal blow, leaving them unable to recover. His strikes created powerful explosive impacts. Kim Hyun-gu calmly surveyed the dust cloud blocking his view. At that moment, thousands of fierce eyes were all fixed on him. Kim Hyun-gu wondered, "I have taken down about 100 of them. Right?" He thought to himself, "My energy is running low." However, that did not hold him back. Kim Hyun-gu charged forward with enough energy to wipe them all out. He wished, if only had a bit more energy. That would be amazing. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu's eyes sparkled with a powerful green energy, the fresh blood of the monster gushing out. Suddenly, his attack seemed to vanish into thin air. The monster had disappeared without a trace. Kim Hyun-gu found himself in an illusion, and the Azure Dragon spoke up, congratulating him. Hearing that familiar voice, Kim Hyun-gu turned around to see the dragon happily announcing that he had quickly achieved the Destruction Kill achievement. Kim Hyun-gu looked confused at this. The Destruction Kill achievement. Isn't that the Azure Dragon's achievement? The Azure Dragon confidently replied, "Yeah, the Azure Dragon's achievements are made up of many parts." Suddenly, the image of the World Tree appeared, and the dragon continued, explaining that it is a combination of hundreds of high-level achievements. Among them, Destruction Kill is the most fundamental of the Azure Dragon's achievements. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu scratched his head, groaning, "So that means I still have a long way to go." Then he asked, "Where's that great sage now?" The Azure Dragon replied, "He is probably somewhere with a guy who looks human." Kim Hyun-gu fell silent, worried about whether that guy was doing okay. He quickly shook off that negative feeling, choosing to trust the strength of the Monkey King. Thinking, Yeah, it should be fine. Kim Hyun-gyu then asked, so what is next? The Azure Dragon calmly responded, the next part will be the achievement of acceptance, which forms a large part of my achievements. It involves gaining enlightenment through meditation, a challenging and patience-demanding training process. Kim Hyun-gyu looked puzzled. Enlightenment. Sounds vague. Got any hints? The Azure Dragon replied. For enlightenment, the most important thing is to achieve it on your own. It sounded a bit abstract. Then he added, when the time is right, I will give you 1 or 2 more hints. Kim Hyun-gyu could not quite digest these grand words, waved his hand dismissively, and said, all right, I am off then. But he realized there was nowhere to go. Suddenly, as he reached the door, he froze in his tracks. At that moment, in New York, Manhattan, fog blanketed the area, and a creepy voice echoed, hee hee. Baby monster with a mouthful of sharp teeth said, easy peasy, like taking candy from a baby, as it clutched 3 tasty-looking snacks in its hands. The enormous, muscular shark-like creature was like a force of nature, strong enough to withstand a storm. Below, Nakagawa Yasumi sat in the battlefield filled with fallen comrades. Thinking, even though our stats had suddenly shot up, there were numerous ranked fighters involved in this battle. She looked up at the fierce monster before her, not expecting to be annihilated like this. The monstrous shark grinned and said, you will make a nice meal for me too. Nakagawa Yasumi gasped in shock, shouting, you bastard. At that moment, someone quickly drew a weapon, a sword radiating with power. That person swung their weapon while shouting, get lost. The monstrous shark howled, writhing in pain, emitting the loudest, most jarring sound. The stranger's sword still drips with his own fresh blood. Nakagawa Yasumi watches the heroic figure before him. That is Chama. He glares at that vicious shark. At that moment, the creature baby shark screeches in pain. He gasps for breath, shouting angrily, you damn bastard. You want to die. The monster's face twists in pain, looking like a monkey eating chili, thinking it is a shark but really a crocodile. Kama retorts sharply, how foolish. Hearing this, the monstrous shark immediately flies into a rage. Damn it. However, before Chama can make a move, he is brutally taken down. The monstrous shark lets out a painful roar, and Chama casually sheaths his sword, smirking as he says, what a fool. Nakagawa Yasumi, witnessing the scene behind him, can't help but gasp. Stuttering, who is this monster? Kama tilts his head with a smirk and replies, I am the celestial demon. At the same time, Thanlong nods in admiration. Celestial demon, you are quite skilled. The Monkey King also nods in agreement, surprised that an ordinary person could reach such a level. If he plays his cards right, he might just achieve immortality. Thanlong then asks, but why did your brother refuse to be reborn? Upon hearing that name, Wukong can't help but sigh. Jizen. Then, the Monkey King and Chama lay back casually and respond, perhaps it is just a hassle. Thanlong, at a loss for words, quietly says, I get it. Wukong enthusiastically adds, but we found the right person. Is not that great? Suddenly, the Monkey King's expression flips 180 degrees. Talk about mood swings. He folds his arms and says, besides, that stuff is not even important anymore. Outside, clouds shroud the majestic mountains, and Wukong speaks up. Today is day 99. How's Kim Hyun-gyu doing at the entrance of Mount Mangjiwang? Thanlong calmly updates the situation, saying that so far, he's making great progress. The Monkey King, delighted by this, responds, really? Awesome. However, now it is Thanlong's turn to drop a bombshell. He continues, but he is about to face the achievement of acceptance. This is the hardest achievement to attain. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu is meditating, training in the heavy snowfall. Thanlong believes that what he knows one day help him achieve it. Kim Hyun-gyu steadily channels his energy, creating a green aura in his palm, surrounded by powerful sparks of light. Ignoring the biting cold and the swirling snow, Kim Hyun-gyu sits resolutely in the storm, striving to achieve a new milestone. After a while, he joyfully opens his eyes to look at his palm. Spotting the energy orb in his hand, Kim Hyun-gyu beams. Finally, I can infuse light attributes into my magic. He believes he now has a solid foundation to strive for achieving acceptance. Looking towards the door, Kim Hyun-gyu suddenly recalls that before he stepped into the illusion, Thanlong had warned him. Remember, enlightenment is highly subjective. Hence, there is no definitive answer for achieving acceptance. He expresses his confusion, asking, why are you suddenly saying all this? Thanlong hesitantly replies, that is all I can tell you. You have to figure out what it means for yourself. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu grows even more suspicious. Are you sure this training is even useful? Thanlong turns away and says, if you feel that way, then it will be useful. Kim Hyun-gyu gets more frustrated. Is that answer just too vague? Seeing his impatience, Thanlong hints, what it means is the most important part. No matter what you achieve. With that thought, Kim Hyun-gyu can't help but feel perplexed, scratches his face and silently curses. Damn it, this is even harder to understand. Not wanting to overthink it anymore, Kim Hyun-gyu decides to grasp the door handle. Thinking, okay, I have got what I need now. Then, he stepped into the illusion. Secretly thinking, well, I might as well just use it. But 10 days passed, and Kim Hyun-gyu sat alone on the barren floor. questioning himself. Does pursuing this really mean anything? 43 days went by, and he switched to training under a waterfall. 75 days later, Kim Hyun-gu meditated in the gloomy forest. Wondering if achieving the Azure Dragon was really like this, doubts kept creeping into Kim Hyun-gu's mind. He wondered if he was getting closer to mastering the Azure Dragon. 86 days passed slowly, and 102 days rushed by in the heat. And in the end, it all felt utterly meaningless. Kim Hyun-gu closed his eyes, thoughts swirling in his head, and realized he did not know anything at all. 205 days. He sat leisurely atop a towering mountain peak. 240 days. Kim Hyun-gu faced treacherous thorny vegetation. 300 days. He moved to a sweltering hot spot. Kim Hyun-gu felt like no matter how hard he tried, he still could not reach enlightenment. 308 days. He endured the torrential downpour. 510 days. Kim Hyun-gu confronted the silent night. After such a long time, it was finally time to return. He warily pulled open the space door. When he saw the scene before him, Kim Hyun-gu stood frozen for 5 seconds. Instead of what he expected, a chilling snowstorm greeted him. Kim Hyun-gu gaped in disbelief, mumbling as if he could not accept this harsh reality. This was the training site. Damn it. At the same time, in the convenient city, a voice came from a yellow taxi. I am almost there. Please help me tell Enya. Inside, the girl was puzzled, wondering what she was supposed to help with. But on her phone screen at that moment was a news report about the sudden rise in disasters worldwide that started 3 weeks ago, causing a lot of trouble, and now, it has increased by 1,024%. 3 weeks ago, the average occurrence of disasters rose to 8.4 days. The International Hunters Association and Kim Hyun-gu's friends are currently battling these disasters. We want to send our encouragement to them. The girl felt like this somehow related to the sudden increase in disasters recently. After a moment of random thoughts, the car stopped in front of a tall building, and the driver announced, "We have arrived." The girl stepped out and headed to the Guardian Guild's strategy room. She was about to knock when a voice from inside urgently shouted, "Are we done yet?" The girl froze, completely confused about what was happening. Then, she opened the door and stepped inside, asking, "Why is it so noisy?" Inside, Miho was angrily yelling at John Man. "After all, how dare a mere human address me? I am a nine-tailed fox, a mythical creature," John Man coldly replied. "Even so, you are just a low-tier character." Hearing that, Miho got even angrier. "Damn it," she shouted loudly. "Get out of here, you little brat," John Man smirked, thinking, just a slave. "And you are barking like that," like Seo Rong wondered. "Who is this Miho anyway?" At that moment, Mai Ching from the other side chimed in. "I thought I was clear." Like Seo Rong turned to see Mai Ching pressing Hannah Rin. "You need to go to India." Hannah Rin snapped back. "What did you say? I did not hear you. And why should I take orders from some punk?" Mai Ching bluntly stated. "Because you are under my command," Hannah Rin scoffed. "Under your command? What the hell does that even mean?" Mai Chi proudly replied. "I am the first disciple of the master, and I do stuff with the master too." You know, hearing that shady remark, Hannah Rin's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted. "What are you talking about?" Mai Chi teased. "You think when you are not here, I am just sitting around doing nothing?" Hannah Rin exploded in anger. "No way, you damn jerk." With the whole group being as loud as a market, Lisel spoke up in confusion. "Enya, where are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lisel was interrupted by a barrage of food-related banter. Kim Si-hyun hugged Enya and asked, "Are you okay?" Sucker Enya whimpered. "Oh, babe, I am struggling." At that moment, Lisel could only stand there, speechless, in a drought of words with this crowd. Deep down, she thought, "Hyun Woo, what were you thinking to create this mess before leaving?" The scene in the room was more chaotic than a crowded airport terminal. After a while, in the Guardian's strategy room, Lisel said, "I do not fully grasp the current situation." She calmly asked, "You mean dealing with the magic circle in Hanam is really tough? Right, I will help you." Sucker Enya leaned on Kim Si-hyun and weakly replied, "Thanks." Lisel looked at her with sympathy. "If you had told me sooner, it would have been great." Hearing that, Sucker Enya's eyes welled up with tears, but the situation was tense. As she spoke, Lisel suddenly realized what was happening. On one side, Miho and the magic circle were like cats and dogs. On the other side, Maishi Gong and Hannah Rin were also equally stubborn. Lisel helplessly said, "I get it." At this point, Hannah Rin confidently asserted, "If it were not for the master saying so, you would not back down." To which Mai Chi-ming chimed in, "But even so, it is too late for you." Hearing that, Hannah Rin shouted, "What?" Mai Chi was thrilled. "Haha." In the middle of the waiting area, Lisel forced a tired smile. "Haha. Seems like things over there are getting pretty complicated." Suddenly, a shady thought crossed her mind. She did not think Miri Kwang and Hyun Yu would actually split. Thinking about it, Lisel quickly shook her head, feeling frustrated. "Damn it, I have watched too much fanfiction." Kim Si-hyun next to her just observed in silence. Then, he walked over to Chama and greeted, "Master, I did not expect to see you here." Kim Si-hyun gestured for Chama. "You can come sit over here for a bit." Kama, hearing this, walked over, surprised. Suddenly, He noticed Kumiho sleeping so soundly she was drooling and could not help but let out a chuckle. She curled up like an adorable cat. Suddenly sensing the breath of a stranger, Kumiho mumbled in her sleep. After that, she happily rubbed her eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Kim Si-hyun turned to introduce her to Chama. "Oh, master, this is her." Before he could say anything else, Kama quickly judged, "What is up with that mutt?" Hearing this, Kumiho immediately bristled. "Mutt, huh?" She exploded with anger, shouting, "Who the hell are you? Get out of here." Kama, itching for a fight, retorted, "Whoa, the mutt can talk." Kumiho was fuming, so mad she felt like biting him. "What did you just say?" Kim Si-hyun looked at the two of them, helpless and unsure of what to do, muttering to himself, "I never thought I would argue with Kumiho like this." Both Kim Si-hyun and Lee Seol-dong were mentally exhausted, calling out, "Hyun-woo, Hyun-woo, come back quickly." At that moment, Kim Hyun-woo found himself back at the first checkpoint, starting a new loop. Feeling frustrated, damn it, looking at the chilling snowstorm before him, Kim Hyun-woo helplessly shouted into the void, "Not again." He plopped down on the ground, too tired to complain, thinking, how many times has it been already? Then, Kim Hyun-woo looked up at the sky and, feeling determined, decided to march toward the door, heading right into the storm. When he saw him return, Thanlong asked in surprise, "Huh, are you here to rest?" Then, it widened its eyes in shock, unable to hold back a gasp. By then, Kim Hyun-woo was a mess, hair sticking up everywhere, his skin looking like it had seen the Sahara Desert. He angrily asked, "Hey, is there really someone who achieved this ridiculous feat?" Seeing Kim Hyun-woo losing it, Thanlong timidly replied, "Why are you so mad? You are the one who can seem to get it." He could not hold back any longer and went straight for the snake head, suggesting, "Give me a hint." Thanlong shook its head and waved its hands, replying, "There is no such thing." Kim Hyun-woo was so furious he was steaming, unable to accept this harsh reality. Thanlong calmly stated, "Enlightenment by oneself is different from receiving it from others." Then it continued, as if it had seen right through him, "That is why I have nothing to teach you." Seeing Thanlong ramble on with no useful advice, Kim Hyun-woo thought, "Should I just punch him?" Then he shouted, "We do not have time to waste. Isn't he the result what matters most right now?" Hearing this, Thanlong fell silent, saying nothing more. After a moment, it murmured, "Hell only sees hell, Buddha only sees Buddha." Kim Hyun-woo felt like he was hearing water splashing on a duck's back. Completely confused, Thanlong repeated, "Hell only sees hell, Buddha only sees Buddha." With hair flowing like a spring breeze, Thanlong softly called his name, Kim Hyun-woo. Then it gently asked him, "What do you see in your own eyes?" Hearing this, Kim Hyun-woo could only stand there, eyes wide open. He looked directly at the reflection of himself in Thanlong's eyes. Then, Kim Hyun-woo stepped forward, heading toward the door that led out of the illusion without asking anything further. At that moment, the Monkey King spoke up, "Even though I said I have nothing to teach him, you have actually said a lot." Thanlong tilted its head and confirmed, "That is not a hint. It is more like a question." Then it added, "Well, it seems Kim Hyun-woo will find the answer for himself." Kim Hyun-woo now sat resolutely in the midst of a freezing snowstorm. Seeing this, Wukong could not help but exclaim, "That is impressive." Then, the Monkey King continued seriously, "But things are looking a bit dangerous for us." At that moment, icy winds swept, carrying snow toward Kim Hyun-woo. He relaxed his body, crossed his legs, and formed a circle with his hands in front of him, sitting up straight to meditate. In his mind, he could hear the question from the Azure Dragon, "Kim Hyun-woo, what do you see in your own eyes?" Ignoring the biting cold, Kim Hyun-woo was determined to find the answer. He tightly closed his eyes and wondered, "What do I see?" Thinking about the snake's head, Kim Hyun-woo began to analyze step by step, starting with why he believed he had become like the Azure Dragon. Then, he recalled his own battles, the self-destructive past, and the resignation he now sought to possess. Kim Hyun-woo felt that, moreover, in the future, he needed to embrace even more rigorous training. So if he only wanted to possess the Azure Dragon's strength to become more powerful, he believed there was only one path: he would undoubtedly lose himself. He continued his train of thought. If that is the case, what I need to face is... At this point, Kim Hyun-woo opened his eyes, as if he had discovered the answer. Himself, that was what he had been searching for all along. At the same time, Kim Hyun-woo's reflection stared back at him. Now, the illusion gradually faded into tiny fragments, and Kim Hyun-woo smiled contentedly. The Azure Dragon then spoke up. "Congratulations, you have achieved self-reflection." It continued, "Now comes the final training." Kim Hyun-woo asked in confusion, "Zico, my teacher seems to not get it." The Azure Dragon explained briefly, "The purpose of self-reflection is for one to look back at oneself. It is more about reflection than training." Then it asked Kim Hyun-woo, "But initially, you tried to learn the techniques to follow me, right?" After that, the Azure Dragon added, "Now that you have attained the enlightenment of reflection, you also possess understanding and training." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-woo asked, "So, does that mean it depends on what we think?" Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation, The Monkey King approached with a rather serious demeanor. Sorry for interrupting. Then Wukong continued. Kim Hyun-woo seems to be a bit different, but it is not a big issue. The Monkey King scratched his head awkwardly and added, but things seem to have gotten out of hand. Kim Hyun-woo abruptly asked, what is going on? Is he about to die? Wukong replied, not at all. Kim Hyun-woo's spirit defeated the Demon King Yao after a brutal battle. Wukong recounted the situation. Kim Hyun-woo on our side. He grinned menacingly with a toothy smile. The Monkey King continued, it is turned into a kneeling position now, and that spirit blazed with a fierce intensity. Losing all of its humanity, he crossed his arms and asked irritably, what the heck is going on? Wukong scratched his face awkwardly and replied, what I meant was, he broke into a sweat, glancing away as he thought for a moment. Then he explained further, right near the end, I felt something was off. And ultimately, you turned into a kneeling position. The Monkey King is pounding his head. No wonder I kept thinking about how you could learn my achievements so quickly. Kim Hyun-woo raised an eyebrow in suspicion and asked, is there a problem? Suddenly, Than Long praised him. I think you two would get along really well. It is practically perfect. Kim Hyun-woo questioned, so that means the race could change its advantages. Than Long replied, well, you could see it as a natural evolution process. Then it added, since he is turned into a spirit now. Ingi King quietly said, I hope that is not true. Than Long scolded loudly. That monkey. You should be stopped. The Monkey King retorted, with something happening so suddenly. How could I react in time? Kim Hyun-woo quickly intervened, trying to calm both sides, then asked worriedly, this is not the time to argue. It does not seem like my will is collapsing, so meditating won't solve this. Right. Both were taken aback by Kim Hyun-woo's words. Than Long cautiously asked, what is wrong? Is there an issue? It suddenly had a light bulb moment and shared their theory. It seems the problem lies in your personality. Than Long speculated. If your spirit merges with the personality of a spirit, then your personality might be quite crafty too. It continued, even if you have not developed much yet. Ingi King nodded in agreement beside them, noticing their defeated attitude. Kim Hyun-woo got a bit annoyed and urged, enough already. Tell me how to fix this. Than Long thought for a moment and then responded, there is a way. It quickly turned to Ming Kaichang and asked, but where is that spirit? Kim Hyun-woo? You think for a bit and then reply, the last time I saw him was when he was fighting the Ox Demon King. The Monkey King assumed, he will be out soon. Than Long replied seriously, I get it. Then he turned to Kim Hyun-woo and said, if that is the case, you need to go there and kill him. Hearing Than Long say this, Kim Hyun-woo was utterly shocked, unable to hold back his wide-eyed surprise. Somewhere, a man dressed in a long black robe was floating in mid-air. He lowered his head to observe for a moment, then raised one leg high. As he stepped forward, a sudden burst of white light erupted, causing the surroundings to tremble slightly. Once everything returned to normal, he muttered, I can't believe she has been isolated from the world for this long. The stranger added, I guess she must have restored some of her energy. He stood relaxed on a protective layer of crystals. But there is no need to rush. The man in black thought to himself as he walked, even if that creator is still alive, most of her power has been depleted. She won't be able to hold on for long. Thinking about Kim Hyun-gyu, he continued murmuring, in such a short time, that guy won't be able to accomplish anything significant. Moreover, the man in black suddenly looked up. He had not finished his sentence when suddenly a man carrying a huge axe complained, when are we finally going down? A guy with a sharp head grumbled, I am hungry, I want to eat, while the other blonde guy chimed in, I just want to wrap this up quickly. The man in the black coat looked up and muttered, it is really sad I can't bring the 4 great kings along, but 3 of them are more than enough to deal with that guy. He told himself, so I just need to be patient for a little longer. Just as he finished his thought, the invisible glass beneath his feet suddenly cracked. At that moment, in a house somewhere in the desolate mountains, Lee Sealdong sighed as she glanced at the notification on her phone. It turned out that after reading the message, the appearance of tower climbers on the 35th day meant we might actually be okay, along with news that hunters from all over the world have significantly increased their stats. Disasters have also been continuously reported for 35 straight days. The International Hunters Association is trying to figure out the cause of this, and she sighed again, feeling utterly hopeless, saying, we are going to die. Continuing to speak, Lee Sealdong buried her face in the pillow and dropped her phone. At this rate, we are really going to die. Then, she suddenly glanced at the magical circles on the ground, incredulous that 2 people were still trying to complete those circles. Even though we had plenty of support from the outside, there is no time for a break, Lee Sealdong said with a sigh of frustration. Just as she finished speaking, the International Hunters Association called again. Lee Sealdong picked up the phone. Exasperated. Stop it. Do not call me anymore. At the same time, Kim Hyun asked seriously, if we kill him, won't the achievement we gain disappear too? Then, Kyungryong chimed in to explain. It is not like that, he added. If someone kills him, only their persona will vanish. Even if their mind splits in the space-time continuum, the achievement is still theirs because they earned it fairly and legitimately. But even if we deal with him, There is still another issue. If we kill him, all the information he is holding will transfer to you, and since he is trained excessively, that information is enormous. If you can't handle it, your mind will completely collapse. Hearing this, Kim Hyo-won covered his face with his hands and gritted his teeth in frustration. Muttering, "Damn it." Then, he suddenly asked, "Where's my split persona?" Kim Hyo-won's eyes flared with determination. Right at that moment, at the peak of Mangjiwang Mountain, the Demon King paused for a moment, then coldly asked, "You bastard. Who are you? You clearly look human, but why can I sense demonic energy from you?" Kim Hyo-won scoffed and replied, "I do not need to waste my effort remembering my name." He then immediately kicked his opponent in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. The Demon King roared in fury. But Kim Hyo-won did not say anything else and just smirked. Just as he was lost in laughter, someone suddenly appeared and shouted, "Why are you acting like that?" As the person slowly stepped closer, he quickly turned around and asked loudly, "What are you doing here?" Kim Hyo-won rubbed his head and replied, "I came here because of that troublemaker." Then, he bluntly cursed at his other self, "You damn idiot." Somewhere else, someone swung a sword, severing something that made the opponent scream in agony. The celestial demon coldly mocked, "Your hands break too easily." Huh. The monster roared back, "I won't let this happen. This is an incredible opportunity." He raised his sword high and coldly declared, "Now I am going to end this." Suddenly, someone burst out laughing, which infuriated the celestial demon. He quickly turned around to see Kumaiho standing right behind him. Without saying a word, the celestial demon quickly lifted his sword and pointed the tip directly at Kumaiho. She not only showed no fear but also cheerfully asked, "Oh my, are you really going to attack your ally?" The celestial demon replied with a scowl, "I will kill you." She cheerfully chimed in, "But for the master, you probably won't do that." As soon as Kumaiho mentioned the master, the celestial demon recalled Kim Hyo-won's sly smile when he said, "I will save you, so join me as an ally." He thought bitterly to himself, "Damn it, if it were not for that damn contract." Just as the celestial demon finished his thought, a gust of wind suddenly erupted. The celestial demon was momentarily startled, and Kumaiho's eyes widened in surprise. The two quickly looked up to see a silhouette floating in the air, who suddenly smirked. Then, he arrogantly shouted, "Hey you guys! In Hawaii, this town is now just a pile of rubble. Amid the breeze, a Sayakode. So beautiful." The Punisher casually sat atop the ruins, surveying the destruction and mused. "Do these shattered pieces really need to be that pretty?" He groaned, "But why is it so boring?" Then he muttered to himself like a lunatic, "Honestly, if it were not for so many achievements, things would not be this easy." Suddenly, a beam of light rushed toward him from behind. Sensing danger approaching, the Punisher quickly turned around. He hurriedly raised his weapon, preparing to strike with a thunderous hammer. A brilliant light igniting, the Punisher slowly raised his head. Curious. "What is that?" In the sky, the figures of two girls appeared, regretfully looking at the scene and exclaiming, we missed it." No one else but the two girls were Kim Hyo-won's disciples, Hanarim and Mai Jaiwang. Meanwhile, on Mount Mangjiwang, Kim Hyo-won approached his other self with a wicked grin. "Why do you look like that?" The other self gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Did you come here to kill me?" Kim Hyo-won smugly replied, "You already know." "Right." Then he straightened up and continued, "The great sage insists I deal with you right away, driving me crazy. But looking at the person here, it is clear the great sage is not overreacting." He shook his head in exasperation at Kim Hyo-won's endless chatter. He casually waved his hand and said, "No need for further explanation." Right. Faced with Kim Hyo-won's arrogant attitude, his other self clenched his fists in anger, a green aura swirling around him as he struggled to reply, "I do not understand." He lifted his head and stared blankly at Hyo-won. Confused. "Why would someone come here to kill me? Isn't what we need right now power?" Hyo-won smirked dismissively. "Don't waste my time with nonsense. I refuse to live with a pathetic personality like yours." Finding it ridiculous, the clone sneered, acting like he was some kind of saint. Then he leaned in, his eyes gleaming with menace as he faced Hyo-won. "What if I do not die? Then I will just have to kill you instead." He shot back angrily. Hyo-won laughed heartily. "You think you can take me down? I have been training for this," the clone retorted. "Right, you have trained just like I have. But while you were meditating, I was fighting tooth and nail to rise to the top." He continued, "So, you think just because I sat quietly in a corner, I am a pushover? Of course not. Life demands action, does not it? Even if we are different in nature, we have both got that stubbornness that refuses to back down." Hyo-won scoffed coldly. "I knew it. You need a good beating to wake up." With that, he immediately got into a fighting stance. The clone was ready too. Grinning widely, "But can you really beat me?" With that challenge, they both charged at each other, weapons clashing in a dazzling display, a flash of light erupting in the air as their fierce battle raged on. Meanwhile, in another location, King Monkey was restless, asking, "Are we really not going to help?" He was anxious, knowing Kim Hyo-won had already achieved his goals. The Azure Dragon replied helplessly, "We can't do anything. We are just outside support. If we interfere too much, he suddenly paused, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it. I will leave it here, King Monkey grumbled in frustration. Are you cursing me in your head or what? The Azure Dragon stroked his chin thoughtfully. You are worried Kim Hyung-gu might lose. Huh. Could it be? Noticing the worry in the eyes of King Monkey, the Azure Dragon gently reassured him. You do not have to worry. What you know right now is enough. Back on Mount Mangjiwang, the battle between the two sides raged fiercely, the atmosphere thick with tension, flames shooting everywhere. Suddenly, Hyung-gu threw a direct punch at his opponent. In the blink of an eye, his clone swiftly intercepted the attack with a seamless move. Hyung-gu's eyes widened in shock as a spinning kick was unleashed by his clone. Hyung-gu panicked. Damn it. I have to stop him. He reached out to block the kick, but to his surprise, the clone seemed to read his mind. Quicker than a flash, its head slammed hard into Kim Hyung-gu's, a loud thud echoing in the air. Hyung-gu was knocked back several meters from the hit, but that was not all. The clone was relentless, charging straight at Hyung-gu with all its might. It delivered a devastating strike right to his face. Hyung-gu frantically raised his hands to defend himself, but it was no match for that overwhelming power. Hyung-gu was instantly sent reeling from the blow, letting out a small gasp. A terrifying explosion erupted after that strike. Hyung-gu's clone laughed heartily. I told you so. You can't defeat me. He lunged forward like a whirlwind. Just as he got close, he suddenly vanished into thin air. This left Hyung-gu utterly bewildered. Instinctively stepping back and scanning the area, a deep voice suddenly echoed from above, urging him to look somewhere. He arched his legs from above, putting all his strength into a strike aimed at Hyung-gu's head with an air of utter arrogance. Had he ever been hit by his own technique? The clone smirked triumphantly. Let us see how you handle this. As the ultimate demon foot technique was unleashed, Hyung-gu gasped in horror. The attack created a massive explosion, shaking the very fabric of reality. Dust and debris engulfed the area. Slowly dissipating, the clone stood in shock at the scene before him. Hyung-gu emerged completely unscathed from that blow. He whispered. What the? The clone showed a look of disdain, his tone slightly mocking. You used the holy light technique to block my attack. Huh. With that, the clone mimicked the summoning technique. He bragged, I know how to use it just as skillfully. You know, Hyung-gu thought irritably to himself. This guy, well, he looks like me, is way more violent and unpredictable. The clone taunted again. Didn't I say it before? Even if we come from the same roots, there is still a difference between our bodies. He smugly added, want some advice from me? Hyung-gu, you must be regretting being here. Huh. He glared at Hyung-gu, asking. Really, this is your last chance to survive. You know, a powerful surge of energy flowed through the clone's body, filling him with confidence. It seemed he was ready to wipe everything out. Hyung-gu nervously exclaimed, have you really turned into a complete monster? The clone of Hyung-gu laughed joyfully, his eyes gleaming with malice. I will finish you off quickly. Hyung-gu retorted defiantly, why do you act like you have already won? Are you delusional? The clone smugly replied. Alright, so you must be stronger than the legendary dragon. Huh. But I will kill you before you have a chance to use it. Got it. With that, he charged madly toward Hyung-gu. Just as the clone's attack was about to land, the corner of Hyung-gu's mouth twisted into a chilling smirk. From the sky, a massive bolt of lightning struck straight down at the wicked clone. He screamed in pain. What the hell is this? Hyung-gu laughed coldly. Too bad for you. Looks like you have been played by me all along. Neither of us has a good character. Right. He casually watched as the opponent was bound by the lightning, then mockingly said, you really should not have let your guard down. In the blink of an eye, Hyung-gu jumped high into the air, readying himself for an attack. The clone screamed in helplessness. No! The void transformation technique was unleashed, a brilliant streak of light ripping through the sky, then plunging straight down toward a massive pit. In the heart of the abyss, a layer of transparent crystals, shimmering like glass, suddenly appeared, forming a solid barrier. Crash! The sound of shattering echoed as the dark-cloaked figure poured all his strength into breaking through that defense. A crystal shard flew from above. The dark-cloaked figure scanned the surrounding scene and muttered. Alright, maybe I should just jump down there too. He cast a glance down into the abyss, lost in thought. At the peak of Mount Mangjiwang, someone's faint voice could be heard. Hyung-gu was struggling to catch his breath, gasping for air. He clenched his teeth in anger. Damn it, his growl echoed, his eyes burning with fury. Hyung-gu watched from above with a smirk, thinking to himself, that scream sounds like someone is really struggling. You should focus more on achieving your goals. With a sly grin, he added, if only you had golden armor, you would not be in such a pathetic state right now. He groaned in frustration, but we both trained hard for our achievements. Right? Hyung-gu nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is true. But let us not forget that the quality of our achievements is different. He bragged. Hyung-gu's body struggled, lifting his head in confusion. What do you mean? Hyung-gu compassionately replied. Let me break it down for you. The dragon's achievement I possess is complete, while your great saint achievement is just incomplete. He explained patiently. What you are using is just the hilt of a sword. Do you really plan to fight someone wielding a real sword? Hainu's voice was steady, suddenly recalling his original purpose. Hainu's expression turned serious as he said, "Enough of this, let us wrap this up peacefully." He glanced at his opponent and proposed, "If you cooperate, I will let you go peacefully. Just like I promised." Hainu Cyclone on the ground raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, don't he mistake me for you?" Beast within him suddenly erupted, roaring in anger. "I would rather endure the worst than accept your help." Hainu snapped back. "Hemph, we might look alike, but your personality is truly unbearable." Then, if that is how your clone feels, Hainu would not back down either. He moved forward angrily. "If you do not want to drink the invitation, then you will have to drink the punishment." Hainu charged at his opponent like a hungry tiger, his laughter echoing. At that moment, his clone's body began to change. Slowly swelling, the clothes ripping apart due to this transformation. Hainu was taken aback, freezing mid-air. Roar. The fierce scroll of the clone rang out as it completed its transformation, now resembling a gigantic monkey. Hainu looked up in amazement at his clone and said, "Whoa, you really turned into a monkey." "Huh." He growled in frustration. The clone's hand formed into a fist. Then it lunged straight at Hainu. Quick on his feet, he dodged to the side. Muttering, "Whoa, that punch is getting stronger." Hainu felt his fighting spirit ignite, clenching his fists and whispering, "But I am still faster." Before charging toward that gigantic monkey, his strike unleashed a terrifying force, sending the monkey flying far away, its screams echoing throughout the space. Helpless, it slumped to the ground with a thud, and the mocking voice of Hainu rang out once more. "Hey, you monkey." Startled, it lifted its head. Hainu stood firmly on the cliff behind him, clearly showing his attitude. He spoke in a serious tone. "I do not have time for this. Let us end this quickly." The monkey roared, howling as it reached out to grab Hainu. Annoyed, he replied, "What a joy it is to meet you, Kim Hainu." The opponent, furious, opened its mouth wide, a full stench wafting around. Kim Hainu chuckled derisively, adding, "So let us not meet again after this." Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick black clouds rolling in, thunder crashing violently. A lightning bolt struck directly above the monkey, causing it to panic and scramble away. Before the flash of lightning could be unleashed, a beam of light blazed through the space. At a cold snowy mountain, the sound of swords clashing against the ice rang out, as the Lord watched the struggling attacker with a calm demeanor. He remarked, "Not bad for a sword wielder." The heavenly demon thought to himself, realizing his attacks had no effect on his opponent. He glared at him, utterly incredulous that he remained unscathed. Sensing his opponent seemed exhausted, the Lord taunted, "Is that all you have got?" The heavenly demon glared back at him, seething with anger. The Lord sneered, "Had I known you were this weak, I would be spared that monster over there." It seemed he had plenty of stronger foes than this one. As the Gumiho lay defeated on the ground after their fierce battle, losing patience, the monster grew a bit impatient, letting out a growl. "All right, I will finish this here." He brandished his blade menacingly toward the Gumiho, his hoarse voice booming, starting with the one who was already down. The Gumiho lay unconscious on the ground. Unaware of what was happening, a loud clang erupted, a metallic sound that pierced the air. As the monster's blade was intercepted by the heavenly demon's sword, he muttered, "Oh." Then, disdainfully, he asked, "You still have more attacks you want to showcase?" The heavenly demon struggled to withstand the monster's blade. At that moment, the heavenly demon unleashed all his energy, a surge of electricity radiating from him. He lowered his center of gravity, stepping back into a stance, ready to strike, a static sword slicing toward the monster. At the same time, a bright streak tore through the sky, diving straight down, targeting the Lord. The heavenly demon was gasping after his last attack, trying to catch his breath. Panting heavily, just when he thought he might have defeated his opponent, he was shocked to find the attack had no effect at all. The heavenly demon glared fiercely at the monster ahead of him. It stood there, unscathed, its eyes filled with challenge. Clearly unfazed, the Lord chuckled, almost savoring the moment. Interesting indeed. Before swiftly charging at the heavenly demon, unable to withstand the assault, the heavenly demon fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling. Seeing his opponent looking weak, the Lord of the Cold Court chuckled, saying, "You should be grateful. You have entertained me," he arrogantly continued, "so I will just have to kill you." When suddenly, Wukong burst in from nowhere, shouting, "Is this fun enough for you?" and charged toward the monster like a bullet. He did not hold back, landing a kick right in the Lord's face, making the beast howl in pain. The Demon King, clutching his stomach, looked up at Wukong, who reprimanded him, saying, "Is this how you repay my kindness with such foolishness?" With that, Wukong gracefully touched down to the ground. The golden circlet on his head gleamed brightly as the Monkey King tilted his head and added, "You enjoy picking on the weak, huh?" Meanwhile, over at the nearby villa by the forest edge, Sucker Enya was panting heavily. "Lissel, if this keeps up, I am going to die." Lissel slowly stood up and suggested, "We have finished our task, so let us take a break." Sucker Enya, feeling exhausted, nodded in agreement. "Sure. Elsewhere, at the city gate, the guards on duty suddenly jumped when a shadow appeared out of nowhere. All at once, they drew their swords, demanding, "Who goes there?" A voice echoed through the air. A monstrous green figure gradually emerged from the darkness, opening its mouth wide to roar, "I am hungry." The guards guarding the gate shrank back in fear, unsure of what was approaching. A terrified scream rang out, sending chills through Sucker Enya and Lezul. What is going on? The city gate creaked open. A mysterious figure in black slowly stepped forward, approaching the two and softly asking, "Are you the teammates of Kim Hyun-go?" Outside, the monsters were frantically attacking the guards at the gate, while the two girls huddled close together, terrified by the chaos before them. Sucker Enya bravely stepped forward to shield Lezul, as the man in black threatened. "Speak up," he demanded. "Where is Kim Hyun-go right now?" The scene was one of devastation engulfing the city of Hawaii, with the towering buildings now reduced to mere rubble. In a crumbled skyscraper, Maishi Wang and the Inquisitor were locked in a fierce battle. Both rushed headlong into the fray. A hammer blow came crashing down, but Maishi Wang nimbly flipped in midair, narrowly dodging the opponent's attack. The two watched each other's every move with intense focus. Seizing the moment, Maishi Wang shot down like a bullet. The Inquisitor looked up in panic, thinking, "Damn it, I need to dodge this." Suddenly, a spell rang out. Freeze. The Inquisitor's body went rigid as he unexpectedly widened his eyes in shock. Under Hanarin's spider-binding spell, the Inquisitor was immobilized, unable to move. He gritted his teeth in anger. That woman is doing this again. Hanarin held the spider staff in her hand, smugly glancing at her opponent with a smile. Without hesitation, Maishi Wang unleashed a thunderous strike aimed directly at the Inquisitor's head. Mocking, "Whoa, you are so slow." The sudden blow came crashing down, landing squarely on him. The Inquisitor cried out in pain. He was knocked back, slamming into the wall of the opposite building. The tormentor slumped in a corner, and Michi Wang arrogantly declared, "I expected you to be different since you are a tormentor, but who knew? You are just like the rest of them." She shot a sharp glare at her opponent. The tormentor, racked with pain, struggled to shout, "Damn it. You fools, is this all you have got?" Just then, a strange energy began to radiate from him. The tormentor's breathing became frantic, sweat pouring down like rain. His body started to transform, his legs swelled, and his voice boomed. "I will show you my true power." A burst of light flickered, and Hanarin gasped, "Woo." Meanwhile, Maishi Wang was taken aback. What happened to him? The tormentor's muscles swelled and then exploded, turning him into a massive frog. Furious, he gripped his weapon tightly and shouted, "How dare you anger me, you god of calamity? You really think you will die painlessly?" His rage erupted with a roar, and he swung his hammer down with tremendous force, sending shockwaves rippling around him. But that strike did not faze anyone. Instead, Maishi Wang mocked him. "Hemph, look at that loser. He looks like a bloated fish." Hanarin chimed in, amused, "Oh my god, I can believe what you said is spot on." The tormentor gritted his teeth in anger. "Hemph, you fools think your lazy tricks from before can affect me." He confidently raised his weapon, daring them to give it a shot. "If that is what you want, then I will oblige," Hanarin said slowly as she opened her spellbook. Standing still. Suddenly, his body was caught in a binding spell. Immobilizing him, the tormentor exclaimed in shock, "What the?" Like a fish finding water, Maishi Wang seized the opportunity, regaining her strength as she stepped closer to him. Smirking, "Didn't I tell you? You are way too slow." In a flash, she lunged at him like a predator pouncing on its prey. He dumbfoundedly shouted, "Huh." The two girls exchanged smug glances. The tormentor, overwhelmed by their tremendous power, widened his eyes and yelled, "How can humans be like this?" He could not accept it. Still grappling with his current form, Maishi Wang calmly spoke to him. "Don't worry, my master will be here soon, so let us wrap this up." The tormentor still could not face the truth, stubbornly clinging to his incompetence, and screamed in frustration. How could they? The two quickly summoned a devastating spell, a flash of light enveloping him. While elsewhere, in a frozen mountain range, the battle between the Monkey King and the monster was incredibly tense, the monster howling in pain. Exhausted, it slumped to the ground. Gasping, the Monkey King smugly taunted, "Hey, do you see now? Why are you moving so slowly, like a turtle?" The Ice Lord roared in anger. "Shut up." He vented his frustration onto the Monkey King. "You are nothing." The Demon King watched, entertained, chuckling. "What a mouth on you." The Monkey King smirked, still mad about the past. "Huh. Just because I played tricks on you in hell." Hearing this, the Ice Lord's fury bowled over. "Tricks? You call that a prank?" The flames of hatred within the Lord of Ice burned fiercely. "You have turned my hell upside down not once, but twice, so do not even think about changing the subject." "Oh, come on, let us not dive into those boring past stories anymore," the Monkey King said with a serious face. "Anyway, I am really busy right now, so let us cut the nostalgia." With that, the Monkey King flashed a bright smile and said, "Goodbye now." Okay. It is hard to believe someone could smile so cheerfully while wishing their opponent dead. The Lord of Ice felt a surge of irritation. How dare you underestimate me? His anger flared up, flames ready to burst from his hands. Eyes locked onto his opponent like a hawk. I am still the same as before. The Lord of Ice seethed, his body tensing up, unleashing hidden power. The Monkey King, unfazed by the scene before him, let out a soft sigh. I do not know how you got so huge. You have mastered the art of flame, the Monkey King added, but it is neither hot nor cold. It just feels overwhelming. So the Lord of Ice gritted his teeth stubbornly. You miserable fool, stop pretending you are unaffected. He roared. You can't even stand up to my achievements. Do you really think you can defeat me now? Today, you will meet a miserable end at my hands. The Lord of Ice continued to ramble about his superior strength. The Monkey King, bored by his endless chatter, let out a yawn and replied, Yeah. Right. He put his hand into his pocket to rummage for something. Then added, just in case you keep talking nonsense, I brought something along today. The Monkey King excitedly revealed a crystal orb, proudly showing it off. Check it out, the achievement of Greg Murnak. What do you think? Pretty cool. Right, the Lord of Ice was taken aback, staring at the orb in his hand, unable to help but exclaim, How did you get that? The Monkey King playfully replied, Not your business. Anyway, you are about to kick the bucket. He lowered his voice and continued. And then, suddenly, a strange mist began to emanate from the orb. From the sky, dozens of birds gathered, fluttering around the orb. The Monkey King looked up, grinning, Let us see how this gift from my disciple works. Meanwhile, in a different city, the scene was utterly chaotic. Blood splattering everywhere. A deep voice resonated. Have you had enough? The man in black, calm and menacing, threatened, while Lysel tightly held onto the unconscious Enya flag, looking suspiciously at the figure in black before her. Who are these weirdos? Lysel, filled with dread, glanced around, realizing they had destroyed all the protective magic circles. Even my Chiang's subordinates could not do anything to stop them. That zombie can absorb all the attacks. Lysel helplessly clutched Enya's body as it trembled, realizing she had no way to defeat them anymore. The man in black, wielding a ring sword, spoke up. I will ask you one last time. Lysel raised her eyes to look at him. His gaze was sharp, and his voice, cold as ice, boomed. Where is Kim Hyung-gu? Lysel trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. She resolutely shook her head. There is no way I am telling a creature like you anything. Right, she stared directly into his eyes. Seething. You monster. He coldly stared at Lysel for a long moment before finally speaking. I guess I can't go easy on you anymore. At that, his hand reached out, and the space around them instantly darkened, a strange aura enveloping him before slowly radiating outwards. The guy in the black coat hissed, No need to handle you all gently. Immediately, that dark aura spread out, reaching towards Lysel. She clutched the Enya flag tightly, shutting her eyes tightly. Suddenly, a piercing voice cut through the heavy atmosphere like a knife. You scumbag. A bolt of lightning struck down, breaking the black coat's attack. He turned in surprise towards the source of the sound. Kim Hyung-gu roared in anger. How dare you cause chaos here? He glared at the black coat, his voice booming like thunder. You want to die. A gray mist enveloped everything, like a giant shroud. The tension in the air thickened. The black coat slowly turned to face Kim Hyung-gu, provokingly saying, Finally, we meet. Kim Hyung-gu. Then he added, I have been looking forward to this. Not letting him finish, Kim Hyung-gu's face darkened, and with a sneer, he shot back. Shut up, you damn bastard. Kim Hyung-gu lifted his head, staring directly at him, the stench of death hanging heavily in the air. You think I am here for a friendly chat? The black coat did not even bother to glance at him, intending to teach Kim Hyung-gu a lesson. His voice grew louder as he growled. You are just as arrogant as they say. Then he continued, I will show you just how lowly you really are. The black coat added, Besides me and that gull here, there are still 2 other exterminators coming to clean up the filthy pests. He then remarked, What I mean is, fighting alone is like a mosquito bite. Pointless. Kim Hyung-gu put his hands behind his back and replied nonchalantly, Talking big like that just means you are weak and need a team to back you up. He smirked, sarcastically adding, But I guess you already know that. He pointed to the sky, where a massive dragon was writhing among the dark clouds, appearing and disappearing. Kim Hyung-gu looked at him with a hungry gaze, sneering, What makes you think there is anything I do not know? The black coat was utterly taken aback by the sight, looking up in the direction of Kim Hyung-gu's arm. The emerald dragon, its scales shimmering like jade, danced amid the clouds, its body twisting elegantly like a soft ribbon, becoming clearer before his eyes. The black coat skeptically remarked, That energy. Could it be the azure dragon? The fierce dragon's gaze pierced through him, as if seeing his inner fear. It spoke, Since you locked me up, this is the first time we have met again. Huh. It has been a while. The black coat could not believe his ears, exclaiming, How the hell? Kim Hyung-gu could not hide his excitement, just by mentioning one name. The designer. The black coat felt a shiver run down his spine. He quickly thought to himself, No way. He knows I am the designer. He heard the manager mention it. Stepping back, The blackcoat silently concluded that he needed to gather other conquerors here. As he spoke, he looked at his palm and suddenly noticed something's off. The man in black panicked, realizing that the artifact connecting him to them had shattered into pieces. In the midst of the black-clad man's confusion, Kim Hyun-gyu casually stood with his hands on his hips, pulling him back to reality with a slightly sarcastic remark. "You seem a bit distracted." Kim Hyun-gyu's face was full of playful mischief as he smirked and asked, "What is going on?" Just then, Kim Hyun-gyu recalled that this guy's buddies were getting a makeover from Mai Cheong and Hannah Rin, and he seized the moment. He kept taunting his opponent, saying things were not going his way. The man in black clenched his fist around the shattered artifact, angrily saying, "You must have prepared really well." He dropped the broken pieces to the ground, making a bold statement. "But it is fine. I can handle someone like you all by myself." The man in black immediately turned to the side and barked orders. "Demon, take care of that dragon kid." The demon, who was languidly lounging around, glanced up at the sky, casually commenting on the dragon. Then, with a tone like he just finished playing a game, he said, "What a gigantic little worm." The demon opened his mouth, revealing jagged teeth that looked like a stack of sharp spears. He scoffed. "Looks tasty." Then, with a swift leap, he aimed to bite off the dragon's head, shouting mid-air, "Thanks for the meal." Kim Hyun-gyu stood silent for a moment before joining the fight, preparing to unleash his power. A beam of light appeared, twisting together like a white cloud slowly moving toward Lee Seo-jong. Witnessing the brutal scene unfold, Lee Seo-jong, holding the Inya flag, gasped in horror. Hey, Kim Hyun-gyu called out. "You two should get as far away from here as possible." Lee Seo-jong could only manage a breathless Hyun, then nodded slightly, relying on her teammates. Moments later, a white flash zipped by, leaving only a trail in the sky. Now, only two remained, and the man in black quietly said, "Looks like all the bystanders have cleared out." He took off his hood and continued, "So, I am going to show you my true form." Kim Hyun-gyu gasped in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is this? After removing his hood, golden mask with large fangs appeared, and he arrogantly declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the one who created this world and the entire logic behind it, the very truth of all creations." Kim Hyun-gyu could not listen to a single word from this trickster. He clenched his fist and lowered his center of gravity. He shouted, "Hey, you arrogant punk," and then delivered a punch to the trickster's gut, sending him flying back several feet. But this guy was not one to go down easily. That attack did not knock him out. He braced himself on one hand, roaring, "You arrogant bastard." Kim Hyun-gyu replied, "Oh really? Arrogant?" As the man in black looked up at his opponent. Now, with his eyes blazing, Kim Hyun-gyu was ready to unleash his fury. He smirked and confidently said, "Let us see if you can handle a beating from this arrogant guy." With that, Kim Hyun-gyu landed a solid punch right to the trickster's face, following up with 2 or 3 more hits to really knock him around. The guy in the big black shirt shouted, "Stop," as Kim Hyun-gyu was delivering relentless punches to his face. Suddenly, a blinding flash cut through the air, and with an unknown force, Kim Hyun-gyu's next punch turned that guy's face into wood. He exclaimed, "What the heck?" and Kim Hyun-gyu slammed to a halt to see what was going on. He looked bewildered, as the bright tree had blocked his view. Right in front of Kim Hyun-gyu appeared a large, leafless wooden tree. Shielding the guy in black, he raised his hand to his mouth and spoke calmly. "You dare to say such nonsense in front of the Almighty?" He yelled, "I will tear you apart." As if in sync, the trees around him launched at Kim Hyun-gyu. But Kim did not flinch. He smirked menacingly. "Tear me apart? Then Kim Hyun-gyu raised his hand, summoning magic to troll the charging trees at lightning speed. He arrogantly declared, "Go to sleep now, Rain." The guy stood frozen, too scared to move. Kim Hyun-gyu grabbed the collar of this guy and lifted him like a rag doll. He laughed in the black shirt's face, still holding tightly to his collar, saying, "All right, let us swap places." He then yanked him with the legendary flip-flops and said, "Just stay right there." Hearing Kim Hyun-gyu's words, he felt his whole body go weak, unable to stand. Kim Hyun-gyu gradually loosened his grip on the guy's collar. In stark contrast to the calm outside, this was a life-or-death battle. A loud thud, dust flying everywhere, and the guy in black was slumped against the wall, coughing weakly from a massive wound on his back. The guy in black regained his composure and angrily shot a resentful glare at Kim Hyun-gyu. Muttering, "Damn you," he then sneered. "You have quite the strength." Kim Hyun-gyu simply replied with a grunt. The guy in black continued. But suddenly, several branches shot up like rockets from the ground behind Kim Hyun-gyu. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned around. The branches seemed to have a plan. They formed a cage around Kim Hyun-gyu. He exclaimed, "Woo." Looking up at the branches closing in, he softly said, "So, you are trying to trap me now." He scoffed, as if that would work, and immediately began to gather his magic. Kim Hyun-gyu shouted, "Bright tree." He emitted a green glow from Kim Hyun-gyu's magic that enveloped everything. He flashed a confident smile, not forgetting to taunt, "I will crush you before you can do anything else." The guy's voice sounded like it came from hell. Too late. Hearing this, Kim Hyo-eun-gyu instinctively turned to assess the situation. The guy in the black shirt continued. Let me finish what you interrupted earlier. Kim Hyo-eun-gyu stood frozen, unable to move. Now, on his side, appeared soft pink lotus leaves, glowing brilliantly. The guy in black continued. I have been enlightened by all the truths of this entire creation. In the shadows, a Buddha statue shines brightly in the dark, and he whispers as he evolves into the strongest version of himself. The scene becomes increasingly vivid. Now, he is donned in a white suit, standing before 3 colossal Buddha statues, and he echoes a name. Creation. Glaring fiercely at his opponent, Kim Hyo-eun-gyu stands before this spectacle, his face suddenly pale, muttering just 2 words. Damn it. As Creation casually holds a flower before the 3 Buddha statues. Seeing that powerful presence, Kim Hyo-eun-gyu remarks, You should have shown up sooner. If you had, you would not have taken such a beating. Hearing this, Creation scoffs. You are awfully arrogant for just taking a few hits. Then, he leisurely floats in the air and explains, I am Creation, responsible for the birth of all things, so I am not much of a fighter, but I still choose to battle you because every entity I create is something special. Then, Creation conjures magic, crafting a flower in his palm. Each entity I create possesses the power of a conqueror. As he speaks, the petals gently rise, carrying an immense force. 3 petals land on the forehead of each Buddha statue, radiating a pinkish red glow. He adds, This means from this moment on, you will be fighting a total of 3 conquerors at once. Instantly, the 3 statues begin to glow with eyes that seem to be under control. Their limbs start moving, wielding massive weapons. Creation declares, You will be facing a total of 3 conquerors at once. Below, Kim Hyo-eun-gyu feels a twinge of fear but still bravely retorts, That sounds impressive. But it is just a group fight. Creation looks at him with disdain. Angiris, will you still be so cocky when you are dead? Then, he smirks and continues, Well, whatever. Because when you fight against my greatest achievement, you won't last long anyway. Hearing this, Kim Hyo-eun-gyu feels a stir of confusion. Greatest achievement. Standing amidst the gray sky with the flower in his ear, Creation speaks calmly. Now, let us test the power of Buddha Kin. Let us see how it feels. As soon as he finishes speaking, the 3 giant Buddha statues charge toward Kim Hyo-eun-gyu, who is momentarily startled and panicked. At that moment, Thanlong senses a powerful explosion erupting amid the skyscrapers. It thinks to itself, looks like he is in trouble. Then Thanlong wonders, does he need some help? It glances at the demon and asks, You are not planning to get out of my way, are you? The monstrous whale immediately responds, Of course not. Then, with a fierce glare, it adds, Because after I eat you, I will be full for a while. Thanlong retorts, You are just a big, ugly demon with no charm, but I feel like I have seen you somewhere before. Looking at the giant beast before it, it asks, You are the black whale, are not you? The demon replies gleefully, You know about my achievements, but not many do. Thanlong looks up and says, I have witnessed it a few times in the hell training room. It continues, I still vividly remember that scene, the sight of a black whale devouring all the corpses. The demon let out a sinister smile and asked, He, do you remember? Then, he bared his sharp teeth, delightfully adding, This achievement is truly remarkable. I can swallow whole creatures as big as you in just one gulp. The monstrous whale opened its enormous mouth, saliva dripping like a river. Growling, I am starving now. The demon has just finished growing and is rushing toward its prey. I am going to devour you right here. Witnessing this filthy sight, the azure dragon sneered, If only you could shut your mouth. That would be great. The 2 horns on the dragon's head crackled with ominous lightning. Then, it charged straight at the demon, causing it to scream in pain. The azure dragon scoffed, Your breath is disgusting. Suddenly, the monstrous whale spun around 180 degrees, speaking menacingly, planning a surprise attack. Are we, too bad for you? The flesh on its back began to change in an unusual way. The demon grinned mockingly. You are not a threat to me at all. The demon then confidently replied, The regenerative abilities of a black whale are nearly infinite. The azure dragon muttered to itself, This first attack was not enough. Then, it roared, But the second one will be different. Instantly, a literal thunderous punch struck down on the monstrous whale. At this moment, the demon finally knew fear. Stuttering, Oh, wait. Hold on, the azure dragon calmly replied. The second attack did not do anything. If that is the case, let us see how you handle this. No sooner had it spoken than dozens of lightning bolts shot towards the monstrous whale. It seemed like the demon could become a fish dish at any moment. Screaming in agony, the azure dragon in the sky thought, The combination of the demon and the black whale is truly impressive. As it ignored its opponent struggling between life and death. Yeah. Seeing the demon still fighting, the azure dragon murmured, I have unleashed all my power, but the core has not revealed itself yet. Hearing this, the monstrous whale widened its eyes in shock. It stammered, asking, How do you know? The azure dragon calmly replied, Oh, you really do not know. Let me explain why not many people are aware of the black whale's amazing achievements. The demon anxiously inquired, What do you mean? The azure dragon smoothly dodged. That is because a long time ago, I killed many black whales. Then, it fixed a fierce gaze on the opponent, exuding an aura that no one could rival. Looking at the creature struggling before it, the azure dragon scoffed. Let us see how much longer you can endure. By this time, the monstrous whale was in so much pain that its back was soaked in tears. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down on the demon, causing it to let out a thunderous cry that echoed across the heavens. At the same time, in a different battle, gasps were heard. Huffing and puffing, Kim Hyun-gu was desperately trying to catch his breath. Panting, his teacher still managed to stand strong after being beaten down. Sneering, I can't believe you are struggling this much against my monumental achievement. Floating above, the teacher glanced down. Acknowledging, you truly are a monster. Then, the teacher remarked, I know you have a strong will to live. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu could only curse. Damn it. Suddenly, the teacher feigned sympathy. But you are just a mere mortal, your stamina will run out soon. However, all of these earlier words became meaningless. At this moment, the three Buddha statues closed their eyes tightly to gather energy. With the command of the Creator, but without my Buddha's 2000 scriptures, a powerful strike surged toward Kim Hyun-gu. Despite his agile dodges, he still felt the impact. Kim Hyun-gu calmly asked, the longer we drag this out, the harder it will be to win. Right? Suddenly, he stepped forward in his legendary flip-flops, saying, I have got this figured out. Then, as Kim Hyun-gu charged forward, he shouted, I will deal with the leader of these puppets first. Aiming straight for the target, Kim Hyun-gu declared, I will take you down in no time. The creator still exuded superiority, sharp and intense. That is actually true. Then he quietly said, but let us see if you can pull it off. At the same time, the three massive statues started to move into an offensive stance. Kim Hyun-gu was extremely frustrated with these bastards blocking his way. He kicked out in his flip-flops and yelled, Get lost. Kim Hyun-gu's kick crackled with lightning as it shot straight toward the opponent. That was his lightning-fast kick. Witnessing the scene, the creator looked a bit stunned. With a blazing aura, Kim Hyun-gu charged forward at lightning speed, grinning widely, saying, let us end this pathetic game now. Suddenly, he hesitated, sensing something was off. Looking around, Kim Hyun-gu thought in confusion, damn it, is the side effect of using too much power kicking in? Seeing him like this, the creator smirked and asked, what is wrong? Is your plan falling apart? Immediately, he unleashed a powerful blow that sent Kim Hyun-gu flying up into the clouds. At the same time, two massive vines tightly wrapped around Kim Hyun-gu's limbs, rendering him immobile. He could only scream, damn it. And the creator mocked him. Did not you say you just needed to kill the leader of these puppets? Then, with a sneer, he added, let me return the favor. As he conjured a sharp weapon, in a frustrated tone, Kim Hyun-gu shouted, damn it. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. How did you get beaten down so badly? At that moment, a magical staff swiftly flew. It easily countered the creator's attack, leaving Kim Hyun-gu astonished. That voice continued teasing, why does your face look so dumbfounded? The Monkey King had arrived just in time. Expressing concern, what is going on? Little did he know, Wukong had completely taken over the spotlight from the main character, and even asked, am I just too cool? Seeing this, Kim Hyun-gu sarcastically remarked, you are way too relaxed. Huh. The Monkey King grinned in response. Sorry, I am just not used to playing with the toy you gave me. Also, at that moment, the creator was wide-eyed in shock, loudly asking, Great Sage, how did you get here? Wukong replied with a smirk, the minion you sent was tough to deal with too. Then the Monkey King continued, that guy who suddenly claimed to be the Lord of the Eight Hells really has strong defenses. It took me quite a while to defeat him. Hearing this, the creator could not help but be startled. Wukong added, it took me a long time to beat him, and the creator, fuming, interrupted, what the hell are you talking about? You bastard. He glared with a fierce expression and shouted, who did you defeat? The Monkey King was not holding back at all, retorting in a slurred tone, man, this is just too confusing. Then, he pulled out a weapon from the Eight Hells and added, well, take a look at this. Gripping the blazing red staff, the Monkey King smirked and asked his opponent, you getting it now? The creator recognized that familiar staff. It belonged to the Lord of the Eight Hells. Before he could process the truth, another voice echoed, and over here too. The creator's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the heavens. The massive whale shadow appeared, blocking out an entire section of the sky. Then, it crashed down with a thunderous roar that shook the mountains and forests. The creator could not believe his eyes, letting out a yelp. Woo, look at that body being dragged under the river. In astonishment, he exclaimed, is that a hungry ghost? At that moment, the majestic azure dragon soared above, declaring, well now, the tables have turned. It is your turn to face punishment for disrespecting the gods. Right, he roared in outrage. You worthless punks. How dare you call me a sinner? The azure dragon shot back, So what should I call someone who steals the achievements of others and tries to impersonate the gods? Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu raised an eyebrow. So which is real and which is fake? The Monkey King shrugged and replied, "Why are you asking me?" Annoyed, Kim Hyun-gu snapped back, "What do you even know about it?" Ignoring the side chatter, he puffed up and declared, "Now that we are here, those massive vines have been torn apart." Kim Hyun-gu confidently brushed off his hands and asserted, "You are done for, punk." Seeing the three of them standing strong together, the creator still tried to act tough. "You think just 2 extra helpers make you so high and mighty?" Then, he shot a fierce glare filled with killing intent and shouted, "You arrogant fools." The creator began to gather energy. "Well then, I will show you my true power." A bright light flashed, revealing the silhouette of a 1,000-handed Buddha statue. Kim Hyun-gu, clearly annoyed, shielded his eyes and shouted, "Hey, what kind of cheap trick is this to blind us?" After a moment, the creator softly spoke, "Now, take a look." Kim Hyun-gu immediately focused. At that moment, the creator floated above confidently, saying, "I have summoned both the northern and southern heavenly kings. Besides the 3 Buddha statues from earlier, there are also 2 more standing there with fierce expressions." The creator continued, "Now all 4 heavenly kings are gathered here. There is no way you are getting out of this alive." They immediately lit up with powerful, determined eyes. Kim Hyun-gu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Hey, my 2 masters." Kim Hyun-gu explained his current condition. "I got hit way too much earlier, so I am completely drained." Then, he cracked his neck and added, "So, let me ask you one thing." His face showed clear signs of plotting. Kim Hyun-gu firmly stated, "Clear the way for this exhausted disciple." He pointed at the sturdy Buddha statues before him. Then, Kim Hyun-gu confidently declared, "And I will finish this in just 1 afternoon." Hearing that, the Azure Dragon could not help but laugh. "You are really something, are not you?" The Monkey King chimed in, "You want us to be your path clearers. You thought they would be your little helpers. But look at them. They are actually super cute." "Alright then, you asked us for help." Both of them shouted loudly, "So we will help each other," at the same time, delivering a blow straight towards the opponent. The divine creation, seeing this final strike, could not help but feel disgusted. "It seems your taste is to betray and stab in the back." The divine creation gritted its teeth and hissed, "Those pests better watch out." Then, the divine being roared, "Die." The Buddha statues immediately sprang up to counterattack. Monkey King lightly wiped the sweat and shouted the command. Enlarging, the Roi stick, the weapon of the Monkey King instantly transformed into a massive tree. It charged straight towards the Buddha statue, then added another strike. Suddenly, the Monkey King felt something was off. At that moment, a statue had summoned the group of musicians and the girl. Each sound echoed throughout the air, hitting straight into the mind. The Monkey King let out an annoyed grunt. Seeing this, King Long mocked, showcasing a counterattack. Then King Long forcefully launched a rescue strike to help the Monkey King. Facing the statues, he boldly declared, "Then I guess I have to teach you a lesson." At this moment, King Long's eyes sparkled with incredible power. Powerful bolts of lightning rained down like a divine judgment, illuminating the entire city. The Buddha statue was jolted into a panic. Standing behind and observing, Kim Hyun-gu gleefully cheered, "Kaya, great job." Then he declared, "Now it is my turn to finish this." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kim Hyun-gu charged towards the 1,000-armed statue at lightning speed. The divine creation angrily hissed, "You bastards," and commanded loudly, "Attack." The statue glowed with murderous intent. Then, brandished a multitude of massive weapons to confront Kim Hyun-gu. King Long softly reminded from behind, "There is no more chance left." Quickly, it unleashed a lightning technique. A powerful bolt struck down, clearing the path for Kim Hyun-gu. King Long shouted, "Go ahead." Kim Hyun-gu cheerfully replied, "Thanks." Witnessing the earlier scene, the divine creation was astounded. "No way, I did not expect the 4 heavenly kings to lose so easily." It then summoned a lotus flower, hissing a few curse words. Damn it. After that, hundreds of statues rushed in, forming a battalion. "Come on, everyone." Seeing them excitedly charge forward, Kim Hyun-gu was momentarily surprised. "Whoa." The Monkey King tightened his grip on the weapon. Annoyed, "Are we really turning this fight into a numbers game?" However, the Monkey King smirked, "But we can do that too. You know that, right?" Immediately, hundreds of heavenly beings rushed in. They landed on the statue and fiercely attacked. The Monkey King shouted to Kim Hyun-gu, "We have opened the way. Go take him down quickly." Leaving the chaotic battlefield behind, he instantly dashed forward. Got it. Now, the divine creation was in complete panic. Kim Hyun-gu swiftly grabbed the opponent by the collar, leaving the divine creation stunned, letting out a gasp. No longer holding back, Kim Hyun-gu shouted, "You damn punk, this ends now." Behind him, massive spectral hands emerged, powerful enough that one punch could send you flying. Following that was a mystical blue barrier. The creator was sweating bullets, cold sweat pouring down. Without wasting any time, Kim Hyun-gu unleashed his technique, Azure Nulliften Fist. A powerful beam of light struck down right where they stood. The creator panicked and shouted, "No!" Suddenly, the entire space lit up. After taking the hit from Kim Hyun-gu, the creator coughed up blood. As he flew backward, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief, "No way." The creator was unwilling to accept it. That lowly brat could surpass even a supreme being like me. Once he safely landed, causing a huge commotion and significant damage to the ground, Kim Hyun-gu flew right in front of him. Then he loudly taunted, "Hey, you divine loser. Even you guys will bite the dust." The creator, fuming, retorted, "That arrogant punk." He then looked up at the sky, finally facing Kim Hyun-gu, wondering, can I defeat him? Lying motionless on the ground, he continued, I wonder if anyone can beat him." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu asked, "Beat who?" The weak creator replied from above the tower. The creator finished his words just as his entire body transformed into a lotus flower. Before Kim Hyun-gu could grasp what was happening, a sudden chime rang out. The system suddenly appeared, displaying a message that said, "Notification. You have successfully eliminated the tower's controller. Your information authority has been upgraded from high to the highest level. Your information authority is now at the highest level." Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head in confusion, and before he could finish, he vanished. Frustrated, he muttered as he walked towards the lotus flower from before. Holding the flower in his hand, Kim Hyun-gu wondered, what else is there? The system instantly brought up a profile about it. Lotus of the cycle. Level. Adjusted. Skills. Information authority. This lotus belongs to the Supreme Creator, Brahma. This lotus bloomed after Brahma endured countless torturous trials. Every petal represents Brahma's achievements. After reading that, Kim Hyun-gu expressed skepticism. Is my information authority really at the highest level? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly lay down on the ground and let out a long sigh. Well, whatever. He closed his eyes and softly said, "Let us sleep first." And as soon as he finished speaking, Kim Hyun-gu quickly drifted off to sleep. In no time, a week passed at a tall building. Kim Hyun-gu was now sitting in front of a lot of reporters. It seemed like there was a press conference happening. He felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself, it has been a while since I held a press conference. After thinking that, Kim Hyun-gu clicked his tongue and began to speak. "Alright, let us get started. There is a hospital next door, so please keep it down." All the reporters suddenly shouted in unison, "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, Hunter Kim Hyun-gu." One reporter unexpectedly raised his hand and asked, "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, have you seen the video of you fighting on YouTube? It has got over 100 million views. How do you feel about that?" Kim Hyun-gu let out a soft click of his tongue and replied, I do not feel anything." Another reporter chimed in, "But that video is causing a major stir right now." He then began to question the situation, pointing out that those strange creatures called dragon fruit were fighting alongside him. Not to mention the great sage, those two are definitely responsible for the city's destruction. People are speculating that he was in cahoots with those so-called inquisitors, and he himself was the mastermind behind all this. Hearing the reporter's words made Kim Hyun-gu visibly irritated. Letting out a huff, he then raised his hand high and shouted, I said, "Keep it down. Why is it so loud in here?" As Kim Hyun-gu's anger boiled over, he punched the poor table, splitting it in two. Witnessing this, all the reporters were frozen in fear, too scared to utter another word. Once everyone had calmed down, Kim Hyun-gu warned, "I know you guys want a juicy exclusive." He tightened his grip and continued, "But this Earth Protector is tired of this nonsense, so I am only gonna say this to you idiots." Half smiling, "If you do not want to die, then do not cross the line." Kim Hyun-gu shot them a fierce glare. Then, he succinctly added, "That is all I have to say," as he turned to leave and waved goodbye. Kim Hyun-gu did not forget to add, "I am out of here. That is more than enough." After he walked away, all the reporters were left wide-eyed in shock. Tears welled up in their eyes as they thought, what a ridiculous press conference. Outside, a luxury car was speeding down the street. While scrolling through footage of Kim Hyun-gu on her tablet, someone could not contain their excitement and exclaimed, "Whoa, whoa." It turned out to be Hannah Rin, who was hugging her tablet and praising, "The owner is just so cool." Hannah Rin suddenly blushed, feeling shy as she mumbled, "The press conference is over, so he must be alone now." She silently thought to herself, what a perfect opportunity. Hannah Rin happily concluded that that little brat fell into her trap and returned to her dark castle. Meanwhile, Maishi curiously asked, "Is this everyone?" Lee Seo and Han Seo were attending a meeting about dungeons organized by the Dark Guild. Kim Si-hyun and Enya were waiting for them at the restaurant where she had invited them, holding 2 tickets and playfully asking, "What are you guys up to now?" Everything was going according to plan. Hannah Rin smirked, relishing the schemes in her mind. She silently cursed Michi, "You little brat, how dare you act all high and mighty with me?" Thinking about this only fueled Hannah Rin's anger. She had no idea what tricks that girl was trying to pull on her master, but she was the one really running the show. After calculating everything, Hannah Rin muttered, "But today, I will outdo everything you have done to the master." At the same time, Kim Si-hyun suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Wondering, why do I feel so uneasy? He walked nervously. Thinking, is it because those jerks were rambling too much earlier? Kim Si-hyun suddenly stopped in his tracks, muttering to himself, "Is everything really okay? I heard those two have a bit of a... Speaking of which, He glanced over at the nameplate on the left that said Kumiho and the one on the right that said Thienma. Then Kim Si-hyun continued to mumble, I heard they are always bickering like crazy. I think those two need to be separated into different rooms. Just as he finished this thought, the sound of their arguing echoed from a nearby room. Turning to look around, Kim Si-hyun jumped in surprise. What the heck, imagining the battlefield of those two rivals. He sighed. Not again. He quickly grabbed the doorknob and shouted, Hey, you two. Why are you fighting in a hospital full of people? You crazy kids. If you want to fight, take it outside. Kim Si-hyun stormed inside. Whatever he saw next made his eyes widen in shock. It turned out the scene that left him dumbfounded was Thienma and Kumiho yelling at each other. Then both suddenly started tussling back and forth, making him unable to help but ask, What are you two doing? Spotting Kim Si-hyun, she beamed and said, Oh, master. Kumiho, tangled up with Thienma, chimed in. Hi there. He quickly turned his head the other way and muttered to himself, I really should take these two to a cozy little room instead of leaving them in the hospital. Thienma, hearing this, loudly explained, It is not what you think, just because I saved that pesky fox. Now she won tea, leave me alone. Kumiho chimed in playfully, Aw, master. You look a little embarrassed. Thienma warned loudly, Do not call me by name. She then teasingly said, I know you like it though. Hearing this made Kim Si-hyun shiver and he quickly said, I am out of here. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked out, slamming the door behind him. Kim Si-hyun sighed, feeling creeped out. He then told himself, forget about worrying about others. Focus on what I need to do. Right now, at Kim Si-hyun's home, he found himself staring at a battlefield laid out before him, leaving him feeling helpless as he sighed and asked, Kim Si-hyun asked, Are you always this messy? Kumiho replied, Oh, I was planning to clean up. He pressed on, Are you sure you finished all your tasks before going out to play? Kumiho, slightly annoyed, replied, Of course. Do you think I would be irresponsible like that? She then confirmed, It seems like the higher-ups still have not made any moves. Then she added, I am trying to figure out why, but I need a bit more time. I am really working hard. You know, Kim Si-hyun responded. All right, then let me know if there is any new information. Kumiho quietly defended herself. I am not lying. Really, she quickly changed the subject, but since your information authority is at its highest level, we can chat without any interruptions. Right, Kim Si-hyun replied. Yeah, that is true. Then, he suddenly stepped towards Kumiho and said seriously, That is great. I wanted to ask you a few things. Kim Si-hyun gently placed a hand on the other person's shoulder and softly called out, Hey, to which she immediately responded. Yes. Kim Si-hyun earnestly urged, Please tell me everything you know about the designer. The grand hall of the castle loomed ominously under the evening sun. Somewhere inside the castle, Mai Chi sat cross-legged, trying to maintain a regal posture like a true monarch. Her head held high as she looked down at the pitiful underling kneeling before her. A heavy, dark aura surrounded the castle, and suddenly Mai Chi asked the man, causing him to tremble at her presence. She paused for a moment, struggling to suppress her rage. Her piercing gaze locked onto the subordinate. She raised her voice. So you are saying the report about someone attacking the master is false? Hearing the anger laced in her question, the subordinate quickly bowed his head violently, terrified, and admitted, I have committed a grave offense. He kept his face down on the floor, sweat pouring down his face. Fearing that Mai Chi would unleash her fury upon him, he recounted the entire incident, mentioning that a woman with long purple hair suddenly invaded the place and he recalled the confrontation with the one who had caused this mess. The woman in his memory had pulled out a strange book and told him, tomorrow at noon, use Kim Hyun-gu as bait to lure the guild leader back to this grand castle. Now think of a reason, she commanded. And immediately, waves of purple energy enveloped the subordinate, his gaze growing foggy as if hypnotized. He mechanically replied, Okay. I understand. After hearing his report, Mai Chi slammed her hand down on the armrest, her anger boiling over, causing him to flinch and bow his head deeper. As her rage flared up like a fire fed by oil, Mai Chi clenched her fist, her gaze fierce, grinding her teeth as she spat out each word. You worthless scum. In some hospital room, set against a pink backdrop, with hearts fluttering, Anarim beamed brightly, her face radiating happiness as she bounced in, calling out, Master. But when she saw Kim Hyun-gu's pensive expression, she immediately asked, Oh, is there something wrong with the test results? Hearing someone call for him, Kim Hyun-gu, resting in his hospital bed during the health check, looked up and replied, Oh, no. Not really. Then he shifted his gaze away, slightly annoyed, saying, But something frustrating just happened. Hyun-gu recalled earlier when he was talking to Avi, who had cautiously asked him, Do you know about the designer? Without hesitation, Hyun-gu confirmed, Yeah. But Avi looked puzzled, her eyes vacant, and she uttered a bewildering line. But I do not know anything. Hyun-gu incredulously asked, What? In the cluttered room, with stuff sprawled across the floor, Haingu persistently repeated his question. Searching for certainty, not knowing anything, Evie honestly replied. That is right, Haingued, nothing at all. Avi confirmed. Exactly. Now, Haingu was truly perplexed, his mind blank, unable to think of anything. After a moment, he gently picked up a book from the floor. Without saying a word, Haingu hit and slapped at it as if to release his frustration. Avi, seeing this, panicked and exclaimed, Wait, I really do not know. What should I do now? She rushed over to grab Haingu's hand, trying to stop him from destroying the book, and did not forget to explain. When we built the tower together, he never showed up. Then she pleaded with Haingu. I will investigate him first. Please do not damage the Zelda legend. Back to the present, Haingu sighed heavily and said, What is the point of having the highest level information authority if it does nothing? As if recalling something, he looked up at Hanarin and asked, But what are you doing here? She hesitated before answering. Oh, that is a thing. After thinking for a moment, she continued, I have a few things I want to ask you, and Haingu looked at her in confusion. Hanarin opened the book she was holding and said, You can. Her voice seemed to carry magic, with streams of purple energy continuously radiating from Hanarin. She flashed a sly smile, locking eyes with Haingu and said, Are you going to answer my questions or not? Haingu felt something enveloping him. Silently thinking, Oh, she is trying to read my mind. Haingu frowned, feeling annoyed. Enough already, but just like that, his attitude shifted as quickly as G97 dropped a character. He thought, this is actually interesting, like discovering a new game. Haingu dove in wholeheartedly, playing along with the girl in front of him, asking, What are you curious about? Hanarin smirked with satisfaction, proud of herself for making an impact, then began asking her first question. So, how far have you and my Chiang progressed? Haingu replied, Progressed in what? Hanarin pretended to raise her hand, turning her face away to hide her reddening cheeks. Shyly explaining, like physical contact. Haingu, taken aback, repeated her question. Physical contact. Hanarin listened intently, but Haingu thought carefully and continued. We have never done that kind of stuff. Hearing his response, Hanarin was so shocked she shouted. What? Her eyes widened as she stammered. Really? Hein did not hesitate to reply. Really? Instantly, anger erupted within Hanarin as she recalled what Mai Chiang had told her. She fumed inside. That damn girl. How dare she lie to me? In reality, it was just her own illusions shattering. In the blink of an eye, Hanarin's demeanor changed completely. She smirked with a hint of malice, her eyes gleaming with cunning. She silently plotted something devious. Thinking, oh no, this is actually great. I will use this opportunity to deal with her. Pausing for a moment, Hanarin returned to her questioning, seriously starting her second question. Master, if that is the case. Suddenly, Hanarin leaned down to Haingu's eye level, putting on an adorable face with rosy cheeks and sparkling eyes, smiling as she asked him, So, what do you think of me? Then, Hanarin gently lifted Haingu's chin, looking straight into his eyes, sweetly asking, Do you intend to take things further with me? The atmosphere suddenly turned romantic, with love balloons floating everywhere. Haingu suddenly grabbed Hanarin's hand and said, Think about it. While she was still lost in this romantic vibe, Haingu continued to talk about moving forward with her. At this point, Hanarin felt like something was off. He kept grinning and squinting his eyes, asking, What do you think? Do I or do not? Hanarin quickly pulled her hand away from his. She suddenly turned into a deer caught in headlights, shocked and bewildered, asking Haingu, What? It seemed like her brain finally caught up with the situation. Hanarin quickly stepped back from him, blushing intensely. Master, are not you enchanted? Haingu, brimming with energy, happily replied, Oh. About that, he explained, I just broke that spell, a statement that hit Hanarin like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly flustered. Not stopping there, Haingu added, You have always had just one expression, and that is no fun. But just now, your expression was really lively. He sincerely thanked Hanarin, saying, Thanks to you, I am feeling better now. But Haingu's words did not lift her spirits. Instead, they made her even more embarrassed. Flustered, she just wished for a change of pants to escape this humiliation feeling so out of place. She could only mutter softly. Right after that, Hanarin dashed out of the room like a bullet, exclaiming, Ah, as the door slammed shut, Haingu burst into laughter, feeling like he just hit the jackpot, saying, I can't believe I managed to relieve that tension. Haingu chuckled for a bit before calming down with a sigh of relief. Phew, that is better. Then he stood up straight, looking upwards, pondering, maybe I should tackle the remaining tasks now. In a darkened area, a massive ship loomed in the void. Inside a spacious room on that ship, No looked surprised as he addressed the person across from him. What? He continued, You look so happy. Haingu, sitting across from me, you seem really cheerful. Haingu happily replied, Oh, I just had some good news. No smiled back, saying, That is great because what I am about to tell you might give you a headache. Hyungu asked in confusion. What is that about? Getting down to business. The two became serious. No intertwined his fingers and placed them on the table, beginning to speak. First, he stared intensely at Hyungu and continued. The next designer you have to face. That guy is even more troublesome than Brahma. No explained with a serious tone. Just that one designer is already strong enough, and he also has 4 other enforcers by his side. Their power should not be underestimated. He estimated and continued. With your current level, it seems a bit tough. Hearing that, Hyunwoo started pulling at his hair, and Jinji said, Oh man, this is giving me a headache. No smiled calmly and said, But thankfully, I have good news for you, which made Hyunwoo stop torturing his hair and look up at him. Puzzled, No cheerfully pulled out a lotus flower and placed it on the table, saying, This is the lotus you gave me. Both of them stared at the flower as he slowly announced, I have found out how to use it. Its information panel popped up. Lotus rebirth, level, adjustment, and skills unknown. Authority info. This lotus belongs to the Supreme Creator, Brahma. This lotus bloomed after Brahma went through his endless suffering, and all its petals hold Brahma's achievements to possess this power. Through the info panel, Hyunwoo furrowed his brow and weakly said, Wait a minute. Suffering, pain. What the heck is that? He immediately yelled at No. You are not planning to make me keep training. Are you? He could only chuckle. Ha ha ha. Then he bluntly answered. Of course. That breathy voice there made Hyunwoo angrily slam his hand on the table, glaring up at the ceiling. Swearing, that damn bastard. He recalled his past suffering and felt rage, thinking back to last week's training, and he still felt disgusted. Why should I train anymore? No ignored Hyunwoo's complaints, stating, There is no other way. I do not want you to keep training either. Once again, their focus was entirely on the blooming lotus, and No continued. But ultimately, what is inside this is a major achievement, Hyunwoo skeptically asked. Major achievement. He recalled an encounter where Brahma had said, Well, even so, you won't be able to withstand it for long, because you are fighting against my major achievement. He thought back to that moment, and even though he remembered it, he still did not understand. Hyunwoo looked at No to voice his confusion. Is it really that terrifying? No slowly replied. I will explain it simply so you will understand. Like a precious gem, it radiated dazzling light, overshadowing the ordinary stones below. No explained. It is an achievement that surpasses all others. Just think of it that way. He continued to break it down for Hyunwoo, saying, Even though you defeated Brahmaja, the major achievement of this lotus is real. But Hyunwoo was still completely lost, chuckling and nodding along, pretending to understand while secretly thinking, I have no idea what he is talking about, but I will just play along, unaware. No concluded. So to possess such a major achievement, with a somewhat displeased expression, Hyunwoo stated the obvious. I guess that means I have to train hard. Huh. Naturally, No would respond with a yes. However, the next statement took a different turn, and a massive question mark loomed in Hyunwoo's mind. He asked, puzzled, Then, what if we do not follow the usual rules? It seemed like No had anticipated this question from Hyunwoo, his smile indicating satisfaction. He said casually, Isn't it quite simple, and gestured the lotus toward Hyunwoo. No chuckled, saying, You just need to swallow this major achievement. In another place, where light could not reach, strange purple aura swirled around, and a voice echoed, I wonder. Brahma sat in contemplation, musing to himself, What should I do this time? Suddenly, another voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey, how long are you going to mumble to yourself? Brahma now realized there were others around him. He expressed, Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about a few things. He leaned forward, raising his voice to capture everyone's attention. All right, since you are all very busy, let us get straight to the point. Brahma clasped his hands together, scanning the faces around the round table as he continued. The reason I called you all here is that I have something important to discuss. Sly smile crept across his face, radiating a wicked cunning. Brahma called out their names. Titi Than, and as Tama finished speaking, the room erupted with chatter. They rushed to ask Tama, Why are you suddenly suggesting all this? What is going on? Tama laughed, cutting them off. Well, before that, I have something I want to say. The engineer was killed by a human from the 9th level, Tama stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. The Silver Tiger Man, incredulous, voiced his disbelief. That engineer possessed the achievement of Brahma, and yet a human killed him. He is a fourfold heavenly destruction, meaning he is white. The woman in traditional attire covered her mouth with a fan, her voice trembling with fear as she asked, Is it really true? She is the Scarlet Fourfold Heaven. The man, hiding his face with a large nose, spoke in a tone full of regret. I can't believe it. He is the immortal Fourfold Heaven. A mocking voice cut through the tension. What is so hard to believe? Amoto shot him a glare filled with loathing. The demon of the Fourfold Heaven, meaning kneel before me. arrogantly propped his feet on the table, swaying them gently as he chuckled. I have known for a while that this fake with Brahma's achievements would not last long. Emoto smirked, half laughing. You are just talking about yourself, are not you? The demon, ignited by anger, fired back. What did you say? Emoto did not even look at him, continuing to jab. What I mean is, you are no different from him. You have climbed the tower, and you have stolen your sister's achievements. The demon warned in a low voice. Hey, demon stands up, his face twisted with hatred, and spat out. You will shut that old mouth of yours, Emoto coldly replied. Don't dream, because I will slice your wrist off first. The two glared at each other, tension crackling in the air, making it feel as heavy as lead. A sudden clap echoed, freezing both Emoto and the demon in place as they turned to the source of the sound, fear evident in their eyes. Tama grinned with delight. Haha, I can't believe I am witnessing this beautiful display of brotherly love right before me. I am so proud of you all. To reward you, I will finish the proposal I was just about to mention, Tama said in a gravelly voice. Emoto and demon, now stripped of their anger, fell silent. Staring at Tama, demon sat down, trying to mask his fear and irritation. What the hell are you proposing? Why are you being so vague? He pretended to ask. Is it more important than the life of engineer you? Tama cheerfully replied. Well, this proposal is more like a gift. He placed his hands on the table. A burst of light appeared, revealing 4 gems of blue, white, and ivory between Tama's hands. He pulled his hands back, saying, I will give these to all of you, as the gems gleamed in their distinct colors. Tama continued, 1 gem for each of you, representing a great achievement. The 4 fourfold heaven members stared at the gems, their heads bobbing in disbelief. Tama sinisterly remarked, since this gift is meant to help you become great, its quality is the highest, with determination on his face. One asked, what do you want us to trade for these? Do you want us to deal with that human on the 9th floor? Tama denied. No, did not I just say this is a gift for you? Gifts do not require a trade. The other snapped back. You think we will believe your words? Seeing his tension, Tama replied, if you really want to know the reason, then the reason is not important, Tama casually stated. The other furrowed his brow in confusion, asking, what do you mean? Tama smiled mysteriously and added, because no matter what you do with these, they will only become the recipe for my grand feast. Tama squinted, grinning with delight as he said, that is because this tower is about to become my dining table, so you can use this gift however you want. Upon hearing this, the 4 heavens broke into a cold sweat. Tama licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with ambition. It is all for the exquisite dish I am going to enjoy. On No's ship, Kim Hyung-gyu asked in disbelief, are you saying you are going to take the power from that lotus flower and turn it into something we can absorb? Right. Kim Hyung-gyu stared at the lotus on the table. Is that even possible? No replied calmly. It was not possible before, but he turned to look at the sword, a satisfied look on his face. The spoils you brought back are quite useful. No smugly admired the gleaming blade and thought, using one of those as a material would be more than enough. Kim Hyung-gyu gazed at the pile of weapons in front of him. One of these, he lifted a sword, beaming as he asked, no, so you mean I can give the rest to others? Right. No cheerfully responded, do whatever you want. Just do not use the swords and achievements from hacking. Okay, someone will definitely find a way to use them. No agreed. Alright, then, No stood up to admire the spoils and announced, this process will take about 2 weeks. During this time, you can just relax. Kim Hyung-gyu waved his hand and replied, sure. Thank you. See you next time. No reminded Kim Hyung-gyu. Oh, next time you come here, make sure to bring the great sage. Kim Hyung-gyu asked in confusion, the great sage. No smiled happily and said, although I can't guarantee it yet, I think I can give him an incredible gift. No looked hopeful. At the same time, a mysterious purple light flickered in the dark room, where 4 gems on a table shone brightly. Emoto asked in a low voice, is it true? His face tense. He questioned, what do you think he is really plotting? I replied seriously, I have a vague idea. It is likely. Demon, feeling bored, clicked his tongue. What do you guys think? Why was taken aback, suddenly stopping to look at Demon in surprise. What? Demon said irritably. He said this is a gift for us, so just use it. Why overthink it? Emoto scoffed derisively. You fool, at least we should know if this is beneficial or harmful. Demon laughed, playfully teasing. Oh really? So you think it is harmful? Well then, let me sacrifice myself and take all 4 achievements. The other 3 of the 4 heavens tensed up, eyes wide. Every dagger shot out from under the table right towards Demon's arm, and just as he was startled, I quickly grabbed it. While Scarlet, with vacant eyes, tightly held her fan and charged forward, the demon flashes a wicked grin, bursting with excitement. Haha, look at that. Right in front of the demon, Bati Trung Thin is readying himself to attack. The demon scoffs, saying, I knew you guys could not hide your true feelings. Scarlet charges in, her face twisted in anger. The demon waves his hands dismissively. telling them to keep that away from him. He does not like to be chased off. You know that. He picks up a nasty red gem and says, "You all just sit there and think about whether you should use it or not." He turns away with a taunting voice. "While I am just going to enjoy it right away." The demon soars into the sky, smoke swirling around. Amoto sheathes her sword and sneers, calling him a wretched creature, worse than an animal. He turns to Y and asks, "So what were you about to say earlier?" Picks up a blue gem and replies, "It is just my theory." Speaks with a serious face. But of all times to choose, he picks the moment right after the engineer just died to give us this great gift, and he claims he does it because he will enjoy the delicacy later. It all comes from, it continues in a low voice, that human on level 9. Scarlet catches on and looks at. Hesitating, could it be? I eyes the blue gem and confirms. That is right, even though he talks about two unrelated things. The designer has decided that that human is the feast he will indulge in. At this point, he remembers Thomas's sinister face and chills run down his spine. I looks at the gem again, confirming that this gift will be the tool to prepare that feast for him, tightening his grip on the gem. Y ponders, perhaps his eyes glinting coldly. We are all being used by him and are part of that feast too. The next morning, the sun rises, heralding a new day. At home, Kim Hyun-gu furrows his brows, wondering about these guys. In front of him, Ingifi Kong and Than Long are at each other's throats. Kim Hyun-gu sighs, thinking, they are really fighting over their favorite idol like this. Yukong grabs Than Long and shouts, "When you ascended, did you get your tail caught or something, you little worm?" Mentioning Pentaco, Jinan is the best, just so you know. Than Long breaks free, glaring at him with fury. Breathing heavily. Yeah, your taste is not any better than your stinky monkey nature. Who does not know that Siwa is the most talented in Pentaco? And just like that, the two gods dive into a brawl, leaving Kim Hyun-gu speechless. He thinks to himself, I really do not want to get involved with them at all. At this moment, a system notification pops up, and Kim Hyun-gu looks up, puzzled. The system announces, "Invitation received. You have just gotten an invitation from the system. As the timer on the status board hits 0, the invitation will automatically activate, and you will be teleported to the designated location. Time left, 5 seconds. Kim Hyun-gu exclaims, "Huh." Out of nowhere, just as he is still processing it, the system teleports him elsewhere. Kim Hyun-gu shouts, "Avai. Why did you suddenly?" He can't help but look ahead. Confused, Kim Hyun-gu tilts his head in confusion. The scene hits him like a ton of bricks, and he looks utterly bewildered. What is this?" Kim Hyun-gu pointed ahead, stammering. "What are you doing here?" "No, you can access the priority system room." Kim Hyun-gu asked in shock. In front of him was No, waving hello with a friendly smile. "Hasn't it been about a week since we last met?" No calmly explained. "I needed to discuss something important with the manager, so I took this opportunity to get her to grant me access to the room." Kim Hyun-gu looked puzzled. "Something important? Huh." No nodded and replied, "That is right. This is about the gift from the great saint we mentioned last time." He turned to Avai and signaled, "But let us save that for later. I have something even more important I would like your help with." Avai understood immediately and nodded at No, while Kim Hyun-gu asked in astonishment, "What is that about?" No took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the tower we saw when you came to find me on the 12th floor? Kim Hyun-gu replied, "Oh, you mean that creepy tower?" No said, "I hope you can help me retrieve something from inside that tower." Kim Hyun-gu asked, bewildered, "Retrieve something from that tower? What do you want me to get?" Noah elaborated, "At the very top of that tower, there is a gemstone called Monolith Solid Stone. It is the only thing that can cure it, but it is a tough nut to crack. However, if it is a person, it should be manageable." Noah said matter-of-factly, "Besides, you do not need to climb the tower, just get to the outer wall on the rooftop. Break through, and you are in." Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head awkwardly. "Lately, everything seems a bit sketchy, so I had my suspicions. Just like I thought." He slipped his hand into his pocket and felt something hard. "Well, I guess I have no choice. I will go on this trip and come back afterward." No smiled happily. "Thank you." Suddenly, No asked, "Oh, and one more thing. How did you handle the achievement I took last time?" Kim Hyun-gu tilted his head and asked. "Achievement? Oh, you mean the pain and hacking?" Kim Hyun-gu gazed into the distance and said, "I handed them off to someone else." He added, feeling bored, "But they seem really deep in thought about it." Over here, Than Long was observing the hacking closely. Ingi lay back on the couch, casually gaming. Just earlier he was totally vibing with Pentacle's performance. "Why so serious all of a sudden? Use it if you want, or do not if you do not," Than Long said, eyes closed in contemplation. Than Long hesitated. I am still a bit unsure, but let us go with that." Ingi paused and looked over. Than Long said seriously, "I won't use that achievement." Ingi set his phone aside. Amused, "I can understand that decision." Than Long asked, "Looks like you think the same way." "Huh." Ingi casually replied, "Yeah, I guess so. I used the achievement from the annihilation of the monarchy before, the Monkey King added. After absorbing that achievement, I truly became a lot stronger, but it felt extremely uncomfortable. Like I was forced to wear something that did not fit. Wukong looked up at the house, deep in thought. It is great that the three of us can take down Brahma together, but if I have to face an enemy with equal power alone, that'll instantly become my weakness. The Monkey King raised his hand to the house and continued. So if you do not believe you can fully utilize it, then do not bother using it at all from the start. Clenching his fist, Wukong sighed in frustration. Well, it is what it is. My achievements are not complete yet. King Long rolled his eyes, calling Wukong a silly monkey, and Wukong immediately dropped his smile. Turning serious, both of them turned at the sound, and Wukong sat up, greeting in a hip-hop style.
Yo.
Kim Hainu. He walked past them without saying a word, and Wukong asked curiously, "Where are you off to now?" Kim Haingu replied nonchalantly, "I have a little errand to run before dealing with other matters." The Monkey King wondered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Kim Haingu simply waved his hand and said, "I am late. Keep an eye on the place for me." "Okay." Wukong felt completely ignored and gritted his teeth. "You think we are your bodyguards or something?" Kim Haingu did not care, slamming the door as he left. Wukong looked puzzled. Thinking hard, something feels off here. King Long raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Wukong stroked his chin and replied, "About this Kim Haingu guy. When he steps up with someone else's achievements, usually people can use it as well as he does. Right?" King Long nodded in agreement. "That is something I have always wondered too. His ability to use someone else's achievements is already beyond the usual level of comprehension." Wukong crossed his arms, deep in thought. That talent of turning someone else's achievements into his own is really something. The Monkey King pondered. It sounds ridiculous, but if it is true, at the same time, a woman was observing their every move through a screen. Wukong continued. Then he might be even stronger than this entire tower itself. Mysterious smile blossomed on her face. In a mansion, Kim Haingu hesitated before speaking. "I came to see if you liked the gift I gave you," he awkwardly added. "But I guess that person is probably too busy to try it out yet." Chanma scolded Kim Haingu. "Shut it." In front of him sat Chanma, arms crossed, looking serious, while Gumaiho snuggled up to him, resting her face against him. Chanmei, with a stern expression, said, "The achievement itself is already quite huge, so using it is pretty inconvenient, but I am slowly getting used to it." Gumaiho hugged him tightly, nuzzling into his side. Kim Haingu replied in surprise, "Oh, you are handling it better than I thought." However, King Long did not like it one bit. Chanma calmly responded, "That is understandable since using someone else's achievements always feels a bit off. If it were not for the fact that I have work to do, I would not bother accepting it either." Chanma sighed, saying, "I want to be stubborn and brush it off too, but I realize I am still too weak." At that moment, the Lord of the Hellish Realm flashed in Chanma's mind. He irritably reminded Kim Haingu, "Hey, I had to put my pride aside for this, so do not forget our agreement." Kim Haingu chuckled and replied, "Of course," he calmly added, "after dealing with that designer on the tower, you want me to help you revive the Holy Sword's legacy. Right?" Chanma sternly reiterated, "It is not about you helping me, it is a mutual agreement." Kim Haingu casually responded, Yeah. "Whatever works." He stood up from his chair and said, "You are not the type to rely on others' achievements. Yet here we are. I do not get why you want it so badly. But," Kim Haingu encouraged Chanma with a smile, "as long as you can defeat that designer, you can have whatever legacy you want. So make sure you train hard." Kim Haingu tightened his grip on the vial, determinedly stating, "I will complete what I need to." In the chilling tower, he muttered to himself, "Sounds great, but moving like this is just asking for trouble." He crossed his arms in annoyance. "I really have no interest in seeing the same scenery over and over again." Looking up, Kim Haingu noticed the tower was at the 12th floor, and he thought, "Whoa, I got here pretty quickly." Kim Haingu observed the tower and pondered. "Let us see, according to No, I just need to break through the outer wall on the roof. Right," he got excited. "Then I will just go straight down." Kim Haingu shot up toward the top of the tower, stopping just before reaching it. He playfully remarked, "All right, here we go." With determination, he said, "All right then." And just like that, Kim Haingu punched the tower's wall, sending a cloud of dust flying. Seeing such a fierce reaction, Kim Haingu exclaimed, "Ooh, no wonder the aftershock is so heavy. Looks like there is another layer behind the wall." His fist was blocked by a layer of metal. Kim Haingu swung his fist again, excitedly declaring, "Let us see who is stronger." Lightning crackled from his hands. He slammed his fist into the wall, creating a loud explosion that echoed through the area. As the ancient said, Kim Haingu calmly stated, "Knock knock," he called out, feeling the wall's surface resist but not deform. Kim Haingu continued to throw punches and yelled, "Come on." He hit the wall hard. "I will get through. Just wait." After a moment, he stood in silence. In front of him, a round hole had appeared. "Phew," Kim Haingu exhaled. The ancients really knew what they were talking about. Then, he stepped inside, thinking, Now I just need to grab that item before running into those monsters. Feeling something strange underfoot, Kim Hyung-gu looked down and thought, wait, did I step on something? Beneath his feet lay a corpse. Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widened in shock. Hold on, what is this? A demon. Is it dead? A haughty voice rang out from behind him. Who are you? Why are you guys making such a racket? Barging into this place. Nidon furrows his brow at Kim Hyung-gu, saying, I had to fight tooth and nail to get this playground. And here you are, trampling over a bunch of demons. Kim Hyung-gu casually fires back, and you do not look like one of these demons at all. Kim Hyung-gu notices his own tightly clenched fist and realizes, wait a minute, is that a monolith stone you are holding? Nidon smirks and asks, are you in need of this stone? Sorry, but that is mine. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu takes a bold step forward, shattering the ground beneath him. He lunges like an arrow, one hand ready for action. He grabs Nidon's hand, which is holding the stone. Leaving him utterly shocked, Kim Hyung-gu coldly commands, shut up. He raises his fist, grin spreading across his face, and says, hand it over, now. Kim Hyung-gu delivers a punch to Nidon's gut, sending him sprawling backward. He comes crashing down like a meteor, delivering a fierce blow aimed straight at Nidon. Through the swirling dust and debris of their brawl, Kim Hyung-gu calmly addresses Nidon. We do not know each other that well, so why all the chatter? He spreads his palm, revealing the glimmering stone, and gazes intently at it, realizing, this must be the monolith that No needs. Monolith stone. Tier. No. Customization. No. Skill. Unknown. Authority information. Level 12 is where the demons dwell. These are not your average demons, but the highest ranking ones. Tasked with guarding the treasures stored in the top floors of this tower, the demons will kill anyone who touches the monolith stone, which is why it is also known as the cursed gem manipulated by demons. Now, holding this precious item, Kim Hyung-gu casually pockets his hands and strolls off. Alright. Mission accomplished. Time to head out, but there is no way they would let him walk away that easily. Demon's voice booms behind him, causing him to pause. Demon's voice follows with a stronger, more powerful tone, accompanied by a wave of golden energy surrounding him. You can throw a punch pretty well. Huh. Kim Hyung-gu turns around, eyes wide in disbelief. What is with this overwhelming violent energy? The demon, with a muscular build, grayish skin, and long fairy red hair, steps forward, a massive great axe resting on his shoulder. He smirks and says teasingly, I was just thinking, the demons here are not even enough to warm me up, but your punch actually flexed my muscles a bit, though it barely scratched the surface. Watching the demon's imposing stance, Kim Hyung-gu thinks, his appearance has changed. Huh. Looks like this guy is not just some run-of-the-mill opponent. The demon continued, his eyes gleaming with aggression. Fine. To reward you for that sweet punch, I will return the favor. After saying that, the demon got into a ready stance, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. In response to that move, Kim Hyung-gu shouted in horror. What? Immediately, the demon swung his great sword down hard, aiming straight at Kim Hyung-gu, the massive blade tearing through the air with terrifying force. However, with his quick reflexes, he managed to soar into the air just in time, perfectly dodging the lethal blow. The ground beneath him shattered instantly, creating a huge crater, and he could not help but think, the floor here is not made of the same material as the outer walls from earlier. How many hits would it take to break through that wall? Yet this guy can easily shatter a floor tougher than that wall with just one blow. His body is huge, but his agility is still off the charts. This level, he must be a conqueror, one of the highest ranked beings. As Night-Owl looked up, he saw Kim Hyung-gu dodging his attack. A smirk curled on his lips as he teased, oh, so you managed to dodge that, huh? Pretty impressive, I must say. Whoa, it is worth my trip all the way here. Looks like I can finally test my great achievement on someone like you. Hearing Night-Owl mention his great achievement, a hint of doubt flickered in Kim Hyung-gu's eyes. Great achievement? Does he really have that too? Suddenly, a fox conqueror appeared, along with a super rare great achievement. Out of the blue, Kim Hyung-gu spoke up, his tone filled with skepticism and a hint of challenge. Wait a minute, are you one of the 4 heavenly kings? A lackey of the designer? The moment he heard that question, Damon's expression changed. He was furious. How dare you call me a minion? Damon roared, but then he paused. Realizing something, wait, that is not the point. How do you know about that? Kim Hyung-gu fell silent, a sense of certainty igniting within him. Senzo was right. Damon suddenly switched to a slightly arrogant tone. Contemplating, sure, your fighting skills are impressive, but you are way too suspicious. He smirked confidently. Threatening, Senzo will tear you apart. Killing you won't be enough. Kim Hyung-gu scoffed, responding with a defiant attitude. Do you think I am some helpless chicken or crab that you can just tear apart? If you want to do that, you better pluck those ugly eyes of yours out first, because they are useless. And once you have done that, you might as well break your own neck while you are at it. Kim Hyung-gu's sarcastic and pointed words infuriated Damon to the core. That filthy mouth of yours. he roared, gripping his big blade tightly. I will tear that disrespectful mouth off you first. Yet, Kim Hyun-gu stood there, completely unfazed, calmly replying, sorry, but I am done here, so I have no reason to play with you anymore. No sooner had he finished speaking than a burst of white light erupted around him, creating a small explosion. In an instant, Kim Hyun-gu vanished from the scene. Damon stood there, dumbfounded, staring into the empty space before him. He shouted in frustration, you bastard. Where did you run off to? His anger echoed through the air, but Kim Hyun-gu had long since escaped, leaving Damon alone with his unquenchable fury. When Kim Hyun-gu returned, Avi, sitting across from him, could not help but wonder, so you ran away and came here? Huh. Kim Hyun-gu sat down on the sofa opposite her and boasted. Run away? That is called a strategic retreat. He stretched his hand to ruffle his hair, casually adding, I have got the monolith stone and confirmed the abilities of one of the 4 heavenly kings. No need to waste energy tangling with him anymore. Kim Hyun-gu leaned back in the chair, his tone relaxed. Now that your powers are back, I can teleport straight from here to a designated spot on the 9th floor. Right, Avi suddenly chuckled awkwardly, scratching her head as she replied, so I am just using what I have at hand, but it will take about 5 hours to prepare. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed. 5 hours. Actually, that works out better for me. I have a few questions for you. Avi looked up, puzzled. What is it? Kim Hyun-gu bluntly stated. Quick, tell me about the great achievements. Avi gasped in surprise. What? The great achievements? Remembering the encounter with the demon. He nodded. Yeah. Even though I have heard the gist from No. Those guys I have faced lately act all tough and cocky once they get their hands on them, so I think I need to gather more intel on these achievements. Avi pondered, responding in a thoughtful tone. To explain it in detail would take ages, she suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. Oh. Comparing it to an ordinary achievement makes it so much easier to explain. The difference between these 2 achievements is pretty obvious, Kim Hyun-gu asked curiously. Obvious how? Avi calmly explained. Someone achieves an accomplishment through a rigorous process of training, enhancing their strength, and that process is recognized by the deities. For instance, both the Jade Emperor and the Azure Dragon are acknowledged by the gods, while the Great Sage and other legendary figures create their own myths. Kim Hyun-gu suddenly interrupted. So basically, an achievement is power gained through hard work. Right? Yep, to put it simply, that is how it is, but not all great achievements come from just effort. That is because such power does not need anyone's recognition. Hearing this, his face lit up with curiosity. So how do you actually get it? Avi continued to explain. Usually, no one can just take a great achievement for themselves, because they can go through the series of unique processes like you did. He looked a bit confused and asked back. What do you mean by that? Avi lied. A great achievement is a power that a special individual is born with. Its very existence is an absolute divine miracle. Elsewhere, in a dark, eerie space, Tama casually leaned back in his chair, a sinister smile creeping across his face. You little ones, is it suspicious that I am giving you a great achievement? Scarlet, with a serious expression, replied softly, I find myself more confused than suspicious of you. A guy hoarding all the achievements from that old tower, besides a great achievement like yours, suddenly giving us another one like this feels a bit. Toma interjected, his voice low and filled with meaning. I have to admit, you are quite clever. She gasped, eyes wide, asking in disbelief, wait, what? Toma smiled back. The ambition simmering within you has made you drool with desire, yet you can still pinpoint something suspicious like this. Your cautious nature is one of the reasons I chose you as one of the 4 key figures. Scarlet felt slightly skeptical. Asking quietly, are you inviting me? Not letting her finish, Toma spoke smugly, but your acting skills are still pretty lacking. You have known what I want all along, it is written all over your face. Scarlet exploded with anger. So you really just see us as food for that human? Huh. Toma remained calm and replied, I can't deny that. Hearing him say that, she replied, her confusion evident. Are you really sure that human could survive even against all 4 of us? Toma burst into laughter, his voice echoing in the gloomy space. Ha ha ha, of course not. With his current strength, there is no way he could. But then, why? Toma chimed in, his tone becoming more cryptic, but you know, if he could somehow achieve the impossible and make it to us, then, well, his face would be like a juicy delicacy. He would definitely be a gourmet dish. Right? Seeing his expression, she worriedly said, you are crazy. Hearing her, Toma laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, what is wrong with being crazy? As long as it enhances the flavor of this delicious dish, it will satisfy my hunger. Returning to the conversation, Kim Hyun-gu pondered for a moment, turning to Avi. I still do not get what the hell you are talking about. He then turned to Wong, stretching his shoulders, yawning, and said, whatever, Whether it is a great achievement or just an achievement, let us just treat them as a strong opponent, or even stronger, that is fine too. Avi could not believe that after all her detailed explanation, he still did not understand. She muttered, "What is the difference before and after I explained this to you?" Noticing her confusion, Kim Hyun-gyu handed a stone to Avi, his tone indifferent. "Whatever. Here. Take this." Avi looked at the stone in her hand, her eyes unable to hide her bewilderment at his nonchalant attitude, staring intently at the stone. She contemplated. "Oh, is this a monolith?" Kim Hyun-gyu replied casually, "Give that to Noah for me. If he made it here, then you should be able to reach him too." "Right," they replied softly. "Sure. I will deliver this to him." After a pause, he added, "By the way, I want to ask you something. You can create a barrier to stop other wannabe conquerors from getting here like you did last time. Can you?" Avi suddenly looked taken aback. "Yes. That is a bit tough for me now. Even if I could, the barrier would only last an hour at most." "Well, that is hardly worth the effort. You are asking that to be cautious about that wannabe conqueror you just met, are not you?" he replied. "Outside of him, there are actually 3 others like him. What if they show up when I am not around? We need to figure out a way to protect the 9th floor while I am gone." Hearing him, Avi smiled, her voice cheerful. If that is what you want. The gift from the creator to the great sage should help with that." Kim Hyun-gyu stood up, casually putting his hands in his pockets, and asked, "That gift, is it what No mentioned before?" Avi nodded in confirmation. "Yes. He asked me to tell the great sage that he has discovered a way to fully restore the great sage's achievements." Booming voice echoed from inside the office, filled with both surprise and excitement. "Can we really reclaim my achievements?" At the desk, Inging's eyes widened in disbelief. He shot up from his chair, leaning in close to Kim Hyun-gyu, making him just as startled by the sudden reaction. Stammering, then Kim Hyun-gyu turned to the two, saying, "So a week from now, we will meet No together." Just thinking about it made him unable to hold back. This is so nerve-wracking." Unlike the two who seemed a bit relaxed, Dan Long was somewhat skeptical about No's ability. He remained calm and asked, "I can't believe he can retrieve a stolen achievement like that. Is it really possible?" Kim Hyun-gyu calmly replied, "If we are alive, we must have faith in each other. Why would I lie about this?" Ingiking had climbed onto him by now, still buzzing with excitement, clutching his collar tightly. Eyes sparkling with Kim Hyun-gyu's confirmation, Dan Long felt somewhat reassured. Replying, "Well, that makes sense." Kim Hyun-gyu suddenly remembered something he needed to know. Quickly asking, "Oh, I want to ask you both, do you know anyone named Demon?" Upon hearing that name, both partners immediately changed their demeanor, eyes wide with shock and extreme caution. For a moment, no one spoke a word. Ingiking decided to break the silence first, mentioning him again. Kim Hyun-gyu candidly responded, "I ran into him while doing some business for No." Under the warm yellow light, they continued their discussion. Kim Hyun-gyu said, "You guys know Senza, right?" Hearing his name, "You looked way too surprised." Dan Long did not hide it and replied, "To be honest, we know a woman who knows him well." Kim Hyun-gyu was taken aback. A woman? But surprisingly, the person Dan Long mentioned had a bit of a connection to him. Continuing his thought, "That is right. She is currently with that guy's disciple, a woman with long white horns and mysterious platinum hair, hanging out with Michi." Meanwhile, in another place, towering skyscrapers stand silently under the early morning sun, resembling the everyday scenery you would find in any big city. In one of the thousands of offices like that, 2 girls are sitting with their arms crossed, and the vibe is definitely not harmonious. As Michi grabs the TV remote and flips through the channels, she critiques the show with a fierce attitude. Michi's annoyance peaks as she continues, wondering if she really wants to build a place like this for her master. Before them unfolds a bustling urban area packed with entertainment, sports, and business. Michi glances elsewhere, commenting that the cinema is whatever, but what about that casino and the food court? At this point, the fire of frustration has reached new heights. She glares at her opponent, questioning if she really thinks her master would settle in a place like this. The taste of aesthetics is making her doubt the other person's judgment. Despite being under attack, Hanarin maintains a smug smile and calmly replies, "I was just about to say the same thing. I think your taste in aesthetics is questionable." Remembering the program Michi created, Hanarin rolls her eyes and says it is stuck in the Stone Age. It is a completely different world from her own living space, an ancient building nestled in lush green mountains, where not a hint of modernity appears. With fresh, cool air and clouds hovering romantically at the mountaintop, Hannah Rin is not backing down. She smirks and says, "Building a bamboo forest and a water tank in this day and age. How quaint." In a moment of pure disdain, she shows a disgusted expression and confronts her opponent. "I can't believe you would even think of placing your master in a place like that." Hearing this, the other person is obviously fuming. Maishi pounds the table with such force that it shatters, with a dark smile. Maishi says, "We can hardly continue this conversation." She narrows her eyes, glaring hatefully at Hannah Rin, her fists clenched tighter. She threatens, I could easily crush you right now. The command book opens immediately, and Hannah Rin, undeterred, responds with a nonchalant tone. Oh please. It is only in moments like this that we seem to think alike. Holding the book in her hands, a dark aura radiates from Hannah Rin as she smirks and says, I was actually planning to rip your limbs off. The two girls leap up from their seats, each forgetting everything else in their desire to attack each other. Just as they are about to go at each other, a guard bursts in, breathless, and reports, My lady, there is something urgent. Seeing this fiery scene, the guard's fear is palpable, but he manages to finish his report. Michi glares at the guard with eyes wide with fury, her voice demanding, What is it? If it is not urgent, get out of my sight. The guard, Junjun, bows his head, unable to look her in the eye, and nervously says, My lady, I apologize, but Master Kim Hyun-gyu is urgently looking for you. At the mention of her master, both girls instantly forget their animosity, staring wide-eyed at the trembling messenger. Maishi asks, Is my master looking for me? But quickly, her sharp gaze shifts to Hanarin, and with a smile that feels like a knife to the heart, she asks for confirmation. Really, Kim Hyun-gyu is looking for only Maichi, and Hanarin's eyes widen in surprise. Momentarily stunned, Maichi brushes past Hanarin, pretending to be busy, saying, Sorry, I have to run. You heard that, right? Before reaching the door, Maichi glances back, a sly smile stretching across her face, and smugly adds, The master is looking for me urgently. Of course, this infuriates Hanarin, who feels left out. She stammers in disbelief, fuming. It is only after a moment that Hanarin finally shouts out a full sentence. You little punk, at Jun's private residence. After hearing her master's question, Maichi is taken aback, saying, Huh. Really? She stands very formally, keeping a proper distance from Kim Hyun-gyu. Maichi confirms again, asking if he wants to discuss the chaotic power of Demon Yu. Kim Hyun-gyu calmly replies, Yeah, I have some things to clarify. Maichi can hide her disappointment, softly saying, So you did not come for me, but for the chaotic power. Not quite understanding her meaning, Kim Hyun-gyu asks, I called you when you were busy. Maichi waves her hands, shaking her head vigorously, and quickly replies, No, of course not. Tears welling in her heart, she reluctantly agrees to her master's request and asks her right away. Kim Hyun-gyu watches as his student's mood shifts drastically. Utterly confused, Maichi closes her eyes, creating an incredibly deep connection, where she and the chaotic power communicate for quite some time. Kim Hyun-gyu remains completely silent, patiently waiting for an answer. Still connected, Maichi hesitantly speaks up, Master, the chaotic power wants to invite you into her dimension. A bit cautious, he probes, She suddenly wants to invite me in. At this point, Maichi is fully alert, her eyes wide as she confirms, Yes, she wants to talk directly with you after hearing you mention demon. Kim Hyun-gyu has no further doubts. He says, Alright, that makes it easier to talk. How do we get there? Maichi looks a bit flustered, saying, You can just place your hand on my shoulder. Kim Hyun-gyu wastes no time. He immediately stands up, steps closer, and places his hand on Michi's slender shoulder, confirming, Like this, Maichi shyly stutters, Yes. Hup, and in a blink, the other dimension opens up, making Michi disappear, leaving him floating there, his expression slightly surprised. Everything gradually shifts into a cold, dull hue, the once vibrant sky now completely replaced by a dreary gray. Kim Hyun-gyu hesitates, thinking, Is this the chaotic powers dimension? He hears a voice from behind. Kim Hyun-gyu, long time no see. He turns toward the voice, walking over calmly with his hands in his pockets, and replies curtly, Yeah. Chaotic power. In front of him stands that girl, with sharp horns and distinctive hair, her expression incredibly proud and stubborn. Chaotic power incarnate, a night-walking spirit. She narrows her eyes, stating, Before I tell you what I know, I have a question for you. Her expression clearly signaled to him that she was not happy talking about this person. The chaotic force hesitated and asked, So, how do you know him? Remembering her usual carefree demeanor, Kim Hyun-gyu felt a pang of nostalgia. Suddenly, her face had turned cold, completely contrasting her usual self. After a brief exchange, he wrapped it up. So that is how it is. The chaotic force was taken aback, mixed with a hint of contemplation. She softly replied, I see. So he has achieved greatness now. Kim Hyun-gyu was no longer concerned about her feelings. He cut straight to the chase. Now, can you answer my question? What is your relationship with him? The chaotic force wavered, giving a faint smile. My relationship with him is truly unique, she said. He was a bit surprised. Really? Her eyes sharpened as she replied, That is because he is my stupid little brother, daring to steal my achievements to climb the ranks. The backstory of that orange-haired giant he had been curious about all this time turned out to be the blood relation of this girl. Kim Hyun-gyu was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He still was not convinced and asked again, Really? But you two look nothing alike. The chaotic force sighed in resignation. It is true. To be more convincing, she pointed out some traits from his origins. He has got 2 horns on his forehead. Right, those horns were originally mine. although their color has changed due to his energy polluting them. The more she explained, the angrier she became. Her expression darkened as she raised her voice. Summing it up, the reason I am climbing the tower and sticking with my chi until now is to catch him and give him a beating. Even though they shared the same blood, the two looked like they were sworn enemies. Kim Hyun-gyu cautiously remarked, "Your sisterly relationship is truly terrifying." Suddenly, she turned to him and said, "So, Kim Hyun-gyu, focus up." "Okay." The chaotic force made a request. "Can you let me go, like you did with the Great Sage and the Azure Dragon?" This proposal came out of the blue. He was caught off guard and could barely process it, responding in surprise. Really, the girl did not bother to elaborate much, as if blinded by hatred. She just kept trying to convince him to trust her. "If you are worried I will betray you, I can bet my very soul on it. As long as you get me out." She furrowed her brows, utterly determined, asserting, "I will deal with that stupid little brother of mine and end his life for you." A week passed, and aboard No's ship, Kim Hyun-gyu and Wukong were standing in the ship's hold when suddenly the whole ship shook slightly, and a blue light appeared. In no time, the captain of the No ship appeared and took a seat, smiling as he said, "Oh, you finally made it." Given his hot-tempered nature, he immediately lunged at No, grabbing him by the collar, glaring fiercely at his face. "That is enough of the greetings." Not letting No catch his breath, he pressed closer, firing questions. "Can you really help me get my achievement back?" No was dizzy from the onslaught. He stammered, coughing, "Wait a minute, calm down a bit. If you keep grabbing me like this, how am I supposed to explain anything?" Suddenly, No let go of his collar, his voice tinged with a hint of regret, hesitatingly saying, "I have messed up big time, huh?" Behind him, Kim Hyun-gyu chimed in, scolding, "I told you to calm down a bit." The next month, as they settled into their roles, No began to speak slowly. "It is okay, I can understand why he reacted that way, but before I start my explanation." No pulled out a box, saying, "I will give you this first." Kim Hyun-gyu raised an eyebrow. "What is this?" Inside the box was a gem shining in various shades of purple, dazzlingly bright. No added, "That is a Kampa lotus, made from monolith stone." Kim Hyun-gyu was thrilled. "Oh." He took the box, intently gazing at the gem, and asked No, "So, does this mean I will achieve greatness after eating it?" The ship's owner replied, "Before you eat it, you need to be aware of a few things, but I will explain those to you slowly, since you seem to be the most anxious here. What I mean is, we need to consider the heart of the matter too." Without skipping a beat, No presented a large blue-black gem, leaving both Ng and Kim Hyun-gyu in awe. Kim Hyun-gyu picked up the gem to inspect it, and the gem spoke. Could this be the key to discovering the complete achievement of the Great Sage? The gem immediately provided a brief annotation, starting with a series of question marks indicating uncertainty, stating the level as none, and customization as none. The skill was space travel, and regarding the authority of information. This was a device developed by the master of the No ship, the creator of this tower. The coordinates for this space travel device had been set, and if collected, a series of parameters and characters would be revealed. Kim Hyun-gyu sneered, frustratedly cursing, "What kind of annotation is this? Like some kind of theft?" No replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. "That is just how it is," and continued explaining, "Void space, where the designer hid all the achievements he has stolen until now." The coordinates mentioned were actually the coordinates of his personal research room. After hearing the concise and understandable explanation, Kim Hyun-gyu stared intently at the dark blue gem in his hand, his mouth constantly expressing a, "This is where all the achievements the designer hid away are. It is like we hit the jackpot." "Right?" he asked No. "How did you find that place?" No smiled gently and replied, "Actually, it is thanks to someone." Kim Hyun-gyu had no recollection of that event or even thought that something he did in the past could have helped No. He asked in surprise. No patiently reminded him of that time, saying, "Remember when the manager went missing? Didn't you ask me for help? You even asked me to find the location of the system room." That forgotten memory gradually began to resurface. That day, Kim Hyun-gyu thought, "Just ask that guy already," and he actually did ask, "Is there a way to get into the system room?" No replied, "I think I can find its location." He anxiously asked, "How long do you think it will take?" No did not give a specific number but responded with certainty, "I am not sure, but it should not take too long." By then, Kim Hyun-gyu remembered and nodded. "Oh. Back then. Right," recalling that time when he was absent-mindedly searching for the way. No said, "After that day, I searched every nook and cranny in the tower to find information about the system room you needed. Surprisingly, I found it. Better yet, it felt like it was waiting for someone to discover it," he said, "and then I accidentally stumbled upon it. That place, amidst the unknown universe, a sphere made up of hundreds of images hanging like the moon on a full night." However, No described the appearance of that place, radiating an incredibly otherworldly energy. He reminisced about that day while speaking and successfully found a small gap. At that time, he approached the sphere, and with that gap, he said, "I looked through it." Instantly, what he witnessed made his previously calm eyes widen in awe. In that moment, He could not even utter a word inside that sphere. No recounted, his voice still tinged with amazement, seeing countless different achievements continuously colliding and swirling chaotically. In shock, Kim Hyun-gyu hesitated. Meaning, he looked directly into No's eyes, feeling as if he could hardly believe what he was hearing, trying not to lose his mind while completing his question. Are my achievements in there too? No replied. Yes. The designer must have considered that place as a storage for all the achievements he had stolen. Kim Hyun-gyu nodded. This guy really went all out, gathering all those achievements. Turning to No, he genuinely asked, but why did not you take any from there? Since you were already there. You might as well grab something from that guy to make it worth your while. No gave a wry smile and replied, that is just not possible, shaking his head. He explained, my abilities are not strong enough to claim the achievements I want among that sea of accomplishments. Kim Hyun-gyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, seriously? So even a big shot like you can do that? No reassured him. Don't worry. All achievements have an instinct to return to their original owner. In the vast array of abilities that were continuously intertwining in that place, Ingi King envisioned his own power, dazzling and unique. No explained, as long as you are a big shot and have the collection room, your achievements will naturally come back to you. Kim Hyun-gyu was left speechless, mumbling to himself, are they some kind of magic or what? But then a new idea sparked in his mind, filled with excitement, as he turned to discuss with everyone, what if we just take all the achievements from there? Infi Kong, usually the stealthy type, but now clearly uneasy, shot back, no way, that won't work. His expression was dead serious as he explained, if you steal a bunch of achievements like that, your body won't be able to handle it and will blow up. But since he was talking to Kim Hyun-gyu, someone capable of more than he thought, Ingi King added, unless you have undergone training specifically for each achievement. Kim Hyun-gyu scratched his face, losing the excitement he had moments ago, and replied awkwardly, oh, is that so? Grabbing the dark green gem still rolling around on the table, Ingi smiled widely, looking at the group with a glint in his eye, and continued, I have come up with a brilliant plan. Kim Hyun-gyu, not entirely convinced, leaned back, asking, what is this brilliant plan of yours? The Monkey King grinned, saying, to put it simply, Tun Tian was overwhelmed by the shadows of his fellow disciples. Concluding his scheme, I will pull off a prank on my seniors. That same night, beneath the quiet tower where everyone slept, a secret meeting was taking place. Mexin, still wearing his hat that obscured his vision, added an extra layer of mystery to his presence. His tone hesitant, he said, what do you mean? Flashbacks of the battle with Kim Hyun-gyu, recounted earlier by Demon, flickered through his mind as he pressed on. The human you encountered on the 12th floor not only dodged your attacks easily but also knew about our existence. Demon rested his chin on his hand, responding with disdain. Exactly. When I tried to fight him seriously, he used some weird teleportation skill to escape. Demon added. Honestly, it is super suspicious, as Scarlet and Mixin exchanged worried glances. Remaining silent, it seems like they have all figured out who Demon was talking about, and Scarlet starts to activate her powers. She asks Demon, hey, does that human look like this? With that, she conjures up a perfect portrait of Kim Hyun-gyu right in her palm. Demon sees the face and immediately flies into a rage. Shouting, that is him, he turns to her and asks, but how do you know what he looks like? Scarlet honestly replies, well, besides you, I have told the others too. Recently, I reached out to the designer to talk to him. At that moment, her expression is very serious. Scarlet continues, I asked him what his true intentions really are. Demon is taken aback. What? Scarlet briefly explains it to him. After hearing this, Demon slams his fist down on the table, cracking the stone surface. He curses. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that Kim Hyun-gyu has a lot more connections to him than he thought. He angrily says, so that guy I just met is the one the designer is interested in. Without discussing it any further, he stands up abruptly and leaves. Simply saying, alright then, I am out. Musen does not stop him but asks, where are you going? Demon snaps back. Where else? He explodes in rage. Roaring, I am going to devour that damn human, not leaving even a bone behind. Then he turns around to the group still sitting at the discussion table, questioning them. Don't tell me you all plan to just sit there knowing you are still considered fodder for him. Do you have no self-respect left? Musen scratches his chin, slightly bowing his head, hesitantly responding. About that, the one who had been silent finally speaks up, saying, I am really suspicious. Deep in thought for a while, I seems to have more on his mind than they realized. Musen calls out to him. Why opens up about his concerns and his assessment. The designer is truly cunning, but he's not stupid enough to bet everything on something that has no hope. Thinking about a confident Kim Hyun-gyu, his tone becomes sharper. What I mean is, he might see some potential in that human that we do not. Demon can't think straight. He gets angry. Are you saying I could very well lose to him? Why does not look at Demon? Just continues. I just want to say that it is very dangerous if you are going solo. Musen realizes his intention. His eyes widen as he says, Wait, are you saying? He immediately replies. Exactly. I think. His eyes become colder than ever. There is only one solution. In the chaos of the separate dimension, Kim Hyun-gyu and she are still exchanging words. She says, the wizard's lair is intriguing, but in response to Kim Hyun-gu's expectant gaze, the chaotic force replies, but I am not interested in that, because the achievements I seek might not be there. Sitting on a chair amid the ruins, she crosses her legs, a smirk on her face. Continuing, I am quite satisfied with what I have, Kim Hyun-gyu casually responds. Oh really, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. She says, you do not seem convinced by me. Do you? He scratches his neck and straightforwardly says, well, to be honest, I do not really believe you. Since you do not seem that strong right now. He recalled the battle with the demon, the deadly strikes it unleashed, realizing that despite its brutish appearance, this demon was indeed powerful. To you, I look much weaker than my brother right now. The calm demeanor she had vanished, replaced by eyes filled with worry and calculation as she continued. But for me, to defeat him, strength is not the most important factor, the chaotic power explained. That is because this was all destined from the moment we were born. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu scoffed, countering with frustration, spouting nonsense that I can't even comprehend. She shot back, saying that these things can't be explained with human logic. Kim Hyun-gyu was furious, determined to pull her out of that dimension. Grumbling, then can you at least go out and warm up for me? I worked hard to find a body for you. But that could not happen. If pulled out, she would turn into a mere statue. Kim Hyun-gyu shouted in discontent. Why do we still have to be stuck in this miserable, gloomy place? Ignoring his full mood, she smiled, saying it could not be helped. If he ever sensed my energy, he would bolt in the opposite direction. Taking a deep breath, the chaotic power stated, I am just patiently waiting, carefully biding my time, imagining the moment he accidentally appears right in front of me. She wore a wicked grin, saying, just stay silent and watch. Kim Hyun-gyu crossed his arms, not bothering to react, merely letting out a sigh. After all, this is their karma. He finally told her, fine, do whatever you want. Meanwhile, at that mansion, unlike the dreary, dark atmosphere of the chaotic powers dimension, here the sun bathed everything in warmth and clarity. Inside, the usual scene unfolded with Kim Hyun-gyu's two students bickering. Maichi was pinched by Hanarin, turning red in the face, while she exclaimed, back off, master. Hanarin, also caught in Maichi's grip, retorted, you are the one who should be keeping your distance. Stuck in the middle of this chaos was none other than the main cause. Kim Hyun-gyu, grinding his teeth in frustration, his voice tense. Can you two not just chill? The girls continued to wrestle, ignoring him completely, both chiming in, master. Kim Hyun-gyu crosses his arms, and the two students momentarily pause their battle, lowering their heads. He questions them, I clearly told you both to get along. Maichi and Hanarin mumble an apology. Sorry, master. Sighing softly, Kim Hyun-gyu expresses his exasperation. Forget it. Even siblings can argue to the point of wanting to kill each other. Putting their bickering aside, he compliments his student with purple hair. More importantly, Naren, you got here fast. I thought it would take you longer since I just called you. Hanarin beams with joy at the praise, excitedly replying, oh wow. I give Maichi a knowing look and continue. Because you were in such a hurry to find me. How could you possibly be slow? Remembering how I once used those words on Hanarin, Maichi internally seethes, you little brat. You dare to mimic what I said. Kim Hyun-gyu does not want to waste time. He gets straight to the point. Anyway, thanks for coming. I have something I need you to do. Hanarin smiles brightly while Maichi glares from behind. Yes, master. Just tell me what you need. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gyu steps closer to Hanarin, placing his hand on her shoulder, in a serious tone. He says, what I need you to do is, this catches her off guard, and she stammers, yes. He looks intently at his student and continues, I need you to stop the four heavy heavens for me, with unwavering trust. He smiles, waiting for her response, while Hanarin's bright smile freezes on her face. After a moment, she finally processes his request, regaining her composure, and nervously replies, okay. He speaks to his team. You all have a mission now. He instructs them carefully, as you go. Remember this, we, the four heavy heavens, act together for one sole purpose, to completely eliminate the potential that the designer saw. We must kill that human. Kim Hyun-gyu, he looks at his teammates and praises them. Good job, he states calmly. Looks like everyone understands the plan now. He announces again. All right, let us set off. Meanwhile, on a ship floating in space, No, the owner of the vessel, sits back with his arms crossed, looking relaxed. No slowly opens his eyes wide and smirks. You arrived faster than I thought. He asks, are we all set? In front of him stands Kim Hyun-gyu, confidently with his hands in his pockets. Kim Hyun-gyu replies slowly, well, I suppose that works. He continues, I have handed over the invention that can prevent intruders from entering Earth while I am away to my disciple. She has been working alongside Avi for a good while now, So everything should be wrapped up by now. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the object in his hand and added, Great King must be on their way back from the master room by now. Then he pushed the chair aside and sat down. Feeling like everything that needed to be done was done, No smiled with satisfaction and said, That is absolutely right. Kim Hyun-gu held a colorful orb in his hand, something called an achievement. He continued, Now there is only one thing left to do, and that is to activate this magnificent achievement. Suddenly, he panicked, saying, But how am I supposed to swallow this? This stone is huge. No was taken aback and quickly explained, You do not actually have to swallow it. Just hold it in your hand and channel your will into it. He also added that more importantly, I need to be careful with what I told you. Kim Hyun-gu rubbed his temples in response. This whole divine rejection of self and the great achievement thing, I have heard enough already. Kim Hyun-gu tightened his fist and channeled his will into the stone orb. He passionately said, What do you mean we should not do it just because it is dangerous? After all, there is only one outcome. Right? Kim Hyun-gu was excited, thinking, If I do not have to eat it for real, then let us just go for it. A golden light erupted, enveloping his entire body. Before leaving, Kim Hyun-gu did not forget to remind, I will be back soon, so make sure to protect everything well. No waved goodbye with a smile, saying, All right, I will do my best. The golden light slowly faded, and it seemed like Kim Hyun-gu had left his body, sitting still and lifeless. Then he collapsed onto the table. No observed him with a mix of concern. He placed his hands on the table and looked at Kim Hyun-gu, who had fainted, silently pleading, Please come back safely. At that moment, in a different space, surrounded by white walls that looked incredibly luxurious, Kim Hyun-gu slowly woke up. He glanced around and thought, What is this place? Kim Hyun-gu kept looking left and right, puzzled. He was inside the great achievement of Brahma Yu. He marveled, How should I put this? No scared me with all sorts of terrifying things about this achievement. But it actually looks quite nice here. Behind him stood a massive statue. Finally, Kim Hyun-gu focused on that statue, saying, All right, what is that? He stared intently at the imposing statue, which featured incredibly grand architecture. Kim Hyun-gu scoffed, saying, What is the point of building and decorating this place so lavishly when the owner is this rude? He was losing his patience, thinking, If you have guests over, you should at least show them around. How long do you plan on pretending to be a stone statue? Brahma, the massive statue stood dumbfounded by Kim Hyun-gu's fury. Finally, it responded by breaking into a smile, bowing in admiration. I never expected someone could emit the energy I have tried so hard to conceal. You truly are extraordinary. It even greeted him, saying, Nice to meet you, Kim Hyun-gu, which left him in shock. A sharp, golden head appeared. The figure introduced itself. My name is Brahma. In fact, I have been looking forward to your arrival. Kim Hyun-gu looked at Brahma with curiosity regarding the heads above and asked, You have been waiting for me? Brahma emphasized, Yes, I have been eager to meet you. Speaking of which, Brahma suddenly glared at him, for he was the one who heartlessly killed one of my personalities. Back on Noah's ship, he sat watching Kim Hyun-gu's body. Noah let out a cold huff, then he quietly prayed, hoping everything was still going smoothly. Suddenly, someone behind him spoke up, Hey, Creator, is Guardian gone? This startled No. Yeah. No looked up and replied, Manager, is that you? No cast a glance at Hannah Rin and speculated, You must be Kim Hyun-gu's disciple. Right. After asking, No was curious, But what are you two doing here? I heard you were setting up equipment to block the enemies. Hannah Rin responded, We have finished setting everything up. The entrance to the 9th floor is completely sealed. No. Intrigued, said, I see, but why are you two in such a rush? Avi bent down, staring at Kim Hyun-gu, then started sweating profusely. Well, we just discovered an enormous energy surge near the trail. Hearing this, No gasped, An enormous energy. That means, without waiting for him to finish, Avi confirmed, That is right, it seems like the 4 celestial beings are on their way here, moving at an incredible speed. No turned to look at Kim Hyun-gu lying on the bed. Worried, This is happening way sooner than I thought. Avi, equally anxious, added, That is why we came to inform Guardian. But, Senza, we arrived too late. No nodded. Yeah, he just started, so it will take a while before he returns. No asked, How long can that steel door hold up? Avi replied, That energy surge is way stronger than we anticipated, so that door won't hold for long. The sound of footsteps crashing against the door was deafening. About 3 people were standing in front of the steel door to the 9th floor, which startled Avi. She clutched her head in pain and exclaimed, It is being breached. This made No panic. What the hell? Avi kept clutching her head. It can buy us a little time, but I do not know how long it can hold. The damage is too severe. While Noah sat there, chin in hand, frustrated. Damn it. We have to figure out a way to stop them. At that moment, Wukong, not knowing what realm he was in, chuckled and said, Why are you all in such a fuss? His voice came from the black orb beside him, and he continued, What is there to worry about? Avi was astonished. That voice is now. Surprised. Exclaimed, "You are back." Avi stared wide-eyed at the round device on the table. "Is this your communication device?" Now cheerfully replied, "That is right. This is what I gave to Dai Cheng." Wukong sat on a rock, beaming. "I do not see anyone else so happy to see me. This is truly delightful." No exclaimed with joy. "Before going to the training room, you had to meet a few people. So besides the travel device, I also gave you a communication device. I never expected it to be useful right now. You have heard everything we just said, right?" Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, I have heard almost everything. So I have this idea. Everyone gather around the communication device to hear my proposal. How about we just open that steel door?" Everyone's eyes widened in shock. "Wait. What? Listen up. Everyone's fighting over the idea like crazy. Hey, do you even know how much effort we put into creating this? More importantly, without that steel gate, those arrogant fools would have barged into this 9th level ages ago." In response to everyone's criticism, Wukong calmly replied, "Yeah, I get it. Just change the coordinates, and they will show up when we break that gate. Right? Oh, and make sure to pass this message to that little worm too," Wukong added. "Honestly, I do not think I would have any issues even without him." V suddenly realized something and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wukong smirked, clearly pleased, "Because right now, I have my senior brothers by my side, all eager to unleash their powers after all these years. They are all here," Wukong said excitedly. "So do not worry, just follow my orders and open the door, and we will head back to the realm of achievements where Kim Hyun-gu just arrived." He wondered, "One of your personalities? No already told me about this. He mentioned that the guy Brahma I killed stole half of a personality from the same body, which means 1/3 of the total personalities originally there." Kim Hyun-gu got furious and said, "So he is the thief who stole your personality, and yet you still want to take revenge?" Brahma, seeing his attitude, fell silent as a statue. He tried to stifle his laughter but ended up bursting out like a madman. This only made Kim Hyun-gu angrier as he demanded, "What is so funny? Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" Brahma rubbed his eyes to calm down and replied, "Oh, sorry, I was just joking, but you are taking this way too seriously." He continued nonchalantly, "Revenge? You think we would do something like that? That guy, from what you said, is a thief, and we just want—" He paused for a moment and then added, "Thanks for taking care of that thief for us," which left Kim Hyun-gu stunned. Brahma went on, "Although we should have been the ones to do it, we were trapped by his sealing technique and could only stand by and watch. Finally being freed like this, we should really thank you for saving us." Kim Hyun-gu regained his composure and replied, "Oh, so that is how it is? I guess I was worried for nothing." Brahma said, "We also have a gift for you." Kim Hyun-gu raised an eyebrow and mumbled, "A gift? Exactly. You must have come here to obtain the great achievement of Kampa, right?" At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu seemed to catch on. He said, "Wait a minute. Are you saying—" His face lit up with excitement. "You want to give me that great achievement?" Brahma, still with that quirky laugh, replied, "Of course not. We can just give that great achievement to you." Kim Hyun-gu felt embarrassed, his heart sinking. He looked at the other person sitting casually in front of him with a smug grin. Unable to contain himself, Kim Hyun-gu gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, preparing for a counterattack. "Get ready for my blow." Brahma laughed even harder and interrupted, "Just calm down." Then he slowly explained, "It is not that we do not want to give it to you. It is just that we can tee." Kim Hyun-gu's eyes were vacant as he asked, "What do you mean?" "This guy just loves to jump around." Brahma grinning wide, "That is because we have already handed it over to someone." Looking down at his own belly, he sees a swirling source of golden power in his hands. Kim Hyun-gu mumbles a few words. "This is..." Brahma explains, "From the moment you stepped in here and we recognized you, you achieved something truly great." Kim Hyun-gu looks at him, puzzled. "You just handed over something this incredible so easily. Is that okay?" Brahma confidently says, "It is all good. Because we have been cultivating a brand new achievement that is just for us." Brahma lowers his gaze to Kim Hyun-gu. "But just absorbing it won't let you wield its power right away." He still does not get it. "What do you mean?" "We do not have much time left to explain this to you." Brahma calmly states, "This source is about to collapse. Because the great achievement we gave you is the core of this space." Kim Hyun-gu stares in shock as everything starts to shatter. "Wait, so you guys will disappear too?" Brahma responds calmly, "You do not need to worry because my true form is not in this tower. I will just return to where I belong." Brahma's face remains unchanged as he says, "Besides, we will definitely meet again soon," which surprises him. "Oh, when you truly become the vessel that can fully contain that great achievement." Kim Hyun-gu frowns in annoyance, trying to ask, "What exactly do you mean?" Brahma smiles with squinted eyes. "Next time we will finish what we did not get to say." Kim Hyun-gu yells in excitement, "Wait, when exactly will we meet again?" But Brahma does not seem to care about his words and resolutely disappears. Bidding farewell, Kim Hyun-gu, furious, grinds his teeth. "Hey," he yells in despair. I was not done talking yet. The scene shifts to the steel gate on the 9th floor, where Demon is panting, cursing. Damn it. Looking at the imposing gate before him, he continues to grumble. Damn, this gate is tougher than it looks. He crosses his arms defiantly, saying, this means those humans are pretty strong too. They can resist us like this. Impressive. As he speaks, he warms up his hands, but staying like this is not gonna cut it. Move aside. Let me. Seeing his efforts about to be stolen, Demon yells in frustration. Wait, I was almost through it. How dare you step in like that? He ignores him and calmly replies, now is not the time for your stupid pride to cloud your judgment. We can't waste any more time. Suddenly, the solid steel door swings open, a blinding light spilling out, leaving those outside utterly stunned. Demon gasps in surprise. Wait, why did it suddenly open like that? He is equally shocked. What the hell? This can't be happening. He looks at the door, bewildered, and exclaims again. It opened on its own. A familiar voice rings out. So you finally made it, causing the group to freeze for a moment. What is with the sluggishness? After being insulted, A looks up, and there is E, the monkey from the flower fruit mountain, grinning widely in mid-air, saying, long time no see. Kitty. A glances at the bull-headed, horse-faced thugs beside him and mocks. And your buddies too. Huh. Great to see you all. Wise reminded. Hey, little kitty, I think you should greet that guy first. It might be better. His face twists into shock because it has been ages since he last saw his old friend, and now he is dredging up those old, embarrassing memories. A remains calm and explains that he is just super excited to see everyone again. And right after he says that, the Azure Dragon shows up. The Azure Dragon cheerfully returns the greeting. Finally, we meet again, you traitorous swine. The Azure Dragon accuses him. You abandoned your duty and ran out of the tower just to flatter that designer for too long. How's that working out for you after giving up your divinity? Feeling disrespected, grinds his teeth in anger and manages to ask. Azure Dragon, so you are here too? He screams in a frenzy. What the heck is going on here? Don't tell me you all set a trap for me. At this moment, A confidently boosts. You think you can take on the 4 heavy heavens with just the 2 of you? Y looks at the Azure Dragon and replies, I honestly have no idea. This answer only infuriates Y more. Wasting time, Demon chimes. Why waste breath on them? Let us just get through. As he says this, Demon charges forward, ready to smash their mouths shut, moving at lightning speed. Sitting up there, remains calm. Whoa. Anton, you are really loud, are not you? Seeing him rush in recklessly, Y scoffs. These weaklings are no different from that furry cat earlier. They all act tough, believing in the tools they were given to be lapdogs for others. But how can fake stuff compete with the real deal? Before he can even reach Y, Demon is blinded by a blinding light that stops him in his tracks. Demon screams in panic. What the heck is this? What are you guys doing? A chimes. Hey, do not forget to tell Demon to repeat what he just said. Looking fierce like a gourd, asks, you planning to rip Ika's mouth open? Then he quickly raises his voice, ready to unleash a move. Let us see if I can defeat the Buddha. Y is left dumbfounded by the opponent's brilliance. Then, he anxiously warns his teammates. Fall back, he is dangerous, but Demon is not scared at all. Brushing off the warning. What do you mean? There is no way I am losing to a stinky monkey like him. Wei scowls and yells, stop being so stubborn. His power could challenge even a Buddhist divinity. But it might be too late. As he charges forward with a sly grin. Don't let me down. In no time, he appears beside Demon like a god. You are not going anywhere, leaving him absolutely terrified. Then, Wukong swung his Roi staff and slammed it into Demon's gut, making him double over in pain, coughing and sputtering, gripping the staff tightly. Wukong fumed. I really want to smash that filthy mouth of yours myself, but someone else wants to humiliate you even more than I do. I guess I will leave that rotten mouth of yours for that person. Wukong said, forcing a golden orb into Demon's mouth. He did not have time to react and swallowed the shining object whole, before he could even process what it was. Wukong added, see ya. At that moment, a blinding golden light appeared in the sky, and Wukong exclaimed, time to meet your maker. The scene shifted to a dark, gloomy place with nothing but gray clouds above. An ancient city emerged, completely deserted. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down, and someone crashed to the ground with a huge bang. It was Demon, who had been transported to another realm. After coughing up a storm, he could not stop cursing that damn monkey. He got up, flailing his arms in despair, shouting, where the hell did you throw me? Just then, a pair of slender, bare legs appeared behind him, and a soft voice spoke. Looks like Wukong was right. Long time no see. Little brother. The voice startled Demon, sending chills down his spine. Gritting his teeth in anger, he turned around, glaring at the person behind him. Thinking, it can't be, the figure took slow steps forward, pretending to be heartbroken. Oh dear, it is so sad. I can't believe my long-lost little brother looks at me like that. It truly breaks my heart. This person turned out to be the Chaos God. She smirked with a twisted grin. Continuing, I am so heartbroken. I just want to rip those eyes right out of your head. Wukong's crew watched him but stayed silent as Demon was taken away. Furious, furrowed his brows and demanded, "What the hell did you do to him?" He clenched his fists. "Where did you take Demon?" Wukong casually slung his Roy staff over his shoulder and teased, "What is wrong? Planning to follow him and ask me that?" He continued nonchalantly, "Why do you want to ruin someone's family reunion? Stay out of other people's business." Why snapped, his teeth grinding in rage. That damn monkey, he boasted about his achievements. You think I would forget my accomplishments just because I am in the heavenly realm? His muscular body bulged, and the surrounding light blazed as if he was about to transform. He looked at his two teammates with confidence. You do not even know that for us, who have achieved greatness. Wukong sighed. Oh, now why has morphed into a massive black and white striped tiger. He added, the heavenly realm is just a footrest. Long looked at Yi's transformation and was not too surprised. He looked completely different from what I remembered. Wukong, holding his staff, replied cheerfully. Back then, he was just a giant fluffy cat. Now he is much more high maintenance. Wukong did not seem to take him seriously and asked, "Is this what you call your great achievement?" Wei was quite proud of his physique. He smirked and replied, "Yes. This is the achievement of one of the 4 great heavenly kings who governs the order of the world." He confidently emphasized the remarkable achievements of Veruf Aksa. He also proudly introduced his teammates, who possess tremendous accomplishments and have already attained divine status. He kept boosting about his power, saying, "Compared to us, you are just a bunch of lowly monsters, flaunting your one mediocre achievement. Now you dare to act like you two can stop us." The sheer insignificance of his teammates left everyone in awe of his overwhelming presence. He smugly asked, "Now that you understand the situation, quickly tell us where Kim Hyang-gyu is." Wukong crossed his arms in an X shape and replied, "Wrong, buddy." He leaned in close to Wukong, looking puzzled. Then he blurted out, "What?" Wukong began to explain, "You got everything wrong. I will just point out one thing." Wukong scratched his cheek and slowly continued, "Even if I regain my achievements, going up against all of you with just the 2 of us would indeed be a bit tough." Just as he said this, dark clouds suddenly rolled in, and thunder roared in the sky. Wukong calmly revealed that he had invited a few of his senior brothers to join, to lend a hand. As Wukong finished speaking, dark shadows began to gather together, forming a formidable presence. Ho looked up, mouth agape in disbelief. No way. His teammates were in sheer shock as they felt this energy. They all exclaimed, "The 7 great saints." At that moment, the faces of those individuals began to emerge. Before a cigar-smoking figure, a powerful voice rang out, "Long time no see. Western Cat, I heard you left and became the designer's Western dog. Here are the Demon King, the Great Saint of Chaos, the King of Enka Nung, the Great Saint of Qthan, the King of Numi, the Great Saint of Bianyine, the King of Jiama, the Great Saint of Fichi Hai, the King of Gihu, and the Great Saint of Thengfeng. It is hard to believe that upon our return, you have turned into our enemy like this." The cigar-smoking figure was none other than the Master Da King, the Great Saint of Ji Sen, who excitedly continued, "It is time for us to warm up the Jia fight." He asked curiously, "Why are all of you here?" No one answered his question, so he turned his gaze toward Wukong. Now Wukong clasped his hands together and declared, "All right. It is 8 against 3 now." Seeing him break into a light sweat, Wukong quickly clarified, "I really do not like mobbing at all, but what can I say? You guys have such impressive achievements." Wukong smirked with disdain. "If you are that impressive, then taking on 8 of us should not be a problem, right?" With that, Wukong quickly commanded, "All right, brothers, let us take them down." The others eagerly rushed outside. As he saw the crowd about to attack, Wedderton stood frozen, followed by the deafening roars and screams. Back at Demon's location, the sky was ominously dark, filled with thick black clouds and ancient looming towers. A blinding explosion echoed, and the sound of Demon was hauntingly pained. Demon struggled to drop his weapon. He was panting heavily, sweat trickling down his face, and thought to himself, "What the heck is going on here? My power should be overwhelming her, right?" Looking at the girl in front of him, completely unfazed, Demon felt a wave of confusion wash over him. "Why can't I even touch her? It is like I am hitting a brick wall." Exhausted, Demon exclaimed, "It feels like every bit of my strength is refusing to fight back against her." Underhand's piercing gaze, the chaotic force of madness spoke up, "It is not backing down against me. You idiot." That line sent a chill down Demon's spine. She explained that this was just a matter of logic and reason, and Demon hesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" And echoed, "Logic and reason, huh?" Before responding, "I want to ask you something," the chaotic force of madness sincerely asked. "Do you intend to beg me for forgiveness?" "Forgiveness? Exactly." She frowned in annoyance and continued, "Not only did you steal my achievements, but while I was in a temporary slumber, you also destroyed Qinshan, which is like my home." As she said this, the chaotic force glared at Ham with intense fury. Have you ever felt remorse for those wrongdoings? But at this moment, Demon just gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it," he snapped back loudly. "Do not play games with me," Demon bluntly admitted. "Yeah, I did those things. I messed with your achievements and destroyed Qin Shan, the place you cherished. So what? Demon showed no signs of regret as he shouted. What kind of demon does not do stuff like this? The chaotic force of madness said nothing more, just stared at him. Clearly agitated, it seemed like she was plotting something, her eyes filled with sadness. Suddenly, the chaotic force burst into maniacal laughter. Haha. Then she expressed her gratitude. I am really thankful to you, which left Demon stunned and speechless. What? She slowly said. I feel a bit guilty because we have been through a long time as sisters, but after hearing your words, I no longer feel guilty. Behind the gaps of her fingers, her mouth curled into a sinister smile. Suddenly, Demon's achievements began to crack. They shattered and rained down on him, leaving Demon perplexed. What is happening? He frantically clutched his head and yelled. Why did my achievements suddenly? The chaotic force of madness, regaining her strength, chimed in. Perhaps you are curious about how to handle a crime, but you know nothing about the achievements at all. Demon remained confused. What does that even mean? The chaotic force of madness smirked slyly. What do you think it means? It means the achievements will instinctively return to their true master. At that moment, a blinding light shot straight up into the sky. That is just how it is, the chaotic force of madness continued triumphantly. And the achievements you stole from me will automatically come back to me. She looked down at Demon, sitting on the ground, trembling. Oh dear little brother. Tell me, how does it feel to have crafted such a perfect beast like this? The chaotic force of madness's face twisted into a fierce grin. The scene shifted to a pitch-black space. The atmosphere was eerily still. Kim Hyun-gu had just woken up, and he wondered aloud. Where is this place? Kim Hyun-gu is lost in another dimension, looking around but finding no way out. He recalls that the last thing he remembered was passing out after receiving the achievement orb for the great disciple Brahma, and then that god crumbled to pieces. When he woke up, he found himself here. The pitch-black surroundings leave him utterly confused, wondering what the heck is going on here. Suddenly, a powerful voice booms. Finally, you have decided to wake up. Kim Hyun-gu, the voice calls out. Startling him, Kim Hyun-gu growls lowly, assessing his opponent. Thinking, how could they sneak up on me so easily? He shouts angrily. Who the hell are you? Then, he drops his jaw, asking, what kind of freaky thing are you? A massive eye opens wide, and it even knows how to talk and greet him. Nice to meet you, Kim Hyun-gu, but you really do not know who I am. Standing in the dark void, Kim Hyun-gu asked, what are you talking about? You have not even introduced yourself. An eye appears, round and wide, staring intently at Kim Hyun-gu. His voice rises again. How the hell am I supposed to know what kind of eye you are? The eye responds, I can't believe you are this clueless. Kim Hyun-gu replies in shock. What the heck? Why are you suddenly picking a fight with me? The eye glares back, saying, seems like you think your super fast progress is all due to your own talent. Huh. The eye chuckles, squinting with amusement, and continues, you really are a clown. Kim Hyun-gu, fuming, yells, what the hell are you trying to say? You jerk. The eye looks off into the distance and says, well, I guess I should explain the situation first. You probably have an idea already. This place is a virtual space. An image of Kim Hyun-gu lying on a bed appears, and the eye's voice resumes. Your body is currently busy stabilizing the great achievement you have just received, and this is the only chance I have to talk to you, so I brought your soul here. Kim Hyun-gu looks annoyed at this revelation, saying, you are talking about something so scary as if it is nothing. The eye responds, sorry for startling you, but I think it is time I let you know. Kim Hyun-gu feels a mix of confusion and curiosity as a bright red mouth appears against the dark backdrop. The voice says, I have been observing you. Figure with long black hair stands before screens, and many of Kim Hyun-gu's memories flash like a film reel. The voice continues, it has been a long time. Surprised, Kim Hyun-gu yells, you have been watching me for a long time. He hugs himself tightly, asking in a suspicious tone, how much have you seen? The eye stares intently at him and replies, not like that. Do not let your mind wander. Hearing this, Hyun-gu asks, so why have you been watching me? There must be a reason. Right. The eye gazes at him and responds, that is a good question, but I do not think I can answer it yet, since you are not ready. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu's body began to dissolve into nothingness, and that strange voice echoed again, reminding us that it was time to say goodbye. Hyun-gu was in a state of panic, focusing on the fragments of his body. He shouted in fear, what is happening? My body. That eye. Give me answers, so if you want to hear my response, remember this one thing. The eye pressed close to Hyun's face and said, the peak of this tower is not the end of your journey. Hyun's body continued to fade away. Confused, he yelled back, not the end. What do you mean? As his body kept vanishing, the voice continued, so you must definitely. Everything went dark, leaving only the night, and the strange words of the eye lingered about meeting its superior. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the fog-filled scene. The chaotic force spoke. What are you doing, demon? Hearing this, replied nervously, you. The chaotic force stood before Demon and insisted, tell me how you feel right now. Demon, filled with fear, could only retreat and scream. What have you done to me? The chaotic force, with a calm demeanor, said, after stealing my achievements, you should have worked hard to improve. You should be found a way to become its new master as soon as possible. Images of demon screaming flashed by, and the chaotic force added, your current fate is a result of your laziness. After taking power that was not yours, that is why you have ended up like this. Demon, enraged, gritted his teeth in anger. Meanwhile, the chaotic force added fuel to the fire with a taunt. You are such a pathetic fool. The eye, blood red, glared back with that familiar gaze. It turned out this was Demon when he was younger. He thought to himself how desperately he had once longed for it. Standing before the hill built from the mists of those who sacrificed, Demon was filled with doubt, muttering to himself, we were born from the same horn. Yet she managed to dominate all the demons and control them with her overwhelming power. It was as if Demon had been awakened. However, he realized that desire had quickly morphed into hatred. Hyungu sensed what the chaotic force was thinking, and he could feel its gaze from the towering heights above, while the chaotic force's expression darkened. Suddenly, those blood-red eyes appeared before Demon again. He was still lost in thought, feeling as if he were staring at the lowest existence in this world. The damned look in those eyes, with a trembling voice. Demon pleaded, don't look at me. The chaotic force responded. What did you say? Suddenly, Demon slammed his palms into the ground and stood up, declaring fiercely, don't look at me with those eyes. He was ready to fight. Boom. A surge of power crashed down onto the nearby buildings. It seemed like Demon had transformed into someone else. His power erupted, and he shouted, I do not need your damned achievement because now, I have the great achievement of the divine. The chaotic force could only stand there in shock. Demon smirked and continued, now, take a good look. The demon has evolved, his hair now a shining silver, soaring high above the ground, radiating a dazzling light. He declares, now I have surpassed you. Vaisravana, the chaotic god, smirks and retorts, is this the achievement of Vaisravana? You have chosen a power you can't even control. The demon confidently promises, just try to keep up while you still can. I am no longer shackled by that stupid achievement, so do not even think you can dominate me now. He is completely deluded by his newfound strength, thinking, all I have to do is tear you apart into 100 pieces. But the chaotic god only chuckles dismissively, saying, kneel. His body seems to lose control, acting on its own, leaving him utterly shocked. What? The demon screams in agony as he crashes to the ground with a thunderous boom. The chaotic god remains calm, gazing at him, and says with a sly grin, that is right, being stuck to the ground like this really suits you, does not it? The demon still can't move. What? How is this possible? I no longer have that achievement of the night demon. So why? Faced with countless questions, the chaotic god reveals a shocking truth. Little brother, I am sorry to say this, but you are not actually my little brother. Dying gasps in horror. He looks up, bewildered. What? What are you suddenly saying? A flashback from their childhood emerges. The chaotic god slowly explains, in your memories, we are a pair of siblings who have been together since birth. Right, but that memory is not accurate. It is just a lie fabricated and implanted in your mind. The image of a tiny demon cradled in the chaotic god's palm appears. She reveals, I use my powers to create you, so the real reason you can stand against me is not because of the night demon's power, but because I am the one who created you. The demon frowns, falling deep into thought. He sweats profusely and exclaims, what? Thinking back, maybe I did go a bit too far creating a family just for entertainment. The chaotic god asks, so what? You think it is wrong, isn't that something any demon would do? The demon roars fiercely. Damn it. Meanwhile, powerful energy emanates from behind the chaotic god. She softly says, come on, little brother. Emphasizing, it is time we settled our family issues. The demon, pinned to the ground, can only grit his teeth. The chaotic god curiously asked, I have always wondered about that terrible achievement of yours. Her bare feet take a step forward, accompanied by a haunting voice. She wonders, I wonder how many steps of mine you can withstand. She shouts loudly, and the ground around them shatters into pieces. That moment, Kim Hyun-gu awoke from his consciousness. He sat up and scanned the surroundings. Is this No's ship? No's voice rang out. Oh, you are awake, startling Kim Hyun-gu. He excitedly approached, noting that it seemed like you successfully absorbed that great achievement. Huh. Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head. Yeah, that is right, but No asked, what is wrong? He recalled the pitch-black space and that eye, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, that. I will tell you about it later, Kim Hyun-gu anxiously asked. More importantly, how long have I been out of my body while I was not here? Is everything still alright? No replied. Let me answer each question one by one. First off, you have been asleep for about a day. You woke up quicker than I thought, which is quite surprising. While you were sleeping, a few things did happen, but I doubt it is anything serious. Kim Hyun-gu's curiosity piqued. What on earth is he talking about? No earnestly said. The moment he just passed out, the 4 heavenly kings launched an attack. Kim Hyun-gu panicked. What? He became agitated. Is this really the time for chit-chat? Where are they right now? No quickly put a hand on him to calm him down. Just breathe. Okay, sure. Things were critical and dangerous back then, but most of it has been handled now. Kim Hyun-gu stammered. What? No pointed to the images on the mirror, saying that looking at it directly would help him grasp the situation better. Kim Hyun-gu stepped closer, furrowing his brows in confusion. Huh, what is this? What the heck is going on? Kim Hyun-gu, with a look of disdain, pointed at the scene before him. Is that guy one of the 4 heavenly kings? Why is he getting jumped by a gang of 5 noobs? After getting pummeled for a while, he was desperately yelling. Stop it. Why are you being so unreasonable? You have been beating me all day. Can't you take a break? The battle raged on fiercely, but the outcome seemed pretty clear. One of the 7 great sages smirked. Lowly creatures like us would not know about that. Hitting someone like this really feels good. The 5 noobs chimed in. Come here. Breaking his spine would be the ultimate thrill, and the other guy eagerly replied. Oh really? I am on my way. Meanwhile, the Master of the Serpent and the Great Sage were casually smoking cigars. Trying to keep everyone calm, he continued nonchalantly. We have to keep this up if we want to play with them for a while longer. Hearing this made Y break into a cold sweat, growling a bit before cursing. You freaks. Suddenly, Y remembered someone who was enjoying the fight, looking up and asking, Hey, are not you just going to stand there doing nothing? Aren't you one of the 4 symbols? Don't you feel ashamed? Azure Dragon, the Azure Dragon, floating in the sky, watched Y getting wrecked, and suddenly he was called out, shooting him a contemptuous glance. What right does a traitor like you have to say that? The Azure Dragon continued to scold. Stop babbling nonsense. Take your beating and just die already, before I jump in and smash you along with them. Y raised his head to look for help but ended up getting smacked down, making him helplessly growl a few more times. The familiar voice of Wukong rang out, asking if he was done showing off yet, and that tone made Y sweat even more. While speaking, Wukong held his Rui Jingu Bang firmly. Once that is done, let me finish this right here. Wukong did not forget to remind his teammates. You guys better step back. I won't take responsibility if you get hit. The Monkey King was super excited. Oh, is the sky going to fall? While the Sloth King felt it was too early, saying, I am not done fighting yet. But ignoring the comments, Wukong kept spinning his Rui Jingu Bang high up in the air, the power of the staff creating a massive vortex in the sky. Wukong shouted. Alright, let us spin and grow bigger. Rui Jingu Bang, facing that overwhelming force, Y looked like a scared little kitten. Taking a few steps back, one end of the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly transformed into a gigantic size, slowly coming down, and at that moment, Y looked tiny and pitiful. Screaming, no! Wukong yelled, time to wake up, stop the show, and the Rui Jingu Bang came crashing down, creating a thunderous boom, officially flattening Y beneath it. The overwhelming source of power had Kim Hyun-gu inside No's ship feeling a gust of wind just from looking in the mirror. After a moment, the dust settled, and Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, Oh my god! He looked at the horrifying scene before him, his disappointment clear as he said, Is this it? We are done. No slowly replied. Looks that way. Kim Hyun-gu pointed and asked, So, is there only one of the 4 heavens left now? That little kitten. No nodded and replied, That is right. The others have all been taken down already, he added. Just these few items are left. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly remembered something and said, Wait a minute. Why did you say the 4 heavens were so strong before? To this, No awkwardly scratched his head and answered, Well, sometimes numbers can overpower quality. You know, plus, they were up against the 7 great saints. He continued softly, At least the battle between the demon and the chaotic beasts is not over yet. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt a surge of excitement and eagerly suggested, Let us go help her. But before he could move, a delicate, barefoot stepped out from another dimension, with a heavy voice saying, You sure are loud, are not you? Who is helping who? At that moment, everyone paused. Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, That voice is the chaotic beast. She is so cool. Holding a trophy in her hand, the opponent stared at Kim Hyun-gu and asked, Don't you recognize who I am? He rubbed his chin, hesitating a bit before answering, No. Not really. Kim Hyun-gu noticed that her appearance seemed to have changed. With a few horns sprouting, he then said, But something about you has definitely changed. The chaotic beast playfully raised her hand to her head. This form is actually my perfected state, so it is no surprise you feel that way. She then reached out to touch Kim Hyun-gu's cheek and added, So from now on, do not call me the chaotic beast anymore. Leaning in closer, she sweetly said, Just call me Lady Demon. The chaotic beast put on an unexpectedly demure act and asked, Got it. Kim Hyun-gu coldly brushed her hand away. Feeling nauseous. Why are you acting all flirty out of nowhere? The chaotic beast smirked disdainfully. You are quite the tough guy. Huh. She was not joking anymore as she pulled out a trophy she obtained from defeating the demon and handed it to Kim Hyun-gu. Alright, this is your reward for helping me defeat my brother. It is pretty awesome, so it will definitely come in handy. With that, the chaotic beast quickly turned and walked away. I need to head back now. I need a little more time to get used to this new trophy. The portal to another dimension quickly closed, and saying goodbye, Kim Hyun-gu watched her leave, feeling a bit empty inside. He thought to himself, why do I feel so hollow? Looking at everything resolved without his presence, he felt like he was just a bystander here. A few days later, at Kim Hyun-gu's office, following Min Si-hyun's words, he quickly came by, saying Hyun-gu wanted to talk to him. So here he was. He scanned the room, eyes darting around at the mess on the floor and a group of strangers, leaving Kim Si-hyun in shock. What kind of chaos is this? It seems like they are excitedly pointing at the TV screen, as if they are watching a concert. Look at this, my fellow disciples. Ben Tako is about to make his appearance, and even the female lead has to prepare for them. The mention of pretty girls gets everyone hyped, and all eyes are glued to the screen, except for one person, who is just sitting there sipping a fine drink. Ji-san Daising lifted his glass and spoke flowery words. This sweet and rich flavor is truly a masterpiece. He glanced at the bottles lined up on the table and wondered, what is the name of this famous wine again? Than Long, the knowledgeable one, chimed in. It is Chumjun. Ji-san Daising slowly added, that ship name really suits this wine. Haha. Kim Si-hyun stood at the door, speechless at the scene. He muttered to himself, I need to find Hyun-gu. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly noticed two girls approaching from outside. He quickly recognized them. Oh, Hyun-gu's disciples. Kim Si-hyun walked over and asked, did he call you two here? But looking at the unfriendly expressions on their faces, he felt a chill run down his spine. What is going on here? The two girls maintained their tense and fierce expressions, leaving Kim Si-hyun confused. Why do they look like that? Is there a battle going on somewhere? Miriam, with an intense aura, spoke up, Master is over there. Hurry up and follow us. Watching the two girls' impatient backs, Kim Si-hyun thought to himself, guess I will just follow them for now. Inside Kim Hyun-gu's room, Kim Si-hyun was utterly amazed and exclaimed, what the hell? Kim Hyun-gu stood in front of a pile of items gifted from the recent battle, and he could not believe it. Shouting back, you want to give me an item that holds the achievement of conquering the highest social class. Kim Hyun-gu generously pulled out a sword and handed it to him, saying, here, this is yours now. It is way better than the sword you are using. Right. Si-hyun took it, feeling shy, and replied, of course. Si-hyun confirmed again, but you really do not need this anymore. Kim Hyun-gu replied, well, according to an expert I know, he recalled Noah's words about the great achievements they once had, which seemed to have vanished along with them. So that means what is left is just their achievements. And right now he did not really need those things anyway since he had no time to cultivate those achievements. Kim Hyun-gu smiled and said, so I will just give them to you all. He even solemnly declared, you guys are the only ones I can rely on when I am not around. Si-hyun was deeply moved by these words, tears welling up as he exclaimed, Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu called out, next is my Ryung. She put on a serious face and replied, yes, Master. Kim Hyun-gu presented an item and said, since you often use your fists, this glove suits you best. Then he asked, do you like it? My Ryung did not respond immediately. Instead, she stared intently at the gift, holding the present carefully. She thought, this is a gift that Master personally picked for me. Of course, I am over the moon. As she thought about it, my Ryung's face suddenly flushed. Right now, she felt like she could conquer the world. Suddenly, she recalled the advice from that mischievous spirit. In moments like this, she had to use the secret technique she just learned from her. After thinking it over, my Ryung gently called out, and Master Kim Hyun-gu turned to look at her. Raising an eyebrow, my Ryung's mouth slowly opened. Thank you, Amel. She finished her sentence with an adorable pout, striking a cute pose for effect, but this action left Kim Hyun-gu speechless. As if struck by lightning, both Si-hyun and Hannah Rin beside him were also left gaping in shock. My Ryung still thought her actions were justified, maintaining that cute, innocent expression. Flashback to a few hours earlier, in my Ryung's tower, the mischievous spirit's voice echoed triumphantly. Hey kid, remember this well. She raised her finger, looking all-knowing and said, most men are attracted to things they feel they need to protect. My Ryung listened intently. Really? Ryung rubbed her chin, thinking it sounded a bit off. But before she could finish, the mischievous spirit chimed in. Yeah, I know. You are already really strong now, so all you have to do is pretend to be that kind of person, and you are good to go. My Ryung's eyes widened in surprise. Pretend to be a... Like how? The mischievous spirit slowly explained. You can mimic the most loved companion. You know, the one that is like a loyal pet. Like Mel. For instance. My Ryung gasped in shock. Wait, what? She firmly believed. How can a person act like an animal? At that moment, the mischievous spirit placed a hand on her shoulder, continuing to manipulate her mindset. Come on. Think about it carefully, kid. Just pretending to be a beloved companion once, and you can be their lifelong partner as a human. My Ryung was lost in a daydream, imagining herself marrying Kim Hyun-gu in the future, her lifelong partner. The mischievous spirit's voice kept echoing. This trade-off is definitely worth it. Oh no, the spirit said, raising a thumbs up. Remember, This is always the case. Back to reality. My Ryung's gaze turned hollow as she thought. Maybe I should give it a try. But it seems like nothing's happening. That damn demon from the workshop. Kim Hyun-gu was looking at her with a frightened expression, sweating bullets and unable to utter a word. After gathering himself, Kim Hyun-gu coldly turned his face away. Alright. My Ryung, go ahead and use that. Your attitude has completely shattered my Ryung's worldview, and the master even looks away. Your words echo in the air. And then there is Hannah Rin, who lights up when her name is called. Yes, master. Watching my Ryung's embarrassing defeat from the sidelines, Hannah Rin is feeling pretty smug right now. She is trying to awaken the master's protective instincts by pretending to be a pet. She thinks to herself, this approach is not half bad, but with that obvious expression, it is only going to make an already awkward relationship even more strained. The item Hannah Rin receives is a striking orange fan, but she could not care less about that. Her eyes sparkle, and the most important thing is to act natural. She recalls the countless nights studying the dating secrets from her crush, which is why she scoured every dating guide in the library and compiled all the cute nicknames couples usually call each other. Thanks to that, she discovered the one word that every guy in the world adores. Seeing her silent, Kim Hyun-gu awkwardly asked, so, Hannah Rin, what do you think? Do you like it? Hannah Rin squints her eyes with a smile and replies, of course I do. She continues, I really like it. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu breathes a sigh of relief. What a relief. The corners of Hannah Rin's mouth slowly curl into a smile, and with a lightly teasing tone and perfectly practiced expression, she says, thank you, Oba. Kim Hyun-gu is frozen in place after hearing that, while Hannah Rin beams with pride. See, you are such a fool. This infuriates my Ryung, who can only grit her teeth in frustration. Kim Hyun-gu closes his eyes and ponders for a long while, leading Hannah Rin to misunderstand, thinking the master must be so excited that he can't even speak. Just look at his expression. After a moment, Kim Hyun-gu shakes his head and says casually, so, it seems everyone is feeling a bit unwell today. Huh. Hannah Rin is taken aback. Huh. Finally, he briskly heads for the door, quickly making his escape. I have some business to discuss with Avi, so I need to leave now. You all just relax and take it easy. Okay, don't forget to watch your backs. He then steps through the portal that has already opened, leaving the two girls standing there. Bewildered, noticing the two girls' discomfort, Kim Sai, standing behind, awkwardly says, I will keep this a secret from everyone else. He quickly makes his way to Avi, who looks up and asks, hey Guardian, you do not look so hot. Did you eat something weird? At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu looks pretty awful, having been harassed by the girls this whole time, but he just says, no. Nothing's wrong. He immediately jumps to the main topic. By the way, how's that thing I asked you to keep an eye on coming along? Avi widens her eyes. Oh, you mean the information about the superior mentioned by that eye? Right. Avi recalled her searches, where countless screens displayed no data. She continued, I tried using the tower's search system to investigate, but I could not find anything useful. This has never happened before. Kim Hyun-gu was deeply invested in the issue. Avi added, it seems like the upper shore is in a completely different position from the tower. For now, that is all the information I can give you. He sighed and pondered. So, we are really at a dead end. Huh. Avi asked in disbelief. What? Kim Hyun-gu remarked. It seems like it is a completely different entity than me. Knowing he could not gather any more information, Kim Hyun-gu concluded. Well then, what do we do about this? I have got a whole load of other issues to handle. He pointed upwards and said, so we still do not have any new info about the upper floor. Right, that is right, same as always, Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed. Seriously, those guys are usually a handful and now they are stirring up trouble. If he saw his underlings getting knocked around like that, he was surprised that the designer was so patient. He still looked confused and said, I just can't figure out what the hell he is thinking. At this moment, Avi, with her head bowed, slowly spoke up. Actually, this Guardian, she awkwardly pointed her fingers together and said, according to what I have gathered from the achievements of the four heavens, I have found some new information. I think we can be sure of what the designer is aiming for. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu's jaw dropped in shock. What? He asked suspiciously. Wait, why are you telling me this now? Avi startled. Stuttering. I thought you would not like what you are about to hear. Kim Hyun-gu grimaced and repeated. I want to like what I am about to hear. He impatiently urged her. What are you talking about? Speak clearly. Vi nervously broke down her analysis. What I mean is, the designer actually wants to eat you. After the words left her mouth, Kim Hyun-gu was left utterly stunned. He was at a loss for words. What? The scene shifted to Kim Hyun-gu's office. Lee Seo, with a curious look, asked, I heard the former bear spirit is thinking of moving to Hanam, so I came here to ask a few things. Anarine and Miriam were looking seriously downcast. Seeing how lifeless they were, Lee Seo became alarmed. But why do you both look like that? Anarine clenched her teeth and sneered, then turned to shout. It is all that person's fault. If they had not messed up that ridiculous thing, we would not be in this situation. Miriam, not to be outdone, shot back. What? You are the one ruining the atmosphere with your stupid, whinny voice. Anireen was taken aback. What? But these two were not backing down, quickly closing in to throw down. All right, let us settle this once and for all. Lee Seo, standing outside, was clueless about what was happening and gently intervened. You two. Just stop. Suddenly, a very sweet voice rang out. Hey, Seo Zine. Why are they fighting again? Lee Seo awkwardly turned to look. Oh, it is the bear spirit. Come help me stop them. Lee Seo's face went pale with shock. What the hell is this? Her scream made Miriam and Hanarine stop their hair-pulling fight, and all eyes turned to the nine-tailed fox. What is going on between those two? Over here, the nine-tailed fox is gripping the arm of the heavenly demon. And oh, it even has a smug grin. What is next? The nine-tailed fox drops a bombshell. Today is our first date. This leaves Lee Seo wide-eyed and flabbergasted. In a calm tone, the nine-tailed fox says, just roll with it. Hanarine and Miriam are just as stunned. Seriously, roll with it. The sweet voice of the nine-tailed fox addresses the person beside her. You should head back to the room first. I will chat with Seoksayan and join you in a bit. The heavenly demon obediently agrees, not forgetting to remind her. All right, I will hurry back to my room. After saying that, her face turned bright red, while the nine-tailed fox sashayed away. Oh, you are rushing too much. Lee Seo was standing there with goosebumps. Thinking, what in the world? She recalls knowing that the fox spirit is head over heels for the celestial demon and follows him everywhere. But she heard that the celestial demon never reciprocates. Looking at the romantic scene before her, Lee Seo can't help but wonder. When did they become a couple? The fox spirit is still out there blowing kisses to the celestial demon. Can't he wait to catch up later? Lee Seo seriously interrogates the fox spirit. What on earth is happening here? The fox spirit replies. What do you mean? Lee Seo softly adds. You know what I am talking about. Meanwhile, Hannah Rin and Mai Ri Wang seem to have found the truth, speeding up to join the conversation. Lee Seo is just finishing her words when the celestial demon can't wait for her to finish and runs over to pull her away. Let us go. Then Hannah Rin and Mai Ri approach the fox spirit, begging, please, teach us how to win over guys like you. Lee Seo feels pushed aside, tears streaming down her face. They are scheming so much. The scene shifts to Noah's ship, where he looks at the drawings on the table, saying, looks like it is time to use this magic seal. No decides he needs to meet Kim Hyun-gu to discuss things first. Just as he thinks that, he notices someone approaching. It turns out to be Kim Hyun-gu, who suddenly appears, and Noah is extremely excited. Oh, Kim Hyun-gu, you are here. I was just about to call you. No begins, but before he can finish, Kim Hyun-gu reaches out. He seems incredibly furious as he grabs Noah's shirt. No. Taken aback, asks, what are you doing? But Kim Hyun-gu does not respond and just insists. No. Find it. No. Bit confused. Asks back. What? What exactly am I supposed to find? At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu is so furious he shouts, get me to that bastard designer. If there is no way. Make one. He seems to lose control, glaring and saying, I need to tear that lunatic's tongue out right now. No can only sigh, seeing the person before him turning into a madman. Who would be thought Kim Hyun-gu could get this worked up? Did he discover something related to the designer? No trembles slightly, urging him. Calm down. Being this worked up is not going to help. Hearing Noah's words, Kim Hyun-gu's face relaxes a bit. Realizing his reckless behavior, he quickly lets go, admitting, yeah, maybe I did overact. Kim Hyun-gu places his hand on his forehead, softly saying, I'm sorry, I got a bit angry there. Noah asks, what happened? Even though something went down, Kim Hyun-gu stares silently at his arm for a moment. After he recounts the situation to Noah, Noah is shocked, unable to believe it. Sweat beads form on his forehead as he worries. Wait, are you saying the reason that designer is hell-bent on attacking floor 9 is that he wants to swallow the chief? Kim Hyun-gu replies seriously. That is right. His cold face continued. Or rather, he wanted to swallow whole everything I had achieved up to this point. Looking back, it makes complete sense. No wonder he keeps dragging out this exhausting battle over all my hard-earned achievements, even though he could easily destroy the entire planet himself. At this point, Kim Hyun-gu became an angrier, cursing non-stop. That bastard is just toying with me, like raising livestock for slaughter. He even imagined himself trapped in a cage. It is unbelievable that after all I have been through, I am just going to end up as a pig on the plate for some complete stranger. He was clenching his fist in frustration. How could I not be furious? No agreed. Of course, anger was justified. Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, huh, and after learning about his scheme, I could not help but think of something, and this thought troubled me. No. Sitting across from him, listened intently and curiously asked what it was. Kim Hyun-gu slightly pursed his lips in reply. Could it be that the reason the earth is in danger is all because of me? He felt guilty. If I were not here, the invaders would never have come, and no innocent lives would have been lost. No awkwardly disagreed, but that did not stop him from speaking up. Kim Hyun-gu continued. I know this way of thinking is utterly useless, but I can't help but dwell on it. He expressed his next intention. So I want to go straight to him to end the current situation, he earnestly pleaded. So please, help me. No was taken aback and did not answer right away. After regaining his composure, he sighed and replied, reaching the highest level is no easy feat, as all the paths leading there, even the shortcuts, have been blocked off. To move quickly and disable the defenses there, we need to use an even more powerful spell. No placed his hand on the blueprint lying on the table and slowly revealed an important piece of information. Fortunately, that spell is right in front of you now. Kim Hyun-gu was utterly shocked. What? The blueprint displayed incredibly detailed images. No explained patiently that because it is so complex to set up, it might take some time, but the spell described in this blueprint is indeed that powerful one. What? Kim Hyun-gu looked displeased, his face contorted in disbelief as he questioned. Wait, if you have this, why did not you tell me sooner? Given my current mood, No calmly replied, if I did that, with your impulsive nature, you would rush straight to the designer. No mimicked a throat-slitting gesture towards Kim Hyun-gu, warning that he would end up meeting a gruesome fate. Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, realizing he could not really argue with that. No gazed at the blueprint with dissatisfaction, honestly thinking that using it right now might not be appropriate because you have not fully harnessed the great achievement of Brahma yet. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was shocked and asked, No maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I can sense the difference in power. So if you want me to help you set up this spell, you need to fulfill one condition of mine. He proposed that before the spell is completed, you must fully master the great achievement of Brahma. No emphasized. Can you really do that? Kim Hyun-gu flashed an excited, mischievous grin, absolutely affirming it. What do you mean by that? Didn't you already know that this is our strong suit? With that, he stood up, turning his back to No, and continued, go ahead and open the virtual space for training. Call everyone from Earth here too. No lifted his head, puzzled, asking, why are we calling them? Kim Hyun-gu cracked his knuckles, responding with enthusiasm. What else? We have powerful manpower at our disposal for free. We have to make the most of it. Right, as he spoke, he wore an expression that screamed he was ready to throw down. Scene shift to the designer's lair. Still that gloomy room, the designer sat in his chair like always. His mood was restless. He was really on the verge of enjoying this lavish feast. He remembered the ancient crew and felt irritated, but also a bit regretful, as he had let too many people get entangled with him during the process of fattening them up. The designer tapped his fingers on the table, not wanting anyone to interrupt the moment he had been waiting for. He then raised his hand, deep in thought, realizing that the creator must be with him. The one he was referring to was No. He speculated that the guy would definitely use that kind of spell to navigate through the usual route and get here. So that is how it is. The designer chuckled sinisterly, plotting a scheme and making a decision. Alright, it is time to play them a trick. Back to Kim Hyun-gu's working base, the fox spirit stood before the two girls, Hanarin and Miriam, and seriously asked, so you two want to ask me how to charm the guys? Huh. The girls' eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Yes, exactly. The fox spirit gazed at them in admiration, their eyes shining brightly. Unlike that other time, the spirit stroked its chin, frowning, thinking, I can believe all this excitement is just because of their admiration for one person. The master is that attractive. Huh. Well, whatever, they owe me, so I get to live a more comfortable life. After thinking it through, the fox spirit quickly agreed. Okay. And Miriam and Hanarin's eyes sparkled like car headlights. Riding the wave, the fox spirit boosted. Come on, this is a piece of cake for me. The two girls behind were so caught up in their infatuation that they believed everything it said with wide eyes. The fox spirit crossed its arms, pondering thoughtfully. Let us see. What should I teach you to? But after thinking for a while, it just stood there, forcing a smile, yet unable to say a word. Suddenly, the fox spirit's expression darkened, and beads of sweat began to form. It thought, but what do I even know about charming men? It remembered its own history, living a carefree life for 1,800 years, playfully capturing countless men's hearts and siphoning their energy to ascend into the ranks of mystical beings. The most alluring succubus in the history of succubi, the fox spirit. For her, possessing innate seductive powers, seducing men was as easy as breathing. Yet now, this very skill had turned into a problem, as she could not teach them anything at all. The more she thought, the more anxious the fox spirit became. Feeling like she was in deep trouble, her eyes widened, and sweat dripped all around her. If I was born with magical powers, how could anyone teach me? That stuff does not work on people stronger than me. Sure, I do have magic, but the only reason I managed to charm the V-cap owner is that our personalities clicked. Somewhere, the heavenly demon felt an itch in her nose. Is someone talking about me? Suddenly, she found herself drawn to carefree women. Watching the two in front of her eagerly waiting for her guidance made the former nine-tailed fox tense up. But if she told them that, she would surely get a beatdown from these two quirky girls. The nine-tailed fox could not stop her inner monologue. What should I do? Lycio has wandered off, and there is no one to back me up now. After a long pause, Miriam asked, Why are not you saying anything? Hana-rin chimed in, Shia. Be quiet. Right now, the former nine-tailed fox is incredibly flustered and can't find her words. But Hana-rin thought to herself, her silence must mean she is contemplating something profound. Right, hearing Hana-rin say that only made the former nine-tailed fox more anxious. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she thought, oh my god, I am losing it. The nine-tailed fox focused intensely, trying to come up with something. Just then, a voice broke through, hey, why are you giving orders to the demons like that? The words of the group casually walking by caught her attention. She was busy reading something super interesting. This left the former nine-tailed fox in shock, sparking an idea. Those two would not stop rambling. What is it? The book that you mentioned to me. The cover of the book featured two incredibly alluring girls, and one continued, you could say this book has enchanted countless hearts of demons. Overhearing this, the nine-tailed fox accidentally caught onto a secret and felt a thrill in her gut. This is it. She turned sternly to Mai Ryong and Hana-rin, asking, are you two ready? Hana-rin was taken aback. Ready for what? The nine-tailed fox emphasized once more. I am asking if you two are ready. The girls looked completely bewildered. Questioning back, ready for what? Pointing at the magical book in front of her. She explained, to turn the guy you both have a crush on into yours. The scene shifted to Kim Hyun-go's virtual space, created by No, with a sky full of blue clouds and scattered stones. Kim Hyun-go appeared looking cool, hands in his pockets, saying, thanks for gathering here, everyone. He scanned the faces present, then he realized someone was missing and asked, where are Sun Wukong and Kinglong? The other replied, oh, they are busy because Pentaco has a live event today. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-go was left speechless. Even getting wrapped up in the Transang drama should have its limits. Ji-san Dae-sung lounged on a rock and spoke up first. Why did Kim Hyun-go gather us here? He speculated, is it related to defeating the designer? Kim Hyun-go agreed, saying, you are right about that. He continued, to be more precise, we need your help with a few things to defeat him. Ji-san Dae-sung calmly listened while lounging on the rock. Kim Hyun-go eagerly clenched his fists, tying them together. But it is not a big deal. He scanned the crowd, thinking, I just need all of you, so let us fight me right now. Hearing Kim Hyun-go's arrogance, Ji-san Dae-sung chimed in, you want to challenge all of us. He was still lounging around, taking it easy. Thinking, interesting. Is this the training method you came up with? Kim Hyun-go responded honestly. Exactly. He recalled his encounter with Brahma and continued, I was just gifted a monumental achievement, but I still do not know how to use it since opening that gift is way too complicated. That is why I really need the help of people with energy and wealth like you. Ji-san Dae-sung sat up, getting the gist of it. He worried for the main character. But is it really okay once you open that gift? Kim Hyun-go, with a face full of confidence, listened as the other spoke. Ji-san sat up straight, thinking it is very likely your spirit will be torn apart for that dare. He rolled his eyes at his brother with the monkey face. Warning, I can hold back, but my brothers are not good at controlling their strength. But Kim Hyun-go is the type who won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He heard Jiang laugh. And that just makes it better. He recalled Brahma's advice, based on what he said that day. When someone truly becomes the vessel capable of fully containing that monumental achievement, the reason I can control that greatness yet is simple. It is because my body is not strong enough. Kim Hyun-go pondered while tightening his hidden fist in his pocket to hold that monumental achievement. The solution is pretty simple. He expressed his determination. I have to keep pushing until I am tough enough. Kim Hyun-go enthusiastically addressed everyone. So let us do this. Shall we? He glanced around and finally decided. Alright, let us see who is first. His gaze landed on Thin Ma, who was coldly silent without saying a word. Calculating, if I want to see how much I have progressed, I should invite my first master to step up first. Right, Kim Hyun-go showed he understood the opponent. Continuing, you just regained your achievement from the training room. Right, so you must have fully restored your strength, and you can fight at full power. Right. Hearing this, Thin Ma lowered his head and sighed. You really are quite arrogant. Nevertheless, Thin Ma slowly drew the sword from his side. Ready for battle? Fine. I was going to try this sword anyway. He pointed the sword at Kim Hyun-go, flashing a rare smile. And right now, you are quite an enjoyable opponent. Facing this heavyweight, Kim Hyun-go still looked sharp, with his hands in his pockets. Noticing, the pattern on that sword looks a bit different. Does not it? It seems way bigger than before. And Thin Ma added, I was using it when suddenly it transformed into this. Kim Hyun-go finds it really exciting. This means its form will change to fit whoever it considers its master. Oh ho. Sounds like the perfect person has complete control over it. Meanwhile, the ancient group is gathered to watch the show unfold. Let us step aside and observe. Kim Hyun-go starts to channel his power, saying to himself, Alright, I have got to give it my all to outshine my master. The Demon King is not an easy opponent. He replies smoothly, it won't be that simple. Kim Hyun-go accelerates towards the Demon King. And over here, the opponent is charging in too. The two lock eyes, filled with mutual admiration. ready to unleash their moves. The clash between Kim Hyun-gyu and the Demon King creates a massive explosion that is utterly breathtaking, sending shockwaves everywhere. At this moment, at the designer's lair, he stretches out his arm as if touching something, resembling a chaotic spectacle. He smirks with his sharp-toothed grin, saying, "It has been ages since I used this. Might give me a bit of a headache." The designer tilts his head, talking to someone off-screen, "So please understand, I do not have time for visitors right now." Behind him, a dark shadow flickers, and the designer curiously asks, "What brings you here today?" The visitor is Hemed, who steps into the light with his hands clasped behind his back. He then questions, "Tower Master, what are you planning to do today?" The designer remains turned away, deliberately asking, "What do you mean?" Hemed shows irritation, saying, "Don't play dumb with me." Hemed shuts his eyes in frustration, reminding him, "It is past the day you promised to deliver your accomplishments to me." The designer casually waves his arm. "Oh, so you are here to collect your debt," he continues. "Then I will present a few." But before he finishes, Hemed cuts him off. "Do you really think we would agree to postpone our meeting just for a few random achievements?" He insists. "Tell me where the promised achievements are right now." The designer smirks knowingly. "Well, it is done and dusted. But how should I phrase this?" He keeps circling around. "It was here before, but now it is completely gone." Hemed slowly approaches, his hand building up a surge of power. Seizing the moment while the opponent is distracted, Hemed silently unleashes his power towards the designer, releasing a blinding light from his hand. The light quickly closes in on where he is sitting. The designer remains unfazed, casually raising his arm. Then a loud explosion echoes through the air. Boom. The designer's hand still shows a hint of residual power. He tilts his head, asking, "What are you doing?" "I have guests arriving, so I can let you linger here." Ignoring him, coldly states the deadline. 2 months. After that, he turns away with his hands behind his back, but not without a parting threat. "Considering the value of that achievement, I will wait 2 more months. But if you keep showing up with that attitude when we meet again." Hemed's piercing gaze and serious expression make it clear that the wrath of the higher-ups is not something to be taken lightly. The designer replied, "I will keep your words in mind." Finally, Hemed decided to leave, "So I take my leave now." The designer remained calmly seated in front of the arranged circles. But today the tension in the air felt thicker than usual. Seems like uninvited guests have already left. I guess it is time to wrap up the preparations for the guests. The scene shifts to the villa where Kim Hyun-gu's office is located. On the TV screen appears an incredibly cute and beautiful girl, accompanied by cheers and shouts. A guy, holding glowing sticks, was glued to the screen, his face lit up with excitement. "How can Hyna's skin be so flawless?" he exclaimed. "This show should really be broadcast on every floor." The dragon just lay back and let out a cold huff. Then he coldly said, "Is that so?" The guy noticed the indifferent attitude from the other side and curiously looked back. He furrowed his brows slightly, scratching his face. The guy continued to gawk at the beauty, showering her with compliments. "Ina truly is the center of Penico, way prettier than C or Bios." The dragon remained silent, only responding with a grunt. Then he muttered a few words. "Sure. Whatever." Noticing this guy's indifference, the first guy clenched his teeth in frustration and broke both glowing sticks. Unable to hold back any longer, he stood up and growled right at the dragon's face. The dragon, annoyed, asked, "What the hell are you doing?" The guy opened his mouth wide in disbelief and retorted, "I should be the one asking that. Why do you seem so burnt out? Did someone die here or what?" The TV was still airing the show with the beautiful girls, and the guy wondered, "What is bothering you?" The dragon softly replied, "I am just thinking. It is not like I am sad or anything." He curiously asked his lonely green friend, "What are you thinking about?" The dragon hesitated for a moment before saying, "Just about the time left, from now until Kim Hyun-gu wipes us all out." The dragon countered, "Didn't you already figure out why Kim Hyun-gu suddenly gathered us?" The guy stuttered, Yeah. The dragon looked up worriedly, "But we all know that your local senior brothers, and even the heavenly demon are no match for Kim Hyun-gu right now." The dragon analyzed the situation, suggesting that he needs to fight with everything he has got. The guy chimed in, "Then we need to find someone whose level is at least comparable to his." Saying that, he plopped down. But what he really needed right now was more than just the ability to fight at full power. The guy stated, "This is all we can do." He elaborated, "Great achievements are incredibly rare. If you are not born with it, no one can really achieve it." Hearing this, the dragon agreed. "Exactly." The guy's expression turned sympathetic as he explained, "What someone striving for greatness needs right now might not be someone at the same level as them. The person he needs now is someone with overwhelming power, someone who can push him to the brink of death." After saying that, he glanced at the dragon. "Well, if no one can do it, then we will just have to step up ourselves." He just smirked with a hint of mystery. "But come on. Everyone knows, right? A person with delicate slender legs, stepping barefoot on the ground, a true monster. Wukong's assessment of this guy is even stronger than the two of us combined. Jiang just made his way to Kim Hyun-gu, and over here, the chaotic demonic energy has just entered the virtual space Kim Hyun-gu created. Wukong holds this guy in high regard. If he shows up, we won't need to do a thing, just sit back and watch. Meanwhile, he keeps staring at the TV screen, advising his buddy next to him that instead of wasting time here, they might as well enjoy some pentago. Than Long agrees. Wukong is right. What else is there to say? So, stop with the long faces. Outside, the former nine-tailed fox is screaming. No! No way. The sound is getting louder, drawing Wukong and Than's attention inside the house. Wukong starts to sweat, realizing it is the voice of the former nine-tailed fox. Why is her voice suddenly so much louder than usual? Outside, in the scorching sun, the former nine-tailed fox stands with her arms crossed, her face dark as she wonders what is going on. Below ground, Hannah Rin and my Ryan are sitting there, looking utterly bored. The nine-tailed fox raises an eyebrow, scolding them, asking why they can't seem to focus. After all, they are the ones who wanted to learn her secret techniques. Seeing their pitiful state infuriates the former nine-tailed fox. How did it come to this? Aren't you ashamed? My Ryan shyly replies. No, it is not that. She glances at Hannah Rin and continues. I just feel awkward talking to our master like that. At least we should address her properly. Right. The nine-tailed fox lets out a sigh. Alright then. If you want to keep acting like his normal lackeys for the rest of your lives, go ahead. Hearing this, the two girls lower their heads in thought, filled with anxiety and dread. Saying that, the nine-tailed fox quickly turns to leave, thinking there is nothing left for her here. But Hannah Rin and my Ryan, having lost all sense of shame, cling to her, pleading, wait, this is just a misunderstanding. Please continue. We will do whatever you say. Hearing their desperate pleas, the nine-tailed fox smirks, thinking, why am I acting like this? She muses. I wanted to make them do the most embarrassing things so they would just give up. She glances down at Hannah Rin and my Ryan, seeing them earnest and kneeling at her feet. The sight of these once powerful women begging her makes her giddy with joy, and her expression suddenly brightens. Well, since you two are so eager, let us continue with the lessons. Shall we? Thank you. And let us start with the addressing part, the nine-tailed fox says proudly, raising her hands to command. Now, speak softly and pour out your hearts. 1. Hannah Rin and my Ryan blush and glance at each other before sweetly calling out, Master. Wukong and Than Long inside the house peek outside, their faces dropping in disbelief. What on earth are these two doing? Back to the battle between Kim Hyun-gu and the demon god. The clash is still fierce, with powerful techniques colliding and creating shocking explosions. Observing the scene, someone leisurely comments, that demon god is surprisingly strong. A young man with one eye covered agrees, saying he has already surpassed human limits. If he gets even stronger, defeating him will be a real struggle for us. Ji Sandy-sung chimes in, but that is just a future concern. Right now, Kim Hyun-gu is pouring all his energy into a counterattack, tightening his fists and unleashing powerful forces. Next comes an earth-shattering explosion. Ji Sandy-sung thinks that at this point, that is all he can do. He is no match for that monster. Kim Hyun-gu. The battle ends with the demon god lying defeated at Kim Hyun-gu's feet, still looking badass, eyes burning bright. The demon god bows his head to the ground, gasping for breath. This is way more shocking than I thought. Honestly, from the moment the fight began, I felt that I was already weaker than him. The demon god grips the sword tightly, continuing his thoughts, but he never expected the gap between them to be this vast. The recent scenes flash in his mind again. All the illusions he used to deceive himself. Winning against all my attacks was as easy as a stroll in the park. Even the moves that took all my strength to execute were brushed aside effortlessly by him. The demon god thinks this battle does not feel like a real confrontation at all. The more the demon god thinks, the clearer it becomes. He grinds his teeth as if he has uncovered something. His face turns pale as he continues his inner monologue, telling himself not to waste energy uselessly and to focus on the essence of each technique. A true human is not just about flashy sword moves. It is a sword filled with determination, so powerful it could split the sky in two. Where has that sword gone? After a long moment of contemplation, the demon god cracks a rare, subtle smile, surprised to learn so much from his own disciple. A master like me should feel ashamed. He slowly sheathes his sword and struggles to stand. But I must acknowledge what deserves recognition. The demon god clasps his hands together. He stands before Kim Hyun-gu, speaking respectfully. Thank you. Kim Hyun-gu, the main character, is utterly confused, just standing there in shock. The demon god expresses gratitude, saying that thanks to his guidance, my martial arts have come closer to the ultimate peak. Kim Hyun-gu, he finishes his thought, realizing he is talking about family. What am I saying? Ignoring Kim Hyun-gu's bewilderment, the demon god turns to leave, saying, I am off now. I need to continue training after this awakening. Suddenly, he glances back with a sly smile. Next time we face off, you won't be able to fight so comfortably. With that, he quickly exits the virtual space. Kim Hyun-gu stands there, still in disbelief. Demon god, what the heck was that all about? He mutters. Overwhelmed. Whoa. I am still shocked that he is stronger than I thought. He was stunned. Especially recalling that last attack, there was no way to dodge it. I nearly bit the dust. All I could do was reflect on it. Kim Hyun-gu scanned the area. But it still was not enough. He needed someone stronger, someone who could truly terrify him. Kim Hyun-gu glared at the group of monkey-faced punks hanging out up there. Who knows if any of them are stronger than him? She scoffed. You guys are not any different from each other. And as soon as she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. Because I am here now. Kim Hyun-gu heard and looked up, recognizing that voice. Before she could finish, the sound of bare feet thundering forward interrupted. Each step unleashed a terrifying force. Even Kim Hyun-gu struggled to shield himself. He snapped, showing up late and acting all high and mighty. Old lady. The figure stepped into full view, and Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed. A demon. She placed her hands on her hips. Smiling brightly. Sorry for being late. I just needed some time to fully adapt to my long-awaited gains. Kim Hyun-gu ignored her explanation and quickly asked. Let us set that aside. What did you mean by that earlier? The chaotic force slowly replied. Just what you heard. She confidently countered. You need someone who can scare the pants off you. Not them. She was certain of one thing. She was way stronger than all of them combined. Kim Hyun-gu pointed at her disdainfully. Hey, I have heard stories about you being a real pain back in the day. Though, he turned to the group of monkey-faced idiots and asked, how can you let her insult you like this? But he was shocked to see where they had all gone. Ji Sandy-sung's voice rang out. Hey, Kim Hyun-gu, where did they fly off to so quickly? Good luck. Kim Hyun-gu was wide-eyed as he saw the distance they kept. Mouth agape. What the heck is going on? He could not stop cursing. Do you guys have any shame left? Ji Sandy-sung played it cool. Responding. Nope, we know ourselves too well. He continued with a dismissive tone. So do not mind us. Just do whatever you want there. Demon lady. The chaotic force was getting a kick out of it. Have you heard what they just said? Kim Hyun-gu coughed a few times to regain his composure. Alright then, still not too sure about their abilities. Though, he was feeling pretty confident, ready to face an opponent who could push him to go all out. He was actually excited. Hearing that, the chaotic force laughed out loud. All out, huh? She smirked. Kid, just going all out won't be enough, making Kim Hyun-gu listen intently. Confused, he wondered, what does that mean? The chaotic force, with her bare feet, stepped forward gracefully, saying, to me, even the people from now are just little kids still smelling like milk. Infuriated by the insult, Kim Hyun-gu shouted. What? She maintained that attitude and continued. So you would better put your life on the line when you fight. Kiddo, the hand of the chaotic god was gripping Kim Hyun-gu's neck, threatening him, if you do not comply, I might just take you out for good. With just a light touch from that chaotic power, Kim Hyun-gu was sent flying a good distance away. In Jing grimaced, trying to reassure himself that maybe he had let his guard down just a bit, but he never expected to miss her movements entirely like this. He glared at her smug face, fuming at the thought that if they had really fought, he would have been done for. Just then, worry crept onto Kim Hyun-gu's face as sweat began to bead. Yin Jinning stomped his foot into the ground, trying to steady himself, and could not resist throwing in some bravado. I have heard that back in your heyday, you were the queen of the demon realm, but I figured that was just some over-the-top hype. Senzi Yin Jing, you really are something. The chaotic god mocked with a smirk, but come on, this is just the beginning. Her expression turned serious. They had once clashed with all their might, and now revving up for this match was just a waste of time. Her words made Kim Hyun-gu feel belittled. No sooner had she finished speaking than a blinding golden light shot straight toward Kim Hyun-gu, leaving him speechless. The chaotic god, radiating terrifying power, suggested, why do not we just get this over with? Kim Hyun-gu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he thought, what the hell? Is this really happening? He remembered when the chaotic god moved. It was nothing compared to now. Back then, he could handle it. But this first step felt like a mountain. His body teetered, and Kim Hyun-gu gritted his teeth, feeling like she had taken 10 steps with just one. Noticing his struggle, the chaotic god asked, what is wrong? Kim Hyun-gu, she raised her hand to her mouth, laughing. This is just the first step. We have not even started yet. Kim Hyun-gu, feeling utterly powerless, shouted. Shut up. He spread his arms wide, trying to maintain his stance as he declared, okay, I admit you are way stronger than before, but I have not just been sitting around either. You dare to use the same moves that I once beat you with. Behind Kim Hyun-gu, several arms appeared, and he confidently retorted, you better not underestimate me. He even smirked. What is the matter? It has been a while, has not it? The chaotic god found it amusing, saying, sure, I can see why you might feel nostalgic, but trust me, this is not exactly a fond memory. Facing the overwhelming force she unleashed, Kim Hyun-gu charged forward with all his might. He understood his opponent's technique well. The tenfold annihilation was a mana-absorbing move that amplified power with each broad step. It was indeed powerful, but it had one glaring weakness. Compared to the massive energy it accumulated, the user's strength was significantly weaker. Kim Hyun-gyu thought quickly and confidently assessed that he just needed to bind her hands and feet before she could make her next move. He reached out toward her, meaning she would not be able to build up any more power. The chaotic god smirked slyly. That is right, you are not wrong to think that. She extended her arm, but that conclusion from the person was far from accurate. Just as the words left her lips, an incredibly powerful force enveloped the two of them, their arms on the verge of touching. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gyu was frozen in midair, panic striking him. Wait. What? Her voice stuttered. It was because my current self was no longer just a simple chaotic monster, but a whole new form. Kim Hyun-gyu struggled to move within the force she created. The chaotic monster laughed. Do not tell me you still think my power is the same as before. She stood there, explaining. Remember this, Kim Hyun-gyu, the thing that allows me to dominate all demons, is just this. It is just my overwhelming power. Her gigantic hand swung out, and at that moment, Kim Hyun-gyu looked as tiny as an ant. She shouted, annihilate with one strike. A deafening explosion rang out, and a blinding light engulfed everything. Ji Sandy-sung stood aside, holding a tube in his hand, watching the fight. It had been ages since I would seen this, and my whole body is tensed up, the people in the group had asked. This scene brings back memories, does not it? Ji Sandy-sung seemed perplexed, remembering the past, back when he was just a kid full of energy. We did not even try to fight her. Remember that? He blew out a puff of smoke and continued. Oh. You are bringing that up, huh? A memory from our rebellious youth flashed back, with those guys lying sprawled on the ground, Ji Sandy-sung said. But remember to get it right. No one thought that was a real fight. The image of us standing before the chaotic monster, even though we were 7 against 1. We were the ones getting wrecked. Ji Sandy-sung rubbed an old wound and lamented. God, that spot on my body still aches whenever it rains. The others laughed, recalling how each of us got totally wrecked back then. But I think he will be fine. Is this fight too much for him? Ji Sandy-sung did not think so. He is definitely a monster to the point where I worry she might be in danger if he unleashes his great power here. But if things keep going like this, Ji Sandy-sung smirked. Then he has got no chance at all. Faced with the brutal strength of his opponent, Kim Hyun-gyu crouched down, clenching his jaw in anger. He tightened his fists, thinking, damn, why is her attack so terrifying? My whole body feels like it is turning to stone. He was determined to stand up, focusing his strength once more. Now is not the time to be distracted. She is still using her skills as usual. I have to end this fight at all costs. Kim Hyun-gyu managed to stand up before she completed all 10 steps. The chaotic monster crossed her arms, her tone dripping with disdain. Standing way over here, and I can still hear you racking your brain, trying to figure out how to deal with me. You plan to end this before I finish my 10 steps. Do not you, she said while lifting her leg to move forward. But first, you have to withstand my next step. The chaotic power of the demon keeps attacking with words. You think you can handle that? Kim Hyun-gyu tries to stay calm, ignoring her nonsense, telling himself that he can definitely hold out for the 3rd step. No, the 4th step for sure. He remains confidently poised, believing that if he channels all his mana and pushes it to the max, focusing on just one point, he could wrap this battle up. But while he is still busy thinking, the demon's foot crashes down. This force is even stronger than before, leaving Kim Hyun-gyu unable to move. But right after that, panic hits Kim Hyun-gyu. What is happening with my mana? Wait. More importantly, the pressure she has been radiating all this time has completely disappeared. The chaotic power of the demon explains. The 10 steps of annihilation is not just 10 steps as you might think. Kim Hyun-gyu's jaw drops in disbelief. What? She reveals that the origin of the 10 steps of annihilation is the ultimate essence that I have been hunting and perfecting for a long time. It wields power that surpasses all other techniques in the world, but it also comes with an enormous burden for the user. Even for me, the demon. Her steps do not waver, which is why I have tried to lessen that burden and enhance its effectiveness by dividing this ultimate essence into 10 steps. She pauses, placing both hands on her hips, stating that the result of this continuous refinement is the 10 steps of annihilation that you know. The chaotic power of the demon continues calmly. Of course, if I were to use my demon body with the 10 steps, that power, compared to the ultimate essence, it is just mediocre. Kim Hyun-gyu stands frozen, asking, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, the number of steps I have regained my strength and returned to is the demon, which I need to use right now. The chaotic power of the demon raises 2 fingers to illustrate. There are only 2 steps. 1 finger is raised as she explains. The first step is to initiate, while the second step is to end the battle. Saying this, the chaotic power of the demon looks up at the sky, and the second step, which is also my final step, takes a moment to appear. Kim Hyun-gyu follows her gaze, his pupils suddenly widening. That voice continues to echo slowly. It is because that step could tear the very sky apart. A massive foot is poised over Kim Hyun-gyu's head. The chaotic power of the demon laughs and says, its name is the demon annihilation one strike, and just as the words leave her mouth, powerful golden light descends from the sky, crashing directly into Kim Hyung-gu. The ancient group of the great saints has to step back in awe at this technique. Watching the dust cloud rise, Sandy exclaims, "My goodness. There are no words to describe this scene." Looking at the force cascading down from the sky, this is the power of the divine. Below, Kim Hyung-gu struggles to brace himself with both hands, looking very strained. Then, exhausted, he curses, "What the hell is this?" His entire body feels like it is being pierced by thousands of forces, suffering immense damage. Clearly, in my mind, I know I am living and dying in this virtual space, just like when I fought against the demon god. But knowing that does not help when the feeling of being burned alive hits, until I am nothing but ashes. This death really is not glorious at all. Kim Hyung-gu's eyes began to close. It felt like he could not hold on any longer. Damn it. I am about to lose consciousness. I am fading away. In Kim Hyung-gu's hazy awareness, a beautiful mouth appeared saying, "I thought you would succeed somehow. Who knew you would take such a reckless approach? You really are something else." Kim Hyung-gu woke up in a blank space, panicking and shouting, "What the heck?" Kim Hyung-gu pointed ahead and asked, "What is going on? Wait, why am I here?" Brahma replied, "Why? You ask." He brought up the past. "Did not I tell you before?" But this time, Brahma appeared looking completely different. With just a head and moving fluidly, he said we would meet again soon. Looking at the bewildered Kim Hyung-gu, he regained his composure and scolded, "You take your sweet time to come find me." Huh. Kim Hyung-gu struggled to stand, his tongue sharp and biting. "If you are so relaxed, why not wait until I am dead to come?" Brahma chuckled, "Haha, it is pointless to blame me." He leaned on his hand to explain, "Because right now, I am just a fragment of divine consciousness that I planted in your mind when I gave you my great achievement." Kim Hyung-gu was shocked. Divine consciousness. That is right. Brahma placed his hand over his heart and said, "This is a small token of sincerity, and I hope it helps you when you are about to attain this great achievement." Brahma smiled, satisfied, "And the result is me, which is why I am so different from my original reality." Kim Hyung-gu showed skepticism and turned away. "Is that so?" he impatiently urged. "Then hurry up and tell me what you know. I do not have much time left." "Okay." About that, Brahma awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Actually, it is not effective anymore." Kim Hyung-gu became agitated. "What do you mean by that?" Brahma explained, "Because you have already done everything I was going to tell you to do." Kim Hyung-gu was left bewildered. "Huh, what have I done?" Brahma pointed out, "You know what the great achievement is, right? The great achievement is a power that deities are born with, which is why no one can claim it for themselves. But if someone knows this and still wants to obtain it, there are two ways for you to achieve this." Brahma went into detail, saying, "One is to wait endlessly until the great achievement falls into your lap naturally, or you can die and be resurrected." Hearing the words death, Kim Hyung-gu's jaw dropped in shock. "What?" Brahma clarified, "To be precise, you have to use your mana and the life force of your being until they are completely drained and you touch the void. And then, the only thing left in your body will be the great achievement you desire. In that moment, the great achievement will unleash its energy to protect the shell that contains it, as the surge of energy envelops both body and mind." Reconstructing everything, Brahma passionately poured out his heart and soul, sharing everything he knew with Nam, explaining how it would regenerate the shell that holds him, transforming it into a being capable of controlling that magnificent achievement. Brahma pointed towards Kim Hyung-gu, who had just become such a being. He recounted the recent battle, noting that thanks to the demon, both the physical and mental states had reached a perfect state of void. Kim Hyung-gu, filled with doubt, asked if that meant Brahma was in a state of transcendence. "Exactly." Brahma replied, "You have awakened the great achievement." Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu broke into a chilling smile. Meanwhile, out here in the virtual space, the chaotic forces of madness were erupting uncontrollably. A spurt of blood sprayed from her hand. "Damn, it seems I have pushed myself too hard." The chaotic forces of madness were sweating a bit. Their power was restored, but the backlash from the annihilation technique was overwhelming. She clenched her fist tightly. Even as a demon, it was still tough to fully control the ultimate essence, which is why she had not used it unless her life was at stake. She recalled the fight with Kim Hyung-gu, realizing that despite being battered by her forbidden techniques, he still radiated fighting spirit, ready to counterattack at any moment. The chaotic forces of madness closed their eyes, scolding themselves for letting their ambition for victory cloud their will. "I never intended to use this much power." The chaotic forces of madness looked at Kim Hyung-gu, seemingly lifeless on the other side, feeling rather smug. "Well, this is a virtual space, so he can't actually die here." She approached, noticing Kim Hyung-gu's vacant eyes. She speculated, "But I think he is probably starting to gather his mana right about now." Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's arm twitched, and his eyes gradually began to recover. There was an immense source of power around him that even overpowered the chaotic forces of madness, prompting her to gasp in shock. "What the heck?" The man of my annihilation technique just exploded, creating a massive blast that forced the chaotic forces of madness to raise their hands in defense. The group above looked down, Puzzled by the overwhelming power erupting below, Ji-san was astonished, thinking, can that power really outmatch the ultimate essence of a demon? Could it be? As Kim Ha-eun-gu reached godly status at that moment, a strong, muscular arm awakened. Kim Ha-eun-gu sprang up as if nothing had happened. Exuding more confidence than before, he opened his mouth to speak for the first time. Whoa. It seems I have just been reborn. Thanks to that, I can finally achieve my goals, and the chaotic forces of madness must have been taken aback. Kim Ha-eun-gu could not help but boast. Demon, I owe you one. She frowned but could not help but smile wickedly. Oh wow. It seems that the ultimate essence was a bit of a bust, and in that body of yours, it looks like you did not just resurrect using the power of the virtual space. Did you? She assessed his disheveled form and speculated that this near-resurrection style must be the power of the great achievement. The chaotic force was still trying to keep its cool, but it felt like in those few fleeting moments, it had reached the level of a god. Oh no, maybe your best friend has truly become a god. Right? Kim Ha-eun-gu admired the power radiating throughout his body. He was not entirely sure, but it made sense. At this moment, Kim Ha-eun-gu felt an overwhelming pride. But hey, do not tell me. If you are scared, then that is a different story, and he even added a smug little smirk. In response, she shot back a grin of her own, with a fierce glare at Kim Ha-eun-gu. She said, nonsense. If I were afraid of things like this, how could I ever be called the king of all demons? As she spoke, the chaotic force focused all its strength, causing her hair to stand on end. It was only right. His arm was flexing, muscles rippling, and a golden aura surrounded him. But hey, I just came back to life, so I am a bit out of it. Kim Ha-eun-gu declared, I will use the principle of my powers as a waste of authority. At that moment, his hands were positioned in front of his stomach, gathering a flickering source of power, channeling all of Brahma's energy. Behind him, a magnificent image emerged. Alright, let us take turns and wrap this battle up. Shall we? The corner of the chaotic force's mouth twitched slightly. Things were not looking too good for her. Kim Ha-eun-gu reiterated, so my proposal is solid. Huh. The chaotic force was also gathering her strength. She clenched her fist tight and replied with a fierce vibe. That sounds pretty good. With that, she quickly unleashed her ultimate strike. Over here, Kim Ha-eun-gu also shouted out. Buddha's strike. The two massive forces collided once again, resulting in a huge explosion. Brahma, residing within the main character's consciousness, smiled with satisfaction. Haha, I never expected him to recklessly use such a great achievement. He showered praises. Truly an extraordinary person. Brahma's body continued to dissipate. So I have settled my debt, but as for what comes next, I wish you all the best. Ji-san, standing outside, was terrified and backed away while reminding everyone to quickly use mana for defense. The chaotic force and Kim Ha-eun-gu were pouring all their might into battling each other, and Ji-sung's voice was cut off, warning us of what was about to happen. A massive tremor was coming from this clash, and images in the virtual space appeared on the crystal ball aboard No's ship. He was so engrossed in his research that he had to pause and look up. No seemed to realize something, a smile blooming on his face. Could this energy be? Then he burst out laughing. Haha, Kim Ha-eun-gu, you really did it. Meanwhile, Kim Ha-eun-gu was panting, leaning on his knees, staring at the result before him. Kim Ha-eun-gu exclaimed, I did it. As for the chaotic force, she was sprawled out on the ground. He was overjoyed and shouted, that strike was intense. Just earlier, I thought I was going to be done for. Seriously. With that, Kim Ha-eun-gu collapsed onto the ground. Unconscious, inside No's ship, when Kim Ha-eun-gu woke up, he looked around in surprise. Wondering, did I pass out again? He sat up, murmuring, why do I feel like I just heard a familiar voice after the battle? You are awake now. Great job. Kim Ha-eun-gu looked over and saw Noah sitting next to him with his arms crossed. He asked, how long have we been out? No replied. Don't worry, she has only been asleep for a little while. When she stepped out of the virtual space, I nearly freaked out seeing you passed out like that, so I figured when she wakes up, I will blame you for being too careless. But the great achievement has penetrated so deeply into the perfect body that I can't complain about it anymore. Hearing this, Kim Ha-eun-gu smiled. Well, that puts my mind at ease. No suddenly turned serious, saying, I have two pieces of news to share with you. Kim Ha-eun-gu hesitated. Guessing, news. Oh, what is it? No pointed to the formation in the corner of the room, replying, that is right, the teleportation array is complete. Now you can go to the top floor whenever you want. Kim Ha-eun-gu exclaimed joyfully. Perfect timing, but Noah's tone dropped. However, unexpected situation has arisen. Kim Ha-eun-gu jumped. An unexpected situation. No rested his chin on his hand, explaining, after the teleportation array was completed, I took a quick peek at the top floor and it seems like he has detected our energy and reinforced the defense system. That is why the number of people who can pass through this teleportation array is extremely limited. Even if we provide mana to it all day long, I think we can only send about 5 people at most. Kim Ha-eun-gu sat quietly, Listening, No continued calmly. The problem is, if he keeps reinforcing the defense system, the teleportation array won't be effective anymore. Kim Hyun-gu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? No believed. Looks like we need to find another way. But Kim Hyun-gu waved his hand, saying, forget it. Who knows when that will be done? Actually, I was planning to go up there alone. But now, since you mentioned it, I can take 4 more people with me. That is way better than my original plan, so do not worry. No aside. I knew you would say that. Then you need to think carefully about who you will bring with you. Although we do not have much time left, you can still take about a day to decide. Kim Hyun-gu got off the bed quickly, reassuring him. Don't worry, I have already got some potential candidates in mind, and I will bring them here right away. He suddenly remembered and turned back to ask, what about the other news? Didn't you say you had 2 pieces of news to share? No smiled and replied, I am not the one delivering this news to you. It is a message from your disciples that they want me to pass on to you. I received a message from them, asking me to give you these coordinates. With that, No snapped his fingers. And suddenly, a bright portal appeared beneath Kim Hyun-gu's feet, making him curious about what was going on. No was excited. They said they have a surprise for you. The portal beneath him shifted, and the surroundings fluctuated, startling him. What the heck is happening? Kim Hyun-gu barely managed to shout before disappearing from No's sight. The portal took him to a castle, and Kim Hyun-gu looked up, realizing, wait a second, is not this the mansion in Hanam? He lightly patted his chest, sighing in relief. I thought I was going to be sent to some weird place. Suddenly, someone called out, Master. Kim Hyun-gu turned around, recognizing the voice. Behind him, Hana-rin and Michi, dressed as maids, sweetly said, you have worked hard. You did great, Master. You must be exhausted. Right? Kim Hyun-gu's mind was in chaos as he thought, what the heck? The 2 girls were still kneeling on the ground, continuously expressing their respect, saying, from now on, we will do our best to help you relax. Feeling a bit uneasy, Kim Hyun-gu thought about making a quick escape. I am a bit busy right now. I'm off, he said, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hana-rin and Michi suddenly shifted their expressions, their voices turning cold and steely. The 9-tailed fox said she would come to this mansion. I will kill her. Hana-rin dismissed her. No, I will be the one to kill her first. Kim Hyun-gu rushed to his room, shut the door tight, and exclaimed, whoa, they are kinda cute this time. Alright, time to gather the team. No watched Kim Hyun-gu's squad approach with a hint of worry. Is it really okay to do this? Honestly, we did not have to bring this up, but you have to at least say goodbye to the others. He brushed it off. It is fine. They can join me anyway, so why bother them? Kim Hyun-gu looked at Qianma, Wukong, Baki Nightwalker, and Than Long, confidently stating, with a team like this, I do not think we will run into any trouble. As they entered the formation, Baki Nightwalker chuckled softly. I do not know about the others, but as long as you are with me, everything you just said is spot on. Than Long exclaimed eagerly. Finally, it is time to rain down some punishment on that designer. Wukong turned to Qinmai and asked, are you sure you are okay to go? Wouldn't it be better to send one of our other senior brothers? Qinma replied softly, my sword skills have improved a lot since that last battle. This trip will be no problem. Kim Hyun-gu pointed at Qinma, grinning. See, he is so confident. No quickly nodded. Yeah. Kim Hyun-gu reassured him. Even if someone tries to break in while we are gone, the 7 great saints are on Earth, so we have got nothing to worry about. You just relax here with the others and wait for us to give that crafty designer a good thrashing before we come back. Alright, let us unwind properly once we return. Imagining everyone enjoying coffee, chatting, and the disciples chasing after the fox spirit, Kim Hyun-gu could not help but smile. After all our fighting efforts have been for this moment. No replied with relief. Really? Then I only have one thing left to say. Come back safe. With that, Qianma blocked the teleportation. A brilliant light erupted, and the surrounding space began to shift. Kim Hyun-gu shouted to No, make sure to protect this place really well. The bright flash suddenly burst forth and then faded, leaving No alone in the room as he sighed in relief. Suddenly, a voice from Avi rang out. Has the team already left? No turned around and exclaimed. Finally, you made it, but you are a step too late. Avi responded. Yeah, I did not expect he would rush off so early. No aside. We have done all we could. Now, we just have to rely on him. Avi is still really worried, but if only I could be by his side, keeping an eye on him, just in case something comes up that needs my help. No's arc has fallen into silence once again, and all we can do now is wait. At that moment, Thomas was sitting at a large table, one side overflowing with food, while his side only had an empty plate. He felt the vibrations from the outside and assessed his opponent. The creator's power was indeed impressive. Who would have thought that all 4 of them could breach that fortified defense and make it here? He smirked to himself, chuckling. Even so, everything is still within my plans. Kim Hyun-gu and his crew have arrived at the designer's lair. He looked up and reminded everyone, once we get past this area, We can finally meet that cunning designer. Keep your guard up, we do not know when he will strike. But when he turned around, he was shocked to see an object flying towards them. Everyone was stunned. What the heck is that? Kim Hyun-gu wondered. What is that dark thing? In an instant, it turned into a small whirlwind that swept all four of the celestial beings Inga Kang, Beach Ku, and then long away, leaving only Kim Hyun-gu behind. Ingi Kang and Beach Ku yelled out. What the heck is happening? Than Long speculated. Could this be a trap set by that designer? Kim Hyun-gu screamed. Everyone. Look out. Behind him, a voice suddenly chuckled. Well, we finally meet. Kim Hyun-gu. He turned around in shock and saw a tall figure with dark purple skin and an unusually twisted face. He immediately asked, Who are you? The figure grinned with satisfaction, eyes filled with a chilling intent, and replied softly, Thank you for traveling all this way to see me. Because of you, I believe today will be an exceptionally special day. Kim Hyun-gu observed the figure's demeanor and tone, raising his voice. Just looking at your ugly mug tells me you must be the designer. Right, the figure chuckled. Since you have recognized me, I won't need to introduce myself any further. I am really glad to finally meet you. Kim Hyun-gu, I do not know how you will feel about this, but I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. Kim Hyun-gu stepped closer, slowly saying, Hup, I also wanted to meet you. Damn it. With that, he lunged forward to attack, grinning fiercely. My whole body is itching to smash you. Toma, unfazed, exclaimed, Oh wow, you are really fired up, huh. But I kind of expected this would happen. The space around them suddenly shifted, and Kim Hyun-gu realized there were illusions at play. Toma scratched his cheek and said, Sorry about this, but it is not really polite to welcome a guest like this. However, I think I need to do something to help you calm down a bit before we can start talking. The lights turned on, and Kim Hyun-gu found himself in a large room. Toma was already seated at the table and spoke politely. Please forgive my rudeness. Kim Hyun-gu, this might sound a bit strange, but would you like to have a meal with me? He looked down at the table piled high with food and felt confused, responding bluntly, A meal? Seriously, what kind of lunacy is this? Let us skip this nonsense and just get to the fighting already. Toma, completely unbothered, casually remarked that all of your teammates who came here have already been taken care of. Aren't you curious about what happened to them? Kim Hyun-gu froze in shock, and Toma continued, Sit down, and I will explain everything to you. You have plenty of questions yourself, right? Wouldn't it be amazing to get all those answers? Just sit down. I promise you it will only benefit you, not harm you at all. Reluctantly, Kim Hyun-gu sat down on the chair, muttering a curse under his breath. Fine. Whatever. Toma grinned. Good. Now, answer me this. What did you do with my friend? He chuckled lightly. Actually, there is nothing to worry about. I just locked them up somewhere else. Of course, I made sure they have some entertainment by sending in some fake adventurers to keep them company. His tone turned slightly serious. Since your teammates are strong enough to take on even the powerful ones, I doubt their lives are in danger. I am just stalling for time so they can interfere with us. Oh, speaking of which, I recall one of them as a human who also came in. Right. What was his name again? Kim Hyun-gu cut in. Are you talking about the celestial demon? Toma replied with a smirk. Yes, that is him. He is probably on the verge of death by now. Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback, shouting, What? Toma seemed thrilled. I wanted to commend him for daring to come here as just a human, so I intentionally set him up to face the strongest one. Indeed, he had arranged for an exceptional swordsman to wait for the celestial demon. At that moment, the celestial demon found himself in a vast flower garden, looking around and exclaiming, I can make sense of what is happening here. After being taken by those skeletons, I immediately lost consciousness and ended up in this flower forest. Is this some kind of trap you designed? Have the others been separated too? He thought to himself, so Kim Hyun-gu will have to fight alone. But at his current level, it won't be easy for him to be defeated. He took a deep breath to calm himself. No matter what, he needed to find a way out and reunite with him quickly. Just as he was contemplating an escape route, a man suddenly appeared behind him, ready to draw his sword, and slowly asked, Are you the celestial demon? The celestial demon reacted instantly, drawing his sword and spinning around to slash fiercely. With a loud bang, the sword's aura erupted, shaking the ground, and petals scattered everywhere. He could not see anyone, and his heart raced. What? Did he vanish? To his surprise, a voice rang out from behind him. Whoa. That was quite the reflex you have there. I must say, you are impressive for someone claiming to be the celestial demon. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Who are you? The man chuckled softly. I am just a drifting cloud with my sword, a wandering swordsman. Nothing more. Well, back in the day, the martial world called me the Sword Immortal. Kim Kanga. In the Grand Hall, the demoness began to introduce the heavenly demon's opponent. Sword Immortal Kim Kang-gun is the strongest swordsman who has never lost a battle. He possesses strength that can rival the four heavens. No matter how hard the heavenly demon tries, she won't survive under the blade of the Sword Immortal. Kim Hyun-gu confidently warns, Don't underestimate him. You punk. Looks can be deceiving. He used to be my master. He is not someone you can easily defeat. He is also skilled at playing mind games. Hearing this, the demoness replied nonchalantly, well, if you want to believe that, then go ahead. Got any other questions? Kim Hyun-gu scoffed. Even if I were to ask about your true identity, I am curious about one thing that has been bugging me. You have laid out all this food, yet there is only an empty plate beside you. What gives? The demoness tapped her fingers on the table and replied, I think you already know the answer. But I will tell you anyway. The reason is simple. I do not need all this food and drink. The only dish I crave is you. Kim Hyun-gu, watching him lick his lips, Kim Hyun-gu's eyes turned red as he growled, I knew you would say something twisted like that, you perverted lunatic. The demoness excitedly shot up, unable to hide her feelings. Responding loudly, hearing you say that makes me so happy, I can't hold back any longer. I am so eager to wrap up this pointless conversation already. The inner energy of your essence is suffused with the power of the azure dragon surrounding your heart, mana and chaos flowing through your veins, and the sweet energy of Brahma enveloping all those powers. They should not be able to coexist, yet I can distinctly smell their intoxicating aroma blending in one body. That scent makes my appetite surge more than any appetizer ever could. Kim Hyun-gu felt a wave of nausea wash over him, scoffing at the absurdity of it all. Is this guy really that desperate? He thought, gathering his energy and slamming his hand down on the table, sending all the food in front of him flying into the guy's face. Then go ahead and chow down. You dog. With that, Kim Hyun-gu leaped up, delivering a fierce blow aimed at his opponent's psyche. I know you are starving, so I prepared this feast just for you. The guy shot back with a creepy, twisted smile. That is the best compliment I have ever heard. A long time ago, in a grand and prosperous capital, where the streets were bustling with people, a shocking rumor spread like wildfire about a mysterious warrior. According to the whispers, his swordsmanship was legendary, so fast that no one could see it, let alone defend against it. The rumor reached the king himself, igniting his curiosity. That is why the king summoned him to the palace. Unable to contain his curiosity, the king said, I have heard so much about you. They say your swordsmanship is divine. Can you show it to me? The warrior bowed and replied, the only thing I possess is this humble sword technique, but if it pleases your majesty, I will demonstrate. Then he drew his sword and performed, showcasing a style that embodied his very essence. Everyone was left in awe, mouths agape in shock. His swordsmanship was so elegant that it seemed to merge with the atmosphere, capturing the essence of nature itself. It was as if they were watching a divine being dance right before their eyes. The name of that sword technique was Celestial Dance of the Divine Sword. At that moment, in the Peach Blossom Garden, the celestial demon was struck by a blow from this divine sword technique. Kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain. In his heart, he cursed, damn it. I have never seen a technique like this before. It is just too hard to grasp. It is like he is dancing. Has this punk really reached the pinnacle of martial arts with that sword dance? Even so, he gripped the hilt tightly to steady himself, but I can still see it. With that, the celestial demon unleashed a counterattack, his sword aura roaring like a blazing dragon, forcing Kim Kangan to leap aside to avoid the strike. He let out a hearty laugh. Ho ho, whoa, this is getting wild like a beast. But just as quick, the celestial demon closed in and shouted, I have finally caught you. With a powerful slash, Kim Kangan quickly raised his sword to block. He felt a rush of confusion. How could he be under such pressure from my sword aura and still manage to counter so swiftly? No fake conqueror could pull this off. This guy is truly a monster. But that is not all. The celestial demon gently circulated his energy, channeling it into his sword. And suddenly, countless sparks ignited along its blade. Kim Kangan instantly realized, he is detonating the upper half of the sword to boost its power. He immediately slashed down hard to deflect his opponent's sword. The celestial demon unleashed the 8 flames Peach Blossom, sending Kim Kangan flying backward. He exclaimed, I can't believe there is a swordsman like you swinging your sword around like a club, with no sense of aesthetics whatsoever. You should be ashamed of yourself. But hey, for a regular gamer to put up such a fight against me is impressive. Yet if your knowledge is only this deep, you won't get far. The celestial demon stroked his chin, grinning, while you just keep whining. Your sword dance buzzes around like a swarm of mosquitoes looking for blood. Kim Kangan replied nonchalantly, you know just how pathetic your current state is. Right, you have only been bitten by those mosquitoes a few times. Yet you are already teetering on the brink of death. The celestial demon sneered. Oh, I must admit, these little tricks are becoming quite a hassle. Huh. Hearing him say that, Kim Kangan exclaimed. What? The celestial demon calmly replied. Your sword technique that can slice time into 1,000 pieces is indeed difficult to deal with, but a mosquito is just a mosquito. Kim Kangan, who has ascended to the ranks of celestial beings solely through his swordsmanship, with the singular desire to endlessly refine his skills, has cut through nails and chopped iron, vowing to continue his martial training even after achieving immortality. However, since he lives almost exclusively for swordsmanship, the one thing he cannot tolerate is having his technique insulted by someone else. Hearing the celestial demon dismiss his swordplay as just a mosquito, he truly lost it, his eyes blazing with crimson fury. I have let you off easy so I could enjoy my first battle after such a long time, yet you dare to insult my technique, after countless awakenings and transformations. I want to let you off the hook. Looks like you have chosen death. Kim Kang-gun unleashes a fierce attack, his voice booming. I will grant you death, just as you desire. Behind him, countless swords begin to swirl in a circle. Kim Kang-gun declares, my heavenly sword energy will not cease. Coming from all directions. This is the ultimate technique of all sword energy variations. Let us see how your endurance withstands my attack, because I won't be holding back anymore. With that, he charges at his opponent. The heavenly demon contemplates. He was holding back earlier. Talk about arrogance. He shouts, you think you are the only one not giving it your all. With that, he channels his energy, and a strange formation appears behind him, powerful energy filling the space. Kim Kang-gun suddenly hesitates. Shocked. What is this terrifying pressure? This guy has been hiding his true strength all along. Observing the dazed expression of his opponent, the heavenly demon calmly states, my martial arts have not reached their peak, but all the principles I possess have long been mastered at the highest level. Seeing your sword art with its countless variations made me reflect on my own arrogance, so I strive to stay humble and dismiss the notion of defeating you with a similar technique. But now, I have decided to fight in my own style domination. Hearing this and sensing his sword formation being dismantled, Kim Kang-gun trembles. You are breaking my sword energy. The heavenly demon replies slowly, I have been waiting to familiarize myself with your sword art, missing not a single movement. Even if you unleash 1,020,000 sword energies, it won't matter, because my swordplay has already reached the pinnacle of supremacy. The heavenly demon raises his sword, channeling internal energy to boost his power. The sword in his hand quickly lights up like a bolt of lightning, and the formation behind him grows larger. He executes his move. Heavenly demons has speedy arts. Kim Kang-gun is paralyzed with fear, crying out, I can dodge that attack. But why? The heavenly demon roars, I will shatter them all. He unleashes a devastating killing blow. Lightning holy technique. Heavenly Lord's ultimate slash. Meanwhile, in the big room, Kim Hyun-gu has really laid into Thomas, who sits on the floor, looking utterly defeated. Kim Hyun-gu stands over him, calmly saying, before coming here, I thought a lot about how to beat you, but now all that seems pointless. Had I known you were this easy, I would have come here without a second thought. Don't you see that? Thomas, sitting on the ground, manages a faint smile and replies, yeah, you have really improved this time. Picking you was definitely the right call, but how did Kim Hyun-gu manage to put me in this state, and yet you are still scared of me? Kim Hyun-gu asks in surprise, Zico, what nonsense are you talking about? Why should I be afraid of someone I have torn apart limb by limb? Suddenly, Thomas raises his voice. Why did he lose so easily? What is he plotting? This can't be just an illusion. Can it? From the very beginning, did I ever have a chance of winning? If I lose here, what will become of Earth? Is that what you are thinking? Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise. How do you know what I am thinking? Thomas stood up slowly and said, Kim Hyun-gu, even the tiniest drop of fear has a potent scent, and that is something I absolutely adore. He leaned in closer, channeling his energy right in front of him. Kim Hyun-gu was so shocked he could hardly believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Thomas's entire body radiated with an intense aura, and suddenly a deafening explosion went off. Kim Hyun-gu jumped back, exclaiming, damn it. He thought to himself, what just happened? Was that speed or teleportation? No, neither of those. It felt like space itself was being warped. This is clearly Xian Uchima's spatial compression technique. How does he know that technique? After the initial shock, Kim Hyun-gu calmed down and contemplated. No, now's not the time to be questioning this. I need to wrap this up before he makes his next move. Thomas, sensing his thoughts, spoke up. Hey, Kim Hyun-gu, I answered your question while we were eating. Now it is your turn to listen to mine. Right? Kim Hyun-gu looked at Thomas in disbelief. What the heck? Is his body back to normal? Seeing the look on his face, Thomas chuckled brightly. Have you ever questioned the absurd logic of this tower? Kim Hyun-gu asked again. Logic? What do you mean? Thomas replied honestly. Just think about it. I have mixed the achievements of those extraordinary beings outside this tower and forced them to become climbers. Even though they have to climb the tower, the results they get are completely fair, because when they reach the top and become conquerors, they finally obtain the achievements and rewards they desire. So that means I won't get anything if they all make it to the top. So my question is, what do I gain from making them climb the tower if I end up empty-handed? Kim Hyun-gu was stunned. Before he could say anything, he saw Thomas moving his feet, as if he was about to reveal the answer. Suddenly, a multitude of Thomas duplicates appeared around them, so many that Kim Hyun-gu gasped, what the heck is this? Not only could he use spatial manipulation, but he also had the ability to create clones like the Monkey King. Thomas wore a smug smile. Kim Hyun-gu reasoned, is he merging the achievements of others into himself like that coordinator? No, it is different. That guy could only mimic part of the original strength, but the technique he is using is probably even stronger than the original owner's power. Thomas pointed at Kim Hyun-gu and said, looks like you still do not understand what is going on here. Immediately, the clones of Thomas charged at him. He continued loudly, you think I only got this much from the tower? You think I created this tower and made enemies with countless extraordinary beings just to learn a few techniques? Kim Hyun-gu felt cornered and looked up, seeing another group of clones gathering energy to attack. He thought to himself, what the hell? This guy is really getting on my nerves. A barrage of energy blasts rained down, exploding with a deafening roar, sending dust and debris everywhere, taking out the clones that were holding on to Kim Hyun-gu. Thomas smiled in satisfaction, but from the midst of the chaos, a voice cursed, "You really are a piece of work." He jumped in surprise. Kim Hyun-gu yelled, "How am I supposed to focus when you keep yapping like that?" Thomas scratched his chin and exclaimed, "Impressive. You have mastered Brahma's resurrection technique quite well. Even the designer of that technique could not use it at your level. You are truly remarkable," Kim Hyun-gu retorted. "You are just spouting nonsense. You have no idea what I am really good at. Want me to show you?" He gathered his energy, and a radiant Buddha deity appeared. Bright and shining, Kim Hyun-gu struck, unleashing a powerful attack toward Thomas, the oppressive force shaking the very fabric of space. Thomas exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected Brahma's divinity to be used so brutally, but this only makes you seem more intense. Too bad, I prefer a purer flavor." Like this, a brilliant lotus appeared in Thomas's hand, radiating spiritual energy, and a Buddha deity with a lotus emblem appeared behind him. Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback. What? He unleashed a counterattack that was incredibly fierce, and the two forces clashed, creating a massive explosion that destroyed everything in the vicinity. Kim Hyun-gu was knocked back, letting out a grunt, as if there was something hidden in this consciousness. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" But it did not take long for him to recognize the familiar threat, exclaiming, "Seriously, this is too much. Are you really pulling out the ultimate technique of the celestial demon?" Behind Thomas, there was the thunder god's divine slash. He laughed arrogantly, saying, "It is over for you, Kim Hyun-gu." With that, he swung his sword down with tremendous force, and all Kim could think was, "Damn it, what the hell?" The intensity of Kim's attack was too much for Kim Hyun-gu to withstand. Meanwhile, in a special room, a girl was sitting in a chair, watching the battle between Thomas and Kim Hyun-gu. Seeing him being overwhelmed, she thought, "We just agreed to meet at the top, and now he is getting wrecked like this. Seriously, what a hassle." She stood up with a sigh, thinking, maybe I should give him a hand. At that moment, in the cherry blossom garden, the fight between the celestial demon and the sword master Kim Kang-gun had come to an end. The celestial demon said softly, "You must know by now that this fight is over, so tell me where the exit is." He smiled and replied, "No need to be so impatient. The door you need to open has already been opened." The celestial demon suddenly noticed a door behind him, exclaiming, "This is the exit. It is hidden under an illusion." Kim Kang-gun smiled slowly. "I will warn you beforehand. That door is a trap. Behind it lies a bunch of starving fake hunters waiting for wary prey from the previous battle to stumble in. Even if you manage to reunite with your teammates, survival will be tough." Knowing he was not joking or threatening, the celestial demon replied nonchalantly, "That does not matter." Kim Kang-gun was taken aback, thinking, whoa, is there really someone who does not care about living or dying that much? The celestial demon slowly approached the door, filled with confidence, saying, "I do not care what is out there. Didn't I just tell you? My sword will slice through everything with just one slash." As he spoke, he gathered his energy, the power coalescing on his mighty sword as he walked, leaving behind a parting remark. Kim Kang-gun hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha! I never expected to meet someone like him in the final battle of my life. This is quite the fitting end." With that, the figure of the sword master vanished into thin air, a flurry of cherry blossoms raining down around him. The celestial demon stood before the door, observing it closely, if what Kim Kang-gun said was true. Then behind this door lay hell itself. He thought to himself that this time, he might have to risk his life. If he had known this would happen, he would be taken one last look at her face. The celestial demon could not help but recall the adorable little fox's face. Letting out a sigh, he quickly regained his composure, pushing the door open with both hands, thinking, "No, now is not the time to dwell on things that could make my sword tremble." All he could think about now was how to take down the enemy in front of him. He flung the door open, and the familiar face of the Monkey King appeared, teasing him, "The Zo, you finally made it. I was wondering if I should come help you, since the energy over there feels pretty intense." The Demon King was a bit surprised. Huh, did not that guy just say? He looked down at the floor, where the monster lay lifeless. Clearly, it had messed with the wrong person. Sun Wukong's voice was incredibly upbeat. "So, you handled the anomaly over there. Huh, but compared to us, you are still pretty green." The night parade of 100 demons leisurely rested his chin on his hand. "Don't tease him too much. At least Kim Hyun-gu is no longer in the human realm. That kid's doing just fine." The Demon King stepped in, curious. "What the heck is going on? So you guys made it past your area, and you have been here for a while and still do not know where Kim Hyun-gu is?" Sun Wukong nodded, replying, "Since this is the highest floor, he must be around here somewhere. We have even used our energy senses, yet we still can't figure it out." The night parade of 100 demons speculated, "I think the issue right now is more complicated than that." Hearing her, Sun Wukong turned and asked, "What is up? Did you find something? She pointed upwards. Hesitating, I am not too sure. But, it is up there, Sun Wukong eagerly asked again. What is up there? The night parade of 100 demons guessed. It feels like there is something up there, but I am not certain. It is like it can sense a fly buzzing its wings, Sun Wukong questioned. Wait, how can that be? If Kim Hyeon-gyu is that close to us, how come we have not noticed any doors until now? Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, the Deva is right. The Guardian is isolated up there. Everyone turned to see someone standing at the door, mouths agape in shock. You, how did you get here? At that moment, Kim Hyeon-gyu was being mercilessly beaten down by the mental demon, exhausted to the point of collapsing on the floor. He shouted, What is wrong, Kim Hyeon-gyu? Don't tell me your struggle against the onslaught is just this weak. The mental demon slowly approached, growling. Damn it, I need to regenerate quickly. He sneered. Don't resist anymore, Kim Hyeon-gyu, your fight is getting pathetic. With that, he stomped his foot, a brilliant golden formation appearing beneath him, radiating pressure that made Kim Hyeon-gyu feel like he could not breathe. He was shocked to realize this guy could even copy the abilities of the Deva. The overwhelming pressure became unbearable, and he cried out, Who the hell are you? What the hell have you done to manipulate the achievements of everyone I know like this? Could this be related to the tower? The mental demon smirked. You are getting close to the right answer, but most of your guesses are wrong because what I possess is far beyond what those in the know can comprehend. Hearing that, Kim Hyeon-gyu was taken aback. What do you mean? He slowly explained. How should I describe the relationship between me and this tower? Oh right, you could say we share a symbiotic relationship. We need each other and benefit from one another. As long as I provide the ecosystem with what it needs and maintain the structure of this tower, it will pay me back in kind. That is the kind of stuff only gamers can obtain. Any ideas what that might be? Kim Hyeon-gyu muttered softly. The kind of stuff only gamers can obtain. Do not tell me it is. Toma interrupted. That is right, it is exactly what you are thinking. The energy that appears every time a strong person overcomes the challenges laid out in front of them and advances. Thanks to that, all the flavors and experiences of their lives are encapsulated within the essence of their own souls. That is the true achievement. So now you know what that means. Right, Kim Hyeon-gyu, right in front of you lies not just one but all the superior entities that have ever appeared in this tower. Kim Hyeon-gyu exclaimed. Wait. Seriously? I can't believe my mind is only showing one word right now. He looked at him in disbelief. Toma chuckled. You are about to kick the bucket, and you still want to show off your power. Come on, Kim Hyeon-gyu, it is time for you to become my feast. Toma gathered his energy, dark energy swirling rapidly around Kim Hyeon-gyu. He thought to himself, Damn it, I can't even recover because my mana is depleted, and how could I possibly defeat him in terms of power? This is hopeless. Maybe I should just give up. He let go. Surrendering to the silence of the void, the space suddenly turned pitch black, and from somewhere, a voice echoed, Oh hey there, I told you to get up. What are you doing lying there? Kim Hyeon-gyu opened his eyes, gasping. You are that eye from before. Right, before him was a gigantic eye. It spoke in a strange tone. Are not you happy to see me again? I should probably ask you that, but your current situation does not look too good. Huh. Seems like you have been through quite a bit. Kim Hyeon-gyu looked at the eye and chuckled. Oh right, I remember you said you would keep an eye on me. So you must have seen it. That designer is ridiculously strong. He slapped his forehead in frustration, and the eye gently said, Looks like this time he really gave you a headache. But you fell for his tricks. Kim Hyeon-gyu was startled. What do you mean? Tricked? What are you talking about? The eye asked back. Did not you feel anything strange while fighting him? Like, did you feel more tense, more anxious than usual? He thought back to how he felt at that moment, and it was indeed strange. He kept thinking, if I lose here, what will happen to Earth? He replied, I did feel a bit off, like I was overthinking things compared to my usual self, and I kept wondering, why did he lose so easily? Was he plotting something? This can be an illusion or something. Did I even have a chance to win from the start? The eye responded. He successfully messed with your mind without you even realizing it. Kim Hyeon-gyu continues to reminisce. He once said, and this is exactly what we love. When he rid those thoughts of others, that is when he started to become stronger than himself. Can't you see something's off? That eye hints at it. That is the true nature of the power he possesses. He wields a special kind of dark strength. The more his opponents fear him, the stronger he becomes. Kim Hyeon-gyu finally realizes this, but all he can utter is, what the hell? The eye grows wider. He has always exploited the deep-seated fears of those about to break to push them into an endless abyss. He is the embodiment of fear, the one who devours countless souls in that way, to fill his own endless void. Toma's his true name. Kim Hyeon-gyu mutters. The more people fear him, the more powerful he becomes. So, the reason he is this strong is that I am afraid of him. He points at his face with all the disbelief he can muster. I am not scared of you that much. Though, to be honest, I am a little worried, the eye calmly states. Worry. Anxiety. doubt, and sadness are just emotional states everyone experiences. Even if just a little, and just that tiny bit, Toma can turn into fear and amplify it. That is why he asked you to sit at the dinner table, to take your attacks so he could enter that rag state, drawing out your inner fears to fuel his own power, and you fell into his traps, just as he wanted. Of course, you can't even recognize that and escape his control. Kim Hyung-gu swears, that damn bastard is really something else. The eye reassures him. Oh come on, do not make that gloomy face. You still have a way out of this situation. The ability to absorb others' fears might sound terrifying at first, but if you look at it from a different perspective, it is really not that bad if you can overcome all those fears. Suddenly, a strange bright red spherical object appears before Kim Hyung-gu, emitting a gas that makes him jump. What is going on? Why do I feel so freaked out? The eye replies, these are all the emotions I have collected from the stolen achievements of various beings, the negative feelings they have endured, gathering all their fears. I have specially extracted the most desperate fears from their achievements to help you. Kim Hyung-gu examines the large red sphere and asks, you extracted these from their achievements. Who exactly are you helping? And how can you do this? The eye reminds him, I think you do not have time to ponder that now. He is joyfully devouring all your achievements and life force out there in the real world. You have about 10 minutes left, so right now, all you need to focus on is the only way to defeat Thomas, which is to enter this place. Kim Hyung-gu inquires, what happens if I go in? The eye immediately responds, 2 scenarios could arise. 1. You will conquer all your fears and reach a transcendent mental state where Thomas's power won't affect you. 2. Those fears will crush you, turning you into nothing but a dust of consciousness. This decision is yours to make. Kim Hyung-gu does not overthink it. If there is a chance of dying no matter what door he chooses, he might as well take the risk. He replies shortly. Alright, let us go in here. The surprised eye asks back. Whoa, you made your decision pretty quick. Huh. Are you sure that is okay? Aren't you going to think it over a bit more? Kim Hyung-gu confidently responds. Didn't you say this was the only way? Either way, I am going to die. If I do not go in here, what is left? And I am not planning on kicking the bucket just yet, so I am ready to do whatever it takes to survive. His face radiates determination, making the character behind the eye chuckle quietly. Your fighting spirit is truly impressive. Kim Hyung-gu retorts, but do not tell me this will cost me 10 years. Okay, the eye assures him. Don't worry, compared to the real world outside. The time from when you enter to when you come out is just a blink of an eye, but the sense of time you will feel inside, when you go through endless pain, that is something even I can gauge. He raises a hand to stop further discussion. Alright, I get it. Let us do this. Kim Hyung-gu reaches out to touch the red orb and slowly steps inside, quickly swallowed by a thick veil of darkness. Meanwhile, at the gathering spot with my team, he looks up and asks, so, what does that mean? That up there is blocked by some kind of spatial distortion spell keeping us away. Right, unless the magic there has been undone. V cheerfully replies. Exactly, but I am wondering, how did you get up there? Isn't that gate only usable once? V scratches his head. Well, honestly, I did not expect things to turn out this way. After everyone got up here, the top-level protection system suddenly got breached. I tried to slip through the gap thinking I could use my authority as a manager to pass that breach. I am starting to understand. So you got through that way, Avina. Yeah. From that moment until everyone got up here, I was using an invisibility item to press the button and check this place out. That is how I discovered a kind of powerful magic trap set up there. It is so strong I could not see what was happening inside. Whoever set up such a powerful trap must have aimed to catch the Guardian. It seems he may have fallen into the trap of that designer. Then Long ponders for a moment before saying, we could use brute force to break his defensive magic, but I did not expect that Sly One would create something this complex. Is there any way to help us break that trap? V replies, there is, but the distorted space might be wider than the distance between heaven and earth. I am not sure if the Guardian can hold out until we succeed. Beach QD Ain suggests, then we just need to shorten the distance. Right. Hearing her say that, Avi looks a bit puzzled and asks, what do you mean? Can you explain? As soon as the words left her mouth, Avi felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from BHQ Da Hein, making her think, her mana is terrifying, this demon is incredibly strong. Suddenly, BHQ Da Hen commanded, you are Avi, right? From this moment on, I want you to use all your strength to break this spell for me. Avi still did not get it and stammered. What? What do you mean? Bhit confidently responded, I will use my ultimate essence to shorten the distance, like bringing the earth closer to that pesky fly up there. Meanwhile, Tama was enjoying the fruits of his labor, thinking, I can believe this is even better than I expected. That processing tower's products do not even compare. I have only absorbed a tiny bit and already the flavor is so rich and exquisite. He thought. No wonder, the achievement has deeply rooted itself within me. Whoa. I really can't control myself anymore. Tama wiped his mouth, realizing, I originally planned to extract his achievements one by one and savor them slowly, but now it seems that swallowing them all at once is not such a bad idea. But as he approached Kim Hyung-gu, He suddenly froze mid-step. Kim Hyun-gu stirred slightly on the ground and exclaimed, "Oh wow. I thought I was about to kick the bucket." The smug feeling he got from seeing that pathetic face was apparently what people called the satisfaction of reaping the rewards of hard work. He sat up and rubbed his head. Puzzled. But what is with that expression? Did you just wet yourself or something? Kim Hyun-gu's eyes sparked with fury, his face filled with arrogance, while Tama stood there confused, wondering, what just happened? I can't believe he managed to break through my restraint while on the brink of death, he thought. Kim Hyun-gu looked at him, smirking, but I was just joking. Why are you so quiet? Don't tell me you really did wet yourself. Right? Lord Tama, his hand subtly shook. Wait, how do you know my name? Kim Hyun-gu replied half-jokingly. I have a pretty impressive friend. That friend of mine has a keen eye and noticed you right away. That friend said you are quite famous. Jelfed. Tama scoffed. Interesting. Someone inside this tower knows who I am. I will definitely check that out. But hey, knowing that little bit of information, what can you do? Kim Hyun-gu, don't get ahead of yourself. Even if you know that, you still can't defeat me because this is what you call fear. With that, he raised his hands, unleashing a surge of power. Kim Hyun-gu watched closely and exclaimed, now I see it clearly. Those sparks of fear are hidden within his mana. Looking back, the inside of that sphere with the eye felt just like this. It is chaotic, buzzing, and incredibly annoying everywhere you turn. That place is what they call chaos. Being trapped in that gloomy, dark zone, I felt like my mind was about to be crushed. But then I realized there is a fundamental difference between what that eye showed me and what Tama laid out before me. It is the fact that the one with power is much weaker. With that, Kim Hyun-gu focused his energy and unleashed a powerful strike. He yelled, saying that whining like this to Tama is just plain cute compared to the scum he really is. Tama was caught off guard. Confused. What? Kim Hyun-gu roared. Are you enjoying this? You created this damn tower and stole others' achievements for yourself. Living it up like this. He jumped in and attacked, relentlessly striking him. But too bad it is time for you to spill everything out. Punch landed squarely on Tama's face. And inside, he was in chaos. Wondering, what the hell? Why could not I dodge that punch? He fell back, spitting blood. Kim Hyun-gu followed up with a flurry of brutal kicks, blood pooling on the ground as Tama muttered, "You bastard. How dare you?" Kim Hyun-gu casually shook his wrist, regretting he planned to finish everything with a blow. While you are still trying to play tough, Tama shot back. You have only punched us once, and you think you can act all high and mighty. Have you forgotten? I do not just have mana, I also possess the achievements of other super beings. With that, he gathered his energy, ready to counterattack. Kim Hyun-gu confidently replied, how could I forget that? We almost bit the dust back then. Of course, he froze up, noticing the blood trickling from his mouth. He felt an immense pressure squeezing his body as Tama crumpled to the ground. Kim Hyun-gu boomed, "See, I told you so." He panicked, thinking, what the hell is this? Don't tell me my body can't handle unleashing that power. No, it can't be. I should be getting stronger right now, as that scum sphere keeps rising. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wait, what is happening? My power is starting to mirror his struggle. Kim Hyun-gu shouted, see, you are right. My friend said that as long as I am not afraid, your abilities want to mean a thing. Your abilities are indeed just like that. Huh. Is this really your true self? Tama, in shock, kept staring at his hands, crying out, no way. My power is supposed to dominate all chaos. Even divine beings with holy power and enlightened sages transcending the mundane have to bow to my authority. And yet, I can't believe a mere human could do this. Has he reached a level of transcendence or something? Kim Hyun-gu stepped in front of him, calmly saying, judging by your expression, it seems you have realized your situation. Huh. Good, then I do not need to explain any further. I will end everything right here. Kim Hyun-gu knelt on one knee, hands on the ground, but suddenly he felt something strange deep within. He thought to himself, oh right, the injuries I sustained earlier still have not fully healed. With a grunt, Kim Hyun-gu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and seeing his opponent in a wounded state, Toma thought, this is my chance. If I could, I would love to just kill him right now, but I can't gather enough strength to do that at the moment. So first, I need to escape this tower. Toma pushed himself to sprint as fast as he could, and when Kim Hyun-gu saw his opponent running away, he shouted, you little punk. No way. If I let him escape now, who knows what tricks he will pull next. But my body just won't move the way I want it to. As Toma ran, he thought, damn it. This is so humiliating. All the time and effort I put into this tower, and I can't believe I am getting wrecked by a human. I want to let you off the hook. Kim Hyun-gu, all the humiliation you have caused me, I swear I will make you pay tenfold. Lost in thought, Toma suddenly felt an enormous force come crashing down from behind. He gasped, what the hell is this? He was hit hard and injured pretty badly, but he still tried to figure out where that attack had come from. He wondered if it was Kim Hyun-gu, But that could not be right. He should not have the strength left. Besides, this energy feels oddly familiar. Could it be? Before he could gather his thoughts, the voice of the night demon echoed. Got you now, you little pest. She looked at Toma and said loudly, I can sense two presences here, but I can't tell who the real designer is. The moment I felt that energy trying to escape as it was cornered, I knew exactly who it belonged to. The Kim Hyun-gyu I know would rather die than run away like a coward. But suddenly, the night demon felt blood trickling from her mouth. She thought. Breaking through the barrier drained a lot of energy, so I am pretty weak now and can only maintain this state for a little while longer. But hey, Kim Hyun-gyu, for you, this should be more than enough, right? To be able to take down that pesky little fly. Toma, lying flat on the floor, thought. No way, she really is a demon god. But who would have thought that after breaking through my barrier, she could still unleash such a terrifying blow? He struggled to get up and mumbled, no, this can't be happening. I can't let everything end like this. I have worked so hard to get here. Just then, Kim Hyun-gyu patted him on the shoulder from behind, saying, don't recite those tired old lines. We do not need to watch this boring scene play out. Be a little polite. Will you? We have wasted enough of each other's time as it is. He grabbed Toma's hand and pulled him aside, shouting, a weakling like you has taken up way too much time. You know that. With that, he delivered a punch that felt like a thunderclap. Toma, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts dazed, could only brace for the hit. Blood filled his mouth as he thought. Damn it. I can do anything. Kim Hyun-gyu kept throwing punches, yelling loudly, shut up and die. You little punk. Even though his power had severely declined, Tama never stood a chance against him, quickly becoming nothing more than a punching bag for Kim Hyun-gyu. Moments later, Tama lay flat on the ground, while Kim Hyun-gyu was out of breath, hands on his knees gasping for air. Fighting in this state was truly challenging, but seeing Tama's pitiful condition was almost worth it. Tama struggled to lift his head, coughing violently. You bastard. Fine. I will admit it. Kim Hyun-gyu, today the victory belongs to you, but will you still be so lucky next time? He shot him a glare. Next time, Tama sat up, panting. The fear will always exist in this world. Just like an endless swamp, I may be defeated today, but one day I will come back stronger than ever. Suddenly, he burst out. I will return with even greater power because fear is everywhere. So do not think you will always win, you pathetic human. Kim Hyun-gyu smirked and replied, you have got a point, but most of what you said is just wrong. Tama exclaimed. What the hell? Kim Hyun-gyu shoved a hand into his pocket and stepped closer. Just like you said, fear is like a filthy swamp. I remember those moments trapped in that glowing red orb of fear. Terrifying, too terrifying for me to even open my eyes. Horror flooded his mind, and he could not stop asking himself, can I really do this? I do not know. I really do not know. But amidst the anxiety, he felt powerless, just like he always had since birth. All those times he denied himself, those infinite thoughts and emotions clung tightly to their owner, dragging at their soul. But the truth is, it is not a swamp at all once a person decides to break free. They can move forward again, no matter how slow, and when they achieve that, they will finally find their own way out. But behind that exit lies a place only the truly strong can reach. Of course, not everyone faces the same hardships. But one thing is certain, the fear we think is endless is just a stepping stone, guiding us to even greater heights. Kim Hyun-gyu looked at Tama and asked, so, you think you will last forever? You want to come back one day and continue fighting me? Bring it on. I am always ready. The moment you rise up again, I will stomp you down, so you understand what it takes to reach new heights. Got it. Kim Hyun-gyu clenched his fist, slamming it down, sending shockwaves that made Tama's heart race with sudden dread. What is happening? The fear was crawling from deep within his heart. Is this because I am scared? Kim Hyun-gyu shouted. So do not waste my power any longer, and just disappear. Starting today, this tower will be consumed by me. Tremendous crash reverberated, and power surged like thunder. Tama groaned internally, thinking, this is ridiculous. I am the embodiment of ultimate fear. Yet I feel fear, but why do I no longer feel that constant hunger for power? I do not even know if this is good or bad anymore. The booming explosion echoed, obliterating a vast area. Inside a luxurious high-rise building, Hymet was in the manager's office reporting the situation, and the falsehood has been resolved just like that. Next up is the meeting with the tower master that is about to happen. The manager raised a hand signaling to pause. Hold on. Whoa. This is quite a surprise. Hymet was taken aback. What is going on? Is there something wrong? The manager replied with a sigh. You could say this is a falsehood, but the man of the mind demon has completely vanished. I am not entirely sure, but it seems he has been utterly defeated. Hearing the manager say that, Hymet felt really shocked. Wait. What? The mind demon? How can that be? Has the battle between the tower masters already taken place? The manager pondered for a moment before answering. I do not know, but it might not be what it seems. We need to investigate this. If that place has changed hands, then we need to inform the other tower masters about the truth regarding that tower. Hymet bowed his head and said, I understand perfectly. Then I will personally handle the urgent issue of Tower 51, which the Mind Demon used to control. At that moment inside Tower 51, Kim Hyun-goo's punch had destroyed the surroundings, leaving chaos in its wake. He stood amidst the wreckage, catching his breath and wondering, have I really done it? After asking himself, he quickly answered, well, let us not get ahead of ourselves. I might as well keep my mouth shut. Just then, the system announced, you have defeated the Mind Demon Tower Master. You are now in the process of transferring ownership of the tower. Congratulations. You are now the master of this tower. After reading the announcement, Kim Hyun-goo joyfully exclaimed, so it is really over. Suddenly, there was a strong tremor behind him, and Kim Hyun-goo jumped. What the heck is that? Sun Wukong rushed in excitedly. I am here to help you. Kim Hyun-goo. But it seems like everything's already wrapped up. Right? He breathed a sigh of relief. Ooh, you scared me. I was just wondering who it was. Turns out it is just you guys. Looking at the group dragon, Celestial Demon, and the Nightshade Sun Wukong also brought Avi along, and he asked in surprise, Avi, why are you with them? Avi's face was pale, and she whispered, it is a long story. But thankfully, you are okay. Guardian, Kim Hyun-goo thought to himself, what is wrong with her? But it was not the right time to ask, so he just replied, hup. Nightshade jumped down and cheerfully walked towards him. Fighting alone must have been tough for you. Kim Hyun-goo, sorry for barging in like this. It took us quite a while to clean up the mess that designer left behind. So have you completely defeated him yet? Kim Hyun-goo noticed the blood on the Nightshade's lip and wondered, that blood can possibly be from someone attacking her? Could this be the side effect from using the ultimate essence like last time? So that means you helped me hold off the Mind Demon earlier. He looks at his teammates in front of him and smiles. Realizing that these people have always been supporting him in their own special ways, Beach Kuridine notices his intense gaze and speaks up, why are you staring at us like that? I just asked you about the situation between you and the designer. Kim Hyun-goo smiled with his eyes squinted and replied, thanks to everyone. Things are not too bad, so let us hurry back home together. After defeating the inner demon, everything quickly returned to normal. I handed the cleaning of the tower over to No and Avi, since the security system still is not fully functional after the death of the inner demon. I figured they would handle it better because they understand the tower system way better than I do. It is not that I am being lazy or anything. Trust me on that. Then everyone made it back home, and Kim Hyun-goo was puzzled about how they knew. But when he arrived, he found his two disciples waiting eagerly at the gate. He looked at the two kids with their faces all droopy, calling out to them, but they stayed silent. When he asked how they knew, the two disciples immediately dove toward him, causing all three of them to roll onto the grass. It seemed like Noah and Avi had told them everything that had happened. And since he had never seen them like this before, he was quite surprised. Kim Hyun-goo immediately asked, what are you two doing? The two girls sat up, crying loudly. How could you go to such a dangerous place without telling us? I thought I was going to die from worrying about you. All he could do was lie there, feeling like he would mess something up, and right then, he showed them his remorseful face. Kim Hyun-goo waved his hand at the two girls and laughed. I am back, my dear disciples, so stop crying. Just like that, the two girls perked up and beamed smiles. Yes. We are so glad you are home. They kept fussing over their master's hands for a bit. Kim Hyun-goo thought to himself, making it up to them is easy. Right. He decided not to mention how his teammates had lectured him for hours when he got home. After a few days of rest to recover, the whole gang threw a joyful celebration like a demon king. Jojo exclaimed, let us eat until we drop. Kim Hyun-goo looked over and could not help but say, the Seven Saints really know how to have a good time. They were the ones who insisted on throwing the celebration. Even though I was the one who nearly lost my life to defeat the inner demons. But I was really grateful to them for protecting Earth while I was away, so I did not mind at all. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the party roaring. They probably just wanted to enjoy themselves a bit, because tonight was the last night. Kim Hyun-goo turned around and smiled. Oh, you made it, huh, the Demon King. Are they heading back tomorrow? The Demon King pulled up a chair and replied. Yeah. They have all reclaimed their achievements and paid their debts, so they have no reason to stick around. He curiously asked. Then why are not you going back? The Demon King explained. They want to stay because they want to learn more about the tower. But honestly, I think the real reason is they prefer this modern world, the Celestial Demon and Klauwei who were settled here, so they did not need to leave anymore. Kim Hyun-goo bowed his head, deep in thought, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to keep his promise to him. After leaving the tower, he spoke with the Celestial Demon, who seemed a bit disappointed. So, you could not find the Sword Saint's achievements even at the highest levels. He nodded. That is right. According to No, the Sword Saint has never even climbed this tower. How do you know about him? The Celestial Demon picked up a cup of tea and thoughtfully replied, the sword can be considered a legend among martial artists, so I thought I might be able to find him. Kim Hyun-goo asked. A legend. Speaking of the Sword Saint, the Celestial Demon got excited. He is a master of every kind of sword and can freely wield any weapon. That is the sword. I believe if someone like that truly exists, he must be at the highest level of the tower. Anyway, it is fine. I just want to know the method of cultivation to reach that level through the memories of those achievements. The celestial demon took a sip of tea and continued. If he does not exist, then all of that is just meaningless. So you do not need to worry about it anymore. Remembering that conversation, he glanced over at the demon and the former nine-tailed fox, who were arguing fiercely on the other side. Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself, he had said it was fine, and he seemed genuinely happy right now. He spoke to the demon, so it makes sense that the others decided to stay. But what about you? Do you have something to do here? The demon replied, I am not quite sure, to be honest. It is just that there are still things here I want to try. And I will leave it at that. Kim Hyun-gyu was taken aback and asked, something you want to try? Meanwhile, No and Avi were still hard at work inside the tower. Avi looked at the glowing pathway and asked, Hey creator, do you know why that thing exists in this tower? No replied honestly, No, I have no idea about it. Avi sighed, if even a creator like you does not know, then what is this pathway? They both stared at it for a long time, still unsure of what to do. Avi asked No, do you think this is a trap set by the designer? He gently replied, if that is the case, he must have activated it before he died. But this energy feels different from anything I have sensed in the tower. Why do I have the feeling it is a portal to another world? Avi mumbled. Another world? Really? No nodded, just like what Kim Hyun-gyu said. Maybe it is related to a place called above, but this is just a hypothesis. After observing for a while, Avi suggested, we should discuss this with the Guardian. No agreed, let us hold off on that for now. Luckily, Kim Hyun-gyu is coming here, so we should finish up with this layer first. After all, they are having a party right now, so we need to let him rest a bit. The party for Kim Hyun-gyu and his friends was still lovely. He looked at the demon and asked, you want to taste something? Are you always this greedy? The nine-tailed fox burst into laughter. You are really clueless, are not you? But that is okay. A day like today is just for drinking, not for fussing over details. Saying that, she placed a bottle of wine on the table. Kim Hyun-gyu asked in surprise, is this wine? The demon nodded. Yes, it is called Paradise Nectar. This wine is super rare. There are only a few bottles in the world. Those lucky enough to have tried it said that no other wine can compare to even a sip of Paradise as nectar. It is that delicious. As she spoke, she poured a glass and offered it to Kim Hyun-gyu. So, do you want to give it a try? He responded happily. Something that is rare and hard to find. Of course, I have to try it then. Kim Hyun-gyu took a sip, and the taste was indeed different from other wines. Let me see how it is. The unique taste was undeniable. There was no harsh alcohol bite, just the fresh, fragrant essence of fruits. Each drop slid down his throat so smoothly. It was out of this world. He set the glass down, exclaiming, this is incredible. I have never tasted a drink like this before. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gyu felt his vision blur, his head spinning. He exclaimed, woo, what is happening? Am I seeing double or is it triple now? Bae quite a hand chuckled and replied, I forgot to mention that little detail. They say no other drink can match a sip of heaven's nectar not just for its flavor, but because it can easily make you feel tipsy. Kim Hyun-gyu was stunned, mumbling, wait, what does that mean? She looked at Kim Hyun-gyu's two female disciples and said, I had to use this precious wine to charm you all like this, so I trust you can handle the rest on your own. Right? Kim Hyun-gyu, still dazed, turned to them, slurring, you too, why are you here? And then he slumped over the table. Daeso, sitting beside him, burst out laughing. Look, he is out cold. Maishi asked worriedly, is master going to be okay? Daeso reassured. Don't worry, he just passed out from the booze. He will be back to normal soon enough. When he wakes up, he will spill all his feelings to you, just like you want, but do not expect him to remember anything later. So let us get him out of here, and for heaven's sake, no fighting over him. Hanarine and Michi quickly agreed. All right, yes, and hurriedly took Kim Hyun-gyu to a room to rest. Kim Hyun-gyu lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? The two female disciples perked up. Master's awake. How do you feel? He softly called out. You too. No one had ever seen Kim Hyun-gyu's drunken side before. He was nothing like the others. He grinned widely and embraced both girls. Who are you? Aren't you my beloved disciples? He was completely uninhibited, doing whatever he wanted. Hanarine and Michi felt their hearts bloom. Master was so straightforward when drunk, so different from his usual self. Kim Hyun-gyu mused, let me push you two away and take a good look at you. Just as I thought, you both look absolutely stunning, adorable. Really? Michi took his arm and asked, do you really think we are adorable? Kim Hyun-gyu replied loudly. Of course, but why do you always ignore the affection we show you? She continued, does our love make you feel pressured? After a moment of silence from Kim Hyun-gyu, he finally responded, yeah, maybe that is a bit much. It is not you too. It is just that I am under so much stress that I have not had the time to think about romance. Being trapped in that tower, I thought all my feelings would disappear once I got out. However, when facing the inner demons, we have to battle all sorts of crazy creatures. and we still think that as long as we can defeat them, everything will be fine. But then out of nowhere, an eye appears and tells me that there are beings even scarier than inner demons out there. I thought my future would be filled with only such events, feeling utterly terrible for dragging the two of them into this roller coaster ride. Hana Rin and Michiyoung did not know what to say. They could only utter two words, "Master," and fall silent. Kim Hyung-gyu continued, "But I used to think like that, too. But now I have changed my mind." He reached out to stroke the girl's cheeks and said, "Everyone who dies returns to dust eventually, so why live so carefully? Don't you two think so?" Hana Rin and Michiyoung were completely taken aback. Master suddenly had both of them lie down seriously and said, "So I think I will unleash everything I have been holding back. What do you both think?" They raised their hands to touch Kim Hyung-gu's cheek and replied in unison, "Yes, we want that too, Master." The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, with clothes scattered on the floor, Kim Hyung-gyu opened his eyes. It felt a bit unreal, and he wondered, what is going on? What kind of situation is this? He looked at the two girls lying next to him in shock. Why am I in bed with them? Kim Hyung-gyu recalled what happened last night. That demon he was given seemed to be called Heaven's Child or something like that. It really was a wild ride. My mind is totally blank, yet I do not feel tired or jittery at all. But honestly, that is even worse because I can feel very clearly that I am completely messed up right now. Amidst the chaos, he reassured himself. Calm down, Kim Hyung-gyu. I have a meeting on the rooftop today, so I will use that as an excuse to escape this situation. My top priority right now is to get out. He hurriedly got dressed, thinking, I will deal with this later. But his hands and feet were so clumsy that he struggled to put on his clothes. The two girls on the bed stirred a little, not seeing anyone around, then opened their eyes. They sat up and looked at Kim Hyung-gyu, saying, Master, are you up already? Kim Hyung-gyu jumped and tried to play it cool, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha ha, did you two sleep well? Good morning to you both, Hana Rin replied. I do not feel too great. What is the rush this early in the morning? Kim Hyung-gyu chuckled. Oh, I have a very important meeting about the future of the tower, so I have to go right away. Let us talk about what happened later. Okay. What do you think? Hana Rin and Michiyoung replied comfortably. Master, do not worry. Yes, Master. We can wait as long as you need. Kim Hyung-gyu was a bit surprised. Really? Okay. Thank you both for understanding. He quickly turned to leave, smiling as he said, I will be back, but suddenly he realized, wait, why are they always looking at me like that all the time? No way. I must be imagining things. Kim Hyung-gyu kept reassuring himself and quickly disappeared. He arrived at the tower and went up to the rooftop. The scene before him amazed Kim Hyung-gyu. Is this the new rooftop? He looked at the large lights at his feet and exclaimed, the brightness is more dazzling than I thought. Avi stood behind, adjusting things. Calling it classy is more accurate. Kim Hyung-gyu nodded. Right. You two have worked hard. But it feels like someone copied this entire setup straight out of a game. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gyu shifted back to the main topic. But let us put that aside for now. Did you two gather any info on the matter we asked you to investigate? No replied. About the higher-ups, we did catch a little buzz. But there is something way more urgent right now. Kim Hyung-gyu was taken aback. Wait, there is something else. No pointed at the table. Let us just sit down first and talk about that. The two began laying out the issues. And after a moment, Kim Hyung-gyu suddenly exclaimed, what do you mean this tower could collapse? What are you two trying to say? Evie fell silent, lowering his head, while No pondered for a moment before responding. Just calm down. That is the absolute worst-case scenario. To be more precise, it is not the tower that will collapse, but the ecosystem within it. Kim Hyung-gyu anxiously asked, what does that even mean? No explained. As you know, each floor of this tower has its own unique magical array, and these arrays are responsible for maintaining the ecosystem of their respective floors. These arrays were created from hundreds, thousands of detailed formulas that require an immense amount of mana. Avi chimed in, before creating this tower, we were already worried about where the author would get all that mana to maintain those magical arrays. So when we teamed up, we asked him, but he just said, I will let you know once this tower is finished. He only said that. Of course, we never got a chance to hear the answer from him again. The moment this tower was completed, we were betrayed by him. No believed that is why we always thought the author was hiding the mana source on this floor, but we have searched everywhere already, so we still have not found the mana source. Right? No aside. Exactly. It is clear that mana is being cycled from some source, but we can pinpoint where that source is. This means there is still someone behind the scenes manipulating this mana supply. If one day he suddenly decides to cut off that supply, we will have no choice but to stand by and watch all the living creatures in this tower descend into chaos. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gyu was shocked. Zico, this is more serious than I thought. We need to find that supply location. Evie looked serious. We have something to discuss about that. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice suddenly responded from outside the door. No, you do not need to worry about that. All three jumped. Who could appear so suddenly like that? The visitor. incredibly polite, said, I traveled all the way here just because of that issue. Kim Hyung-gu stood up, looking at the stranger, thinking, what the heck, where did he just pop out from? I did not sense any mana disturbance at all. Could he be the enemy? He stepped closer and asked, who are you? The guest bowed respectfully. Arriving late to meet the new Tower Master is truly my oversight. Well, we finally have a chance to meet after I have dealt with a ton of issues. Huh. The reason I am here today is to collect the debt this tower owes us. Kim Hyung-gu raised an eyebrow. Wait, you just said debt. Calmly. He replied, that is right, this tower not only owes us, but it owes a whole lot. Kim Hyung-gu felt completely baffled. What the heck is going on? The guest has not even arrived and the debt collector is already here. The other guy kept rambling. I bet you are shocked. Huh. But that is the reality. The debt deadline is coming up real soon. So you better pay up. Kim Hyung-gu, furious, roared. You little punk, stop spewing nonsense about things I know nothing about. And who do you think you are to give me orders? Alright, fine. You asked for it. Channeling his energy, he charged at the debt collector, shouting, I will pay the stupid debt right now. With a loud crash, a corner of the tower was smashed through. Avi screamed in outrage. Why do you hit so hard? Guardian, her face suddenly twisted in shock. Oh my dream interior. Realizing he had gone too far, Kim Hyung-gu exclaimed. I'm sorry. I did not mean to wreck anything. But this fly dodged quicker than I thought. Looks like this guy's got some skills too. Just as he spoke, he felt a blade pressed against his neck. The debt collector was completely unscathed. He sighed dramatically. Oh, we have switched tower masters, but the customer service is still the same. Huh. I have not done anything to you, so why the reaction? Kim Hyung-gu snapped back. What kind of guest barges in without the host's permission? That is called robbery. He grabbed the sword tightly, bravely declaring, if you are a real guest, you should at least introduce yourself first. If you keep rambling about this nonsense debt, I might just pretend you are a thief and take you down. As he channeled his energy into the sword, the debt collector felt his hand tingle, thinking, this energy is actually pretty strong. No wonder, he even defeated Tamagoma. Not just anyone can become the second tower master. He watched as Kim Hyung-gu shattered his sword, lowering his voice. Look, new tower master, you do not need to be so on edge. I was just about to explain the truth about this tower to you. Kim Hyung-gu raised an eyebrow. The truth about the tower. The debt collector gently brushed his coat, replying calmly, yes, like where the mana sustaining this tower comes from. For example, the three Kim Hyung-gu, Avi. No flinched. How did he know the tower a survival secret? Kim Hyung-gu asked seriously. Who the hell are you? He replied nonchalantly. Finally, we can talk. Huh. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Hymeet from the management center. This tower signed a mana supply contract. You see, Kim Hyung-gu was stunned. Wait, the management center? Don't tell me that creepy guy with the eye is linked to that. He looked at Hymeet, bowing his head, thinking, but it seems like he does not know anything about me at all. For now, I will just listen to what nonsense he has to say. Kim Hyung-gu spoke up. Enough about introductions. Let us get to the point. Tell me the truth about the tower and everything related to it. Now, after everyone sat down together, including Kim Hyung-gu, no, Avi, and Hymeet began explaining things to them. Actually, there is no need to overthink this. He held up two fingers to signify the tower master. You just need to remember two things. First, to keep this tower running, you need an absolutely massive amount of mana. Or the previous tower master signed a contract to borrow that huge amount of mana to operate the tower. He placed his hand on his chest, and the one he borrowed from is us, the management center. I explained it this way, so you should understand the situation now. Right? Kim Hyung-gu stared blankly, cradling his head. So what you are saying is if mana is like money, then you guys are the bank I am borrowing from, and I am here to settle the enormous debt left behind by that damn mind demon. Right? Hymeet calmly intertwined his fingers and replied. There are a lot of terms in your statement that I do not quite understand. But the gist seems right. Kim Hyung-gu gritted his teeth, cursing the mind demon under his breath. That damn mind demon, acting like he has it all together. But turns out he is just one broke debtor. Haha, life is easy. Kim Hyung-gu asked Hymeet. So what if I do not want to pay that jerk back? Then you must accept the consequences that may arise from that decision. The collapse of this tower due to mana depletion is exactly the consequence I am talking about. Kim Hyung-gu felt helpless. Damn it. At this point, ignoring it is not an option. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe I should just kill that sneaky bastard right now. In his imagination, he imagined pinning Hymeet to the ground, stomping on him while laughing. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Oh man, I am totally caught. Before he could finish his daydream, Hymeet warned him, reminding him of this one thing. Violence won't change your current situation here. Kim Hyung-gu could only jump in shock because it was way too accurate. A moment later, at the management center, after Hymeet finished reporting, the manager immediately asked, the 51st Tower Master has changed, and you said he defeated the previous Tower Master, the Mind Demon. Hymeet still kept his eyes closed, bowing his head. Yes, I have confirmed this news. Madam, said the manager. The center's manager leaned back in his chair and waved his hand dismissively. Sighing, it is true. He comes and goes so suddenly. Do not you feel that way? Haimit wondered. Do you mean this is the first time he has come to our place? Yes. That day I met him, I was indeed a bit surprised. He did not come from any of the towers we own but created his own spell to come find us like this. This is the first case ever to occur in the history of the management center. He is so unique he made me think he would not pull any pointless tricks. Haimit just listened in silence, and the manager asked, why do you have that expression? Is there something wrong? Haimit mentioned the earlier encounter with Kim Hyun-gu. The new 51st Tower Master showed a pretty hostile attitude towards using achievements to pay us back. After that, what they discussed further, I do not know, but let us return to the moment still at Kim Hyun-gu's 51st tower. After clarifying everything for him, Haimit left immediately. So goodbye. As Haimit left, Kim Hyun-gu looked up anxiously. No. What is going on? No was also flustered. They could clearly hear that the higher-up he mentioned might be the very one they were searching for. Kim Hyun-gu was scratching his head, thinking, what on earth is happening here? Avi, reading the contract, suddenly stood up and exclaimed, Wait, that is not the issue right now. Kim Hyun-gu frowned, holding his head in frustration. Oh, come on. Not again. Please do not add to my stress. Avi presented the contract to him, and after hearing it, he realized it was not just stress he was feeling. The amount of debt written there was absolutely unbelievable. What the heck? There is no way we can handle this debt. The deadline is approaching fast. If what that Herms guy said is true, we are about to go bankrupt. Kim Hyun-gu felt like a mountain of debt had fallen on him out of nowhere, and he was fuming, veins popping as he gritted his teeth, muttering, no. Then he slammed the table and shouted, stop talking about that nonsense. No and Avi were completely taken aback. No sat there, holding a piece of wood and silently crying. Oh my god, I carved this table myself. Kim Hyun-gu, his anger boiling over, said, I have been through so much just to reach the top of this tower, and all I get in return is debt. No way that is happening. Kim Hyun-gu turned to No and Avi. Can you two stop reminiscing about what you just said? They froze. Confused. Huh. What were we talking about? He reminded them. Didn't you say you found some information about the higher-up? Spill it. What did you find? No and Avi jumped in surprise. No aside. I was going to explain this carefully, but it seems there is no time. He created a magical circle with his hand and said, what we found is this. A portal of light appeared in the middle of the tower's hall. Kim Hyun-gu gasped. What is this? A portal. No analyzed it. It looks similar, but we are not entirely sure. I have never seen this before, not even from the person who created this tower. He continued, but judging by the energy radiating from this portal, it could lead to a place completely outside the tower, something like the higher-up's realm. Kim Hyun-gu smirked. Aha. Finally, some good news. I am going in. Without a second thought, Kim Hyun-gu stepped into the portal, while Avi and No shouted in panic. What? What did you just say? Avi stopped it. Wait, I just told you I do not know where it leads. Even if you reach the higher-up, what do you plan to do? Kim Hyun-gu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? What will I do? I will stir things up and make them wipe our debts or give us more time. Unless you guys have a better plan. No hesitated. No. Not really, but, Kim Hyun-gu replied. Exactly. I can sit here idly, unsure if that eye will help me like before, and I have no way to contact it. Kim Hyun-gu stepped through the portal and said, more importantly, no matter what is behind this portal, I won't be in danger. You two do not need to worry. Because nothing can be more dangerous than what I am feeling right now. The scene shifts to another place, where flickering fire lights illuminate the space. A group of armored men trembles on the ground, bowing their heads in weakness, begging, please, spare us. We know we have made a grave mistake. O Tower Master, standing on a high platform is the 50th Tower Master, Siegfried, with a sly grin. He scoffs, you lot are just a bunch of pathetic losers living in my tower. Yet here you are, not only plotting a rebellion but daring to dirty my rooftop with your filthy feet. Do you really think I would forgive you for that? One man, clearly irritated, clenches his teeth and, unable to bear Siegfried's arrogance any longer, shouts, damn it. What are we supposed to do now? The lower levels are nothing short of hell. To escape this terrifying place, we have no choice but to seize the position of the master. Siegfried's smile fades, and he mutters, you dare blame me. I am offended. He raises his sword high, adding, it is pointless to say another word. All of you will be executed right here. The blade comes crashing down, but the young man in armor blocks it with his hand. Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a voice rings out, oh my god, what on earth is happening here? It is Kim Hyun-gu, who, after stepping through the gate, has arrived at Siegfried's 50th tower and has caught Siegfried's sword. Siegfried, surprised, tries to yank his sword away from Hyun-gu, but it is no use. Who do you think you are, acting like you are the boss around here? Siegfried thinks to himself, not paying any attention to Kim Hyun-go's words, only focusing on how he can't get his sword back with just his bare hands. Siegfried demands, "Who the hell are you? Where did you crawl out from?" Kim Hyun, uninterested, scans the area, realizing that Siegfried really is the leader here. Looking around at the chaos, "I knew you would not answer me politely just because I asked nicely. So let us take a moment to get to know each other. Shall we?" Siegfried grits his teeth. "You bastard. What the hell are you rambling about?" Without a word, Kim Hyun-gu throws a punch straight into Siegfried's gut, sending him flying back. "What else? We can talk after I knock you out." Siegfried hits the ground, bracing himself to steady himself, dazed and confused. What the hell? That was just a regular punch. The armored men, sensing the situation does not involve them, scramble to their feet and run away. "I do not know what is going on here. But we need to get out now." While Siegfried is still bewildered by the turn of events, Kim Hyun-gu grabs his face. "Hey, I do not care about anything else. You just need to tell me one thing. Do you know anything about the management center?" Siegfried stammers. You want to know if I know anything about the management center? I can't believe you are asking me that. You are not just some ordinary tower citizen. Are you? Who the hell are you? Before he can finish his sentence, Siegfried receives a punch right in the face from Kim Hyun-gu, sending him flying 3 meters back. Kim Hyun-gu sneered, hearing that voice. "I know exactly who you are talking about, so hurry up and answer me. Why are you turning my question back on me?" Siegfried lay on the ground, holding his face. "How dare you touch my royal body like that?" The hen guy struggled to get up and grab his sword. "This is just too ridiculous. I do not need any explanation from you." Kim Hyun-gu had no idea what was going on with this divine lantern. He just stood there enjoying the chaos. "Oh, what is that? It looks pretty intense." Siegfried swung his sword dramatically. "Boasting, you will be executed. Executed immediately. I declare you will be completely annihilated." Before he could finish his bragging, Kim Hyun-gu's voice boomed from behind him. "Is that execution for me?" Kim Hyun-gu threw his legendary fist at him and said, "Do not even think about it." His punch crackled with powerful lightning, smashing Siegfried into the ground. Siegfried lay unconscious on the ground, coughing up blood. Kim Hyun-gu squatted next to him, taunting, "Oh, you are still not knocked out. You are tougher than I thought. While we are at it, I do not even have to worry about killing you anymore. Just feel free to take a beating." Hyun-gu laughed maniacally. "Oh, while you are getting hit, if you want to change your attitude and behave better, just let me know. From now until you start listening, I will hit you 10 more times. Got it?" After hearing that, Siegfried probably almost wet his pants. He stammered, Wait a second." Once Kim Hyun-gu's fist was on a roll, there is no stopping it. He slammed him again and the ground shook with debris flying everywhere, making it look like he was stripped bare. A conversation reemerged at the management center. The manager said, "Oh, really?" "Yes," I warned him. "But from what I can see, he seems just as unpredictable as a phantom. We are likely to run into quite a bit of trouble while gathering achievements." The manager chuckled. "Looks like we have landed ourselves a tough customer. Well, let us just wait a bit and see how it goes. If he turns out to be uncontrollable, we can use this opportunity to cancel that contract." The manager's face showed a wicked cunning. "Once we gather all the tower masters, we can take everything from them. Right, anyway, that was our original goal when creating that portal. It turns out the one who created the gateway in Kim Hyun-gu's tower was the manager, just to pique his curiosity and make him want to explore." After clearing up the confusion, Kim Hyun-gu said, "So that portal is the connection between towers 50 and 51, and it is what links all 51 towers managed by the management center. Right?" He looked at Siegfried, who was desperately kneeling on the ground, asking, "You are the tower master of the 50th tower, are not you? So where I am is considered the 51st tower." He trembled and replied, "Yes, that is right." Kim Hyun-gu wondered, "So that portal only connects our 2 towers. Why is that? There are so many towers." Siegfried explained what he understood. "Actually moving between towers is not as easy as it seems," he said, "unless the towers are allied. Otherwise there is an unspoken rule that applies between them. The people in this tower are not allowed to enter other towers. But having a passage set up to ours like this is something I never really understood. Only the management center gets to decide that. And honestly, I had completely forgotten about that passage, so I've never used it until now." Siegfried felt utterly humiliated, shocked that a rookie tower master would pop out of that passage and give him a beatdown like this. Hyun-gu just kicked, "That damn punk. You are insulting me. Huh. You must be pretty upset. Huh. You want an apology? Sorry, but my fists are still ready to go." Siegfried, startled, quickly exclaimed, No, I just can't believe what is happening here. Who would have thought the inner demon would be defeated like this?" Kim Hyun-gu looked annoyed. "Seriously, is what I am saying that hard to believe? That guy was strong enough to pull it off." Siegfried stammered. "Of course, you know how powerful he is. There are not many tower masters who can match him. For someone like that to be defeated, I am shocked." Kim Hyun-gu sighed and nodded. "Yeah, dealing with him is definitely a bit tricky." Suddenly, Hyun-gu realized something. He opened his eyes wide and asked, Wait, how do you know about this? Didn't you say it is rare for anyone to move between towers? Siegfried replied, I heard about it at a gathering of tower masters. Kim Hain-gyu had never heard that term before. A gathering of tower masters. What is that? Siegfried inquired. Hymuth did not tell you. It is a yearly gathering of tower masters organized by the management center. Honestly, it is more of a party than a meeting, but it is where you can gather a ton of useful information. Kim Hain-gyu was intrigued. Oh, whoa. You are actually giving me some useful info. How do I get to this gathering? Siegfried lowered his head and said, You do not need to do anything. Just show up, and they will come to escort you. If you really want to go, just keep a good relationship with the management center and maintain your tower master's reputation. Upon hearing this, Kim Hain-gyu's face went pale. Something feels off here. Wait, keep a good relationship. Didn't you plan to take him down 2 meters? Oh right. I think we dropped that plan. But were not our ties already strained because of the debt my tower is carrying? Kim Hain-gyu clenched his fists, silently swearing in his heart, that damn Link guy. Is that why he did not tell me about this information? He imagined Hymuth in his head, definitely looking down on him and sneering. Huh. How could a guy drowning in debt like you participate in a gathering? Kim Hain-gyu was furious, thinking that he was treating him like this just because he thought he was so high and mighty. He cursed out loud. That bastard. He grabbed Siegfried by the collar, making him panic. What are you doing now? Oh my god! Kim Hain-gyu yelled in Siegfried's face. Have you achieved anything? Show me something impressive. Siegfried froze, unable to believe his ears. Well, what did you just say? Wait. Hold on. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Kim Hain-gyu threatened with a fierce glare. I did not say I would take everything from you. I will pay you back both the principal and the interest later. He desperately shook him, demanding, just give me a little bit. You bastard. Wait a second. Let go of me first. A floating eye watching Kim Hain-gyu from afar smacked its lips. Really? Every time I see him, he looks like he is struggling so hard. The eye spoke up. Calm down. Kim Hain-gyu felt an unusual energy, and he happily turned around. This feeling, it fills my eyes. The eye asked Hain-gyu. What is with that admiring look? Do you miss me that much? While Kim Hain-gyu was on the 50th floor, at that very moment on the 9th floor, Lee Seo-jong was looking at a street photo on her phone. Pondering. She looked up and asked, so after seeing this, you want to go out and play, huh? With the other tower climbers. The nine-tailed fox, Kumaiho, wagged her tail cheerfully. Hee. Exactly. Everyone is tired from guarding the 9th floor all this time, so I want to take this chance to go on a little trip. Seo-jong hesitated a bit. That is true, but the demon, the blind V-cap owner, probably won't be an issue. But the other players might have a hard time getting along. Their appearances are so different from normal people. If they go out, it will definitely cause a ruckus. You have mastered your transformation, so you are fine. But still, Kumaiho was excited. Oh, you do not need to worry about that. The demon won't go because they are not interested. As for me turning into Wukong. Then, at that moment, a voice called out, Hey, the nine-tailed fox transformed like that. What is going on? Do we have guests? Kumaiho happily replied. Oh, you all came at the perfect time. That is Wukong turning into a dragon over there. Seo-jong gaped in shock. What? Is that really Wukong turning into a dragon? Seo-jong's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Oh my god! Are they really Wukong turning into a dragon? These two handsome guys, with her skills, the nine-tailed fox Kumaiho transformed Wukong into two tall, handsome guys who looked just like humans. Wukong grinned. Oh wow, you really have an eye for handsome guys, huh? Seo-jong, still in shock, asked the nine-tailed fox. What happened to them? Kumaiho replied. Oh, I taught them how to transform into human forms. What do you think? Now if they go outside, they probably won't have any issues anymore. Huh. She looked at Seo-jong excitedly. Seo-jong, are you okay? Seo-jong was lost in thought about the stunning transformation of the dragon and Wukong in human form. Her face flushed, blinking rapidly. Oh, they are so handsome. Seo-jong lowered her head and asked the nine-tailed fox. This nine-tailed fox, you said you wanted to go to Mexico, right? Kumaiho scratched her head. What? Oh yes, that is right, but we do not have money for travel. So we were thinking of borrowing from you. Seo-jong generously said, do not worry. I will cover all the expenses. Kumaiho was surprised. What? Really? But why? Seo-jong eagerly jumped in. I want to go with you all too. The nine-tailed fox was puzzled. What I mean is, I am really happy to hear you say that, but why all of a sudden do you want to go? Wukong and the dragon stood there, confused about what was happening. Back at the 50th tower, the floating eye asked Kim Hain-gyu. You missed me that much? Huh. Kim Hain-gyu replied helplessly. I do not just miss you. I am about to lose my mind if I do not see you soon. He snapped at the eye. Where the heck have you been hiding? Sorry. I can't spend all day just watching you. That would be boring as hell. The eye teased Hain-gyu. But I always show up just when you are in trouble. Isn't he that amazing? Amazing my foot. Kim Hyun-gu shot back. He asked seriously. So how exactly are you going to bail me out this time? You know I am about to go bankrupt. Right, the eye replied. Oh, I know. Of course, since we are both in a rush, let us cut to the chase. Join the meeting of the Tower Masters. Kim Hyun-gu was shocked. What? In that meeting? Wait, you have completely scrambled the order of events. I do not know the details, but is not that meeting only for the prestigious and qualified Tower Masters? I am about to go bankrupt, and I owe a mountain of achievements. There is no way I can participate. The eye remained unfazed. Oh, you do not need to worry about that. Do you think I came all this way unprepared? Glowing red gem floated in front of Kim Hyun-gu. Kim Hyun-gu was astounded. Wait, is all of this achievements? Oh, I recognized it right away. How could I not? It is radiating such enormous energy. The eye complained. Do you know how much effort I put into preparing that for you? I am practically exhausted. This is what it feels like to be a parent raising a precious child. What the heck? The eye reassured him. Just relax. With this, even the management center won't touch your tower. Kim Hyun-gu held the achievement gem. Oh, really? Just recently, you extracted all the fear from an achievement. He recalled the eye's earlier words. That these were the achievements gathered from mystical beings, the negative emotions they endured like a trial, and all the fears and worries within them. You just handed me these achievements. There is so much more, Kim Hyun-gu asked. Who exactly are you? The eye paused for a moment and replied cryptically. Let us save that for later. I am worn out from gathering those achievements. It is not the right time yet. Kim Hyun-gu sighed. How long do I have to wait then? The eye pointed out. Just attend the meeting of the Tower Masters and find the guy named D. Bland that I planted there. He will tell you what to do. Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms. Feeling suspicious. But since you gave me this, I guess I will follow your lead. The floating eye assured him. Great, until we meet again. Kim Hyun-gu blinked awake. Looking around. This is the 50th tower. Did I come back to my senses? He glanced down at his hand still holding the achievement gem. It was still there. Phew. He sighed. I am so tired. A groan escaped him, leaving him puzzled. Huh. Kim Hyun-gu just realized he was still choking the life out of Siegfried, whose face was turning shades of blue. Gasping, I can't breathe. Kim Hyun-gu casually let go and said, Oops, sorry about that. I totally forgot you were even here. Siegfried fell to the ground, coughing and spluttering, shouting at Kim Hyun-gu. How could you forget like that, you tower-dwelling loser? Kim Hyun-gu waved dismissively and said, Well, I already apologized, did not I? In exchange, I will quietly head back without bothering you again. Siegfried was taken aback. Wait, you caused all this chaos and now you just plan to leave? Seriously? Kim Hyun-gu waved goodbye. Yeah, my business here is done. Take care. See ya. Siegfried watched Kim Hyun-gu disappear through the portal, frozen in disbelief. Thinking, what the heck was that guy on? Back at Kim Hyun-gu's Tower 51, Avi and No stared in awe at the shimmering achievement gem. Whoa, this is insane. What is this incredible gem? What kind of insane energy does it hold? Avi picked up the achievement gem and asked Hyun-gu. Where did you even get this? Kim Hyun-gu could not reveal that it was from the floating eye, so he replied, I will tell you guys about that later. More importantly, what do you think? Can we use this to pay off our debts? Avi cradled the sparkling gem in her hands and said enthusiastically. Absolutely. With this, we can clear almost all the debt listed in the contract. She praised him. I do not know what you did, but you did great. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu leaned back in his chair, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Oh really? Then I can finally breathe easy. But then he regretted it. Thinking, man, I really should not have become a tower master and dug my own grave like this. I wonder if anyone knows what I am going through to maintain the peace they are enjoying. Do they even realize how much I am struggling? Little did Kim Hyun-gu imagine that right now at Mexico International Airport, Seusong and the Nine-Tailed Fox crew were landing with huge smiles on their faces. We made it to Mexico City. And honestly, we could not care less about Kim Hyun-gu. The Nine-Tailed Fox excitedly complimented Seusong. I can't believe we got here so fast. You are amazing. Seusong. Oh, it is nothing. We just happened to have a private jet for our crew. Seusong furrowed her brow. But how did you guys get here? Turns out, Kim Si, Hansil Kang-un, and Seek Jeon-ya were also there. Kim Si-hyun smiled and said, Well, we took our private jet too. We had already planned a trip before this, and when the Nine-Tailed Fox invited us, we jumped at the chance. Right, Nine-Tailed Fox. The Nine-Tailed Fox was overjoyed. Exactly. The more, the merrier. Seusong felt a pang in her heart. Why are there so many people? I thought I finally had a chance for a romantic getaway. Now it felt like a group trip, and she was the only one alone. But after watching everyone have fun chatting, Seusong smiled and thought, oh well, guess I will just have to roll with it. She announced, Alright everyone, let us head to the hotel first and fully enjoy this trip. Everyone agreed and raised their hands. A little while later, they arrived, happily gathering by the rooftop pool of the hotel. Anya and Kyu Maiho are having a blast splashing each other in the pool, while Theanma and Kim Si-hyun sit at the edge. Watching them, Theanma coughs and says, "Whoa, she is stunning," as Cyan chuckles. That swimsuit is just too cute. The water by the pool is warmer than dragon fruit, and Hanseo Kagan is lounging in it. Susong is sitting at the pool's edge, observing everyone from a distance, holding a fruit juice in her hand. Although this was not the original plan, the vibe is not too bad at all. Ingokong strolls over and asks, "Why are not you joining them? Don't you like the water?" Susong suddenly gets shy. "Oh." Ingokong, haha. "It is just that I have always been a terrible swimmer, so I am staying out." Nugong nods. Is that so?" Susong asks, "Where are you off to?" "Oh, I was thinking of checking out the hotel. There seems to be a lot of interesting stuff around here." Seeing Susong just sitting there, he suggests, "Want to come with me? I mean, you are not planning to swim anyway." Susong is taken aback. "Really? Whoa. An opportunity just like that. I would love to. Let me go change first." Unfortunately, in her rush, Susong slips, woo, and her body tilts toward the pool. Luckily, a hand catches her waist just in time. "Woo, you need to be more careful." Ingokong gently chides her. "You just said you did not like the water." The closeness and the position make Susong feel all fluttery. "Oh my gosh!" Inside, her heart is racing. Oh dear heavens, Ingokong looks absolutely breathtaking right now. She gasps, instinctively covering her mouth. What a stunning sight. Ingokong, confused, asks, "A stunning sight? Where?" She points behind him. "I am talking about that statue over there." Turns out, it is a massive 10-meter statue of Kim Hyun-gu standing proudly in the city. Ingokong stares at it, feeling helpless. I am not sure if I can call that a stunning sight, but I have to admit, that scene is pretty striking. Aside from that giant statue, this city is filled with all kinds of Kim Hyun-gu statues, scattered everywhere. You look up or down, and there he is, right in the city center. There is even a huge amusement park and a forest of statues that seem to have popped up along the waterfall. I had a feeling today would come when I heard this city was revamped and designed by those students of his, but I did not expect it to be this terrible. When my Raong and Hannah Rin, his students, got involved, it is truly shocking. Phew, Master would be thrilled to see this. Oh Master, Kim Hyun-gu must be struggling to deal with this chaos all the time. Sealdong chuckles awkwardly. But it seems like he is not dwelling on that too much. Ingokong suddenly turns to her and asks, "Hey, you are Lee Sealdong, right?" Sealdong, startled, replies, "Huh, yes, that is me." Ngokong steps closer. You have been enjoying this amazing scene. But you have been stuck in that position the whole time. Can you not stand up or something?" Sealdong realizes they are still supporting each other at the edge of the pool. "Oh, my arm is totally numb. Yeah, sorry." A few days later at the towers, Av said, "Even though the orb he brought back shocked us all, I am even more stunned to discover that there are countless other dimensions out there. Can you believe it? There are 50 other towers besides ours." And No agreed. "Not only that, but they have a management company controlling them too." "I had a feeling about that, but it seems this management company has way more influence than we thought," Kim Hyun-gu replied. "Maybe so." Sighing. "And because they hide their information so well, even the 50th Tower Master knows very little about them." No crossed his arms, frustrated. "If only we knew the coordinates of this company. We could try to set up a traditional trap right away." "But," Kim Hyun-gu asked, "can we trace back the path that eyewitness used when he came here?" No shook his head. "I already tried, but that method did not work at all. I could not find even the smallest trace. It seems that traditional technique is a special skill that only he possesses. So do not get your hopes up." Kim Hyun-gu clicked his tongue. "Well, it looks like we only have one option left, and that is to join the meeting between the Tower Masters that I mentioned and see what is up. Since he is cooperating with that eye, there is a good chance we can gather some useful information from him. Maybe we can even figure out how to protect the tower without needing these things anymore." Avi and No nodded. "This is probably our best shot." Kim Hyun-gu slowly stood up from his chair. "So the most urgent matter has been arranged. Let us take a breather." Suddenly, a very familiar voice came from behind him, sending chills down Kim Hyun-gu's spine. You are still here." He turned around slowly, the voice saying, "This voice is..." Both of them exclaimed in unison. "No matter how busy you are, you still need to eat on time. Right, so we came to see you, Master." "Oh teacher." It was Miryung and Hannah Rin who followed him all the way to the tower. Kim Hyun-gu panicked. You too." His face turned several shades paler. "How did you get here?" No innocently asked. "Oh, did not I tell you? While getting ready to take on the highest level, I granted access to your teammates here." He smiled. "Which means they can come and go freely." Kim Hyun-gu felt like he was about to spit blood. What? Why would you do that without discussing it with me first? Kim Hyun-gu students clung to his arms. Come on, master. Let us go. Kim Hyun-gu cried out. Wait. I am not done talking yet. Kim Hyun-gu's frantic scream echoed throughout the tower. Avi and Noel looked at the scene. Bewildered. What is going on? It is like he has just been cornered. Right. No way that is happening. In another building, a table was laid out with all kinds of delicious food, and in the middle sat Kim Hyun-gu, still trying to process things, with 2 sleepy students beside him. Kim Hyun-gu was sweating profusely. It is just a normal meal. Why is it so complicated and elaborate? Miri blushed and replied, There is nothing complicated about this, master. You have been fighting non-stop. Plus there was last night. I think you must be really tired. We need to do this to help you recover. Right, Kim Hyun-gu sounds reasonable. But what is up with the food on the table? I really appreciate you all, but there is eel, oysters, abalone, and even wild berry wine. Why is this all so good for? You know what? The author appears and says, I am here to express my deepest thanks from the bottom of my heart. Guys, just so you know, this story is for ages 12 and up. Kim Hyun-gu thinks to himself, I need to figure out a way to escape from here. He pretends to scratch his head and chuckles. Hey, guys, I am really not in the mood to eat right now. Let us save it for later. But since he was stuttering, Anarine cut him off and poured wild berry wine into his glass. Oh come on, that is not cool. Teacher, you have got important things to do. You can't skip a meal like that. Her eyes lit up. If you really are not interested in eating right now, we will clear the table immediately. And let us finish the conversation we did not wrap up yesterday. I am super curious about how this ends. Are we getting engaged right now? Or is it a wedding on the spot? Teacher. Kim Hyun-gu felt the pressure from both sides, almost suffocating him. He immediately gave in. Slumping down. I am not ready for that yet, Anarine cheerfully replied. No worries. We can wait as long as you need. Master Miriam's already got food ready for you. But right now, all these dishes are made with our heartfelt emotions, so we just do not want you to waste it like last night. They insisted, continuously pressuring Kim Hyun-gu. You will eat because of us. Right. Kim Hyun-gu's face was no longer lively at all. This time it was a full-on challenge with 2 students. Haha. Oh man. Teacher, please dig in. Come on, I am telling myself from now on, this is going to be exhausting. The 3 of them were buzzing around the dining table, and that night, Kim Hyun-gu had a wildly intense experience. The next day on the rooftop, after a wild night with his students, Kim Hyun-gu looked utterly exhausted, like a panda. Hey, 51st Tower Master, I bet you had a rough time collecting those achievements. Huh. Kim Hyun-gu grumbled. That is your business, you loan sharks. Hamet, still with eyes closed, calmly replied. The words you are using are a bit excessive. We are just encouraging everyone to pay their debts on time. Kim Hyun-gu reached into his pocket and pulled out an achievement gem. Stop talking nonsense. Just take it and eat it. He tossed the gem towards Hamet. The energy radiating from the gem made Hamet open his eyes in surprise. Woo, what the heck is this? Where did you get all these huge achievements? Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms impatiently. What are you standing around for? Haven't you finished checking yet? Is that not enough? Hamet replied. No. This is enough for you to clear your debt, so the contract between us will continue. Hamet tucked the achievement gem into his coat, thinking to himself, thanks for paying off our debts, 51st Tower Master. But he also wanted to ask about where these achievements came from, but he figured it would not be a good idea after all. That is company policy. Hamet explained, so now the contract will be renewed without any discrepancies, and you still retain your rights to manage this tower. Kim Hyun-gu pouted, putting on a cheeky face. All right. Thanks. Hey. What is with that weird lost in thought look? Huh. He was annoyed but held back his frustration and said, So right now, I want to introduce you to the perks of being the 51st Tower Master that you have received. Suddenly, a golden portal appeared behind Hamet. Kim Hyun-gu clenched his teeth. That is Hamet, bowing down and placing a hand on his chest, saying, O 51st Tower Master, we are honored to invite you to the gathering of the Tower Masters. Hamet continued, explaining the significance of this meeting. But first, Kim Hyun-gu did not want to waste time, so he waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, I already get the gist of it, so let us skip the useless explanation. Hamet was taken aback. You know already. How do you know? Kim Hyun-gu replied loudly. Well, that is because I took advantage of the portal you guys created. You see, when I asked the 50th Tower Master I happened to meet through that portal, he was more than happy to spill the beans. Remembering that charming exchange with a punch of divine guidance was not exactly comfortable, Kim Hyun-gu pointed an accusing finger. And it is precisely because of that I know you guys have always treated me like a debtor. So what do you have to say for yourselves? Hamet just stood there in silence, thinking to himself, he met the 50th Tower Master. This is definitely going to give the other side a headache. After a moment of silence, Hamet spoke up. I am very sorry. He stood straight, bowing his head. I want to sincerely apologize for underestimating you and for rushing to conclusions. I hope you won to be mad. Kim Hyun-gu had been furious for days, but seeing the humbled attitude made him feel a bit sorry for the guy. He waved his hand dismissively. Cough, they are reacting way more chill than I expected. It is honestly exhausting. But whatever, he pushed his chair back and stood up. So you are saying all I have to do is walk through that portal to join the gathering of the Tower Masters? Right, Ava nervously chimed in. Oh wait, are you really planning to go through there? Hamet confirmed. That is right, it is a one-way passage to the conference hall. So when you want to return, just use the front door. Kim Hang-ge, wearing his Gucci sandals from the Dongshuan market, stood in front of the portal, thinking to himself, I have heard that traveling between towers is really tough, but this jerk somehow made that difficult task look so easy. Seeing Kim Hang-ge ready to step in, Hamet quickly said, well then, I will take my leave. I have some reports to file with my superiors, and I hope this meeting will be beneficial for you. After saying that, Hamet vanished in a flash. He said what he needed to say and just dipped. Kim Hang-ge did not care or worry at all. Whatever. There are way more important things to deal with right now, so let us get going. Once he stepped through the portal, Kim Hang-ge found himself in a grand, breathtaking hall, with white furnishings, blue curtains, and golden carvings, illuminated by large, ornate chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The food stalls were filled with all kinds of mouth-watering dishes. Kim Hang-ge was taken aback. This is the Tower Masters Conference Hall. How ridiculously luxurious can you get? Everyone here was dressed to the nines, while our main guy was just in sportswear and his Gucci sandals from the market, taking it all in, and there were a ton of people participating too. What is staring at me like that, and with such an air of superiority? Being the center of scrutiny really feels ridiculous. While someone was checking out my outfit and sandals, someone approached from behind and asked, excuse me, are you the 51st Tower Master? A girl with pink hair dressed as an attendant walked up, and Kim Hang-ge turned around. Soccer, who are you? Do you know me? The cheerful pink-haired girl introduced herself. Oh, I am the receptionist in charge of assisting the rituals for the Tower Masters in this conference hall. I just got word from Hymeth. He told me to come help you out since it is your first time attending this conference. Kim Hang-ge felt a sense of relief and asked the receptionist. Oh really? Perfect timing. I have been looking for someone to tell me which Tower Master is Dyblin. I need to talk to him. The receptionist paused. Soccer, you mean Dyblin? The scene shifts to the management office, where the manager was fiddling with the achievement gem that Kim Hang-ge had handed over, looking genuinely surprised. Hymeth asked, do you think so too? Manager. The manager examined the gem. Yeah. Who would have thought someone could gather so many achievements in such a short time? Hymeth shared the same doubts and suggested, if you are not too sure, I can trace its origins for you. The manager pondered for a moment, then set it down on the table. It is fine. The problem does not lie with the achievements themselves. We do not need to waste our time on that. By the way, the 51st Tower Master is attending this meeting. Right, Hymeth replied. Yes. He is definitely attracting a lot of attention from the other Tower Masters. The manager speculated, so the new faction will be trying to approach him soon. Probably. From their perspective, the 51st Tower Master was the center of attention for various reasons. Spirits, angels, and demons. The current Tower Masters were formed from a balance between these three factions. The 51st Tower Master had recently emerged as a powerful figure after defeating a psychological demon and still did not belong to any faction. Naturally, they would want to recruit him, but among them, the Spirit faction had a completely different stance. The manager was puzzled and asked, why is that? Hymeth explained, as I reported, it seems he has had clashes with the 50th Tower Master for a while now. The one belonging to the Spirit faction is gone. The 50th Tower Master is just a low-ranking member, but the Spirit faction still needs to save face. So I guess compared to other factions, they will use underhanded methods to approach the 51st Tower Master. The manager smirked with interest. Oh. Underhanded methods, you say? What do you mean? Hymeth replied, I think they will try to undermine his status so he can make a move, even if he joins another faction, even if it means resorting to open violence. Back with the receptionist and Kim Hang-ge. The receptionist was deep in thought. Let us discuss this, Kim Hang-ge asked. What is wrong? Don't you recognize the Tower Masters by their names? The receptionist stammered. Of course I remember, but I have never heard that name before. Kim Hang-ge nodded. Oh really, so that jerk is not the Tower Master? He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away. Alright then, I will just go find him myself, the receptionist anxiously called after him. Wait, sir, you are going to look for him. But how will you do that? Kim Hang-ge inhaled deeply and stood in the middle of the hall, shouting loudly to grab everyone's attention at the banquet. Hey everyone, I am thrilled to meet all of you. You pathetic Tower Masters have been staring at me like I am some kind of freak show exhibit. I wonder if any of you secretly think you know Baplan or have met him. If you do, step forward. Everyone nervously looked at Kim Hang-ge, and the receptionist almost fainted from this lunatic's antics. Rushing to stop him, Sir, you can do that. Kim Hang-ge did not hold back. Come on, Let me finish what I need to do here and get out of this dump. The cheerful atmosphere dipped with awkwardness. Yet no one stepped up. Kim Hyun-gu grumbled. Why the hell is no one answering? A voice rang out. You are quite the character. Kim Hyun-gu turned to the source of the voice. Who are you? The arrogant figure was none other than the fourth Tower Master, Ipsit. Kim Hyun-gu barely acknowledged him, focused instead on his own quest. Are you Baplan? No way. Right. Tipsit crossed his arms and replied. I do not know who Baplan is. But I have a question for you. Human, are you the 51st Tower Master who defeated the Mine Tower Master? Kim Hyun-gu coolly responded. What if I am? Ipsit pointed angrily at Siegfried standing behind him. Then you must be the one who tortured that jerk into this state, ruining Fairfighter's reputation. Right. Kim Hyun-gu smirked. Huh. What are you talking about? He cheerfully waved at Siegfried. Hey there, my friendly neighbor. So glad to see you here. Siegfried was taken aback, cursing Kim Hyun-gu under his breath. Don't pretend like we are close. You jerk, Kim Hyun-gu asked Siegfried. So what do you want? You are not even Baplan anymore. What do you need from me? The big guy stepped closer. Instead of asking what I need, I have something to say to you. Kim Hyun-gu looked up, unfazed. You have something to say? Yeah. It is nothing much. But, he suddenly got serious. Threateningly. Enough with the jokes, you arrogant bullhead. Don't act like a superstar just because you defeated a Mine Tower Master. We spirit beings can easily crush scum like you. Do you understand? You do not want to end up with your mouth full of dirt. Kim Hyun-gu chuckled at Ipsit's nonsense. What am I supposed to learn from this little chat? Are you just another loser who picks fights because you think you are the best? He snapped. How dare you? The receptionist noticed things were not looking good and quickly intervened to mediate between the two, asking, please, just stop it. You too. The rules clearly state that fighting is not allowed in the conference hall, so please calm down and… Alright, the guy turned to yell at her. Hey, you little receptionist. Who do you think you are interrupting me? The receptionist was stunned. And before she could react, he punched her, blood flying from her mouth right in front of Kim Hyun-gu. The receptionist fell to the ground, clutching her chest in agony. You two little brats. Neither of you knows your place. Got any last words? Tears streaming down her face. She sobbed. If I have done anything to upset you, I am so sorry. I am terrified. Sir, please forgive me. Kim Hyun-gu watched in silence, bowing his head. Ipsit swaggered past Kim Hyun-gu, smirking. Well, at least you are setting an example for the others. He boasted to him. See what happens, Tower Master 51. If you do not reflect on yourself, you will end up like… Huh. Before he could finish his lecture, he turned to find Kim Hyun-gu had vanished. Where the hell did that punk go? Before he could even wonder, Kim Hyun-gu launched a surprise attack from behind, gently caressing Ipsit's cheek, sending him flying into the air and crashing against the wall like a gecko. Kim Hyun-gu said angrily, I really can't understand why you Tower Masters all seem to love getting your asses kicked. The figure cloaked in bright red was none other than the Fire Spirit King, Ipsit. He was the supreme ruler of the Crimson Flames, praised by all, and even among the other Tower Masters of different magical factions. He held a high rank. He was one of the strongest among the strong, which is why the other Tower Masters could not help but gawk in shock at how easily someone like Ipsit was subdued, something no one ever expected. To make matters worse, the one who took him down was just some nobody. Kim Hyun-gu confidently wiped his hands and turned to the pink-haired guide, saying, Hey, excuse me for a sec. The girl, still puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Before she could get an answer, a cloud swooped in and lifted her up. He said to the cloud. First cloud, take her away a bit. The guide screamed as she was whisked away. Hey, wait. What? Kim Hyun-gu stared intently at the Fire King, saying casually, this place is about to turn into chaos. From my experience, someone like him is about to explode any second now. Sure enough, Ipsit was boiling over, his eyes ablaze, jaws grinding together, speechless with rage. You. Finally, he managed to spit out a short curse at Kim Hyun-gu. You son of a bitch. Clearly used to this kind of thing. Kim teased him just for kicks, noting how hot-headed he was, like a volcano ready to erupt. At this point, Ipsit was engulfed in flames, announcing loudly, I will kill you, number 51. On some distant screen, footage was playing of Kim Hyun-gu launching Ipsit, and one eye was intently watching the recorded scene with awe. So this all went down less than 10 minutes after Kim Hyun-gu joined the meeting. Daban, the man in the black robe with an unclear face, responded, Yes, this is the Tower Master of unknown rank, also known as Daban. My eyes keep wondering. Oh my. I can't help but be puzzled as to why you had to panic and call me directly when you should have been in a meeting instead. But it seems you had no other choice. Daban spoke softly. My lord, I truly feel ashamed, but given the situation, I can't approach him secretly as you ordered. The eye, without a hint of hesitation, burst into a loud laugh, encouraging the one in a sticky situation. Yeah, I think so too. But hey, it is already turned out this way, so complaining is pointless. Just let him be, it will be fine. Although it looks like you will have some work to do soon. Daibon remained in a kneeling position to speak, saying he had no objections to that. But is it really okay to just leave him like that? His opponent is Ipsit. After all, the eye chimed in. Oh right, speaking of which, you still do not know what Kim Hyun-gyu is like. Do you? Then hurry back and take a good look at Daibon. He did not even grasp what his master meant by moat before more information was thrown at him. Just look at how ferocious the dog I carefully picked is. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu was gearing up to charge in and get into a brawl with the Fire Spirit King, Ipsit. One side was as hot-headed as fire, while the other remained eerily calm. Ipsit warned the Tepzu around him. Even if you come from the spirit realm or any other faction, just step aside. He said this while launching himself at his opponent, flames roaring in his chest, ready to incinerate his foe. Ipsit boldly declared, from now on, this place will be the execution ground for this damned fool. He unleashed the Fire King technique, the ultimate heat spell, Fire King's destruction. Now, Kim Hyun-gyu could not just sit back any longer. He was beyond irritated. He leaped right up to him, questioning, hey, why do you guys always want to execute me the moment we meet again? Kim Hyun-gyu's lightning speed left the Fire Spirit King frozen. Unsure of what to do, he clenched his fist tightly, emphasizing each word. Do you really want to die at the hands of someone just trying to live a long, healthy life? With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Ipsit's gut, and if he had internal organs, they would probably be spilling out by now. Luckily, he did not have any, so he just spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. He looked at Kim Hyun-gyu with a face full of fear and confusion. What the hell? I can keep up with his movements. How is this possible? But before he could figure out the answer, Kim Hyun-gyu vanished from Ipsit's sight, leaving him stunned. Thinking, oh my god, where did he go? As he frantically searched, Kim Hyun-gyu's voice rang out. Whoa, your luck is pretty broad, huh? While preparing to kick down, his expression was incredibly sly, making you think his parents would probably disown him. Kim Hyun-gyu added an important remark. I feel like stomping on this place. With a thunderous stomp, the Fire Spirit King was silenced, barely able to utter a word. One stomp was not enough. He stomped down again to relieve his frustration. With the impact of both stomps, the Fire Spirit King was nothing more than a pesky fly squished to the floor. The Fifth Tower Master, magic-free, trembled at the sight. Thinking, this is just too ridiculous. He recalled the days when Kim Hyun-gyu had beaten him mercilessly. Back then, he was definitely fierce, but not to this extent. Could it be that he was not even using his full power? My foot. Wearing sandals, stomped on Ipsit, enjoying the sight of him like a fish out of water, about to gasp for air. You open your mouth and you are not even mad yet. What the heck? Just a moment ago, you were all boastful about executing me, and now you are already backing down. The Fire Spirit King heard it all but could not do anything. Lying on the ground, feeling both embarrassed and furious, his eyes wide and confused, he thought to himself, what the heck is going on? The strongest member of the spirit faction like me is being dominated so pitifully under the gaze of all the other factions. He gritted his teeth, flames erupting, saying, don't mess with me. Then, Ipsit grabbed the foot of Kim Hyun-gyu that was poking at him. Caught off guard by the sudden foot grab, he asked Ipsit, wait, you are still alive? Ipsit shouted back, you bet. I am the Fire King Ipsit. His entire body ignited in red flame, unleashing the Fire King's technique, the ultimate flame of hellfire. Kim Hyun-gyu was casually watching to see if he had any tricks up his sleeve, but once he saw this, he stiffened. Flames raged like hellfire, enveloping the entire space from Ipsit. He smugly exclaimed, what is wrong, dog? The heat of this fire demands your respect. You can't just brush it off. Ipsit laughed with glee. I have to sacrifice my soul to unleash this ultimate technique. It won't go out unless I choose to extinguish it. This is hellfire at its finest. Whether you fly or crawl, you won't withstand this flame. Amid the flames, the Fire Spirit King's face was eerily illuminated. Floating up like a specter, Kim Hyun-gyu clenched his fist, ready to deliver another blow, just waiting for it to get closer. He taunted Ipsit, so it won't go out unless you extinguish it. Huh, here it comes, with a powerful punch. His fist connected with the Fire Spirit King's body, and Kim Hyun-gyu said, then put it out. You dog. If you want to die. Ipsit's massive body was knocked down to the floor again, poor floor getting dented for the second time. Those watching this spectacle were left speechless. Completely dumbfounded, he playfully wiped his brow and sighed, pretending to be exhausted. Kim Hyun-gyu looked at the red figure lying motionless on the ground and sighed. You talk a big game, but if you pass out, you will just go out like a light. Then he stepped towards the confused crowd and spoke up. All right, I will ask again who is D. Blan or knows D. Blan. Raise your hand. Clearly, Kim Hyun-gyu smiled and raised his own hand, while everyone else was terrified, practically shaking in their boots. De Blan stood off to the side, sweating bullets and trying to chant for luck. Thinking, oh my god! The master, that is clearly a monster. The monster in D. Blan's eyes was grinning from ear to ear. The manager looked at the small virtual screen separating him from Hemet and sighed. So this is what the 51st Tower Master created. Huh. The screen was currently showing the scene where Ipsit got knocked down for the second time. Hemet replied. Yeah. By the time I arrived, everything was already in shambles. The manager scoffed. He really does not know how to hold back at all. He can't even open his eyes to face the world and says, "This is quite inconvenient. Especially since we have not even mentioned that the meeting among the tower leaders has been cancelled. Because of this, we also need to consider the complaints coming from the spirit faction of Ipsit. They have demanded that we either create disadvantages for Tower Master 51 or publicly apologize to them." He stared intently at the image of Kim Jin-hyuk on the device and said seriously, "It seems this situation has really hit their pride, but this is clearly a battle from both sides. So we can't just pin all the blame on one party. To be honest, it was Ipsit who started all this mess, the manager of the tower. So Cam must have some plans brewing." He squinted in disgust with Hemet. "So let us do it this way. We will hold another meeting," Hemet confirmed. "Another meeting with the Tower Masters," he replied casually. "That is right. We will try to fix this chaotic event and open a forum for everyone to exchange ideas." Hemet was a bit worried about his boss's plan and tried to persuade him. "Even if we do that, I think Tower Master 51 won't just obediently apologize." He seemed unfazed, as if telling a story. "Of course. Just remember to let the spirit faction know if that happens." The next thing he said was filled with calculation. "If they plan to pay a reasonable settlement, we will send a request to one of our company's tower masters, the Sun God." Hemet hesitated. "The Sun God? Manager, are you planning to wipe out Tower Master 51? He laughed and waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. He is a valuable client of ours, but I think we should keep him in check a bit." He chuckled dryly. "Well, he might actually end up dead. But if that happens, we will just have to deal with it. This situation is really getting on my nerves." In a remote part of Russia, while everyone else had fallen asleep, a few rooms still emitted faint light from their windows. Avi crossed his arms and looked at Kim Ian-gu. "So you did not just fail to meet Diddy Bland, but you also caused a ruckus and came back like this. Is that what you are saying?" "Guardian." He propped his feet up on the table and replied casually. "Pretty much." Hyun-gu recounted that later he politely asked them, but no one knew who Diddy Bland was. "But the reality is," he yelled like a banshee, "you guys seriously do not know him." The people being asked responded nervously, "We really have no idea. He was not polite at all." And it seemed Kim Hyun-gu's account was a little different from the truth. He suddenly remembered something and jumped up from his seat. "Do not tell me that deadpan guy messed up the name for me. They clearly were people the management company had no clue about, which is why they had to hide their identities. What if your trouble there cost them the chance to reach out to you? If that deadpan guy were around, he would definitely be furious with you. Right on the money. You idiot." Kim Hyun-gu felt what he said made sense, so he felt a bit guilty. "Maybe, just maybe that is how it is. Come on, I am no expert here. It is not like I wanted to fight. And besides, everything is already done. What else do you want me to do? If they really needed me, they would be contacted me by now." No carefully continued, trying to prevent Kim Hyun-gu from going off the rails. "Sure, that is true." But No suddenly froze. Longy turned to ask, "Dude, what is going on here?" No cautiously sensed again. Something had just breached the tower's defense system. Hyun-gu beside him asked, "Zico, are those the guys with slanted eyes again?" No furrowed his brow, trying to see clearly. He worriedly reported, "No, this one's even worse." Just as Noah finished speaking, a booming voice filled the vast room. "Nice defense setup you have here. I am a bit surprised. Even though I have got the coordinates, it is tough to transmit my consciousness here." A man in a black robe appeared at the main door. Hyun-gu immediately stood up from his chair and shouted, "Wait, is this a restaurant or what? Why are there so many shady-looking folks here? And who is this guy?" The mysterious figure chuckled, hooded and said, "No need to be on guard. I am the one you sent your crew to find. I am D-Ban." Kim Hyun-gu paused, asking, "Wait, you are D-Ban?" D-Ban confirmed. "That is right, Kim Hyun-gu. I hold the truth about the management company you are tangled up with, and I have got a proposal from my master." As night fell, the Mexico casino lit up with excitement. Than Long, holding a glass of red wine, surveyed the scene. "I came here because I heard it is a tourist spot, but this casino is anything but quiet." After Than Long expressed a bit of interest, she tried to keep this sulky-faced guy entertained. "After all, this is supposed to be a place for fun. Right, as long as you do not blow too much cash, it can actually be a blast. Hey, Than Long. You in?" Than Long flatly declined. Maybe because I have spent my life in meditation and spiritual awakening on the mountain, I am just not used to these human amusements." Than Long sighed as he watched his buddy blend into the lively atmosphere. "Hey, that guy used to live like me, but it seems like this kind of scene suits him just fine." That guy he was referring to was Enki's Kong. Enki Fikam pushed all the colorful chips stacked on the table forward, challenging the other players to go all in. A few players at the table hesitated, not daring to continue, not seeing any reaction. Enki Kong started to berate them. "Are you guys playing or napping? Why's no one reacting? I said I am going all in." Enki Fikong was livid. "If you are scared, just get out of here." Than Long concluded. This place really suits him. He just kept a tight-lipped grin. "Yep, you got that right." Flashback to when they first entered the casino. Than Long had once explained the cards to Nis Kong. I only taught him for a bit, and I never expected him to adapt this quickly. Danlong assessed the situation from the side. At this rate, all the money here is going to end up in his pocket. Danlong stood next to her, arms crossed in agreement. Exactly. At this rate, the casino will end up under his control. Just as she spoke, a tall, bald man in a black suit grabbed Naxi Kung's shoulder. Behind him were a few others dressed similarly. The bald man said sternly, "Sir, please come with us." Nkisi Kung, annoyed at being interrupted, asked, "Huh, what do you want? Where are we going?" Can't you see I am in the middle of a game? The security guard stands his ground, insisting there is a report of Sun Wukong cheating, and according to the rules, they have to check him. Wukong, feeling annoyed, turns around to glare at the guard, saying, "What? Cheating? What kind of nonsense is that? I am clearly just relying on my luck and talent." The guard ignores him and waves to the group behind him to step up and grab Wukong by the arms, all while pretending to smile. "Oh yes, I get it. So we just want to confirm things a bit. Do not mess up someone else's business." Furious, Wukong shouts, "Damn you bunch of scumbags. You not only interrupt me right when I am about to win, but you dare treat me like a con artist." Xiaorong opens his eyes wide, sensing something bad is about to happen. Danlong remains calm, taking a sip and acting like it is no big deal. "Oh man, we have got ourselves a serious problem. They have just hit his pride. I can't stop him now." Soon enough, Wukong flips the tables, literally turning the strong guy into a ragdoll. Excited, he grabs the shirt of the guy who just grabbed him and lifts him up from the ground, yelling, "You guys are dead meat now." The security team, having never faced someone as skilled, freezes in shock, stammering and unable to complete a sentence. What? This bastard knows how to fight. Damn it. Let us take him down." Wukong shoots them a deadly glare before quickly launching himself into an attack, sending a few guards flying. His rage is so intense. He screams, "Get the hell out of my way," watching his teammates turn into beasts. Xiao Zian, completely unfazed, lets out a sigh. "I knew this would happen." Xiaorong, annoyed, retorts, "What do you mean you knew? You were just hoping to ride his coattails." Luckily, Danlong and Thenma quickly manage to restrain Wukong before he goes completely off the rails. Inside the room, Diblen starts explaining the current situation. Before the tower was erected in every different dimension, magic flowed like nature, seamless and uniform, just like the natural currents of water. But one day, because someone meddled, it started to distort. They used an unknown method to gradually absorb magic from each dimension, controlling the flow of magic that should have been set free, turning it into something only those who enter their tower can access, exchanging it for whatever they put in. After perfecting a system with no loopholes for others to resist, an omnipotent entity emerged just for this, and that is the management company we are talking about. The information I am about to share. While planning, I noticed Hainu sleeping so soundly he was drooling. I got really mad and shouted, "Hey, what is with that attitude?" Kim Hainu was jolted awake from his icy dream, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, I totally fell asleep. Sorry. He stretched, yawning, and continued the conversation. "So basically, the management company is just a bunch of frauds. Right? Why do you need to explain everything in such a roundabout way? It is so boring. Just get to the point already. What is the deal you mentioned?" The planner said seriously. "Alright, let us get straight to the main issue. The master wants you, Kim Hainu, to take the lead in the management company's plan we have set up." Kim Hainu asked loudly for confirmation. "Wait, what? The management company plan?" The planner nodded. "Yes, I know this is not an easy decision, but this is a task set for you. For the sake of this dimension, please lend us your strength." Kim Hainu waved his hand dismissively, pretending to not care. Okay, I get it, count me in." Uriel blinked in shock and asked, "Wait, did you just agree to that?" Uriel still found it hard to believe and confirmed once more. Jill Hayfax. "Really?" Kim Hainu cracked his neck and said, "Well, anyway." He paused for a moment, laughing to himself. "I actually wanted to do this all along. I just needed to do it to score some achievement points." Right? Uriel was at a loss for words but had to admit, "Well, I guess that is true." But Kim Hainu interrupted him. "Alright, so spill the rest of the details. You guys could not have rushed here without a specific plan. Right, so what is the plan?" The planner was caught off guard when asked. Well, you see." In the stillness of the night, a lone plane took off into the dark sky. Seal Jian shivered while observing her teammates laughing and chatting, feeling a mix of emotions. This trip had left her stunned on so many levels. It was her first vacation in years. "I really did not expect to receive a bill like this. Aside from all the sentimental stuff, there is also the medical expenses for the injured casino staff, the repair costs for the damaged building, and compensation for business losses." Seal Jian clenched the paper in her hand, wondering why. Why did I have to deal with the consequences of something I did not even do? The clueless guy nervously fiddled with his fingers, facing Seal Jian who is about to blow her top, and all he could mumble was, But I am just a little crazy with the money. Seal Ji-un gripped the paper tighter in frustration. Then why did you cause such a mess? A broke guy, no wait. A monster. No, a damn disaster. She slammed the paper down on the table. I have no idea. She took a deep breath. Alright, fine. Money is not the issue. To me, this amount is not a big deal. What really ticks me off is... The announcement from the small screen on the plane blared. Next up, footage of a man's rage at a casino in Mexico is going viral, and accompanying him is Lee Seol-jae-un, the leader of Gyeongsang, one of Korea's main representatives. This incident sparked a massive controversy. A witness stated that Lee Seol-jae-un was with this man as they entered the casino, almost like they were a couple. Not stopping there, people are now calling this guy a heartthrob, as reports claim he has a very handsome look. Some say Lee Seol-jae-un is financially supporting this guy and they are having a secret romance. The two young men on the same flight pointed at the screen, laughing. Ha ha ha, a secret love affair. Ha ha ha. The announcement continued to blare from the screen. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, and out of nowhere, a ball was thrown, shattering the screen into pieces. The portal let out its last few gasps, and so far, Gyeongsang has not released any statement on this matter. Seol-jong had just thrown the ball, glaring at the two with a deadpan expression. Having fun. Are we? The two guys awkwardly responded. We are sorry. Seol-jong tightened her voice. Right after this, she collapsed to her knees in tears, wailing, I am done for. I am really done for. I came here wanting to enjoy a bit of this romantic atmosphere, and now it is all ruined. Miriam covered her mouth and whispered, Seol-ji, Chama is covering your eyes from behind. This scene is terrifying. Do not look. Seol-ji-un blurted out. Who would want to date a girl who has been rumored on the news to be keeping a boy toy? I just want to die alone. In Fi-kong, seeing her like this, hurried over to comfort her, saying, Calm down, Seol-ji, if you are worried about not dating anyone, how about going out with me? Seol-jong stopped crying immediately, her eyes wide as she looked at Enki-chang. Really? Are you serious? Ing-seeing seized the moment to calm her down and quickly agreed. Yeah, I am totally free now. Just call me if you need anything. Ing-yi-kong reached out to wipe the tears lingering on her cheeks, saying, so do not cry anymore. Okay. Seol-jong's heart bloomed like a flower of love. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Seol-ji-un thought to herself. On the other side, Kim Hoing-gu began analyzing the detailed plan they had just devised, saying, so to carry out your plan, I need to uncover the achievements of the spaces that eye has lost track of long ago and open a pathway for him. Right? Yeah. Exactly. Bland replied. But why did he clumsily drop something so important? Uriel quickly retorted. He did not drop it, he lost it. From what I gathered, he was fleeing from an attack caused by the management company and got seriously injured. That is why, after that incident, his body was trapped in a dimension that even he could not identify. A place where sending and receiving messages from his own spirit became incredibly difficult for a long time. That battle that happened that day, as far as I have heard, Kim Hoing-gu interrupted. Enough of that, I do not care. So where's the outcome of that effort? Good heavens. Are you still looking for it? Uriel's face turned sour as he was called out, trying to defend himself. Searching through space while avoiding the management company's gaze is not as easy as you think. You need to have top-notch skills and meticulous attention to detail. Hyun-gu cut him off again, saying, okay, that is enough. So first, I need to help you find it. Right? Uriel denied. No, you do not have to do anything now. As I said, searching for a dimension is not just difficult, it is what my master initially wanted. Uriel's hand started to fade, and he muttered under his breath, damn it, it is time for me to head back. Hyun-gu looked surprised. Huh. Already, Uriel explains. As you already know, sneaking into someone else's tower like this is not easy. To keep the management company from finding out I am here, I have set up countless barriers. So, let us keep this conversation going in the next Tower Lord meeting. Hyun-gu, caught off guard, asks back. Wait, are they planning another meeting between the Tower Lords? Uriel uses his last moments to remind Hyu. Maybe so, since the meeting they were preparing turned into complete chaos. They will have to hold another one not just for the management's sake. This is not exactly a piece of advice. But I think you should be careful because it won't just be me waiting for you there. A hollow ancient tree stands in the middle of a green meadow, which serves as the common dimension for the spirit faction, the spirit tree. Inside this trunk is the conference hall for the spirit kings. Fire Spirit King Eep shouted, banging the table, insisting we settle this by sitting down and talking. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you have any idea how much trouble that monster Kim Hyun-gu has caused me? We are on the same team. Yet you not only do not want revenge but you also say such ridiculous things. Water Spirit King Orek and Wind Spirit King Sinfeet turn away, pretending they did not hear anything. Continues his rant. Even if the management holds us back, do not you think this is totally unreasonable? Nygat, Water Spirit King, leader of the spirit faction. Nygat, rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Nygat, called out by EP, sighed, calming down to think it through. Aren't you the one who knows best? The strength he displayed back then was at a level we would struggle to handle. Ape hesitates, trying to counter, well, that is true, but Nagat calmly analyzes. Of course, if we all charged in together, the outcome would be different, but we can avoid getting seriously hurt. If another faction seizes the opportunity to invade this territory, can you handle the consequences? Hearing this, feels the weight of the situation. Nagat continues. So if we can get an apology and end this here, that'd be the best outcome. Sinfeed admits, I agree with you, but will he even be willing to do that? He is not the type to listen to reason. If he does not apologize, what do we do then? Nagat replies without hesitation. Then we do not have to hold back anymore. Although I do not want to lose a member beneficial to our faction, we have to accept the management's second proposal. The three are taken aback by Nayat's words, and Ord asks, are you saying that means? Nagat does not deny it. That is right. I will assign one of the management's strongest forces, the Sun God, to eliminate Kim Hyung-gu. A few days later, on the rooftop of the 51st tower, Hyung-gu sat with his arms crossed, laughing mockingly. Oh my gosh! Lighten up that face a bit. Is that really the expression you choose when inviting someone to a party? It is so scary I might not even go. Turns out he was talking to Himet, who was standing at the entrance to the portal. Hyung-gu kept teasing. What is the matter? Did you really struggle that much dealing with the chaos I caused? Himet was furious but could not do anything. Simply summarizing, it is time. Let us go. Kim Hyung-gu stood up, not forgetting to strike a pose. Man, you are really tight-lipped. Huh. Alright, I'm off. See ya. Himet was so mad he did not even bother to reply, afraid that if he opened his mouth, this goofball would embarrass him even more. Hyung-gu suddenly remembered to ask Himet, wait, are not you coming with me this time? Himet frowned and replied, no, thanks to someone. I now have more work to do, so I can keep up with the other tasks. This time, there definitely won't be any issues. This meeting is specifically for you guys anyway. Hyung-gu, confused, turned back to ask, wait, why is it about me? Himet did not pay attention to what he just said and quickly walked away. I am super busy. Gotta run. Hyung-gu looked at the spot where Himet had just stood and saw no one, clenching his fists in frustration. Damn it. What a bummer. Kim Hyung-gu thought to himself, those guys must be plotting something. He looked at the magical gate Himet had just created and muttered, well, I will find out as soon as I step through. As soon as he stuck his head out, he was surprised to see several people waiting for him at the gate for a long time, muttering in confusion. Huh, what the heck is this? Am I really that famous? Why did you all gather to welcome me like this? Ignoring the faces that looked like they wanted to devour him, Hyung-gu pointed at them and asked if Ipsit was among them. Are these the folks from that elf faction you mentioned? That super annoying lot? Ipsit, irritated, snapped back. This idiot again. Nayas raised her hand politely to introduce herself. It is a pleasure to meet you, Tower Master of the 51st. I am the leader of the elf faction. Nayas, I am here to make a proposal to you. Hyung-gu was confused. A proposal? What the heck? Naya spoke in a commanding tone. Tower Master of the 51st. Kim Hyung-gu, bow down and apologize to us. Immediately, seeing her act all high and mighty, Hyung-gu on the other side looked visibly annoyed. Apologize. Bow down. What are you talking about? Naya still did not realize she was about to get roasted. Calmly explaining, you committed an act of violence against one of our high-ranking members with such intensity that you nearly killed him. We definitely know that we share some responsibility for this. After all, Ipsis was the one who started it, but the damage you caused clearly exceeded the bounds of self-defense. However, since we are not innocent either, and we do not want to waste our energy on this nonsense, all you need to do is apologize to us once, and this will all be over. That is, unless you want to make the elf faction your enemy. I felt my mouth twitch, a reflexive chuckle escaping. Kim Hyung-gu looked at those smug faces with a pitiful expression, thinking, you guys are really pushing it. Are you seriously threatening me out in the open now? Fine. Whatever. Along with that monkey-like face, Hyung-gu's hand started to move too, few sparks popping up from his palms. He thought to himself, after all, being bold suits my style better anyway. If it is tasty, then bring it on. Suddenly, a voice rings in his head, telling him to stop. Kim Hyung-gu. He turns around to see a white-haired person leaning against a pillar. He is now sure this voice belongs to Daiban. Noticing he is looking at him, subtly waves him off. Don't stare at me like that. If the other tower leaders find out I am using telepathy to communicate with you, it is going to be a real mess. But seriously, what the hell are you doing? Kim Hyung-gu, have you forgotten my last request? He stutters. Well, the thing is, he remembers when they were sitting in the conference room, and Daiban pointed at him, saying, listen closely, Kim Hyung-gu, you must not cause any trouble for the time being. Hyun-woo, resting his chin on his hand, is startled when his name gets called. Huh, what is going on all of a sudden? Daiban leans over the table, pointing at him. Since the previous battle did not lead to any definite outcomes, things are still calm, but the future might not be so bright. If one day you end up killing another tower leader, it would just give the management company a reason to step in. they would start pressuring you by cutting off the mana supply from the tower immediately. Deban helplessly covers his face, reminding him, so if you do not want to lose your tower before we can execute our plan, you better cool it with that hot-headed attitude of yours. I trust you can manage that. Right? Hyenwu waves his hand dismissively, laughing. Oh come on, I thought it was something serious. Of course, I will behave. I am not some delinquent or troublemaker. I will be the model citizen. You do not have to worry about me. Deban uses telepathy to jab at him. Aren't you the one who confidently said all that? You little troublemaker. Kim Hyenwu scratches his head and decides to let it slide. Alright, because I am a good person, I will tolerate you guys this time. Whatever. Nyath, not achieving their goal, turns back. What? Where do you think you are going? Number 51. You need to ask permission before you leave. Hyenwu, slightly irritated, retorts. Hey, show some respect. Don't push your luck. The Nyath crew sweats nervously. You keep pushing me like this. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me? What is the deal? Do you want me to make the first move and kill one of your subordinates, so you can use that as an excuse to take me out? I am not blind. You know. Nyath, caught off guard, jumps up. What are you even saying? Hyenwu does not wait for a moment of dignity and waves his hand dismissively like shooing away a fly. As he turns away, he can't help but throw in a few parting shots. Yeah. Whatever. If you hate me that much, just take a swing at me first. I am game for a fight. But I doubt you have the guts to follow through. Nyath, fuming like she just bit into a chili pepper, commands, let us head back. Epsit follows, unwilling to let it go. Are we really just going to let this slide? What about our dignity? Nagath was at her wit's end, saying, we have no other choice. It seems he has no intention of apologizing at all. If we confront him head on, we won't gain anything. Epsit added, so we only have one option left. Nagath did not deny it. That is right. We will contact Herms as soon as we get back and tell him whatever he wants. We will give it to him. Nagath's face twisted in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. All she wanted was for him to crush that arrogant human. Diblen was communicating telepathically with Kim Hyenwu, and it seemed like things were under control for now. But you still need to be careful. We do not know what those bastards with that spirit might be plotting. Hyenwu took a bite of his snack, still confused, asking again, what exactly does this highness mean? Is it like some kind of club or something? Diblen explained. Well, I was going to explain this to you when we met in person, but since there are too many eyes around, I will just use telepathy for now. That is the deal. Hyenwu sighed in his chair, muttering to himself, great. Another long, boring explanation coming up. I'm so sleepy. On the second floor, a mysterious figure in a black cloak stood in the hallway, asking the person next to him, is that the monster from Tower 51 that you mentioned? The other person replied straightforwardly, that is right. The scruffy-faced man's features were barely visible under the cloak as he grinned widely. Looks like we have an interesting character here. A company manager elsewhere observed the spirit and Hyenwu through a screen from a large room. He thought to himself, just as I suspected, it was bound to turn out this way. After the spirit left, the second meeting of the tower leaders wrapped up quietly. However, signs revealing the aftermath of the meeting began to show up in the form of piles of gold right after it ended. In another location, someone sitting atop a mountain of gold and silver asked Hemet below, so what is this mission regarding a creature named Kim Hyenwu that the spirit assigned? Hemet replied respectfully, yes, that is correct, your sun god. The one asking was Jia, the sole tower master of the Sun God Management Company, lounging comfortably with his chin resting on his hand. Jia frowned slightly, mocking, is it really this pathetic that you are forced to request help for such matters? Well, that is because they are too weak to stand on their own, so they have to band together and set up this whole thing. Hemet fell silent. Jia continued, well, work is work, so I will take on this request, but how am I supposed to get to Tower 51? Are you going to take me there? Hemet would not even dare to take this old man. He replied, no, I am just here to inform you of their commission. Instead, please use this teleportation stone that the spirit prepared. Jia took the small green orb from Hemet's hand, observing it in surprise. Could this be a mana containment item from the world tree? Hemet confirmed seriously, that is exactly it. Jia held the small orb in his hand, pondering. Of course, I have heard that the world tree can infiltrate any security system and connect to various traditional portals as long as there is enough mana, so you guys can even transform it into this shape. Huh. Those pathetic fools actually have this kind of talent. Hemet was annoyed by the name Jiangam, constantly pressing for answers. So can you tell us when this entrusted mission will be completed? I need to update everyone on the progress. Jia did not seem rushed at all, still holding the small orb, contemplating. Oh. People keep saying there is nothing to worry about since the travel issues have already been resolved, so it should not take too long. Meanwhile, at Kim Hyengu's house, he sat there with his arms crossed, mumbling in frustration. I have heard a bit about the three factions from the gathering of the Tower Lords, but in the end, D-Plan's conclusions were just like everyone else's. Kim Hyun-gu remembered when D-Plan scolded him, warning him not to cause any trouble until he found the accomplishments of our master. Kim Hyun-gu's face grew even longer as he thought deeply. That is just how it is. Then he sighed, flopping back on the sofa, saying, well, whatever, their way of handling things is really annoying, but I can't do anything for them anyway, so I might as well enjoy this break. Suddenly, a pair of delicate white feet appeared, bringing a light, sweet scent with them. Kim Hyun-gu, lying down, caught a whiff of the aroma and curiously wondered, what is that delightful smell? Just then, the soft voice of the ghostly figure chimed in. Do you like it? It is a gift I prepared for you, Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in surprise. A gull. Kim Hyun-gu then sat up straight, looking at the ghostly figure and said, I was just wondering what that smell was. Is it coming from you? The ghostly figure held up a blue lotus, wafting a sweet fragrance, and said, it is a rare item called illusion perfume. As soon as you use it, both your mind and body will enter a state of relaxation, and all fatigue will vanish instantly. It is a truly rare treasure. Kim Hyun-gu tried to open his hand and then gasped, whoa, I really do feel more comfortable. So it is because of this? He immediately asked the ghostly figure. But why are you here? I have not seen you around lately because you have been so busy training. The ghostly figure placed the blue lotus down and said, well, I think it is time for me to slowly reclaim what I deserve from your student. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was quite surprised and asked, my student. The ghostly figure stepped closer to Kim Hyun-gu and said, that is right. Then she began to grasp his shoulders, making him jump. The ghostly figure gently said, that person, Kim Hyun-gu. She looked at him with a tantalizing gaze, licking her lips in excitement. I plan to taste him today. Kim Hyun-gu turned beet red, quickly shouting, what nonsense are you talking about? The ghostly figure remained incredibly calm, replying, what is so nonsensical about it? You still owe me a big debt after everything that happened, especially regarding you and your students. Those two kids think I am doing this out of goodwill. At this point, the ghostly figure laughed, but in this world, there is no such thing as goodwill without a price to pay. I went through all this trouble because I want something, and that something is right in front of me. Kim Hyun-gu was both scared and panicked, stammering, I do not understand what the hell you are talking about. Kim Hyun-gu grabbed the hand of the Night Stalker and said, all right, can you step back a bit? No matter how hard you hold on to me, I am still stronger than you. Kim Hyun-gu's arm was trembling, and no matter what he did, he could not break free from the Night Stalker's grip. Panicking, he looked at his shaking hand and exclaimed, what the hell, girl? What is going on here? How did my hand end up like this? The Night Stalker chuckled and said, it is useless. Newbie, this illusion perfume is something I have infused my mana into for days. As long as you catch a whiff of this scent, even if you are a human, it will be tough for you to retain your strength. Kim Hyun-gu felt completely drained, like a fish out of water, and hurriedly asked, wait, why do you have to go this far? The Night Stalker, clearly enjoying herself, said with a smirk, do not worry, as soon as I dispel this scent, your strength will come back in no time. Kim Hyun-gu shouted, do you really think that is what I am worried about right now? The Night Stalker lightly touched Kim Hyun-gu's throat and said, you do not need to be so tense. Then she lifted his chin and whispered, I just want to taste a little today. As the Night Stalker leaned in closer, Kim Hyun-gu panicked and blurted out, wait, but the Night Stalker did not care about his protests. She smirked, getting even closer, and said, of course, if this flavor exceeds my expectation, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Suddenly, a red notification flashed in front of Kim Hyun-gu, freezing the Night Stalker in her tracks. Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback, stammering, what is this? The notification displayed urgent red text. Emergency situation. Kim Hyun-gu was shocked. Emergency alert. Priority situation. A notification appeared immediately. The rooftop is summoning you. Time left, 5 seconds. 4. Oh. The Night Stalker was furious that her moment was interrupted, yelling out, what? Now of all times? You are kidding me. I barely have any of this illusion perfume left. Kim Hyun-gu watched the countdown clock hit 2 seconds and sighed in relief, laughing. Perfect. Just perfect. What timing? The countdown screen showed 1 second left, and Kim Hyun-gu cheerfully said, let us go. The system instantly transitioned to a castle, and Kim Hyun-gu found himself there, joyfully sitting in a chair, feeling content. That was a real scare. Thanks to you I made it out alive. Good job, Avia. But what is the emergency? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Oh, so you made it. Kim Hyun-gu was thrilled by the sight before him, his eyes widening. The sun god had one hand tightly around Avia's throat, smirking as he said, you are late, you lowly creature, while Avia struggled to breathe, weakly calling out, protector. The sun god tightened his grip around Avia's neck, tauntingly saying, if you were just a second later, I would have snapped this little whore's neck. In an instant, Kim Hyun-gu rushed in, wrapping his arms around Avia, pulling her away from the sun god. As he looked at the others lying unconscious, their bodies marred with wounds, Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, they are all pretty badly injured. But luckily it is not life-threatening. Then he noticed the sun god sneering at him, saying, "Oh, just a lowly creature. But you have got a few decent tricks up your sleeve." Before he could finish, Kim Hyun-gu shot toward the sun god, his eyes filled with intensity, shutting him down. "Lately, I have encountered too many scumbags like you. They all crawl in like this." With that, Kim Hyun-gu threw a punch straight to the sun god's face, sending him flying back, crashing through the wall. But Kim Hyun-gu was not letting up. He jumped after him, shouting, "I could not care less about who you are anymore. You dog. Just take a beating already." Then Kim Hyun-gu swung his fist again, smashing the sun god down to the ground, causing the earth to explode and debris to fly everywhere. At this point, Kim Hyun-gu calmed down a bit, slowly looking at the sun god and saying, "Huh, there is something oddly satisfying about hitting someone. What is up with that?" Seeing the sun god getting punched and still looking unfazed, Kim Hyun-gu quipped, "Got some armor or something?" The sun god finally turned to respond, a sudden attack. "Huh, just as I heard, you really are violent. Now I understand a bit why those pathetic souls would pay such a high price to hire me." Kim Hyun-gu asked in surprise, "Pay to hire? What are you talking about?" The sun god, losing patience, cut him off. "Do not repeat my words, you pitiful excuse for a human. My time is precious. I can't let someone like you waste it." With that, the sun god suddenly unleashed a burst of mana, leaving Kim Hyun-gu in shock. What the hell is this amount of mana? So much. Isn't he at the same level as a mind demon? Realizing this, Kim Hyun-gu was horrified. Could it be that this bastard is one of the elite tower masters of the management company? Kim Hyun-gu immediately used telepathy to communicate with Dyblin. So there really are people like him besides the mind demons? Dyblin quickly replied, "That is right. They are special individuals who take on contracts from the management company in exchange for being exempt from paying tribute to the company. In other words, the management company incurs losses to make them obey their orders. They are the strongest among the strong." Dyblin pondered for a moment and then warned, "If you ever run into them, be cautious. Each one among them may vary in strength, but any of them can take on a whole group by themselves." Back to the sun god, radiating pure mana, Kim Hyun-gu felt a spark of interest. So this jerk is just another manipulative trickster. Huh. Deep down, Kim Hyun-gu had his answer, the best strategy. Take him out before he even has a chance to strike. He bolted toward the sun god at full speed. The sun god only found it amusing, scoffing, "How pathetic. Who puts all their heart and soul into such a trivial brawl? True power is not about pouring every ounce of strength into a pointless attack. It is about controlling a powerful warrior." Just as the sun god said, he had manipulated a skeletal warrior wielding a sword, aimed directly at Kim Hyun-gu. Fortunately, Hyun-gu sensed something was off and quickly dodged the skeleton's strike. Panic set in as Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "What the hell is this? A skeleton? Where did this creepy thing come from?" But the sun god's cold voice echoed on, "This is not just any ordinary skeleton. It is a creature of the fallen, carefully selected by me and revived with mana. They are the elite warriors of the dead." As he spoke, numerous skeletal hands began to claw their way up from the ground, forming a barrier in front of the sun god, who proudly declared, "These are the heroes of a whole generation, possessing unbeatable power. They are my sun army." As Kim Hyun-gu listened to the sun god and looked around, he realized too late that this army of skeletons had surrounded him, cornering him into a deadly trap. Fear gripped Kim Hyun-gu as he scanned his surroundings, whispering in disbelief, "No way. Each of these skeletons has power on par with top-tier fighters." Seeing the battlefield he had set up, the sun god casually snapped his fingers and shouted, "Now let us officially commence this quest." At this moment, Kim Hyun-gu found it a mix of laughter and tears, silently chanting 7,749 times, thinking, "Oh great, I just escaped from a troll, and now this." Looking at the horde of skeletons charged with mana, he could only scream, what a case of dodging a watermelon and hitting a coconut. Meanwhile, near the Tronho residential area where Hyun-gu lived, pair of eyes was observing the scene, watching people play and bustle about. The voice of the Wind King Sinfit rang out, "Look at this crowd, and that one too, Tusk. What a ragtag bunch." Sinfit sighed, his mind swirling, "Why am I stuck with this? What a hassle." Remembering a moment before in the world tree's hollow, Sinfit suddenly burst out singing, "To Tower 51. Huh," slamming the table in annoyance. He complained, "And going alone. Why is that?" The Water King Nea quickly replied, "It is nothing much. I just need you to collect some achievements while the sun god deals with Kim Hyun-gu." Sinfit hesitated, asking, "Is it because you need to nourish the world tree?" Nea nodded. "Exactly. The world tree needs achievements as nutrients to bear more fruit. Of course, the higher the quality of the achievements we use as nutrients, the higher the grade of the fruit. And that also means," Sinfit's face went blank as he continued, "if we do not have enough achievements, both the quality and quantity of the fruit will decrease. Naya held up a trophy and declared, "We have already earned more than enough from the citizens below, but we have to pay a hefty price for this commission. Of course, if we reduce the amount of fruit shared with the Tower Lords, we might be able to make up for it. However, who likes having their share cut? Right, the fruit from the World Tree is our favorite treat." Sinfit hesitated after hearing this, but Naya did not give him any time to think. He quickly added, "So, before the 51st tower returns to the company's ownership, I want you to gather as many achievement bearers as you can and use them as nutrients for the World Tree. You are the most skilled in wind magic, so you will have no trouble sneaking in and grabbing them. This task is yours." Sinfit, back in the present, Sinfit looked down at the bustling street and thought, "She said that, I have no choice but to come here, but everyone in this place is utterly useless. Using mana to catch them would just be a waste." Sinfit wondered to herself, "I can clearly sense an immense amount of mana here, which is why I chose this path. Could I have been wrong?" She frowned and gritted her teeth, thinking, "Well, I might as well just grab whatever I can, even if they are trash. I should be able to squeeze something out of them." Suddenly, the teleportation stone shook violently, and a voice filled with malice echoed, "Is that a person?" Sinfit felt a massive force behind her, glaring at her in resentment. "You are the one who dares to interrupt my feast." Sinfit panicked, spinning around to ask, "What is going on? Something's coming up behind me." Just as she turned, a hand reached out, and the Night Stalker seized Sinfit by the neck, launching her away at terrifying light speed. People looked up at the sky, seeing a streak of light and curiously asking each other, "Woo, what was that? A shooting star?" The Night Stalker took Sinfit all the way to an empty hill before slamming her into the ground, causing rocks to explode, thrown around like trash. Sinfit cried out in pain. What the hell?" The Night Stalker kept pummeling her, making her body explode into pieces. Then, with a sneer, the Night Stalker said, "You better be ready for daring to intrude on my territory and ruin my fun. I want to go easy on you." At this moment, Sinfit recognized that the one grabbing her was the Night Stalker, radiating with mana and malice, and she was terrified. On the ground, she stammered, "Wait. Hold on. I do not know who you are, but there must be some misunderstanding here." But the Night Stalker was not listening. With a crushing stomp, she sent Sinfit flying. No. Back to Kim Hyengu. Kim Hyengu was busy throwing punches into a pile of skeletons, his fists and feet smashing them to bits against the solar army. Kim Hyengu grabbed the skull of one skeleton and smashed it into others, causing bone fragments to scatter everywhere. He looked at the mass of skeletons in front of him and cursed. "Damn it. Why can't I get rid of these rotting piles of bones?" At this moment, the voice of the sun god echoed again. "What did I say? Huh." Lowly creature, the sun god was lounging in his chair, casually watching the battle, with a dry mist fanning him enthusiastically, commenting as he pleased, "This is the mightiest army created to protect the sun realm up high. Even if they get shattered into pieces, they will never stop." Then, the sun god pointed at himself and declared, "As long as I, the glorious embodiment of the sun, am alive, so you should just accept your fate. Lowly creature, just like the sun can never fall from its throne, you won't survive this." Hearing this, Kim Hyengu scoffed and replied, "Oh really? That is nothing to be scared of. In short, these guys are all powered by your mana. Right?" Kim Hyengu stomped to gain momentum and then leaped up, aiming right at the dry mist clinging to him. He excitedly said, "Then I do not need to waste my energy on this. For now, I will just ignore those dry mist pests." His actions and words made the sun god jump in surprise. Kim Hyengu jumped up and smiled widely, shouting, "All I need to do is eliminate you, and it will be over." Suddenly, the sun god grinned and replied, "You dare to touch the realm of the sun? What an endlessly foolish creature you are. What do you think?" Urus, a massive snake, shot up from the ground, its huge mouth lunging straight at Kim Hyengu. Luckily, Kim Hyengu reacted just in time, quickly raising his hand to block the snake's bite. He stared into the deep, gaping mouth of this long, golden creature, his heart racing. "What the heck is this enemy?" "A snake," the sun god calmly explained. "This is Urus, the snake blessed by the sun realm. If the dry mist army is my shield, then Urus is the one who carries out the sun's judgment with its power, the mighty spear." As soon as the sun god finished speaking, Urus unleashed a blast of mana straight at Kim Hyengu, sending him flying away, crashing down and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Seeing this unfold, the sun god was a bit taken aback, saying, "Whoa, I did not expect to have to bring Urus out like this. This task is way more complicated than I thought." "Well, either way, you are only capable of this much." Seeing Kim Hyengu sitting still among the debris, the sun god turned away and ordered, "Make sure to collect his essence." Right after that command, the entire Sun Dry Mist army rushed towards where Kim Hyengu sat. Before the misty arms could reach him, Kim Hyengu sighed, "This is not good." Then Kim Hyengu slammed down, unleashing a colossal burst of mana that obliterated the dry mist without mercy. The sun god looked at the towering mana spike rising behind him, feeling dizzy and terrified. What is this? Kim Hyunga's voice slowly echoed. Actually, I was a bit careless. I thought I would take it easy on you. But lately, I have run into a lot of weaklings, so I lowered my standards a bit. Turns out I did not need to do that with you at all. So now, I will unleash my full power after a long time of holding back. After Kim Hyungu finished speaking, he clenched his fist, gathering all the mana into this punch. And then he unleashed it, obliterating the entire Sun God's army in a single sweep. The Sun God stood there, stunned. His jaw dropped as he stammered, "Oh, what the hell? My soldiers, they were wiped out so easily. This is insane." Just then, Kim Hyungu's hand tightened around the Sun God's throat, cutting off his breath. With a devilish grin, Kim Hyungu flew forward and said, "Now let us see how breathtaking the sunlit scenery can be." The Sun God saw Kim Hyungu's fist coming right at him and panicked. Thinking, "I need to brace myself," he quickly summoned a fish scale shield to protect himself. But it was no use. Kim Hyungu's punch had no mercy. With one left and one right swing, he sent the Sun God reeling, even shattering the protective scale shield to pieces. Kim Hyungu looked at the shattered scales on the ground and smirked. "Well, I have scraped off the scales. Now, let us get to the meat." He followed up with a powerful punch that connected directly with the Sun God's chine, sending him flying across the battlefield. The Sun God crashed painfully into a stone wall, rolling in agony. He was genuinely terrified now, muttering to himself, This is just too ridiculous." Noticing that his opponent was distracted, Kim Hyungu could not help but taunt. "Hey, where are you looking?" The Sun God jumped. Startled, just as he raised his face, he saw Kim Hyungu soaring toward him like a bird, blocking out the sunlight behind him. With a wild, excited grin, Kim Hyungu said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, yet. Oh, but you will wish you were dead." Those words sent shivers down the Sun God's spine, as if the sky and his sun were collapsing around him. In that life or death moment, the Sun God suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Stop! Stop him! Uras! Kill him!" Hearing the command, the serpent Uras shot up from the ground, lunging to bite Kim Hyungu in the gut. This time, Kim Hyungu was ready to go all out, with a fierce glare filled with killing intent. He shouted, "Get lost, you dumb snake." With a single punch, Kim Hyungu swiftly knocked the Uras snake out of the way. At this moment, every inch of him was radiating mana, and nothing could stand in his path. He roared, "Don't block my way," and charged straight at the Sun God. "No one can save you now," the Sun God realized, standing frozen in shock as he cried out. He took out Uras with just one punch. Watching the massive surge of mana rushing toward him, the Sun God felt he was truly facing a nightmare. Who the hell is this freak? What kind of monster is he? But the Sun God had no time for answers. Kim Hyungu charged forward, radiating mana and power, illuminating the entire area, while the Sun God's anguished cries echoed in the air. Meanwhile, at the management company headquarters, Herms looked at the manager and reported, "So, the Sun God has started his mission." The manager, surprised, asked, "Oh, that picky bastard finally decided to carry out a mission. It is about time he did something worthwhile." The manager looked at Herms and asked, "So how long do you think it will take him to complete this mission?" Herms calculated seriously. If he fights seriously, just one day would be enough. But I think it will take about a week. You know how it is. Instead of killing the target immediately, he prefers to slowly wear down both their body and spirit to torture them more. His personality is really twisted. The manager chuckled awkwardly and said, "Well, a week is not too bad since we are trying to reclaim a tower that we have poured a ton of effort into. So I can wait that long." Noticed the manager's changing expression, his excited face wondering, "But I am really curious, how's the Sun God bullying that arrogant punk Kim Hyungu?" Meanwhile, over with Kim Hyungu, his icy, monotone voice rang out, "So you are just here to handle me on behalf of the spirit delegation, right?" At that moment, the Sun God was kneeling on the ground, hands raised to the sky like a punished child, his voice trembling. "Yes, that is right, dear Kim Hyungu." Kim Hyungu sat on a dry chair while a dry guy fanned him, feeling extremely pleased and arrogantly said, "That is right. You should have spoken to me like this from the very beginning. If you had been this obedient, by the end of the match, I would not have had to break all your limbs or do those tiring tricks like dragging you around, making me sweat for nothing. What a hassle." The Sun God did not know what to say, just humbly stammering, "I am really sorry." But inside he thought, "You were having a blast torturing me earlier. So what is with the act now?" Suddenly, Kim Hyungu stepped forward with a serious look, his voice cold as ice. "But hey, why do I feel like you are lying?" This made the Sun God respond fearfully. What?" Kim Hyungu's eyes swept over the Sun God and asked, "You are the special tower master of the management company, right? And you say the management company has nothing to do with this. Doesn't that sound ridiculous?" Hearing this, the Sun God felt a pang of anxiety. He was sweating bullets. Gesturing wildly, well, If the management company got involved in something like this, I would lose part of the profits to pay the agency fees. Then the sun god tried to laugh it off, so I deliberately kept them in the dark. I've got to keep all the profits to myself. Deep down, the sun god was terrified, thinking to himself that he absolutely could not let this slip out. He had already failed the mission. If they find out that I leaked information now, they won't let my tower off the hook. The sun god avoided Kim Hyun-ge's scrutinizing gaze. Worriedly thinking, you need to brush this aside. Kim Hyun-gu pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, fine. Even if that is true, there is not much I can do about it, so I will let it slide. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu stood up and said, now lead the way. I will deal with the nearest place first. The sun god looked up in shock and asked, wait, lead the way. Where are you planning to go? Kim Hyun-gu snapped his fingers and said, where else? Kim Hyun-gu beams with a bright smile, his eyes gleaming with joy as he says, I have to embody the essence of those who sparked this battle. Right. Meanwhile, in this world of trees, the great King Leskill chuckles and adds, while the sun god is dealing with Kim Hyun-gu, I am just here trying to gather all the nutrients I can from Tower 51. The more I think about this plan, the more brilliant it seems. I need to start looking at Naiad in a different light. Naiad, basking in the praise, smugly responds, is that all it takes? The Earth Spirit King recuriously asks, so we just need to wait now. Right, Nigad nods and replies, of course, Sinfit is taking longer than I thought. He must be gathering a lot of nutrients. Suddenly, a door of light appears before them, startling all three. Nigad laughs and says, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Welcome back. Sinfit, crashing into the scene, is followed by the familiar sight of the sun god, battered and bruised. Rushing towards the table, the three of them stare in shock, their faces frozen in disbelief as the sun god slams down, smashing the table to bits. Nigad exclaims, what the hell is going on here? The sun god is a mess, his head cracked, rear end in the air. Eyes dazed, Nigad approaches the sun god, concerned, and asks, What are you doing here? Kim Hyun-gu steps forward, crushing a nutrient fruit beneath his foot, letting out a deathly howl that sends shivers down Nai's spine. With a grin plastered on his face, Kim Hyun-gu growls, I have arrived, you filthy scumbags. The trio flinches in fear. And suddenly, Ipsit and Reed exchange a silent signal before launching themselves at Kim Hyun-gu. Ready to gang up on him, Kim Hyun-gu simply smirks and says, Oh, look at you guys being so hospitable. With one guy in each hand, he effortlessly tosses them aside, cheerfully adding, You are way too eager. Seeing Ipsit and Reed face first on the ground beside him, Nigad feels petrified. Thinking, even the sun god could not take him down. How is this even possible? Kim Hyun-gu strides up to Naiad, gripping her shoulder tightly, and angrily demands, Why won't you just listen? Naiad cries out in pain, blood vessels bulging in her eyes. Kim Hyun-gu, growing impatient, snaps, If you have something to say, spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. Just be honest. Otherwise, even if management does not care for your fate, you are going to die today. Nigad grits her teeth in agony as his grip tightens, her mind racing to find a logical escape. Right now, I am the only one with words. But I have got all this power. If I tap into the power from the tree world, I could summon a few tower masters. But, Nigad glances at Ipsit, Green, and even the sun god, who lies defeated on the side. Anxious thoughts swirl in her mind. Will this be enough to deal with him? He has already taken down the sun god. As she stares at Kim Hyun-gu standing imposingly in front of her, Nigad feels a wave of terror. How can such an absurd existence even be real? Nigad gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry. This took Hyun-gu by surprise, making him blink. Nigad bowed his head and said he was sorry for disturbing him with an unfair act and for putting his tower in a state of jealousy. Here, I officially apologize. Please do not stay mad. Kim Hyun-gu let go of his hand, smirking. I thought you would let your pride get the better of you and come at me swinging. Seeing him so obediently apologize was quite a shock. He must really be scared. Naiad clenched his jaw, enduring the mockery. Kim Hyun-gu stood with his arms crossed, looking at Naiad's green hair. Satisfied. Well, if you are being serious, then that is fine. Alright, I accept your apology. I am just that easygoing. Naiad sighed in relief. Thank you for your generosity, Tower Master 51. Now, please leave. Suddenly, Naiad felt something was off. Kim Hyun-gu stepped closer, glaring at her. But is just saying sorry really enough? Nigad was confused. What do you mean? Then she saw Kim Hyun-gu's fist flying toward her, along with his words. What else? Accept your apology and make you pay for your mistakes. Those are two completely different things. Then Kim Hyun-gu's fist smashed right into Naiad's face, distorting her features, blood splattering everywhere. He chuckled, cracking his knuckles. Alright, now it is time for me to wreck this place. Meanwhile, back with the Night Phantom, the Night Phantom looked down at Sinfield, who was crawling on the ground, saying, I thought we would wiped you out, yet here you are still fighting. I figured you might be stronger, But you are just a letdown. The Night Phantom waved his hands. At this rate, how am I supposed to take you down? Don't you have anything left? Sinfield, battered and torn, gazed at the Night Phantom in confusion. No way. I am one of the high-ranking members of a faction. How can I be losing this badly? Why is such a terrifying being just a regular part of a tower? Sinfield gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. I can take her on alone. If I am going to fight, I need to rally all the Spirit Kings here. Sinfield looked at the teleportation stone in his hand, thinking, to do that, I need to break the teleportation stone, activate the portal, and bring her into our space. But if I expose my shameful face to them just for this commoner, my reputation as a high-ranking member will be ruined. Sinfield recalled how they had always underestimated him and thought, besides, if I return empty-handed, damn it, what can I even do now? The Night Phantom looked at Sinfield, eyeing him closely. Huh, I see you rolling your eyes like that. The Night Phantom tightened his grip on Sinfield's wrist, laughing. So what you are holding is your trump card, huh? Seeing the look of sheer panic on Sinfield's face, the Night Phantom tightened her arm and said excitedly, so, if I destroy this, your only chance of escape will vanish. Right, Sinfield screamed. Wait. Hold on, please do not. The Night Phantom grinned, showing off sharp teeth. How interesting. Alright, kid, I will let you off the hook this time. Sinfield stood there, bewildered, asking, what the heck, why the knife? The ghostly figure of B. Dechkudahad casually replied, I told you, do whatever you want. Beach Q. Dian laughed heartily and said, because no matter how hard you try, it won't make a difference to me, so go ahead. I am curious to see what your pathetic struggle and desperation looks like. Sinfield, feeling his pride wounded, gripped the teleportation stone tightly, shouting, how dare a mere commoner in the tower disrespect a tower master like me? Fine then. Sinfield closed his eyes and yelled loudly. Let us see if you can keep that arrogant attitude when all the other Spirit Kings come for you. Just wait and see. Beach QD Ain observed the scene change, crossing his arms and saying, what is this? Is your trump card a timely teleportation? What a joke. When Sinfield returned to his territory, he laughed. Now you can't act all high and mighty anymore. Sinfield turned around, calling out, everyone, I have brought the best nutrients for the world tree. Come help me. But as he turned back, he only saw a flash of light flickering in the trunk of the world tree. And while Sinfield stood there dumbfounded, the entire world tree toppled over. He screamed in panic. What the heck is going on? Sinfield quickly jumped aside to dodge, while Beachkudi Adrian remained expressionless. Sinfield's face went pale, stuttering, the world tree. It has been cut down. What the hell? Suddenly, Kim Hyengu's voice rang out. Huh. What is going on here? DXO. What are you doing here? Beachkudi Dehane looked surprised. Huh. That voice. From the rubble, a figure emerged, and upon recognizing who it was, Beach Kudidihane joyfully shouted, Kim Hainu. Meanwhile, Sinfield was in shock, thinking, what the hell is he doing here? Ignoring Sinfield, who was trembling like a leaf, Kim Hyengu pointed at Butch Kudahine and asked, why are you following me? What bizarre scheme do you have this time? Bichu Dahen shrugged, saying, I do not have any more illusion perfumes left, so even if I wanted to, I could not do anything. Don't worry. Beach Qdien pushed Sinfield forward and said, I just happened to be here while tracking down a thief hiding on our floor. She showed up right after you disappeared, so I figured she was connected to that emergency. Kim Hyengu suddenly realized and said, huh. Thinking back, she must be part of their group. Did you just say she snuck into our tower? After thinking for a moment, Kim Hyengu smirked, then leaned in close to Sinfield, asking, aha. In other words, besides hiring someone to kill me, you guys want to steal my stuff too? Huh. Sinfield was terrified, almost wetting her pants, while Du kneeled down, saying, I did not want to go anywhere. It is just that an unavoidable situation came up. Kim Hyengu was not interested in hearing any more. He gently caressed Sinfield's cheek with an overwhelming force, sending her flying. He casually said, whatever, I can let you off this time because I have already caused enough chaos. Sinfield was sent tumbling away, dragging along the ground for a long distance. The voice of Kim Hyengu echoed again. So remember to drag them out later. Sinfield wondered aloud. Kim Hyengu continued. They keep whining, saying I am not as strong as the world tree, and making a big fuss over it. That is why I temporarily buried them underground. In front of Sinfield were the four heads of her companions. Leaving her utterly shocked, she crawled over to her friends, stuttering, everyone's okay, right? How did you all end up in such a miserable state? Red-faced and furious, she shouted. Shut up. Sinfield, the god of the sun, began to cry. Well, why is it me? Kim Hyengu casually said. Figure it out yourself, I am leaving. Beach Kudinhane grinned excitedly alongside Kim Hyengu. Hyengu tightened her grip on the teleportation stone, cheerfully stating, next time we get the chance, they are getting left for dead. Beach Kudinhane turned to ask, but where did you get that teleportation stone? Kim Hyengu replied, oh, I snagged it from before. It is just a one-time use item, but who cares? Sinfield gasped in horror. What the heck are they? Suddenly, Sinfield heard grinding teeth angrily near her ear. She turned and gasped. Nayat. All she saw was Nayat glaring furiously. Hissing. I swear, I will absolutely kill you. Kim Hainu. Sinfield, unfazed, simply saw the question marks floating above the four heads and sighed. Let us save that discussion for later. Nayat, right now, the situation of the people was a bit, well, complicated. The next day, at the highest floor, the four Kim Haingu, no, Diblan, and Avi sat in a roundtable meeting. Diblan angrily asked, You have beaten the fairy king to the brink of death and even chopped down the world tree. Right? Didn't I tell you clearly? Just one thing, do not cause any disasters. Diblan slammed the table, glaring at Kim Hain-gyu. Is that really so hard to understand? Kim Hain-gyu casually replied, waving her hand. It is not that easy. Then she laughed and said, Come on, do not be so mad. I have done exactly what I promised. Did not kill anyone. Did I? I am just too good. Hearing Kim Hain-gyu's cheerful laughter, Diblan gritted his teeth in frustration. Thinking, this guy's mouth is infuriating, Diblan yelled, not killing them is still not enough. If you had killed them, maybe you would not face any future problems. That day, not only did you invade their territory, but you also destroyed what they had to protect as Tower Lords. Along with their entire pride, Diblan shot back. That is why Knight has demanded a private meeting with that pesky leader. What do you think the discussion will be about? Avnon swallowed hard, and Kim Hain-gyu glanced over, then slowly asked, What is up? In the temporarily established meeting room by the Fairy Council, Knight glared and said, This meeting will only discuss one topic. My fellow leaders, please help me. Kill the 51st Tower Lord. Kim Hain-gyu. At that moment, a mocking voice chimed in. I had a feeling, but I really did not expect that to be your topic after such a long time since our last meeting. The leader of the Angel faction, Lucifer, scoffed. Fairy Council. Looks like you are out of options. Don't you think so, my old friend? The Demon Lord simply crossed his arms and replied, I am not so sure anymore. G's red eye lit up, and more importantly, did not I tell you to address me properly? Lucifer, I do not like being called that by a traitor. Lucifer shrugged and responded, There you go again. Still the same as before. Nitpicking and bringing up things that happened billions of years ago. Then he turned to Nayat and asked, Alright, so you are helping a powerless tower master. I can help with that. Lucifer's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, As long as I get something out of it. It is definitely worth it. You must have everything ready. Right? He looked at Nygat. Nygat closed his eyes and replied, Of course, if you all agree to this proposal, then the spirit of ecstasy promises to share the sweet rewards we have gathered over the next 100 years equally with you. At the management company, the manager asked in surprise, not only was the sun god defeated, but they even held a conference for the top leaders. That is quite unexpected. The manager smirked, clearly enjoying it. Thinking, looks like this game is slipping out of control. The manager looked at Hemet and asked, What did the sun god say? Hemet reported. He said that even though this mission failed, he revealed no information, so he is hoping for clemency. After that, he locked himself in the tower, claiming he would never get involved with Tower Master 51 again. The manager frowned in disapproval. That is ridiculous. He rubbed his throbbing head and sighed. Forget it. What about that meeting between the leaders? That meeting must be for the factions to form an alliance for revenge. I wonder if the other two factions will agree. Hemet squinted and said, One of those factions will definitely agree, especially if the spirit faction uses the world tree as leverage. The manager asked in surprise, Didn't Kim Hain-gyu destroy that tree? Hemet replied, Fortunately, its roots are still intact, so as long as they gather enough nutrients, they can restore it. Of course, it will take quite a bit of time, but the quality and quantity of the achievements the world tree produces will make it seem like no loss at all. The manager tapped his fingers on the table and calmly replied, I see. That is good to know. Sometimes letting them handle the relics themselves is not a bad idea. The manager then ordered, For now, let us just observe how things develop. Meanwhile, DeBlanc slammed the table and anxiously said, What are you going to do now? At this rate, you will have to face a whole alliance, including at least two factions, and if that happens, the management company will immediately take an interest in the events happening in the lower dimensions. DeBlanc grew more frantic as he spoke, and the dimension I have been losing sleep over will become even harder to find. At this point, DeBlanc could not hold back any longer, exploding in frustration as he looked at Kim Hain-gyu and shouted, When will I finally get to sleep properly? That damn guy. Kim Hain-gyu broke out in a cold sweat, nervously muttering, Your reasoning is pretty pathetic. But then Kim Hain-gyu leaned back in his chair, yawning and lazily said, So basically, I just need to draw the management company's attention while you look for the achievement of that eye. Right? DeBlanc, after a moment of hesitation, replied, Well, that is true, but do you already have a strategy? Kim Hain-gyu smirked mischievously and said, Of course. He glanced at the light streaming in through the gate, confidently adding, I am pretty good at grabbing attention too. Back at the Elven faction meeting, Lucifer flashed a bright smile and said, I know you do not have enough achievements to pay me all at once. But honestly, I did not expect you to use up your achievements from the last 100 years like this. Looks like your high and mighty elf pride took a serious hit. Huh. Nygat twitched in irritation but could not argue back. She could only lower her voice and say, get to the point. Lucifer. This made Lucifer chuckle heartily. Well, what else is there to say? You said all I had to do was help you, and I would get the achievements. Right, I am in on your plan. Hearing this, Nygat let out a sigh of relief. She turned to G, subtly asking, Great, what about you? G crossed his arms and coldly replied, That means our side won TB participating. Nygat was shocked and asked, What? Nygat then jumped up, panicking. Wait, why? Isn't he the reward enough? G scoffed and said, Of course not, but that Tower Master 51. You see, I actually like him. Nygat looked like she had just swallowed something awful. Gasping. What? G calmly replied. Don't worry. I am not gonna go against you guys just because of that. Just keeping an eye on my own followers is enough work for me. You guys can handle your little revenge plot. Nygat clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking, sure, I knew he was not into this petty rivalry, but I did not expect him to turn down such a tempting offer. Whatever, it does not matter, even if it is just the Angel faction joining me, we can definitely take down Kim Hai and go. Meanwhile, Lucifer was busy poking fun at G, telling him to stop pretending to be the good guy. Nygat smiled arrogantly, feeling like victory was in her grasp. Just wait, Kim Hai knew, soon your whole self and your tower will be in ruins. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed, Whoa, you seem pretty happy, my silly girl. The terrifying face of Kim Hyun-gyu emerged along with a voice straight from hell. Let me join in on the fun. No need to say, Nygat was so scared her soul nearly left her body, shouting in panic, Kim Hyun-gyu, how did you get here? Nygat pointed at Hyun-gyu with her shoe, saying, This is a place no one can reach unless they stop teleporting. How could anyone but my faction enter this room? What is going on? Kim Hyun-gyu shrugged and cheerfully replied, Oh, that. My neighbor. You see, I politely asked him, and he said he missed you, so he kindly opened the door for me. But, honestly, I had to knock Siegfried flat to make him swear. That guy let us just leave it at that. Of course, Nygat did not know the whole story. She was just fixated on the thought that Siegfried had betrayed her because he favored him. Kim Hyun-gyu found it amusing and said, But right now, what does that even matter? Kim Hyun-gyu cracked his knuckles, a menacing aura radiating from him as he slowly approached Nygat. What is important is what you guys are talking about. Come on. Spill it. I am really curious. Suddenly, Lucifer jumped in front of Nygat, cackling mischievously. This jerk is giving me more headaches than I expected. That is Kim Hyun-gyu, is not it? Kim Hyun-gyu looks surprised and asks, Who are you? Lucifer smirks and introduces himself. Oh, I am Lucifer, one of the 4 archangels. As he speaks, his polite smile morphs into a devilish grin, excitedly revealing he is the leader of the Angel faction and just agreed to eliminate you. Kim Hyun-gyu responds casually. Oh, really? Lucifer continues. You are quite curious about this meeting. Instead of bullying a clueless spirit, why not ask your friend? Kim Hyun-gyu, intrigued, says, My friend. Lucifer points to the guy who has been sitting quietly all this time and says, Yeah, that is the damn leader of the demon faction. He is the only one here who refused to eliminate you. He says he likes you. Kim Hyun-gyu, surprised, exclaims, Oh, I have never met him before, but thanks to you, I know who is who now. Lucifer, shocked, responds, Who do you mean? Before he can finish, Kim Hyun-gyu cuts him off. Who else? Someone I might get closer to in the future. With that, powerful slap sends Lucifer crashing into the wall, his face twisted and mangled. Kim Hyun-gyu laughs with excitement. And that is the guy I am going to beat to a pulp. Lucifer, with his mashed up face, wails dramatically. Seriously, I can't believe I lost like this. I am so mad. Kim Hyun-gyu, rolling his eyes at Lucifer's terrible acting, snaps back. This guy is such a lunatic. What are you doing? Enough of this pathetic performance. It is unbearable to watch. Lucifer's mangled face breaks into a sly grin, and a swirl of purple magical smoke wraps around Kim Hyun-gyu's shoulders, morphing into a hand that grips his shoulder tightly. Lucifer asks, How did you know that is just an illusion I created? Seeing Lucifer behind him, Kim Hyun-gyu scoffs, Of course I know. There is no way I would let you take me out with just one blow. I am going to enjoy tearing you apart. Just wait and see. Lucifer smiles and replies, Great, I have the same plan. He clings to Kim Hyun-gyu's shoulder, grinning with delight. We are really a match made in hell. This annoying demeanor drives Kim Hyun-gyu crazy, and he clenches his fists, ready to settle things. Cut the crap, shut up, and get lost. You lunatic? Then, Kim Hyung-gu punches half of Lucifer's face into a pulp. But he just laughs it off. Oh wow, you are so sensitive. Lucifer's eyes light up, his tone suddenly serious. Well, it does not matter. My job here is done. So I have to go now. Let us have a proper match next time. Okay. As Kim Hyung-gu finishes his sentence, Lucifer vanishes into thin air. Kim Hyung-gu turns around and says, "Alright then. You idiot." But there is no sign of him anymore. Kim Hyung-gu sighs. Huh, he just ran away. These guys are really quick on their feet. Kim Hyung-gu shrugs and says, well, it is fine. That should definitely grab the attention of those idiots up there. Now, Kim Hyung-gu steps in front of Ji Bao. Looks like it is just the two of us now. Huh, this guy still seems clueless about the situation. Kim Hyung-gu wondered. What are you planning? I know you are the leader of the demon faction, but why did the demons choose to stand with me? Ji paused for a moment before saying, you know, I do not really like being called that. It is just a name given to me by the other factions. Our true nature is quite different from that title. The more Kim Hyung-gu listened, the more he was taken aback. Meaning S.J. cut Hyung-gu off, slowly pulling down his hood and said, let me introduce myself first. I am the one who guides the young beasts beneath that sky. The look on Ji's face left Kim Hyung-gu stunned. It seemed Ji had anticipated this and calmly continued. In certain places, I am called the Savior or the Messiah, and countless other names. My name is Jisoo Grez. Jisoo, in my past life, was the most famous prophet across all religions, legends, and history. Although many still do not believe in him, no one is unaware of his name, one of the most sacred and noble existences. Kim Hyung-gu looked at the figure before him, horrified, and exclaimed, You are that Jisoo. It is you. Jisoo Grez was quite pleased with this reaction. Chuckling, he said, oh, judging by your expression, it seems there is someone like me in your tower. Huh, you do not need to overthink it. He and I might just share a common myth, but we are two completely different entities. Kim Hyung-gu rubbed his sore neck and calmly replied, well, I am not too shocked, because I have seen plenty of coincidences like that before. Kim Hyung-gu leaned closer to Jisoo and started to tell him, in my living room, the Monkey King and the Azure Dragon are busy fangirling over idols. Jisoo nodded, saying, oh wow, you really are interesting, but I have no idea what fangirling means. Kim Hyung-gu looked back at Jisoo's appearance and remarked, I am honestly a bit surprised because the person I know from my tower is a bit different from you. Jisoo smiled and said, of course, this exterior holds many stories. Then Jisoo continued, but the reason I chose to stand with you is simple. As you just heard, I quite like you, and I also do not like the other factions. I even despise them. Kim Hyung-gu was curious. Wait, you hate them? Why? Jisoo replied, we do not have much time to discuss that because Naya T has already left, and I think she won T. Let this space be peaceful. As soon as Jisoo finished speaking, the meeting room shook violently, debris falling from the ceiling. Kim Hyung-gu cursed angrily. And then, suddenly, Jisoo threw a teleportation stone into Kim Hyung-gu's hand, saying, wait. Take this. What is this? Jisoo explained. This is a space-bending stone, connected to my tower. When the time is right, come find me, and I will explain everything in detail about what they are doing in your tower. Jisoo's face turned fierce, his eyes glowing bright red under the pretense of this achievement. Moments later, Kim Hyung-gu unexpectedly jumped out from a space portal on the 50th floor. After he escaped, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. If I was not careful, I would have been crushed flat. Wait, since when did someone grab my leg? A voice of complaint rang out. Kim Hyung-gu, you bastard. Kim Hyung-gu looks at Siegfried sprawled on the ground and suddenly exclaims, oh right, I totally forgot about this jerk. Meanwhile, Siegfried, still on the floor, keeps cursing. You bastard. What the hell did you do? Kim Hyung-gu, feeling a bit guilty, scratches his head and replies, well, a moment later, Siegfried grabs Kim Hyung-gu by the collar, tears welling up in his eyes as he cries out, Kim Hyung-gu, are you insane? Kim Hyung-gu just rolls his eyes. You scared the crap out of me. Siegfried, in shock, yells, so not only did you break into the meeting room by threatening me, but now you are making her think I betrayed her. Do you have any conscience left? Siegfried is so worked up that spit is flying everywhere. My tower is totally doomed. If they issue a destruction order, I will be the first to go. Seriously? What are you going to do about this, you crazy bastard? Kim Hyung-gu, drenched in saliva, is furious and smacks Siegfried on the back of the head. Shut up already. Kim Hyung-gu, fists clenched, snaps, you keep barking like a dog. Do you want to get reincarnated as one? Or what? Siegfried, nursing a bump on his head, whines. But I only said that once. Kim Hyung-gu glares, and you dare argue with me? So you are saying because you are at risk of being eliminated, you want me to take responsibility, that is it? Why are you yelling like this? Siegfried, sniffling, asks, what do you mean? That is it? Don't you have a plan? Kim Hyung-gu calmly replies, of course I do. Then he grins mischievously. I have got a really great idea. Back at the management company, the manager asks, so that is what happened. So the spirit and angel factions have formed an alliance. And that Kim Hyun-gyu appeared right in the meeting room while they were discussing forming that alliance. Herms responds, yes, that is exactly it. The manager, surprised, says, that is really strange. The manager thinks, let us say he threatened the master of the 50th tower to get into that meeting room. But how did he know they were meeting? How could a tower master with no connections to any faction have that information? Herms reports, I was also curious about that, so I investigated, but I have not found anything yet. The manager ponders for a moment and then commands. Then Herms, set everything else aside and find out the source of this at the 51st tower for me. Herms looks at the stone in the manager's hand and asks, isn't this the achievement stone that the tower master of the 51st tower gave back to us? The manager nods and says, that is right, the achievement inside has been extracted. Herms questions, why all of a sudden? The manager replies, there is something suspicious here. He did something that no one could do alone. And there is information he should not have been able to know. It is almost like it is all too obvious. I have a feeling he is being helped by some entity similar to me. Herms exclaims in astonishment, an entity on your level. You mean? The manager, going silent, says, yes, that is exactly what I suspect. The one supporting Kim Hyun-gyu is very likely that entity. Herms, panicking, says, but that means, the manager replies, of course, nothing is certain yet. That is why I told you to investigate. If my suspicion is correct, then the 51st tower needs to be destroyed. In the 51st tower being discussed, Avi is in a frenzy while No avoids eye contact. And Siegfried, holding a pile of papers, frantically asks, what the heck is going on? Kim Hyun-gyu, seeing Kim Hyun-gyu's cheerful face only fuels Siegfried's curiosity. Why on earth did you give me this? Kim Hyun-gyu replies, how can I trust you? And just be straight with me, if those damn spirit freaks said they would let you go, you would run back to them in a heartbeat. Right? Siegfried stumbles over his words. That thing. Kim Hyun-gyu points to No, who is cuffing, and Avi, who is whispering, I have made it the best version possible. Kim Hyun-gyu says with satisfaction, so I consulted experts to create something that could solidify our friendship. And that is this, the friendship contract right here. In front of Siegfried lies a slave contract. Wait. What? A friendship contract where Kim Hyun-gyu is the boss and Siegfried is the subordinate, with the condition that Kim Hyun-gyu will protect Siegfried while Siegfried follows every command, better put, every demand from Hyun-gyu, and if Siegfried causes trouble, it is obvious Hyun-gyu will turn him into mush. Kim Hyun-gyu continues to explain, all you have to do is sign this contract with your magical power, and a magic binding will activate, turning everything in it into terms that both parties must adhere to. Kim Hyun-gyu grins, revealing two mischievous fangs, and playfully nudges Siegfried on the shoulder. What do you think? Now we do not have to worry about betrayal anymore. Right? Siegfried reads the contract. Like, you are right, it is true, but some of these terms are a bit. Kim Hyun-gyu chuckles and tempts him. Come on, it is not that much to ask. If you want me to protect you, all you need to do is tell me the weaknesses of the spirit faction, act as the gatekeeper for our path, and occasionally do some chores for me. Siegfried is left dumbfounded, eyes wide, confusedly asking, what? Kim Hyun-gyu starts listing off the tasks, like, turn off the lights when I want to sleep, bring back snacks, sweep the yard for me, and do the things I am too lazy to do. Just this pile of tasks alone makes Siegfried want to explode. He immediately interjects, wait, hold on. Kim Hyun-gyu confidently gives a thumbs up. What do you think? Simple. Right? Siegfried is about to lose it. He exclaims, what a load of nonsense. You are such a thug. This is not friendship, it is slavery. Siegfried clenches his fist. I am still the head of an entire tower. You know, who do you think I am? I can't stand this. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gyu's icy voice cuts through. So what? Want to fight? His eyes glint with mischief, locking onto Siegfried, leaving him speechless. Siegfried starts sweating nervously while holding the contract. After a moment, he forces a smile and asks No. Where do I sign? No helplessly points. Over there on the blank side. No continues to point, and on the next page, Siegfried is crying while signing. Kim Hyun-gyu, arms crossed, thinks to himself, looks like everything's basically settled. Kim Hyun-gyu looks at the stone that Jesus gave him and thinks, well, I guess it is time to meet him. In Jesus' tower, at the very top, Kim Hyun-gyu looks around, panicking. I know you say you are Jesus, but this is seriously confusing. Seeing Jesus in a white robe kneeling down, Kim Hyun-gyu felt a chill run down his spine. What is this holy atmosphere? Peter, the attendant, clasped his hands and said, someone's here, Master. Jesus replied, I know, Peter, we are going to have a long chat, but could you step back a bit? Peter immediately bowed his head and replied, as you wish. As Peter turned away, Kim Hyun-gyu thought to himself, whoa, this guy feels oddly familiar. It is like I have known him forever, But I have never actually met him. Am I losing it? The noise startled Kim Hyun-gyu as Jesus sat down at the table and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Kim Hyun-gyu, thanks for accepting my invitation. Now let us get started." Kim Hyun-gyu pulled out a chair and replied, "No need to thank me. I am the one with questions for you." Kim Hyun-gyu sat down and asked, "Since we are both busy, let us cut to the chase. What exactly are they up to in their tower?" Jesus responded, "Before I answer, I want to ask you something. Why are you so curious about that? Why does what they are doing concern you?" Kim Hyun-gyu paused for a moment, sighed, and scratched his head, saying, "Well, it is nothing glamorous. I just see them as a bunch of insane people, so I figured they would not be using any normal methods. They are probably exploiting innocent lives to squeeze out every bit of benefit they can. The tower master who ruled my tower was the same way, so I know these kinds of behaviors all too well. Because of him, we have faced all sorts of troubles." Kim Hyun-gyu, fuming, slammed his hand on the table and said, "This is exactly why. Just looking at things like this drives me crazy. It gets to the point where every time I see them, I want to smash them into pieces." He composed himself and asked, "Even if I do not know what they are up to, I would still go in hard against them. Does that satisfy you?" Jesus nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I can see you really know how to read people." He turned serious and added, "So, I will tell you how they are achieving their goals." Meanwhile, in the common space of the angel faction, the Archangel Gabriel looked at Lucifer and asked, "So, we have allied with the spirit faction to take down the master of Tower 51. Gabriel continued, "We need to start gathering our forces." But Lucifer interrupted, raising his hand to calm him, saying, "For now, we do not need to waste energy on this." Gabriel inquired curiously, "What do you mean?" But to get the fruit from the world tree, Lucifer shook his head and explained, "That is true. But that Kim Hyun-gyu is not as easy to deal with as we thought. Even in his illusory form, I can tell that attacking him without a solid plan could lead to disastrous consequences for us." Lucifer grinned wickedly and said, "So, after the spirit faction makes their move, we will wait for Kim Hyun-woo to wear himself out fighting them, and then we will finish everything off with a spectacular finishing blow. What do you think? This plan is flawless, right?" The Archangel Gabriel hesitated and replied, "Yes. But do you really think the spirit faction will act so recklessly? They have already suffered heavy losses." Lucifer chuckled and replied, "Don't worry. They will figure out that if they want our help, they need to make the first move. Plus, Nygat has already set things in motion." Just as Lucifer predicted, over here Nyat was fuming, her veins popping as she slammed the table and shouted, "We need to act first." Nygat glanced at her three accomplices and strategized, "Lucifer will definitely try to avoid casualties by staying put and waiting for others to strike first, so we need to capture the traitor in our ranks, that traitor freed, and punish him." Dreed Woods Joe chimed in, "This is so confusing. Why freed? We can let a traitor go free, but right now we need to rally all our forces against Kim Hyun-gyu." Nygat quickly asserted, "That is exactly why we need to deal with freed. As you all know, to stand against Kim Hyun-gyu, we need a portal of the right size. Given the current state of the world tree, creating such a portal is going to be tough." She continued, "Even if we squeeze out every last drop of energy, we can only open a portal for 4 people at most, and only if we gather enough strength over a long period can we make it happen. So what we need right now is nutrition to restore the teleportation function of the world tree. To do that, the nutrients must be of high quality, at least of the tower master level." Exit. Listening intently, asked, "Wait, are you saying you want to use sit free as the nutrient?" Nygat coldly replied, "Exactly. Does anyone have any other ideas?" All three remained silent. Seeing this, Nygat declared, "All right then, we will form a team to capture him. I want this resolved as quickly as possible." With fury boiling over, Sid exclaimed, "I want to end that bastard Kim Hyun-goo's life." Back in the celestial realm, Lucifer took a sip of coffee and ordered, "Of course, we need to prepare properly, so tell the other tower masters this. We will use all the offerings from each tower to fortify the celestial realm during this time." Gabriel asked in shock, "Are you saying you want to bring Kim Hyun-gu here?" Lucifer nodded, "Yes, because even that scumbag can do anything in this celestial realm. This place only enhances the power of angels." Lucifer grinned. "Of course, forcing a being with power beyond a tower master to teleport here is incredibly difficult, but with your skills, it is totally possible. Right, Uriel?" Hearing Lucifer call his name, Deblaine froze for a moment. Then as the Archangel Uriel, also known as Deblaine, he could only chuckle and reply, "Yes." Of course, even as his heart raced in panic, things were getting complicated again. Deblaine smiled and said, "Please do not worry. Leave this to me, Lord Lucifer." Internally, Deblaine had cursed Kim Hyun-gu 7,749 times already, wondering how on earth to handle this situation. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gu's direct voice rang out, "Is that so? The nutrients and offerings they mentioned." Jesus nodded in response, "That is right, achievements are a natural talent, And when taken from the efforts of others, they become the power of legends. That is why, for those who have fallen, achievements feel surreal and nearly unattainable. Yet, the towers themselves are the very history of the present. Crafted by those beings, the energy generated there begins to manifest as accomplishments. And the stronger the history, the more achievements emerge. It is just a given. Kim Hyun-gu stammered. What do you mean by history? Jesus replied calmly. Exactly. The wars where countless lives were lost, consumed by hatred and jealousy, and the natural disasters that occurred there. Countless innocent young souls have lost their lives, along with the injustices and tragic events recorded in history. The pain, despair, and agony have transformed into achievements that people recognize. Do you understand now? Kim Hyun-gu's gaze turned fierce and filled with hostility, while Jesus maintained his steady tone, as he realized what those factions were doing to achieve greatness. The green faction means nutrients and sacrifices. Right. That is just them continuously slaughtering the citizens living in the tower they are supposed to govern. Kim Hyun-gu said, stumbling over his words. They are massacring citizens in their own tower just to achieve greatness. How is that even possible? Jesus chuckled in response. It is pretty simple. Really, whether it is war or natural disasters, as long as the Tower Lord agrees. Anything goes, because the Tower Lord is basically the god of the tower he rules over. Kim Hyun-gu buried his face in his hands, sighing in disappointment. I suspected part of this already, but those damn bastards. Kim Hyun-gu slammed his hand on the table, his voice intense. I can't believe they have gone beyond the limits set by generations of their organization. He added. Frustrated. What annoys me is that I can just take them all out right now. Jesus nodded. I think the same, even if your words are a bit extreme. That is why I like you. Kim Hyun-gu asked in disbelief. What? Jesus began to recount. The day you first entered the summit of the Tower Lords. I was not there. Not all faction leaders had to attend that meeting. However, I heard about that situation from my disciples. The reason you intervened was to save that innocent receptionist. Right. I have heard you defeated the enemy right in front of everyone, leaving him in ruins. Jesus chuckled. The moment I heard this, I was certain that unlike those two cruel leaders, you have an incredibly righteous soul and are stronger than all the others. Kim Hyun-gu frowned. I smell a scheme here. Based on my experience, there is always a hidden agenda behind sweet compliments like that. What do you want from me? Jesus laughed. Not necessarily. Do not worry. Jesus' tone shifted. But I do hope that with your unpredictable strength and growth, you can restore order to what has become chaotic under the hands of other Tower Lords in this dimension. Kim Hyun-gu, feeling irritated, thought. Seriously? You are throwing around a bunch of fancy words just to hint that I should deal with those idiots myself, are not you? Jesus sat back, laughing heartily, saying, if what we say makes you feel that way, then I apologize. But it is a bit embarrassing. We are not strong enough to rise up and fight. You will have to spend quite a bit of time gathering achievements to bribe and manipulate without sacrificing the citizens in the tower, and since that is bending the rules, you will have to deal with some pretty serious side effects. Kim Hyun-gu curiously asked, is it really possible to bend the rules like that? How? Hearing this question, Jesus chuckled knowingly. Once back on the 51st floor, Kim Hyun-gu immediately shared the story with everyone. Avi, upon hearing it, gasped in horror and asked, is that true? A guardian, no matter how desperate for achievements, how could they possibly do such terrifying things? No was sweating bullets, totally unable to believe it. Siegfried sat there, frozen with fear as everyone hurled insults at him. Avi was so furious he was practically steaming, wondering how in the world such shameless people existed. No chimed, cursing as well, saying the amount of mana wasted on people like them. No, they did not even deserve the air they breathe. Suddenly, Avi and No exclaimed in unison, wait a minute, could it be? They both turned to Siegfried with the most disdainful looks, causing him to jump up and shout, why are you looking at me like that? Siegfried explained, even if that is the case, I have never killed anyone. You know, that would be a hassle. I just occasionally create some droughts and floods. Hearing this, Avi and Noah shot him looks like he was scum, making Siegfried furious, yelling, oh come on, stop looking at me like that. Kim Hyun-gu chimed in, I completely understand how you feel right now, but you two need to chill, to deal with those clever little pests. We need him. Siegfried felt a sense of relief having someone on his side and eagerly responded, yes, exactly, he is right, I am super important. You need to treat me well. Suddenly, Siegfried felt a chill run down his spine as Kim Hyun-gu glared at him with fiery hatred and indignation, baring his teeth threateningly. That is why you better cooperate properly. Siegfried, that is the only reason I am not smashing your face in right now. Got it. Siegfried knew just how low he had fallen, his tail tucked between his legs as he obediently replied, okay. I understand. I will remember this well. Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. Avi looked at Kim Hyun-gu and asked, so this old guardian, how did that guy Jesus gather achievements without slaughtering everyone in the tower? The achievements gained only from refining skills do not seem enough to meet the quota, Kim Hyun-gu replied. Well, it seems he has some way of bending the rules, though I am not exactly sure how to describe it. He recalled being just as shocked when he heard Jesus say that, panic-stricken as he asked, "What? He can reduce the rank of his own soul?" Jesus calmly replied, "That is right. From what we see, replacing any incident with an achievement often brings far greater negative consequences. That is why the despair and pain of the people in the tower will fetch a hefty price. And even the collapse of the existence closest to the divine is something I can explain to myself. Especially, the downfall of myself or divine beings like my followers will come at an even higher price, which feels much more relieving." The more Kim Hyun-gu listened, the more shaken he felt. Jesus continued, "That is why my soul has been worn down quite a bit." He pointed at the horns on his head and said, "That is why I ended up like this." Kim Hyun-gu sighed. "Oh man, at this rate, I might as well let that pawn become the tower master. How did life lead us to this point?" Jesus said seriously. "The reason is pretty simple. Someone needs to sit in this position, and I know that better than anyone." He moved behind Jesus, radiating a sense of his righteousness and kindness. Jesus smiled warmly and asked, "So, is there anything else you need to know?" Kim Hyun-gu returned to the present but pressed on. "But right now that does not matter. I called everyone here for a reason. Do you think of any way to ensure that those damned spirit folk can't gather achievements anymore?" Avi curiously asked. "So make it so they can't gather achievements anymore." "Why not?" Kim Hyun-gu pondered and said, "The more I think about it, the best way right now is to divide those two factions. Let them tear each other apart. They are not cooperating out of friendship. Right? It is because they have something each side needs. So, if I can prevent them from gathering achievements to trade with each other, they will soon become divided. Do not you think?" No-gut-gu said. "Yeah, that makes sense." Kim Hyun-gu leaned back in his chair, frustrated. "Well, I can't destroy their tower like I did with the world tree, so I will need some kind of technique for this. But I am stumped, which is why I wanted to ask for your help." Avi thought for a moment and said, "Well, that also depends on how the management company operates the tower. I still can't come up with anything." Siegfried also chimed in. "I have never thought about that either." So Kim Hyun-gu worried. "Really? Maybe this plan is a bit..." Suddenly, No spoke up. "No, I do not think that way." No looked seriously at Kim Hyun-gu and said, "You never know. We might be able to solve this quite simply." Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in shock. "What? Really?" Siegfried also looked at No curiously. No nodded. "Of course, I can't be sure right now, so we need to go to their towers and observe the lower floors, where they gather achievements. But luckily, we have the tower master of one of those towers right here." Hearing himself mentioned, Siegfried pointed at himself. Stammering, "Huh." Avi laughed with glistening eyes, clapping lightly and exclaimed, what a relief, so we found another use for the waste material." No nodded in agreement. Tito laughed and said, "That is right, we need to figure out how to recycle that waste." Kim Hyun-gu is back with a bang. "Oh man, I am dying to see what the lower levels of the tower look like. What do you think?" Siegfried, with a face full of anguish. Siegfried exclaimed, "Don't call me that. Damn it. I know. Just let me lead the way for you guys." Suddenly, Siegfried slammed the table and asked, "But if we all go down there, who is going to handle everything else? What if the elves send assassins our way? Don't tell me you are planning to leave the higher levels unguarded. Right? No one wants to chill up there with no backup." Kim Hyun-gu scratched his chin, pondering. You have got a point there." Suddenly, he pointed at Siegfried and boldly declared, "But are not they just a bunch of weaklings? No stronger than you. I destroyed their world tree, so there can't be many left." Siegfried was getting frustrated. "What do you mean?" "But honestly, you might be onto something," he replied, his face going blank. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense." Kim Hyun-gu chuckled joyfully. "Oh, then there is nothing to worry about. I've got a few people who can easily handle those losers." At a clothing store, the female staff were blushing all over, while like Seo-rong could not hold back, clapping excitedly. "Oh wow, that outfit looks perfect on you." Ingi King was rocking an all-black, shiny getup from head to toe. With his handsome face and killer body, he was practically a walking masterpiece, and he shyly asked, "Really? Are you serious?" But like Seo-rong was too hyped to care about his opinions at that moment, enthusiastically pointing around the store. "Next, let us grab that jacket over there." "No. Wait, bring everything hanging on that rack over here." The sales staff were thrilled to see such eager customers. "Yes, madam." Seeing like Seo-rong sweep through the store like a whirlwind, Ing Seeing was left speechless, sighing to himself, "Well, as long as she is happy, I guess." But looking at the mountain of bags like Seo-rong had piled up, he could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Isn't this a bit excessive? Ingi King felt exhausted, thinking, maybe I have gone a bit overboard playing the boyfriend role. My whole body feels like it is about to give out. I really need to stretch. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him, making him exclaim, "Huh, a message from Kim Hyun-gyu. Get over here and show your worth, Bez. Do not forget to bring both the dragon fruit and the demon too." Ing-seen was puzzled. What is this all about? The next day, at the elves' base around the world tree, Naiget crossed her arms and directed everyone. Be careful. Everyone. We need to capture Siegfried, and that is exactly why I gave you all this rare teleportation stone. I need to count on you guys. The fire spirit Fury, the storm spirit Strophen, and the forest spirit Dread all chimed in unison. Of course. Miss Naiet, Fury smugly said, I do not know what the elf kings think, but a music-free guy like him, the three of us can easily handle him, so do not worry. Naiget smiled and replied, well, you guys are really reliable. Good luck out there. The trio of Fury, Strophen, and Dread stepped into the teleportation gate, saying together, yes, we will be back soon, and quickly vanished. Just as they passed through the gate, Ingying heard a teasing voice. Oh, they really showed up. Is that you guys? The Tower Lords of the Elves. Looking at the night parade of 100 demons, the Azure Dragon of Wukong stood tall in front of us. Fury immediately asked, who are you guys? Where's Siegfried? Wukong excitedly interrupted, saying, you do not need to know that. Just tell us, which one of you is the biggest loser here? Just among you will do. The Elf Tower Master stammered upon seeing Wukong, the night parade of 100 demons, and the Azure Dragon. They panicked and asked, what do you mean by loser? Wukong burst into laughter at Fury's reaction, delightfully saying, oh, I love this. Our Tower Master just called the incoming bunch a bunch of losers. Wukong's eyes widened, giving Fury a disdainful glare before continuing. I can take them down without killing them. That is why I asked you this. Our master means no harm. If you feel hurt, I apologize. Fury, fuming with frustration, grumbled, this is just ridiculous. Fury then began releasing his mana, turning towards Wukong and saying, if you are really a Tower Master, then how come we do not know you? That just means you are just a commoner in the tower. Fury faced Wukong with a fierce expression and threatened, hey, are you itching for a fight or what? How dare a commoner speak such nonsense in front of a Tower Master like me? I do not know where you got your confidence, but you better recognize who you are dealing with before acting all high and mighty. Wukong, upon hearing this, secretly pulled out his Roi Jingu Bang and threw it into the air, leaving Fury bewildered. What the heck is that? Wukong shouted. Roi Jingu Bang. I am just warming up. Firmly grasping the Roi Jingu Bang, he flew straight up and slammed it down on Fury's head, burying him in the ground, shocking both Strophen and Riha. The night parade of 100 demons chuckled, saying to the Azure Dragon, looks like he is having way too much fun. At this moment, Wukong turned back, confidently declaring, you better keep your nose out of this, and that demon lady too. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, it has been ages since I got to stretch my muscles like this. Meanwhile, on a lower floor of the 50th tower, people were frail and emaciated, barely hanging on, as Kim Hyun-gyu said in disbelief, this is really messed up, is not it? These are the lower floors of your tower. Looking at the scene of destruction, with corpses everywhere and the living struggling, Kim Hyun-gyu was taken aback by the chaos. Siegfried was silent, trembling in fear, and Kim Hyun-gyu, gritting his teeth, shouted, should I just end this miserable piece of trash now? Siegfried was terrified, nearly bleeding from fear, and hurriedly stammered, wait, hold on, this is actually really rare. And besides, they do not usually die in large numbers. Seeing the murderous glare in Kim Hyun-gu's bloodshot eyes, Siegfried's voice gradually shrank. Yeah, it is rare for them to die alone or from starvation. After saying that, Siegfried voluntarily clasped his hands behind his back and bowed his head to the ground, pleading for forgiveness. Kim Hyun-gu, still fuming, shouted, you better fix this when you get back. Got it? Siegfried sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Okay. I understand. Kim Hyun-gyu turned to No and asked, have you finished scouting? No nodded, replying, yes, it is done. The structure of this tower is simpler than I thought, so progress is going quite fast. If other places are like this, then the odds of my plan succeeding are practically guaranteed. Kim Hyun-gyu was surprised it is that easy. Ignoring Siegfried still bent over, taking his punishment, Kim Hyun-gyu turned to No and asked what his plan was. No replied, let us walk and talk. I have something I want to show you. Kim Hyun-gyu said, sure, but he could not help but glance back at this desolate place, feeling a pang of guilt, realizing that the situations in other towers were even worse than this. Looking at the skinny child by the roadside, Kim Hyun-gyu cursed under his breath. Damn it. He could not help but remember his own lonely childhood. Terrified, sitting in front of the orphanage, he trembled with anger, the flames of hatred igniting within him these damn bastards, reminding him of the past all over again. Seeing Kim Hyun-gyu still standing there, trembling, No quickly urged him to calm down, saying, it is nothing, let us go. Kim Hyun-gu's face returned to a neutral expression, trying to play it cool, saying, it is nothing. Back on the 51st floor, the rubble scattered everywhere indicated a fierce battle was going on. In fact, Wukong was relentlessly smashing his staff into Strofeld, who could only raise his hands in defense. Strofeld was panting heavily, struggling to avoid Wukong's strikes, thinking to himself, "This is ridiculous, I can barely keep up with just blocking. This is truly the power of an ordinary person." Wukong's eyes sparkled as he immediately thrust his staff straight at Strofeld, sending him flying backward. Strofeld quickly braced himself, gasping for air, shouting at Riart, "Damn it. How much longer do you need? Riart, I can't keep doing this alone, hurry up and help me." Suddenly, a bright light flickered where Riart was sitting, and she replied quickly, "Do not worry. Strofeld. Everything's ready." From Riart's magic orb burst forth a series of gigantic vines, twisting and coiling like dragons, rushing to attack Wukong. Seeing this, Wukong sneered, gripping his staff mockingly. "I was just wondering what you have been doing over there all this time. Turns out you were just pulling up a vine. Sorry, but I have been through that in this tower long ago, and it was so much that it annoyed me." Wukong tightened his grip on the staff and said, "I could wipe you out with a single blow." However, before Wukong could do anything, a massive bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating the troublesome vines, leaving Riart and Strofeld in shock. The arrogant voice of the Azure Dragon rang out, "Well, this is annoying, you are still too inexperienced, kid." Wukong is extremely annoyed to see Thanlong suddenly jump in and snatch his toy. Like, what the hell is going on? "You windbag. I told you to stay out of it." Thanlong calmly replies, "You are out of breath over there. Do not be so stubborn, and stop competing so recklessly. Besides." Thanlong points behind him, and Wukong curiously turns around, only to see the night demon sitting bored on the throne, mana swirling around aimlessly. Thanlong quickly says, "The demon's really bored now. She said watching you fight gives her a headache, so we need to deal with this quickly." With a gaze sharp enough to cut, the demon urges, "Let us go kill them, or I will take matters into my own hands." Wukong, pumped up, grips his staff and replies, "If you are saying that, I guess I will have to speed things up." Then he shouts, "Hey, you guys, get ready to charge so we can wrap this up fast." Dre is nervously wringing his hands, stuttering, "I can believe my ultimate technique got shattered so easily." Strowan quickly interjects, "We can't let this keep going. We need to temporarily help our side." Dre grits his teeth and says, "I agree, but..." Dre points to Fury, who is crumpled on the ground after Wukong's attack, saying, "That guy holding the teleportation stone is Fury, but he is out of commission right now." With that, both Dre and Strowan are determined. "Then we need to prioritize getting Fury back here and escaping immediately. No matter how strong they are, we have still got a chance." But before these two can do anything, the legendary black and white striped flip-flops appear again, and seeing one blue and one green, they curse, "What the hell is this? I just came down a level." Wukong hoists his staff onto his shoulder and sighs. "Oh, he is back already." Thanlong is also surprised. "He returned way faster than I thought." Then Kim Hyengu casually walks over, one arm draped over his shoulder and the other on Dras, grinning widely as he asks, "So we have guests visiting, huh?" Strowan is panicking, ready to faint, while Junli stutters, "You, Kim Hyen." Woo. After that shout, Kim Hyengu tightly grabs both their shoulders and swings them, sending them crashing to the ground. After taking care of the two, Kim Hyengu says, "Just in time. I really needed you guys here." Kim Hyengu looks back at them and grins wickedly. "So you guys have the teleportation stones, right? What is the situation with our side?" Nigel stands confidently above, looking down and says, "Our faction S Tower Lords, along with their beast army, are all ready. Finally, the preparations for the upcoming battle are complete, and this scene is truly magnificent. Imagine if the angels showed up too." Izig chimes in with a laugh, "Even if they are strong, Kim Hyengu will have to throw in the towel." Suddenly, Nigel frowns and then sighs, "Let us hope so. We have endured too many losses for him already. Now we just need to wait for the capture team to return." And, suddenly, a dark shadow fell down, blocking Night's view. As she saw the body drop straight down, it was Fury, and Night screamed in terror. Sinfeet was equally horrified, covering her face and shouting loudly. Dream, confused, asked, "What is going on? Isn't this the team that captures people?" Nigel was so scared that she stepped back, while Zeke was shocked, wondering why they suddenly appeared. Dream was sweating profusely, thinking, "What the heck is happening?" Nigel stuttered. This familiar situation. Could it be? The familiar smiling face with those sharp fangs appeared again, and Kim Hyengu's laid-back voice startled Nigel. "Oh hello. Oh hello. Sorry about that, I intended to drop them gently, but I slipped up." Then Kim Hyengu landed with a thud. Nigel turned around in shock and asked, "Who are you, Kim Hyengu?" Kim Hyengu's eyes gleamed brightly. Nigel wanted to ask, "How can you?" But Kim Hyengu was impatient to hear her out. He lunged forward, grabbing Nigel by the neck, choking her with rage. "Shut up." Leaving her gasping for breath, Kim Hyengu surveyed the scene around him and then said, "If you do not want to be humiliated in front of all your subordinates, then shut up and listen to me first. I am not here to fight. I am here to propose something to you." "Got it." Nigel, With her face turning purple from being choked, stammered through tears and sweat, P proposed something. After all this, you still want to? Kim Hyunga's gaze was icy. Then he suddenly released her, unexpectedly saying, "Oh, well, I do not really understand what is going on." Remembering the brutal scene he witnessed on the lower floor of Tower 50, his anger surged again, but he forced a smile and said, "How about we work this out?" Flashback to a few hours earlier, at the highest level of Tower 51. When Gukong looked at the three chaos-ridden individuals tied up together, he curiously asked Long, "Are they dead yet?" Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-gyu was holding a sphere, curiously asking No. What does this mean? Will it stop the people on the spirit side from accumulating power? This is what the mind demons use to distribute power to the doppelgangers. This sphere absorbs power. So if I place this in their tower, then, No nodded and replied, "Exactly. But first, we need to find the coordinates to their tower." No turned to Siegfried and asked, "According to what this guy told us, there seems to be a way." "Right," Siegfried responded cautiously. "That is right. As long as we have a sample from the world tree, it is not impossible. The world tree stretches its roots to every level of the spirit side to easily absorb nutrients. So, if we can collect and analyze the sample and mana from it," then Kim Hyun-gyu immediately understood and replied, "We can find out the entire coordinates of the spirit faction." "Right," No nodded in satisfaction and said, "Exactly." And coincidentally, he pulled out a teleportation stone from the spirit side from his bag and smiled. "We also have a special item for collecting mana used for ecological research. So, the preparations are pretty much wrapped up. If we can figure out the teleportation stone they have, we can pinpoint their public area coordinates too. Getting to those places won't be hard at all. The only thing that depends on us is our patience." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu asked, "What do you mean by that?" No just smiled with squinty eyes and, in the most playful tone, asked, "Kim Hyun-gyu, have you ever thought about teaming up with the elves on the elf side?" No stared at Kim Hyun-gyu in disbelief and exclaimed, "You just mentioned reconciliation, and now you are suddenly..." Kim Hyun-gyu, feeling exhausted, sighed out, "I am already worn out. I can't even sleep because I am stressing over your drama. Yet here I am, trying to negotiate peace, and I see this scene unfolding. Taking you all down like this is going to take forever." Kim Hyun-gyu spoke calmly and clearly, "So let us just stop all this pointless resistance against each other. You all get it, right? No matter how hard you fight against me, all it leads to is more defeat and losses." Someone rubbed their uncomfortable neck. Even though they felt a turmoil inside, they had to admit Kim Hyun-gyu was right. They thought to themselves, "It is annoying, but he is not wrong at all. Just because my anger over being humiliated flared up, everything is spiraling out of control. Starting a full-blown war won't yield any benefits. The achievements from the mission assigned to the sun god were significant, but the price I promised to pay to the angels is astronomical. Look, Ad understands. No matter how this plays out, her side will still suffer massive losses without gaining anything. But deep down, Ad had an even bigger worry. She thought, to be honest, I am still not entirely sure if we can even defeat this guy. But looking at the elves gathered down there, Nayad worried, if we have come this far and just back off, what does that say about my honor as a leader? Nayad felt the crowd buzzing. Something was happening. She gritted her teeth and made a decision. Fine, I accept your proposal. Egypt. Hearing this, exploded in anger. What are you saying? But Nayad raised her hand for silence and continued. However, I have one condition. Kim Hyun-gyu curiously asked. A condition? Nayad nodded and replied, yes. Actually, I have a lot of requests for you. But first, what I want is for you to finish what you needed to do at the last Tower Leaders meeting. Kim Hyun-gyu, confused, asked. The last meeting. Nayad slowly stepped forward, then pointed down at her feet with wide eyes, saying, that is right, kneel before me. Kim Hyun-gyu immediately frowned deeper, feeling a mix of annoyance and amusement. You really are stubborn. Why are you so hung up on this? Do you have a grudge against my knees or something? Nayad replied. You can say whatever you want, but you still have to kneel before me first. Or are you just throwing around peace proposals without even being ready to do this? Kim Hyun-gyu thought for a moment and replied, fine, then gradually knelt down before Nayad, saying it was not that hard. Nayad felt like she had hit the jackpot, excitement bubbling inside her, thinking, I did it. This battle will come to an end, and I still maintain my dignity. Kim Hyun-gyu's actions left the spirits behind Sinfit, Reed, and Epsid in awe and confusion. What? Is he really planning to kneel? Nayad watched Kim Hyun-gyu, feeling a wicked satisfaction. I am the real winner here. But little did Nayad know, while she was waiting to bask in the joy of victory, Kim Hyun-gyu was stalling for the orb to finish its work. It was at 96%, then 97%. Nayad's eyes were glued to Kim Hyun-gyu's knee, exhilaration building up. The moment that knee touched the ground, victory would be hers. But sadly, the orb hit 98%, then 99%, and finally reached 100%. The notification rang out loud and clear. Collection complete. Nayad froze, her face blank as she asked, "What was that sound?" Kim Hyun. She saw the piercing glint in Kim Hyun's eyes and the devilish grin return to his face, leaving Nayad dumbfounded. It was a scene reminiscent of their earlier discussions, where Kim Hyun had asked no, "So, you want me to pretend to negotiate until this thing gathers enough mana?" No nodded, saying, "Exactly. I am afraid we will need a lot of samples to pinpoint the entire location of the towers on the spirit side. Of course, I have considered quietly gathering them, but Siegfried interrupted. Those public defense systems are not that lax. The moment you step in, they will notice right away, and then you will have to face a full-on assault from the spirits." Kim Hyun pondered, responding, "Yeah, that does sound a bit tricky." No smiled, saying, "That is why I suggested you buy some time for the mana collection to complete by pretending to negotiate. It won't take too long, you just need to act until it notifies you it is done, and after that, you can do whatever you want." And Kim Hyun truly took Noah's advice to heart. Once everything was set, he charged forward and grabbed Naya's chain, catching her off guard, her face twisting in confusion and sheer panic. Kim Hyun could not hold back any longer, unleashing a flurry of punches on Nayas, making her scream in agony. His voice was icy, like a messenger from hell, asking, "What did you just ask me?" Seeing Nayas in that state, Eepses, Sinfit, and Hydrid were left speechless, unable to react in time. As Kim Hyun battered Nayas further, he taunted, "It is nothing really, it is just my persona exploding. So what are you going to do about it?" The Earth Spirit King re-shouted, Kim Hyun, what do you think you are doing?" Kim Hyun slammed Nayas down harder, threatening them. "The only thing I want you to do right now is shut up and stay put." Eepses, right, and Sinfit were practically holding their breath. Kim Hyun wore a maniacal smile, saying, "You only get to speak when I allow it." After a moment of silence where they dared not speak or move, Kim Hyun smirked, "Okay, looks like you are all listening to me now. Huh. Brother Len Nam took a piece of the world tree sample. Is not it nice that you all started off so obediently? I told you all I am not here to fight. Right? I would not be laying a hand on you if you were not trying to mess with me like that. What is with the deer bite? Anyway," Kim Hyun said calmly in a chilling tone. "Oh, you better not get it twisted. It is not because I am scared of you. You all know by now that I am not the type to just make noise without a punch behind it. So I want you to remember, the only reason you are still standing here breathing is that I am just trying to hold back." Kim Hyun threatened them but then smirked to himself. "Of course, my patience is not going to last much longer." He told them in summary that he was done with what he came to do, so he was off, flashing a smile and waving goodbye before teleporting. "See you later." Ding. Then, the 51st tower, Kim Hyun placed the items on the table. "Here, I have brought back what you asked for, a piece of the world tree sample and mana. So, is this enough?" No picked it up to examine it. This should be enough for a sample," he explained at length. "Now I just need to run this through the mana analyzer I developed, and separate all the mixed mana in it into distinct parts. Then we are good to go." Kim Hyun was shaking his head. No matter how clearly he explained, I still would not understand, so no need to explain further. He asked the two of them how long this preparation would take. Avi calculated, "Well, determining the coordinates should not take too long, but the absorption sphere needs a bit of improvement. I think it will take about another week." Kim Hyun nodded. "Longer than I thought. Huh. I need to increase its capacity and add some invisibility attributes so it won't be detected anymore. In short, it needs a lot of upgrades because we have to create at least 10 of them, so it is bound to take a while." Kim Hyun waved his hand. Alright." He stood up. "Well, I can use some free time anyway." V asked, "Do you have something to take care of?" "Oh, lately my students have been pushing me too much. They want me to go shopping with them." No, and Avi looked confused. "Your students? What exactly do they want?" Kim Hyun awkwardly scratched his face. "Oh, it is not much really. Probably just some furniture." Cut to the furniture store. "Whoa, this is amazing," Miriam Henron exclaimed joyfully. "Is it because this is a newly opened mall? There is so much cute furniture here. Coming to see it in person is totally worth it. If you had not come with us, you would have totally regretted it." "Teacher. Master," Kim Hyun helplessly said. But something feels off. Am I the only one who thinks this is weird? There is not a single customer in this gigantic mall, and there are not even any staff around. It is like someone bought out the whole place. Your adorable students." Of course, Hennerin thought to herself. Right now, that does not really matter. Does it? Teacher. She touched the bed sheet. "What do you think of this bed? The one you are using seems a bit small. Do not you think this size is just right?" Hennerin imagined a series of scenarios in her mind. With a bed this big, we would not have to worry about positions, whether front or back, or any of those 7749 kinds of positions anymore. Just Kia. Kim Hyun-goo's face went pale. "What are you talking about?" Miriam was not backing down either. "Master, look at this too. Do you see this sink? Isn't it huge? It is amazing. Right, master. With this much space, we won't have to worry about splashing water everywhere while washing dishes anymore. Just need Kim Hyun-gu was at a loss. Wait a second. You too. Did not you come here just to buy furniture? I thought you had no interest in this stuff at all. But Miriam and Hanarin were not listening to him anymore. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the large furniture pieces. Oh wow, that bed and sofa look so nice, and that table over there is spacious too. While Kim Hyun-gu was in a daze, his two students approached. Master, what are you doing just standing there? You need to come with us. Hurry up, Kim Hyun-gu sighed. Okay, I am coming. Not sure if this is a good idea. But well, it seems like this is not too bad after all. Cut to the management company. Down below the building in the underground storage, Heemd was standing with the manager. The manager was admiring the achievement gems and asked Heemd, "So have you figured anything out yet?" Heemd reported, "I have been investigating the origin of the achievement that the master of the 51st tower gave us as commanded. But suspiciously, I can't find anything at all." The manager continued, "So that means, yes, someone guessed right. It is very likely that the achievements did not come from any tower, but are from a completely different existence." Heemd added, "Of course, that does not mean we can take that as proof of existence. It just means that too much time has passed, and there is no trace left." The manager stood there, looking at the achievement with that calm demeanor. "And we get it, let us just go with that for now." Heemd, surprised and upset, asked, "Sir, are you okay?" The manager smirked, "Am I okay? What do you think I can do about it?" A tremor suddenly crashed down on Heemd, probably the result of the manager's rage. He was fuming. All he wanted right now was to smash that 51st tower to bits. Especially since it could be linked to that guy just because of that one reason. The manager clenched his fists. "But I can't let this emotion cloud my judgment. If I resort to military force based solely on my suspicions, the factions will lose faith in the contracts we drew up. They would band together to oppose me. After all this, creating such a massive deception would only make things messier. Soon enough, I will gather all the achievements I want. I can't make the same mistake as before during this crucial moment. I am down on my knees, remembering how back then, I was talking about lifting the camp." The manager's demeanor turned icy. "Just like back then, my entire plan is getting stalled. I could not control my emotions, and I nearly wiped out all the sources of those precious achievements. Every time I think about all the time and effort wasted back then, it breaks my heart. So right now, I will tough it out." He turned around, but of course, if he dared to cross the line or had concrete proof, the manager's face would tighten, and then everything would change. A week later, at the 51st tower of Kim Hyun-gu, No showcased the crafted item to him. There it was. Completed. Having absorbed a total of 11 stones into a dimensional compass, Kim Hyun-gu picked up the dimensional compass and asked, "How do I use this?" No explained. "You just need to select the coordinates and pour in a bit of mana." Creating a technique to breach the security line is tough, but the analysis from the 50th tower was surprisingly beneficial. It showed us that the structures of the towers built by the management company are much simpler than ours. In short, we do not have to worry about being held back by their security systems anymore. Kim Hyun-gu chuckled. Clearly, this is some sort of cheat tool, but why are there only 11 stones? Didn't the spirit realm have 15 towers? Av replied, "Well, according to what they said, the towers from the Spirit King are not connected like the others. It seems like a special privilege for high-level managers." Kim Hyun-gu smirked sarcastically. "It is obvious that they keep snatching benefits from others' hard work, such selfish jerks." Av continued, "Even if they connect their towers later, it will be tough for those 4 towers to increase their numbers, so we will be just fine." Kim Hyun-gu stuffed his hands into his pockets and stood up. "Well, if that is what you all say, let us just roll with it. No point wasting any more time, so I am out of here." Suddenly, a circle of light appeared at his feet, and Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "Huh, what is this?" Instant teleportation. Av gasped. "Wait, what is happening?" In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyun-gu was teleported to another place, a large room decorated exquisitely. He looked around. "What the heck? This blinding room is... I thought my students were calling me back, but it looks like that is not the case. So, who is it?" A voice rang out. "It is me." The one who called Kim Hyun-gu there was the Archangel Uriel, sitting at a table waiting for him to arrive. Kim Hyun-gu asked, If I remember correctly, you said you were one of the managers on the angel side. Right, so this means this place is what they call heaven, huh?" Uriel replied, "Exactly." Kim Hyun-gu was puzzled, but can teleportation really be done like this, without needing anyone's permission? Normally, that is not possible unless the one who created that technique is me. Uriel was incredibly proud of his skill, but Kim Hyun-gu felt a bit put off. "Oh, is that so?" He clapped to encourage Uriel. "So you brought me here just to praise you or what?" Uriel said seriously, "Of course not, although part of the reason is that there is something more serious at hand. Lucifer is planning to use this technique to capture you." Kim Hyun-gu frowned. "What the heck?" He rested his chin on the table. I thought that plan would be super cool because you call it a plan. Right, so this time, are they just trying to drag me to their home turf to gang up on me? He is an angel. But why does his thinking sound like some street thug? Uriel crossed his arms helplessly. I can argue with that. Anyway, it has turned out this way. You need to be careful. After all, using magic can harm all those outside of heaven here. Even if you are a moonwalker, dealing with these pressures makes it impossible to handle all those angelic factions as easily as you might think. Kim Hyun-gyu tried to move his hand, grunting, and realized, yeah, my body is definitely a bit stiff. Got it. You have gone to this extent to clue me in on the situation, so I will proceed with caution. He stood up, and since I am super busy right now, I will be on my way. Alright, looks like you are an engineer too. Huh. Do you know how to handle these kinds of items and stuff? Uriel hesitated. Well, I do. But why are you asking me all of a sudden? Kim Hyun-gyu felt like he hit the jackpot. Aha, this is perfect. Help me out with something real quick. Scene shifts to another location, specifically the Tower of the Fire Spirit Fury, who was sitting there in despair, flanked by his minions. The Fire Spirit Fury let out a long sigh. Damn it. The minions exchanged worried glances with their master, nervously asking, Tower Lord, why are you sighing like that? Is something wrong? He replied gloomily. You are asking because you really have no idea what has been going on lately. Huh. I initially agreed to go because I thought the mission would be a walk in the park, but then I ended up losing to some random guy in the tower without accomplishing anything, and when I returned, I saw Knight Arb getting wrecked by Kim Hyun-gyu to the point of not being able to fight back, and the army we had struggled to assemble had to disband. Not only did we fail to capture Seafraid, but we also could not deal with the gate issue. How can I not sigh in this situation? Damn it. The minions anxiously stared at something until Kim Hyun-gyu's loud voice broke through. Ooh, so that is how it is? Huh. Can't he deny it? This is really stressful. The Fire Spirit Fury, still unaware, continued to vent. What else could it be? I have never been in such a humiliating situation. Then he realized something was off. Fury gasped. Kim Hyun-gyu turned around. Not an illusion, the Fire Spirit Fury stammered. What? How could you? Kim Hyun-gyu, annoyed, punched him hard, saying, why are you rambling so much? You are making a scene. Why does everyone freak out when they see me like this? What the heck? The minions nervously raised their weapons. Tower Lord. Kim Hyun-gyu slowly slipped his hands into his pockets and walked up to them, glaring as he commanded. What are you staring at? Want to die or something? He zapped them with lightning, sending them crashing to the ground, their eyes spinning. Kim Hyun-gyu scanned the tower. This place is just like Zig's tower, so the lower floors must lead that way. He descended to the lower levels of the Fire Spirit Fury's tower, fairy red hue enveloping the sky. The dry earth cracked like splintered wood, and the sparse trees barely stood. Kim Hyun-gyu clicked his tongue. Just like I thought, this place is just as chaotic. The people on this floor looked like dried-up husks, tattered clothes dragging on the ground. It was just much hotter, that is all. One person was face down in a tiny puddle, licking it up. Kim Hyun-gyu silently watched the poor soul, his face scrunched up in discomfort. Damn it. I just wanted to pass through a little, but this is really bothering me. He drops a rock onto the ground and stomps on it until it sinks deep, then turns his back and walks away, still feeling irritated. Back up on the higher floor, the volcanic spirit Fury is still out cold, snoring after that punch earlier. He looks at Fury's face with disgust and slaps him hard, wanting him to fall to the ground. Hey, wake up, you dog. Fury clutches his cheek in fear, saying, Kim Hyun-gyu, what do you want? How dare you barge in here? What are you planning to do? Without saying a word, Kim Hyun-gyu delivers a powerful punch straight to the air next to Fury's left shoulder, the force so great that a section of the wall behind Fury collapses. He mutters, honestly, I really dislike what you guys are doing, but I can't just go around fixing everything myself. You see, I have been swamped lately, so while I am busy, you better take care of your tower properly. Because when I have more time, I will come back here to check on things. Kim Hyun-gyu grips Fury's head, threatening him with a terrifying glare. And if things are still the same when I return, I will unleash some serious chaos. The volcanic spirit Fury is absolutely terrified by Kim Hyun-gyu's words. I guess I do not need to explain what I just said. Huh. He releases his grip from Fury's face. Alright, I am really busy, so I have got to go. If I catch you messing with your tower again, you will be in for a world of hurt. So do your job right. Fury desperately calls after him. Wait, what do you mean by doing my job right? At least tell me what I should do if I want to see the changes I am hoping for. Kim Hyun-gyu considers this and replies, Good point. Well then. First, a drop of water slowly falls from the sky into the puddle where that poor guy had his face down, and he looks dazed, thinking, hey, something just dropped. He looks up at the sky, his previously vacant eyes widen in surprise as he gazes at the heavens, a tear of emotion welling up. The sky has shed its dark red hue, and the rain arrives to wash away the gloom. Everyone stands up, stretching their arms out to catch those precious raindrops. It is raining. Kim Hainyu, with his flip-flops from Dongshuan Market, continues on his way, pulling out a compass from his bag and pressing the button. When will I get to explore all these places under this sky? This is crazy. And then the next day, in the realm of heaven, the angel leader Lucifer is sitting at a table with the archangels Jibril and Gabriel. After a lengthy report, Lucifer speaks up. So you are telling me that recently, Kim Hainyu has been actively invading the territories of the Tower Masters. Is that right? Gabriel nods. That is correct. This is my conclusion after reviewing all the reports from the Tower Masters overseeing the World Tree. However, the amount of mana they observed was very low. It seems like no battles are taking place at all. Of course, we have not actually gone inside yet, so we do not really know the real situation. Lucifer ponders this. That is strange. Just from that brief encounter, I can tell that guy is not the type to sit calmly and have a proper conversation. Lucifer rests his chin on his hand and smirks. Oh boy, things are getting interesting now. We need to dig deeper for the secrets. A voice rang out from behind Lucifer. Hey, you guys do not need to be so sneaky about it. The three angels jumped in shock, turning around to see Kim Hainyu lounging casually on the railing, saying, After all, I am right here. Angel Lucifer gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? Kim Hainyu cheerfully responded. Hey there. I have got something to talk to you about. He stood boldly in front of the three angels. Lucifer scoffed. You want to talk? Seems I have misjudged you all along. Who would have thought you were the type to enjoy chatting with others? Especially diving headfirst into your own grave like this. Kim Hainyu burst out laughing. My grave? You mean this place? Come on. How could that be? I have not done anything that bad. Angel Lucifer waved dismissively, lounging back in his chair. You really do not know. I told you from the very first time we met. We made a pact with the spirit faction to kill you, and the price was pretty steep. Do you really think we would just let you slip away? Kim Hainyu got it but did not seem too worried, laughing even louder. Yeah, that is because those troublemakers and their friends can't afford that price. Lucifer frowned in confusion. What? What do you mean? Kim Hainyu casually snapped his fingers. I can't explain all the details right now, but I think those guys are starting to realize that their lives are basically over. The scene shifted to where Night Arse was overseeing her world tree. Night Arse, the Bandit King Green, Sinfit, and Fire King Ip were staring in shock at their world tree, exclaiming, What the heck is going on? Their world tree was all withered, leaving only the stump. Sinfit stammered, I think this happened because it was not getting enough resources from the other towers. Night Arse bit her lip. What did you say? How on earth did this happen? What caused this? Bandit Green hesitantly spoke up. After contacting the other tower masters, it seems this is all Kim Haingyu's doing. Night Arse's expression crumbled. Him again. What does he have to do with this? According to the reports I received, Kim Hainyu unexpectedly raided all the tower masters connected to the world tree. Then he went down to the lower levels and did things nobody understands. Since then, resources have not been gathered like before. I told them to investigate, but for some reason, they all turned to stone and could not operate properly anymore. Night Arse's face drained of color as she leaned on her hand. Teeth gritted, nearly green and purple with rage. Muttering, Kim Hainyu, before screaming angrily. Ah, you damn dog. Back in the heavenly realm, Kim Hainyu tilted his head. Puzzled, why do my ears feel itchy? Is someone cursing me or something? He maintained his cheerful demeanor, snapping his fingers and telling the three angels, So, that is the deal. You better cut your losses. You guys are so close that you would fight for them without expecting anything in return. Right, the angel Lucifer lets out a sarcastic laugh. Yeah, if that is the case, we should just cut our losses. But there is no solid evidence to back up what you are saying, so why should we listen to you and let you walk away safely? Kim Hainyu scoffed. Come on, of course there is, because that is the only way you all can live to see another day. The three angels frowned, Gabriel and Jibril hiding behind Lucifer. Kim Hainyu says seriously, What is up? Is that not enough? You can clearly see whether I am lying or telling the truth. Lucifer's face twists in anger as he raises an eyebrow. After saying what he needed to, Kim Hainyu pulls out the compass to leave, waving his hand. But hey, I gotta head out now. Lucifer slightly bows his head. You heard what he said. Gabriel. Go investigate. Find out if he is telling the truth, and also see how he got here without knowing the coordinates or how to breach this place's security system. Gabriel hesitates. Yes, I will go right away. Lucifer glides over to the other chair. Uriel's spot. And asks, speaking of which, why has Uriel been absent today? He mentioned he had some personal stuff to take care of today. Seems like he has been really busy lately, even skipping sleep. Lucifer stares coldly at the empty chair, his voice dripping with suspicion. Really, that is odd. I have never piled so much work on him before. What could he possibly be busy with? Archangel Uriel is in another dimension waiting for someone. A figure approaches from behind, and Uriel turns around, saying, Finally, you have arrived. Peter replies dryly. Long time no see. The floating eye jokes. This is the first time we have gathered since you started reporting to the king. Uriel interrupts. Enough of the jokes. Why did you call me here? Peter slowly announces. I am not entirely sure, but it seems I have found some traces related to the king's achievements. Uriel's eyes widen in surprise as he hurriedly asks. What? Really? Where did you find them? We have searched everywhere. Peter agrees. I thought the same, but after reconsidering, there is still one place left, the spot where the dog chosen by the king is located. Uriel gasps. Wait, do you mean? Peter confirms. Exactly. I believe the king's achievements could very well be in Kim Hyun-gu's tower, the 51st tower. Uriel, looking astonished, asks Peter. You are saying the king's achievements could be in Kim Hyun-gu's tower? What do you mean by that? Peter calmly replies. Recently, he visited my master's tower, and I am still concealing my identity, so I had to pretend I did not recognize him. But the energy I sensed, though a bit weak, is very similar to the energy belonging to the king's achievements. Hearing this, Uriel suddenly gasped. Peter continues, and that energy is emanating from Kim Hyun-gu himself. Uriel quickly asked, could it be that he caught some of the king's energy just by meeting him? You are incredibly sensitive to energy. Maybe that is why you are getting confused. Peter quickly replied, that is definitely a possibility. Since this territory is not under the management of the company, we have not been able to investigate thoroughly. You should find a chance to check it out. We can't let things get any worse. Uriel pondered for a moment and responded. Is that really what you think? I understand. Peter replied, thanks for that, and when you see Kim Hyun-gu, make sure to give him a piece of your mind. We need to be even more careful. After all, the spirit faction is colluding with Hemed. Uriel asked in surprise, what? Are you serious? Peter replied, well, I happened to find out about this, but I do not know the details. In short, it seems like they are plotting some kind of dirty scheme. At a crumbling tower, Kim Saint appeared, wielding an old sword. He sat among the ruins, gazing ahead, and suddenly spoke. Long time no see. What winds brought you to this forsaken place? A figure approached from behind him. Kim Saint called out. Hemed stepped forward, bowing his head and said, I am just a messenger. Is not that clear by now? I bring a new request from the Lord of Tower 1 and the Tower Lords under the direct supervision of the management company. Kim Saint, he continued, so not reaching out to the others like this means something urgent has happened, right? Hemed replied, it is not that we have not reached out. It is quite the opposite. This mission is for not just you, but many other Tower Lords as well. He was taken aback, gripping his sword tightly and asked, what? Then turning to Hemed, he continued, a mission for everyone. How did it come to this? Hemed replied, indeed, this is a rare case, unprecedented in the history of the tower system. The importance of this mission is exceptionally high, because someone wants to unleash all their rage on just one person. Of course, not everyone can take on this mission. The King of Desire has been imprisoned for a long time. The Sun God Panik, just at hearing the target's name, Kim Saint asked in confusion, the Sun God. Hemed continued, Senza, you have not heard the rumors. He suffered his first humiliating defeat ever. The target of this mission is Tower 51, specifically its master, Kim Hyun-gu. Upon hearing this, he was utterly astonished. He then said, today I am really hearing some fascinating stories. Hemed pulled something from his coat pocket and replied, either way, this is something you need to do. Hemed handed him a green orb and continued, you just need to use the teleportation stone provided by the spirit faction to reach Tower 50. After that, find the passage to Tower 51. The rest is up to you. Kim Saint took the orb and asked, but why do I have to go through Tower 50? Can't I just head straight to Tower 51? Hemed replied, this is really tough. After the solar god's attack, that defense has been reinforced. Of course, if we use the power of the world tree, we could definitely get there. But for some reasons, that has become impossible right now. The management company getting involved in this can be exposed, so we can't rely on our own powers. Given the current situation, I think it is best to use the passage at Tower 50. He fell silent, lost in thought. Then he stood up and replied, all right, I get it. Let us prepare a bit before we head out. I am really looking forward to meeting the one who defeated the solar god. With that, he left. 2M quietly glanced at him and said, I am just saying this as a precaution, but do try not to bite the dust. Holy sword. Hearing this, the old man froze in surprise. 2M continued, at least do it for the sake of the others. The holy sword pondered and replied, okay, I will be careful. But can I really make it through the passage in Tower 50? What if the defenses at Tower 51 have been raised even more? Who knows, they might have blocked the passage by now. 2M looked at him, chuckling, that is impossible. Don't worry, my lord. Suddenly, 2M's face turned sly as he continued, because I am the one who created it. Meanwhile, Siegfried in the tower was panting as he cast a spell. He grumbled, "When is this damn tower going to return to normal? I have been working like a dog and still no results." Siegfried shouted, "On top of that, I have to worry about the lower floors too. Who the hell is in charge here?" Siegfried thought to himself, "But that is Kim Hyun-goo's order." He calmed down and said, "That guy is driving me insane. I have no choice but to tough it out. I have been working all night. I am dead tired and need a break." Suddenly, someone approached. Kim walked up behind Siegfried and said, "Sorry to interrupt your thoughts, but can I ask you a question?" Siegfried jumped and turned around, asking, "What?" He instinctively drew his sword and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Suddenly, a beam shot out. Siegfried stumbled back, his leg cut, causing blood to spurt out. He cried out in pain and sat down, clutching his injured leg. Siegfried muttered to himself as Kim approached and said, "I do not care who the hell you are. You just need to answer my question." Kim raised his sword in front of Siegfried. The old man's face was fierce as he asked, "Where's the passage?" "Inside Tower 51. Hainu." His support and No were looking at something. Hainu said, "So this means our Tower security system has been upgraded to another level. Thanks to this magic, there is a magical pattern appearing on the floor." No replied, "That is right. Compared to the many previous break-ins, I think enhancing the defense system is absolutely essential. That is why I created this." No glanced at the glowing door and continued, "Of course, I originally wanted to block that passage, but things are not that simple. The structure, framework, and strength holding up that passage. I have tried everything, but I just can't break it down. My skills are not enough to handle this. It is like there is something beyond the technical realm inside." Hyena looked at him and replied, "Oh, really? It is pretty intense. I did not expect it to be so special." Suddenly, Hainu fell silent as he spotted Kim Saint approaching. The three of them were puzzled, and Hainu asked, "What is going on here?" Kim Saint then said, "Hello, young man. Forgive me for barging in like this, but I have something to ask. Are you Kim Hyun-gyu?" He looked confused and raised an eyebrow, wondering why the old man was asking that. Kim Saint suddenly went quiet. Pondering, he smiled and said, "Aha." Then he turned to Hyun-yu and swung at him, but Hyun-yu managed to block it. The old man spoke slowly, "It seems you are indeed the one I have been looking for." Meanwhile, on the 50th floor of the tower, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the space, and Siegfried lay sprawled on the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to move his body. Suddenly, a footstep approached, and a voice complained, "This old man. Really, I told him to wait until I had a good sleep before coming along." The person yawned, muttering about his teammate being so impatient. He was Malaysian, the tower master under the management company. Seeing Siegfried in his last moments, Malaysian thought to himself, "Whoa, this is some serious action." Siegfried let out a painful groan, and Malaysian kicked his head lightly, asking, "How are you doing?" "Still alive. I hope. I really hate pointless deaths." He did not seem to care much. Thinking, well, whatever, Malaysian believed the old man was reliable. Whatever task he was given, he would get it done. At that moment, a flash of light burst through the window, illuminating the entire space. Malaysian stomped in frustration. This is ridiculous. Do I really have to go find him?" He continued, "To be honest, I am not even sure I need to be there anymore." At that moment, a strange surge of energy suddenly appeared. It spread across the area, forming a barrier that left Malaysian bewildered. He gasped in astonishment. "Whoa, what is this?" "A barrier." Then, Malaysian carefully reached out to touch it. Thinking, this is some tough stuff. Creating a barrier like this is not something just anyone can do. Malaysian suddenly recalled a previous conversation. Hymuth did mention that someone was helping Kim Hyun-gu. That must be the person who created this barrier. Then, he pushed his hand through the barrier, musing, that must be it, but there is nothing in this world I can break. Suddenly, he hesitated. Then Malaysian decided to stop this pointless effort and thought, forget it. This is such a hassle. He laid back on the ground, stretching out lazily. Thinking, this just gives me more reason to relax. Malaysian cheerfully thought, if the old man is already there, then I have nothing to worry about. He continued, he is known as the inspiration for everyone. At that moment, a powerful foot stomped down, shaking the ground and sky violently. Malaysian commented, because he is the strongest. Right, his powerful attack is unleashed. No and Avi jumped, startled by this shocking tremor, and they exclaimed in fear, what is happening? No looked wide-eyed and asked, Kim Hyun-gu, are you okay? Kim Hyun-gu replied casually, yeah, I'm fine. Then he told the two of them to quickly get out of the way. Kim Hyun-gu's arm was injured. The earlier slash had ripped his clothes apart. He braced himself and thought, this old guy seems tougher than I expected. Avi, frightened, obediently complied. At the same time, the old man with white hair drew his sword, glaring at his opponent with a fierce gaze. The old man spoke up, I have heard about you defeating the sun god, But I never expected you to be even more formidable than I thought. Facing Kim Hyung-gu, he praised him. You can easily block one of my strikes. Huh. It has been a long time since I found someone like you. Kim Hyung-gu shot back confidently. That move was easy to block. Nothing special, but how did you even get in here? He raised an eyebrow, adding, there should be guards at the passage. The old man with white hair replied. Don't worry, your guard at the passage is still alive. I got the answer I wanted, so I did not mind giving him a serious injury. Then the old man added, but the injury won't threaten his life, so you do not need to worry too much. Kim Hyung-gu looked worried. Huh, I can't believe it. He thought to himself, looks like Siegfried has already been defeated by this old man, able to land a strike that deadly in an instant. In terms of power, he must be at least on the same level as a demon or even stronger. The image of a chaotic force flashed in his mind. Kim Hyung-gu raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit intimidated by someone with such a terrifying level of power. Suddenly he called out, hey, old man. Facing the old man who had lost one arm but radiated immense pressure, Kim Hyung-gu asked, are you working directly under that management company? The old man paused for a moment, then replied, working. I do not think that word quite fits, but I can't deny it. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu smirked slyly. So I guess I was right. He continued, then I have no reason to hold back. With that, Kim Hyung-gu quickly charged towards his opponent. Flipping off his sandals, he locked his determined gaze and declared, I am going all out. In an instant, Kim Hyung-gu leaped forward with lightning speed. The old man with white hair was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a sword strike sliced right in front of Kim Hyung-gu, causing him to flinch. The old man retaliated with his sword, his face twisted in anger. The blow slammed into the building across from them, leaving a powerful shockwave. Kim Hyung-gu gasped, "Woo, that is wild." Then he shouted, "Why does the old man love destroying other people's homes so much?" The old man looked up in surprise, not expecting Kim Hyung-gu to have agilely slipped underneath and successfully closed the distance. He clenched his fist tightly and shouted, "I am going to kill you now." He then unleashed a powerful strike, and the old man with white hair quickly raised his sword to defend. The clash created a shockwave that shook the very ground. Kim Hyung-gu showed no fear and pressed on resolutely. The old man with white hair was no slouch either, glaring fiercely at him. After that, they charged into the battle, trading blows back and forth, neither side willing to back down. Despite the old man's incredible strength, Kim Hyung-gu was determined not to lose. After a moment of grappling, he successfully landed a punch on Law's body. The old man narrowed his eyes in disbelief, truly surprised. Now, the tip of Law's sword was just inches from Kim Hyung-gu's throat, yet he seemed unbothered. The old man thought to himself, how could his body withstand his sword's power? And he even had a regeneration ability, as he noticed Kim Hyung-gu's arm wound slowly healing. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted. The old man quickly got into a defensive stance and pressed forward. Kim Hyung-gu landed on the ground with an impressive flare, then launched a fierce counterattack. Both of them jumped up simultaneously, like a game of tag, matching each other's speed. The old man grumbled. Thinking that half-hearted attacks would not stand a chance against him, he tightened his grip on the sword, roaring. Then, Law swung his sword in a powerful arc. Kim Hyung-gu was momentarily surprised. Facing such a terrifying attack, he remained calm and assessed the situation. Then, he leaped up and shouted, "Law, you may look skinny, but you have got some serious strength." Eager to counterattack, he decided to show Law just how powerful youth could be. Kim Hyung-gu immediately summoned a golden dragon with overwhelming force, unleashing an impressive attack, roared and created a powerful explosion, debris flying everywhere. The old man was taken aback, quickly retreating several meters to save his life. He hissed in frustration, grumbling. Facing Kim Hyung-gu, who was riding the wave of momentum, the old man could not help but marvel. That is just insane. Not only that, but the old man then unleashed a technique, causing one of Kim Hyung-gu's hands to slice off, blood spraying through the air. After successfully hitting him, he quickly turned around, readying himself for the next attack. The old man thought to himself, I have to give it my all. I can't let this kid beat me. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu agilely jumped from side to side and closed in on him with a fierce gaze. The old man was stunned. Kim Hyung-gu smirked. What is with that look, old man? You think you have got this in the bag just because you managed to chop off one of my hands? Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. Amidst the swirling smoke, Kim Hyung-gu called out, "Hey, old man." Then he praised, "You are actually pretty strong." Facing the old man, who was raising his sword in defense, Kim Hyung-gu continued, "You actually managed to block that attack." Meanwhile, the old man furrowed his brow, assessing. His energy feels like that of a beast. Reflecting on the earlier events, his mind began to spiral. No matter how powerful he was, losing a hand was something hard to accept mentally. However, the battle had turned into an unexpected clash, and he was shocked that Kim Hyung-gu could counterattack so swiftly. Reflecting on Kim Hyung-gu's moves, the old man could not help but admire him. Not only that, every single attack he unleashed was devastatingly powerful, and his speed was so outrageous it was nearly impossible to keep up. He truly was remarkable. As the dust settled, The old man realized that this guy's strength had long surpassed the boundaries of logic. At the same time, Kim Hyunga's arm began to glow and gradually heal. The old man was astonished, thinking, there is even a regeneration ability. Kim Hyunga calmly gazed at his newly grown arm, brimming with vitality. The old man could not help but exclaim, "Whoa, that is fast." In the blink of an eye, Kim Hyunga had vanished. He soared into the air, raising his fist towards his opponent. Faced with that intense energy, the old man thought to himself, this kid is much stronger than I am. He bit his lip, realizing that maybe that day had finally come. The old man pondered the day when his soul would be freed, recalling Heimit's words of caution. I say this just to be safe, but he had sternly warned, do your best not to die. Holy sword. The old man felt the weight of ancient souls pressing down on him. They felt like a boulder on his shoulders, Heimit's words echoing in his mind. At least for the sake of those still around, it was also a tone for all the sins he had committed. Returning to reality, he had to face Kim Hyun-gu's attack. The old man exhaled deeply, realizing, whoa, that kid just won. T let up. Suddenly, a bright flash caught Kim Hyun-gu off guard. The old man continued, anyway, I have to use this soul to bear all the mistakes. That blinding light made Kim Hyun-gu quickly shield his eyes. He was startled and stumbled back, exclaiming, what? Finally, the old man spoke up. I still have not answered Nugai Nai's question. You were asking who I am, right? Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was momentarily taken aback. The old man with white hair replied calmly, I was once a warrior guarding Asuka, but then I became a traitor, bowing to power and betraying my friends. He added, I am the one who must bear the burden of Asuka's legacy, a sinner who must complete my mission to atone. At that moment, the old man had rejuvenated. His silver hair was now dyed black. He floated confidently in the air, surrounded by thousands of gathered swords. Now, he finally revealed his name. I am the Holy Sword. The One. Meanwhile, in a tower among the white clouds, a figure clenched his fists and cursed. Damn it. Uriel was observing Kim Hyun-gu's situation, irritated as he muttered, I have really messed this up. Who could have guessed? Uriel worriedly continued, the management company contacted the One so quickly. He thought to himself, maybe Milesian, another one under the management, was following the One. Right now, Milesian was still lounging with his feet up in the barrier, and Uriel judged, this guy, he just needs to carry others, and he is still napping like a baby. He rubbed his forehead, thinking, this is not good. Uriel believed the current situation was still balanced, but since the One had revealed the power of the Holy Sword, the tables had turned. No matter how strong Kim Hyun-gu was, he would not be able to defeat the One. That is because, while constructing the tower in all directions, the management company kept eliminating the gods that got in their way, and he was the one who killed all those gods at the company's request. Thinking this, Uriel stood up abruptly. He could not just sit there doing nothing. Faced with this situation, he thought to himself, I have to do something. At the same time, Kim Hyun-gu was staring blankly in the direction of the opponent. He worriedly thought, what trick is this old man playing? Why does he suddenly look so young? Moreover, why are there so many weapons? Looking back, Kim Hyun-gu realized it was even more than when the Ars Guild leader opened the subspace. Is this also some kind of artifact? Then, he glanced at the opponent. No, the feeling they gave off was completely different. The pressure radiating from them was anything but normal. Staring at the swords in front of him, Kim Hyun-gu felt the energy they contained was incredibly powerful. He turned his head towards the opponent and assessed the situation, not just one, but all of these weapons. Kim Hyun-gu recalled, if that guy is the Sword Saint, Chanma once said he was a legend among warriors. Now he realized, so he is the one that Heavenly Demon mentioned before. He can control any type of weapon and use them freely as he wishes. He is invincible. That is the information everyone knows about the opponent. Kim Hyun-gu started to sweat lightly, meaning the old man could wield countless powers to do whatever he wants. Right now, the opponent was watching his expression intently. Then, the opponent spoke. Judging by your expression, it seems you have grasped the situation by now. It is not surprising, considering the energy radiating from my weapons is extremely powerful. Then, the sword added, do not worry, I can't use all these weapons at once. The opponent confirmed, I only need the power they hold, and I will borrow that power to battle on the front lines, to protect others, and to gain more experience. The opponent tightened his grip on the sword, and the weapons around him radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Then, the opponent spoke softly, gathering them together and unleashing them all at once. At that moment, the sword silently targeted Kim Hyun-gu. He turned in shock. Before he could process it, a powerful explosion occurred. Facing hundreds of powerful energy beams, Kim Hyun-gu quickly stepped back to get a clearer view of the opponent. He exclaimed, oh! Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed in confusion. What the hell? This guy's speed. The opponent seemed amused, saying, your reaction is quite interesting. Just now, you could actually keep up with my speed. However, the situation has changed, the opponent continued. But the beams from my dear friend here are much faster and stronger. Then, the sword unleashed incredibly powerful beams. Let us see if you can withstand this, as the sword lunged toward Kim Hyun-gu, facing the formidable attack. He shouted. The overwhelming momentum nearly knocked off his legendary flip-flops. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Then, Kim Hyun-gu kicked out at the opponent's face while in a headstand position, swinging his arms wide, feeling all out of sorts. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu felt a rush of adrenaline. The face of the shapeshifter was utterly expressionless, oozing like a faceless being. Kim Hyun-gu stared in shock. What kind of liquid monster is this? What the hell is he? In that moment, the shapeshifter's head launched a direct attack toward Kim Hyun-gu. He cried out in pain. Suddenly, the shapeshifter whispered, Loki, the god of lies, he really loves to mess with others. But when it comes to blinding his enemies, he is number one. Then, the shapeshifter's weapon flew toward Kim Hyun-gu. With the enemy blinded like this, victory would surely be mine after one finishing blow. Saying that, the shapeshifter prepared to deliver a lethal strike. Just with this whip, Kim Hyun-gu struggled to break free, but the shapeshifter explained, I can only wield it to borrow a bit of Odin's strength. I can fully control it. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu grumbled in frustration. Damn it. The shapeshifter tightened its grip on the weapon and confidently declared, not even you can withstand this. Then, it raised the weapon straight at Kim Hyun-gu, who would not be able to defend himself. The shapeshifter's attack created an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. Kim Hyun-gu quickly covered his face with his hands. He thought angrily, damn it. What kind of cursed situation is this? I can to stop that guy. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. Whoa, this scene is epic. She teased. Looks like someone's about to bite the dust. Huh. Kim Hyun-gu. Startled, Kim Hyun-gu turned around. What? Seeing that familiar yet oddly strange figure, Kim Hyun-gu wondered, who are you? Just as he focused his gaze, an attack struck directly at his arm. Kim Hyun-gu gritted his teeth in pain, letting out a soft groan. Worrying to himself, this is bad. Then, another blow sent Kim Hyun-gu flying away. It pierced through massive boulders, causing a tremendous shockwave. In an instant, the rock shattered into tiny pieces. Kim crashed into the boulder, and the shapeshifter sneered. Looks like you have finally hit your limit. Now, Kim Hyun-gu struggled to catch his breath, his voice raspy. Damn it. When was the last time I felt this much pain? Why is this guy so strong? He wondered. What about all those incredible powers he can use at will? Without them, how could he possibly defeat me? Kim Hyun-gu thought this guy was the toughest opponent he had faced in a long time. Before he could finish his thought, the woman's figure interrupted. Well, nothing surprising there. Her hair danced in the wind, and that management team probably did manage to take him away. But once upon a time, I planned to turn him into my little lapdog. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu turned in shock, and she continued, but I have to admit, you have really kept me on my toes. When that guy came to tell me what happened, I thought I would see you totally defeated, unable to fight back. Then she teasingly added, and yet here you are, still managing to breathe. Huh. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu realized, with that wide kick, I was still unsure at first, but now there is no doubt. Looking at the figure before him, he silently affirmed, you must be that floating eye. The girl smiled casually and greeted, it has been a while, has not it? Hyun-gu. This is the first time you are meeting me in this form. Huh. You look a bit light. Then she tilted her head and asked, so, how have you been? Living the good life. Asking that in this situation seems a bit crazy, does not it? Kim Hyun-gu was at a loss for words. What are you kidding me? I am clearly not doing well at all. He had not even finished speaking when he started trembling and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the girl chuckled. Yeah, you definitely do not look so good. She glanced over at him and said, but do not let that bring you down. I know you just said he is the toughest opponent you have faced in a long time, but guess what? You can beat him now, so make sure to use that wisely. Just when he thought the fight would end here, Kim Hyun-gu asked in surprise, what are you talking about? The girl, still smiling, replied, isn't it obvious, the thing I gave you a long time ago. At this point, she pointed directly at him, that is my eye. Suddenly, one of Kim Hyun-gu's eyes started emitting a strange blue energy, and he looked completely astonished. Kim Hyun-gu stopped short and asked, what did you just say? He was utterly confused and wondered, what the heck is wrong with my eye? The girl chuckled and said, let me buy some time before explaining, because it is going to take a while. Then, the space around them suddenly shifted, and they found themselves in an incredibly dark place. The girl spoke up, let us move to another spot. Kim Hyun-gu looked at his hands, noticing his wounds had vanished. Is this my inner world? Without beating around the bush, the girl directly asked, have you ever wondered, Hyun-gu, why you can so easily use the achievements of others? Kim Hyun-gu looked confused. What? Then he hesitated. Why are you asking me about that? The girl casually replied, think back to all the battles you have fought until now. You were able to use holy lightning in the battle against the heavenly demon, then learned the art of grand magic while fighting the Holy Light King, and countless other battles too. In those, you managed to take the achievements and skills of your opponents and use them as if they were your own. The girl gently said, just think about it. Do you really believe anyone can do that? Kim Hyun-gu stammered. Well, then he added, I have read some novels and webcomics. So I thought that is how you learn to use those skills. Hearing such a ridiculous answer, the girl could not help but laugh. Then she burst into laughter. From the start, your silly excuses have been way too ridiculous. Haha. The girl stepped closer to Kim Hyung-gu and asked, if all those people had to train hard for hundreds of years to achieve those skills, how could you just copy them by watching? Did you just read a bunch of boring novels and webcomics? Suddenly, she paused for a moment. Then she turned to him and said, I am not trying to offend any of the lovely authors out there. Some of them might be a bit sensitive, so watch out. Kim Hyung-gu asked, who are you talking to? That girl quickly returned to the topic. To sum it up, the reason why people can effortlessly master their achievements is all thanks to the power of the eye within us. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-gu gently reached up to touch his right eye, radiating energy. So this is what it means to have a human eye, she confirmed. Exactly. It grants the user the power to see the history of all the achievements they have encountered and to understand the deep essence behind each of those accomplishments, allowing them to explore the true essence of any achievement. At that moment, a mystical energy surged within Kim Hyung-gu's eyes. The girl asked, so do you now understand the true nature of the power you possess? She then pointed to her left eye. Back in reality, the area was engulfed in a thick cloud of dust from the earlier attack, and seeing Kim Hyung-gu struggling, Theo thought to himself, what a shame. Staring intently at his opponent, wondering what fresh insight he might reveal, Theo tightened his grip on the sword, planning to entrust one of his greatest wishes to him, if only he had the capability to fulfill it. Then he sighed. But alas, it seems that is all there is to it. Theo silently concluded that he had been daydreaming, completely out of touch. Suddenly, Kim Hyung-gu's figure vanished from sight, leaving Theo stunned. What the hell? He sank into a chaotic stream of thoughts, knowing full well that Kim was still alive after his last attack due to his extraordinary regenerative abilities. He had anticipated that he would not be able to keep up with his movements. His physical prowess was utterly terrifying. At that moment, a powerful weapon appeared, and Theo continued to ponder. He was aware of everything. Yet there was one thing that puzzled him. How could he swing that weapon so effortlessly? At this moment, Kim Hyung-gu raised Theo's prized weapon high and aimed it directly at him. He flashed a bright smile, showing off his purely whites thanks to the military-grade toothpaste. Remembering earlier, Kim Hyung-gu realized the truth. This eye could see through the true essence of any achievement. He wondered in surprise, does this mean I can utilize all the achievements I see? Then, Kim Hyung-gu's curiosity sparked. If that is the case, why has not it worked for me until now? The eye responded. That is because you have not had the capability to harness the full power of the eye from the start. She continued explaining, the stronger the achievement, the greater the burden it places on your mind and body. Therefore, I set two conditions when granting you my eye. First, you can only use the achievements that your body can withstand. And second, you want to unlock the full potential of my eye until you refine your mind to a certain level. And you have achieved those conditions faster than I ever imagined, the eye added. You have acquired the great achievement of Brahma in the battle against Datswa and even succeeded in obtaining the holy body. In the battle against Tama, you even pinpointed the abyss I had chosen, and your mind has nearly reached a state of perfection. The eye subtly raised its hand and continued. All that is left for me to do is fight against those who possess even greater achievements and gain more experience. Images of Thielen flashed before me, the one who met all those conditions in just one battle against Hanta. The eye mused. It is probably easy to see that Hanta is the one who can wield all the great achievements of Asga. Hanta is truly the ultimate beast among beasts. Then, she recalled those images and said, thanks to that, I have fully unlocked the potential of that eye. Do you know what that means? The eye revealed a victorious smile. This moment is the birth of an unparalleled existence, unmatched in the history of all dimensions. The most domineering being has emerged. Returning to reality, Kim Hyung-gu boldly wielded his weapon with a fierce glint in his eyes. He thought to himself, I can feel the wind as strength as I touch the weapon. Powerful emotions and memories hidden within this spear flow through me. Countless battles Odin has endured. Legendary victories and sacred ancient myths have shaped me. Raising my sword towards the enemy, the opponent was astonished and quickly took a defensive stance, unable to hold back a shout. Kim Hyung-gu charged forward with fierce momentum. The power of this great achievement is here. The clash of the two weapons created an earth-shattering explosion. Rocks and dirt flew from all directions. The ground shook violently. The opponent blurted out. As Kim Hyung-gu swung his sword to split a massive boulder, he shouted, Hey old man. Brace yourself. He shot a fierce look, holding Odin's weapon lightly as if it were nothing. Now it is my turn to use these ridiculously overpowered weapons against you. After laying it all out, the eye snapped its fingers and said, All right. I have explained everything, so I will send you back right now. She added pressure with a teasing remark. I have gone this far, and if you still lose, well, you better prepare for some serious embarrassment. Ahaha. Kim Hyung-gu, irritated, urged, just take me back already, you old hag. Suddenly, the eye chimed in. Oh right, You should use the holy weapon to finish him off. Now you can use as much as you want. Hearing that, Kim Hyung-gu stubbornly replied, Huh. Why's that? I prefer to fight with my bare hands. He raised an eyebrow in question. Is it really necessary to do that? The eye sternly replied. Simply put, that might be the only way. She continued, so that poor kid can forgive himself. Back in reality, the opponent was gritting his teeth, struggling against Kim Hyung-gu's assault. He thought in shock, what the hell? It is like he has become a different person. Right now, Kim Hyung-gu was casually launching attacks, a stark contrast to his earlier wounded state. He smugly said, Hey old man. Then, Kim Hyung-gu leaped up, striking directly at the opponent's weak spot. You are way too exposed. He seized the opportunity to kick the opponent in the groin, causing him to spit blood in agony. Kim Hyung-gu continued to send the opponent flying 10 meters away, crashing hard to the ground. The opponent was now coughing up blood, painfully letting out a few grunts. But his sword continued to scrape harshly against the ground, making an incredibly piercing sound. The opponent stumbled back, trying to maintain his balance. He struggled to catch his breath, worry bubbling up inside him as he thought, Oh man. Look at Kim Hyung-gu rushing towards me like a freight train. This guy is not giving me a second to gather myself at all. At the same time, they tightened his grip on his weapon and began to cast his spell. The winter goddess Skady. Boom. A chilling gust of wind instantly enveloped the area. A massive ice block appeared, blocking Kim Hyung-gu's view. Frustrated, he unleashed a powerful spell, clashing head-on against the foe. He then combined it with a heavenly strike and casually smashed the annoying ice blocks in front of him. Witnessing this, they could only stare in disbelief. What the heck was that? Did he just combine two skills from completely different realms? Recognizing the familiar attack, he thought to himself, that is not too surprising. At that moment, powerful lightning struck his ice block, and Kim Hyung-gu's eyes lit up with fierce energy as he charged forward. They wondered, was that those move? Before he could even process it, Kim Hyung-gu swung his weapon in a beautiful arc, sending shockwaves through the air. They let out a small grunt, quickly unsheathing his sword and activating the skill space manipulation like a boss. He slashed furiously, delivering countless strikes in the blink of an eye, a multidimensional onslaught. Even though they managed to hit Kim Hyung-gu, he learned to turn his body into a puddle of goo, so it did not do a thing. They was left speechless, gritting his teeth, realizing that even Loki's cloning ability was in play here. He could not believe his eyes. How could this be happening? It was like he could read his opponent's moves. Kim Hyung-gu then spoke up, saying, If you are curious, that lightning-fast move I just used is based on those skill, but I did not utilize any of his amazing achievements. Meanwhile, a bolt of lightning struck down, leaving they staring in worry as Kim Hyung-gu continued. That won't help you at all. The heroic figure leaped high with Odin's weapon, as golden energy filled the sky. Then, Kim Hyung-gu charged straight at his opponent, eyes blazing with intensity. Muttering, Because I am way stronger than that, they was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, those lightning struck down, creating an incredibly powerful explosion. As the dust began to settle, Kim Hyung-gu stood tall, weapon in hand. He declared loudly, Whoa, I am starting to feel tired from this. That last hit left a deep dent in the ground, yet they was still unscathed. Seeing this, Kim Hyung-gu asked, How did you dodge that attack? But upon closer inspection, it seemed that he had not completely avoided it. He was injured after all. They was now struggling to prop himself up with his sword. Trying to regain his breath, a long gash had opened up on his chest, blood seeping out and staining his shirt. He sighed, thinking, Chienfei is the fastest god in Asga, yet I could not completely dodge that last attack. Even with the kid's abilities, they pondered, how long has it been since I have been pushed to a wall like this? Then he realized, oh right, this is the first time since that fateful day. His thoughts drifted back to that day, the day he lost everything, the day he had his arm severed. The manager boldly declared, You, who are considered the soul of the sword. Right, I really admire a person with your potential. Meanwhile, the one in pain clutched their bleeding arm tightly. The manager continued with intensity. You are the first in this farm who has left such a mark on my face. Then, he continued, so, I have a proposition for you. The manager glared at the wounded one and asked, Are you willing to wield your sword for my service? He added, If you agree, I will spare all the innocent citizens of Asga. Upon hearing this, the wounded one quickly asked, Are you serious? The manager confirmed. Of course, but I have two conditions. He then raised his hand and stated, First, you must obey all my commands, no matter what they are, and second, he continued, to prove your loyalty to me, you must eliminate all those who dare oppose me. The manager said this while gripping Odin's head. His eyes burned with fury as he added, like this Odin here. For example, Odin let out a painful cry. It does not stop there, he continued. Oh, and all the others here as well. Surrounding them were heavily injured warriors. The manager stepped closer to the wounded one and exclaimed, Come on, they are about to die anyway, so it will be easier for you to take action. He loudly expressed his inner delight. Don't you find this deal of mine quite tempting? Back in reality, Kim Hyung-gu asked, After everything that has happened, you still plan to fight, the wounded one, Jun, replied. Of course, I may not be able to defeat you. Then he forced a pained smile. But sadly, I do not have the option to give up anymore, the wounded one simply said, so I will keep fighting. Hearing this, Kim Hae-gyu sighed in frustration. Listen up, buddy, he continued, I hate getting involved in other people's business. But let me tell you this, you do not need to blame yourself so much. His words touched the wounded one's heart. Your friends do not hate you for what you have done, he asked in surprise. Really? The wounded one stammered. What are you saying? Kim Hae-gyu calmly replied. You must find it hard to believe, but a friend of mine, who could be considered close, told me a few things about you. He added, even without that friend, I can see and feel the memories and emotions behind the great achievements you have attained. He slowly said, it seems they all share the same feelings. In the past, the wounded one was deeply pained when he had to kill his own teammates. That burden had haunted him for a lifetime. Kim Hae-gyu softly said, they want to apologize for making him endure so much alone. The image of the wounded one crying had been etched in Uden's eyes. Kim Hae-gyu continued, they hope you no longer feel guilty and find a peaceful place to rest. Upon hearing this, the wounded one felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to believe this truth. Then he smirked and said, don't joke about memories and emotions. After that, the wounded one's expression darkened as he replied, I have spent thousands of years with their legacies, yet I have never seen or felt anything from them, and yet, you think I would believe that you can actually feel the thoughts and emotions swirling inside their hearts, especially since you just achieved these powers for the first time today. Facing Kim Hae-gyu, he loudly questioned, what do you think I am, some kind of fool? Then, instead of backing down, he boldly declared, sorry, but I can buy into your baseless claims. Maybe that guilt you feel can just be wiped away with a simple word, he firmly stated. The burden I carry is so heavy that your empty words can't possibly shake me. And then he braced himself, ready for battle. The image of Kim Hae-gyu reflected on his sword's blade. He calmly said, yeah. My friend told me you would react like this because you have always been super stubborn. Then Kim Hae-gyu added, she said you would not stop fighting until you are dead. Then he got into his stance, tightening his grip on the weapon in hand. So it seems there is no other way. I have said everything I wanted to say, the two locked eyes, so let us put an end to this, once and for all. Suddenly, memories surged back, thousands of years ago, somewhere in Asga, where the magma flowed brightly, illuminating the dark night. At that moment, he plopped down with a sigh. I am exhausted. He had just defeated a monster that was over 100 times his size, and he warily exclaimed, this beast is really tough. Looking at his teammate, he voiced his concern, you are badly hurt too, Odin, to which Odin smiled gently and replied, what is this compared to anything? It is so strong that even you ended up like this. I am just lucky to be alive. He controlled his breathing as he continued. But I have always known that there is always a chance I could get hurt, or even face death, Odin calmly added, especially since my duty is to protect the entire land of Asga. Hearing this, he exploded with anger. You are getting all emotional because you almost died. What kind of nonsense is that? Odin softly replied. Well, if I... And then he smiled. I hope I can leave the rest to you, turning his gaze toward him. Odin continued, because you are the only one I trust more than myself. Back in reality, the tip of his sword radiated an incredibly powerful aura. A single phrase echoed in his mind, my precious friend, and in a fit of rage, he charged at Kim Hae-gyu. Ready for an all-out brawl, Kim Hae-gyu skillfully used Odin's weapon to create a sweeping arc. Countering the attack, the energy from both sides clashed, creating flashes of light filled with raw power. Both continued to unleash attacks, neither willing to back down. Then, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, rocks flying in every direction. Both skillfully dodged the powerful beams of light like fireworks. He and Kim Hae-gyu each planted their feet firmly on their weapons to maintain balance. They exchanged fiery glares. In the blink of an eye, a series of moves were executed. Kim Hae-gyu skillfully evaded the strikes from his sword and charged straight at him, eyes blazing with intensity. Then, he swung his weapon hard at his opponent, but he quickly used his sword to block the blow. Their weapons clashed, creating a deafening screech. At this moment, the sword of the opponent had started to show signs of wear. Seizing the upper hand, Kim Hae-gyu unleashed a powerful strike that forced the opponent to stumble back a few steps. The man groaned with exhaustion. And then, the opponent leaped back, landing on the ground in a frog-like stance. He struggled to control his breathing. At the same time, Kim Hae-gyu's legendary flip-flops made their entrance. Without giving the opponent a chance to react, he quickly dashed toward him, eyes blazing with determination. Seeing Kim Hae-gyu rushing in, the opponent tightened his grip on his weapon. Flurry of swords pointed toward Kim Hae-gyu, creating a protective barrier around him. Surprised for a moment, the opponent seized the initiative and charged forward. He swung his sword across Kim Hae-gyu's neck, but the latter skillfully dodged. The opponent thought, today I am jumping in and closing the distance. Then, Kim Hae-gyu kicked out, his flip-flop striking the opponent hard, causing him to lose his grip on his teeth and lips. With a powerful impact, the opponent was sent flying several meters away. At that moment, he slightly opened his eyes to look at Kim Hyun-gu. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Hey, but do not get me wrong, okay?" The opponent lifted his gaze slightly, and the voice continued, "I know this sounds heavy and dramatic, but I am not asking for much." He recalled Udin's words. "If you feel you have done everything possible and still can't win, it is okay to retreat. Don't push yourself too hard for no good reason." Odin smiled and said, "I am always worried about you." That voice echoed in the opponent's ears. He really could be clumsy at times. Back in the present, Kim Hyun-gu's strike had caused a powerful explosion. The opponent clenched his hands, which were now bleeding profusely. He struggled to regain his breath while thinking of Odin's words, but he realized he often pushed himself too far. The opponent wondered, "Is that really what you meant, Odin?" Kim Hyun-gu's sword continued to advance, and the opponent sank into a whirlpool of thoughts. Could he truly say he had tried his best? Faced with Kim Hyun-gu's tenacity, he was not so sure. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu looked up, visibly annoyed. Then he spoke, "Hey, I do not like saying stuff like this to anyone. Loki, Himdu, Thor, Skadi, Hoth, Bor, Tianfi, Dilo, Seth." Iduni listed these names one by one. Kim Hyun-gu raised his sword and said, "But I owe you a lot, so this will be the only exception in my life." He shouted, "You are the strongest person I have ever faced." With that, Kim Hyun-gu charged in to deliver a lethal blow. A powerful beam aimed straight at the opponent. The opponent shouted as he lunged forward, ready to fight until his last breath, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. He tried to steady himself. He still had things to do. Then, he braced himself for battle. Suddenly, the sword in the opponent's hand broke in half, and he could only stare in shock. As he turned around, he saw an unseen hand grasping the other half of the sword. Then, blazed brightly and gradually materialized. A familiar voice echoed, "Hey there, my dear friend, my silly buddy." Odin smiled proudly, saying, "Thank you, my friend. You have worked so hard all this time. Now you can finally rest easy." Behind Odin stood all his old teammates, each of them smiling with hope. Odin finished. "It is alright to be with us now." On the battlefield, only half of a broken sword remained. Kim Hyun-gu struggled to control his breathing, letting out a curse. Damn it. It had been ages since he felt this exhausted, and with that, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, at the 50th tower, a beam of light burst through the dark space, followed by a powerful explosion. A voice echoed, "I can't believe it. I did feel a slight shift in energy just now." Malaysian finally stood up, grimacing as he said, "But who would have guessed the spirit of the sword's spirit, would be killed like that?" He then turned towards the window, realizing there was no other choice now. "I really do not want to deal with Cam, but I have no reason to back out anymore," Malaysian declared with determination. "Looks like I have to go kill him right now." Kim Hyun-gu, meanwhile, had fallen asleep to recover his energy after the intense battle. Completely unaware of what awaited him, Malaysian slipped his finger into the spatial vortex, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning shot out. The power of it grew stronger, causing Malaysian to jump in shock. He looked at his electrified hand and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Why is the passage blocked like this?" Right now, Malaysian could not step through that window. He stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, "No way." He clearly said no one could block the passage except him. Jaikama. Suddenly, Malaysian gasped, "Wait a minute." As he looked up, his face filled with shock. Could it be him? At the same time, Hymuth was observing the current situation with a serious expression. He tilted his head and remarked, "This is quite surprising." Seeing Kim Hyun-gu lying there on the ground recovering, Hymuth could not believe it. Who would have thought that guy could actually defeat the sword spirit? Remembering the imposing figure from earlier, Hymuth was astonished. Not to mention, he possessed a strange ability to copy such achievements. He then reached out to touch the screen, speaking with a cunning tone. "Seems like you might just be worth keeping alive, Kim Hyun-gu." In order for me to complete my plan, behind Hymuth lay various weapons scattered on the ground. Inside the spiritual world, a female voice chimed in with delight. "This time, it is truly a mess." Kim Hyun-gu blinked a few times, groggy as he took in the situation. She then asked, "Isn't that right, Hyun-gu?" Facing him was the form of that ghostly eye. Kim Hyun-gu asked, "How long was I out?" She cheerfully replied, "Not too long. In the real world, it is probably just about a day. You have slept so much. You must be waiting for someone." The eye continued, "But since you have overexerted yourself with all those great achievements you are not really familiar with, let us just say your condition is still pretty mild. Maybe it is because the person used the holy artifact as a channel to harness the power of those achievements. That is why it is like this. Without them, the pressure on your mind would be immense, and you would probably need at least a week to wake up." Then the eye reassured you, "But do not worry. Your mind has recovered now, so you will be waking up in no time." Kim Hyun-gu gently stirred and replied with relief, "That is great to hear. Thanks." Then he pointed to the eye that was pulsating with mysterious energy and asked curiously, "But first, I have a few questions about this eye. When exactly did you give it to me?" He added, "You say you have been observing me for a while, but I clearly remember we have never met." The eye chimed in delight. "Oh, that incident. Huh," she replied. "Of course, I secretly gave it to you back then. When you were trapped in the guidance tower, Kim Hyun-gu was just lying there on the ground, struggling to find a way out." Yawning widely, at that moment, a hand reached out towards Kim Hyun-gu, and the eye said, "I visited you secretly." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was astonished and asked back, "Wait, I've had this eye for that long?" She blinked and confirmed, "Yes, the reason I chose you is quite a lot, but the main reason is not too different from why No locked you in that tower." The eye calmly stated, "Out of everyone I have ever encountered, you seem to be the strongest." Noticing Kim Hyun-gu's expression was a bit strange, she continued, "What is up? Is it too simple?" He replied in annoyance, "If I get even stronger, are you planning to drain my power completely?" The eye nodded in agreement. "I must admit, I did use a lot of power back then, for a long time. I could only endure being trapped without achieving anything." Then she suddenly smirked, "But I think I made a very wise choice, especially after seeing you like this now." Facing her, Kim Hyun-gu softly said, "I can believe you easily gave me this kind of overwhelming power that can copy all the achievements I see." He added, "So could it be that?" Before he could finish, the eye suddenly stood up and clapped. "Oh right, I just remembered, your wives are probably waiting for you. They must be worried sick about you. You should hurry back." Then she snapped her fingers playfully. "Here, let me give you a hand." Kim Hyun-gu quickly interjected, "Wait, what do you mean by wives?" The eye replied, "When you return, you will find there is someone else who is very happy to see you too." Then the eye added, "He is actually quite useful, so remember to treat him well." "Okay." Kim Hyun-gu was extremely annoyed. "Hey, answer me. Do not just dodge the subject like that." Without saying more, the eye concluded with a goodbye. "See you later." Back in reality, Kim Hyun-gu woke up after a long sleep. He softly called out a few times, and suddenly noticed two heavy disciples on top of him. Kim Hyun-gu instinctively exclaimed, "Hey, what are you two doing?" My Che happily replied, "Finally, you have woken up, Master Hyun-gu." Then she continued, "This is the latest healing method we just learned, which means you woke up too soon." Both of them said in unison, "We are so glad to see you are doing much better, Master." Kim Hyun-gu looked down in confusion and asked, "What kind of healing is this?" In this state, he could not help but feel anxious. "And what happened to my clothes?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "I am teaching them how to do it." Kim Hyun-gu turned to the chaotic spirit. "A demoness," she spoke nostalgically. "Let us just say this is a home remedy for injuries, passed down from one demon generation to the next." Then the chaotic spirit grinned slyly. She could speed up the healing process by channeling magic into her fingertips and pressing on some specific pressure points. She excitedly added that the effectiveness depended on the quality and quantity of magic pushed into the body. Kim Hyun-gu was extremely bewildered. "Is this really a healing method?" he asked in disbelief. "Seriously?" The chaotic spirit burst into laughter as if she just pulled a prank and said, "Oh, this is my first time trying it, but it should work pretty well, given that you woke up right away." Suddenly her expression changed completely. "And thanks to someone, I gained a fantastic experience." Hyun-gu, the chaotic spirit dropped a line that sent chills down his spine. "You really are something else." He thought to himself, is this really appropriate for someone my age? A dark thought suddenly flashed through his mind. In another mansion, the atmosphere was chillingly tense. Inside, an irritated voice echoed, meaning the manager angrily questioned, "Did you fail to eliminate Hyun-gu? And was the spirit killed too?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, that is right." The manager frowned in annoyance. That is surprising. I can understand how he defeated the spirit, but I did not expect this to happen with my legion present." He asked, "Could it be that Hyun-yu took out both of them?" The subordinate replied, "No, they were not together at that time." He recounted everything. The spirit left as soon as the request came in, while Malaysian took forever to get ready like usual before finally heading out. The manager asked, "So the spirit was killed before he even arrived?" The subordinate confirmed, "Yes, that is correct." Then he added, "I could have sent him after Hyun-yu, but I decided to minimize our losses and ordered him to retreat temporarily." Hearing this, the manager nodded in agreement. That makes sense." The subordinate continued, "As soon as I analyze Hyun-yu's powers, I will immediately send someone else to take him out, so please wait a little longer." The manager turned his back and simply said, "Fine. I will leave that to you." He looked up with excitement and said, "I am about to get busy because I need to prepare all these achievements." The manager then insisted, "You better handle that properly so I do not have to get involved." "Got it," the subordinate replied uncomfortably. "Yes, sir. This time it seems like I am handing this over to the bad guys." He softly added, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir." Back in Kim Hyun-yu's room, he asked, "So after I passed out from the fight with the spirit, No brought me back here, and he also brought this with him." Looking at the half-sword on the table, Kim Hainu was at a loss for words. He exclaimed, "Is not this the sword that the spirit was using?" Kim Hainu crossed his arms in confusion. "But what am I supposed to do with this? It is broken like this. How can I use it anymore?" The chaotic force of the madness said. "At first, I thought the same way. But there is a reason he brought it back." Then, she told Kim Hainu, "Just pick it up. It will make it much easier for others to understand." He grabbed the sword and asked, "Is this it?" Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, making Kim Hainu jump. He thought to himself, "This feeling seems familiar." Then, Kim Hainu found himself in a strange illusion. Wondering, is this the world of the subconscious? The voice spoke in a deep tone. "I thought it would take you much longer to recover. Who have you guessed I would see you so soon? You really are a monster." "Hainu," your words startled Kim Hainu. He turned around, recognizing that voice. Kim Hainu asked in surprise, "Are not you the spirit of the sword?" The spirit spoke gently. "Do you feel any better now?" Then, in a soft voice, he added, "I hope you are doing better because I have something I need your help with." Amid the ruins, Kim Hainu stared at the old man before him in disbelief. "No way." Seeing the old man chuckle made Kim Hainu question reality. "Did not you already die?" At that question, the man chuckled softly. "I should have been dead at that time." As he said this, the man recalled his comrades. "It was something I always desired as well, breaking free from the chains of fate." He looked at Kim Hyeon-gu's astonished expression and continued, "I have accepted my fate and I am ready to rest." Pausing for a moment, he remembered the moment he opened his eyes, reaching out to the floating object, until he suddenly encountered a drifting eye. The soul was revived, and as he spoke, an eye appeared in his mind. After hearing the story, Kim Hainu quickly asked to confirm, "An eye? Is she the one who saved you?" To this question, the man replied calmly, "To be precise, she saved half of me. My body has completely turned to dust." The image of a broken sword flashed in the old man's mind, and he paused before continuing, "But by transferring my soul into this sword, she successfully preserved my consciousness." Recalling what had happened, he said she mentioned that she possessed a power that could create a new body for me, but she advised me to observe the situation first. The image of himself etched in her eyes left a strong impression on him. If that management company discovered I was still alive, they would likely see me as a traitor, and they would annihilate both me and my tower. As he spoke, the image of a man crushing the tower with his bare hands appeared. After finishing the story, he spread his arms and laughed. "So now I only have this soul form left, and we have to communicate like this? How strange." Witnessing this, Kim Hainu felt 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts disbelief. Was this something he imagined, or had the old man's personality really changed? Breaking free from his thoughts, Kim Hainu voiced his inner question. "Why did you agree to that? I thought you wanted to die." To this question, the old man replied with an air of nonchalance, "Yes, but when given a chance to survive." As he spoke, the old man opened his eyes with a fierce glint. "I just remembered something I wanted to do but had long forgotten." The scene of him stabbing someone in front of a third party unfolds. "And there is something we need to do to ensure their souls find peace." As he says this, the man with the broad face warns that it is dangerous. He wants to take revenge on the management company. Hearing this purpose, Kim Hainu can't believe his ears. Revenge. The old man observes his reaction and speaks calmly. "Before explaining the origins of this, let me ask you one thing. Have you ever heard of..." He hesitates for a moment before finishing his question. "The farm, right?" Noticing the strange look on Kim Hainu-gu's face, he can't help but ask, "Huh?" Surprised for a moment, he asks the old man hurriedly, "What is that? Is that place different from the tower?" With that expression, the old man slowly explains, "It is similar to the tower, and its main function is to gather all the achievements." Not stopping there, the old man continues to provide more information. "However, unlike a regular tower, the farm looks exactly like a gigantic pit, deep enough to be hard to believe. In there, one would find Asga and Olympus. They are the only dimensions trapped inside." As he speaks, images of massive, pristine white structures come to mind. After hearing the explanation, Kim Hainu asks a question like a model student. "So you mean they are trapped?" The old man explains in more detail for him to understand. "Just like the current residents living in other towers, they were violently moved to the farm by their overseer." With that, he reverses the question back at him. "You know the reason, right?" Kim Hainu puts his hands on his hips and replies casually, "Probably." After answering, he starts to share his understanding. He is doing this to control and mix the amount of magic that should flow into your dimension. After saying that, he asks again, "Is that so?" To this question, the old man nods confidently. "That is right. Of course. Back then, we had no idea about this and thought it was an unprecedented disaster." After that, the scene shifts to a crowd gathering around 3 strange figures. "So we were extremely grateful to him for finding us a new home." The man silently watches his companion shake hands with the manager. Little did we know, it was just a small test for him to establish his current system. In a corner where no one knows, the manager is grinning wickedly. The next day, the villagers are pale with fear as they look in a certain direction. This is the fate that awaits them, the day he unleashes his massacre. Numerous black portals appear in the sky above, with the manager standing atop them. Moments later, he waves his hand downwards, and countless fireballs rained down on the village like a storm, targeting all the fishermen in the farm. Back in reality, Kim Hyun-gyu is left dumbfounded, terrified and not believing his ears. What? After being stunned for a moment, he can't help but stutter his question again. Why would he do that? The old man, sitting on a rock, answers calmly, I do not know. Suddenly, we have no choice but to confront him. After slaughtering the entire village, the manager grabs the old man's companion by the head, while he kneels helplessly on the ground. Although we surely guessed it, we have no winning chance. Breaking free from that train of thought, the man added, just yesterday, I finally discovered why he did it. From that floating eye, the image of myself holding a sword and staring at that eye flashed in his mind. The man was horrified, seething with rage as he questioned the eye. What do you mean? He went and killed us. Is it because you launched a raid on his management company? Old man on the other end of the line asked angrily at the girl on the screen. Exactly. After confirming, the girl paused, her expression serious as she explained further. Thanks to my spies, I learned that the manager was preparing to test a new method of harvesting achievements. But that is not all, the girl went on. That method, which is now the foundation of the towers, is a system that replaces past injustices with achievements. Pausing for a moment, she added more information. To put it simply, at that time, he intended to sacrifice everyone in the farm as raw materials for his achievements. I attacked the company's building to prevent that from happening, and I destroyed part of that place. As she said this, the image of the company exploding flashed in her mind. The girl paused for a moment before adding more information. However, there was one thing I did not foresee. After that attack, the girl was quickly subdued by that manager to the point of kneeling helplessly at his feet. He was much stronger than me. After the defeat, she hugged her knees and buried her head down. I was forced to use all my strength to escape and ended up trapped in another dimension. Powerless, losing all my abilities just when it seemed everything would stop there. She added, after I escaped, he was convinced that my allies were hiding in his farm. After slaughtering the entire village, he slowly took off his bloody gloves, and for that reason, to completely erase all traces of me, he made his decision to kill everyone. After removing the gloves, the manager tossed them on the ground and walked away without looking back. Back in reality, old man's voice was emotionless as he spoke. Listen to me say all this. He looked directly at Kim Hyun-gyu and asked, surely you can guess why I want revenge. Right? Called out by name, Kim Hyun-gyu hesitated. He killed everyone he knew, just to eliminate one single person. After sharing his speculation, he continued, but why would he do something like that? To this question, old man slowly replied, I am not sure either. I have thought of countless reasons, but it seems it is because he was furious when the achievements he gathered disappeared. Pausing for a moment, he added, he is obsessed with collecting achievements to that extent. After his explanation, Kim Hyun-gyu looked confused. If he is already that strong, why would he need others to help him collect achievements? Not stopping there, he continuously asked, isn't it much easier for him to gather them all alone? To this question, Lo stroked his beard and replied, speaking of achievements, I am puzzled about that too. After that, he explained in more detail, admitting that it was quite embarrassing to acknowledge that he had given up on figuring all this out from the moment he started working for them. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu crossed his arms, feeling a strange intensity in his gaze. A moment later, he opened his eyes wide, sensing something very unusual. Before he could even ask anything, the guy jumped in with an explanation. It felt like this could be the key to uncovering the weakness or the main goal of that guy. After saying that, he expressed his doubts. There is no way we can find out. Right? At this, Lo slowly stood up. Oh well. He looked straight into the guy's eyes, hesitating as he spoke. You can ask one person. Before introducing that person, Lo did not forget to warn, but be careful. Finding him might be a bit dangerous. This left the guy puzzled. Why's that? Without waiting for Lo to respond, his curiosity got the better of him. Who is he? Lo lowered his head, avoiding the question. After a moment, he uttered a name. His name is them V. An image of a man chained by countless chains flashed in Lo's mind. He is the master of the last tower under the control of the management company, and across all dimensions, he is the only son of the overseer. This revelation made Kim Hyun-gyu's eyes widen in shock. In a corner where no one noticed, a man knelt respectfully before an eye. The eye stared intensely at him, asking, are you sure, Divai Lang, am I really in Tower 51? To this question, he nodded firmly. Yes, I am sure. With those words, he opened his eyes wide, staring back at the eye. But to be more precise, it is located in the corridor connecting Towers 50 and 51. At this point, an image of a pristine white door emerged. The girl on the other side of the screen tilted her head and spoke. I get it now. That is why we could not find it, even after searching all those dimensions. With that, the girl looked at the man kneeling on the ground, her tone neither hot nor cold. Even he could not have found it. It is in such a place. Divai Lang lowered his head even more, begging for forgiveness from his master. After admitting his fault, he started asking about the next steps. Should I bring it back now and prepare for the resurrection process? The girl ordered. Yeah, go ahead and do it. After giving the command, she began to ponder. It is really hard to understand why an achievement I lost on the farm would show up there, but I guess it will work out fine. Thinking about this, a scenario popped into the girl's mind. Maybe this is a trap after all. How could he leave his achievement unguarded like that? An idea struck her. If that is the case, his goal could very well be in a place where the forest meets the clouds. A well-mannered man lying on a rock. Suddenly, the man spoke up. Why are you here? Not stopping there, he asked further. Do you have something to say to me? Then a possibility crossed his mind. Or are you here to guide me to the afterlife? Hearing this, the man's expression turned horrified. To this question, the white-haired man did not answer but shot back. Why are you so quiet? As he moved closer to the man lying there, he spoke. Clearly the one who knows me is the one who let you enter the corridor. At this point, the white-haired man gave a dead-eyed stare at the one lying on the rock, on the day of the celestial rise. Hearing this, the man finally shed a tear. He smiled calmly and said, It is pretty simple. A gust of wind appeared, and the man who had been standing behind Hermes whispered in his ear. That is why it is such a hassle. The man explained in detail while resting his hand on Hermes' shoulder. But do not get it twisted. If someone tries to pin everything on me, I won't just sit back and take it. But it seems the boss has not made a move yet. So I think you have found a solid excuse to keep things under wraps. Just then, the image of Hermes standing behind the manager popped up. Not stopping there, the man kept his hand on Hermes' shoulder and continued. And if it works out that way, even you know my nature, I do not care about anyone else's plans. Hermes closed his eyes, resigned to the man's rambling in his ear. Just as long as you do not drag me and my tower into your little scheme, I am fine with whatever else you plan to pull. When the man finally fell silent, Hermes asked, Are you being serious? The other replied as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, the man added, But even if I were lying, what exactly do you plan to do about it? The man leaned in, a menacing look on his face. Are you really trying to send me off to the heavens? His mentor did not answer, and the man widened his eyes in intimidation. Go ahead and try. But I do not think it will be that easy. Hermes remained silent. After a moment, Hermes gently pushed the man's hand away and calmly said, No need. That is enough. Hermes closed his eyes, his tone neither hot nor cold. You just keep going. I am just a bystander here. As he spoke, his body began to fade into thin air, before disappearing completely. Hermes gave one last piece of advice. Until everything is over, in some corner of the tower, everyone was gathered around a board filled with notes. Discussing something. No. Looking serious, expressed his doubts to Avi. What if we use this formula here? At this question, Avi held up a paper and replied, This idea is not bad, but would not that make things even more unstable? Right after that, the two leaned in close. Discussing something. I think we can use this formula. Kim Hongyu, with a sword slung over his shoulder, looked thoughtfully at the two passionate individuals. After a moment, Kim Hongyu, with a deadpan expression, spoke up. What are you two up to? Hearing the familiar voice, Avi was surprised. Oh, you are here. You are really early. No smiled, his face lighting up when he saw him. Hi and Wu. No rushed over to check on him. You got here faster than I expected. Are you feeling any better? In response to this inquiry, Ian Wu answered honestly. Yeah, I am doing all right. What are you two busy with? Not stopping there, Hien Wu asked another question. Are you planning to boost our defenses again? This question left No momentarily stunned. No, I have already reinforced our tower's security to the max. Just when it seemed everything would stop there, No added. But I realized something when the spirit blade attacked us. Just relying on that security system is not enough. As he said this, No's attention was drawn to the board full of notes as he voiced his thoughts. That is why I'm developing a new security system that can prevent intruders from breaking into our tower, even if we somehow manage to sneak inside. Not stopping there, No continued. This system is still in the design phase, so whenever there is progress, I will explain everything to you later. Hearing this, Hainu could not believe his ears. Really? You guys are taking care of this? I am honestly pretty excited about it. After speaking, Kim Hingu pulled out a serious-looking piece of paper from his pocket and said, I came here to ask for your help. This paper has the coordinates of another dimension. Before either of them could ask anything, he laid out his detailed request. Can you input the destination into the dimension compass and prepare some items to conceal our magic? But he did not stop there. He added another request. We need to secretly assist someone without letting that management company find out. At this, No replied. Sure, that is easy enough. It is just that if you have to go to another dimension to meet this person. No could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Who is this person we are helping? Hearing this, Kim In-gyu scratched his head and replied, Until now, my management company has always kept the existence of my only son a secret. These words left both No and Avi stunned. A moment later, as they regained their composure, they exclaimed in unison, Aker has a son. Kim In-gyu, in a state of disbelief, urged them to ask more questions. No way. Right, don't he tell me he is raising a chick or something? To this question, the old man hesitated before answering. I am not sure either. I do not know the details. The old man paused for a moment before beginning his story. A long time ago, I had the chance to meet him once. It seemed like everything would end there. But then he referred to the manager as his father. When the old man heard this, it felt like he had discovered a whole new world. I thought he might tell me some information about the manager, so I asked him a few questions. But he did not say much. He only said, "Now is not the time." As he recalled this, the image of that guy putting a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, flashed in the old man's mind. Breaking free from his thoughts, the old man declared ominously. And then, I did not hear anything more. Hearing this, Hein was confused. What does that even mean? After a moment, Kim Hein-gu voiced his inner doubts. So, will meeting him even be worth it? The old man, faced with his question, felt helpless. We do not really have any other choice. When we finally meet him, I will try to convince him once more. Right? Fearing that he would not agree with this plan, the old man put all his effort into convincing him. If I do not succeed and a conflict arises between us, I will leave it up to you to decide what to do with him. After saying this, the old man suddenly thought of something. However, given his current situation, I doubt that will happen. This left Kim Hae-du even more puzzled. What do you mean? The old man did not answer him and switched topics. In any case, I will give you his coordinates. Get some of your friends to help with the tech. And then we will go together. Hearing this, Kim Hein-gu closed his eyes and sighed in resignation. Alright, fine. Back in a rocky, vast dimension, Kim Hein-gu's complaints echoed everywhere. I do not understand a damn thing. Among the large boulders, a person was tied up, and he felt compelled to go check it out himself. Kim Hein-gu hefted his old sword onto his shoulder and scrutinized the person below. After getting a closer look, he finally understood why he thought the two sides would not clash. Looking at the man bound by the chains, Kim Hein-gu uttered a chilling remark. They tied him up like this. Huh. With that, Kim Hein-gu pulled out his old sword as if it had never seen the light of day. Can he even talk like this? At this question, the old man, Trenjan, spoke up. Don't worry, his body is bound tight, but his mind is still somewhere in his inner world. After saying that, he suggested, I will try to talk to him first. You place the sword on him. Hearing this, the guy hurriedly complied. Like this? Right. After placing the sword for a while without any reaction, Kim Hein-gu felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts annoyed. Is this even doing anything? Suddenly, he noticed the old sword glowing brightly. Well, maybe it is. After waiting a bit longer, Kim Hein-gu could not take it anymore and reached for the sword. But how much longer would he have to wait? As soon as he touched it, he got zapped and stumbled back. What the heck? What just happened? Realizing things were not going well, Kim Hein-gu gritted his teeth and stepped back. Fists clenched. I knew this was going to happen. Thinking that, he prepared to unleash his punches, ready to finish it, but before his fist could swing, the space warped, and the person who was once bound now stood before him, a joyful smile on his face. Are you okay? Hein-gu. Hearing that voice, Kim Hein-gu got into a fighting stance, but it was too late. His fist collided straight into the guy's stomach. Great to see you. After that punch, the guy flew back and slammed into the wall with a heavy thud. Even after throwing the punch, Kim Hein-gu was still in shock. He looked around in confusion. Where am I? What is this place? Witnessing the scene, the old man appeared. Bewildered. What on earth are you doing? Hein-gu. Seriously. Right after that, Kim Hein-gu tried to act casual, looking at the old man. Were not you two just fighting? Hearing this, the old man was shocked. What? No way. He glared at the guy amidst the rubble. Furious. Actually, everything's been going smoothly. Even better than we thought. Not stopping there, the old man faced Kim Hein-gu, scolding him passionately. He is the one who told me to bring you here because he wanted to talk to you. Kim Hein-gu scratched his head, feeling guilty. Oh. Really? After a moment, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Does that mean? Kim Hein-gu looked over nervously, voicing a possibility. It is the demon lord. At this point, Kim Hein-gu did not know what to say, while the old man on the other side was fed up and did not want to speak anymore. Kim Hein-gu stubbornly tried to salvage the situation. Seriously. Meanwhile, high up in the Tower of Jesus Christ, the figure held a teacup and said, Let me tell you, I have never closed any door leading to this place. Looking at his reflection in the teacup, he continued, That is because I always welcome everyone to my tower when they need a place for their stories. But right now, I am extremely dissatisfied. I opened the door to welcome your bird, and as he said this, he stared intently at the person in front of him. Just when it seemed like everything would end there, G added more words. Instead, we had to brace ourselves for the traitor who betrayed you. Hearing this, Lucifer chuckled and said, Why so harsh? After that, he leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said, Remember, not too long ago, we were brothers. You are not even going to offer me a cup of tea. In response to this question, G flatly refused. No. If you have something to say, just say it and then get out of here. Following that, Jai added, Suddenly, I really want to lock those doors. Hearing this, Lucifer kept his playful attitude. You really are something. Finally, he got to the main point. Well, it does not matter. Once you hear what I'm about to say, you will be begging me to stay. Looking at Ji's curious expression, Lucifer revealed shocking news. I am here to tell you about his second coming. At this, Ji looked scarier than ever. What? Immediately? He questioned. No way. What do you mean? From this reaction, Lucifer rested his chin on his hand. That is right. It is exactly who you are thinking of. The source of our existence. Once the supreme god of the most powerful dimension. I am talking about our reincarnation. As he said this, a sinister smile appeared on Lucifer's face. This information left Guy stunned, unable to believe his ears. The reincarnation of our father. He did not see Lucifer respond, so Guy added, What are you talking about? Observing Guy's confused expression. Lucifer explained, Oh, I am not trying to revive him. I am talking about reusing him. Seeing Guy say nothing, Lucifer pressed on. What I want to revive is what he left behind after his death. Not stopping there, he finished his thought. That is his body. Hearing this, Ji's eyes widened in shock, unable to hold back his anger anymore. Ji stood up and slammed the table. Lucifer, he glared at him, gritting his teeth. You have done so many terrible things, and yet still, to this reaction, Lucifer just smiled like a wealthy man enjoying his harvest, finally sparking a bit of interest in Ji. Not caring what Ji thought, Lucifer stood up, turned, and calmly said, Sorry to have to tell you this, but I am just here to piss you off. With that, Lucifer turned and walked away without looking back, waving goodbye to Guy with a smirk as he headed for the door. From now on, make sure to shut the door tight. After saying this, Lucifer gave a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with a plan. Next time I come here, I will bring catastrophe, and I will use it to wipe out all the evil spirits for good. Hearing this, Ji's face turned pale, sweat dripping down in fear. Just when it seemed everything would wrap up, Lucifer had one last piece of advice. Oh, one more thing. If you see Hein Yu, pass this message along to him. Upon hearing this name, Ji froze. Lucifer ignored Ji's guilty expression, speaking casually as he walked out the door. The detailed plan is still being prepared. As he stepped outside, Lucifer shot a terrifying glance. But I will be back soon, and I will have a very unexpected gift for him. At this moment, over at Kim Hyung-goo's place, he was scratching his head awkwardly. Sorry about what happened earlier. Observing his hesitant demeanor, the King of Hell poured him a cup of tea. No worries, he replied with a smile as if nothing had happened. After pouring the tea, the Demon King handed a cup to the two of them and laughed joyfully. Anyway, in this inner world, I can't get hurt. No worries. Hearing this, Kim Hyung-goo felt a bit relieved. Well, that is a relief then. The old man sitting next to him stared at him as if it was the last time. Under that intense gaze, Kim Hyung-goo felt obviously uneasy. This was really messing with his head. On the outside, he looked calm. But inside, he was battling a storm. All the tower masters he had met before seemed to have a similar attitude. Why did a guy like him suddenly pop up? What is his deal? Thinking about this, he could not help but observe the Demon King enthusiastically inviting him for tea. Be careful now, it is really hot. Meanwhile, the Demon King lifted his own cup. Thea has told me why you are here. After a moment, the Demon King spoke up, saying he wanted to know who the true master actually was. At this point, Kim Hyung-goo snapped out of his thoughts. Realizing that, according to what he had heard, the Demon King had also referred to him as T. After saying that, he paused for a moment and asked his question, Are you his son? To which the Demon King, unsure of how to express himself, raised his cup and took a sip. After drinking, he set the cup down, gazing intently as he replied, Once, I regarded him as my T. Looking at his own reflection in the cup, the Demon King hesitated, but I am afraid he never saw me as his son. With that, he set the cup down before continuing, Well, that is just how it goes. Back when I was still a child, the previous management team being wiped out destroyed all the achievements he had gathered. Speaking of this, the scene of the explosion in the rural area flashed in his mind. Breaking free from his thoughts, he looked at the two and slowly said, So he used them to create me. Hearing this, the two went completely dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. After a moment, once he regained his composure, he quickly asked, What do you mean? In response to this, the Demon King calmly replied, Surely you two have witnessed that already. Not wanting him to misunderstand, the Demon King explained further, Those who have entered the divine realm can use their powers to mold their own creations, beings with thoughts and consciousness. After explaining for a while, the Demon King concluded, And that is how I was created. Once he finished, the old man could not hold back and jumped up. But those created this way usually have powers far inferior to those who created them. Not stopping there, the old man continued, Yet he was able to create a tower master, a divine being like this. Hearing these words, the Demon King slowly raised his cup. That is right. At this point, his expression darkened noticeably. That is he is far superior to all of us. Pausing for a moment, he added, He is not just one of the key figures in this dimension, but a colossal presence deeply rooted here. These words left Thea and Kim Hyung-goo pale with fear, observing the terrifying looks on their faces. The Demon King stated ominously, He is the embodiment of magic. After a moment, Thea could not help but ask again, He is? What? The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. What does that even mean? Kim Hyun-gu beside him silently scanned the room. Saying nothing, after a moment, Kim Hyun-gu crossed his arms and spoke up. Alright, let us assume what you say is true, which left the other guy stunned. Hyun-gu. Really? The old man turned his head, trying to convince him, this can't just be brushed aside. In response, he remained calm and steady despite the chaos around him. But why was this guy gathering achievements like this? Before the Demon King could respond, he bombarded him with another 2,000 why questions. If he is the embodiment of magic, then why is he struggling to gather achievements by creating towers like that? It seemed like the conversation would stop there, but he continued, if he is really that extraordinary, would not it be easier for him to gather all the achievements himself? This question left the other person speechless, unable to respond. Once he regained his composure, the Demon King avoided Kim Hyun-gu's gaze and said, well, this is a surprise. I did not expect you to trust me so easily. After expressing his amazement, the Demon King looked at him and asked, don't you feel shaken? Kim Hyun-gu, arms crossed, responded nonchalantly, not really. Not exactly. Worried that he would not believe him, Kim Hyun-gu elaborated a bit more. He not only controls magic across all dimensions but can also distribute it wherever he wants. Not stopping there, he continued, so, the fact that he is the embodiment of magical essence is not really surprising at all. Honestly, I could not care less if he is really magic or not. This statement left the sacred sitting next to him in shock. It was not just him, the Demon King was now doubting humanity as well. Kim Hyun-gu raised his hand, manipulating a few sparks of electricity, because that would not change the fact that he would still smash him to bits. After saying that, he brought his hand down to return to a normal state. So, let us move on to another topic. His ability to switch gears faster than flipping a pancake left the Demon King astonished. Noticing he had no reaction, Kim Hyun-gu added, I need some information that can help me take him down. To get the hell out of this place. The Demon King was taken from one surprise to another. After a moment, he finally regained his composure and smiled faintly. You are exactly like what I have heard. Now I understand why. They brought you up and told him that the time was ripe. He thought about this while quietly observing Kim Hyun-gu, who was seriously looking at him. Seeing him staring, Kim Hyun-gu could not help but ask, what is so funny? Do I have something on my face? Breaking out of his thoughts, he quickly waved his hand. Oh no, it is nothing. I was just thinking about something else. With that, he raised his hand to point out, let us go back to our earlier conversation. I can answer both those questions at once. He gathers achievements like this because soon, he won't be able to collect them himself. Those words stunned both him and the sacred to the point where they sat up straight. What you mean is, he is collecting resources but can't he get a certain achievement himself? The Demon King nodded firmly. Exactly. Pausing for a moment, he finally revealed the ultimate goal. He just wants one thing, and that is a name, one that belongs solely to him. Hearing this goal, Kim Hyun-gu could not believe it. A name, that is it. He went through all this trouble just for something like that, not getting a response. Kim Hyun-gu slammed the table in frustration. Well, why does not he just go register a new name? What the heck is that, man? The greedy king raised his hand in a respectful manner, saying, it is not that simple, fearing they would not understand. He explained, a name is proof of the identity of a certain entity. He does not want to exist under the guise of a concept anymore. He wants to become an independent entity. As he spoke, an image of a magical sphere appeared, representing the fundamental force that creates a divine entity, which is both achievement and magic. He raised his hand respectfully once more, but he himself was a manifestation of magic, making it impossible for him to achieve pure accomplishments. At this point, images of bouncing orbs beneath the man's feet appeared. No matter how hard he tried, those achievements would be filled with magic, and that would not help him reach his goals. At that moment, he had an epiphany. That is why he created the tower, to serve as a collection system to achieve the pure accomplishments he needed accurately. Then, Kim Hyun-gu asked, but once you have a name, what do you plan to do with it? The greedy king grimaced and threw a cold bucket of water on him, saying, I am afraid even I can figure that one out. All I know are fragments of memories and emotions that flow into my mind when I was created by him. They contain an ambition. At this point, his sinister face appeared, almost as if it had become a lifelong obsession of his. After finishing, he delivered the final blow. That is all the information I can provide you right now. I do not know if it will help you at all. Kim Hyun-gu, after hearing this, did not ask any more questions. Got it. He slowly stood up. It is fine. I just have one last question for you. He leaned on the table, staring intently at the greedy king. What are you scheming? At this moment, his face was scarier than ever. In response to this question, he still feigned innocence. Seeing he was not going to answer, Kim Hyun-gu cut straight to the chase. I find it hard to believe you would share that amount of information with me for free. Saying that, he leaned in threateningly. So hurry up and tell me. What are you plotting? Stabbed right in the heart, he reluctantly revealed the truth. Well, to put it simply for you, you are not the only one who has an obsession with him. I also want to see the one I once considered a father. That is just trash, beaten down badly, he said, lifting his head to reveal a satisfied expression. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu could not believe his ears and shot up. What? He looked at him incredulously, unable to hold back his questions. What did you say? At this question, the minister closed his eyes and bowed his head to explain. As I said, the master created us by gathering the damaged achievements from a farm that was already destroyed. With that, he opened his eyes. Completely unfazed, he probably thought, well, if we are going to throw those achievements away, we might as well use them for experiments. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu was even more confused. What experiments? In response to his puzzled expression, the minister calmly replied, at that time, he was looking for a way to restore the damaged achievements to their original state. A lot happened during that process, but I do not want to dwell on it. Suddenly, an image flashed of myself surrounded by wires standing in a chamber full of water. Meanwhile, the master of the experiment stood outside, expressionless, judging. During that time, there was nothing worth remembering. The scene shifted to when the minister was released, gasping for air, but he quickly abandoned the experiment. After catching his breath, the minister exploded in frustration. No matter how hard I try, I can't restore those achievements, and I can't control their power either. I have lost control and destroyed entire areas multiple times. Shortly after, the scene changed to when I was bound by a bunch of chains. That is why he decided not to restore the damaged achievements anymore and focused on gathering new ones instead. The minister remained imprisoned like this for many years, knowing he could use my body as a weapon of mass destruction, which is why he chained me in this tower for thousands of years. Back to reality. After hearing all this, Kim Hyun-gu could not help but criticize him passionately. What a freak. The more I hear about him, the more disgusting he seems. After a while of venting, Kim Hyun-gu finally voiced his thoughts. I get it now. The one helping us is just using people and then tossing them aside, not stopping there. He added, so does that mean the person wants us to take revenge for them? At this, the prince slowly stood up, saying, no, I am not concerned about that. I just want the world, just a little quiet, he said as he turned to the stack of books behind him. His words left Kim Hyun-gu puzzled. What does he mean? The prince did not answer directly but started to share. You probably know that achievements are experiences gained by their possessor. With that, the prince tapped his head a few times. Because I was created from various achievements, my mind holds countless memories and emotions. Then he picked up a book. I have always written down those memories and feelings. After all, it is the only way to pass the time here, and that is the only meaningful thing someone like me can do, he said, turning to face you with the book in hand. He handed the book to Kim Hyun-gu to explain. I have been writing this without any experience, so the content is pretty chaotic, but go ahead and take a look. With this suggestion, Kim Hyun-gu looked confused. Huh. Right now, however, Kim Hyun-gu still took the book and opened it. What is the big deal? The moment he glanced at the content, his eyes widened in shock. The pages were filled with countless lines begging for help. Finally, as the spirit returned to the book, Kim Hyun-gu looked at the prince. Seeking confirmation, is this an observation of your existential doubts? The prince explained. Most of the memories in my mind are the heart-wrenching cries of those pleading for help. Images of countless fallen people flashed in the prince's mind, undoubtedly having used his system to create achievements by exploiting energy through the slaughter of countless lives. Just when it seemed that everything would stop there, the prince added, for thousands of years, I have had to hear their cries and suffer alongside them. I realized how horrific and unfair that scene was. Through every fiber and cell in my body, the prince felt himself sinking into an endless darkness, breaking away from his thoughts. The prince looked at you and revealed his inner thoughts. That is why I want to see those overseers turn to dust. This was the only way, and it left Kim Hyun-gu wide-eyed in shock. Holding the book, observing your expression, the prince placed his hands over his heart, sincerely responding, to prevent all those with ulterior motives from repeating such things and to create a truly peaceful world. At this point, the prince looked at you seriously. I hope these words can answer your question. This move caught Kim Hyun-gu off guard, leaving him wide-eyed in amazement. After the conversation ended, the only sound in the room was the scratching of a pen, as the prince sat there diligently writing something. While writing, he spoke. I did just as you said. I provided them with information. Do you think that is enough? As he finished speaking, a familiar shadow appeared. Hymet, the figure emerged from the air, praising him. Good job. After the praise, Hamed inquired about the situation. Did your conversation go smoothly? To this question, the prince chuckled with delight, continuing to write. Talking to him is quite interesting. Everything that just happened played out like a slow-motion movie. When I first met him, he seemed incredibly aggressive, which made me a bit anxious. But he is the one with the strongest soul of everyone I have ever encountered. As the greedy king closed the book he was writing, he confidently declared his next move, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. If he is part of the plan, then I can finally relax and focus on my preparations. The greedy king turned to Hymeth, grinning like a rich man during harvest, allowing me to finally rest easy, ignoring the earlier tension. Hymeth returned to a normal state, probably because everything was unfolding just as planned. When asked about this, the greedy king turned around, smiling brightly, confirming that yes, we only had a few tricky steps left to handle, but so far, the plan was proceeding smoothly. But I need a little more time. Hearing this, Hymuth closed his eyes, understanding the situation. I get it, there is no need to rush, so, take your time. Opening his eyes, Hymuth looked ahead with a determined gaze, as what we needed to handle right now was quite similar to what Hyung-gu had to deal with the next day. On the 9th floor of a certain shopping mall, Kim Hyung-gu was half asleep while picking out clothes. Thanks to the greedy king, I gathered some incredibly useful intel, but I still had not found any weaknesses in the manager. Staring intently at the clothes in front of him, I felt a bit worried, wondering if that guy was hiding something from me. But something about his expression made me believe that what he said was true, and the image of the greedy king flashed in my mind. Kim Hyung-gu placed his hand on the clothing rack and wandered around. From now until that floating eye regained its achievements, I would not have much to do, so I planned to take a break and relax for a while. Just then, 2 cute voices rang out, making Kim Hyung-gu's eyes widen in shock. "Master, look at these." Suddenly, 2 swimsuits from different styles appeared before him. The 2 girls held them up, their eyes sparkling. "Which one do you like better?" Watching the 2 girls, Kim Hyung-gu found himself pondering, and somehow ended up picking out swimsuits with them. After a while of searching, Kim Hyung-gu finally understood the reason. When he heard that Sea Lion had just gone on a trip, they decided to travel too. They must have some other plans like always. The 2 girls began to argue, one saying she had no clue. Master likes the sexy swimsuits, while the other shot back, "No way, Master prefers the cute ones." Witnessing everything unfold, Kim Hyung-gu felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts amused. Well, it was not that important. It might even be fun. After a moment, he had an idea. "Alright, let us just see who looks better in them." The 2 girls eagerly agreed without hesitation. "Deal." They yelled from inside the changing room. "Master, please help us pick." Hearing their request, Kim Hyung-gu could clearly see that he still had no idea if they were close or just pretending to hate each other. After a little longer, he accepted the reality. At least they were not fighting anymore, which was a relief. Just then, a notification popped up on the screen. You have been recalled to the rooftop. Time left 5 seconds. Reading the text on the screen, Kim Hyung-gu could not believe his eyes. Wait, what? Are you serious? Thousands of questions flooded in. Why do they suddenly want to meet? Just then, 2 girls stepped out of the changing room. "Master, I am done. What do you think, sir?" The 2 girls put on their best poses and asked him, "Who looks better?" "Master, sir." The person being asked suddenly vanished without a trace. Standing in his own tower, he could not hide his frustration. "What now? Why did they suddenly call me here? You better have a good explanation." But when he saw who was in front of him, Kim Hyung-gu was taken aback. "What is going on? Isn't he that Jesus?" Realizing he had been recognized, he took the initiative to greet him. "Long time no see. Hyung-gu. Sorry for dropping by like this without giving you a heads up." He stammered, it is fine." Before Ji could explain why he was there, Kim Hyung-gu jumped in. "Do you remember our last conversation? We promised that if anything happened, one of us could bypass security to contact the other." Pausing for a moment, he voiced his suspicion. "You came all this way. Did something happen to your tower?" Ji lowered his head and cryptically replied, "It is not just my tower. This new issue could very well determine the fate of our entire faction." His words made Kim Hyung-gu exclaim, "What are you saying?" Before he could ask more, Ji grabbed his hand with a desperate tone. "I am begging you." Hyung-gu. Ji's plea was even more emotional. "Please, help us." Meanwhile, in heaven, Uriel, draped in a cloak, walked down the corridor. Finally done. Uriel smiled and pulled a shining golden orb from his cloak. This artifact must be powerful enough to contain its owner's achievements. As he thought, he headed to his room. Now I just need to go to Hyunwoo's tower, retrieve the achievement, and give it to Peter to resurrect him. With the orb in hand, Uriel pushed the door open, excited about the plan. Finally, all preparations on his side were complete. However, as soon as he stepped inside, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey!" Lucifer was sitting there, resting his chin on his hand, flanked by a formidable squad. "What has got you so excited?" Uriel, not seeing Uriel respond. Lucifer, with a terrifying expression, suggested, "Can I join you?" Witnessing this scene, Ianwoo shot a pleading look at No and Avi behind him, but both looked 3 parts helpless and 7 parts clueless. Finally, Ianwoo pulled out a set of chairs and offered, "Just sit down and tell us what happened." Once the 4 were seated, Kim Hyunwoo's incredulous voice echoed around. "I am not hearing things, am I?" After a moment, once his soul returned, Kim Hyunwoo suspiciously looked at Jisoo. "Meaning, are you saying that guy Lucifer plans to use your father's body to resurrect your dad?" Faced with this shocking revelation, Jisoo solemnly confirmed, "That is right." In response to this confirmation, Kim Hyunwoo voiced his confusion. "Your father is the one they call the All-Powerful, right?" Hearing this, Jisoo simply explained, "The way people think about the day might be totally different from how we see it, since we are in different dimensions. But that is the gist of it. After realizing everything, Kim Hyun-woo dropped a bombshell. Lucifer really does have power. Can he truly resurrect someone like that? Oh no. But more importantly, how can an all-powerful being like that actually die? Not stopping there, he added, what does that mean for you all now? Hearing his question, Noah was left speechless. How could he talk to Jisoo like that? Of course not. To answer the question, Jisoo began to explain in detail. Before the tower was created, he had already ascended to a higher dimension. He paused for a moment and continued, to guide the young ones here and pass on his gentle words. He left a part of himself behind in this place. Among the crowd, there was a Lucifer, bowing in reverence. After the tower was built, we continued to see that Shell is our father and tried our best to hold on to it, all while being completely unaware. Taking advantage of the distraction, he lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. One of the children he created was blinded by the overwhelming desires of his own making. The scene shifted to Lucifer, who had taken down everyone around him and betrayed his own kind, stealing the essence of the Lord. After defeating everyone, he embraced the body, laughing wickedly, and became a traitor like that. After hearing the entire story, Kim Hyun-gyu spoke up, so that traitor was Lucifer. Huh, that is right. The man paused again before continuing. Afterward, he and several other traitors signed some sort of pact with the management team. By using the power of their achievements and magic, they changed their forms, lured useful people from other dimensions, and created the archangels we know today. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu swallowed his anger and raised his hand, ready to throw a punch. Then why did not you do anything about them? If it were me, I would be smashed his head in. At this reaction, the man closed his eyes, realizing that making that decision was not easy. We have already suffered too many losses. He paused again and added, to be honest, we never thought he could accomplish anything with the form he stole away. An image of a body with a glowing heart flashed in Jesus' mind, destined to become the new master of that body. He would need a soul strong enough to inherit the achievements of the Father. Returning to reality, Jesus thought deeply. I believe Lucifer, a being consumed by his own monstrous ambitions and dismissing all order, will never reach that level. As he spoke, he cursed himself for not being made of steel. Then looking back, I realized that was indeed a foolish decision. In this tower, where crime can also become achievement, nothing is impossible. After hearing everything, he summarized briefly. In other words, his goal was to inject his own soul into that mortal form and become all-powerful. Right, not seeing him respond, he pressed on. But why? To this question, Jesus pondered before speaking. Given his nature, there is only one answer. The image of Lucifer's sinister grin flashed before him. He would use the Father's mortal form to control all dimensions. By then, the management team would certainly intervene. But with someone like Lucifer, it seems he has already thought of a way to counter it. Hearing this, Jesus stood up abruptly. That is why I asked you to come. Sing like you have never sung before. You must stop Lucifer. Jesus finally lowered his head, casting aside his dignity to plead. We are too weak and exhausted now. There is no strength left to stop them. You are the only one I can rely on now. At this point, he had to reluctantly agree. I get it. Just calm down for now. And then, beneath his feet, a magic circle appeared. Well, it is about time I met up with my contact. So let me check in on how things are going over there first. Kim Hyun-gyu sat there, enveloped by a surge of power. He raised his hand, laughing like he would never laugh before. Mention the devil, and he shows up. Looks like he is calling me now. Just before he completely fades away, Kim Hyun-gyu turns to Jesus for one last word. Perfect timing. Once I make my decision, I will let you know. For now, just head back to your tower. Seeing that he was still tense, Kim reassured him. Relax. We have still got some unfinished business with that little weasel from before. Kim Hyun-gyu gave a thumbs up, thinking maybe he could handle your issue while he dealt with his own with that guy. Deal. Sound good. This was a move Jesus did not see coming. He just stood there, stunned. After a moment, he bowed his head, gratitude written all over his face. Thank you, Hyun-gyu. Then he vanished, landing somewhere else. Once he steadied himself, he looked up, right on time. David Lang. I just met with Jesus and there is something to discuss. But just as he was about to continue, another voice rang out. I have not seen you yet, so, you have met Jesus. Upon seeing who it was, he could not help but gasp in fear. That person was none other than Lucifer, who showed no concern for his reaction and continued. So, I guess you know about my little surprise gift. Huh. What do you think? Lucifer sat atop Uriel, looking at him with delight. Like it, he did not answer the question, focusing instead on something else. What is going on here? At this, Lucifer stood up. I was about to ask the same thing. Didn't you just call him David Lang? He plunged straight into Hyungo's heart. Isn't that the name of the guy you were looking for at the Tower Masters meeting? The one you obliterated that day? As if recalling something, he pulled Uriel up by the head. This means that, at the very least, you had a plan with this little rat since then. Lucifer glared at him threateningly. What are you two talking about? Kim Hyun-gyu, unfazed, rubbed his head and sighed. Looks like I can't ignore this any longer. Well, it is what it is. he said, clenching his fist. Kim Hyun-goo's hands turned into a killing machine. He was ready to take out every last one of them here. In response, Lucifer slowly stood up, feigning a playful demeanor. Oh dear, I am so scared, but I figured you would react this way. However, if it were me, I would not do that, he said. Looking up at the ceiling, a magic circle appeared, especially since this was a holy ground. As he finished speaking, Hyun-goo felt a strange shock ripple through his body. Confused, he raised his hand to look. What the heck? Why is my power suddenly? That state did not last long before he understood. I have heard there is a spell in this world that enhances the power of all angels while weakening all other beings. Is this it? Lucifer stood, confirming. Exactly. We have also cast another spell just to keep you trapped here. But wait, he added. In other words, no matter how much you struggle here, you will never defeat us. As Lucifer approached him, he continued, but do not panic just yet. I still have one chance for you. This left him confused. What does that even mean? Lucifer calmly looked at the soldiers surrounding him, saying, even if this is a sacred place, I can already guess that if we fight you right now, we could still face heavy losses. Getting straight to the point, Lucifer said, so let us not waste each other's time anymore. Uriel sensed something was off and tried to sit up. He extended his hand in front of him, suggesting, I want you to team up with me. Before he could respond, that guy jumped in. If you have met Jesus before coming here, you probably know about my upcoming plan too. The moment I become the master of that body, I won't compromise with anyone anymore. Having tasted that power, there is no reason for me to negotiate with anyone. So this is your last chance to team up with me. He made the offer with an incredibly ominous expression. Afraid he would not agree, he began to sweet talk. Join me, and I will make an exception to spare your tower when conquering other towers. Kim stared intently at his hand, not saying a word. After a moment, he slowly raised his hand. Are you asking me to team up with you? I think. Kim Hyun-goo shook hands with Lucifer enthusiastically. That is a good idea. Witnessing this, Uriel jumped up. Hyun-goo, what are you thinking? However, Lucifer had a delighted grin. He did not hesitate at all. That is exactly my style. I knew we would click. After he agreed, Lucifer spoke up. All right. Now we just need to sign the pact to make it official. But his grip tightened on his hand. Lucifer's expression turned sinister as he confirmed. Then his face twisted into a snarl. And right after that, he collapsed to the ground, watching him slump down. Kim Hyun-goo did not wait a moment. Whoa. You startled me. Why did you suddenly yell right next to me? Kim Hyun-goo looked at him with a mocking smile. Did not you want me to shake your hand? He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, this can't be happening. No matter how strong he is, he should only be able to use a fraction of his power in this sacred place. Right? Could it be that he thought? Lucifer, with a worried expression, looked up, seeing Hyun-goo's somewhat smug smile. He thought, has he grown even stronger? Hyun-goo furrowed his brow and asked, hey, buddy, why are you staring at me like that? Is this not enough for you? And that makes sense. If it is just this, it is not quite right. He immediately tightened Lucifer's collar and pulled him along. Hyun-goo slammed him down onto the floor and continued. Now this is more like the handshake we just had. He grabbed the collar and pulled him up in front of the soldier's gaze. Hyun-goo then pulled him down with a smile, saying loudly, if we are going to be friends, we should give each other the best. Right? A confused soldier asked, what is going on? He is experiencing the ultimate attack from Kim Hyun-goo, the friendship missile. Hyun-goo threw him down to the ground, making Lucifer scream in fear. He crashed to the ground, shattering the floor and groaning in pain. Uriel looked at him, confused, asking what the heck just happened. When suddenly, a hand lunged from behind. Hyun-goo grabbed his shoulder, causing him to jump in fright. Then said, stop just sitting there eavesdropping. We need to get out of here before things get even crazier. With that, he pulled out a watch, and the design on the watch's cover started to glow. They suddenly teleported, leaving a magic circle on the floor. Lucifer, being helped up by a soldier, looked over in confusion and asked, what the hell is going on? He shrugged off the soldier's hand and stormed over to the circle, furious, shouting, how dare he run away? Get ready to summon him back right now. We have to drag him back here, no matter what. Gabriel said, but summoning takes time to recharge. He added, we will have to wait a bit longer before we can restart it. At least it will take about a week before Lucifer cut him off, spinning around and bellowing, shut up and find a way to bring him back here now. You idiots, I brought you here, not to listen to your nonsense. Just then, bright light appeared behind him. Lucifer continued, what a useless bunch, when a hand landed on his shoulder, asking, you want to meet him that badly? Hyun-woo grinned and teased, or are you planning to come along too? With that, he yanked him along, and they both teleported in front of the soldier's shocked gaze. Gabriel, terrified, could not react in time and shouted, Lord Lucifer, at the tower, No frowned and asked, what the heck is Hyun-woo thinking? He suddenly drops this guy off for us and just vanishes. The assistant, supporting Uriel, had a dazed expression as he sat on the ground. No continued. I do not understand any of this, when suddenly a light appeared behind him. Hyun-woo called out. No. He turned around and replied. Oh, you are back. Hyun-woo. What the hell? No exclaimed as he saw Hyun-woo grabbing Lucifer by the collar and rushing in. He said, I will explain everything later. Open the gate for me. No quickly cast a spell and replied. Right away. Just walk through there. Hyun-woo rushed toward the gate, adding, okay. Hyun-woo jumped through the gate and landed, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. Then he hurled Lucifer forward, making him cry out in pain as he struggled to get back up. Lucifer gritted his teeth in anger and said, Hyun-woo, stop. How dare you? His palm conjured a green orb. It transformed into a sword as Lucifer stood up, shouting, you will pay for this? Suddenly, he asked, what is going on? Hyun-woo smiled and asked, why did you go quiet all of a sudden? Is something wrong? In the air, countless Hoinwas were staring at him, arms crossed as he said, you look like you have seen a ghost. Lucifer, trembling in fear, asked, what the hell is this? The brothers Wu smiled in response, saying, it turned out like this. And honestly, I am kind of happy about it. Recently, I have gained a new kind of power, but I am a bit disappointed since there is no one around to test it out on. Just then, I happened to meet someone, the leader of a whole faction. What could be fancier than having a guy like that around? But do not worry, even if something goes down here, you are not going anywhere, even if you want to leave. He flashed a savage grin with a lazy stare. Lucifer was so terrified he nearly lost his mind. The brothers Wu continued, so get ready to bite the dust over and over again, but you are the only one about to bite the dust. As soon as he finished the sentence, Brother Wu lunged down. Lucifer, panicking, exclaimed, wait. Brother Wu smiled back, I am coming. A jolt shook the ground, sending rocks flying that day. Lucifer had his head smashed, his heart torn apart, his weak points pierced, and more. He was dispatched in about 100 different ways, totaling 1,012 deaths. Meanwhile, in heaven, Gabriel asked, what do we do now? Gabriel, at this rate, our plans will be indefinitely postponed. Even if we let someone else inhabit that shell, it would be pointless. All the achievements we have gathered and transferred into that body are just tailor-made for Lucifer by Dunny. We need to find a way to rescue him. Gabriel slammed the table in frustration. Do you think I do not know that? But what can we do? If we break into their security system and try to rescue him now, without Uriel's skills, there is no way we can breach their formidable defenses. And even if we do you really think we can defeat Hyun-gu? Haven't you seen it all with your own eyes? He moves so effortlessly under the influence of the holy ground. He is just too strong. We could try to force him to return here, but they will definitely have a countermeasure while we wait to activate the summoning array. And on top of that, Uriel, the one who created the summoning array, betrayed us too. Gabriel stammered. So what do we do now? Gabriel then said. Right now, all we can do is pray, hoping Lucifer can hold on until we figure out how to rescue him. From the tower, the supporter Enro looked down at the ground and asked, are you kidding me? He is Lucifer, the ruthless leader of the angel faction. That Lucifer is sitting there trembling on the ground. His face was blank as he mumbled, please do not end me. Please do not end me. Just spare me. No looked at him and asked, what exactly did you do to him? Seeing Lucifer shaking on the floor, the supporter asked, what exactly did you do to him? Hainu smiled, showing her fangs, and replied, you probably would not want to know about that. He continued asking, where's David? No replied. He is resting over there on the bed we set up for you in the corner. Luckily he is not too badly injured, so he should wake up soon. Hainu answered, that is good, so let us temporarily set that aside. Did you bring what I asked for? He turned around to look back. Then he continued. The demon, the Chaos Force replied, of course I did. You need something to control him. Right. Then this will be perfect. This is a seal bead necklace with 108 beads. Hainu excitedly reached for it and asked, can you guarantee it works? He is one of the toughest tower masters. Even Noah's gentle wish 1T work on him. Are you sure this bracelet is reliable? The Chaos Force smiled and replied, how can you compare a divine item like this to those ordinary trinkets? No. Who was standing behind, felt a jolt. The Chaos Force pointed at Lucifer and said, just put it on him, and you will see. But this bracelet comes with a rather annoying condition, which is, the user has to agree to wear it. Lucifer's face was sweating with worry. Ainu and the Chaos Force looked at him with a sly grin and continued, but given his current situation, that should not be a problem at all. Hainu chimed in. Come on, we are friends. Right, he will definitely be willing to help me out with this little task. Right. Lucifer, my dear friend. Lucifer looked at the necklace in front of him and hesitantly replied, no. I mean, Hainu asked, what is wrong? You do not want to. Then he pointed at the teleportation gate and asked him, shall we go back there and play some more, and then we can continue to enjoy our time together? Lucifer's face slowly turned fearful. He then said, I will. Wear that necklace. while Hainu held the necklace in her hand with a wicked smile. The necklace was now around Lucifer's neck, and Hainu teased, "Oh, look at that, it suits you perfectly." He turned to the Chaos Force and asked, "How is this any different from a regular wish? Can it really force him to obey all my commands without question?" She smiled and replied, "Well, you make a good point there. The only catch is, can turn anything into reality, as long as it is within the power of this sealing bead." Hainu asked, "What does that mean? So if I say," he pointed at Lucifer, causing him to jump. He continued, "If it turns into a girl, will he actually transform?" Suddenly, the bead began to glow. Lucifer looked at it shimmering in the air and asked sharply, "What the hell is happening?" Suddenly, a flash of light flickered beneath his feet. Hainu, confused, asked, "What the heck?" The chaotic force standing next to him was taken aback by the sight. He incredulously exclaimed, "No way." The light was growing stronger, making Lucifer scream. Meanwhile, Uriel was lying in bed, slowly opening his eyes. He sat up, rubbing his head, and said, "Oh no, did I fall asleep? What is going on?" He looked around and said, "I clearly remember Hainu coming to save me." Glancing over at Hainu and No, he called out in surprise, "Dude, you are here." Uriel approached, thinking, what trouble have they gotten into? Hainu, struggling, said, "So it really works, huh?" The other person chimed in, "I can't believe it." Uriel asked, "What are you doing?" Hainu turned to him and replied, "So you are awake now, huh? How are you feeling?" Uriel moved his legs and replied, "Thanks to you, I feel a lot better, but more importantly, what happened to Lucifer?" Uriel looked down and saw Lucifer, tears in her eyes, had turned into a girl. He blinked in confusion. Uriel thought to himself, who is she? Why does she seem so familiar? And her magic reminds me of something. Uriel gasped, "No way." Lucifer, with her face flushed, shouted, "What? What do you think you are staring at, you traitorous bastard?" Uriel, frozen, pointed at Lucifer and asked, "What the heck is going on?" Ainu placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Let me explain. The thing is, I used the sealing beads and blah blah blah. That is how it is." Uriel felt a bit skeptical after hearing that. He thought, stuff like this only happens in comics. A moment later, everyone gathered in front of a magical circle. Uriel raised his hand to grab a sphere that was absorbing power. All the power had been sucked into the sphere. Hainu stepped forward and asked, "Are we done yet?" Uriel looked at the sphere in his hand and replied, "We are done. I managed to capture that achievement from back then into this sphere. Now we just need to give it to Peter to activate it." Hainu looked at the sphere and said, "I still can't believe it. We searched everywhere to find this achievement. And yet, it was right under our noses all along. I did not expect Peter from the Jesu side to work for that floating eye like he always does." He thought to himself, so that is why when I first met him, something felt familiar. Hainu, frustrated, asked, "Why did not you tell me about this beforehand? What would it have cost you to let me know?" Uriel stammered, "It is not that I wanted to hide it from you. I just missed the chance to bring it up." Hainu asked, "So what is the plan? Are we heading to Peter's place now?" Uriel replied, "Yeah, I just contacted him. He should be all set by now." Suddenly, he raised his voice and looked aside, thinking, "But are they really just going to leave Lucifer like this?" Hainu quickly asked, "What is up? Is something wrong?" Uriel awkwardly replied, "No. Nothing's wrong." Hainu smiled at the chaos deity and said, "So, you all take good care of things here while I am gone. Okay. You will handle this for me, right?" The chaos deity laughed and replied, "Of course." Hainu started to walk away and turned back to say, "Oh, it seems like I will be gone for quite a while. Can you relay a message to my students?" Anarin and Maikyung were sitting blankly, staring at the floor. Hainu continued, "They must be missing me a lot. Just tell them to hang in there a bit longer. Once the whole group goes on break, they will get to see me again." The chaos deity asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Hainu turned away, waving as he replied, "Just say that and they will get it." As he was about to step through the teleport gate, he turned back and added, "Well then, see you later." At the wooden house, Uriel and Hainu teleported right in front of Peter. Peter immediately said, "I have been waiting for you two to get here." Hyungyu and Devi Lang, "Did you manage to get that achievement?" Uriel took out a sphere and replied, "Here you go, Peter. It is inside this sphere." Peter said, "Awesome. You two did great." Peter turned around and continued, "Let us head inside. All the preparations are ready. We just need to get started." Suddenly, the images of the three appeared on the screen. Himet was observing them from the front. He spoke up, "Welcome, Hyungyu. Finally, the horrifying tale is about to wrap up." The door was pulled open. A sphere appeared on the ground within a magical circle. Peter said, "Over there, whenever you are ready, we can kick off the resurrection process." Himet, standing behind, asked, "I have a question. What is the end goal of this process? Are we preparing to activate that achievement or what?" Peter replied, "It is kind of like that, but the only difference is, we want to directly change the achievement itself. We will just amplify its properties 1,000 times so it can find its way back to its owner. This process will help it travel through dimensions and return to our Lord. And we just need to follow it. He asked further, is it really necessary to be this tricky? Can't we just use it to pass through space directly? Peter quickly answered, if that worked, that would be great. But even the slightest mistake could get us stuck in some twisted dimension without our Lord here to use it. This is the safest method we can execute, he said. I see. All right then, let us get to it. Let us wrap this up quickly. Saying that, he stepped forward, and suddenly Peter called out, wait a sec, I need to discuss something with you. Uriel turned back and asked, what is up? You can. Just as Uriel was starting to speak, Hainu stepped onto the magical circle. Suddenly, the circle lit up, along with a glowing orb, and Hainu stared in shock at the ground. His body felt like it was being transported, and he asked in confusion, what the hell is going on? Hainu turned to them and continued questioning. What the heck is happening? Why did this activate so soon? I thought we would be behind him. Peter had stabbed Uriel through the body with his sword. Hainu continued, let us stick together. But suddenly, he saw the scene before him and furrowed his brow with a serious expression. He shouted, shut up. At that moment, Uriel struggled to hold Peter's hand and asked, Peter, why are you betraying us? Peter quickly replied, I am sorry for doing this to you, my lord. But the more I think about it, the more I believe this is the best way. Uriel questioned, what the hell are you talking about? Hein rushed forward, shouting, you damn traitor. What do you think you are doing? Before he could finish his sentence, his body was suddenly transported, and Peter looked at him and said, goodbye. Hunchback, I will never forget your sacrifice. Hainu shouted angrily. You bastard. And then he vanished. Hainu unexpectedly fell freely into a blank space. He landed and looked around, asking, where the heck am I? Why is everything so white? What is this place? Suddenly, he felt someone approaching from behind. The manager walked up to Hainu and asked, what are you doing in the management building? Kim Hainu. He turned around, his face turning pale with shock. Hainu stumbled back, wondering, what the hell? No way. How did he get so close to me without me noticing? Feeling a massive threatening power radiating from the manager, he thought to himself, what the hell is this ridiculous energy? But more importantly, he just said. Hainu frowned and asked, what did you just say? Where am I? This is the management building. So does that mean you are in charge? The manager looked at him and said, why are you looking at me like that? Don't you know where you are right now? Didn't you come here on your own? Hainu asked him in confusion. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you order Peter to set up this trap? The manager replied, Peter, are you talking about the Tower Master of the evil faction? Did he bring you here? Unbelievable. How could such a small Tower Master pull that off? Hainu thought, what the heck is going on? Why is he as sinister as I am? Then why did Peter bring me here? The manager looked at him, then fell silent in thought. Furrowing his brow, he quickly said, it seems there is someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. The manager's hand suddenly radiated power, and he continued, usually, I really hate this kind of thing, but it is not that bad. Now, the Tower Masters do not have to worry anymore. Suddenly, something lunged at Hainu, and the manager struck out. Hainu quickly defended himself, and he quietly said, because the thorn in our side has already offered its life to me. Hainu strained to hold on while thinking, what the hell is this? He just with a flick of his wrist, the manager was quickly behind him. He raised his hand and said, resisting is pointless. All of this will end today. With that, he swung his hand down. Hainu felt the pain and braced himself. The manager's strike made him spit syrup from the pain, and another blow came crashing down, sending him sprawling and kicking up a cloud of dust. The manager hovered in the air, looking down and saying, just as I thought. Hainu coughed up syrup in pain. He continued, you are still alive after my strike, but... With that, he dove down quickly, a foot aimed straight at Hainu's head, saying, the outcome won't be any different. A huge explosion rang out, smoke filling the air. As the dust began to clear, both figures emerged. The manager continued, well, you have surprised me. I know you are tough, but I never expected you to be this tough. Hainu braced himself, struggling to say, damn it. When are you going to let me attack? That weird, pathetic guy. The manager said, you still have the strength to talk back to me. I gotta admit, I underestimated you. Suddenly, Hainu's body erupted with newfound strength. He saw the surprised look on the manager's face and said, that look in your eyes. Could it be? Hainu's left hand clenched into a fist, lightning crackling around it. He charged forward, saying, you are done. His punch flew straight at the manager's face, causing a shockwave with lightning flashing everywhere. While in another place, in the tunnel, someone looked up and said, their skin has already started. Get ready. You know what to do. It is time to kick off phase 1 of the plan. As that terrifying power surged down towards Kim Hainu, he struggled to shield himself, fear creeping in as he stared at that power. Yelling, what? The manager maintained his stance, still channeling that power. his hand still crackling with energy. The manager's expression turned as quick as lightning when he saw Hyun-woo unaffected. He blocked that attack. The manager's demeanor shifted, blood vessels bulging with fury. "How dare you?" Then he stomped down on Hyun-woo's hand as a threat. "Now you have really done it." Kim Hyun-woo clenched his fist, trying to hold on. With a loud thud, the manager slammed him into the ground with brute force, sending Kim Hyun-woo flying, blood splattering everywhere. He looked at him, smirk of disbelief on his face. "Joking. You must be kidding. He just kicked me once." That last blow from the manager shattered one of Hyun-woo's arms. Blood had sprayed hundreds of meters away from that single hit, and he was already losing one arm. Before he could recover, the manager charged again, aiming his finger like he wanted to poke out Hyun-woo's eye. A beam of red power shot out from his finger, but Kim Hyun-woo quickly dodged, escaping the fate of losing an eye. He shouted, "No way." The power shot forward, creating a massive explosion. If he had not dodged, it would not just be a lost eye, but his head would have been smashed too. Kim Hyun-woo looked back in fear. Panicking. "What are you doing?" The manager was not letting up. He raised his hand high, terrifying surge of dark red power emanating forth. "This is no time to get distracted." With a swift strike, the manager sliced through our main character's skin, leaving him momentarily stunned. The manager's power split Kim Hyun-woo in half, but what he saw was not blood gushing out. Rather, the thing he cut was not even human. The two halves of his body began to melt away like wax. Oozing down. He gasped. So it was just a clone. The manager clasped his hands behind his back, contemplating. That meant the real deal was somewhere up there. Just as he was about to speak, he looked up to see Kim Hyun-woo, brimming with various powers, hovering in the sky. Staring down, each of his clones fired continuously at the manager. Waves of colorful energy surged towards him. He showed no fear, calmly raising his hand. A bright flash of red energy ignited. How foolish. His red energy shot up into the sky, engulfing the colorful powers of the main character, blasted so high and wide that any clones caught in it began to vanish. Kim Hyun-woo gritted his teeth, trying to shield himself from that power. The manager extended his hand forward, coldly declaring, "This ends now." Before he could strike, the manager had already lifted his hand above Kim Hyun-woo, unleashing another wave of energy. His face was wickedly fierce, or maybe it was not. His hand was still aimed at Kim, while behind him, he continued to attack his clones. With a sharp thud, a powerful surge of energy shot up into the sky. A massive explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Amidst the thick smoke, the manager stood still, eyes narrowed in focus. The energy blast carved a long indentation into the ground. Not seeing any sign of Kim Hyun-woo, he chuckled coldly. "So, you dodged this blow too? Did you just use your heavenly flight abilities?" The manager taunted, learning a few tricks from the spirit sword. "Huh, you have got some skills." Although Kim Hyun-woo avoided the death blow, he was still injured. He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. The manager glanced back at him. But that would not change the fact that this was just a little trick. Kim was furious, thinking, damn it. He was filled with rage, using the power of the floating eye. Yet he could not predict the manager's next move. Kim thought to himself, that means he is not even using any skills or tricks, just unleashing a powerful surge of magic he possesses. The manager's eyes gleamed ominously, and he simply threw it back at Kim. "My recovery ability has also started to slow down. The wound on my arm is healing, but my other hand is already fully restored. But if this keeps up, I will hit my limit soon." The manager slowly approached, saying, "Don't you waste your energy trying to think of a counter. I have got a pretty good idea of how strong you are." He looked at Kim, who was clutching his arm, and continued, "I assure you." The dark-faced manager, with eyes gleaming, looked up to the sky and coldly declared, "From this moment on, you won't be able to withstand what I have kept in reserve to deal with you. And as for your pathetic shadow, I can easily get rid of someone like you." He continued, "However, I have a special proposal just for you. Work for me." And the moment Kim Hyun-woo heard this, he was stunned. Mouth agape in disbelief, Kim Hyun-woo asked, "What did you just say?" The manager calmly explained, "Just as I mentioned, I truly value your strength many times over." He went on to make his offer, "And after our little showdown today, I feel more certain than ever regarding how effective you will be with my upcoming plan." Kim Hyun-woo smirked with disdain. He thought about your pathetic self. "This offer is not too bad, is it?" Kim Hyun-woo smirked. "You are right. This proposal has some merit." He recalled the previous battle, filled with chaos, which meant I would just sit back and watch the scum run wild, slaughtering the innocent to seize power. He once sat and talked with Jesus Christ, who said that the leaders of evil are treated like fools while the good like Jesus are gradually dehumanized. The image of Jesus Christ smiling like an idiot, munching popcorn with glee, he continued, "Listen up." And then his face turned dark, eyes sharp, hand mimicking a thumbs down gesture, full of disdain. Damn it all, that scum down there thought he had convinced me. But now hearing those words, he froze, his face darkening with rage. Kim Hyun-woo kept going, and at this point, the manager's face showed clear annoyance. His teeth gritting, Kim Hyun-woo lunged, and the force was so great that the ground cracked beneath him, causing a significant tremor. He wiped himself off and shouted, "You better get the hell down to hell." One of his eyes gleamed with power, and behind him, sparks shot forth like lightning. He moved quickly, trying to gather all his strength to kill the man in front of him. But the manager just stood there, calmly watching. His power was so immense that it shot out like lightning. He roared, "That is my answer." And then he swung his fist. Yet, in stark contrast to the protagonist's attitude, the manager remained unruffled, gazing at his lightning punch and gently said, "Is that so? What a pity." With a thud, he unleashed all his inner strength straight at the manager's face, the force glowing brightly everywhere. But the manager remained unfazed, standing still like a rock. Kim Hyun-goo's face went pale. He could not believe his eyes. The manager laughed mockingly. "What is that expression?" He merely used his finger to block Kim Hyun-goo's strike, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. "Did not I tell you?" And with that same finger, the manager sent him flying backward, the strength crackling like a lightning bolt. The manager continued, "You will never." Kim Hyun-goo gritted his teeth hard, fists clenched tight. He refused to ever back down. He raised his hand like him. Dark, ominous power swirling around it, and he was close, with no chance of fighting back against me. The manager was standing on a cloud above, looking down at you like a god surveying a lowly subject. And he commanded the massive hand from earlier to come crashing down on you. "It is over, Kim Hyun-goo." The index finger shot down like it wanted to crush you to death. You widened your eyes in disbelief, furrowing your brow, looking a bit terrified. With a whoosh, that hand was about to smash half your body. Your eyes went wide, and you recoiled as if you could not believe what was happening. Its insane speed left you no room to dodge. All you could do was stare in shock as blood splattered everywhere. You barely managed to scream. Meanwhile, in a nearby collapsing house, a voice shouted out, "Yeah. Devi Lang. What the hell are you doing?" "Damn it." Peter in front of you was casually wiping his sword. "Calm down. Devi Lang. This might just be a sedative, but it is still pretty powerful. Anyone who does not use magic to block it will suffer damage." Devi Lang furrowed his brow in anger. "Stop with the useless chatter and just answer me already." Devi Lang clutched his stomach and glared at Peter, asking, "Why did you betray us?" Peter remained calm. "Even now you are still asking me that. You are really stubborn, are not you?" Peter looked at Devi Lang's pitiful expression and continued, "I have no grand reasons. The choices we make are just the results of weighing our options, and after considering those options, I realized that Hyun-goo had no chance against him, and that is not surprising at all. Who could possibly defeat that monster?" At this point in the battle, Kim Hyun-goo was dead, blood flowing like a river, and his eyes were still wide open in disbelief at his own death. Peter continued, "He is the embodiment of disaster. He is the manager." Standing tall, his eyes glowed red with a cruel look as he gazed down at Kim Hyun-goo lying dead on the ground, half his body torn apart. Devi Lang quickly asked, "What plan?" Then, as if imagining something, Devi Lang jumped up. "Do not tell me you are teaming up with that manager." Peter waved his hand dismissively. "Do not misunderstand me. I want him to face the consequences too." Peter continued, "I was simply shown a plan that has the highest chance of success for our mission, and that person knows our team knows dynamics best." Peter recalled their previous conversation. The atmosphere was very tense, and that person was Hamlet. Upon hearing that name, Devi Lang panicked. "Hamlet? You mean that servant of the manager's team?" Devi Lang turned pale. "How do you know that?" Peter replied, "He has his reasons, but that is not important right now." Peter continued to remember his conversation with Hamlet and recounted, "The important part is he knows everything, from our plan, the execution method, our team members, to the critical weaknesses we have hidden away." At first, hearing that from Hamlet's mouth, Peter was also very worried. "Our critical weaknesses?" Peter stammered. "What the hell are you talking about?" Hamlet was leaning casually against a wall. He calmly said, "The biggest problem in your plan is figuring out how to amplify the properties of the artifact so it returns to its original owner. The spatial dimension where she is currently trapped is incredibly hard to find, so difficult that no one can pinpoint her coordinates. To generate the necessary power to reach that place, you must amplify those characteristics by hundreds of thousands of times." Peter, his face etched with worry, silently listened to every word. "Do you really think the Overseer won't notice such a massive energy surge?" Heimert tilted his head, casting his gaze elsewhere. The other talent spread out his hands and said, "Unlike when you communicate telepathically, switching between two physical entities takes at least half an hour, if not longer." Heimert narrowed his eyes and assured them, "None of you will survive before reaching her. All of you will just be hunted down and killed by the Overseer." Heimert stated that the Overseer would not only eliminate Hyun-goo but even Devi Lang would be at risk. Heimert continued, "And then all the people you know will also be slaughtered, one by one, especially the demons, who have accomplished the least for themselves. Hen will wipe out all of your kind first." The imagined image of the Overseer coldly tightening Jisoo Christ's throat flashed in their minds. The Overseer stood atop thousands of skulls, and it seemed Jisoo Christ would become just another skull beneath Han's feet. For Han has nearly obtained all the achievements he needs, so even if the demons vanished, it would not make a difference to him. Hearing those words made Peter freeze, sweat pouring down his face. Heimert continued, And even if your master were to return successfully, what makes you so sure she can defeat the overseer? Heimert recalled the previous battle, where the victorious overseer stared down the defeated with a cold gaze. She had already lost miserably at his hands once. Peter clasped his hands together, awkwardly responding, well. Heimert interrupted. But you do not need to worry. There is still a way to solve this, a way to eliminate him without directly confronting him. Peter clenched his fists on the table, and upon hearing there was a solution, he eagerly asked, Really? Heimert closed his eyes and said, You just need to do one thing for me. Follow my instructions. Understood. Reflecting on the lost people and returning to reality, Peter lowered his head and said, Lure Hoengu to the overseer's lair. Peter, sword in hand, stared intently at D-Villain and said, I just need to do this. He will handle the rest. D-Villain, furious, replied, Are you kidding me? So you blindly trust him and lead one of our own allies to their doom? How could you? Peter, looking displeased, cast his eyes down and replied gloomily, I told you, this is the best plan. Our mission is to save all dimensions. How can I pass up that chance just to sacrifice one person? Returning to the battle between the overseer and Kim Hoengu, his blood pooled red on the ground. Yet, he was still alive, gripping his hands tightly, trembling in pain. He struggled to lift himself, but the pain was too overwhelming. He gasped, blood spilling from his mouth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. His face contorted in pain. He thought, I am losing too much blood. I need to heal myself fast. Blood poured from him like a river, so much that it mirrored his pale face, and despite his relentless effort to push through, he could not manage it. He wondered, is this all because of him? The manager kept a stern expression, arms crossed, glaring down at him, while Kim Hoengu struggled, his injuries too severe for him to stand. Then the man spoke, All the magic in this area and within your body is under my control, which means you can't use your abilities, your strength, or do anything at all. After saying this, the manager stomped down, asking, How does it feel? And then he slammed his foot into the ground, the impact shattering the earth beneath him, causing him to cry out in pain. The manager's face was menacing as he narrowed his eyes, asking how it feels to be completely helpless once again. His gaze was predatory, and he added, If you have changed your mind and want to tell me what I want to hear, now's the time. He contemptuously pressed his foot against him. At least I will spare your life. Despite that, Kim Hoengu refused to respond, pushing the manager's anger to the brink, his face twisted in frustration. Oh, I see now. At that moment, Kim Hoengu flipped him off, saying, So that is your answer. The manager raised his gigantic hand, coldly declaring, Fine then. His face turned pale, and he said, I am truly grateful to you for dispelling all the doubts I have held in my heart. The manager, filled with rage, declared that today, both you and your precious 51st tower will disappear. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden wave of powerful energy rushed in from behind him, causing him to hesitate. The manager quickly turned around, a hint of worry in his voice, asking, What is happening? He assessed the source of the power, realizing that someone was unleashing that massive energy. The manager thought, It is coming from the basement. Just as he suspected, somewhere, someone was channeling energy, causing the wall in front of him to tremble as if it might collapse. The manager remained on guard, knowing that the one about to enter was not just this guy. Realizing this, he quickly took off, leaving behind a curse. Damn it. Kim Hoengu lay in agony, thinking, This is so embarrassing. He reminisced about shopping with Hannah Rin and Michi, regretting that he promised to be back soon. Images of them joyfully showing him their purchases flooded his mind, and he remembered how cool he had acted back then. But now, he felt his consciousness fading, his eyes drooping as if he might pass out, unable to move at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a chain of water suddenly burst forth, and the girl gasped, her eyes brimming with tears. She exclaimed, What is happening? Why is it causing the chaotic magic to lose control? The chaotic magic's face paled, suddenly exclaiming, What? She worriedly called out. Hoengu, back with the manager. He was approaching the source of the massive energy from earlier, the wall shimmering with powerful energy like lightning, illuminating the entire area. He stared at it intently and muttered, What is this? The wall ahead had turned a bright golden color, with triangular patterns layered upon one another, and the manager wondered, a layer of advanced barrier. But just as he was about to finish his thought, a voice suddenly exclaimed, Woo, you got here sooner than I expected. Hearing that voice, the manager instantly straightened up, thinking, could it be? He immediately thought of a name, Hemet. That is right. The one who created the barrier and radiated that powerful energy was none other than Hemet, standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking incredibly handsome. Hemet smirked. I thought that guy could hold out for at least 5 more minutes. Turns out he is not anything special. Facing a disaster like this, the manager felt his blood boil as he snapped back. What the hell do you think you are doing? Then the manager reached out to touch the barrier and said, You clearly know this pathetic flimsy barrier can't hold me back. He extended his hand to manipulate the barrier wall outside. However, Contrary to what the manager thought, the barrier wall surged with energy, proving not so easy to destroy. Those blazing golden energies rushed to attack, leaving the manager panicked, thinking, this is a massive explosion happening, lighting up the entire area. It seemed like those energies were trying to take him down. The manager quickly dodged but was still knocked back by the force. He raised his hand to shield himself, exclaiming, "Oh." The manager's face grew serious as he assessed the situation. This barrier was not made from magic but was forged from various achievements, and that thunderous energy is a leftover. Hemet replied, "It is not just my father's achievement." Hemet began to explain the barrier. Behind that brilliant gold, the barrier was composed of many different colors, layered like the colors of a rainbow. It was created from the combined powers of my father, my mother, my aunts and uncles, and even my siblings. Hemet concluded, "In other words, it holds the power of all the gods of Olympus." Hemet bent down, resting his hands on his thighs, adding, "Back then, when all the farms were destroyed, they were all executed for resisting." The manager, after hearing this, replied, "So that is how it is." He envisioned the weapons of the defeated scattered across the ground. Turns out they handed over their legacy when they accepted submission to me. The manager looked at Hemet, continuing to think that both of us are the ones who inherited their achievements. "So that means, you came here for revenge, right?" Hemet silently looked at him as he stated the truth. Suddenly, Hemet broke into a mischievous smile. "Ha. Well." Hemet's face swiftly calmed the rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes sharp and fierce. "It is only natural, you inferior bug." Space filled with magical zones, a clean brownish gold, a code with a mournful sound. "Traitor." Behind the silhouette of a man in a white coat, the man with a rugged face chuckled, clearly amused. That is quite impressive." The blood vessels in the man's eyes bulged. He must have been suffering a lot, trying to keep that filthy, deceitful mouth of yours shut for so long. "Hemet, you little pest." Hemet calmly stuffed his hands into his pockets. "Thanks." Though, his eyes flashing with anger, eyebrows furrowing as he spoke with a tone full of provocation. "That is the only thing I have learned all this time." The man with brown blonde hair, styled like two wings flying backward, a high forehead, and a pointed chin, stood with arms crossed, laughing as he looked at Hemet. So what is your next move? You planning to use all those accomplishments to waste my money while hiding behind this barrier?" He raised an eyebrow. "Even if I can regain the magic I have spent, I only have one choice left to break through this barrier." The electric currents of magic crackled like lightning in a storm. Within this shimmering golden space, layered barriers filled with incredible achievements. "I am sure the explosion from breaking through won't be anything to me, but I believe its blast will shatter this room, which means I have no choice but to comply with your demands if I want to protect all the achievements I have gathered." Hemet stood proudly, calmly responding to the man's threats. He slammed his hand on the table. "If that is the case, then let it be." Your words are like a spark, igniting a furious rage within him, making him want to crush Hemet's body. His face was dark and grim, sprawled on the floor with legs stretched out like a spider. "You are looking down on me too much. Trash." Then he lunged forward, his eyes blazing red, darting like a rocket, the force generating a massive explosion. It was overflowing with power, the great door, glowing with golden strength. "If I use my magic to contain the blast as I break through this barrier, is that all you can do? That is your entire strategy after all this time?" Hemet stood with his eyes closed in silence, facing him. He was right in front of him, but he was quietly creating his own barrier of power. He shot forward like an arrow, shouting, "If that is the case, then I will." A puddle on the stone floor disrupted his sprint. He stopped, eyes wide in shock, frozen like a deer in headlights. He stood there awkwardly before Hemet, who remained calm, eyes closed, standing tall and relaxed. He looked like a hunter seeing prey right in front of him, but unable to catch it. Like this little mouse being playful, leaving him feeling stung like he ate 1,000 chili peppers. A man was drenched with sweat, collapsing on the cold stone floor. Looking up, "What is this?" Hemet's body floated gently, a radiant spectrum of colors surrounding him like a halo. He opened one eye to look at the man below, whose face was twisted in anger. The man gazed in astonishment at a figure leaning back. Was that the Demon King? What was he doing? Hemet stood opposite the man, worried. Why did he have to act so surprised? He was just maximizing the power you bestowed upon him. After countless centuries of pursuit, it has been elevated just a little. The man furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth in anger, cold sweat beading as he stared at Hemet. But Hemet calmly stated he would first absorb the achievements stored away, then merge them, and finally detonate them. As soon as he finished speaking, a blast erupted. Immediately, the mouth and eyes of the Demon King burst forth with a golden glow. The man panicked, raising his hands defensively. Stepping back, was he really planning to blow up countless achievements from this distance? "Don't tell me you are trying to drag me down with you?" he asked angrily. But Hemet smiled, showing his gleaming white teeth. "Not at all. This is actually where my life is reborn. After I killed the man and avenged myself, I finally felt it, every part of my body starting to tremble, like a piece of overcooked pork leg, falling apart and oozing. He gritted his teeth, arms wide open, proudly facing the lost loved ones who had passed away. The man, furious, swung with immense power, hitting him in the face, distorting it grotesquely. He ground his teeth, raging, before his eyes. Everything exploded, bursting into a blinding light. Chaos everywhere. Himet's body was shattered, yet he accepted everything without remorse for his choices. How magnificent and serene it felt. His gaze blurred as he looked far off. At last, he could finally rest. The explosion was colossal. Rocks from the ground launched into the air, scattering everywhere. Himet lay on the ground, blood pouring from his body, creating a crimson sea of gore. A silhouette from the explosion was propelled outward. In the room, the force felt like a wave crashing, causing the brick walls to crumble. Back to reality, he broke into a cold sweat, looking up at the sky in disbelief. Sitting in the corner on the ground, he said, "I can feel the energy coming from another dimension. Is this the plan you mentioned? Is it all over now?" Peter, receiving the question, Peter fell silent, hesitating, then looked at him and replied, it seems I'm sorry. David Lang. Uriel looked up at Peter, confused. What? Peter was numb, tears trembling on his cheeks. Stammering, "I was wrong." He looked at the kid as if confronting a harsh truth, expressing, "It should have been us who were done for, the fate of life in all dimensions." Just hearing that, Uriel's face turned beet red, and he exclaimed, "What?" Peter continued, "Everything has been sealed away. The scene now is just desolation. Nothing but cries, with rocks scattered everywhere and dust clouding the air." The 2-meter giant had his mouth wide open, blood dripping from the corners. He opened his eyes, frowning, face bruised and battered, struggling to ask, "What the hell are you? How are you still alive?" The 2-meter giant tilted his head to look at the man standing tall, like a shadowy figure, blood dripping from his back. The manager raised his gloved hand, observing the dark aura surrounding it. "That last move was pretty intense," he said. "There was not enough magic here to completely stop that explosion. I had to absorb magic from other dimensions. That is the only way." The manager's gaze was icy. "I was fuming, thinking that at least 3 towers were probably destroyed because of this, and now it has nothing to do with you." The 2-meter giant tried to lift his head. How could this happen in such a short time? The manager squatted down next to the 2-meter giant lying flat on the ground. "How could you?" The manager cut him off. "Forget that. I have a question for you, which is why I am letting you off easy for now." His face darkened. "Why are not you cooperating with Hongyu? You need someone to draw my attention until the preparations are complete. Hongyu is the perfect fit for this role. Not only is he the strongest fighter, but he also possesses my power. He might be the only one who could last this long against me." The manager recalled the moment he intended to stomp him down, only to find Hongyu blocking with his hands. His eyes are deep and dark, but if someone knows that, why would not they collaborate with him? Instead of relying entirely on this plan, they could have had a much higher chance of success by helping Hongyu find her, while that 2-meter guy just lay there, trembling, and not responding. "Do you have another plan?" Just as the manager finished speaking, that 2-meter guy lost his temper, and you had to ask that question. His eyes wide open, he said, "Killing is my duty and the reason I live." He remembers the painful moment of holding the lifeless body of a loved one, the only survivor when they slaughtered everyone at Olympus that year, remembering how he had to bow down and submit to the enemy. "My existence clung to life, draining your blood just to seek revenge." The rage reached its peak. He could no longer stay calm. The blood vessels in his eyes turned red with fury. "I must be the one to tear you into 1,000 pieces." He lay among the rubble after the fight. "Do you understand now, you pathetic fool?" Then he gasped, overwhelmed by pain. The manager silently watched, pushing himself up. "So that is how it is, I get it now." Then he turned away, waving goodbye like it was a farewell. "I let you live because I thought you were smart, but it seems you are just a loser after all." The manager waved his fingers. "I have lost all interest in you. Completely gone." Just then, with a surge of power, he grabbed the 2-meter guy, who gritted his teeth to endure the pain. His clothes were torn to shreds, barely intact and full of injuries. He lay there, dazed and confused. "An idiot. Huh." He adjusted himself a bit and smiled. "Thinking of me like that makes me really happy." A splash of blood flew out. The 2-meter guy was satisfied now. "All's well. My job here is done. The rest is up to you." A silhouette of a young man sat in the dark cosmos, communicating telepathically. He heard someone calling his name. Hongyu quickly looked up, startled, as if waking up, realizing he was here. What is happening? He was bewildered for a moment. A week before the meeting between Kim Hyun-gyu and the manager, the 2-meter guy had arranged to meet the king and discuss. "Let us go over this plan one more time. We need to make the manager think we are using Hyun-gyu to kill him, while our real goal is to buy some time for Hyun-gyu." The 2-meter guy pulled out a tablet and continued. "That is why we integrated dual functions into the matrix we gave to Peter. The first function will absorb her accomplishments and teleport Hyun-gyu to the manager's office. He will meet the manager. After a few exchanges, he will die immediately after. As soon as his team stops attacking, his soul leaves his body. The second function will be activated right away. It will amplify the achievements it has absorbed, merging those achievements into Hyengo's soul and sending him straight to her. The 2-meter guy's voice was filled with determination. We need to ensure the manager 1T detect her accomplishments by drawing his attention to the storage chamber filled with powerful, unbeatable achievements. As for what happens next, I doubt I need to spell it out for you. You know more than I do. The king nodded in response, thanking him for his concern. The 2-meter guy continued discussing the plan. Our goal is to trick the manager into believing we have completely failed. Only then can we make him drop his guard until Hyengu returns. That is why we can't let anyone know our true intentions. Not just Hyengu and her, but also Peter, who we have convinced to join us. The only exception is us, because we are definitely going to die after executing this plan. The soulless eyes of the Demon King stared directly at 2 meters, his flat voice revealing that he did not care what would happen to him. But you know it is noisy, right? 2 meters. You will have to risk everything for revenge. A scene you will never witness. 2 meters sat there with his eyes closed in silence, and then a satisfied smile spread across his face. He said, honestly, thinking about it, I thought I would feel sadder, but my emotions are not that bad. I do not even know when I started feeling this way. Then, snapping back to reality ruins, fresh blood 2 meters' tired eyes widened as he stared up at the vast sky. Before dying, all he could think was how exhausted he was from living this way. The manager saw the bloodied mess that was 2 meters on the ground and clicked his tongue, turning away and sighing. He was supposed to be the one cleaning up for himself, not creating an even bigger chaotic mess. What a joke. The manager conjured a magic array, feeling at ease in his thoughts. But it does not matter. He has failed. Kim Hyengu is dead, and she has no more hidden cards. I can always gather more achievements and rebuild the management building. The manager watched the rubble quickly transform back into a towering management company, thinking to himself, this time, I am going to do it right, relying solely on myself. Suddenly, the manager's gaze changed, filled with intensity. He gritted his teeth and said, but before I do that, I need to get rid of all the remaining pests first. Back to where Peter and Deblan were hiding. Peter's desperate voice echoed, it is all gone to hell now. A blast of that scale did not affect him at all. Which means, from the start, we never stood a chance against him. Seeing Peter in such a panic, Deblan tried to calm him down. Just breathe, Peter. Losing Hyengu right now is like losing everything, but if we can think of another way. Suddenly, Deblan froze. Then warned, run. Peter closed his eyes and shook his head in frustration. It is useless. Even if I run now, I will never escape him, so I might as well accept my fate. Deblan insisted, I am not talking about him. Look behind you. Behind Peter stood the Night Demon Legion, with a dark, ominous aura staring intently at his back. Peter was just realizing it, and when he turned around, he stammered, wait, how did you find me here? The Night Demon Legion was silent, looking around, glancing at the sword, then at the wounds on Deblan. I do not even need to ask what happened. It is all your fault. With that, the Night Demon Legion leapt up, then kicked Peter square in the face, sending him flying several feet. Peter crashed through the wall, hitting the back wall hard, spitting out blood. Peter collapses instantly, writhing in pain as he mutters, I get it now. I have heard that in the 51st tower, there are some incredibly powerful beings, even stronger than the tower's master. You are one of them. Right, at this moment, the vengeful spirit is blinded by hatred and can't hear a thing. Peter is still rambling, but the spirit is even more ruthless. Suddenly, the spirit tightens her grip around Peter's throat. She moves closer and slams his head into the wall, causing debris to explode everywhere. The spirit hisses, I am the only one allowed to ask questions here. After snapping Peter's neck, she leans in and demands, what have you done to my husband? Back at the top of the 51st tower, No's voice echoes, what the hell just happened? You made me open a teleport gate because you thought something bad happened to Hyengu, and now I see that vengeful spirit carrying Deblan on her back. No feels a throbbing headache and exclaims, why did you only bring back Deblan? What happened to Hyengu? The vengeful spirit tosses Deblan to the ground, ignoring his cries of pain. She declares, let us get straight to the point. There is an idiot named Peter who tricked Hyengu into a trap. According to him, Hyengu is dead. No Evie are both horrified by the news, gasping in unison. What? Are you serious? The cold voice of the vengeful spirit cuts through. I dealt with Peter myself. He faced the consequences for using my husband as a sacrificial lamb for his own plans and for lying to me. Evie quickly asked, lying, so that means, the spirit nods. He is definitely still alive, but he is not safe at all. Then the spirit lowers her head and resolutely says, I will find him, no matter where he is or what price I have to pay. I won't stop until I bring him back. Meanwhile, Kim Hyengu finds himself in some cosmic dimension, surrounded by a starry expanse. Panic sets in as he realizes, clearly, the manager has killed me, so, is this hell? There is no way I ended up in heaven. Standing up and looking around, He wonders, but why does this place feel strangely familiar? Suddenly, a surge of energy appears, and a girl with a sweet smile gently says, "Don't worry, Hyun-gyu, you are not dead yet." The ethereal purple light radiates, leaving Kim Hyun-gyu in awe. The gentle voice continues, "Well, saying you are not completely dead would be more accurate." Kim Hyun-gyu turns around, bewildered. "Wait, I recognize this feeling." He looks at the platinum-haired girl and asks, "You are the floating eye, are not you?" The platinum-haired girl looks at Kim Hyun-gyu and smiles. "That eye. You remember me that well." That floating eye looked at Kim Hyun-gyu with a smug expression, saying, "Well, of course, I have helped you so much, it is only natural you would understand." But before she could finish, Kim Hyun-gyu struck her on the head, making her yelp in surprise. The eye clutched its throbbing head and shouted, "What the heck are you? Why did you hit me like that?" Kim Hyun-gyu, with her head slightly tilted, replied, "Sorry, you have been acting all mysterious this whole time, so I thought I was dreaming." Then Kim Hyun-gyu smiled brightly and said, "But if my hand hurts like this, it means you are not just a figment of my imagination. I am really glad to finally meet you." The floating eye rubbed its sore head and sighed. "I knew it all along. But seriously, your mind is definitely not right." Kim Hyun-gyu asked seriously, "Now, can you tell me what is going on? I know you have been keeping an eye on everything." The floating eye pondered for a moment, then sighed and began to explain. "All right, I will do my best to help you understand, even though I do not have all the details. I guess I should start here. It has been 2 weeks since you lost to the manager." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gyu froze in shock and asked, "What? How is that possible?" The floating eye continued, "And for the past 2 weeks, he has been relentlessly searching for your tower. He planned to obliterate it, and I am really sorry to tell you this, but now there is nothing left of it." This news left Kim Hyun-gyu both stunned and terrified. Kim Hyun-gyu panicked, her voice filled with desperation and fury. "No, that can't be. What are you talking about? My friends, those beings from other worlds that I brought here, Myekyong and Hana-rin, are they all dead?" Kim Hyun-gyu rushed forward, grabbing the floating eye's arm, and threatened, "Hey, do not mess with me." The floating eye quickly tried to calm her down. "Just breathe, Hyun-gyu." But Kim Hyun-gyu was so enraged, her face twisted in fury as she shouted, "How can you expect me to stay calm after hearing such earth-shattering news?" She glared at the eye and commanded, "Take me to my tower now. I have to see it for myself." The floating eye looked at Kim Hyun-gyu's frantic state with a completely emotionless expression, watching her bounce around. "Come on," it said, then slapped Kim Hyun-gyu across the cheek, sending him flying. Kim Hyun-gyu quickly pushed himself off the ground, furious as he shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But before he could finish, the floating eye rushed beside him, its voice booming, "Looks like there is no other way. I need to knock some sense into you." The floating eye immediately kicked straight at Hyun-gyu's face. But luckily, this time he managed to dodge it. With that kind of force, he would be ended up with a twisted neck otherwise. Kim Hyun-gyu clenched his fists tightly, growling, "This damn girl wants to fight." He charged at her, ready to throw a straight punch at that floating eye. But facing that punch, the floating eye maintained its nonchalant attitude and just smirked. After the dust settled, Kim Hyun-gyu was shocked to realize that his pun been stopped dead in its tracks by just a grip from that floating eye. Kim Hyun-gyu stared at the scale-like patterns on the eye's hand and body in astonishment, saying, "Wait a minute, that is the shield of the sun god." The eye floated, looking down on him with disdain, and scoffed, "What a letdown." She twisted Kim Hyun-gyu's arm down and taunted, "What do you think you can do when you are this weak?" Suddenly, the eye's other hand inflated, crackling with accumulated thunder, and she asked, "Are you planning to die again or what?" Kim Hyun-gyu was taken aback, pondering, is that the achievement of the Azure Dragon? He gazed at the eye's fist, feeling a multitude of powers swirling within. Fear gripped his heart. No, he could sense the overwhelming power of countless achievements. Which meant, just as he thought this, the eye swung its fist straight into Kim Hyun-gyu's face without mercy, distorting it completely. The amassed energy erupted violently. After the punch landed, Kim Hyun-gyu crumpled to the ground, coughing blood, his hands clutching in pain, cursing, "Damn it. Mother, life." The eye looked at Kim Hyun-gyu and said with mock praise, "Well, that was quite surprising. I have used incredible achievements to create this barrier." It glanced down at its severed arm, amused, "But I never expected you to tear it apart and use that weakness to strike me like this. Your combat instincts are sharper than mine. But in your current state, that is meaningless. The power gap between us is still overwhelming." Kim Hyun-gyu noticed the eye's hand had gone cold. Frustrated, he slammed his fist into the ground. Then, slowly sitting up, he said, "From the moment you casually offered me those incredible achievements, I had my doubts, but now I understand why I can sense so many powers radiating from you. It is because of who you are." Kim Hyun-gyu gazed at the eye, standing arrogantly, and declared, You are the embodiment of all those achievements. Just like a manager embodies magic, the eye laughed heartily and responded, looks like you are useful after all. Now I do not need to waste my time explaining things to you. Kim Hyun-gu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I still have a lot of questions for you. But honestly, I could not care less who or what you are. Slowly rising with all his strength, confidence radiating from him, he said with determination, the only thing I want to do right now is rip apart that bastard who dared to touch my tower. Kim Hyun-gu furrowed his brow at the eye, which remained still, and said, I am only going to say this once more, take me back to my tower, now, or else I will make you. As Kim Hyun-gu leaped, the eye raised a hand, activating a monitoring screen. And instantly, the image of Kim Hyun-gu's 51st floor tower appeared. Kim Hyun-gu gasped, that is my tower. Kim Hyun-gu furrowed his brow, glancing at the eye before asking, what the hell is going on? Didn't the manager just say it was destroyed? The eye scoffed at his impatience and quickly replied, well, nobody let me finish. I said he's been searching for it nonstop, not that he actually destroyed it. The eye cheerfully added, but I have to admit, your tower's residents are top-notch. They successfully teleported the whole tower and its ecosystem to 1,000,000. No less. Before the manager arrived, I had never seen such an advanced security system. Who designed this thing? Kim Hyun-gu was taken aback by the question, thinking to himself, this must be the new security feature that No and Avi mentioned before. The floating eye looked at the screen and continued. In short, they have hidden your tower in a ridiculously complex void network that even the manager will struggle to locate. In other words, it is still safe for now. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. He really should be said that from the start. The floating eye nervously said, I am sorry for ruining your mood, but you can't relax just yet. We still have a mountain of problems ahead. Kim Hyun-gu jumped at the warning, and the floating eye anxiously added, right now, no one can defeat the manager anymore. Kim Hyun-gu asked in surprise, are you including yourself? Even your invincible power does not stand a chance. The floating eye replied, do you remember what the sword spirit said? I have lost to him before. To make matters worse, he has been continuously gathering more experience and power by sweeping through various dimensions. As for me, being trapped here for so long has dulled all my senses. At my current state, I am sure I would lose even more miserably than last time. And you do not stand a chance against him either, because you are weaker than I am. Kim Hyun-gu skeptically asked, so what do we do now? Are we just going to stay here forever? The eye stared intensely at Kim Hyun-gu and said, of course not. I can only think of one way out. The floating eye pointed at Kim Hyun-gu and spoke firmly. Hyun-gu, you have to absorb me. You must devour everything about me, not leaving even a single fragment behind. Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu froze, mouth agape, and exclaimed, what? His mind involuntarily recalled the three creatures that always wanted to leave him in despair. Kim Hyun-gu's whole body shook, nervously protesting, no way. I have had enough. The floating eye sighed at Kim Hyun-gu's reaction and quickly reassured him, do not worry. It is not what you think. You must have been through a lot, have not you? The floating eye continued, now let us sit down and talk for a bit. You have been unconscious for too long. Then she raised her hand, conjuring a table adorned with exquisite pastries and high-quality tea, cheerfully saying, I have so much to share with you. Meanwhile, in the new management building, the manager's even tone echoed, I am very grateful to all of you for gathering here today. Even though my request came rather abruptly, the manager glanced at Gabriel, Nayad, and all the loyal troops of the angelic and fairy factions, lowering his voice, addressing the leaders of both factions. The old manager shook his head and said, you are guessing wrong, buddy. He glared, raising an eyebrow. That is because the 51st tower has not been destroyed yet, and this news has left both Gabriel and Nayad in absolute shock. Nayad was the first to react, yelling, what on earth are you talking about? It is completely vanished from this dimension. The manager quickly replied, please, do not misunderstand. It is true it is about to be destroyed, but I bet you that life inside that tower right now is nothing short of hell. Just as the old manager said, the 51st tower of Kim Hyun-gu was being viciously attacked by hordes of monsters. Avi watched the chaotic situation unfold on the screen and sighed, noting that unlike before, the monsters showed no signs of stopping. Avi worriedly said, I can't believe all these disasters are happening at once. No. Equally bewildered, replied, I knew moving to another dimension would cause a ton of side effects, but I never thought it would be this bad. At that moment, Deeblin suddenly spoke up, I am not surprised at all. This tower system is way too sensitive to handle such sudden changes. Deeblin looked at the chaos outside and reassured them, you do not need to blame yourselves. You have not done anything wrong. His gaze fell, and with a heavy heart, he said, it is all my fault. If I had not let myself be betrayed like a fool, you would not be facing this terrible situation. Avi quickly chimed in, don't say that. You have helped us a lot already. Now that we do not have management support, if it were not for the emergency magic you set up, our world would have collapsed long ago. Luckily, We still have a strong force to control the situation right now on the 9th floor. We have a team of powerful fighters. Than Long, the clueless guy. Even Siegfried, who escaped with us, they are all fighting tirelessly to protect the towers. At this, Avi turned around, his heart heavy as he looked at the massive door in the middle of the room and said, "So I am sure we can survive, until the demons and Hyengu's students manage to open that door and step outside." 2 weeks ago, before shifting to another dimension, Bichu Dien grabbed Lucifer's collar along with Mai Chiang and Hannah Rin as they approached the gigantic door. Bihi Dien firmly stated, "I assure you, Hyengu is still alive." He pointed at the string of beads around Lucifer's neck and added, "If not, the beads connected to his soul would have shattered ages ago." The beads had some noticeable water stains, but they were still tightly connected, meaning he must have been seriously injured. But his soul is still intact somewhere, so we will use this string of beads as a medium to perform the ritual to find his soul. Hannah Rin nodded and said, for this ritual to succeed, she needed a soul with an incredibly strong will. Mushi quickly chimed in, so we will let her tap into our power. Bichi Divanin glanced at Avi. No. And Deepland, then hesitantly added, and also, we need to be fully focused to pull off this extraordinary ritual, so, in the coming days, we won't be able to move around. I am really sorry about that, but the rest is up to you guys. Beach QD touched the door, and it swung wide open, with overwhelming confidence. Beach QD promised, but I swear to you all, I will definitely find Hyengu back in reality. Deepland stared at the door, looking dejected. It has been 2 weeks since she said those words and walked through that door. Do you think she can really find someone who got swallowed up by such a massive explosion? No replied decisively. We have to trust her. Then he turned towards the door, fists clenched. Finding Hyengu right now is our only hope. Back in the management building, the old manager glared seriously and said, to sum it up, I only need one thing. I want to find the coordinates of that tower and destroy it before it causes any more chaos. I hope you can handle this for me. You can do it. Right? The others nodded, but Gabriel and Nigat were taken aback. The manager laughed mockingly and said, I have had enough of juggling everything while trying to build a new management team. Thank you all for your help. Hearing this, Nigat stood up abruptly, banging on the table, shouting, I have had enough. Nigat glared at the old manager and continued to berate him. Are you really asking us to do this? We have brought you countless achievements just to take down that useless tower. Not to mention, you know that tower is still standing. How dare you ask us to handle it? But before Nigat could finish her tirade, the old manager swiftly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Instantly, Ipsit and Sinfit, standing behind Nigat, were struck down, both screaming in pain and collapsing into a pool of blood, leaving Nigat stunned with horror. She turned around, stammering, What just happened? Gabriel's team was equally terrified. The old manager's hand dripped fresh blood onto the floor as he slowly approached Nihat with a chilling demeanor. I should have mentioned this from the start. Once this place is fixed, I plan to replace all the dimensions without my authority, starting with the Demon Lord, anyone who dares to ignore this summons, and all those who have the audacity to annoy me. Nigat trembled in fear as she looked toward the manager, who threatened with an intimidating tone. No one is getting away, so before that, you all better prove yourselves useful to me, or I will have no problem weaving a fate for you as well. His words sent chills down Nigat and the angelic team's spines. Returning to the floating eye and Kim Hyengu. Kim Hyengu looked at the eye and asked, so, after a secret incantation was activated, separating my soul from my body and bringing me here. Do you know who cast that spell? The floating eye, nibbling on a piece of cake, replied, I do not even have the authority to tell you that. I can just see everything I want in your dimension. She looked at Kim Hyengu and said, I have my own theories, but let us set that aside for now. It is not that important. Kim Hyengu crossed his arms and pondered for a moment, then asked, then let us continue where we left off earlier. What do you mean? Why would I need to absorb you to defeat the manager? The floating eye chuckled and replied, don't overthink it. Just take it as it sounds. Do you remember what I said after our last battle? No matter how sharp your combat instincts are, they mean nothing against overwhelming power. In other words, as long as you possess the strength to control the manager's magic, you will have a great chance of defeating him. Kim Hyengu trembled as he observed the energy surging through the space, forming an infinite abyss behind the floating eye. The eye, grinning with hidden meaning, continued, so, what if someone possesses something that can create this world? For instance, my achievements. At that moment, in a dimension not unlike ours, the smile of the crazed designer of nightmares appeared. He laughed maniacally and said, the door has finally opened. I can't wait any longer. I am dying to see how much my pre has grown. Kim Hyengu was taken aback by the immense power and asked, your achievements? Are you saying I can actually take them? The floating eye chuckled in response. Surprised. Are we? I have done something similar before, it said. Back then, you just had to pull out the fear, but this time, you will face everything. A grand total of 1,275,867 achievements that I have meticulously selected for you to absorb. Kim Hyun-gu's expression went blank at the mention of 1,275,867. He was like, what the hell? He stammered in a panic. How many achievements did you just say? The floating eye burst into laughter at Kim Hyun-gu's reaction, practically rolling on the floor. Then it shrugged and said, it is not that bad. Right. I have already cut out some small and duplicate achievements. It will be as easy as pie. The more Kim Hyun-gu heard, the more outrageous it seemed. He slammed his hands on the table and shouted, easy. Are you kidding me? Do you think I am a baby? Mastering just one achievement has been a struggle. How the hell am I supposed to control over 1 million? The floating eye replied nonchalantly. That was in the past. Things are different now. You have my eye and its power to wield those achievements. Just look at them, like she said. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu felt a surge of energy from the eye, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. The eye pointed towards the vortex of achievements behind it and said, just go through there, and you will find the essence of all the achievements condensed into over 1 million moments. I know it sounds like a lot, but it won't take long. Just remember, they are a collection of different moments. Whether you can keep your sanity through all those experiences depends entirely on you. After hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu fell into deep thought. The floating eye quickly added, oh, and do not worry too much. My achievements also hold power. You won't need magic to use them. You know how a manager can use their magic to create all sorts of things. Right, mine is pretty similar. Kim Hyun-gu was shocked and asked, so, you mean, his ability to control magic won't work on it? The floating eye nodded and smiled. Exactly. So, what is your plan now? Kim Hyun-gu sighed heavily, cradling his head. I could already tell this was going to be ridiculously hard, but I do not really have any other choice. His divine eye sparkled, and a look of determination filled his gaze. All right, I will just give it my all like always. No matter the outcome. Kim Hyun-gu and the floating eye stood before the vortex of achievements. Suddenly, the eye turned to Kim Hyun-gu and warned, oh, remember this, once you step through that gateway, you will have to confront him first before the real challenge begins. Kim Hyun-gu curiously asked back, him? The floating eye nodded and said, well, his achievements are quite special, so I had to work really hard to get them. Normally, I would set them aside, but I am sure in the long run, they will be really beneficial for you. So do your best to sort things out with him. Okay, that guy has a pretty tangled relationship with that person. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu felt completely puzzled. How could I know someone like that? Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu's gaze turned cold. Oh, I think I know who you are talking about now. Then he slowly stepped into the teleportation gate. This situation is not going to be fun at all, but there is no other choice. Kim Hyun-gu waved goodbye to the floating eye and said, see you later. Right after stepping out of the teleportation gate, Kim Hyun-gu looked around the room and sensed the atmosphere. He sighed. Everything here feels oddly familiar. I kind of guessed the person she mentioned would be him. Kim Hyun-gu spotted a vague figure hidden behind the black smoke and called out, is that you, the mind demon? Or should I say Team May? He saw the mind demon standing there, waiting, with a smirk full of excitement as he said, long time no see. Are you doing well? Kim Hyun-gu looked at the mind demon and asked, do not tell me you have come back. Right? The mind demon shook his head and shrugged. Of course not. This physical form of mine is just temporarily created by my power and memories. Then he clicked his tongue and said, which means I will have to disappear the moment you leave this place. But that does not seem important. He flashed a mischievous grin and teased Hyun-gu. At least I still get one last chance to see my precious friend. Kim Hyun-gu found that tone pretty annoying. He frowned and said, that is just ridiculous. You are still as irritating as ever. All right, let us get ready. With that, Kim Hyun-gu clenched his fist and started channeling power into his punch. He decisively said, let us wrap this up. The mind demon remained unfazed, standing with his arms crossed and asked, wrap up what? Kim Hyun-gu responded, you ask as if you do not know. You know very well that I am here for your achievements, and I only have two options. Either beat you into a half-dead state and force you to acknowledge me, just like I did with the Azure Dragon, or teach you a lesson until my eyes analyze your achievements. Mind Demon's eyes lit up, ready to fight. He laughed and replied, haha, is that so? Sounds pretty interesting. Right after that, both Kim Hyun-gu and the Mind Demon understood each other's intentions and immediately charged at each other, unleashing all their strength for a fierce clash. Meanwhile, the floating eye was outside, watching the situation unfold, and she muttered to herself, I knew he would attack first and then assess the situation, just like he always does. Then the floating eye sighed. But this time, it won't be that easy before he ends up as the Tower Master defeated by someone else. He was the one who appeared right before those exceptional individuals about to achieve greatness, forcing them to endure countless harsh challenges. He is the true embodiment of evil, dedicated to destroying countless achievements. His eye gazed at his hand, and he thought, it is safe to say that this guy has made a huge impact on the history of achievements. One reason I can't harness his power is that he is the one who meddled in the evolution of those achievements for an incredibly long time. Luckily, because of the nature of his innate power, he has this critical weakness. Haingyu used to exploit that weakness and overpower him. However, the floating eye became more serious, and she murmured, I guess you realize it now, right? Haingyu. Things are different now. Haingyu and Tianma rushed at each other, throwing punches that created a massive explosion, and they fought like moths to a flame, wildly trading blows. In that moment, Tianma threw a punch that made Kim Haingyu struggle, leaving him wondering what the heck was happening. Clearly, he was much weaker than before. It makes sense. Really. Back then, he equipped himself with all the achievements from the tower, but now, he could only use the power from his own achievements. Kim Haingyu was confused, determined to strike out. But why? Tianma hesitated too, then swung his arm, and both collided again, sending shockwaves of power exploding. In that split second, Kim Haingyu was stunned to realize that Tianma had blocked his punch. He was shocked. He was still this strong. I thought his achievements were gone. Then he saw Tianma suddenly grin wickedly and extend his hand, which rapidly transformed into tentacles wrapping tightly around Kim Haingyu's hand. He laughed and said, Your mind seems to be wandering in all sorts of directions. Huh. Haingyu. But it is understandable. Kim Haingyu was lifted off the ground by Tianma's tentacle arm, then slammed down hard, causing him immense pain. Tianma, satisfied, withdrew his hand and slowly said, Usually, I would not be stronger than you, if you could just overcome your own fears. Kim Haingyu struggled to get up and, swaying, shouted, You bastard. What have you done? Tianma laughed heartily and replied, Hee. Do not get it twisted. I am still looking at you like I did before. The one who changed is you. Kim Haingyu gasped. What do you mean? Tianma grabbed Kim Haingyu's head and leaned in close, saying each word slowly. All I smell on you is that scent. Haingyu. Just like the first time we met, you are radiating a distinct odor. I can't mistake it as the scent of fear. Tianma yanked Kim Haingyu's hair, forcing him to look up at his smug face. Kim Haingyu gritted his teeth and hissed, You just said fear. Suddenly, he unleashed his inner strength, pushing Tianma away as he shouted, Do not mess with me. Tianma chuckled. You have not changed a bit. Still hot-headed and impatient as ever, Kim Haingyu lunged to attack him, but Tianma dodged effortlessly like a bolt of lightning, still taunting him. But are you really okay? You sound confident, but your demeanor says otherwise. Kim Haingyu, furious, threw a punch at his opponent. He shouted, I told you to shut up already. I can't believe Tianma easily blocked a punch like that. His arm suddenly morphed into something grotesque, like a writhing mass. Tianma kept taunting, I know everything that has gone down. Kim Haingyu, ever since we crossed paths, you have been facing a tough opponent, have not you? And to make matters worse, you are suffering a pretty humiliating defeat, and you can't even fight back properly. This mysterious creature that stands against you, it is the one making you feel this terrified, is not it? Kim Haingyu was taken aback. How could this freak know? He clearly died ages ago. Remembering the manager's face, he froze for a moment. Am I really scared? Tianma kept rambling on, but I suspect this is not as simple as it seems. This smell is way more complex than that. I can't just ignore it. Initially, I only planned to meet you briefly, but now I have changed my mind. I am going to drag it out from your inner self. Tianma's arm suddenly transformed into a giant vine with many smaller branches, and he grinned. Even if it is something you have always tried to hide from me. With that, he launched his arm forward, countless smaller branches turning into deadly weapons that made Kim Haingyu struggle to dodge. He shouted, I thought you would be more reasonable by now. What the hell are you talking about? Tianma shifted behind Kim Haingyu, wrapping him tightly with the smaller branches, leaving him utterly stunned. His speed was insane. Tianma boomed, You heard what I said. I am going to find out what is causing this delicious scent that has made me drool all this time. Saying that, he relentlessly slammed Kim Haingyu into the ground, making him eat dirt. Kim Haingyu gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, I need to break free, but I can't muster any strength. Tianma observed his expression, probably thinking, You believe you will never feel fear again. Huh. He retracted his hand and unleashed a powerful strike. Kim Haingyu jumped back to dodge, but it was too late. He got hit and fell to the ground in excruciating pain. Tianma kept playing mind games, and the reason was obvious. Fear only affects the weak and vulnerable. Maybe you thought you would never have to feel that emotion again, because you have become so flawless. Kim Haingyu struggled to get up as Tianma pulled back his arm, gathering energy, his eyes blazing with intensity. Suddenly he shouted, But look at yourself now, Kim Haingyu. You are getting weaker by the day, while I am growing stronger. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, his arm moving like a massive tentacle crashing down, leaving Kim Haingyu unable to fight back. Tianma yelled, What are you afraid of? It is the limitless power of the superior master. I am becoming desperate against something as common as this strength. If that is the case, I might just feel sorry for my old rival. His arm suddenly halted and transformed into a massive blade. Tianma smirked. Well then, Let us just end it here. Kim Hang-gu. He glanced at the large blade with a hint of fear as Taimama continued. Because that way, you won't have to be scared anymore. Before he swung down with all his might, Kim Hang-gu gritted his teeth and snapped back. That is enough. Don't act like a drama queen. You dog. He raised his hand to block his opponent's painful strike. A loud thud echoed. Toma sneered. Well, look at that. I just decided to let you rest, and yet you managed to block that hit. How is that even possible? Kim Hang-gu replied flatly. Don't talk to me like that. There is no way I am going down easily against a loser like you. With that, he tightened his grip on Toma's descending arm, causing it to crack. Sorry, but I have no plans to die. I will do whatever it takes to get stronger and come back. Kim Hang-gu delivered a powerful counterpunch. Standing firm. After all, there is still so much I want to protect in this world. Toma maintained his calm facade, thinking to himself, he is starting to regain his fighting spirit, but his strength has not wavered. That means he has not conquered his fears from our last encounter. Toma scrutinized his palm and concluded, so that is it. The fear you bury deep inside that you can protect your loved ones, that is what makes you stronger. Toma watched as Kim Hang-gu's inner power erupted, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. So, you finally achieved my level. Huh. Kim Hang-gu retorted. Yeah. And I have got nothing more to say to you, so why do not you just scram? You have been lingering here long enough, you pathetic villain. With that, he charged at his opponent. Toma showed no fear, standing his ground and exclaimed. Interesting. Who would have thought your fear could turn into strength? Not too shabby. He took a punch from Kim Hang-gu that left both of them stunned. What the hell? Were you seriously trying to take that hit on purpose? Meanwhile, on another tower level, Toma lay flat on the floor, groaning. Oh man, I am so exhausted. When is this going to end? Avi sat next to him and asked, is everything still the same on the other levels? He replied, yeah, probably not any better. We managed to stabilize things before coming back here, but after a quick rest, we need to move again. Siegfried, the 50th tower chief, chimed in. What do you mean? This is our first break after fighting for days and nights, and just like that, we have to go fight again. Don't you think you are being a bit demanding? Sun Wukong chimed in. Stop whining, we do not have any other options. We are the only ones capable of holding up an entire floor. Siegfried pointed at the gate and shouted, at least bring that demoness or whatever along with us. Isn't she strong? Why is she just sitting back there twiddling her thumbs? I have had enough. Just as he finished speaking, the door swung open, and Avi, Siegfried, and Sun Wukong gasped, woo, as Hanaren and Michi stepped out. The demoness, her face beaming, spoke up, oh, so you are all here. Great, I need you guys to help me revive Kim Hang-gu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kim Hang-gu stared at his destroyed right arm, stunned, and exclaimed, what the hell? Were you really trying to take that hit on purpose? Toma looked at him and said, well, to be honest, I never intended to drag this battle out from the start. It is fun to mess around with someone, but it can get exhausting. You seem to be struggling to regain your spirits, so I will only help you a little. He continued. Kim Hang-gu stared blankly. Huh, I do not get it. Why on earth would you help me? Toma chuckled and replied, who knows? Just think of it as me feeling like I owe you something. You can consider this my way of repaying you for helping me escape the hunger of my clan that I have endured for far too long. But do not get any stupid ideas. Kim Hang-gu, this does not mean I am your ally now. I am not here to play nice. I just want to slowly savor the fear I feel in this world. And today, I am quite satisfied with your fear. Now that you have overcome it, I am really curious about which path you will take. I will be over there, watching you. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving Kim Hang-gu standing there, stunned. He scratched his head, pondering. I can figure him out. What the heck was that about? And what just happened? Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently. Kim Hang-gu shouted, huh, why is the ground collapsing like this? Kim Hang-gu fell into the space below, staring in shock at the scene before him. What is this footage? After observing closely, he thought, wait, could this be the countless moments she mentioned? But what am I supposed to do with this pile? Should I try touching one? Kim Hang-gu reached out to touch an image of a swordsman. And suddenly, burst of golden light flashed. What the hell is this? He shouted in alarm, feeling overwhelmed. What is this thing? His head throbbed painfully as he cried out in distress. What is happening? Space before him darkened, then revealed a strange new scene. On a bright moonlit night, a swordsman had just survived a brutal battle, blood flowing down his sword, drop by drop, onto the ground. At his feet lay countless fallen corpses, while in front of him stood a group of armed men ready to charge. The swordsman remarked, whoa, there are quite a few of you. Huh, such a pitiful and miserable bunch. The swordsman's opponents showed no fear, declaring, we have nothing to worry about, charge and take him down. He is just a cold-blooded killer who has slaughtered thousands of warriors and turned the martial world into a bloodbath. Let us eliminate this monster. With that, they recklessly charged forward. The swordsman sighed. Why can't you see what even a blind person could notice? He drew his sword and shouted. Today is not the day I fall. The sword swung like a flash, tearing through the air, and the sound of steel echoed as countless bodies piled up on the ground. The pursuers were filled with dread as the swordsman boomed. Do you know why? It is because you are the ones who are about to die. As he spoke, he unleashed a powerful attack that took them all down. In that moment, everything shattered, leaving Kim Hyun-gu stunned as he covered his face. Questioning, what just happened to me? He looked up at the swordsman on the screen, wondering if that was his memory. Kim Hyun-gu pondered for a moment before answering himself. No, it is not that simple. This could very well be the greatest battle he ever fought, a flawless reenactment, pouring his life's essence into a single moment. He gazed at his palm, thinking, in that fleeting moment, it felt like he had transformed into that swordsman. The feeling was so genuine that now he knew how to harness his skills. So, does that mean all these scenes have this effect? As he thought this, Kim Hyun-gu could not help but chuckle. Whoever finishes watching this will definitely learn a ton of useful skills. Just watching a short clip made my head throb like it is about to explode. I wonder if I will even survive this, but what choice do I have? Let us just keep going. Kim Hyun-gu eagerly continued to experience the next scenes. Meanwhile, under the world tree, the water spirit king Nyat stood in contemplation. Drehat, the forest guardian standing behind her, softly spoke. We have restored the bodies of the other fairy kings. My lord, Nigat replied softly. Thank you. Drehat, curious, asked. But can you tell us what happened in the main building? Why is it just you, the fairy king, who returned alive, and how did you revive the world tree? Nigat raised an eyebrow, recalling the moment. Back in the tower, the manager sat in his chair, speaking to her. Nigat, I have prepared a very special gift for you. Nyat knelt on the floor, listening intently as he continued. I plan to use my magic to resurrect the world tree that Kim Hyun-gu destroyed. Hearing this, Nyat was astonished and asked, Really? But why? He replied calmly. From what I have heard, the angelic faction is likely to find the 51st tower, but they want to be able to break through its defenses. If the world tree is alive, then all defenses will be rendered ineffective. So if the world tree survives, your burdens will be much lighter. Nyat seemed a bit confused. That is true. But, the manager smiled tightly. You better put in your best effort. If I have gone this far and you still fail, then you know what will happen. Right. As she said this, Nyat sighed softly. Those matters were no longer important. We should focus on our faction's future instead. Everyone, stay alert and be ready. As soon as we get word from the angelic faction, we will strike against our old enemies. But just as the words were leaving her mouth, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. Your enemies? Are you talking about us? Nyat turned pale upon hearing the voice, spun around, and exclaimed, No way, that energy clearly belongs to you. You are from the 51st tower, the demons. Hannah Rin and Michi along with the Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong stepped out from the portal. The demon announced loudly, Long time no see, little water spirit, sorry for arriving unannounced, but that would be too insincere. We have got a bit of a situation with that tree over there, and the Dryad folks are absolutely stunned by the arrival of these incredibly powerful people. The water spirit king asks, How did you find us? No. More importantly, what do you mean by needing that tree? The demon smiled casually and replied, It is just a little family emergency that requires some magic. Usually, we would handle this ourselves, but our tower is barely holding together right now, so we do not have much magic left to spare. Guess what we stumbled upon while desperately searching for the biggest source of magic around here? That is right, the location of the world tree. Hearing this, Nyat exclaimed in fear, Do not tell me you are planning to steal the magic from the world tree. The demon simply smiled and did not respond. The water spirit king momentarily froze before shouting, Everyone get ready to fight. We must do whatever it takes to protect the world tree. Nyat's troops immediately fell in line, ready for battle. The demon scoffed, I was hoping you all would at least be a bit friendlier since we are technically neighbors, but it looks like there is no other way now. We will just have to go with the flow. Right, my little sisters. Hannah Rin shot back at the demon. Who are you calling little sister? Just because you are helping us find the original person does not give you the right to think of yourself as my husband. Do not forget who the real wife is. With that, she activated a 5th level protective spell. Controlling space. The Queen of Wraiths. Ultimate skill. 10 steps to annihilation. It is me. Yes, it is me, the true protector, the Queen of Wraiths. Annihilation set. The spell was established, unleashing terrifying pressure that left the Dread folks gasping. It is too much pressure. How can we not move? Even the Water Spirit King was restrained, gasping in disbelief. I can't believe it. How could anyone besides that Kim Hyun-gu possess such terrifying power? At that moment, Sun Wukong stepped forward, his Roi Jingu Bang lightly tapping the ground, and instantly the staff erupted with a blast of electric flames. Sun Wukong laughed brightly. If I were you, I would be gritting my teeth right now. He shook the staff, shouting, "Grow big, Rui Jingubang." In an instant, the staff transformed into a massive pillar, shaking the ground violently, causing most to lose their footing and fall. A roar echoed like thunder, and even the volcanic spirit could not take it. Screaming, "What the heck is that?" the Drad folks cried out. "I want to get out of here," but my body won't move. The chaos was so intense that the Water Spirit King could not believe her eyes. No way. How can this be happening? The Azure Dragon and Sun Wukong coordinated to strike at the Water Spirit King, but she quickly leapt into the air to avoid it. While her subordinates were not fast enough to dodge the crushing blow from the staff, Sun Wukong smiled. Surprised, "Whoa, someone actually dodged that hit. Talk about a leader." This girl, however, seemed to be struggling to catch her breath. Suddenly, Sun Wukong asked, "Did you forget something? Our leader is way stronger than you think." This girl jumped back in shock. Just then, a demon lunged in, grabbing the Water Spirit King's throat with one hand, leaving her gasping in horror. "Wait. Hold on. But it seems like no one in this world can actually stop a demon." This girl could not withstand that blow and collapsed to the ground. The demon slowly approached the world tree. Mumbling, "What did Noah say again? Just activate this orb near the tree and it will take care of the rest. Right? Simple enough. I like that." The Water Spirit King saw this and shouted, "No, we just revived it. Back off." But the demon did not hear those words. She quickly activated the orb, which emitted a soft glow, drawing the magical energy from the world tree. Moments later, the process was complete, and the demon smugly said, "Now we have enough magical energy to perform the ritual. Now there is just one last thing to do." At that moment, in another dimension, the white-haired girl was still observing Kim Hyun-gu absorbing the essences. She pondered for a while and exclaimed, "He is absorbing way better than I thought. The user has to endure excruciating pain just to absorb even one of those essences. Yet, here he is, simultaneously taking in so many. He looks so dignified. But is there a chance he secretly enjoys the pain?" Suddenly, she remembered, this method does speed things up, but it also creates another problem. The moment his soul absorbs all those essences, he will be completely reborn. But I have not prepared a physical form that can contain that much power. Who would have thought he would just discard his own body? His body can hold up for now, but the second he leaves his domain, it will vanish instantly, making it pretty useless. If I had known this would happen, I would not have used so much power to create it. I should have saved a bit for later. This is a headache. If only I could find a suitable body to use somewhere. If only I had a form at least as sturdy and powerful as some tower master that would not just disappear. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lucifer, the leader of the angel faction, sat on the ground, sweating profusely, feeling uneasy. "Can I ask why you guys are looking at me like that? Are you even listening to what I am saying?" The demon sitting across from Lucifer smirked and replied, "Listen closely." "Angel girl." She lifted Lucifer's chin and leaned in, whispering, "I know this is a bit abrupt, but I need your body." Trapped by the demon, Lucifer could only helplessly ask, "Why do you need my body? You really think I would let you go?" As she spoke, the demon tried to swat her hand away, but the moment she raised her hand, her eyes flashing with intent, Lucifer immediately changed his mind and insisted, "Of course. Sure. Can you at least tell me why you need my body?" The demon smirks and replies, "Fine. You have the right to know since it is your body after all. You must have seen it during the ritual. Only my husband's soul remains alive, and it is trapped in a distant realm. Luckily, I have a holy relic that makes it easy to trace his soul, but the issue we need to tackle right now is finding a vessel that can contain his soul. Most containers just are not strong enough to hold Kim Hyun-gu's soul." Lucifer, looking pale, stutters, "So you plan to put Kim Hyun-gu's soul into my body?" The demon adds, "I am not thrilled about this decision either. Since you have turned into a woman now, you do not have any of the important parts left. But aside from that, everything else is fine. We will just have to live with it." Hearing this, Lucifer feels a storm brewing inside her. What does she mean by that? The demon places a hand on Lucifer's head and concludes, "I am sure what I said is clear enough now, so I will be taking your body." The demon's grip is incredibly strong, and Lucifer gathers all her strength. "Wait. Hold on. You do not care whose body you use, as long as it can hold Kim Hyun-gu's soul. Right? Just give me a chance. I will bring you a vessel that is perfect." Seeing the demon hesitate, Lucifer raises her voice, "That vessel is way better than my body. It is the most perfect container." A little while later in the upper realm, Jibril, the archangel, senses a terrifying power suddenly manifest. He exclaims, "What the hell? This magic flow and power could it be? It is truly the day of the Demon King." Lucifer, looking tense, replies softly, "It has been a while since we last met." Angel rushes over and exclaims, "Oh my goodness. We hurried here thinking there was an intruder. Who have you guessed we would encounter a day like this? You got out of the 51st tower all by yourself, but then your body." Lucifer cuts him off, "Do not remind me of that. Just thinking about it gets me all riled up." Saying that, Lucifer quickly walks away, her voice hurried. "Anyway, Let us set that aside. How's the vessel? It is still safe, right? Where did you stash it? The angel, feeling a bit confused, asks, what do you mean? My lord, Lucifer snaps. Besides that, what other vessel can I find? The vessel. Hurry up and tell me where it is. The angel quickly leads Lucifer to the storage of the vessel, and she sternly asks, is everything ready? The angel responds, we have removed all the barriers as you requested. We can proceed with the fusion of the achievements and soul at any time. He turns to Jibril and says, I can believe this day has finally come. We have been waiting for this moment for so long. Soon all dimensions will bow before us. Jibril smiles and replies, it is probably because I have endured so much humiliation lately, that I am feeling so emotional right now. We will hunt down and destroy the 51st tower as soon as he takes control of that vessel. The angel was buzzing with excitement. That is right, with Kim Hyun-gu out of the way. We have to make them pay dearly. What do you think? Lucifer replied over the intercom. Well, you are right. I need you two to hold the fort here until I give the signal. I have a few more preparations to handle. The angel cheerfully responded, take your time. My lord, Lucifer trudged forward, thinking to himself, revenge. If I am going down anyway, I might as well take this body for myself. It has got limitless potential, and who knows, maybe I could survive this hellish mess with that kind of power. This might be a dangerous gamble, but if I succeed, I could get back at all of them. Lucifer chuckled bitterly. At least I have had thoughts like that before. But just an hour ago, back in Tower 51, the demon warned, hey, do not tell me you are thinking about betraying us. Lucifer stammered. What? How could I even think like that? Don't be ridiculous. The demon toyed with the necklace around Lucifer's neck, grinning as they ask, what has got you all jumpy? I am just asking. But let me remind you, if you are feeling brave, go ahead and try if you want to die. Then be my guest. Lucifer shot back. What do you mean? The demon calmly explained. Do you remember I infused my power into this necklace? Right now, it is holding both my strength and Kim Hyun-gu's. This means it will obey my commands and respond to them. Even if my orders are not as strong as its original master, still holds significant power. For example, if I tell it to crush your heart the moment it senses any change in your soul, it will do just that. Lucifer's eyes went wide. Cold sweat trickled down as he stared at the necklace in shock. The demon continued. But hearing you say you have no intention of betraying us makes me happy. Keep that in mind in case you change your mind. No matter where you go, you are still in my grip. Just thinking about the demon's expression sent chills down Lucifer's spine. Oh, I am not joking around. Lucifer signaled. Let us get started. The angel asked again. Are you ready? Let us begin. Lucifer placed one hand on the altar, the other holding a compass. Jibril and the angel gasped when they saw the compass, exclaiming loudly, Lucifer, is not that the compass Kim Hyun-gu used? How did you get that? Lucifer sighed. Exactly. You all should have come to rescue me earlier. Otherwise, I would not have been forced into this mess. Now I have no other choice. I want to live. Jibril and the angel quickly realized Lucifer's intentions and yelled, traitor, before rushing to the altar. At that moment, in the management office of Tower 51, the manager was talking to the Water Spirit King through a connection screen, asking her, so you are telling me you have not even had a chance to use the world tree I just revived, and it is already drained again. Not only that, but you have not even captured the remnants of Tower 51, even though they led their own corpses to you, the Water Spirit King gently replied. Oh yes, that is right, looking at the world tree now reduced to a dry, barren state, the manager snapped. And now you dare to tell me to revive it again after all that? I misjudged you. I never expected you to be such a shameless person, the Water Spirit King pleaded. But we need the world tree's power to take revenge on them. Do not you want that too? Just this once, if you can find it in your heart to help us. We will. The manager scoffed. Fine, I get it now. I understand. The Water Spirit King's face lit up with joy. Really? But unexpectedly, in an instant, the manager appeared behind him, his gaze icy enough to send shivers down your spine, his voice hissing. You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Just as she completely failed to grasp what was happening, his hand shot out towards her. A deafening crash echoed, dust swirling up. She screamed in agony, continuously spitting out fresh blood. The manager looked up at the withered world tree, his hands clenched tight. The Water Spirit King, sitting on the ground, questioned, why are you doing this to me? I know we have had our issues, but you did not have to go this far. Please, I beg you, just give me one more chance. The manager scoffed again. And you still dare to talk back to me? That is a bit ballsy. Do not you think, if you had the chance, you would definitely want to take me down right here, would not you? She hesitated. That is not what I meant. He sat down, speaking softly. Do not be afraid. I am actually complimenting you. All right then, to reward your bravery, I will let you in on a little secret. She was surprised. A little secret. What is it? The manager looked straight into her eyes and replied. Honestly, From the very beginning, I never intended to spare any of you. I never wanted to leave behind any consequences. The Water Spirit King gasped. What? The manager continued calmly. I planned to use you to clean up this mess while I searched for another dimension to conquer. Who would have thought that this method would not work at all? Now, I have no other choice. The manager stood up, and she, terrified, stammered. What do you mean by that? Your place is a wreck. But before she could finish her sentence, the manager struck down mercilessly. Blood spraying everywhere, splattering onto the ground. The manager looked at his bloodied palm. Calculating, there are 15 towers of spirits and angels, and about 16 of demons. It is going to take some time. He wiped the bloodied gloves behind his back and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the other dimension, Kim Hyun-gu was still sitting in meditation, absorbing the techniques. His inner strength was growing stronger by the moment. He thought to himself, I have realized something truly unexpected. From the very start of this training session, I recognized that there are countless types of achievements in this world. One of them belongs to a red ant, thriving in a secret tunnel in a distant dimension. It is the leader of a nearby ant colony. It has used its innate strength and leadership abilities to help its swarm withstand attacks from surrounding enemies. Thanks to that, she became the queen of this ant colony. But there was still one challenge waiting for her. One day, while leading all the worker ants to gather food as usual, she stumbled upon a starving baby mantis. No matter how hard she tried to run away or stand her ground, it would only lead the colony to face certain death. This grim reality left the other ants frozen in fear, unable to move a muscle. But then, the queen ant charged straight at that mantis without a hint of hesitation. She had no intention of killing it. She just desperately wanted to protect the other ants. Everyone thought she had no chance. But somehow, the queen managed to safeguard her subjects. She might not have realized it yet, but that was the moment she achieved her queenly status. When I found out, I was utterly shocked. Until now, I always believed that achievements were reserved for powerful beings from myths and legendary tales. Yet, the life of a tiny ant could be considered an achievement like that, and it was not just that ant. In a distant place, a blacksmith also achieved something special, tirelessly chiseling through a mountain with nothing but a hammer and a nail, creating a passageway. Similarly, a director of a childcare center was recognized for his lifelong dedication to helping children. That person cared for countless orphaned kids. As I experienced all those different lives, I noticed my own consciousness drifting aimlessly countless times, but each time, I managed to regain my focus, going through endless processes before I began to realize one thing. Achievements have nothing to do with anyone's innate talent. They are merely rewards for individuals who persevere, refuse to give up, and reach the peak of their own potential. It is a hidden strength deep within every challenger. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared up. The white-haired girl appeared, looking satisfied as she said, Your help has succeeded. Congratulations, Kim Hyun-gu. How does it feel to be on the verge of reaching that immeasurable power? Kim Hyun-gu stood up, looking at his hands. Softly replied, Oh, it feels amazing. The white-haired girl scratched her face. Well, that puts my mind at ease, especially since I have some bad news for you, Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed. Now. Oh man, I was just happy to make it back in one piece, and now you. So, what is this bad news? At that moment in the upper realm, the scene was one of devastation. Having just endured a massive battle, Jebriel clutched her bleeding neck, and on the other side, a manager was interrogating a fallen angel. What are you talking about? The angel, in pain, stammered. Well, what are you all doing mixing the holy relics? The manager pondered for a moment and concluded, I do not know. It is too late for that now. Why would they bother doing something like this? What are they really plotting? He frowned. But whatever, it is not important. They can do what they want. It is just some small flailing before they meet their end. The manager tightened his grip, and the angel with the pale eyes cried out, Wait. But he snapped the guy's neck in an instant and tossed him into a corner. That is it for the angels. Now it is just those demons left. How convenient. Since I have got something to discuss with him anyway. The manager thought of Jisoo Grest, the leader of the demons, and came up with a new idea. At that moment in the 51st tower, the demoness told everyone, We have mixed the purest magic from the world tree, offering both the Manoa scale and the upgraded Yives. And now we even have a replacement body for Hindu. All preparations are complete. But breaking through this dimensional barrier won't be easy. We do not know what might happen. Are you sure you want to come with me? Guys, Hana Rin and Michiwang chimed in. Of course we do. Why even ask? Michiwang asserted. From the moment you saved me in the training tower, my life has belonged to you. Hana Rin, looking fiercely determined, added, I will follow you straight to hell. And by the way, I am your first wife. The two girls snapped back, and the demoness laughed lightly. We can discuss that later when we get back, but for now, let us go. The activation table radiated an eerie aura as the space around them began to shift. Meanwhile, in another dimension, Kim Hyun-gu sat down to talk, exclaiming in surprise, What? You do not have a body that can hold my soul. What the heck does that mean? The white-haired girl, noticing his agitation, calmed him down. Just relax, it is not as dire as you think. I have prepared a new body for you as soon as you are in there. She pointed to a creature that looked like a newborn baby rolling around in a corner. You just need to wait a few more days. I am almost done. Almost done, he thought, feeling an emptiness inside. I will probably die of boredom before then. The white-haired girl pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, "Wait, I have got it. If you want something to do, why not try experiencing another achievement?" Kim Hyo, curious, asked, "What are you talking about? Do you still have achievements?" The girl nodded. "Exactly. Since we do not have much time, I have cut out what I deemed unnecessary. But now that I think about it, you might actually need this one. It is called the Achievement of the Unruly King." With that, she presented a glowing purple orb. Kim Hyo-gyu examined it closely and asked, "The Unruly King, who is that?" And he immediately found the answer, as he embodied the Unruly King. A feast of delicious foods and beautiful women piled on top of him, kissing him passionately. He stared in shock at the sheer silk draped over him, desperately yelling, "What the hell is this?" The white-haired girl pointed and laughed, saying, "He is the first to achieve this because he made so many women feel happy." Kim Hyo-gyu was utterly stunned. "What the heck is going on here?" The girl continued, "From what I have heard, he used to serve 20 women a day." Hearing this, Kim Hyo-gyu's face twisted in confusion. "He served them? Huh. What do you mean by that?" The girl chuckled and replied, "Well, you will just have to experience it for yourself." He screamed in rage. "Wait, what the hell are you thinking?" The white-haired girl found this amusing. "What a wild scene this is. In the meantime, I will finish off his body." Suddenly, bright flash of light erupted, and the white-haired girl exclaimed, "You guys, inside." Kim Hyo-gyu was desperately fighting off a group of women giving him a hard time. "Stop. Do not come any closer. Just like this, I am already in deep trouble. If they catch me like this, they will definitely kill me." Just as he thought this, he suddenly saw Di-so with Hana Rin and Mi Chai-wong appearing. Kim Hyo-gyu could not believe his eyes and asked, "What are you three doing here?" The three girls stared at him with sharp gazes. Di-so sneered, "Looks like we have crashed someone's party." "Huh, you seem to be enjoying yourself too much." Kim Hyo-gyu was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain, while inwardly he sighed, "Oh man, I am in deep trouble." The white-haired girl kept eyeing the items the three girls had with them, saying, "Whoa, I really do not deserve this." "Impressive. How did they manage to pull this off? Your wives are really something else." At that moment, she noticed Kim Hyo-gyu lying on the ground, beaten up by Di-so in a wild brawl. "Poor thing," he replied breathlessly. "Well, looking at it that way, I guess you could say that. But hey, now that you have a body, you can resurrect me, right?" The white-haired girl smiled with her eyes sparkling. "Well, resurrecting souls is a piece of cake for me. I could do it right now. That body even has a special ability to change its appearance to match the new soul's owner. We'll get used to it soon enough." Kim Hyo-gyu was surprised. "Whoa, that is useful." The white-haired girl sat down, looking at him with a smile. "By the way, congratulations on your upcoming rebirth." The girl performed the soul transfer technique, and a shining golden aura appeared. She looked at him sincerely. "Just remember to be a good boy this time." Kim Hyo-gyu smiled back. "Who knows? I will consider that. But first, I need to teach someone a lesson." The light flared up for a moment and then vanished. Meanwhile, in the 51st tower on the 9th floor, in the Jonho area, a scene of ruin was everywhere, with monstrous beasts roaming across a vast area. A young man with purple hair looked exhausted, blood trickling from his mouth, clearly on his last legs. The group behind him shouted, "Hunter Sai-hai, we can continue like this." Sai-hai knelt on the ground, trembling all over, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Is this how it ends?" A dragon-headed monster was glaring at him with fiery eyes. He thought to himself, "I know, there won't be any help coming. All the hunters who were with me are dead. My master and other associates have gone to other areas to hold the line. It seems this is as far as I can go." Over there, the monster is gathering energy to attack. Its mouth opened wide, and a fireball began to form inside. Growing larger, Sai-Hyan knew he could not fight back and said, "I tried to protect them at all costs, but I am sorry." Kim Hyan looked at the desolate scene before him, his flip-flops slapping against the concrete as he observed the situation. He shook his neck, letting out a sigh. "Well, I guess it is time for me to start, to celebrate my own rebirth. Looks like it is time for me to pour myself a little birthday drink." Standing atop the high rise where monsters keep swooping down and circling, Hyan Yu muttered a brief, "All right." His familiar flip-flop slammed hard against the concrete floor, shattering the puddle beneath him. "Let us do this." The moment he finished speaking, he crouched down and launched himself straight into the fray. The monsters shrieked in unison, their high-pitched wails piercing like metal against the eardrums. But Hyanu was not about to let them have their way. With every free fall, his fists and kicks came crashing down, forcing them to risk their lives. However, the real target was not those tiny pests. It was the gigantic dragon looming in the distance. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyanu used each monstrous form as a launching pad, darting through the air in a zigzag pattern toward it. In that instant, the colossal dragon roared, its throat swirling with energy, ready to flatten the entire sky. At the same time, Haiyan soared forward, a slight hesitation in his demeanor, his figure glowing in midair with a fist raised high like thunder. Without a second thought, he channeled all his strength into a decisive strike. In an instant, the entire body of the giant dragon was torn apart with a roar that faded into the chaotic air. Sai-hun looked up, eyes wide at the horrifying scene. The sound of stillness ringing in his ears. He did great, Sai-hun. Now you should take a break for a bit. The thick clouds that loomed earlier dispersed, revealing a bright sky shining down on Haiyan. Everything from here on out is on him. Standing before him was like gazing at a god who just escaped the scythe of death. He held his head high with unwavering confidence, saying, "Leave it to me." In that moment, Sai-hun trembled. His voice choked with resentment. "Where the hell have you been?" Before he could even respond, Sai-hun burst into tears, angry and hurt. "Why did it take you so long to show up?" His arms wrapped tightly around Haiyan, unable to hide the overwhelming feelings of loneliness that had built up. "I thought I was about to kick the bucket here." Haiyan was momentarily taken aback by Sai-hun's pitiful appearance. "Oh man, look at you." With his tear-streaked face and runny nose, Haiyan could not help but burst out laughing. "Ahaha, are you crying?" Sai-hun shot back defensively. "I'm not crying." But when he saw the teasing look in Haiyan's eyes that refused to fade, Sai-hun quickly stammered out a half-hearted excuse. "It is just that I got a little dust in my eyes." Suddenly, Sai-hun remembered something and gasped in panic. Wait. This is not the time to talk about that. The whole tower is under the control of those monsters." His face turned pale as he hurriedly continued. "If we do not send help soon." But Haiyan cut him off. "Oh, that, don't worry about it." Then he reassured him. "While we are talking, everything is being handled just fine." Those words made Sai-hun pause, confusion washing over him. Then he voiced his doubt, filled with uncertainty. "What do you mean? Who is handling it?" Meanwhile, in a similar place, Siu Kwon and Seoliam were overjoyed to have survived the despair. Buoyed by Haiyan's booming voice, "Who else could it be? The real reason things are going smoothly is that you cleared out the monsters by yourself." "Of course, it was me, as I laid out my plan. The first thing I did upon returning was to spread my clones all around. They must have wrapped up dealing with most of the monsters by now." Hearing that, Sai-hun could finally relax and let out a sigh of relief, thanking the heavens. But just when he thought he could enjoy a moment of peace, Haiyan shattered the silence, reminding him that he still could not let his guard down. "We still need to deal with the main threat." Meanwhile, the clones in different locations were all sending signals to restore this tower. "We need to return it to its original position and fully replenish its magic as soon as possible. That means we only have one option left, and that is..." Haiyan paused for a breath before stating the crucial point. "We have to go and defeat the manager, but I can maintain my clone technique while fighting him here. I need to pour all my strength into winning against him. So once again, protecting this tower falls entirely on you all. Do you think you can handle it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a voice unexpectedly chimed in, still as cocky as ever. "It seems you have underestimated your master a bit too much." The celestial demon unsheathed his sword with a firm voice. "Do not worry about trivial matters. Just go." Hungu, on the other hand, the atmosphere was similarly charged with determination. "Let us leave the tower to us." Siwang smiled, feeling a wave of emotion as the fears that once troubled him faded away. Just a moment ago, he had thought about giving up, but now he felt ready. At this moment, Sai-hun bit his lip, representing them as he raised a question. "Do you know why?" he boldly asserted, his spirit shining bright. "It is because our master has returned." His words shook Hunyu, causing the pupils in his eyes to widen for a moment. After a brief silence, he chuckled, feeling nostalgic. "You all have grown up, so I will leave this task to you." In the next moment, a sharp energy spread throughout the area, focusing on ending this once and for all. Meanwhile, in another realm, the sky blazed red, lighting up the area with flashes of thunder striking down upon the ancient castle. A figure sat upright at a table, silent as the beams of light streamed through the windows. Jisoo squinted slightly and slowly spoke. "So you have finally made it here." He did not look up at his opponent but still recognized that presence. The manager. The man did not flinch at those words, only raising an eyebrow in the stillness. "You dismantled the entire security system of this tower. Is not that basically inviting me here?" The ease of entering and exiting only deepened his suspicions. "I thought you set up a trap, but it seems that is not the case." Jisoo shook his head in denial. "I have no reason to hide anything. I just do not want to cower behind my followers." Not wanting to argue further, the manager merely smirked and pulled out a chair. "Fine then. It is what it is. I have a question for you. What is this surprise all about?" As he sat down, the guy slowly threaded the story into a web of doubt, asking how it feels to be known as Jesu Christa. The challenging question left him momentarily dazed. "What do you mean by that?" he replied slowly. "I have traveled through countless dimensions and encountered endless creatures. Some creatures wield the most terrifying powers in the universe, while others dominate vast territories. And there are those known as divine beings of the apocalypse. and so many of them could be considered all-powerful entities. Not a single rebuttal or interruption was heard. Jisoo just quietly listened to every word the manager emphasized. Yet no one was as famous as him. Every movement reflected the importance he wanted to address. So I want to ask you, the manager's face lit up with excitement, his eyes flashing with curiosity and a desire to understand. How does it feel to be a special individual carrying such a famous name? Can you tell me what that feeling is like? But Jisoo's answer changed his expression to one of shock. Sorry, but I do not have an answer for you. Unwilling to accept that, the guy immediately pressed for a reason. Why is that? He did not hesitate to elaborate right away. Jisoo is simply a term people use to define who someone is, but what matters most is the life you have lived. What significance does my answer hold for you when you only know how to take away the lives of others? The gaze pointed decisively at the manager who was bowing his head. No matter what I say, it does not matter. Every word from Jisoo rang out sharp like a sword slicing through the air, revealing an undeniable truth, because you will never understand. As he finished speaking, the entire auditorium fell into an absolute and heavy silence, so dense that every breath felt like a struggle. The manager clenched his fists. Dark aura flickered in the air. Sanjata had messed up. Infuriated with eyes blazing, he spat out, in the end, all of you are just a bunch of utterly useless fools. He then stood up and spat each word through gritted teeth. This conversation ends here. He then reached out towards Jisoo, intending to use his magic to obliterate him. It is time for you to disappear. In that moment, Jisoo simply closed his eyes in sadness without any further reaction. Forgive me, Father. I do not think I can come to your side anymore. As the evil hand touched him, he simply closed his eyes and whispered a prayer, asking him to continue watching over the beings that still exist in this world. Amen. Suddenly, a shattering sound echoed, and as the wall crumbled, Hungu appeared to halt the impending disaster. The manager and Jisoo were both stunned with wide eyes as they watched someone suddenly jump back in, excitedly greeting, "Long time no see, neighbor." He shoved the guy aside like a toy that did not fit, while smiling brightly. "Have you been well lately?" The manager was held tightly by the enemy's hand, causing his pupils to contract in sheer terror. "Hungu, how are you still alive?" Before he could finish his sentence, a storm in the form of a fist was already charging at him. Powerful strike from his arms sent the manager flying backward, crashing through the wall and into the void beyond. As the dust settled, Hyunwoo coldly warned, "Hey, kid, do not you see the adults are talking? You think you can just barge in like that?" Before he could react, he heard a sharp command from him. "Get lost." Moments later, he was hit again, sent tumbling over the other side with a chilling promise. "I will come back to play with you later." Standing on this stone slab, Hyunwoo looked like a fresh-faced thug with a spark of mischief. Did I hit him too hard? He flew way farther than I expected. But honestly, that does not even matter. In the midst of the chaos, Jisoo stammered in disbelief at what he was witnessing. "Hung, how could you? You came back to mess with him. But why are you acting like you have never seen someone come back from the dead?" Suddenly recalling something, Hyunwoo covered his smirk. "Wait a minute, is not this your area of expertise? You have been through this yourself, right?" Jisoo looked so flustered. "I can't help but think my situation back then was a bit different." With slow, steady steps, he moved forward, speaking in a laid-back tone. "Anyway, I am really glad to see you are still around. I just wanted to drop by and ask a few questions before I handle him." With a confident smile, Hyun revealed his bright white teeth. "You just saved me a ton of effort by not having to search all over for that guy." After finishing that sentence, he casually waved goodbye and turned to leave, saying, "Stay safe here. We will meet again." Hearing that, Jisoo suddenly slammed his hands on the table and jumped up in a panic. You can be serious. Are you really planning to face the manager alone?" His arm reached out desperately to stop him, voice laced with fear. He is not someone you can take on by yourself." But just as he struggled to find the words to warn him, his throat tightened in terror. "Why would you take such a risk?" In that instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from Hyunwoo, enveloping the room in a blinding aura. Jisoo stood frozen, his mind spinning, unable to comprehend what was happening. What is this limitless energy radiating from him? In the midst of his chaotic feelings, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure emerging from Hyunwoo's aura. Just like that silhouette was etched deep in his memory. One he thought had faded, sending chills down his spine. It felt like he was standing in front of his father. Still lost in tangled thoughts, he kept asking himself, how could this be happening? Then Hyunwoo's voice suddenly cut through it all, leaving no room for doubt. He slowly slipped his hands into his pockets, a calm smile forming on his lips. "This is something that has to be done, and I am the perfect one to do it," he then confidently declared. "What more reason do I need?" Jisoo silently watched him for a long moment. And finally, a knowing smile broke across his lips. So that is it. I get it now." With heartfelt sincerity, as if gently revealing his feelings. "I wish you a safe return." Hyunwoo shot back a snappy remark. "Now that is more like it. I can already feel the power of your blessing working its magic." His foot slammed against the stone floor, each step tearing through the silence like a spider's web. "So be it." His body shot up, leaping straight out of the building, leaving behind a cheerful farewell. See you later. The fiery sunset painted the sky red, and from the stone slab, smoke rose in thick, swirling clouds. The source of the ruckus was the manager, still reeling from Han Yu's earlier kick. Completely frozen. Just then, a voice rang out like a shot of adrenaline, startling him into looking up. What is he doing just lying there like that? His body curled into a perfect arc before he launched a kick straight to the face. Get up. You idiot. Instantly, the air exploded with a deafening crack, shaking the ground violently, and the scenery around them was quickly engulfed by a thick gray mist, obscuring everything. Wearing sandals made from sturdy material, he approached the manager with a mocking tone. Does this scene remind you of the past? Because I can't help but remember the first time we met. Although our positions have completely flipped now, I bet you did not see what is coming next. The manager blurted out his doubts, clearly remembering seeing you dead. Yet here you are, somehow reincarnated, and you are even wielding a ton of power while I am in control of all the magic in this area. As his words trailed off, suspicion narrowed his eyes, forming a new thought. The manager's breathing grew heavier with each beat, his voice cold like ice slicing through the air. This is definitely something. At that moment, the embodiment of his achievements had been watching silently from the other side of the screen, listening to his assessment as if it were a joke. Her expression was calm, as if she already knew he would realize the truth, the embodiment of his achievements. In a surge of rage, he clenched his jaw, letting out a string of curses. You are just a shadow of your former self, and yet you dare to stand in my way. But did you really forget? You never stood a chance against me before. And now, I am way stronger than I was back then. Do you really think a mere mortal with your power could stop me? Don't push your luck. Even though the manager was losing his cool now, familiar dark energy enveloped him. Just sit tight and wait. I will come to wipe you out in no time. With that said, the manager leaned forward slightly and kicked forcefully to push Han Yu back. The ensuing sounds made him stumble for a moment. Taken aback, you say this situation reminds you of our first clash. Well, you are mistaken. This time is completely different. Because this time, I won't leave a trace of your soul left in this world. Not even a tiny remnant. It is time for you to vanish. Hungu. In a flash, a dark tornado surged towards him. But Han Yu stood there, unflinching, waiting for it to hit. In that brief moment, his eyes darted back to the castle, calculating that there was no way to simply dodge this one. Instantly, a wave of concentrated energy ignited in his hand, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he whispered to himself, then I will unleash all 1178 achievements of my sword energy. And as he combined them, in that very instant, Han Yu's arm transformed into a colossal sword, every vein straining with raw power. The distance between them closed in a heartbeat, making every movement feel as heavy as a mountain. From his body radiated a dazzling aura, a warning of the impending power about to erupt. With a single, ultimate sword strike, he cleaved the sky, tearing through the void and completely obliterating the dark storm. Watching the entire attack disintegrate, the manager's mouth fell open in disbelief, unable to utter a word. The blade swept above his head, leaving him stunned, unable to comprehend how this was even possible. But Han Yu's assault was not finished. The sword continued its relentless descent towards his opponent, triggering a violent explosion. Amid the lingering dust, his figure gradually became clearer. As Han Yu looked up, a tight-lipped grin spread across his face, almost robotic, observing the ground below split into a deep, long fissure. He felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he might have overstepped by wrecking someone else's turf. Glancing at the manager's now missing arm, he inquired, "How do you feel about that?" The manager did not respond, only seething with rage, his gaze burning with a desire to obliterate Han Yu on the spot. From the void where his arm used to be, a dark energy swirled, mixing with his furious cries. "Hungu, you are just a mere mortal." In a fit of absolute madness, he suddenly shouted, "How dare you!" Han Yu dashed forward like lightning. "You see that, right?" Immediately, a blinding light erupted, illuminating the manager's grimace and his proposal. "So how about we?" The radiant energy from Han Yu's hand flared brilliantly, each beam tracing a path that highlighted his face, suggesting a little fun elsewhere. The scene darkened instantly, the air filled with a cacophony of roaring sounds, continuously shifting and morphing. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Han Yu and the manager officially transitioned to somewhere else. In this strange shifting space, the manager surveyed his surroundings with suspicion mixed with caution. He looked up, bewildered enough to ask, "Where are we?" In response, Han Yu shrugged slowly and explained, "It is really nothing special. If I had to describe it, I would say it is a significant milestone in my tower." He smirked with a knowing smile, adding dramatic flair, "This place is called the High Escape, and we are standing at the tower's guiding point." Then, Han Yu tilted his head, emphasizing each word slowly yet powerfully. "This is where everything began for me." The next direct statement darkened the manager's expression, sealing someone's fate. "Let us rewind a few hours back, when we were still in the 51st tower, in the vast space." A panicked voice rang out, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Hung Yu. All three, including RV and Uriel, were left speechless as they stared at No in shock. He had just been revived and was already eager to confront the manager. He was full of doubts and truly did not understand why the guy chose that path, and of all places, why the priority guidance tower, but he knew completely ignored all the tense remarks. Of course, wherever we fight, the surrounding area will be destroyed. That is why we need a place to fight without anyone around. And even if it gets destroyed, it won't be a serious issue. His tone became firmer and sharper than ever, clearly indicating that there was no better place that fit those conditions than the guidance tower. Do you remember what you told me when I became the master of this tower? You said that the tower was already fortified with all sorts of spatial transformation spells, and those spells were way stronger and scarier than the ones Tama used to trap me in our last battle. Not stopping there, Yu shot back at him. Did not you also say that it was so powerful it could affect everything under the heavens? No slapped his forehead, regretting what he had just said. Yeah, I did say that. Realizing he had what he needed, he decided right then and there. Perfect. That means no matter how fierce the battle gets, I won't have to worry about anyone getting hurt. At this moment, Urvi could not hold back and interrupted. But that means we can't help you. Right, in her eyes, the manager now looked like a terrifying monster. He would have to face him alone. Are you sure you will be okay? Yu paused for a moment, then smirked. Well, I have always fought without anyone's help, so just stay calm. Don't worry, everyone just focus on your own tasks. I was not sure if that would work, but I had a backup plan ready, and all of that was why Yu wanted to bring the manager to this tower. Being taken to such a place, he could not help but grit his teeth and hiss. You plan to destroy me? Huh. You really have some guts to say such arrogant words. His teacher remained silent, not responding at all. The guy, frustrated, stomped his foot, causing the floor to shake violently. I swear, I will make you suffer the longest, most painful death imaginable. Hunga, I will crush your body into dust and use it as fertilizer for my new tower. Before he could finish his threat, the manager abruptly stopped as a surprising detail caught his eye. Remember my words, I will. The venomous words caught in his throat, unable to escape. As he realized something, his eyes suddenly narrowed sharply, as if focusing on a target, because the manager saw Hungo's clenched fists trembling. Whether from fear or anger, he could not tell. A sly grin finally crept onto his lips. So that is how it is. The darkness surrounding him vanished in an instant, leaving him momentarily stunned. This only heightened my alertness. He unleashed all that energy just like that. But why? At that moment, the manager ran his fingers through his hair and sighed. Oh man, you had to see this not so glamorous side of me. Losing my cool like this is not really my style. His expression twisted into something quite unsettling, especially when there was no reason for it at all. His words took on a sinister tone, dripping with menace. Did you catch that? Hungyu, you raised an eyebrow, curious about what kind of trick he is pulling this time. You think suddenly acting calm and relaxed will change anything? The manager interrupted. Don't get me wrong. I am actually a bit shaken right now. I never expected a mere human to stand in my way, let alone sever one of my arms, even if I can regenerate it. Clearly, the manager was not the easy prey he appeared to be in this tense moment. It is hard to believe, and this guidance tower is something else entirely. Feels like I am standing alone in this vast universe. A strange sense of loneliness creeping in. I can also feel my control over the magic outside slipping a bit. As he continued, he easily exposed the fact that Hungu felt a chill run down his spine. There must be some spatial bending incantations hidden here, to prepare to pull me in like this. She must have shared a lot about me. In the blink of an eye, the manager suddenly appeared right in front of him, declaring, "Let me show you just how weak your power really is." The swirling dark energy in his twisted face made it all too clear how useless it was against me. Caught off guard, Hungarly had time to raise his hands to defend himself, his body jolted by the impact. A full force punch left him gasping in pain. While the manager was all about making a point basic strength correlating directly to the number of people who've achieved it. My magic, on the other hand, creates countless worlds, surpassing every creature and spanning all dimensions. As his overwhelming force sent Hungu reeling back, this difference created a fundamental gap between achievement and magic. He looked up at the massive shadow looming closer, its presence resonating with the enemy's tremors. Laying it all out in stark clarity, Hyunyu's pupils seemed to shrink smaller than a pinprick, because right in front of you is a hand formed from countless terrifying dark energies, approaching with the manager's disbelief, a clear gap in strength. So, you can defeat me, even if achievements and magic are the very things that created the universe. Hyunyu's body instantly tensed up at the long-winded speech. Right, but surely you already knew that. Or else why would you drag me all the way here? You want to use a high-level spatial transformation spell around this tower to disrupt my magical manipulation abilities, hoping that will give you some advantage. Besides that, is there any other reason for someone as reckless as you to charge in and fight? As for Hangu, he stayed silent the whole time, listening to the manager's monologue, coming up with such a cunning plan. It is simple. As he said this, he suddenly burst into a loud, booming laugh, exploding with confidence in that moment. Because you are scared of me. You would not dare face me without resorting to those childish tricks. I have evidence of it. The manager relished each word, feeling glee and chaos, saying, your hands have been shaking this whole time. You pathetic people really are something else. You have got power that is nearly the root of this world, yet you are still paralyzed by fear. He snapped his fingers with a loaded meaning. But do not worry, I will let darkness invade this area directly, freeing you from that suffering very soon. By manipulating the magic surrounding you, I will cut off all signals to your senses. From now on, those thin lips of yours will only hear my voice, and nothing else will reach you. I will reduce your body to dust and then release your soul. Dozens of ominous hands reach out in a threatening manner. If you were smart, you would not resist, because that would only bring you more pain. Yet, completely ignoring his taunts, Hyungu maintained his silent demeanor and expressionless face. Dim closed his eyes, trying to suppress the turmoil within while searching for the buried fragments of memory. There once was a blind demon known for its madness, who lived half a life in darkness. Wherever he swung his sword, it would eliminate enemies at his command. By the time he realized it, it was too late. He was the last one standing because, for him, fear was no longer a sign of weakness. Hyungu's grip tightened as if he held everything in his heart. Instead, it allowed him to see what he could not perceive with his eyes before and feel what he had been oblivious to. In the thick darkness, Hyungu looked up, letting the pitch blackness envelop him completely, just as those massive hands and shadows seemed to swallow everything. That was the moment a new kind of sense was born, and then he crouched low, every muscle tense, ready for the counterattack he had been waiting for. In the next second, Hyungu shot forward, slicing through the dark hands at a speed that ordinary eyes could not keep up with. The giant arms missed him in the void, crashing down to the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the very air. In an instant, Hyungu shattered the dense magical barrier and appeared right before the manager. When his silhouette suddenly emerged, the guy was so stunned he could not react at first. No, this can't be happening. At this moment, Hyungu did not dodge anymore. He openly admitted, you are right, I am scared. I am scared I will die before I defeat you. Scared I won't be able to protect anyone. That is why I will become strong enough to face my own fear. Nothing more. Nothing less. As those words slipped from his lips, the manager's face twisted in shock under the thunderous punch from the one he always underestimated. The impact was so powerful it cracked the ground around them, leaving only the chilling echoes of Hyungu's voice. Let us see how it goes, he said slowly, like a dagger piercing through pride, testing whose power was stronger, his fear or mine, and without forgetting to raise his punch, saturated with an incredibly terrifying aura. Or was it your magic? The intense battle between Hyungu and the manager suddenly gave way to the memories belonging to the latter. Many years ago, when the sun shone brightly, the manager was one of the fundamental elements that connected the world, until one day, his body could condense into a form indistinguishable from a human. Except for the face, the manager could not quite grasp why he suddenly had his own consciousness and could perceive this world. It was something he would never imagined, yet it did not surprise him too much. It felt like he had been waiting for this moment all along. With his newly awakened body, the manager easily recognized the serene sky adorned with fluffy clouds, as well as everything on the ground. Aside from those tiny creatures, he could clearly understand that they were all creations stemming from himself. Finally, the manager stumbled upon an undeniable truth. He was the source of this world. That moment of enlightenment brought an overwhelming sense of transcendence. Countless eras have passed since that moment, yet that truth has never wavered. Each pulse surged like a wave, echoing the manager's thoughts. Now, back in the present, as he struggled to escape the relentless assault from Hyungu, what was he feeling? His body was so tense that he could barely move. Every action felt as heavy as carrying a 1,000-pound stone on his shoulders. Every muscle was tightly coiled on his chiseled face. Was he, not allowing him to stand there in a daze for long? Hina launched himself high and prepared for the next act. He gathered every ounce of strength, poised to strike, catching the manager off guard as he faced the truth of the situation. Was he scared? His teeth gritted tight. He squeezed out each word like a desperate plea. No, it can't be. A mere human at the bottom of the food chain like him would never. The manager exploded with fury like a supernova, questioning whether he could truly surpass the essence of the world. As dark magic materialized and charged straight toward the loathsome target, Hina faced a barrage of black hands yet still managed to keep his doubts alive. Even now, he continued to use that same attack. A smirk crept across his face, filled with disdain. He had noticed it before. But honestly, his fighting style was incredibly simplistic. The way he wielded his power reminded him of a kid flailing a toy knife around, lacking any real technique. He had zero skills, but that was easy to understand. Skills are the result of hard work and struggle that the weak endure, compensating for their lack of innate strength. For someone like the manager, who was born with everything, those skills were truly unnecessary. Of course, every aspect has two sides. In contrast to him was Hyungu, with a different background. But he was not like that. Since the moment he was born, he had to start from the bottom of society. And throughout his life, he was always fighting to survive in the endless struggle. He had learned so much from every challenge he faced to reach his current position. In this moment, he cast aside everything and powered up, combining all 781 achievements of speed. There was no way he would lose. His foot slammed down with force, and he immediately charged forward with ferocity, like a rocket ready to tear through space. Wielded by an amateur like him, the zigzag lines of light flashed back and forth, allowing him to easily dodge that sluggish attack thanks to the ultimate speed technique. And of course, his destination is straight through that pitch-black vortex to charge at the manager standing there frozen. Unfortunately, that guy is not going to let Hyunwoo pass so easily. From the corner of his eye, he can see something speeding toward him. Turns out, all the magical energy of the manager is being stored up and has not been unleashed yet. Leaving him stunned, this is going to be a bit tricky. But everything is not ending in a hurry like that. Hyunwoo starts to combine all 814 achievements. Little by little, the ultimate wind technique explodes, compressing into a massive storm with a force so intense it looks like it wants to crush everything. With no hesitation, he swings his hand to unleash a fierce wind strike like thunder, shattering all the rules set by the world. Naturally, all those breathtaking slashes are aimed at that gigantic figure, and just like that, Hyunwoo quickly breaks through what seemed like an impossible challenge. Amidst the dark fragments falling in the air, he remains steady, gathering even more explosive energy. At this moment, the manager finally realizes, cold sweat streaming down his face. Who is this guy? And how can he do this? Panic spreads through his mind, invading every cell in his body, making it hard to comprehend how this is even possible. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo does not care about the meaningless words, his legs tightening as he combines all 2012 achievements into a powerful strike. The force behind him suddenly erupts, transforming into a physical embodiment of divine right. In the next moment, his technique unleashes a powerful shockwave with a flurry of punches that keeps rising. This fierce clash also significantly impacts the solid walls surrounding them. The entire tower shakes violently, threatening to crumble those walls at any moment. The Xi-Hun group below can't help but be captivated by the terrifying commotion. Even from that distance, a fierce shockwave radiates out, threatening to sweep all of them away. Is this shockwave coming from Hungo's battle? Worry is now evident on Mai Chiang's face as she gasps the familiar name, Hyunwoo. Meanwhile, only the Night Stalker remains calm, offering his assessment. This tower space is clearly vast, yet we can still feel the tremors coming from inside. Just how intense is the battle raging in that tower? After that, in the decisive clash filled with gray matter, both the manager and Hyunwoo still seem to hold their ground as they charge at each other, having unleashed all their ultimate techniques. So, here we are, facing off for the third time, and it is just the two of us, no third party involved. He grips his beloved's hand tightly while throwing out a mocking remark laced with disdain. I thought you said you could take me down with just one finger. But look at you now, using both hands. Are you finally starting to feel a little tired? The manager is struggling to keep up with this overwhelming force. No more chatter from you. Finally unable to hold back any longer, a surge of energy erupts within him, and he unleashes a fierce counterattack. It is enough to push the opponent back further than ever before, but it does not stop there. A series of magical arms conjured by the manager suddenly appear. At this moment, he slowly realizes and struggles to counterattack, as they burst up from underground. The awe is evident in every thought. He really did come up from underground. Just as that opponent pointed out about the manager's simple attack style, this guy is just as skilled, and he finally has him in his grasp. Even the overwhelming force has boosted the manager's confidence, which was already low, to new heights. Watch out, here it comes. That massive hand swings through the air with an unstoppable momentum. It is unclear if he can escape this time, but the shockwave from this blow is something you can't measure. The sound of heavy breathing fills the area, coming from the one still standing tall. As the dust begins to settle, the scene gradually becomes clear. The manager is still struggling to fill his lungs with air. Looking around the area where the land has been torn apart, he gasps out labored sounds. It is over. What is next? Haha, I knew it. I knew I would beat you down to nothing but a pile of flesh. This is the price a puny creature like you pays for daring to confront the source of life. Who would have thought a twist like this would come while you were gloating, rambling on and on? From the very start, your fate was sealed. And of course, it is no stranger it is Hyunwoo, breaking free from another dimension and charging forward with unstoppable speed. Caught off guard and filled with a mix of fear and panic, he simply asked, as if to a close friend, what has got you smiling so brightly? With an overwhelming energy closing in, Hyunwoo's smile stretched wide, practically reaching his ears as he beckoned, come join me. Without waiting for the manager to utter a single word, he unleashed a punch right into that frail body of his, a chaotic surge of power, with all the pressure coming from Hyunwoo bearing down. Even though the manager was bleeding badly, Hyunwoo's strike did not stop until the sound of the wind howled. Of course, taking a hit like that would make even the elements of the world feel pain. Ouch. His bright white teeth clenched tightly as he tried to suppress his discomfort. No longer passively enduring the attacks, the manager's leather shoes dug into the ground, making it groan under the weight, crumbling to pieces. The punch was delivered with such ferocity, it felt like all his pent-up rage was funneled into this one blow. No mercy. No hesitation. The manager smashed right into Hyunwoo's jaw. And boy, Did he mean business? Unfortunately, while it may have messed up the opponent's face, did not stop Han Wu's taunts. Oh, so you are finally using your fists to talk. Huh. It was a classic back and forth, like a brutal game of ping pong, sending shockwaves of pain straight to the manager's weak spots. And Han Wu was not about to let up. The excitement was written all over Han Wu's face, and it suited his style perfectly. Without giving the guy a moment to regain his footing, Han Wu seized the weakest point and went for it. With every powerful step, Han Wu slammed into him with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, even sending the manager sliding backward in a spectacular display of destruction. But this guy was not your average Joe. He had enough strength to grab onto Han Wu's arm right around his neck. With a forceful jerk, he sent Han Wu flying far from his position. The energy within him surged, bursting forth like a volcano, ignited by his own battle cry. With a renewed vigor, the manager managed to land another punch right on Han Wu's face, knocking him back. Clearly, he was not one to just take a beating. That punch radiated heat, glowing with intensity. Then, in an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted, reminiscent of a nuclear blast, sending waves of fear through the crowd. Just a simple move like that was enough to almost send a third of the manager's body flying, leaving him bewildered. What on earth was happening? Before he could even catch his breath, another punch landed, and he was utterly defenseless. How could this be? It was clear that the fight was far from over, with Han Wu gearing up for another strike. Panic and confusion flooded the manager's mind, and it was overwhelming. No matter how he spun it, it seemed like he would not be getting any answers while he was caught in the storm of this chaos. Each blow stacked on top of the last, growing more intense, sending his heavy body reeling. Every hit left the manager with no choice but to let out a pained groan. The smile on Han Wu's face stretched from ear to ear, showing no signs of fading. As the chaos continued, there was no breaking apart. It was an all-out war, and they were in it together. This is the ultimate technique of the divine right, established after absorbing countless achievements of its wielder. A seismic shockwaves roared, causing the entire tower to shake as if it were about to crumble. It is clear to see that Han Wu's ultimate skill shows no signs of fading. Instead, it becomes an overwhelming pressure for the manager, with no way to withstand the terrifying force. All he can do is scream in despair while gritting his teeth against the crushing pain. In the calmness of this brief pause, he steps forward slowly, wearing his familiar and durable flip-flops, in stark contrast to the manager's struggles. Han Wu, despite being covered in dust, revels in the moment. Looking around to see what surprises await, the second-rate shell of Senja is starting to crack open. Observing the bizarre scene before him, he smirks and comments, "Is that really how they look?" The manager channels all his rage into Kim Hun-gu, the one who sent shivers down his spine. But before he could finish his threat, Han Wu cuts him off. "You should have just sat quietly in the background and done your job. But no, you had to stir up trouble, making me waste all this effort. But while I have you here, I want to ask you something. Why do you want a name so desperately? I heard that floating eye of yours say you know better than anyone why you do not have a name the moment you get one and become an independent entity." The memories flood back, and with the merging of achievements, all worlds in every dimension will collapse. At that moment, he widened his eyes in horror. What? The energy just keeps getting more intense. Of course, it makes sense because one of the fundamental forces that created this world will be lost. Just imagine if a skyscraper suddenly lost its steel frame inside, what would happen? I think everyone knows the answer by now. At this moment, Han Wu officially feels the wind, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Wait, so he knows all this but still causes chaos just to get a name? Naturally, there has got to be some confusion why. The incarnations of achievements shake their heads in denial. I do not know. I have asked him countless times. Maybe we'll never know the answer. But I am curious, too. All this time, he has diligently fulfilled his duties. What could have changed him so much? Her face lit up with eagerness to know more as she proposed. If there is a chance, could you ask him? Back to the present. Han Wu emphasizes once again, for the sake of his own words and the incarnations of achievements. Now, tell me. The rage and visualization of it are the explosive energies continuously erupting from his body. How the hell could you do something like this? All for something as trivial as a name. This blunt tone, filled with disdain, only serves to intensify the manager's feelings, turning them into a rhythmic dissonance. Something so trivial. Right, the longing to roll back time is strong, taking me back to a place overflowing with the fresh sense of the vast forest, echoing in my heart. Perhaps, for you all, it is just a casual thing. Back in the day, this manager was quite intrigued by the name when he first became aware of his own existence. Everything kicked off when he overheard a conversation between two mortals. Kamwai and then see Kim rushed in with dazzling smiles. "Hey, David," he really wants to give up on words. "You are late again." Kanwai. "What took you so long?" He is still dazed. "Haha. My bad. I might have had one too many last night." After some playful banter, David shrugged it off, saying, "Alright, let us head out. We need to get there before the sun sets." Connie quickly reminded him. Got it. These new things were definitely baffling for the manager. Kanwai. "David, what is that? I have never heard of anything like it before." Before long, He realized those were names, the terms humans used to identify and differentiate each other. And honestly, it did not mean much to the manager back then. Manhwa. David observed the two young men chatting excitedly about their upcoming adventure, while he pondered. Wondering, in the end, even the manager had to admit they had some cool ways to call each other. It sounded pretty neat. From that day on, he began spending more time in the villages of mortals, listening to them call each other from afar, especially during those moments when he swapped magical supply between dimensions. And that is when the manager started to find names truly bizarre. They are often created from different letters, yet sometimes they are pronounced with distinct emotional states. From greed to the tension between two species clearly defined in a bargaining situation like this, from the deep engravings on revered monuments to the names of criminals on terrifying wanted posters. He found it amazing that those names could actually define their owners. The manager's body seemed to blur between reality and the mortal realm, and at that moment, he understood. Strangely enough, the left side of his being, which had gathered elemental energy, suddenly forced the manager to question himself. Here we go again. What is happening? Why do I feel this sharp pain every time I hear a name? Is this what emotions feel like? But why does it feel like this? Just then, a child joyfully shouted, eager to show off, "Mom, look what I can do, I made water." The mother immediately beamed with pride. "Oh my goodness, my little one is so talented. You must have a gift for magic." Even though he was just a kid, his explanation was clear and fascinating. "Magic is so cool. Right, Mom. Just by saying a spell, we can create water, fire, or anything we want." The child's comment struck deep in the manager's mind. Standing there frozen, as if a god existed everywhere, the mother faced this point from her child. Merely assessing, "Whoa, my son has such a vivid imagination." However, that guy suddenly froze at the statement that the next prize belongs to her. But magic is not quite like that. Just like the air we breathe every day is not divine. The final words of assertion inevitably made even the elemental origins bow down in contemplation. Magic is just magic, plain and simple. At that moment, both sides were just a fleeting glance and a comment with no hidden agenda, but it made him realize something for the first time. Ultimately, the manager understood what that sharp pain in his heart truly was. It was the anger of having his self-worth insulted, even by those lesser beings who had their own names. Inside the manager's mind, the resentment could not stop churning as he realized he did not even have a name. He sat back, broken, his voice echoing with authority in the empty space, each sound weighing heavily on the atmosphere, making the listener feel suffocated. "I can have a name." Instinct already made me aware of that truth, from the moment I gained consciousness. Having a name meant becoming an independent entity. And apart from the world, he struggled to stand up, his body etching from every blow, his legs trembling as if they wanted to collapse at any moment. His breath came in rapid, weak gasps, each beat laborious, yet he still tried to articulate clearly. "However, because I am magic flowing through every world in all dimensions, choosing to be part of this world also means I have to forsake everyone who needs me." The manager stood tall and leaned back, while half of his body was gradually consumed by darkness, the black mist swirling around him. He looked straight ahead and spoke in a haunting tone. But did anyone truly understand? The manager's hollow gaze betrayed a brutal indifference to life. Why should I care about that? The warm memories he recounted suddenly turned worthless, as those miserable beings lived without a clear purpose or direction, and their lives held no real meaning. Yet they took for granted what I tirelessly fought to maintain, like the air they breathed daily. In that memory, the manager did not exist. He was like a shapeless ghost floating around. They did not even know the struggles I faced. Yet they enjoyed peace and chose to live their own lives. That thought dug deeper each day, he often wondered, leading to the final conclusion. Why should I keep sacrificing over and over again, just for such selfish beings? When the darkness around the manager suddenly erupted, he was fed up with all the injustices he had to endure. "None of you are enjoying this. I deserve to experience something far better than you. The only one in this world worthy of happiness has a name, and time will reveal it." His shadow stretched further, enveloping Hyen Wu's body, but he stood there calmly, hands in his pockets, completely unfazed. Finally, the manager transformed into a massive, chaotic illusion, adorned with sparkling flecks of light, roaring with fury, causing the space around to tremble and flood with dark energy. He tightened his fists, ready to smash down and obliterate Hyen Wu. "Muscles tense, so do not get in my way. Just vanish." He shouted the name etched in his mind for ages. Hungu, as his hand descended, just a meter from Hyen Wu's head. The pressure swirling around sent debris flying, creating a suffocating intensity. Hungu's hair whipped wildly, yet Hyen Wu stood frozen, not budging an inch, clearly losing patience. "All this time, your confusing thoughts have left me guessing what you really mean." But then, he smirked and glanced up, lifting his hand gently, activating his joints. Everything fell into silence for a brief moment, mist swirling around the manager, who remained poised, convinced Hyen Wu had been reduced to mere scraps beneath his might. However, familiar voice, slow yet powerful, cut through the stifling air. "Actually, I wanted to test this achievement at least once. A sudden twist beyond the manager's control made him flinch, his facial muscles twitching. Hainugu stood firm, and with just one finger, he effortlessly absorbed all the pressure from the manager's punch, speaking with mock admiration that dripped with sarcasm, but the activation conditions were a bit of a hassle. Luckily, someone had already lent me a hand, completing the prerequisites for me. He flashed a teasing smile. Thanks for that, keeping the ground beneath him cracking open slightly, and in that moment, the chilling sound of the notification system announced the achievement of the Queen Ant. This achievement needed to meet some very special conditions to activate its effects. The user must stand alone on the front line to protect those dear to them, facing an opponent who is many times larger and stronger, as long as those conditions are met. This achievement will amplify the user's power by a staggering 100 times. A force enveloped Hainu, turning into a blinding beam of light that pierced straight through the manager's body, leaving him dazed and unable to react to the unimaginable power. The illusion set up earlier suddenly shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. His feet hit the wall opposite as he crouched down to gather strength, muscles tensing up as if preparing to unleash a terrifying force, kindly reminding the manager to brace himself and clench his teeth. Now it is my turn. He could feel the panic set in, quickly turning his head, every expression screaming his anxiety. Hai leaped powerfully, shattering the wall, his arm pulling back, fist clenched tight as he charged straight at the guy. The sheer force behind his punch caused the air to ripple, his voice deep and commanding. I have no intention of stopping. His punch slammed into the manager's face with such ferocity that it sent his entire body reeling, the sound of teeth clashing ringing out. One cheek of the manager instantly crumpled, his head snapping to the side, his whole body being flung away in the trajectory of the hit. And in that moment of excruciating pain, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His fingers slowly closed in, moving decisively, and in an instant, they formed a sharp sword. Hai did not stop his advance, his expression cold and serious, intent on ending the manager's life. The blade sliced through flesh accompanied by agonizing screams that did not faze him in the slightest. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, pushing his opponent into a corner with no escape. Hai moved so fast that his figure blurred into shadows, each slash intertwining like a net, ensnaring the manager. He decided he had tortured him enough. Then, in that decisive moment, the slashes stopped. The manager could no longer hold up. The outermost layers of protection were drenched in sweat and shattered into nothingness, revealing the true body underneath. The guy was in complete panic, unable to believe he had been cornered to this extent. Hai had long seen through everything but still pretended to be surprised, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh. A smile crept across his lips, his eyes locking onto his prey. So you were hiding there. Not giving the opponent a moment to recover, he used the wall to propel himself, shooting straight at the manager like a bullet. The guy hung in mid-air, completely out of options to dodge, only able to stammer, "No." In desperation, he raised his arms to shield himself, desperately trying to put up a flimsy defense, his voice a shrill cry echoing, "Don't he come over here." From his body, dark energy surged like a raging storm, transforming into terrifying tentacles that writhed and thrashed, charging forward to block everything in its path without hesitation, choosing to confront all head-on. The power radiating from him exploded fiercely, the bright energy sweeping through the dark veil, shredding every tentacle, and spreading until it reached the unguarded management area. He gritted his teeth, heart racing wildly as if it would leap out of his chest, a sense of panic threatening to shatter his sanity. What on earth was happening? Was he losing control over his magical abilities? The more he observed, the more the truth left him in shock. No, this can't be happening. My magic, it is all gathering towards him, each strand of magic swirling and flowing straight towards the dark veil, while the golden force was pulling the darkness in, ready to swallow it whole. A delighted smile crept across his lips. He never expected to receive such a gift. What a shocking twist. But No had once hinted that something like this could happen. The guidance tower was the only place where those in this level could harness their own power to achieve greatness. But I never thought it would happen just like this. Right now, a system screen appeared before Hungyu. Only he could see its contents and achievement had been unlocked. You have conquered magic, the source of this world. A series of notifications followed, marking the first time in all dimensions that such a true achievement was created. According to the rules of the guidance tower, this mysterious achievement was officially recognized as a unique accomplishment. He could feel the turbulent magic flowing through his veins, so powerful it made his entire body tremble, his eyes wide with disbelief for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, a thrill of excitement blooming on his lips. Listen closely. Let me give you a taste of your own medicine. A chill ran down his spine, causing the manager to shudder instinctively and step back. He slowly lifted his foot, casually removing his sandal and gripping it tightly in his hand, his cold voice ringing out like a verdict. From this moment on, he charged straight at the manager, who panicked and used all his strength to create distance. But that gap was closing in fast. In his palm, the golden magic intertwined with the darkness, swirling into a clean energy vortex, reflecting on his face, highlighting a demeanor that was both noble and malevolent. You won't be able to withstand the force of this blow I have prepared for you. The manager gasped in shock. In that moment, he felt utterly powerless, only able to watch as that power drew ever closer. What was happening? He witnessed a sight he never thought would exist. something extraordinary using the accomplishments he had taken from her, along with the magic he had stolen. Then, merging them together, the imagined image in the manager's mind became clearer than ever, as if it had captured an entire planet. No, it was an entire dimension, and so it turned into his own attack, which only grew heavier. He denied it, even though he could not fully comprehend it himself. It could not be he was just a mere human. Yet he possessed all these achievements and leveling up to a kind of power that neither she nor I have ever reached. The manager's thoughts spun at breakneck speed. Just a few fleeting seconds felt like an endless river to him. In that moment, the sandal was no longer an ordinary object but wielded the terrifying power of the entire universe. Hainu's figure merged with that magical energy, growing so huge it surpassed the limits of humanity. He did not flinch or utter a word of disdain. He objectively assessed the situation. And we must admit this guy was incredibly tough to deal with. The manager's eyes widened, throat choked in anticipation as he awaited the calamity to descend. The cold voice of Hainu felt like a death sentence. But this time, it truly was the end. The sandal in his hand swept through the air, leaving a golden light trail that spiraled around. It enveloped the manager's entire body. And then, with a sudden burst, it flung him away like a withered leaf caught in a storm. That terrifying power radiated outward, causing the outer wall of the tower to buckle. Water stains appeared, debris fell like confetti, and from the cracks, brilliant golden light spilled out, illuminating the dark space. The sound of shattering water followed one after another, each stream quickly expanding into a web that engulfed the entire tower. Just seconds later, the whole tower trembled violently. A massive beam of light erupted from below, piercing straight up to the sky, and shattered the heavens, the thunderous sound echoing like the world was breaking apart. The others, caught up in their own battles, immediately halted, their attention drawn to the source of the commotion. Sai-hun gaped, eyes wide in disbelief. What on earth was that? Could it be? The 100 bowing spirits calmly laughed. A smile full of arrogance mixed with an undeniable pride spread across his face. It could not be clearer. That immense power could only belong to one person. Our man. Mu Chiong and Hannah Ring were equally thrilled. They knew Hun Gyu had claimed victory. Finally, he did it. The beam of light from his power broke through the clouds, shooting straight up to the heavens, then spreading into swirling circles of mist, restoring a deep, clear blue sky. After the tower collapsed, the sky was washed in a deep blue hue, with wisps of white clouds floating lazily. It felt strangely peaceful. Sunlight gently streamed down, as if no destructive storm had just ravaged this place. The once towering spire was now just a pile of charred ruins, with gray dust swirling in the wind, creating a hazy scene. Hun Gyu held the broken sandal, now just half of it, raising it to the light, staring at it for a long moment before letting out a long sigh. Phew. How disappointing. A hint of regret crossed his eyes. That sandal had accompanied him through countless battles, and now it ended so pitifully he needed to buy a new pair. Lost in thought, Hanu suddenly froze, turning around to scan the area, and then it hit him. His voice broke the eerie silence. Where the hell did that guy go? Did he just vanish without a trace? To be honest, I had not expected him to be that strong. It seems like everything ends here, he mumbled to himself, completely unaware that right behind him, on that quiet rocky hill, the large stones began to shift just when he thought he had been seen through. The manager suddenly shot up like a ghost, and from his body, strands of dark energy twisted and coiled, creating eerie trails that radiated a bone-chilling aura. Seizing the moment before his opponent could react, he threw himself forward with all his might. The dark power in his hand coalesced into a sharp, pitch-black spike aimed directly at his opponent's back. However, contrary to all expectations, the man showed no signs of panic, casually turning his head, his eyes gleaming with an unpredictable glint. Or maybe not at all. The sudden change in circumstances caught the manager off guard, causing his steps to falter momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. The black dagger now just inches away from Hainu's back. The air felt thick and suffocating. All sounds vanished, leaving behind a deadly silence, as if the world slowed down in that moment. The blade seemed poised to pierce through his body, but just as it was about to strike, the dark energy suddenly shifted and slowly dissipated. Facing this situation, he remained strangely calm. I never expected him to be prepared to this extent. Moments later, all the dark energy around them was drawn into a glowing pink sphere in Hainu's hand. The manager's gaze was fixated on that object, a mix of disbelief and intrigue. Did she really get that from her? He did not flinch, straightforwardly admitting, yes, that is true. She was not just sitting around. During her long imprisonment in that void, she was up to something. Memories flooded back to him right before entering the tower. Hainu had been given that item, and he had once squinted suspiciously. A sealing sphere. Are you saying we can trap his consciousness inside that thing? The avatar of the achievements nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes, that is exactly it. I created this artifact by funneling almost all the unrefined time energy from this place into it. However, it will only work once he has completely lost all his magic, so I can't quite call it a perfect product yet. When Hainu realized the gravity of the situation, an image flashed in his mind. Oh, I get it. It is like that monster ball from Monster Hunter. Right? She paused. Her face showed a hint of confusion, completely unable to keep up with his bizarre and somewhat childish line of reasoning. I do not know what that is, but, well, In short, if you successfully seal his consciousness, then all the magic he controls will revert back to normal, and all the distortions caused by the imbalance of magic will be resolved immediately. The avatar pointed at the sealing sphere and gave the mission. As soon as this is a success, I want you to bring that sealing sphere back to me. The rest, I will handle myself. Back in the present, the manager felt his heart grow cold after hearing those words. His steps halted, disoriented as if he had lost his way, his gaze losing some of its fighting spirit. Looks like I was a step too late. I never expected she would come up with the same plan. Well, that does not matter now, especially when a monster can skillfully control both achievements and magic, the two foundations of this world. Appearing like that, Hainu touched his cheek, chuckling softly, pretending to be bashful. Oh, so you know how to compliment your enemies, huh? How sweet. The manager did not respond, just silently stared at him. Deep within those dark eyes lay a heavy burden, something that had been suppressed for a long time. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he clenched his fist, his voice trembling but resolute. I have one last question I want to ask you. How do you feel about having a name like that? I do not know why, but I just feel like I can connect with your answer. This time, there was no resistance left on Hainu's face. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed, his hand running lightly through his messy hair. I have heard you talk about this name thing enough to drive me crazy. What kind of question is that? A name is not some object. But I can tell you one thing, if you gain a name by destroying all dimensions, then you will feel the same way as you do now. The manager's whole being shook. All the determination and obsessions he had chased for so long were completely denied in that moment. Hainu slowly drifted into thought, the images of his companions flashing in his mind. A name is just a collection of letters put together. It does not mean anything if no one is around to call out your name. Is not that just a bit too tragic? The manager looked up at the vast sky, and in that moment, his heart felt strangely light. The burdens that had weighed him down for years vanished. And the first time he heard names was when two people called out to each other. Memories flooded back, Connie and David. The harmony in how they existed together made him feel bitter. So different from him, a man who only knew solitude and darkness. As the memories began to fade, the dark mark surrounding the manager was completely absorbed by the sealed gem, his sturdy form gradually dissolving under the sunlight. So it turned out, if a name is something like that, then I have already. The space fell silent, only the sound of the wind rustling, carrying the unexpressed sorrows of the mountains. Just a second later, the dark mark was entirely sealed within the gem, a life closing off, leaving no trace behind. Ainu quietly gazed at the glowing gem in his hand. For the first time, he seriously thought about that question. What does it feel like to have a name? Just then, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Cutting through his thoughts, Chai and Hanarin led the group, running and singing loudly, their voices filled with worry. Are you hurt anywhere? The rest of the crew soon followed. Everyone's faces brightened, filling the air with calls of relief, joy, and lightness. I knew you could do it. Hainu, that is my husband, so you are still alive. What a lucky break. Hainu. Hainu. He was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at his companions across from him. In that moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The answer had never been clearer. Right. Perhaps that feeling was something the two of them could not hold back. Tears welled up and flowed towards him. They rushed forward and embraced Hunju tightly. He gently closed his eyes, letting the warmth surround him. Amidst the laughter, tears, and familiar calls, Hein realized, this is what it is all about. After that wedding, the situation in the tower quickly resolved, thanks to No, Ivy, and even Deviling. But Tower 51 has returned to its original position and restored its internal systems. And the Danjin explosion issue has been resolved almost immediately. The casualties on the floors are incredibly heavy, but everything is now under control, thanks to the almost infinite number of clones that Unng has dispatched everywhere. After weeks of being swamped with work, where he did not even have a moment to catch his breath, Hein once again stepped into that familiar space. A long table silently sat in the endless darkness, surrounded only by countless shining stars, forming a white galaxy. At the other end of the table, the avatars of the achievements were already seated. She reached out to take the sealing gem from him, praising him extravagantly, saying, "Great job, Unng. Looks like everything is finally over." Still, he felt uneasy. "I am giving this to you because you said you would handle the rest. But what exactly do you plan to do? Do you really have a plan?" She confidently assured him, clearly explaining her approach. "Of course I do. I will use a barrier made from hundreds of thousands of stacked achievements to wrap it up and lock it tight in the same dimension where I was once imprisoned. You do not need to worry. He won't escape, especially now that all he has left is his consciousness," she said. After hearing this, Hunju trusted that the avatars of the achievements could handle it perfectly. "Alright then, what about the other dimensions and towers? They are all back to normal, right?" she calmly confirmed. "Yes, everything is fine." I do not want to praise him, but both sides had to keep harvesting the other towers that were previously wiped out by the overseers. The remaining towers will be taken care of by Jesus, the one you saved, and his disciples, so there won't be any issues. Their tainted achievements must have been restored as well. Speaking of which, how's Sword Ning doing? I told him to reach out to me if he wanted to be revived, but I have not heard anything from him. Unda relaxed back into his chair. Oh, he is super busy. Recently, he took on an incredibly enthusiastic and passionate apprentice. He is quite taken with this apprentice and has no mind to think about resurrection anymore. He will find his way to Valhalla on his own, knowing the reason she was no longer worried. He thought, so that is it. I am just glad to hear he has found his own path. The last question I want to ask is, what do you plan to do? The conversation suddenly shifted to him, and he raised an eyebrow. The avatars of the achievements nodded. Yeah, you must feel it too. Right, you possess way too much power, so much that a small dimension is nothing to you. If you wanted to, you could become the supreme ruler of all dimensions. You could even create your own dimension and craft its ecosystem to your liking. But on the flip side, you could also become a great disaster and destroy all other dimensions at will if you wanted. That is the kind of power you hold. Her face turned serious as she looked at Eun-guk. So I want to know, what do you plan to do with that power? His hands intertwined, resting in front of him, his voice low and contemplative. Is this really my plan? The silence lingered for just a moment. Then suddenly, Haim broke into a bright smile. Oh, I have been thinking about this for a while now, but before diving into those plans, the crystal clear sound of glasses clinking filled the air as the purple liquid inside splashed lightly, reflecting the shimmering light. In the center of the party, Heine raised his glass high. Let us celebrate. Around him, cheerful cheers erupted, teammates lifting their glasses in unison, the atmosphere buzzing with joy. The faint moonlight spilled over the villa's tiled roof, illuminating the lively rhythm of life that rolled through the late night. Outside, the festive atmosphere contrasted sharply with the quietness of the sky, the clinking of chopsticks. Laughter and chatter resonated as everyone gathered around the long table, eating and talking non-stop. So I, flushed from the alcohol, hugged Love tightly, playfully pinching his cheeks. You are just too cute. Love rolled his eyes dramatically, struggling to escape the tight embrace. His flailing was no different from a fish caught in a net. At one corner of the table, the celestial demon leaned in, lovingly feeding Kumiho, surrounded by a sea of sweet pink balloons. Lucifer, however, seemed oblivious to his surroundings, absent-mindedly swirling the wine glass in his hand, his gaze dreamy as if lost in some distant dream. Just as the feast was in full swing, Sai-hun suddenly stood up, his wooden chair squeaking loudly, cutting through the noise. Huh, is this for real? You just achieved something and you are letting it slip away like that. Hungu still held up his golden beer glass, the bubbling foam reflecting the moonlight. He wore a casual smile, speaking as if it was nothing major. Yeah, kinda like that. I have to admit, that thing is a heavy burden. Having the power to control all those crazy tricks is a bit too much to handle. Even now, he still has not recovered. Sai-hun sighed, slumping back into his chair, unsure whether to be angry or sympathetic, feeling too awkward to speak. Heine suddenly turned his head, his smile morphing into something odd. Just think about it. With that kind of power and your personality, even you do not know what you might do next. Right, after a long pause, Sai-hun had to face the truth. Yeah, that is right. This time Haiyu's tone dropped, carrying a rare seriousness. The stronger you are, the more responsibility you have to bear. He really was not interested in putting that kind of burden on himself. Just thinking about it was driving him crazy with stress. That is why he was passing it on to the most reliable person he knew. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the embodiment of the achievements of the rebellious opponent sealed at his fingertips could not help but sigh. That Hein, truly an interesting character. Back on the other side, Hein placed his empty beer glass on the table, but he still held on to all the recent achievements he had worked so hard to earn. Thinking about handing over that pile of achievements, he felt a pang of regret. After all, he was not someone who did not care about them. Seeing Hun-yu so comfortable, Sai-hun decided to let go of the past issue, which is totally understandable. Right, so what is your plan now? You have made a good amount of money, so you should not worry about a job. But I know you are not the type to just sit around and enjoy life. Do you have any plans yet? Hun-yu candidly revealed his future plans. Of course I do. I am thinking about opening a military academy. Think of it as a rehabilitation center or something. That strange idea left Sai-hun a bit confused. Like, why on earth did you suddenly think of that? Hun-yu had wanted to do this for a long time. Just think about it. You must still remember those fools at Zio arrest. Right. And those idiots who do not have any hope of getting anything from the spirits and angels anymore. Just one glare from me, and they will fall in line real quick. So yeah, I think I would be a great teacher. Plus it sounds like it could be fun. Sai-hun recalled the painful memories of those people and could not help but feel sorry for them. Chuckling awkwardly, haha, you really think that is easy to handle? Well, teaching someone a lesson is a form of education. Good luck with that. Hungu was thrilled to have Sai-hun's support, feeling quite noble about it. Why would not I? That is why I thought about taking in those who society considers scum, to help them turn their lives around and become good people again. And to make that happen, I have already picked out the perfect location for this academy. but I will need a few more months to get everything set up. Right now though, footsteps approached from behind, interrupting the unfinished conversation between Hu Yu and Sai Hun. Right after that, a gentle voice floated in. Hun-gu, what are you two chatting about over there? Both of them turned their heads, their eyes immediately locking on the source. Before them stood a flowing dress swaying in the night breeze. Complementing it was the smooth, fair skin glowing under the moonlight. Looking for us, my love. 3 figures approached at once, each differing in attire but radiating their unique beauty. Hanaran gently brushed her hair, exuding elegance. My chi flashed a bright, clear smile, poetic yet still emanating grace, and the other figure, the Night Spectre, carried an aura of maturity and allure. Hyun was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the sight before him, but he quickly regained his composure, standing up to continue his previous thought with Sai Hun, saying he was just planning to relax for a bit. Just for them. In that moment, time seemed to slow down amidst the peaceful years. All chaos and business set aside. 3 years later, the sky was towering and clear, without a cloud in sight, the radiant light stretching across everything. In the heavenly realm, outside the heavenly palace, wisps of ethereal clouds drifted, embracing the grand towers. The ruler inside the palace was none other than the Jade Emperor himself. Sitting comfortably on his high throne, the Jade Emperor had his arms crossed, his serious face quietly observing below. It had been 50 years. I hope you have reflected on all your actions during your time spent in the heavenly prison. The god of the second step stood right under the staircase, the son of the Jade Emperor. Unlike his father, he exuded a carefree attitude, one hand on his hip, standing tall with his back slightly arched, radiating an air of defiance. Like a silent challenge amidst the solemn grandeur of the heavenly palace, he raised his eyebrows, annoyed, and tilted his head to the side, filled with dissatisfaction, wondering, what on earth was the point of doing something like that? It was unbelievable that he was sentenced to 100 years in prison just for destroying a single building during its construction. Those rebellious words immediately changed the Jade Emperor's expression, fury igniting within him as he slammed his hand down on his royal robe, the sound reverberating throughout the heavenly realm. This brat did not just destroy an ordinary building, he obliterated the very palace of the world, the place where previous Jade Emperors once resided. That foolish act of yours has completely wiped out thousands of years of history. Do you even realize that? How can you still act like you did nothing wrong? Frustration was clear on the face of the god of the second step as he turned around, thinking, what was so special about that old building that the old geezers cared so much about? Anyway, father has already built a brand new, magnificent palace to replace it, so what is the big deal? Hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt a surge of fury, a weight lodged in his chest. You, don't get riled up, my patience has finally worn thin, replaced by a cold resolve. I see it all too clearly now. Locking you up won't change your nature. That is why I have prepared this immediately. A magic circle appeared beneath the god of the second step's feet, ancient symbols glowing brightly. He had always been arrogant, but at this moment, that pride vanished entirely. His eyes widened in horror, realizing, is not this a teleportation array that transcends space? The Jade Emperor smirked, pleased with his rebellious son. Although he had been locked up in the heavenly prison, he must have heard some rumors by now. Rumors about the hero who single-handedly prevented a magical disaster that threatened our world's existence 3 years ago. His name is Kim Hun-gyu. A terrifying thought struck the god of the second step. His heart tightened. Was father referring to the master of that bizarre tower right in the middle of the continent? The Jade Emperor gently stroked his long beard, his tone calm yet each word felt like a cold dagger. Indeed, I have heard recently, he has opened a rather intriguing type of service, something akin to a military academy, meant for foolish troublemakers like you. The god of the second step was momentarily stunned, then his blood boiled, baring his teeth in outrage, pointing at himself. A military academy? Wait, you mean to tell me you are planning to have some lowly human teach me? What kind of ridiculous idea is that? You can experience it yourself to see if that is absurd or not. Goodbye, my troublesome rebellious son. With that, the Jade Emperor snapped his fingers, and instantly, the magic circle beneath the god of the second step erupted in brilliant light, purple aura engulfing the space around him, the force of the teleportation pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The surrounding space suddenly warped, the rain faded, replaced by an ancient room with rustic wooden architecture, the scent of sandalwood wafting through the air. The intricate patterns from the magic circle etched into the floor still shimmered, swirling in circles before gradually fading away. The divine beast was in chaos, its face a mask of alertness as it surveyed the strange surroundings. Where are we? Just as the question lingered on his lips, a voice filled with teasing nonchalance broke the silence. Oh! Finally, you have arrived. On a long sofa placed in the center of the room, Hongo lay sideways, lounging as if he would been waiting for ages. Is this really the second brother god? The one that old Jade Emperor said would be sent here? He turned abruptly, asking, who are you? A flicker of recognition lit up in the second brother god's mind, and he grinned. Wait a minute. I think I know you. You are the Tower Master Kim Hong-go. Right. Hong-gu smirked, raising a hand in a friendly wave. Yep, that is me. Nice to meet you. After confirming the other's identity, the second brother god curled his lips in disdain. That damn old man really can't be trusted. And to think he actually went through with this. Why would he let a lowly human meddle in celestial affairs like this? That old man is going to regret it when I come back. Listen here. You mortal. He huffed, pointing a finger directly at Honggu, his tone dripping with authority as if giving a command. I demand you open the portal and send me back to the celestial realm right now, unless you want to lose your life here. The atmosphere in the room froze with that arrogant proclamation, but Honggu merely raised an eyebrow. Showing no signs of being fazed, he leaned back comfortably, teasingly saying, "Oh come on, I do not know about you, but I am busy here. This is where you will be trained until you can finally own up to the wrongs you have committed. After all, that is the request I got from the Jade Emperor. So I can send you back until you learn to repent and kneel down." The second brother god, usually calm, was now riled up. "Oh really?" Honggu shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "Yep, that is how it is." The second brother god intentionally stretched out the moment, then suddenly sprang up like an arrow, his legs striking the wooden floor with enough force to splinter it, shards of wood flying everywhere. Without a warning, he charged straight towards Honggu. Fists clenched, hissing through gritted teeth. "Guess I have to resort to violence." A swirl of magic gathered in the palm of the second brother god, his smile widening, filled with ambition and self-satisfaction as he envisioned the future. "I will just conveniently take over your tower too, and then that old man won't stand a chance." Before he could finish boasting, his words were cut off abruptly as a rough hand gripped him. Honggu, who had been leaning back casually just moments before, seemed to dissolve into the air and reappear in a swift arc. He pressed the second brother god's head down, eyes wide in shock as he struggled to speak, but his voice was stifled. What a moment. With only the sound of a racing heartbeat and the scent of splintering wood lingering in the air, the god of the second dimension was forcefully slammed down, crashing into the wooden floor with a thunderous explosion, his screams tearing through the air like a banshee, shaking the very confines of the space. That proud head that had just been held high was now buried deep into the ground, and as Honggu released his grip from the man's mouth, blood immediately surged up his throat. Vivid red sprayed out in jets as Honggu coolly delivered a lesson, saying, "We just met, and you are already talking smack and charging at me. Well, this is going to be fun." A wicked smile curled on his lips as he lifted his leg high and brought it crashing down onto his opponent, cutting off any breath from the second dimension god. His lungs seizing up, Honggu stood there, one hand on his knee, his entire weight bearing down, firmly pressing down with his foot. "Because honestly, you are not worth my time to teach. We have got plenty of time, so let us just get started. Shall we?" Just as he was about to continue the lesson, a holographic screen suddenly flashed to life nearby. Cutting in. On it, 3 girls in swimsuits appeared, their voices dripping with sweetness yet tinged with reproach. "Honey, why have not you come yet?" Right after that, Hannah Rin pouted, her eyes shimmering with sadness. "Don't tell us you forgot that you promised to go to the beach with us today." Hein Yu's, the confidence from moments ago instantly evaporating as he sheepishly scratched his head. "Oh, is that today?" Both girls exclaimed in unison, their cheeks flushed with anger. "You really forgot. How could you do that?" Then all 3 of them turned to pose, their sun-kissed skin glistening, their alluring curves barely concealed. "We dressed up like this just for you. If you do not show up, all our effort will go to waste. We will be waiting here, so you better hurry up. Do you understand?" While the second dimension god lay flat on the floor, his mind spinning, trying to comprehend what just happened, Honggu was quick to nod repeatedly. Okay. Just give me a moment. I will wrap this up fast and join you right away." As the holographic screen flickered off, Hein Yu slowly turned his head to look down at the second dimension god. "Did you hear that? We do not have much time, so let us kick off today's lesson right now." A shiver ran down the spine of the second dimension god. "What do you mean?" Hein leisurely cracked his knuckles, each snap echoing like a hammer striking the heart of his opponent, his tone eerily soothing, like he was comforting a frightened child. "You have nothing to fear. It might be a bit rough, but I am not the kind of person who plays nice." He leaned in closer, a wide grin revealing gleaming white teeth, a smile that should be friendly but in this context felt ominously strange. "Are you ready? I have prepared this place just for punks like you. Welcome to the Tower of Instruction." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the American International Hunters Association, in the office of the association's president, Lime's face was filled with shock. What the hell? He was losing his composure, repeatedly questioning, "What did you just say? What are they planning?" His subordinate widened his eyes and reported, "Let me start from the beginning. I am sure you have heard of them, but there is a criminal organization that has been rising rapidly lately, calling themselves the Pack of Wolves. They are a terrorist group operating under the extreme belief that only individuals with special abilities are the true rulers of the world. It is known that all the members are S-rank, and they have attacked around 100 civilian facilities, barely a week after making a name for themselves. Now they are wanted globally, flexing their power and often leaving clues about their next target right at the crime scene. However, after yesterday's attack, they did not leave the name of a specific place or facility but instead just one name. They wrote down the name of the strongest man in the world, Hunter Kim Honggu. Liam became suddenly gloomy upon hearing this, So we were not mistaken. He sighed deeply in frustration, wondering why these terrorists were targeting Hai and Wu. Yet, the more Liam thought about it, the more it seemed off. Do they want to die? His subordinate, caught off guard by the comment, quickly apologized. Liam did not hesitate to ridicule them. Are they mentally challenged or something? I can't understand why they would choose this path, he mumbled to himself. Maybe they have been locked up for so long that they do not know anything about him. Do they think they have 9 lives like cats? His subordinate was shaken by his words, feeling sorry for him, saying, I do not really know. I have never heard anything like that. With that, Liam sank back into his chair, his face clearly showing signs of despair. This is really troubling. No way they could be a threat to him, but I am worried about what he will do if they provoke him. Just thinking about handling it makes me nauseous. Wait, maybe it won't come to that if they act today. There is a chance he might let it slide. His subordinate, hearing this, expressed doubt. Are you serious? Is there something special about today? Liam scratched his head, trying to recall the little information he had. I am not too sure. I just overheard something. What was it again? A moment later, he excitedly exclaimed, Oh! I remember. They are celebrating someone's first birthday. Outside, the sky was incredibly clear and refreshing, perfect for hosting an outdoor birthday party. Hainu was stumbling slightly as he walked, mumbling to himself. Suddenly, he stopped and sighed. How did I drink so much yesterday? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I know you are celebrating your special occasion, but I told you not to drink so much. Mai chimed in with a bright smile. I love you. He then put on a serious face. You can't drink for a while longer. Got it. Hannah Rin, standing nearby, added. I agree. Bitch Kwai shook her head in mock dismay. This time you definitely won't get away with it. Even I can't help you. She chuckled, teasing him. Just stay home for a while to show you are sorry. Hainu felt utterly miserable being bullied by all three, wondering why they seemed to nag him more and more. He then scanned the area, looking for his 2 buddies, wondering how Anu Kong and Than Long were doing today. They were also in a mess yesterday. However, what caught his eye was In Keng happily chugging down drinks while Xiatai was fuming, and Than Long was quietly apologizing. I get it now. Ainu could not help but feel pity for married men. That is just how married life is. He then curiously scanned around, wondering about the protagonist's son today. He must be fine. He has high survival odds. Hein mumbled to himself, hoping he would not get scolded for smelling strongly of alcohol at his daughter's first birthday party. But what he did not know was that he was being watched. The pack of wolves is fixated on tracking the target through the screen. Brum bursts into giggles. He looks so ridiculous. Then he sarcastically mocks. Is this really the hero who saved the world? People really are gullible when it comes to rumors. Meanwhile, the guy just looks contemplative. It is highly likely that the story about him saving the world 3 years ago is just made up. She nods in agreement. Just like you said, man. He sneers. Yeah. Right. He keeps analyzing everything with a smug tone. Just think about it if magic suddenly erupted and went rogue. Who would buy the ludicrous story that he single-handedly defeated everyone? Clearly, this rumor was started by the 2 wives of Hung Tung Jia, Mai Ryang and Hannah Rin. Both are influential figures in the hunting community and leaders of the 2 major guilds, Mighty Ruler Zeal and Dark Zeal, all under Hengu's command. I do not understand why the world's top hunter would lower himself like this, but that is not the point anymore. In fact, this is our chance if we can take down the self-proclaimed strongest in the world in front of everyone. At this point, Kenny suddenly gets pumped up. We are going to snatch that title. Get ready. The party's about to start. As soon as we see an opening, we move in for the ambush. Got it. He looks bewildered seeing a familiar figure on the screen. Isn't he the president of the International Hunter Association? On this side, Engu can't help but feel confused. Why is a group called the Pack of Wolves targeting me? Seriously, they must be. Liam sighs and admits, I know this sounds ridiculous. Honestly, I do not think you are in danger. My Ryang thinks it is absurd. You are joking with us. Right. Yu, still feeling cocky, burst into laughter. I almost feel sorry for them. However, Liam remains kind but cautious. We can underestimate them. I do not want them ruining this special day. Yu nods in agreement. Right. Then Yu expresses his gratitude. Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Kenny immediately gets serious. This time, the association is really quick to react. Now he knows about us. We need to act fast. As he finishes speaking, Ungu's voice echoes in Kenny's ears. You all are a terrorist organization. He suddenly appears behind them, making Kenny go pale. You are targeting us, are not you? He spins around in shock. What the hell? The others chime in unison. It is Engu. They immediately question him. How did you find this place? He wears a confused expression. What do you mean? How did I find it? I just followed my instincts and traced your aura that you directed at me. Unga hesitates for a moment. It has been a while. The pack of wolves turns pale at his words. What is he saying? Does he know how many rank traps we have set up here? Besides, this base is hidden deep in the mountains, over half a mile from where the feast is happening. There is no way he could sense our aura from that distance. But more importantly, Kenny glances at the screen and scares himself. He is still there. He is left speechless by the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. What the hell is going on? Eungu finally speaks calmly. Don't worry. I am not going to kill you. I do not want to stain my hands with blood again. They might blame me for ruining this special day and go insane. But do not get it twisted, I want to go easy on you. Just as he finished speaking, his power surged forth, leaving the wolf pack frozen in place. At the same time, water stains began to appear on the ceiling, accompanied by the sound of crackling. Then, the spiritual energy burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. The massive energy was so intense that you could see it from miles away. Back at the party, Eungu remained calm, but Liam was left confused by his words. Huh. What did you just say? Now he had to explain everything. You know, the wolf pack and all that, they are hiding in a building pretty far from here. So I have sent a clone to deal with them. Eungu said while pointing towards the smoke rising. They are still alive, and I will take care of the rest later. He followed the direction Hengyu pointed and paused, asking, have you taken them down already? It is not that I do not trust you. Of course, I will handle the rest myself, especially since this is an international issue. Excuse me, do not worry about a thing, just continue enjoying today. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Hengyu's attention. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. Siegfried cleared his throat and continued announcing, it seems the main character of today's ceremony is ready. And now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome them. Allow me to introduce the main character of today's party. Siegfried continued to lead the program as the main character's family appeared. Thanks to the wondrous union of two souls, a warrior and a demon, their love blossomed after 2 wonderful years, and Iron's hands gently waved back and forth. The blush on her cheeks turned bright red from shyness. Please welcome Iran. Their daughter, the girl, being quite aware, immediately raised her hand to greet all the guests. They were stunned by this scene, completely taken aback, but then they all burst into applause, marveling at how adorable the little girl was, as Asengu stood in the back, mumbling to himself, life is full of surprises, and I totally see that is true. Who would have thought that the ones who once tried to destroy this floor would end up living here, and hosting their daughter's first birthday party? He hesitated for a moment before smiling, his face radiating satisfaction. Hungo's eyes shimmered with a hint of pink as he looked at the happy family of 3 before him, which made this story even more wonderful. He suddenly chuckled softly, wondering when Aaron grew up so much. Thank goodness she does not look like her mother. Hana-rin watched this expression from the side and could not help but feel happy too. She suddenly gazed up at the sky, her eyes lost in thought as if dreaming of something. For those who do not know, Eungu has 3 wives. They are all infatuated with him and constantly compete for his attention. In the end, he had to come up with a special plan to protect himself. Eungu suggested that he would spend time with all 3 during the week, then take each one out separately on the weekend, rotating each week. And this weekend, their date spot will be the top tourist destination of the 21st century. Mexico City. They want to meet anywhere else but at the most famous landmark here, the Hengyu Tower. As he raised his glass of wine to his lips, he quickly assessed, what is this? Eungu kept complaining, is this really one of the most expensive bottles of wine in the world? Unbelievable. He said that, but he seemed half convinced. Are you sure about this? Hana-rin. She lifted the glass to her nose and reassessed it. Of course, she could not remember the exact price, but a bottle could go up to 200 million won. Just from the scent, I can tell the grapes were well cared for, but I want to forgive them for making a wine that does not suit your taste. At this point, Hana-rin suddenly went wild, her whole demeanor radiating intensity. Do you want me to burn down all the vineyards in the country that produces this wine? Hanu was terrified by her outburst. No need for that. Internally, he just accepted it quietly. She had not changed at all. Suddenly, he recalled how Hana-rin used to be. Even so, she had changed quite a bit since the first time they met. Back then, she was as defensive as a porcupine around anyone but me, but now she seemed more at ease and was also much more natural than before. Noticing that her gaze was fixed on him, Hana-rin could not help but wonder, what is going on? What are you thinking? Hanyu stammered out a response. Oh, it is nothing. I was just thinking your style has changed a lot lately. It is not that the old style did not suit you, but it felt a bit constrained, like you were trying to hide yourself from the outside world. Hearing this, she lowered her head in acknowledgement. You are right. Honestly, I still have some lingering issues. Even after leaving the training grounds, Hana-rin hesitated for a few seconds before expressing regret about unfinished business. But after you saved me, suddenly Hanyu interjected, if I remember right. Back then, your companion betrayed you just to score points for themselves. Right, I would be heartbroken if I were in that situation. Saying that, his tone softened as he felt sympathy for Hana-rin, but he did not think it had haunted her so much. She became contemplative. To an outsider, this might seem like a betrayal. Hana-rin looked outside, a glimmer of sadness in her eyes. But from the perspective of someone involved, she was certain. The 5 bitter words she uttered were, it was just an excuse. What they really wanted was to satisfy their primal desires, the things they had repressed for so long just to survive. Hearing this, Hanu lost his composure. What? Internally, he began to reevaluate everything. Thinking back on it now, even though I modified the training grounds for my own purposes, it used to be a lawless land where rules did not exist. Of course, the scum took advantage, reveling in torturing those who were more privileged. Instead of focusing on climbing the tower, I ended up trying to wipe out those scoundrels while trapped there. As he thought this, he sat down in frustration, but he did not realize Hana-rin had also gone through those terrible experiences. Hyunwoo scratched his head. Looking awkward, sorry, I should not have brought that up. Hana-rin, of course, did not hold it against him. It is fine, you do not need to apologize, even though each time it is mentioned, that memory still hurts. But that day, I also felt something even more precious. Honestly, Hyunwoo was so impressive that day, was not he? That feeling was like a shooting star blazing right before his eyes. He was so startled that Hana-rin could not even bear to look him in the eye. Back in reality, she chuckled it off. So do not worry, continue. See, I am really happy. Hearing this, Hungu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you say so, I am at ease now. Suddenly, a series of sounds ripped through the air. Then came a dazzling fireworks display that lit up the entire night sky. He could not help but wonder, huh? Fireworks. Hana-rin laughed, asking him if he liked it. I have been planning this for a long time. Hungu was taken aback by how thorough she was. But why? Hana-rin sighed. Did you forget? I actually anticipated it would be like this. This is one of the last things on your wish list from when you were still following the guide. Saying that, she repeated word for word what Hungu had once said. You wanted to see a grand fireworks show while sipping the most expensive wine in the world, in a skyscraper without any worries about a deposit. Hearing this, he finally realized it was not really a wish list. He had just blurted it out. Even so, Hungu had to admit, the fireworks were indeed beautiful. Suddenly, he grew contemplative, thinking back on it. You have done so much for me, and I have never properly thanked you. Thank you, Hana-rin, for being my disciple. The next words from Hungu filled her with happiness. He was serious. Then the corners of Hana-rin's mouth curled up in satisfaction. Do you know how hard I worked to make your dream come true? Do you think a simple thank you is enough? She then wrapped her arms around Hungu's shoulders, saying, if you truly value my efforts, it is time for you to fulfill my wish list now. Hyun grinned teasingly. He had no idea what was on it, but he had a feeling it would not be easy. She gently reassured him. Do not worry. I only have 2 wishes. The first is to marry my dream knight, and the second is to have a child that looks just like you, and to live happily ever after together. Hana-rin leaned in closer, her eyes seductive. Will you help me? Hyun immediately flushed from the drink and from her charm. He believed he would figure out a way. The next moment, his hand unconsciously slid along the curve of her body. It might take some time, but he always paid his debts. A few days later, over the weekend, right at Hyunwoo's home in Chonho, the sound of dripping water echoed from the bathroom, accompanied by the soft whispers of the night creatures. Her sultry figure flickered in and out of view amidst the mist. Outside, Hungu was still deeply intoxicated. He was sleeping so soundly that he did not even realize when he started to drool. A while later, the night creature approached the bed, drying her hair as she questioned him. How much longer are you going to sleep? Suddenly, the night creature yelled out in alarm. It is time to wake up. My love. Hyun immediately jolted awake. What? He groggily asked. What is going on? Nightwalker. Behind him, Hyun looked surprised. You took a shower already. He quickly noticed something off. Usually, she was super energetic in the morning. Got other plans today. Nightwalker tossed her hair, clearly enjoying the moment. You are right. I love this kind of stuff. But do you remember the promise from yesterday? She winked with a hidden meaning. Today, we are going on a special trip, just the 2 of us, Nightwalker urged, raising her voice. So, let us not waste any more time. The destination is quite far. Hyun was puzzled. What do you mean? We can teleport anywhere in this space. Curiosity got the best of him, and he pressed on. Where are we going? Nightwalker did not answer directly, but kept it vague. We are heading outside the tower, but there is a place I need to stop by first. So, no more questions, just follow me. We are going to my hometown, Qianshan. That has been Nightwalker's territory for thousands of years. All the great monsters have sworn loyalty to her and live in this creepy fortress. However, even in this remote place, there is one creature that lives freely without bowing to her. That is her longtime friend and the only devil craftsman in Qianshan. His name is Wigo, the old man said, puffing on his pipe and questioning. Is that the guy? Nightwalker. The man you chose to marry. I have to admit, I am really curious about what he is like and if he can handle someone like you. Even an old geezer like me, who does not care about life, can tell he is no ordinary guy. Hyunwoo turned to Nightwalker. Is he the old friend you wanted me to meet? She confirmed immediately. That is right, his name is Wigo. Nightwalker continued. He is quite famous around here, master at crafting rare and valuable items. Most of the holy relics I bring back and use were made by him. Suddenly, she teased loudly enough for him to hear, but to me, he is just a freeloader squatting on my land. Wigo could only gawk in disbelief, thinking about all the holy relics he made for her instead of paying rent. With that, the old man reached into his pocket. After all, this is the item you insisted I stuff with a lot of things, so it is pretty packed, but I still managed to finish it on time. I used a part of your soul to create it. The gem in Nightwalker's hand was so bright it could light up Wigo's entire cave, and the old man confidently introduced it. Soul gem. Hiwanu could not help but ask, "What is that?" Nightwalker assessed it and praised. The transparency and brightness show it is made exceptionally well. She showered Wigo with compliments. "Great job, Wigo." However, he remained humble. "You are exaggerating. I never thought there would be a day you needed something like this." Wigo speaks up with a hint of mystery. "I am just asking for confirmation. But you know what this means, right?" The night-walking spirits quickly nod in agreement. Of course. However, Hungu still seems skeptical. Is that green stone really that important? The night-walking spirits keep it vague. "I told you, today we have a special journey." She intentionally shines the stone toward him. "This is for this trip. It holds all of my life." The brilliance is blinding, even making Hungu squint. At this moment, the night-walking spirits finally reveal a little. "It is a record of all my experiences." Flashing back a few years. In the mountains of the Heavenly Mountain region, there was a deafening noise coming from the sliding forest, and then a sudden beam of light erupted amidst the sacred woods. The residents there were utterly shocked. It could not be. How could the Crimson Demon King, the ruler of this land for a century, be here? At that moment, the Demon King was gravely injured, with a massive hole burned in his belly. They were in such shock. Crying out, defeated by a little demon like her, the night-walking spirits confidently declare, "Yes, indeed, I believe no one will oppose me anymore. I will be the new ruler of the Heavenly Mountain region. If you have any grievances, come challenge me. Otherwise, stay silent. I will crush each and every one of you." Hyun can help but be curious. "That is you, although I can quite believe it. It is still true. It is you as a child. The night parade of 100 demons." She nods in confirmation. "Yes. This is the day I become the strongest demon in Heavenly Mountain and earn the title of leader of the wilds thousands of years ago. I thought I had not changed much, but looking back now, I see just how young I was." The night parade of 100 demons talks while getting a bit self-absorbed. "I used to be so innocent and gentle." Hungyu is left speechless by her words. "You are just sitting there with a blank expression. I did not think you would be able to say something so gentle after all that. But honestly, you do look adorable." Right after that, the night parade of 100 demons grabs his hand, saying, "Let us move on to the next memory." Hungyu, "I have chosen and compressed the most important memories, but they still span thousands of years." She seems anxious. "We need to hurry if we want to see everything this weekend." However, Hungyu has not fully processed it yet. "But why do you suddenly want to show me these memories?" The night parade of 100 demons does not want to reveal everything just yet. "I will explain later. For now, just be quiet and follow me. There is so much more I want to show you." A little while later, Hungyu's eyes are opened wide. The entire violent childhood of the night parade of 100 demons plays out vividly. From when she first befriended Weigel to when she became the Demon King and was revered by the monsters there, the sky suddenly darkens. As they return home, the night parade of 100 demons sighs. "Maybe I really am getting old. I did not expect to feel this exhausted." Her next words leave Hungyu pale. "Is it just because I walked for a few days?" With that, she turns to him and asks, "How do you feel after seeing my entire past?" Hungyu scratches his head, trying to find the right words. It is quite nice. I even got to see you as a kid." However, he can't help but wonder, "But maybe you are not as happy as I am. Why would you want to do this?" The night parade of 100 demons sighs. "Actually, I have wanted to do this for a long time." She whispers, "I am a bit jealous of the time Hana-rin and Michi Wong spent with you." Hearing this, Hungyu looks confused. I do not understand." The night parade of 100 demons continues to explain. "It is not that you have known them longer and gone through more together. You even shared memories with them while we were in the guidance tower." Suddenly, she gets upset. "That is why I always feel like I am the only one missing that special connection. Honestly, I have been a little envious. I want to learn more about your past, as a true relationship is about giving and receiving. So, I have decided to show you all my memories first. I want you to share everything about yourself with me tonight. It would be even better if you could make up for the time we lost yesterday." Hearing this, Hungyu chuckled softly. It was indeed an intriguing proposal. As he just set foot on the bed, he let out a deep sigh full of meaning, agreeing that it would take quite a while to tell the whole story. But that was all right. Hyun gently touched the phantom spirits with wide strokes. The night was still young. On the other side, Weigel's drug den was still shrouded in smoke. The old man was puffing away and pondering deeply, lost in thought. It was like a gift that monsters exchanged on their wedding day. A passionate proposal symbolizing the yearning to embrace each other's past while sharing a future together. Thinking of this, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. Life really is full of surprises. He never imagined that the troublemaker would be looking for a soul gem. Weigel speculated that she had completely fallen for him. 3 years ago, while the modern human world was thriving, dark corners still existed where dungeons lurked, and monsters had emerged alongside the challenge tower. This had sent shockwaves through global markets. Real estate was no exception. Previously, obtaining a development license only required solid financial backing and a clear plan. But now, with a constant threat from dungeon outbreaks weighing down construction processes. The involvement of famous hunters had become a must for approval. As a result, allying with them had become the top priority for corporations worldwide, and Jinlun was no exception. A corporation that had led the Chinese industry for over 20 years. Chun-Li was overjoyed, feeling like a kid at a fair, saying, "What an honor to meet you here. I can't believe one of the strongest rank hunters from Korea wants to marry my daughter." Yanli, though he bent slightly, appearing modest, he was clearly flattered. Immediately, his demeanor shifted entirely. The initial warmth faded as he realized the kid was ranked among the 200 strongest hunters in the world. If he could ally with him, they would definitely gain a significant advantage in the regional development competition. There were some unflattering rumors about him being fast and violent due to his high possessiveness. But what did that matter? Besides inheriting her mother's looks, the girl had no real value. Finally, he had something he could use her for. He felt incredibly lucky. Suddenly, Du Kuang interrupted his thoughts, asking how things were going lately, and if the death document was doing well. Zhongli nodded eagerly. "Yes, that is also why I invited you here." Hearing that, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness. But the memory of a year ago still stung. Du Kuang chuckled and added, "My fiancé just flew in to see me." But before he could finish, Zhongli jumped in to defend him blindly. "It is not your fault. No one could have stopped that from happening. Just like no one could have predicted the challenge tower would reclaim her on the way to meet you." Zhongli kept rambling on, oblivious that my Chi was about to arrive. "But that useless girl, my daughter was quite resilient. She contacted me right after escaping the tower in less than a year and asked me to arrange this meeting. She used to resist arranged marriage, but it seems after battling in the tower, she has matured. That is why I always say the young need to face hardships to gain insight." As the elevator doors opened, he pretended to be cheerful. "Oh, there she is." Unlike the opponent's tone, a wary expression just appeared in the elevator, quiet as a whisper. She stepped out slowly, then calmly greeted, "It has been a while." "Father." My next words made Chun-Li go pale, his expression still stoic, with that awkward smile of his unchanged. So I did not feel the urge to ask him how he had been living, but I guess I should ask a little, because that is the duty of a child. Just as I finished speaking, she pulled back her hood to reveal her delicate face. My Chi calmly asked, "How have you been lately?" "Father." Let us rewind a bit to earlier. Next to the flickering fire, someone's voice rang out. "I get it now." Hyun showed empathy for her situation, saying, "Dad forced me to marry a man who is nothing but a lowlife, so now I have no idea what to do after leaving the tower." He read her like an open book, and seeing how distressed she looked, my Chi could only bow her head in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master." She was in pain recounting her unfortunate past. Ever since she was born, she had never disobeyed her father and had no intention of doing so. "He has always been an insurmountable obstacle for me, but thanks to my master's kindness, I have become much stronger, though I still do not fully realize it." My Chi hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "Do you think I have what it takes to defeat him?" Ayuan chuckled knowingly. "You still have a long way to go, my student. You do not even know yourself yet. But do not worry, once you leave the tower and face your father." Amid the crackling flames, a spark of determination shone in his eyes, assuring her that everything would become clear. "You will see just how strong you have become. Right now, you are strong enough that no one can easily defeat you." Her next words left her stunned. "No one can take you down that easily." Back in the present, after clearing her mind, my Chi boldly confronted Chun-Li. He heard the soft words she had spoken earlier and was ready to explode. "What did you just say? You are refusing the marriage to that Dua guy?" Chun-Li lost his cool and shouted. After all these years, she remained calm, which was frankly ridiculous. It sounded like she was the one who wanted to laugh at him from the start. "Even if I gain nothing from this, that is exactly why I refuse. Is that a problem, Dad?" Chun-Li slammed his hand down on the table in fury. "How dare you speak to your father that way? I was going to take it easy since we have not seen each other in a year, but I guess I need to teach you a lesson first." Just as he finished speaking, a surge of energy erupted from him right in front of them. Chun-Li was terrified by this scene, overwhelmed by the pressure. He felt something was off the moment he stepped into the room. But was this really the same person who used to fall silent at just my words? Suddenly, Dua jumped up and started praising her. "Whoa, I am impressed by your spirit, Miss." He barely had time to process the words before Dua chimed in with enthusiasm, clapping for her. "I can't believe the sweet girl I once knew has this side to her as well. I really like this fierce side of you, Miss, and I do not blame you for acting this way, since the challenge tower grants special powers to anyone who reaches the top. That is why some people who escape the tower mistakenly believe they have become the strongest, only to end up humiliated after running wild. I truly hope you one-t think that way, Miss. I like poetic women, not too stubborn. If the lady resists while I am enjoying myself, I will be really mad." In response to those twisted words, Inhichi kept a cool demeanor. Chun-Li, paralyzed by fear, stepped back, and I bet his status is not just a facade. The atmosphere in the room completely shifted after just a few words. That is the price of pretending to be strong. Like, how do you expect to stand a chance against an S-rank hunter while he was still lost in his delusions of grandeur? I realized my worries were in vain. This would end soon. Then, she delivered a knockout punch straight to Duquan's face. He got sent flying, and everything shattered into pieces. Trungley was left pale and shaken by what just happened. What on earth was that? He stammered endlessly. Unable to believe it. No way, she just took down an S-rank hunter with a single punch. As soon as Ingachi approached, she immediately challenged him, asking if that was all he could do as a father. Suddenly, her aura flared up fiercely. Should I call you a former dad? Trungley scrambled to regain composure, saying, wait, let us talk it out. He continued to justify himself, saying he might have gone a bit too far. But she had to understand that everything he did was for her benefit. Thanks to him, she grew up in luxury that others could not even dream of. But Trungley's words only made her feel bitter. Pretty clothes. Delicious food. The house she lived in, she would not have any of it if she were not his daughter. Gritting her teeth, she found the courage to say one last thing. So, he pointed directly at her and shouted, respect me. Damn it, my chi fell silent. Not responding, while she boldly countered, you are wrong, Dad, damn it does not exist anymore. I am no longer that old girl who would cower in front of you just because she used to be weak. As she spoke, she unleashed her magic, causing Trungley to feel a chill of fear. Now I have climbed to the top with a greater purpose. Do not stop me. She screamed assertively. Now my name is Mai Chi. In an instant, the sky outside turned dark. She placed her hand on the window and gazed thoughtfully. What a beautiful scene. One that is probably worthy enough to present to my master. This is a perfect place to start building. When my master escapes from the tower, I will welcome him with open arms. In this very building, nearly touching the sky, the scene shifted rapidly as Mai Chi suddenly woke up. As her eyes fluttered open, she spotted a familiar figure sitting beside her. Hi, you. Worried. Immediately asked, you are awake. We came all the way here to picnic together. Right? You were not planning to sleep through it all. Were you? Noticing the corners of his mouth curling up, he could not help but ask, what are you smiling about all by yourself? Did you have a great dream or something? Mai Chi did not answer but wore a face brimming with happiness. Then she whispered, of course not. My love. Mai Chi turned around, looking satisfied. No dream in the world could make me happier than being by your side. She smiled and playfully asked, right? Hinu chuckled softly. You just woke up and you are already saying such shy things. He paused for a moment before softly admitting, you are right,